people on the street would forcibly drag away any pretty woman they saw without saying a word. If anyone displeased them, they would immediately start a fight. They were utterly lawless, and their arrogance was outrageous. The chaos began 15 days ago. That day, a strange red moon suddenly rose in the sky. Then, communications were cut off, water and electricity stopped, and the entire city was plunged into darkness. Then, screams, cries, and sounds of smashing and looting rose and fell in the streets and alleys, and the surrounding area seemed to have turned into a hell. In these short 15 days, some people's bodies began to mutate, growing fangs and claws, and some even awakened superpowers. During the day, the awakened ones roamed the streets, fighting endlessly for resources and territory. The weak are robbed and trampled upon, powerless to resist. At night, amidst lightning and thunder, terrifying demonic insects roam freely, frantically attacking all living things, creating a bloody and suffocating scene. And I, Chao Dong, an ordinary student who just graduated from university, eked out a living in this apocalypse for 15 days, and finally awakened my cheat code, Island Live Streaming Upgrade System. I started with a deserted island as my survival base. As long as I accumulate enough popularity points, I can unlock various resource privileges, such as a beautiful young woman moving into the island. Even more outrageous, viewers' emotional points can be exchanged for rewards, upgraded bases, and unlocked for even more benefits. At that moment, in the stairwell, in the beams of several flashlights, I saw Sisterly being dragged downstairs by 3 burly men. "Help!" She struggled in terror, her usually impeccably styled hair now disheveled. "TSK, Mrs. Chun, don't bother." The ball man leading the group said with a sneer, "Come with us." In this world, a woman needs someone to rely on. I recognized him. He was a thug in the neighborhood named Zhao Xiaodao. "Let me go, you beast." Sister Li's voice trembled. Zhao Xiaodao immediately lost his patience, grabbed her hair, and roughly dragged her down. "You slut, you dress like that all the time just to seduce us stinky men." He glared at Sister Li and roared viciously. "I've had my eye on you for a long time, and today I'm going to taste your fresh, luscious flavor." "Damn it, how about?" "I take a bite now," he said, his dirty hand already reaching for Sister Li's collar. "Stop." I finally couldn't help but shout. The 3 of them turned around in unison, their cold gazes fixed on me. Zhao Xiaodao narrowed his eyes. "Oh, isn't this the college student from the 6th floor? What, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?" My legs were trembling, but I still forced myself to say, "Brother Dao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The world is in such chaos right now. Shouldn't we all be helping each other out?" "Help!" Zhao Xiaodao laughed loudly. Then his face darkened. "I'm helping her. Otherwise, how long would she live with such a delicate constitution?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward and punched me hard in the stomach. The intense pain made me bend over on the spot, vomiting uncontrollably. Immediately afterward, his enormous fist swung towards my face, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. I almost passed out. "Little Chow!" Sisterly cried out in alarm, trying to rush over, but was blocked by the other 2 thugs. Zhao Xiaodao kicked me, sneering, "Bookworm, the apocalypse belongs to the strong. A piece of trash like you can't even protect yourself, yet you want to save others." I could only curl up on the cold ground, tears welling up in my eyes. I watched helplessly as Sister Li was dragged away. In the dim light of the flashlight, she kept turning back, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. I collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. Why am I so weak? Why can't I even protect someone who once cared about me? As I struggled in my dazed state, Sister Li screamed again from downstairs, followed by a chilling silence. I don't know how much time passed before I struggled to my feet, grabbed the railing, and slowly made my way down. At the corner between the 4th and 5th floors, in the dim light of that eerie red moon, I saw a scene I will never forget for the rest of my life. Sister Li lay in a pool of blood, her clothes disheveled, already lifeless. Zhao Xiaodao and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. "No." I knelt on the ground, my stomach churning. A heart-wrenching pain coursed through my entire body. I hated my own powerlessness, and I hated this world that had destroyed everything beautiful. If I had the power, I would definitely protect those flowers that are drifting in the apocalypse and not let them suffer any more harm. I clenched my fist, and my knuckles made a cracking sound. A strong will and specific emotional frequency of the host have been detected, meeting the binding conditions. The post-apocalyptic island live streaming system is starting. A strange voice suddenly sounded in my mind. I looked around in astonishment, but couldn't see anyone. System binding successful. Welcome to the post-apocalyptic island live streaming system. Host, Chow Dong. Core rules are as follows. 1. Accumulate popularity points through live streaming to unlock the privilege of having beautiful young women stay on the island. 2. Accumulate viewer engagement points through live streams, which can be redeemed for rewards and to upgrade your island. 3. New female streamers must achieve a comprehensive score of 90 or higher. The system provides a scanning function. 4. Collect 10 beautiful young women, make them pregnant and give birth, and achieve a 100% conquest rate to unlock an SSS level reward. 5. Initial live stream range, 500 meters in radius centered on the host. I was completely stunned, unable to process all this information for a moment. A system? A live stream? Isn't this something you only see in Tomatoes novels? Newbie Quest. Conduct your first live stream and gain 100 popularity points, quest rewards, basic supply pack, island teleportation function. Just then, a rustling sound came from the darkness, pulling me back to reality. My face immediately changed. It was the demonic insects. The swarm of demonic insects was coming. I took one last, deep look at Sister Lee, my heart filled with complex emotions, then abruptly turned and ran desperately towards my room. With a bang, I slammed the door shut and quickly locked it. I slumped onto the cold floor, leaning against the door, the image of Sister Lee's gentle smile flashing through my mind. Zhao Xiao Dao, you beasts, I will make you pay. I growled through gritted teeth. I suppressed my emotions and began to focus on studying the system that had suddenly appeared in my mind. With a thought, a semi-transparent interface appeared before my eyes. The interface was very simple, with a live stream switch in the center and options for a shop, skills, and a map on the side. Well, things have already gotten really bad. I smiled wryly, tapping the live stream switch. Live stream started. Current viewers, 2. The interface in the upper right corner showed only 2 viewers. This was my first time live streaming, and to be honest, I was a little nervous. I stared at the system camera for a long time, unable to utter a single word. But when I thought of the scene of Sister Lee being bullied to death, a surge of anger and rage welled up in my chest. I cleared my throat and said in a low voice, "Hello everyone, I'm Chow Dong. I'm currently at Nanyuan apartment near the university town in Lusher. If anyone can see this, it's already surrounded by demonic insects." I carefully aimed the camera out the window, under the blood moon. The streets were eerily deserted, eerily silent. As night deepened, the weather outside worsened, the temperature plummeted, and a fierce wind whipped up unidentified black smoke and pebbles that raged across the streets. Even more terrifying was the sight of those grayish-black demonic insects constantly emerging from the ground, wriggling rapidly and swarming towards the buildings in droves. Piercing screams echoed from afar, sending chills down one's spine in the deathly silence of the night. I glanced at the alarm clock on the wall. It was already 9 p.m. The swarm of demonic insects had erupted. Just then, a line of text popped in my mind from the black livestream screen. Survivor number 1 tipped 2 emotion points. Holy crap. What the heck is this? A live stream? I was stunned. This system can do this? Viewers can even send comments? In that case, doesn't this live stream system also have communication functions? The communication systems in Lushan City, and even the entire country, should have been paralyzed long ago. Apart from those who have awakened and some organized gangs who can still roam the streets during the day, ordinary people have long since hidden themselves in corners. Because once they're out in the world, they might become easy prey. This world has become a paradise for the homeless, hoodlums, and idlers. Murder, robbery, rape can happen at any moment. Initially, the government maintained order, but as the collapse intensified and demonic insects ravaged the land, the official voice grew weaker and weaker, almost disappearing altogether. I haven't eaten for almost 3 or 4 days, but I dare not venture out to find food. The last thing I ate was that imported jelly that Sister Lee gave me. "Hey buddy, do you live in this apartment building too?" I asked tentatively. The system task log said my initial live stream range was within a 500-meter radius, and I wanted to test if the viewers were actually nearby. Survivor number 1. Yeah, I'm on the 11th floor of Building B. Which building are you in, buddy? I'm in building A. I didn't give my floor number, just to be on the safe side. Survivor number 1. Dude, what's going on with this live stream? Tell me quickly. I thought about it for a moment and decided to lie. This is a talent I just awakened. I'm still figuring out its specific functions. Survivor number 1 rewarded 2 emotion points. Holy crap. Your talent is absolutely amazing. It's so awesome, it's like the gates have been opened for you. Immediately afterwards, the shivering little duck rewarded 2 emotion points. Lonely young woman donated 1 point of emotional value. Waiting for rescue donated 1 point of emotional value. I glanced at the live stream interface. Number of viewers, 4. It seems the viewers were emotionally affected after watching the live stream. Most of them had around 1 or 2 points of emotional value. The system said that the emotional points donated by viewers can be exchanged for rewards and used to upgrade my survival island. But right now, the most important thing is to complete the first task issued by the system. Gain 100 popularity points. Current progress in the taskbar, 4/100. That is to say, each online viewer equals 1 popularity point. System, how do I increase my live stream popularity? The live stream has been running for several minutes, and the number of viewers is still stuck at 4. I couldn't help but ask, host, the more exciting your live stream content, the higher your popularity will be. I see. I thought that as long as it's a live stream, all survivors within a 500-meter radius can see it. I muttered to myself. Of course not. Only when you evoke strong emotional responses from the viewers will the live stream spread wider and generate more emotional points. Since that's the case, then I'll make my move. A wicked smile crept across my lips as I faced the camera, adopting a sorrowful expression. Family, my name is Chao Dong, and I'm a down-on-his-luck college graduate. Just now, something unfortunate happened. The older sister next door, who always took good care of me, was murdered by thugs. I paused here, my eyes reddening, and stared at the camera without saying anything more. Lonely housewife. Host, don't stop. Keep going, I'm listening. The lonely housewife is a mistress who originally flew in from Harbin to accompany her sugar daddy on vacation and is staying in this apartment. Unable to return home after the red moon, she thankfully has a hoarding habit, and her sugar daddy filled half the room with supplies, so she's not panicking, just feeling a bit empty. She's currently snuggled in bed watching my live stream, a double-ended ice cream stick in her mouth. The trembling little duck. Want to hear more +1? Waiting for rescue. Who are the thugs? Tell us quickly, host. Seeing that everyone was hooked, I continued. The thugs are Zhao Xiaodao and his 2 henchmen. These people are worse than animals. Wieso vivo hauta eins? By Chao? That kid's a gangster. Damn, now that order has collapsed, these kind of scum are smug. Shaking little duck. What if Zhao Xiaodao finds out we're talking bad about him? Lonely young woman. These thugs only bully honest people like us now. An awakened one could smash his bald head in 1 punch. The discussion among the audience became increasingly heated, and the number of online viewers began to rise. I glanced at the screen. Number of viewers, 12, and each new viewer had tipped at least 1 point of emotional value, but was still too slow. I frowned and pulled a baseball bat from under the bed. Waiting for rescue. Dude, what are you holding? The scene is too dark. It's a baseball bat, I answered truthfully. Lonely young woman. Handsome guy, what are you doing with a bat so late at night? I said in a deep voice. Sisterly took good care of me when she was alive. She even shared half of the last Zizalong jelly with me, which was imported. I was too cowardly just now. I ran back as soon as I heard the demonic insects making noise. I raised the baseball bat in my hand and said through gritted teeth, I'm going to bring Sister Lee's body back now. As soon as I finished speaking, the live broadcast room instantly erupted. Survivor number 1 tipped 3 emotion points. Bushkaman, are you serious? Compressed Biscuit tipped 3 emotion points. Dude, the outside is swarming with monsters. Going out is suicide. Take my advice. The shivering little duck rewarded 4 emotion points. Ouch, I got goosebumps. The lonely young woman rewarded 4 emotion points. You're a real man. I love you. You must come back safely. I've stocked up on supplies here. As my emotions surged, the live stream's popularity also skyrocketed. Number of viewers, 31. Watching the popularity steadily rise, I gritted my teeth. Since I'd already said it, I might as well do it. I wanted to give Sister Lee her final dignity. I slung the baseball bat over my shoulder, gritted my teeth, rushed out of the room, and slipped into the dark, gloomy corridor. Sunny Chicken rewarded me with 3 emotion points. Are you serious? There's a swarm of demonic insects outside. The trembling little duck tipped 3 emotional points. The streamer has gone mad. Is it worth it for someone who's already dead? The lonely young woman tipped 2 emotional points. Little brother, keep going. I won't let you die. When you come back, I'll let you eat me. As the live stream chat was flooded with comments, I could clearly feel a subtle emotion seeping into the chat through the system. It was the audience's emotion. Number of viewers, 39. Task progress, 39 out of 100. Sure enough, high risk brings high reward. I took a deep breath. The air was thick with the smells of mildew and blood, making my throat tight. The corridor was even darker than the room, and an eerie red light shone through the broken windows, barely outlining the surroundings. A rustling sound came from all directions, like the whispers of demons. It was the sound of countless demonic insects' carapaces scraping against the ground and walls, sending chills down one's spine. I held my breath, pressed myself against the wall, and inching my way towards the stairwell. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge. I could clearly feel something crawling nearby, its cold compound eyes seeming to be staring intently at me from the shadows. I pee whenever I watch a horror movie, tipped 4 emotion points. I'm too scared to breathe. I hear crying next door, tipped 3 emotion points. To the left, there's a shadow moving in the corner on the left. The number of viewers on the live stream was steadily increasing, soon surpassing 50. Everyone was completely captivated by this first-person death live stream. I finally made my way to the stairwell. I remember Sisterly collapsed at the corner between the 4th and 5th floors. I peered down. In the dim light, her once gentle body still lay on the cold ground. Several palm-sized worms surrounded her, gnawing at something with their sharp mandibles. Snap, snap. Get out of my way. Anger surged to my head instantly. In that moment, I even forgot my fear, and with a low growl, I charged down, swinging my baseball bat. Bang, bang. I slammed into the demonic insects with all my might. The sudden attack startled them, and they scattered and fled. But they didn't go far away. Instead, they let out piercing screeches, their scarlet compound eyes fixed on me. Apocalypse Drunken Man rewarded 5 emotion points. Well done. Kill that bastard. My wife and children were eaten by this son of a bitch. I'll fucking spit on him. Wah. An even stronger emotion surged into the live stream. I glanced at the chat and saw that it was 5 emotion points per session. It seemed that this survivor, known as Apocalyptic Drunkard, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the demonic insects. A user named Lonely Young Woman tipped 3 emotional points. Little brother, watch out. They're going to attack you. A user named Peas every time he watches a horror movie tipped 3 emotional points. Oh my god, I can't watch this anymore. I ignored all the warnings and quickly knelt down. Looking at Sister Lee's pale and disfigured face, my heart clenched painfully. I took off my already soiled coat and carefully wrapped her body in it. Sister Lee, I'm late. I'll take you home. Just as I was about to pick her up, something unexpected happened. A demonic insect lurking in the shadows, noticeably larger than the others, darted out almost like lightning, lunging at my exposed arm as I bent over. Watch out! A scream flashed through my mind. The next second, excruciating pain exploded in my left arm. Hiss! The sharp limbs of the demonic insect had pierced my left forearm, and blood gushed out instantly. Even more terrifying, a numbing sensation quickly spread around the wound, and it began to turn black and swell. Damn! I swung the baseball bat with my right hand and smashed it hard on the insect's head, sending it flying. But the excruciating pain and numbness in my left arm made it almost impossible for me to hold the bat. Someone save me! Oh no! I've been stung by a demonic insect. It'll get infected. Keep quiet. Streamer run. The wound is turning black. Lonely Young Woman. Damn it, I got so nervous my ice cream got stuck. Ugh, little brother. Hang in there. You have to survive. Number of viewers, 79. Task progress, 79/100. Audience sentiment value, soaring wildly. I gritted my teeth, picked up Sisterly with my right hand, my left arm hanging limply, blood dripping from my fingertips. I turned and ran upstairs. I had to get back to my rented room as soon as possible. The demonic insects behind me were completely enraged, emitting piercing hiss and giving chase. Attracted by the commotion, even more demonic insects swarmed in from below the stairs. Bang! I practically tumbled and crawled through the swarm of insects to the 6th floor, using the last of my strength to smash open the door, then slammed it shut behind me. Immediately, a series of crashing and scraping sounds erupted outside the door. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The numbness in my left arm had spread to my shoulder, and my consciousness was beginning to fade. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner's mission. 100 popularity points gained in your first livestream. Popularity, 105 out of 100. Task completed. Task rewards. Basic supply pack. Island teleportation function enabled. Done. Almost the instant the system notification sounded, a green first aid kit and a box of supplies appeared on the ground. At the same time, I clearly felt that I had established a connection with a distant and peaceful space. Teleport. Take Sister Lee's body and teleport to the island. I gave the command with my last bit of consciousness. A flash of white light. The next moment, I found myself on a deserted island the size of a basketball court. It was just getting dark. As far as the eye could see, all around me was a vast expanse of deep black seawater. It's less of an island and more of a small patch of barren land in the ocean. Apart from rough sand and a single, thin coconut tree, there's nothing there. Survivor number 1, tipped 5 emotion points. What the fuck? Is this some kind of time travel? As the first viewer in my livestream, the scene he saw at this moment was even more shocking than when he first discovered the livestream. Waiting for rescue, an island? How did the streamer suddenly appear on an island? His awakened talent is terrifyingly powerful. In their understanding, awakened individuals at most possessed basic abilities such as physical mutations, increased strength, or the ability to breathe fire or water. Spatial teleportation was far beyond their imagination. Thump! I couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. The wound on my left arm was already a dark purple. Lonely young woman, smiley face. Little brother, quick, get the first aid kit. I forced myself to stay awake, grabbed a bottle of medicine from the first aid kit, and gulped down half of it. It took a while before I felt a little better. I turned my head, but didn't see Sister Lee's body. Looking around, I realized she was floating in the water at the edge of the island. The waves were surging, and her body could be swept away at any moment. I forced myself to endure the discomfort and slowly made my way to the edge of the island, a process that took me 3 or 4 minutes. I reached out to pull her ashore, but found an invisible barrier keeping her out. System, what's going on? I frowned and asked telepathically. Notification. Host has not yet unlocked permission for the beautiful young woman to stay on the island. Unlock it now. Note, the host's accumulated popularity points in a live stream are insufficient to unlock the permission for the first beautiful young woman to stay on the island. P.S. This young woman's overall rating is less than 90 points, so even if the permission is unlocked, she cannot stay. System, I want to bury her on the island. My voice was cold and unwavering. Warning, the body has been contaminated and may pose a health hazard. Please handle this as soon as possible. Dispose of her? How? Throw her out? I can't do that. I roared at the system in my mind. Since I brought her here, this is her resting place. Host, please remain rational. Rational my ass. A wild, almost beastly rage flashed in my eyes. If you have the guts, take this damn system back. I don't want it. I clutched the corpse in my arms tighter and growled. I'll count to 3. If you don't let her in by the time I reach 3, I'll jump into the sea and die with her. 3, 2, 1. As I counted to the 3rd, a fierce glint appeared in my eyes, and I leaned forward abruptly, as if about to jump into the sea. In that very instant, prompt. Given the host's feelings for the beautiful young woman, this system is making an exception and allowing the host to bring any young woman who hasn't reached 90 points onto the island. This is a one-time exception. The system's voice sounded, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Immediately afterward, a faint light swept across Sister Lee's body, and the invisible barrier vanished. I stopped jumping into the sea, a barely perceptible smile appearing on my lips. Humph, little bastard. If I don't push you, you won't even be able to tell the difference between a king and a queen. Ignoring the system's emotions, I picked up Sister Lee's body with my right hand and limped towards the center of the island. I opened the green first aid kit that the system had rewarded me with. Inside, besides the half-empty bottle of medicine I had drunk earlier, there were only some basic first aid supplies. I gave my left hand a quick bandage. The wound on my left arm, inflicted by the demonic insect, was swollen, black, and purple, constantly oozing pus and blood. Without time to examine the injury closely, I opened the supply box that the system had rewarded me with. The box contained only a few simple tools: a short folding entrenching tool, a black dagger, a lighter, a flashlight, a bottle of mineral water, and a pack of compressed biscuits. I tore open the package of compressed biscuits and took a bite. The biscuits were hard and tasteless, but for someone like me who hadn't eaten for days, they smelled delicious. The moment the cookie appeared in my hand, the live stream chat exploded. Survivor number 1. Dude, wait, where did you get that cookie? And survival tools too. Holy crap, are you some kind of magic user? Supplies only last 3 days. Streamer, I haven't eaten for 5 days. Please tell me where these biscuits came from. I glanced at the live stream. Number of viewers, 75. I remember when we first completed the mission, there were 105 people online. Now that I've traveled to the island, with this kind of exciting content, the number of viewers should theoretically have increased, right? As if sensing my confusion, the system provided an explanation. All survivors who have watched the host's live stream will become the host's users. Users can still watch the host's live stream content on the island. However, due to the desolate nature of the area around the island, it is temporarily impossible to add new viewers. I see. The system's live stream range is currently a radius of 500 meters. But the island is surrounded by a vast ocean, and there's not a soul in that 500-meter radius, let alone any viewers. It seems that to increase the live stream's popularity, I'll have to teleport back to the city. Weren't there 105 people online just now? How come it's only 75 now? I frowned. The host's live streaming system signal is currently unstable. Please continue streaming, expanding the live streaming area, and strengthening signal stability. I shook my head helplessly, took a sip of water, picked up my entrenching tool, walked to the thin coconut tree, and began digging a hole. The wound on my left arm ached and itched, and my movements were somewhat distorted, but I continued to shovel, sweat and blood mingling and seeping into the sand. Lonely young woman, it looks painful. Good little brother, hurry back to the neighborhood. Let your big sister take care of you. Compressed biscuit, although I think it's a bit silly, but why am I a little touched? The pit was finally dug. I looked at Sister Lee's body. She was still wearing that black office lady uniform, her long, slender legs lying silently on the sand. Her hair was already wet from the seawater, sticking messily to her forehead, and her face was pale with a slight purple tinge. Even so, one could still see her beauty and elegance in life. I reached out and gently smoothed the strands of hair from her forehead. The brokenness emanating from my neighbor pierced my heart. If only you were still alive, I sighed softly, as if murmuring to myself. It wouldn't be bad if we lived together on this island. I recalled those lonely nights when I would secretly take out Sister Lee's stockings and fantasize about all the wonderful things that would happen between me and this widowed woman. How can a dead person be brought back to life? I smiled bitterly and shook my head. I carefully lifted Sister Lee and gently placed her in the pit, then slowly filled it in, piling up a small sand grave. I stood before the grave, silent as a rock. Sister Lee, rest in peace. There are no monsters here, no bullying. I said in a hoarse but firm voice, I'll remember this grudge. Zhao Xiao Dao. You bastards, I will make you pay for this in blood. I looked up at the gray sky over the island, as if I could see through space and into the survivors watching the live stream. Family, you've all seen it. The apocalypse is cruel, but we can't lose sight of our basic human values. Power shouldn't be used to bully the weak, but to protect them. My talent is owning a small island and being able to live stream from it. I will build this island up and make it the last sanctuary in the apocalypse. Waiting for rescue, donated 6 emotional points. OMG, this damn talent is simply heaven-defying. Dude, you're the chosen one. Apocalypse Drunkard donated 6 emotional points. Well said. Kill those sons of bitches. Sunny Chicken. Streamer, I'm definitely going to watch your streams from now on. Cumulative audience emotional value. 623. I felt a little better. But the burning pain in my left arm and the increasingly severe numbness pull me back to reality from my emotional state. The medicine in the first aid kit only provides temporary relief and cannot cure the underlying problem. System, how do I use emotion points? The host can use emotion points to exchange for items in the shop or participate in a lucky draw. Prizes are random and include resources, skills, island construction modules, etc. Each draw consumes 100 emotion points. A lottery? I glanced at my mood points, over 600. I'll give it a try. One draw. In my mind, a virtual will spun rapidly, finally stopping. Thank you for your patronage. Again, the will spun rapidly once more. Congratulations on obtaining. Compressed biscuits, X10. A box of compressed biscuits appeared out of thin air on the sand. Supplies only enough for 3 days. Good heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? How did I suddenly get a bunch of compressed biscuits? Blind guessing master. I suspect the streamer has awakened his system, probably with a lottery function. Streamer, tell me quickly, is this true? I looked at the comments, but didn't respond. My life will definitely be inseparable from this live streaming system from now on. The existence of the system will be discovered sooner or later. The key is to use the resources provided by the system to stir up the audience's emotions and exchange them for more emotional points. Even if someone guesses it, I won't admit it. I'll keep it a secret for as long as I can. In this apocalypse, people's hearts are more terrifying than monsters. Seeing the blind guessing experts comment, other viewers started spamming the chat with comments. Food is becoming increasingly scarce. Apart from a few awakened individuals, gangs, and survivors who control resources, most people have already consumed almost all of their savings. If this continues, a complete food crisis may erupt. And in their eyes, I'm like someone with Doraemon's pocket, able to pull out supplies at will. It's just too bizarre. Inside the apartment building, viewers on different floors were glued to the screen. Some even started to consider, should they risk coming to me for some food? After all, I used to be their neighbor. I stared at the compressed biscuits on the ground, my lips twitching slightly. This stuff really wasn't very tasty. One more draw. Congratulations on obtaining. Women's lace lingerie, black. A decent quality black lace lingerie piece floated down onto the compressed biscuit box. A lonely young woman tipped 5 emotion points. Oh, dear little brother, is this for your older sister? The size seems wrong. Survivor number 1. Haha. The streamer's luck is amazing. I was speechless. However, this lottery draw did earn me over 100 emotion points. Looking at the remaining 400 plus emotion points, I resisted the urge to continue drawing prizes. Forget it. I'll keep it for emergencies. I stuffed the lace lingerie and compressed biscuits into the supply box. Although this lottery was a bit of a rip-off, it definitely stirred up the atmosphere in the live chat, and my emotional value really increased a lot. After resting for a while, I felt my left arm getting worse. The dark purple patch continued to spread, and waves of dizziness washed over me. I knew I couldn't delay any longer. Family, I have to go back to get medicine. I'm feeling really bad, I said to the camera, then stuffed the first aid kit into the supply box. With a thought, I teleported back to my rented room. I had just returned to my rented room when a sudden, intense dizziness struck, as if the whole world was spinning. The next second, I collapsed to the ground, my consciousness instantly swallowed by darkness. 2 buzzing sounds rang out, and the camera went black. The live stream automatically shut down. It was already 2 a.m. at the rented apartment. The outside temperature had plummeted to near zero. A howling wind raged, and swarms of monstrous insects were rampaging through the streets. These disgusting worms burrowed into the stairwells of various buildings, constantly banging on doors and making chilling noises. Inside the shelter, the survivors, fleeing the disaster, were filled with fear and unable to sleep. Judging from the commotion outside, the number of demonic insects was increasing, and perhaps one day, the security doors and brick walls would no longer be able to withstand their onslaught. Those viewers who had just left my live stream were lying in their rented rooms, their minds filled with chaotic thoughts. They were all ordinary people like me, yet to awaken to the truth. The vast majority of them had been holed up in their rooms, afraid to go out, their drinking water and food supplies dwindling, and they wouldn't last more than a few days. This damn apocalypse. In the darkness, in a rented room on the 11th floor of Building B, a thin young man wearing glasses cursed under his breath. His name was Zhang Mi Tian, a struggling author on the Tomato Novel website. But he had another identity. My first viewer in the live stream, Survivor number 1. The arrival of the Red Moon plunged his already struggling life into complete despair. Fortunately, he had managed to scavenge some food a few days ago. Otherwise, he might have starved to death by now. But watching his dwindling food supplies and witnessing the increasingly chaotic world outside, he grew more anxious and even desperate. However, my live stream gave him a glimmer of hope to survive. That streamer, Chao Dong, can actually exchange supplies through the system. If I could follow him and become his henchman, even if I had to work like a slave, I could still survive. A sly glint flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. Brother Chow Dong, you absolutely mustn't get into trouble. As for the other viewers, they were all preoccupied with their own thoughts. That night was destined to be sleepless. The blood moon faded and dawn broke. The light dispelled some of the night's terror, but it couldn't erase the despair that permeated the air. I awoke from my stupor, struggling to rise from the cold floor, my body drenched in cold sweat. A glance at the alarm clock, 6 in the morning. My head was still spinning, and the numbness in my left arm had spread to my shoulder blade. The dark purple around the wound looked like an ugly, venomous snake coiled on it. I rummaged through the first aid kit and pulled out the last half bottle of emergency medication, gulping it down. I felt a little better afterward. I touched my forehead. It was still burning hot. I murmured to myself, I need to find professional medical supplies or a doctor as soon as possible. I can't hold on much longer. Just then, the familiar system notification sounded. Task issued. Conduct a live stream and gain 1,000 online popularity points to unlock the privilege of becoming the first beautiful young woman to stay on the island. Mission issued. Host, please find the first beautiful young woman who meets the requirements for staying on the island as soon as possible. Once she arrives, a voluptuous reward will be triggered. Friendly reminder. The keyword for the first beautiful young woman is medical. Medical. I stared at the system notification panel, my mind sharpening. This keyword clearly meant that the first beautiful young woman was a doctor. I happened to need medical treatment. This task was a perfect solution. But 1,000 online popularity points. The pressure was considerable. After all, my previous peak concurrent viewership was only a little over 100. Without hesitation, I immediately restarted the live stream. I quickly typed a few words into the title. Bitten by a demonic insect, seeking treatment. Urgent. My face was pale, and my wounds were clearly worsening. This, combined with the title, quickly attracted the attention of last night's viewers and gradually drew in nearby survivors. Number of viewers, 23. Locking range, within a 500-meter radius. Passerby enters the live stream room. Eyes in the ruins, enters the live stream room. Just want to survive, enters the live stream room. After the viewers saw my condition and environment, the barrage started to get lively. Survivor, 1 gifted 2 emotion points. Dude, you're still alive. That's great. Random person gifted 2 emotion points. Streamer, your injuries, were they inflicted by a monster? Wow, you're still alive. I took the black dagger from the supply crate and hid it in my coat pocket. Dragging my weakened body, I staggered out of the room. The stink of dead rats filled the hallway. Animal fur, bloodstains, and some black, unidentified objects were scattered on the ground, most likely the excrement of demonic insects. I glanced at the slowly rising number of viewers in the live stream and asked the camera, family members, does anyone know where we can find a clinic or temporary medical point nearby? To be honest, I wasn't sure either. The apocalypse had been here for half a month. Human order had long since collapsed, and most of the institutions and shops outside were closed. Eyes in the ruins, daring to come out looking for medicine in broad daylight, that's incredibly bold. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the Awakened One's sunny chicken? The Awakened Ones are probably still asleep right now, right? Not every Awakened One is that bad. But you should still be careful. Just want to survive. It seems the community health center still has some medicine. I got some painkillers from Dr. Xiao a few days ago, but I'm not sure if it's still open. Community health center? I mentally noted this information. Stepping out of the apartment, I looked around. It was just dawn, and a thin layer of black mist still lingered in the air. In the distance, I could occasionally see figures wandering in the fog. They were probably starving survivors, out searching for food. I deliberately slowed my pace and kept my distance. Through my live stream, viewers saw that this once clean and tidy street was now littered with garbage, skeletons, tattered clothes, and traces of disaster everywhere. My wig fell off from fright. Oh my God. It's only been half a month, and the outside world has become like this. Supplies only last 3 days. Can we survive? Will this world ever get better? Number of viewers, 76. The number of viewers is still slowly increasing, but there is still a long way to go to reach 1,000. The pain from the wound struck again, and I subconsciously quickened my pace. Meanwhile, in a clinic at a community health center, a woman wearily rubbed her temples. She wore a slightly wrinkled but still clean white coat, which couldn't conceal her full, well-proportioned figure. Her chest rose and fell gently with her breath, and although her waist wasn't slender, it exuded a mature charm. When she stood up to get something, her graceful curves were particularly striking. She had an oval face with faint dimples on either side of her cheeks. Despite the weariness on her face, her mature allure remained undiminished. Her name is Xiao Liping. She is 38 years old, and she is a female doctor from the city hospital station here. Mature, full-figured, and healthy. These words are most fitting to describe her. At this moment, her face was somewhat gloomy. In the corner of the examination room, an obese man huddled together, wringing his hands anxiously. He was Zhang Zhanhe. I had heard of him. He was Xiao Liping's husband, and before the apocalypse, he was just a low-level employee at a pharmaceutical company. Although he was also an awakened one, his ability was limited to transforming into a swamp warthog, which, aside from its thick skin and ability to root for food with its nose, was essentially useless in combat. He looked terrified, his small eyes frequently glancing towards the door. "Wife," his voice trembled, "how about we give him an antibiotic? We can't afford to mess with Zhu Xiaowei and his gang. Wang Meng just—" "Shut up." Xiao Liping suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with tears and anger. "That's life-saving medicine. If we give it to them, what will happen to the people who really need it? And do you really think that if we satisfy them this time, they won't come back?" She knew all too well that giving in would only lead to deeper greed. Zhang Zhanhe choked, his chubby face twitching, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "But Wang Meng is dead. We have no one to protect us. Why don't we just hide at home?" Wang Meng, Xiao Liping's suitor, awakened to become a canine. Hearing that she wanted to stay at her post and continue practicing medicine, he volunteered to be her bodyguard without hesitation. Zhang Zhanhe was also happy to accept. After all, he couldn't protect his wife with his limited abilities, and having a loyal dog guarding the house would give him peace of mind. Unfortunately, yesterday that hyena-like man named Zhu Xiaowei set a trap, killed Wang Meng, and said he would come to get the medicine this morning. Zhang Zhanhe rubbed his big belly, his eyes secretly falling on Xiao Liping. A sordid thought quietly surfaced. What if she were willing to bow her head? This thought shamed him. It was fueled by a powerful will to survive. In this world, survival is the only true measure of existence. Just then, Dr. Xiao, Fatty Zhang, were dropping by again. Zhu Xiaowei's hoarse yet arrogant voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. The atmosphere in the consultation room instantly froze. Hearing the chaotic footsteps outside, my hand unconsciously tightened around the scalpel, my palms clammy with cold sweat. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. Zhang Zhanhe was so startled he almost jumped up, his face turning deathly pale. He looked at me pleadingly, only to find I hadn't even glanced at him. The next second, the door was violently pushed open. 5 or 6 people, led by Zhu Xiaowei, swarmed in, instantly filling the small consultation room to capacity. I recognized Zhu Xiaowei at a glance, his lewd, squinty eyes, the huge black birthmark on his left temple, and his right face, which was half hyena-like with gray fur and yellowish fangs protruding from the corner of his mouth, making him look ferocious and disgusting. He wasn't tall, probably only a little over a meter, but due to his mutation, his limbs were extremely thick, and his body exuded a beast-like, explosive aura. The shiny bald man following closely behind him was Zhao Xiaodao. Zhao Xiaodao's gaze swept over me without any attempt to conceal it, the curves beneath my white coat seeming like prey to him. His eyes lingered between my chest and buttocks, a sight that made me want to vomit. TSK, Dr. Xiao, you look so good after just one night. Zhu Xiaowei grinned, his gaze lewd as if he wanted to strip me naked. He seemed to thoroughly enjoy the tension in my body and the fleeting fear in my eyes caused by their sudden intrusion. I know he needs this fear to fill the void in his fragile self-esteem. Before the apocalypse, Zhu Xiaowei was just a dispatcher at a small logistics company in Lusher. 35 years old, unmarried, living in a rented single room, facing orders on the computer screen day after day, and those faint, mocking glances. He could never forget Sister Zhang, the flirtatious woman in the finance department. Once, at a company dinner, he forced himself to toast her, but she chuckled in front of everyone and said, "Xiao Zhu, if you don't grow taller, you might have a hard time finding a girlfriend." The laughter at the table was like knives, piercing his pitiful self-esteem. He wanted to smash the bottle in his hand across her face. And then there was Manager Lee from HR, the strong woman who always wore a black business suit. When he mustered the courage to ask for a raise, she simply pushed up her glasses and said with the look of someone looking at an ant, "Xiao Zhu, with your qualifications and abilities, this salary is already quite appropriate." He hated these women, these elegant, mature, and aloof women. They would never understand how difficult it was for someone like him to live in this world. Until the red moon arrived, everything changed. The excruciating pain of awakening his bloodline was like a raging flood, but for him, it was not merely a physical transformation, but the breaking of shackles. He finally possessed the power to make those people pay the price. He quickly became a tyrant in this area, recruiting several henchmen, such as Zhao Xiaodao, and became the leader of the local villains. Looking at his grinning face, I pulled a scalpel from my pocket and stood in the center of the examination room. "What are you doing here again? There's nothing you're looking for here anymore," Xiao Liping said sharply. "Dr. Xiao, don't be so nervous." Zhu Xiaowei grinned, revealing his uneven teeth, his eyes gleaming with a cruel yet excited light. "We brothers just got a little injured and wanted you to take a look. You're using a knife and scissors. It's going to ruin our harmony." Zhao Xiaodao grinned lewdly. "Brother Hui, why waste words with this woman? Just take her away. With that figure and that face, it's a waste to leave her in this lousy place." His gaze still cut through every inch of my skin like a knife. Zhang Zhanhe trembled in fright, taking several steps back and nearly knocking over a chair. Xiao Liping, though pale-faced, still had a defiant look in her eyes. "What exactly do you want? You've already stolen all the medicine here." "Medicine?" Zhu Xiaowei sneered. "Dr. Xiao, you are worth far more than those medicines." He took a step forward, his body reeking of a fishy stench. "With that dead dog Wang Meng gone, no one can protect you anymore. Follow me, and I'll guarantee you a life of luxury. No more living in fear." As for Fatty Zhang, he glanced at Zhang Zhanhe in the corner. "For your sake, I can let him continue being his swampy warthog, ha ha ha." His skinny henchman immediately chimed in. "Brother Gray is brilliant. Fatty Zhang, why don't you thank your wife?" Zhang Zhanhe stiffened, lowered his head, his lips moved, but he said nothing. He had tacitly agreed. Xiao Liping felt her heart sink into an icy abyss. This man who had shared a bed with her for so many years had actually, she wanted to laugh, yet felt utterly hopeless. 3 minutes was bad enough, but now he'd completely lost his nerve. Zhu Xiaowei seemed to think the time was right, and stepped forward to grab Xiao Liping's wrist. "Come on, Xiao Beauty, let her brother treat you well. Mine is quite big." His filthy hand was about to touch Xiao Liping. Swish! A flash of cold light. He screamed and jerked his hand back, revealing a bright red welt on the back of his hand. The scalpel Xiao Liping had swung with all her might had worked. "Damn it, you're asking for it." Zhu Xiaowei roared, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. "Hold her down. I'll take her right here and now." Before he could finish, a weak but cold voice came from behind him. "You filthy hands, try touching her and see what happens." Everyone turned around. Xiao Liping saw me too, standing at the door, pale-faced, my left arm wrapped in a bandage. Actually, I had been standing outside for 2 or 3 minutes. Xiao Liping saw the live-streaming equipment hanging around my neck, clearly recording this scene, which was being simultaneously broadcast to everyone within a few hundred meters. Number of viewers, 326. The live chat exploded with comments, filled with anger, roars, and curses. "Ruins great sage. Damn it, that son of a bitch Zhu Xiaowei. He always bullies those who are alone. Apocalyptic drunken man. Dumb. My blood pressure is rising. These bastards. Lonely young woman. That bald guy. He's the beast who killed Sisterly. Brother, get them." Zhu Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter after recognizing me. "Ha ha. Holy crap. Did I see that right? Where did this dying pretty boy come from? Does anyone here recognize this guy?" Zhao Xiaodao recognized me too and stepped forward. "Brother Hui, ignore him. It's that kid from yesterday. Looks like he didn't get enough of a beating." He swung his fist at my face. I heard Xiao Liping scream, "Run." But I didn't back down. My eyes were filled with cold ruthlessness. I slightly turned to the side, using my uninjured right shoulder to take the full force of the punch. With a dull thud, my body jolted, and blood trickled from the corner of my mouth. But taking advantage of the impact, I pulled a black dagger from my pocket and, with a swift motion, plunged it upwards into Zhao Xiaodao's completely exposed armpit. Thud! A sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. Zhao Xiaodao's smile froze instantly, his expression changing drastically. He looked down at the dagger embedded in his body, then at my cold eyes. I yanked out the dagger, and blood splattered onto his face and chest. He staggered back to the wall, coughing violently, and my left arm ached terribly from the force of the blow. But I just stared intently at his slowly collapsing body. "The first one," I said, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, my voice hoarse and low. "1/3 of Sister Lee's debt has been collected. Apocalyptic drunken man, rewarded 10 emotional points. Well done. Revenge, brother. Lonely young woman, rewarded 8 emotional points. Ah, little brother. So cool. So satisfying. Survivor 1, tipped 6 emotion points. Trading injury for life. A true man. Dongzi is awesome. Number of viewers, 589. Popularity soars." Just as my ruthless strike landed, shocking everyone present, a system notification suddenly rang in my mind. Ding detected a beautiful young woman who meets the criteria. Xiao Liping. Overall score, 92. Young woman attribute, healer. Detailed assessment. Age, 38. That's the age you know, that mysterious stage between anti and beautiful woman, perfectly matching the host's fantasies about anti-types. Appearance, 91. Oval face with soft lines, healthy skin, and shallow dimples adding to her approachability and charm. Figure, 93, full-figured and well-proportioned, with excellent bust-hip ratio and a shapely waist, showcasing the charm of a mature woman. Traits, 95, proficient in surgery, resilient and calm, able to maintain professional judgment even under pressure, and compassionate. Potential, 89, possesses exceptional coordination and management skills, and is of significant value in building the island's healthcare system. Overall rating, grade A. Recruitment is strongly recommended. Their medical skills are extremely scarce in the apocalypse, making them a vital resource for the host and the island's development. This system assessment flashed through my mind like lightning, giving me a jolt. I was so focused on fighting that I didn't have time to take a good look at the female doctor. Now, despite the pain, I stared at her intently, and my gaze was involuntarily drawn to Xiao Liping. She has shed the naivety and immaturity of youth. Every curve of her body exudes the fullness and softness that comes with age. Her white coat is covered in dust, but this only enhances her charm, highlighting the breathtaking silhouette beneath. Her chest rose and fell gently with her breath, the curves so perfect that it was impossible to look away. Her rounded waist and the perfectly protruding mound below formed a mature curve that even young girls could hardly match. Is this Annie's charm? I swallowed hard, my breathing becoming heavy. The 38-year-old woman before me, amidst the post-apocalyptic ruins, was like a piece of warm, beautiful jade that had been unexpectedly unearthed. The violent rage that had been surging within me was somewhat soothed by her voluptuous figure, replaced by a burning desire. I must complete the system mission and take this woman with me. The reason I dared to fight Zhao Xiaodao to the death was because I had the trump card of being able to teleport back to my island at any time. But now, a possessive desire has taken hold of me. I want to protect this top-of-the-line old A8, firmly grasp this mature beauty that has been adrift in the apocalypse, and bring it back to my island. I was gazing at her, and she seemed to sense my intense gaze. She looked at me somewhat uncomfortably and met my eyes. As she looked into my burning and unwavering gaze, it was as if a string in her heart had been gently plucked. I leaned against the wall, blood still stained the corner of my mouth, but my gaze was more resolute than that of Lin Hu Chong from Yunnan. And her husband, that so-called awakened one, was now cowering in a corner, trembling like a dog. Damn it, useless. Zhu Xiaowei was furious, looking at Zhao Xiaodao who was groaning on the ground. He glanced at me again, his eyes showing a mix of fear and madness for being provoked. Go, chop him up. The remaining 4 thugs exchanged a glance, brandishing clubs and machetes as they charged at me. I glanced at the approaching thugs, then at the live stream screen. Number of viewers, 915. Just a little bit more. I took a deep breath, suppressing the metallic taste in my throat, and poured the last bit of strength into my right arm, ready to go all in. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Zhang Zhanhe, who had been huddled in the corner, seemed to be stimulated by the bloody scene, or perhaps he thought I was doomed. To distance himself from the situation, he suddenly pointed at Xiao Liping and shouted at Zhu Xiaowei. Brother Hui, this has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want with this woman. I have nothing to do with her anymore. These words were colder than the dagger in my hand, piercing through Xiao Liping's last line of defense. Her body swayed, and as she looked at the person who had once shared a bed with her, the light in her eyes was completely extinguished, leaving only utter contempt. At that very moment, online viewership, 1001. Mission complete. First beautiful young woman granted island residency. Target detected, Xiao Liping. Immediately teleport her to the host's island. Yes, I roared inwardly. The moment Zhu Xiaowei's men pounced, Xiao Liping closed her eyes, unable to bear the impending bloodshed. But the next second, a soft white light suddenly enveloped Xiao Liping and me. In the blink of an eye, to everyone's astonishment, the voluptuous and beautiful female doctor and I vanished into thin air. In the examination room, only Zhu Xiaowei and his gang, who had come up empty-handed, remained, along with a dumbfounded Zhang Zhanhe and Zhao Xiaodao lying motionless on the floor. The livestream feed had switched to the island. Lonely young woman, it worked? Dr. Xiao was teleported away. Ah, little brother, you're amazing. Moral observer. What kind of operation is this? Survivor 1. Dongzi is expected of you. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Inside the apartment building, Survivor 1 stared intently at the screen, his eyes burning with fervor. After watching the live stream, his belief in following me only grew stronger. Meanwhile, many new viewers were still asking questions, while yesterday's returning users were frantically flooding the chat with comments, explaining my island talent. The live stream chat exploded, emotions soaring. Meanwhile, on the island, I was holding Xiao Liping, checking the system notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, gaining 1,000 popularity points, and successfully unlocking the first beautiful young woman's access to the island. Please claim your system rewards. Island Basic Purification Function can purify pollution and low-level toxins within a certain range. Basic Antibiotic Potion X3 can heal low-level monster bites and enhance resistance. Basic Building Module X2. Mood points 1,000. Exchange the antibiotics first. I practically roared the command in my mind. I felt incredibly weak, as limp as the noodles soaked in the bowl of Pleasant Goat's great-grandfather. Bang! 3 yellow vials of medicine appeared out of thin air in my hand. Without hesitation, I twisted open one and gulped it down. The bitterness of the herbs slid down my throat, then transformed into warm currents that quickly spread throughout my body. The numbness and burning pain in the wound on my left arm subsided rapidly, and the dark purple color faded visibly. Although the weakness from blood loss lingered, the dizziness that had brought me to the brink of collapse had disappeared. Phew! I let out a long breath, feeling like I had finally come back to life. It was then that I smelled a faint woman's fragrance. The softness surrounding me almost made me gasp. I looked down and realized that I was half leaning on the soft sand, and Xiao Liping was sitting in my arms. I was too weak to feel anything before, but now that the crisis was over, my senses were heightened, and I immediately felt the amazing softness and warmth in my arms. Especially her round, old jar. The heavy feel of it seeped through the thin fabric, making my face flush again, almost burning hot. Xiao Liping seemed to finally come to her senses. She gasped softly and tried frantically to get up, but perhaps due to excessive shock, her legs were weak, and she couldn't support herself, instead sitting even more firmly. Ugh, I groaned, almost losing control. Noticing my strange behavior, Xiao Liping's face flushed red to her ears. She hurriedly braced herself against the sand beside her and managed to stand up. At this time, the live stream was still ongoing. Number of viewers watching, 936. Except for a small number who were disconnected due to poor signal, almost all the other viewers were still in the live stream room. After all, it's the apocalypse and most people are huddled in shelters, not daring to wander around. My live stream added a bit of fun to their boring and hungry lives. However, the slightly ambiguous actions between the 23-year-old me and the 38-year-old female, Dr. Quickly, sparked a wave of teasing from netizens. Lonely young woman. This guy's eyes are practically glued to Dr. Xiao. Apocalyptic drunkard, damn. The streamer got a good deal this time. He got stabbed in the back and got such a great woman. Thankfully, Xiao Liping didn't see those comments. Otherwise, her pretty oval face would probably be burning red. I'm sorry, my legs are a little weak. She hurriedly straightened her messy white coat and hair, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at me, her chest still rising and falling slightly. And nothing, Dr. Xiao. It's just a special case. I touched my nose awkwardly, but secretly, I was inhaling the scent of medicine mixed with her fragrance. Any scent smells so good. How wonderful it would be if I could really live with her on this island someday. I quickly forced myself to look away from her alluring figure and glanced around. This is my island. For now, it should be safe. Now Xiao Liping finally had a chance to take a closer look at this magical place. It was a small island floating in the sea, only about the size of a basketball court. Fortunately, the sea breeze was gentle, the ground was rough sand, and as far as the eye could see, there was a vast ocean. There was only one lonely coconut tree on the island, which looked both simple and desolate. But there was no hissing of demonic insects, no smell of blood, no disgusting face of Zhu Xiaowei, and no man who made her give up completely. An indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes. "It's quiet here," she said softly, as if speaking to me, yet also as if whispering to herself. "Yes, it's a bit broken, but at least I can breathe." I smiled at her, my tone becoming more serious. "Sister Ping, you saw what happened just now. In the apocalypse, it's really hard for a person to survive. My little island may have nothing right now, but it can be upgraded and built. I need a doctor like you, a doctor's sister." At this point, I paused, looked into her beautiful eyes, and extended a sincere invitation. "Would you like to stay and become the first resident of this island? I can't guarantee any great wealth or status, but I will do everything I can to protect you. Let's build this place into a true paradise in the apocalypse, okay?" Xiao Liping looked at me, a boy more than 10 years younger than her. My face was still scarred, but my eyes shone with determination and passion. She recalled my decisiveness in killing someone for her sake, and the sincerity in my words now, all in contrast to Zhang Zhanha's repulsive cowardice and betrayal. Her heart began to waver, but she couldn't help worrying that she and this hot-blooded young man were alone on the island. What if he suddenly became a beast? Ugh, what am I even thinking? She's more than 10 years older than me. If I had to call her that, she'd be Auntie. But even so, why does the sand feel itchy under my feet and the air feel damp? It seems that useless fat Zhang Zhanha hasn't been working for too long. Since that guy chose to betray her, she doesn't need to be soft-hearted towards herself anymore. She took a deep breath, shaking off the distracting thoughts in her mind, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted off her shoulders in an instant. "Okay, I'll stay. Thank you for saving me." As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar system notification sounded in her ear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the first beautiful young woman resident, Xiao Liping. Profile of beautiful young woman Xiao Liping, Islander. Age, 38. Overall rating, 92. Young woman with healing attributes. Current host conquest level, 10/100. Exclusive skills, none. Seeing that my conquest score was only 10 points, I couldn't help but frown. But then I thought, this is just the beginning. I'm confident that with time and shared experiences, this number will definitely climb steadily. As expected, even more generous rewards from the system followed. Mysterious grand prize unlocked and distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining island area increased by 100%. Spiritual spring well, beginner. X1. Well water contains traces of spiritual energy, which can slowly improve physical condition, accelerate plant growth, and has remarkable effects on wound healing. All-purpose medical bed X1. Mood value 3,000 points. Xiao Liping's exclusive skill activated. Healer's Compassion slightly increases the healing speed of friendly units within a certain range. The system notification sound was like heavenly music, making me overjoyed. The rewards were incredibly generous. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream saw through the camera that the island had inexplicably doubled in size. In the center of the once empty island, there was now an ancient well. Next to Xiao Liping, a high-tech white medical bed, complete with all the necessary equipment, was prominently displayed. Apocalyptic mathematician. So many great things. The streamer is making a killing. Jealousy is making me unrecognizable. Lonely young woman. Wow. My brother's island is getting better and better. It even has its own doctor and medical equipment. I'm increasingly wanting to come and live with you. Raider, I'm just lucky. With a woman burdened by his child. Let's see how long he can last. Hiding in the shadows. This island is interesting. And that female doctor, she's really voluptuous. Kid, you better not let me find your hiding place, or else he... I stared at the barrage of comments flying across the screen like snowflakes, when suddenly I noticed a few jarring, discordant voices mixed in. A cold laugh crept into my mind. Sure enough, in this apocalypse, the fangs of humanity have only just been revealed. A sense of unease crept over me. Having the island and the system meant I was now standing in the eye of the storm. The road ahead was destined to be bumpy. With that thought, I decisively ended the live stream. Family members, Ping and I are both quite tired. Let's end the live stream here for today. After the live stream ended, I briefly explained my system to Xiao Liping and then began to tally up my gains. Having completed the 1,000 popularity points task, I unlocked the access to the first beautiful young woman and also received Island Basic Purification Function can purify pollution and low-level toxins within a certain range. Basic Antibiotic Potion X3 can heal low-level monster bites and enhance resistance. Currently 2 remaining. Basic Building Module X2. Mood Points 1,000. After Xiao Liping officially became a resident of the island, she received the following. Island area increased by 100% already redeemed. Spirit Spring Well, Beginner, X1 already redeemed. All-Purpose Medical Bed X1 already redeemed. And 3,000 emotion points. I accumulated 2,650 emotion points from the previous live stream, and with the 4,000 points given by the system, my emotion points have now reached 6,650. Looking at this series of gains, I nodded in satisfaction. Then let's use the Island Basic Purification function first. With a thought, I activated the purification. A gentle, invisible wave rapidly spread from me, sweeping across the entire island. The fishy and bloody smells in the air were completely eliminated, replaced by a fresh and pure fragrance. Even the scent of medicine and honeydew melon emanating from Xiao Liping was more pronounced. The sand beneath our feet was also quietly purified, and the entire island was instantly transformed, as if it had just been washed by spring rain, brimming with vitality. I saw Xiao Liping's mouth drop open in surprise. As a doctor, she has a professional obsession with cleanliness. My actions significantly increased her favorability towards me. The conquest level in the Islander's profile also subtly changed. Current conquest level by host. 12 out of 100 next. It's time to activate the basic building module function. With a thought, I activated the basic building module function. A building interface immediately appeared in my mind, with only a few simple graphic symbols to choose from. 1. Wooden house. 2. Simple storage shed. 3. Simple fish farm. 4. Enclosed toilet. I currently only have 2 basic building modules. A person needs a house to look decent, so I didn't hesitate to build 2 wooden houses on this island. After clicking the wooden house module several times, almost instantly, 2 sturdy brown wooden houses appeared side by side next to the spring. Although it looked simple, it had all the necessary doors and windows, providing shelter from the wind and rain, and the interior space was large enough for one person to live comfortably. Sister Ping, you'll live in this room from now on, I said, pointing to the slightly larger wooden house. Xiao Liping gazed at the small house that had appeared out of nowhere, her expression complex. This would be her new home. A hint of surprise and peace appeared in her eyes, but it was also tinged with a faint bitterness. Brother Chao Dong, thank you, she said sincerely, her eyes slightly red. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level has increased to 13 out of 100 by the island owner. Seeing that the conquest level had increased again, I couldn't help but smile. After arranging accommodations, I reopened the live stream interface. I remembered seeing options like a shop, skills, and a map before, but I hadn't actually used them yet. Let's see what's in the shop first, I said, opening the shop system. Calling it a shop was a bit of a stretch. The interface was as rudimentary as a small town store's shelves. But the clearly marked emotional value below each item left me speechless. Food and water. Compressed biscuits, 5 mood points/serving. Purified water, 3 mood points/liter. Tools and materials. Iron axe, 100 mood points. Wood, 10 mood points/unit. Basic cloth, 20 mood points/unit. Daily necessities. Basic women's underwear set, 50 emotion points. Toiletries set, 30 emotion points. Simple clothing, 100 emotion points /set. Weapons and armor. Steel dagger, already owned. Wooden shield, 200 emotion points. Simple bow and arrow set, 500 emotion points. Wow, these prices are really high. I couldn't help but sigh. Just buying some daily necessities cost several hundred emotional points. Looking at Xiao Liping beside me, I hesitated for a moment and finally spent 280 emotion points to exchange for a set of basic women's underwear set, 2 sets of simple clothing, a loose t-shirt and trousers, and a set of pajamas, and a set of toiletries for her. Sister Ping, these are for you. She was clearly taken aback when I handed her the items. Looking at the clean and soft, new clothes, toothbrush, and towel in my hand, and then looking down her own white coat and underwear that were almost unrecognizable, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. In this apocalyptic world where every day is uncertain, there are still people who are willing to consider her dignity as a woman. Pangju, Gaozong. Her voice was a little choked up, and her gaze towards me softened considerably. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level increased to 15 out of 100 by the island owner. The effect was immediate, and I was secretly delighted. After thinking for a moment, I took out a women's lace lingerie, black, from the storage interface. I got this one from a lottery I drew last time, spending 100 emotion points. It looked softer and more sexy, much more refined than the basic lingerie she had just redeemed. Xiao Liping shyly reached out and took the black lace lingerie. Her cold fingertips touched my burning palm briefly, and in that instant her body trembled slightly, her bra almost falling onto the sand. Sister Ping, you've been working really hard lately. Why don't you go inside and rest? I said gently, looking at her slightly tired eyes. Okay. She carried her clothes and toiletries, walking somewhat hurriedly towards the cabin. My gaze unconsciously fell on her swaying figure, and the faint fragrance emanating from her carried on the wind made me feel somewhat intoxicated. Being the island owner here, with such beautiful aunties as companions, is even more comfortable than being an emperor. I couldn't help but sigh. Then I looked away and spent over 200 motion points to buy myself some daily necessities. Looking at my mood points, I had 6,150 remaining. Next, I decided to try my luck and open the lottery system. Lottery system, beginner 100/200 mood points /draw. Looking at that tempting yet deceptive lottery wheel, I tried 3 times with 100 emotion points each. First draw, thank you for your patronage. Second draw, would X10. Third draw, rough stone dagger X1. TSK, what a ripoff. I curled my lip. Both items were rather ordinary. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to take a gamble and spend 200 emotion points on a lottery. The wheel spun rapidly, radiating light, and finally stopped on a bottle emitting a soft white glow. My eyes lit up. I recognized this. It used to be the kind of bottle you saw at cosmetic counters and department stores, and each bottle was ridiculously expensive. Congratulations on obtaining a special item. Mature Woman's Purifying Water X1. Note, for women only. After use, it can significantly purify the mind and body, erasing deep marks and lingering scents left by other men, including but not limited to body odor, emotional imprints, etc., allowing the mind and body to return to a pure and natural state. Wow, Brother Tongzi, you're like a god descended from heaven. You understand me, Chow, so well. I was overjoyed. As the 520th generation descendant of the Chow family, I have inherited the pure hobby passed down from my ancestors. Ever since I was old enough to understand, I've had a particular fondness for mature, voluptuous women. I have absolutely no interest in skinny, youthful beauties, big stars, or internet celebrities. What I love most are the women like the auntie next door, the fruit shop owner, the women in clothing stores or beauty salons. Real, tangible women I can see and touch around me. A full-figured, rounded woman with fair skin, even if she's older, is still a top-tier beauty. Of course, the maturity of these women comes from their past experiences. I like their maturity, but I don't like their experiences. But now, with a mature woman purifying water in hand, it's like heaven is helping me. Gao gao shaburin wakans. I forcibly suppressed the restlessness in my heart and continued to draw 200 emotion points a few more times. First draw, basic first aid kit X2. Includes bandages, disinfectant, hemostatic powder, etc. Not bad, quite practical. You can never have too many life-saving things. I put the 2 small green bags into the warehouse. The wheel spins again. Second draw. Cloak of Disguise, inferior. X1 can distort one's own image to a certain extent, reducing one's presence in the eyes of low-intelligence monsters and ordinary humans, but its effect is limited on those with keen senses. I picked up the rough-feeling cloak, my eyes lighting up. It might come in handy for ambushes, reconnaissance, and escapes. Third draw. Fertile Soil Block, X20, can be used for planting, slightly increasing crop growth speed and quality. Fourth draw. Thank you for your patronage. My lips twitched, and I withdrew my hand, which was about to click again. Looks like I won't be able to get a second bottle of this good stuff. Mature Woman Purifying Water, today. 800 emotion points gone in an instant. It really hurts. I glanced at the bottle of Mature Woman Purifying Water, lying quietly in the warehouse, then looked at the vaguely visible figure in the cabin, and forcibly suppressed some romantic thoughts. Now's not the time to think about these things. My conquest level is still low. I can't rush things. Improving my strength and developing my island are the real priorities. With that thought, I casually opened the map module. I'm already an island owner, and I still don't know exactly where my island is. After opening the map module, I saw a large yellow question mark appear prominently in the graphic frame. Below, it was a line of small text. Map, level 1 requires 1,000 emotion points to unlock. I was stunned. This price was outrageous. It was enough for me to draw from the basic prize pool 10 times. I glanced at my remaining 5,050 emotion points, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted my teeth. Fine, a post-apocalyptic map is a necessity. I'll buy it even if it's expensive. As I made up my mind, my emotional points instantly dropped by 1,000. Immediately afterward, a grand map appeared in my mind. Most of the map was obscured by thick fog, with only 2 areas clearly visible. One of them is the green safe zone where I am currently located, marked as South Pacific Ocean, southeast of the Pitcairn Islands. The description reads, a British overseas territory with only about 50 residents, far from all major continents and shipping lanes, known as the Blue Desert, and 3 hours ahead of Beijing time. Wow, Brother Tong, you really know how to pick a location. I exclaimed sincerely. This place is far from human activity, which means it's relatively safe. Even if an Awakened One located me through the live stream, getting here wouldn't be an easy task. Just as I was secretly pleased, I noticed several red dots appearing in the blue area around the island. Warning, a swarm of level 1 demonized razorfish has appeared in the waters near the host's island. My heart skipped a beat. System, what's going on? The island where the host is located has also been corrupted by the Red Moon. But don't worry, these are just the lowest level demonic fish. To protect the island from monster invasion, please do your best to stream and increase the island's level. All right, I replied somewhat helplessly. It seems that in this apocalyptic world, no place is absolutely safe. I recalled that back in Lushur, those demonic insects only appeared at night. But now, even during the day, you can see demonic fish active in the waters surrounding this small island, which is definitely not a good sign. I tried to calm my unease and turned my gaze to another area. That's Lushur, near the apartment I used to live in. The map within the area covered by my previous live stream has been unlocked. It's still daytime in Lushur, so there are no traces of the demonic insects on the map, but there are 3 yellow dots flashing. Marked, Awakened. Level 1 Awakened X1. Level 2 Awakened X2. 3. I frowned slightly. Besides Zhu Xiaowei and Zhang Zhanhe, there was actually another Awakened lurking in that area. During the previous live stream, several viewers sent some unfriendly comments. One was called Hiding in the Shadows, and the other Raider. It's estimated that the hidden Awakened One is one of these 2. I never imagined that 3 Awakened Ones could be hidden in such a small area. It's clear that the number of Awakened Ones on Earth is far greater than I thought. This ratio sends chills down my spine. I thought to myself, as the live stream expands, it will inevitably attract more eyes watching from the shadows. The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. I must improve my self-defense capabilities as soon as possible. With that in mind, I open the skills interface. Currently, only 3 basic skills are visible. Shooting, beginner, requires 2,000 emotion points. Melee, beginner, requires 2,000 emotion points. Stealth, beginner, requires 2,000 emotion points. Damn, these skills cost more money than maps. I couldn't help but complain about how cunning the system was. But looking at it from another angle, Having skills in the apocalypse is better than having none. It can help me gradually close the gap with other awakened beings. The money that needs to be spent, I still have to spend. After hesitating for a moment, I finally decided to learn the shooting skill first. After all, with my current physique, I would only be at a disadvantage in close combat with an awakened. Ranged attacks are a safer choice. As for stealth, it is indeed a useful skill, but I just obtained a cloak of the imposter, which can be used as a temporary substitute. I'll consider learning it later when I have extra emotion points. Ding! You have learned the shooting beginner skill. Please practice diligently to improve your accuracy and damage. Immediately afterwards, I spent 500 emotion points to exchange for a simple bow and arrow set. The best thing about this set is that I don't need to carry it around all the time. It's stored in the system's inventory and can be taken out whenever I need it. Looking at the bow, an arrow in my hand, and the skill I just learned, I finally felt a little safer. But my mood points are down to only 1550. They're so short-lived. I sighed, watching my mood points steadily dwindle. Next, I need to seriously consider how to acquire more emotion points to exchange for more resources and upgrade the island's level. Just as I logged out of the system, I saw Xiao Liping walk out of the wooden house. She had already changed her clothes. She was wearing a loose-fitting t-shirt and trousers of ordinary quality. Although not fancy, they couldn't hide her mature and voluptuous figure at all. With her slightly wavy hair draped over her neck and a towel in her hand, she asked me in a low voice with a hint of shyness, "Chow Dong, could you please boil some hot water? I like to wash myself." Looking at her casual home attire, exuding a mature woman's charm, I felt my blood surge. Suppressing my inner turmoil, I nodded. Looks like I'll have to exchange for some basic necessities, I thought as I opened a shop panel. Simple stove, 150 emotion points. Boiling pot, 100 emotion points. Wood, 3 bundles, 30 emotion points. Buckets, 2, 40 emotion points. I quickly started a campfire in the open space next to the cabin and set up the iron pot for boiling water. The firelight reflected on Xiao Liping's flushed cheeks, adding a touch of charm. She watched me skillfully working, feeling the warmth emanating from the campfire. A warm feeling welled up in Xiao Liping's heart, a long-lost sense of security slowly enveloping her. This boy, more than 10 years younger than her, had become her pillar of support in this apocalyptic world. That's wonderful, and he's handsome too. A quiet ripple stirred within her. The usually calm and rational female doctor's eyes were slightly unfocused at this moment. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level with the island owner has increased to 18/100. Gurgle! A strange sound broke the silence. I glanced at her and noticed that Xiao Liping's face was red. "I haven't eaten anything today," she whispered shyly. It then dawned on me that neither of us had eaten anything since we started. There were some compressed biscuits left on the floor. I frowned. Since we already have an online store, we might as well keep the biscuits. I gritted my teeth and spent 30 emotion points to redeem 2 packs of Kang Shifu instant noodles. The moment the boiling water was poured over them, the aroma filled the air. I handed her the noodles, and upon smelling the fragrance, she completely forgot about any semblance of modesty and immediately started slurping them down, even breaking out in a fine sweat on her forehead. Of course, I wouldn't hold back. This was my territory. Sitting by the campfire, I ate to my heart's content. 1 bowl of noodles wasn't enough, so I exchanged it for 2 more bowls, plus a King of Kings instant noodles for each of us. Only then were we completely satisfied, and we both let out a hearty burp. After the meal, Xiao Liping took hot water to the back of the wooden house to wash up. The sound of the flowing water involuntarily conjured up a beautiful scene in my mind. If I could just peek. No, I can't peek, I told myself hard. It's impolite to peek at Auntie taking a bath. But my feet moved on their own. Finally, Xiao Liping finished washing. I quickly retreated, pretending to practice archery. "Chow Dong, little brother, aren't you going to take a shower?" "Sister Ping, I just exchanged for a bow and arrow. I'll practice archery before I shower." I bent my knees slightly and assumed an archery stance. "Ugh, so sleepy." She yawned. "Little brother, I'll go rest for a bit." I gave her an okay sign and forced myself to look away. "Sister, you're amazing." Xiao Liping lay on the bed, made of hay, covered with the coat I had handed her earlier. The scent of me lingered around her nose, mixed with the fragrance of wood, and a long-lost sense of tranquility quietly rose within her. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level increased to 20/100 by the island owner. I practiced archery for a while and felt my proficiency had improved slightly. Afterwards, I took a shower, and with a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction, I fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 11 Live Stream. A relaxing breakfast time with my sister. Both of them were so exhausted that they slept until the next morning. On the island in the early morning, sunlight streamed through the wooden windows, waking Chow Dong. There are no watches or alarm clocks here, so I have no idea what time it is. Chow Dong lay on the bed, made of hay, and stretched. The wound on my arm has scabbed over, and the originally terrifying gray-black color has faded to a light pink flesh color. It seems that the antibiotic is indeed very effective. No wonder it is produced by the system. I wonder if the beautiful young woman in the next room has woken up yet? Thinking of that voluptuous and mature beauty, Chow Dong felt as if his heart was being scratched by cat claws. Suddenly, he remembered that when he first activated the system, it had mentioned a core rule that required him to collect 10 beautiful young women. I opened the system panel and browsed through the system logs. Collect 10 beautiful young women, get them pregnant, and give birth, and achieve a 100% conquering rate with the host to unlock an SSS level reward. The situation was urgent at the time, and I didn't carefully consider the system's prompts. Upon seeing it now, Chow Dong immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap. Good grief, so you're treating me like a stud, huh?" Although my surname is Chow, even if I could gather 10 beautiful young women, I'm afraid I would be drained dry. Hey, system, there's so many beautiful young women, and they all have an overall score of over 90 points. Where am I supposed to find them? Chow Dong complained to the system. Therefore, the host needs to speed up the live stream and continuously expand its reach. The more viewers the live stream reaches, the greater the probability of finding a beautiful young woman who meets the criteria. In the end, we still need to improve our strength. What's that SSS level reward? Can you tell me? Chow Dong was itching to find out. I can't reveal the details right now, but I definitely won't let the host down. The system is like Erlang Shun, always methodical and rigid. Forget it, there's no point in asking you. I'll just go do my live stream instead. I got up and went out of the cabin. The weather is nice outside today, with a gentle sea breeze, and several seagulls are foraging for food near the island. Looking at this scenery, who could possibly associate it with the apocalypse? Just then, Xiao Liping, wearing pajamas, walked over from the Lingjing while carrying toiletries. After a good night's sleep, the woman's fatigue vanished, and she looked incredibly radiant. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, her well-proportioned and gentle features naturally gave her an auspicious appearance. Her long, jet-black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, the ends still damp, falling loosely into her fragrant and alluring neck. Below, Gao Lan's voluptuous figure stood out beneath her pajamas, her plump body paired with her round and full breasts, exuding a healthy and languid aura. They say that time cannot defeat beauty, and it seems that our ancestor Chow was right. Dongzi, your sister has prepared water for you. Come and brush your teeth and wash your face. Xiao Liping's gentle and pleasant voice came through the room. She looked at Chow Dong with a soft gaze, smiled slightly, and faint dimples appeared on her cheeks. Chow Dong was a little stunned by that gentle smile. Coupled with the young woman's gentle and virtuous actions, Chow Dong felt a surge of happiness in his heart. Having grown up in an orphanage, he may have lacked maternal love, so he naturally has a fondness, even infatuation, for beautiful women older than himself. In high school, he had a crush on his music teacher, a woman in her 30s. In college, I developed a crush on my counselor for 4 years. She was a woman who liked to wear yoga pants. Due to years of dance and yoga practice, her hips were high and firm, her legs were shapely and smooth, and she exuded an ultimate sense of healthy beauty. When Xiao Dong had nothing to do, he would often sneak outside the dance studio to watch her practice yoga. Once, after she finished her yoga practice, a torrential downpour started, and she slipped and fell outside the dance studio. Xiao Dong quickly ran over and helped her up. She suddenly reached out her smooth arm and hooked it around Xiao Dong's neck, breathing softly into his ear. "Xiao Dong, I've liked you for a long time. Tonight, can you take me back to my dorm?" It was summer vacation, and Xiao Dong was the only student in the dormitory. How could such a hot-blooded young man resist the temptation of a beautiful teacher? I carried her back to the dorm, gazing at her soaking wet, shapely figure. She gripped the railings of the bunk bed with both hands, her back to Xiao Dong. She turned around and looked at Xiao Dong with her bright, watery eyes. Gao Zong stipet forward. That moment, Chao Dong was extremely disappointed. When he woke up and saw his underwear all messed up, he realized it was just a wet dream. After graduating from university, Sisterly Next Door became Chao Dong's emotional support. Her office lady outfits, high heels, and the wonderful fragrance she exuded all brought Chao Dong so much comfort. In addition to the care she usually gave Chao Dong, and Chao Dong secretly collected one of her stockings. All of this made Chao Dong feel a strong affection for her. That's why Chao Dong forced the system to change the rules and forcefully buried her on this small island. Sometimes, Chao Dong felt that he was born to be with beautiful young women. He has a unique aesthetic concept regarding young women. He loves all the beautiful women in the world, but unfortunately none of them are his. I feel like a lowly blade of grass by the roadside, utterly powerless to possess or protect these elegant and charming young women. But now, looking into Xiao Liping's gentle eyes, Chao Dong suddenly realized that he was beginning to have that ability. In such an apocalyptic world, owning a small island system is tantamount to becoming a feudal lord or prince living in a remote corner. In this apocalyptic world, amidst upheaval and turmoil, so many withered flowers still drift and sway. The thought that these beautiful flowers might be being ravaged made Chao Dong feel a pang of sadness. No, I need to hurry up and improve my strength so that all those Annies and young women who score 90 or above can come to my bowl. Oh no, I mean come to the island. Taking the toiletries from Xiao Liping and suppressing his inner turmoil, Chao Dong started his live stream while brushing his teeth. The title is Live Stream on the Island, a relaxing breakfast time with my doctor's sister. At the same time, a live broadcast suddenly appeared in Xiao Liping's mind. This is Chao Dong's younger brother's live stream room. Xiao Liping watched the live stream with some curiosity. The number of viewers was constantly changing in the upper right corner of the live stream. It has increased from 2 to 13 and is still growing slowly. When she saw the title of the live stream, her face immediately turned red. At this moment, Chao Dong and I are living alone on the island. What's the difference between us and a couple? Although this younger brother hasn't done anything to me yet, young people are often hot-tempered, and I'm a healthy woman, so it's understandable. Thinking of this, Xiao Liping cursed inwardly. How did she become so filthy? When I was with Fatty Zhang before, I never thought about it in this way. In addition, the fat man wasn't very good in bed, but he still liked to have affairs, so he simply locked himself up. But now, seeing Chao Dong's tall and handsome figure, am I really turning into an old lady driving a train? However, since I've already decided to follow this young man, I should do my best. Although I'm not young anymore, my aunt is not only good at sex, but she also knows how to take care of people. So early in the morning, Xiao Liping prepared toiletries for Chao Dong. Now, of course, it's time to make breakfast for Chao Dong. In the footage, the sky is azure, and Chao Dong is washing up on the clean beach. Xiao Liping squatted beside the makeshift stove, stirring the oat porridge in the pot with a wooden stick. The oatmeal was redeemed by Chao Dong from the system using 20 emotion points. He added some compressed biscuits and cooked it with spiritual spring water, emitting an enticing aroma. Wearing pajamas, Xiao Liping had a rosy complexion, and her eyes and brows showed a hint of laziness and contentment. While brushing his teeth, Chao Dong gave her a close-up look with his eyes. Because he was squatting, the plump and round old jar almost filled the entire frame. Meanwhile, in Lushan City, a used car dealership reeked of a mixture of smoke, alcohol, and blood. Zhu Xiaoyi's half-anal-like face was filled with a deep ferocity, while several of his men sat on the sofa smoking. A skinny monkey was wiping a machete, while a burly man was counting the cans and bottled water in the corner. In the corner, a fat man rubbed his hands, somewhat afraid to look at Zhu Xiaoyi. "Is this the food you found?" Zhu Xiaoyi pointed to several sweet potatoes on the table, which were covered in dirt. "You're supposed to be an awakened one, and all you've awakened is this useless talent? You use your nose to dig in the ground, and then bring me a few rotten sweet potatoes?" Brother Gray, the fat man, was Zhang Zhanhe, who had been recruited by Zhu Xiaoyi and become a member of their team. Just as Fatty Zhang was about to say something, he was suddenly interrupted by two holy crap. Holy crap, Fatty Zhang, your wife's figure is absolutely amazing. Skinny Monkey exclaimed in surprise, and his henchman beside him also kept saying holy crap. Zhang Zhanhe was puzzled for a moment, and just then, a live broadcast scene appeared in his mind. looking at the voluptuous figure that almost fills the entire frame in the picture. Zhang Zhana's head buzzed, and he almost fainted. Chapter 12, The Mysterious Man. In a live stream, Xiao Liping was half-squatting next to a makeshift stove, carefully stirring the oat porridge in the pot with a wooden stick. It relentlessly filled most of the shot, almost making you smell its refreshing fragrance. The sound of swallowing saliva instantly filled the used car dealership. Holy crap, Fatty Zhang, your wife's figure is even more voluptuous than before. Skinny Monkey's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Zhang Zhana suddenly looked up at the woman in the picture, whose complexion was rosy and whose eyes held a languid charm he had never seen before. Jealousy, humiliation, and unspeakable bitterness surged through the fat man, turning his face deathly pale instantly. Zhu Xiaoyi's half-man, half-human face turned ashen. Xiao Liping always reminded him of his former voluptuous, elegant, and aloof female colleagues. They had once disregarded his dignity, and now, some are now dead, and others have probably been enslaved by men, perhaps just for a bite to eat. Ha ha! He suddenly burst into a hoarse and terrifying laugh, because he remembered the last time he saw Sister Zhang. She was being chased by a group of stray dogs in an alley, and there was urine all over the ground under her skirt. Originally, he intended to rescue her and then take her back to severely humiliate and punish her. But suddenly a black tentacle stretched out from the alley and swept away the woman who had wet herself in fright. He thought that in the end times, he would have mastered the power of awakening and be able to mercilessly whip those women and make them his little bitches. But the reality seems to be different. Xiao Liping would rather die with him using scissors than be touched by him. Now, however, she's living a lovey-dovey life on the island with that guy named Chao Dong. Ugh, FCK. A surge of indescribable humiliation and rage welled up within Zhu Xiaoyi. The resentment and pain caused him to uncontrollably let out a series of hyena roars. He stared intently at Xiao Liping's voluptuous figure, his fangs grinding together. Chao Dong, I'll kill you with my own hands, and I'll play with all your women until they're dead. At the same time, Chao Dong had just finished brushing his teeth and was still washing his face. Sudden, Zhang Zhanhe donated 14 emotion points at a percent. Zhu Xiaoyi rewarded 15 emotion points. Wow, 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 wow. Skinny Monkey tipped 6 emotion points. Number of viewers, 125. Seeing the ever-increasing popularity of the live stream, and Zhang Zhanhe and Zhu Xiaoyi's record-breaking emotional value, Chao Dong burst out laughing. My dear little Gray, are you alright? He wiped his face and gave the live stream camera a Mona Lisa smile. I don't know why you have such a strong grudge against me, but I want to tell you, take some calcium supplements, kid. And you, Brother Zhanhe, please leave Sister Ping to me. I will take good care of her. You can pass away in peace. After saying that, he even struck a cheeky pose for the camera. Zhu Xiaoyi gave a reward of 10 emotion points at a percent. Zhang Zhanhe tipped 10 points. Wow. Seeing the emotion points immediately credited to his account, Chao Dong was overjoyed. Wow, so this is the right way to do live streaming. It seems that making enemies isn't such a bad thing after all. At least it guarantees a stable and high income of emotional points. The other viewers were also well aware of the feud between Chao Dong and Zhu Xiaoyi, and they all started watching the drama unfold. Eating melon seeds without spitting them out. Haha, the streamer is awesome. That's killing with his spirit. Take some calcium pills, kid. I could laugh at that for a year. Apocalyptic fun seeker, fight. Fight. I love watching this. Lonely young woman. My little brother is so handsome. He'll make those stinky men jealous. But when are you coming to pick me up, you brat? I'm going to the island to build you a harem. Moral observer. It takes 2 to tango. Host. How can you provoke others like this without any wrongdoing? And you even cheated on that fat guy. Grumpy guy. Get out of here, you sanctimonious person upstairs. It's the apocalypse, and you're still talking about this? If you're so good, why don't you do it yourself? I support the streamer in killing those scumbags. There's only one truth. Putting aside the facts, while Zhang Zhanhe may be useless, wasn't it a bit much for the anchor to NTR him in front of everyone? Perhaps the burden of post-apocalyptic survival is too heavy. At this moment, the chat room in Chao Dong's live stream was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The oppression brought by the apocalypse seems to have found an outlet at this moment. The audience indulged in making memes, taking sides, and gossiping, their emotions soaring like a rocket. Emotional value gained during the live stream. 1650. Chao Dong watched the numbers constantly changing in the background and felt increasingly pleased. It seems there are many ways to play with live streaming. I need to come up with more ideas. Everything is geared towards RMB. Oh no, towards emotional value. In a dimly lit corner of the billiard room, Zhao Bin, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinted as he watched Chao Dong's live stream. He had a buzz cut, a thin build, and a blue dragon that stretched from the left side of his neck to his chest. That's interesting, he whispered hoarsely. Beside him, the woman in the leopard print miniskirt had a blank look in her eyes and huddled up like a frightened rabbit. Zhao Bin is 39 years old and was recently released from prison. Before the end of the world, he was a migrant worker doing hard labor on a construction site. He awakened the Shadow Bat bloodline, gaining the ability to move through the shadows, sense life fluctuations, and lock onto targets remotely. In layman's terms, he is a tracker, hiding in the shadows. That was his ID in Chao Dong's livestream. After the red moon descended, he was no longer a labor camp inmate on the construction site, but a predator in the darkness. He has already taken at least 10 lives in his quest for food and women. The leopard print woman is his latest prey. At that moment, he stretched out his sallow-colored hand and took a deep drag on his cigarette at the leopard print woman. His focus differed from Zhu Xiaohui's. He meticulously analyzed Chao Dong's every word, every expression, and the details of the island in the live stream background. It's like studying a video. Then, his gaze lingered on Xiao Liping for a moment, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes at her voluptuous figure. Chao Dong, you're a good prey. Zhao Bin licked his dry lips, a morbid interest gleaming in his eyes. After saying that, he casually picked up a worn notebook and began to write down various details about Chao Dong. Personality, suspected abilities, interpersonal relationships. Information is the most deadly weapon in the apocalypse. Zhao Bin coldly leaned close to the leopard print woman's ear and whispered in her foul mouth, "You bitch, now let me investigate your real educational background." Chapter 13, Xiao Liping's Sweet Fragrance. On the small island, after enjoying a delicious breakfast, Chao Dong ended the live stream. Total viewership for this live stream, 886. Chao Dong took stock of his haul. This live stream garnered nearly 2,000 emotional points. Adding the remaining 1,000 or so points, the current mood value is about 3,000 points. That's enough to exchange for some things. Sister Ping, I'm going to do a live stream in the university town. Chao Dong stood up and stretched his limbs. We need to expand the reach of our live streams as soon as possible and attract more people so that we can speed up the upgrade process. A hint of worry flashed in Xiao Liping's eyes, and she subconsciously tugged at his sleeve. "Let me go with you. It's too dangerous outside." Chao Dong shook his head, his tone gentle but firm. "You stay on the island. This place needs someone to guard it, and you've just arrived, so you should rest. I'm more agile on my own." He paused for a moment, then sent a personalized friend request to Xiao Liping through the system. This is a system function he just figured out. It's a private communication permission he redeemed using 500 emotion points. You can contact me anytime using this. Looking at the private chat interface that appeared in her mind, Xiao Liping felt a warmth in her heart. This feeling of being trusted and cared for eased her inner unease. She nodded and whispered, "Be careful. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level with the island owner has increased to 23/100. Seeing the change in the conquest level indicated by the system, Chao Dong was overjoyed. He couldn't help but step forward and take Xiao Liping's hand. Xiao Liping's hand trembled slightly, but she did not break free. "Sister Ping, stay home and wait for me." Chao Dong's breath was right next to hers, and this intimate gesture made her feel hot all over. "Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Be careful." Her beautiful oval face was flushed, exuding the unique charm of a young woman. Chao Dong suddenly reached out his other hand and gave her face an exaggerated pinch. Feels really good." Before Xiao Liping could react, a flash of white light appeared, and Chao Dong's figure disappeared from the island. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level with the island owner has increased to 25/100. The next moment, he appeared on a street near the university town of Lushur. Haha, is this what it feels like to flirt with a married woman? Chao Dong savored the soft touch in his hand, thinking of the gentle and beautiful woman's shy appearance, and felt a surge of pride. It seems that once the conquest level increases a bit more, it'll be time to start eating meat. That stunning scene, wow. It was midday, and the pale sunlight shone through the clouds onto the desolate streets. Chow Dong started a live stream with the title, A Direct Look at the Current Situation in Lewin, To Be or Not to Be. Through Chow Dong's live stream, one can see that some survivors who had been hiding have been forced out of their shelters. Most of them are men, but there are also some elderly people. Chow Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Sure enough, most of them had run out of ammunition and food. A food crisis is finally coming. At the same time, Chow Dong's live broadcast room also began to be gradually projected into the minds of people in the nearby area. Number of online viewers, 107. A few people nearby seemed to recognize Chow Dong and walked over. You that Dong, right? The streamer from the Apocalypse live stream. A bald man with a sallow complexion and thin physique pointed at Chow Dong and asked excitedly. Before Chow Dong could speak, an old man wearing a mask timidly said, Dongzi, I've been watching your live stream for the past 2 days, so I'm a fan now. Please, could you give me some food? My child is starving. Chow Dong frowned as he looked at the several pale and thin men who had gathered around him. He had anticipated that when he went to the university town to do a live broadcast, people would definitely come asking for things. After a long silence, he still spent 20 emotional points to exchange for a few compressed biscuit from the system and handed them over. Take it, but eat it sparingly. The group expressed their deepest gratitude and left quickly, as if they were holding a precious treasure. However, this scene was witnessed by many more people. He has food. Starving ghost. The streamer sent out food. Snake, quick, go find him. The news spread quickly among the hungry crowd. More and more people poured out of their hiding places and converged in Chow Dong's direction. Some people were originally planning to stay in a shelter, but after seeing Chow Dong distributing food, they couldn't hold back any longer. In the blink of an eye, Chow Dong was surrounded by dozens of survivors with green eyes and emaciated appearances. Streamer, please have mercy and give me some. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Give it to me first. I was here first. Why should they be the only ones? We're starving. The crowd pushed and shouted, and dirty hands reached out towards Chow Dong, and the scene instantly spiraled out of control. Tears of a Virgin Mary. Streamer, please help them. They're so pitiful. A sober-minded person says, we can't help. Anchor run. This will backfire. Double standard guy. Weren't you so generous when you were giving us cookies? Why are you chickening out now? Do you think we're easy to bully? In the crowd, a portly man in a suit shouted, Chow Chow, you must have more food than you can eat in your system. What's wrong with sharing it? It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. In the apocalypse, we should share. Yes, Director Zhang is right. Chow Chow, this is our community director. Quick, give me and the director 2 cookies. Another tall woman chimed in. Surrounded by a cacophony of voices, Chow Dong's face darkened. I don't have much food either. Everyone calm down. He tried to explain, but his voice was quickly drowned out. I won't listen. You're just spouting nonsense. You just don't want to give it to me. You think you're so great just because you have a system? If you're so great, you should take on more responsibility. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, some even began to pull and tug at him. Just then, a hint of urgency came through the system's private chat channel. Xiao Liping, little brother, come back quickly. Don't argue with them. It's dangerous. Chow Dong felt a warmth in his heart when he saw the message from the young woman. He decisively took out a simple bow, an arrow from the system, and knocked the arrow. Upon seeing the arrow gleaming coldly, the crowd paused, instinctively taking a few steps back. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, no longer hesitating. With a flash of white light, Chow Dong's figure vanished into thin air to everyone's astonishment. Runaway master. Haha, the streamer's gone. Well done. You can't reason with these idiots. Utterly disappointed. They just ran away like that? Coward. Just as Chow Dong's figure solidified on the island, a soft, sweet-smelling body suddenly rushed into his arms and hugged him tightly. You scared me to death. Xiao Liping's voice was tinged with lingering fear, her arms wrapped around his waist with surprising strength. Chow Dong was taken aback at first, then wrapped his arms around her voluptuous waist, feeling her body tremble slightly, and his irritation vanished without a trace. He lowered his head, gently brushed his chin against the top of her soft hair, and smiled. It's all right, Sister Ping. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Xiao Liping looked up, her oval face filled with worry. Her delicate brows furrowed as she reached out and gently searched his body, asking, "Are you injured?" "No. Plowing a field is no problem for me," Chow Dong joked, letting her inspect it. Looking at her red lips and flushed cheeks, so close to his face, his heart warmed, and he tightened his grip on her waist, bringing them even closer. Xiao Liping seemed to realize that the posture was a bit too intimate, and she looked at the flames gradually heating up in Chow Dong's eyes. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she instinctively tried to back away, but Chow Dong held her firmly in his arms. "Don't move." Chow Dong's voice was lower and more seductive. "Let me hold you for a while, to recharge." He buried his face in the crook of her neck and took a deep breath of the comforting fragrance. That was the unique fragrance of this beautiful woman, a faint medicinal scent with a hint of honeydew melon sweetness. Xiao Liping's body stiffened at first, then slowly softened, and she gently hugged his back. Feeling the warmth and strong heartbeat of the young body in her arms, she was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of security. At the same time, a secret longing was quietly growing in my heart. "Little brother, are you hungry?" The beautiful young woman's cheeks were flushed. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level with the island owner has increased to 35/100. Seeing the sudden surge in conquest points, Chow Dong's lips curled into a wicked smile. Looks like the delicious feast will have to start early. Chapter 14 time with Xiao Liping. Chow Dong looked down at Xiao Liping, whose cheeks were flushed with rosy light, in his arms. He laughed heartily, and with a forceful lift of his arms, he scooped up the beautiful young woman with her soft, warm skin. "Ah!" Xiao Liping gasped softly, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck, burying her burning cheeks in his shoulder, her voice trembling with a hint of shyness. "Little brother." Chow Dong didn't answer, but carried her and strode towards the little wooden house that belonged to her. As he closed the door with his foot, a thought struck him. He didn't turn off the live stream, but simply adjusted the camera slightly, using the door to block the viewer's view. "User ears are pregnant. Hello. 110? I need to call the police. Someone's been censored." User innocent little duckling, huh? Why is the screen being blocked? Island owner, let go of that auntie. Let me have her. User listened to the sound. It's starting. It's starting, guys. Meanwhile, inside a used car dealership in Lushan University Town, Zhang Zhana huddled in the corner with a bag of damp and soggy cheap biscuits in front of him. He stared intently at the live stream that appeared in his mind. Although the view was blocked by the wooden cabin door, the embarrassing sounds coming from inside the cabin reached his ears without any hindrance through the live broadcast. When Xiao Liping uttered that shy, trembling little brother, Zhang Zhanha's obese body trembled violently, and the biscuit in his hand was crushed to pieces. He stared intently at the screen, as if trying to pierce through that damned wooden door with his gaze. The image of Xiao Liping's oval face, flushed with rosy cheeks, came to mind. That body that once belonged to him is now lying in someone else's arms. The sound was like a series of red-hot, dull knives, repeatedly cutting into his nerves. "You bitch, you whore." His voice was distorted with jealousy. He recalled Xiao Liping's cold gaze towards him before the apocalypse, and the nights she would rather work the night shift than go home. But now, she's having so much fun with another man. The poor fat man suddenly waved his hand, sweeping the little food left in front of him onto the ground. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Why does that kid named Chow Dong have all of this? And he could only gnaw on moldy biscuits here like a rat in a sewer, listening to his ex-wife having sex with someone else. I'm going to kill you," Zhang Zhanha roared. User Zhang Zhanha donated 99 emotional points. A complex emotion suddenly rushed into the live broadcast room and into Chow Dong's mind, making him feel nauseous. Good heavens, we caught a huge shark. Seeing the emotional threshold skyrocket, Chow Dong was completely stunned. He quickly stopped what he was doing. Damn it, it's interfering with my gameplay. With a thought, Chow Dong immediately activated the mode to block bullet comments. Phew, finally, some peace and quiet. Inside the wooden house, the light filtering through the windows became hazy. Chow Dong gently placed Xiao Liping on the bed covered with simple bedding and leaned over to look at her. The beautiful young woman's body trembled slightly, her eyes glazed over. The faint fragrance emanating from him lingered around Chow Dong's nose, like the finest aged wine. Chao Dong was drunk. In a residential area of Lushur City, a child, sucking his fingers, asked a woman in casual clothes, "Mommy, what's that sound? Is that ant being bullied in the house? Why can that boy live on the island, but we have to hide at home waiting for Daddy to come back with food?" The woman's pale face flushed, and she quickly covered the child's ears. "Sweetie, this is just a movie. Daddy will bring us food soon." While comforting the child, her eyes reddened, filled with worry. At this moment, Chao Dong blocked out the chaotic barrage of comments in his mind and immersed himself completely. Little did they know that the viewers' emotions in the live stream were running wild. User Hungry Ghost tipped 5 emotion points. "Damn it. We're starving outside, and he's playing this inside. He was just pretending there was no food." User St. Mary's Tears. "How could Chao Dong do this?" Sister Ping. "Didn't you try to persuade him? You can't let him stand by and watch someone die." User Apocalypse Fun Guy tipped 6 emotion points. "Haha, amazing. Apocalyptic survival turns into a midnight drama. The streamer is awesome." Inside the used car dealership, Zhu Xiaowei sat on the sofa, drinking a carbonated beverage. Xiao Liping's tearful voice pierced his eardrums like a poisonous needle. This woman treated him like a monster, never even glancing at him. At this moment, however, he listened to Chao Dong's every word. He abruptly turned to Zhang Zhanhe, whose fat jiggled with rage, and said viciously, "Fatty Zhang, did you hear that? Did you hear that bitch's voice?" He approached step by step, the stench and oppressive aura emanating from him, causing Zhang Zhanhe to instinctively shrink back. "Your wife should have been mine today," Zhu Xiaowei practically roared. "It was that Chao Dong. He stole my woman. He stole what was ours." He looked around, and his other underlings immediately surrounded him. "We can't wait any longer," Zhu Xiaowei whispered. "We must find that island, kill Chao Dong, and take all his women and resources." He grabbed Zhang Zhanhe by the collar, his breath reeking of blood, and said, "Fatty, you know Xiao Liping, work for us. Once we catch Chao Dong, I'll let you take revenge yourself, and then I'll find you a few women." Zhang Zhanhe nodded heavily, a ferocious expression bulging across his fleshy face. "All right, Brother Gray, I'll do it with you. We'll definitely kill Chao Dong." But a complex emotion flashed in his eyes the moment he lowered his head. Half an hour later, inside the wooden house, Xiao Liping curled up in Chao Dong's arms like a docile kitten. She looked at the young man beside her with moist eyes, filled with dependence. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level has been raised to 50 out of 100 by the island owner. The system notification made Chao Dong's lips curl into a smile. "My conquest level jumped to halfway. It seems that to win over women, you have to win them over both physically and mentally." Finally, with a slight thought, Chao Dong turned the live stream camera towards the coconut trees by the sea. After resting for a while, the two went to the Lingjing well to wash themselves. When Xiao Liping helped him get dressed, her movements were natural and intimate, as if she already regarded herself as his woman. Chao Dong felt refreshed and reopened the bullet comments. Instantly, a massive flood of comments and donation messages, each expressing a different emotion, came crashing down. Chao Dong had a sudden thought and brought up the system panel. Total viewership for this live stream, 2158. This live stream garnered 5,888 emotional points. Currently, we have nearly 9,000 emotion points. It seems I need to come up with some creative ideas to boost my emotional value faster. Family members, I'm a little tired from the live stream. I'll take a break and be right back. After Chao Dong finished speaking, he immediately closed the live stream. At the same time, he opened the live streaming equipment category in the system store. I spent 3,000 emotion points to redeem 3 drone live streaming lenses with basic flight, camera, and stealth functions. I was doing a live stream on the street before, and I was surrounded by a group of refugees. It was too dangerous. For future live streams, Chao Dong decided it would be better to use a drone camera and hide in a more secluded place. After setting up the live streaming camera, Xiao Liping came over with a glass of warm water. "Dongzi, come on, have some water." Looking at this beautiful, gentle, and virtuous woman and smelling her refreshing fragrance. Recalling the beautiful scenery inside the cabin, Chao Dong pulled her into his arms. "Sister Ping, it would be a shame not to enjoy this blue sky and white clouds." Chapter 15, Second Beautiful Young Woman. Keyword, childbearing. The old A8 is unforgettable. Chao Dong has decided to postpone his live broadcast in Lushur today. After all, although he has a system, he hasn't gained any attribute points yet, and he's fighting purely out of passion. I drove for several hours. Little brother, Xiao Liping's soft body, covered in fragrant sweat, pressed tightly against Chao Dong, gently biting his ear. This 38-year-old woman was also completely inspired by that spirit. Sister Ping. Chao Dong nestled close to Xiao Liping's neck, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Old baby, you smell so good. You're so naughty, go wash up right now. Xiao Liping pulled Chao Dong along, preparing to go to the Lingquan spring to wash up. Chao Dong grabbed her around the waist and walked towards the sea. At this moment, the waves were gentle and the sun was shining brightly. The two lay half reclined on the beach, playing in the water, completely oblivious to the terror of the apocalypse. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level has increased to 55 out of 100 by the island owner. Meanwhile, in Lushan City, the sun, which had been pale, suddenly became unusually hot. The temperature jumped from around 30 degrees to 45 degrees, and it's still rising. Damn, boss, why is the sun so strong now? Outside a large warehouse, one of Zhu Xiaoyi's henchmen squinted, sweating profusely. This is a warehouse they just discovered today. The original owner had been secretly transporting supplies home from here for the past few days. Unfortunately, they were discovered by Zhu Xiaoyi's gang today. The warehouse owner's head is now hanging from a crooked tree by the entrance. His body was devoured by a pack of hungry wild dogs. Zhu Xiaoyi and his group were using 2 second-hand cars to move supplies here. In the alley not far away, behind a building, a group of sallow-faced, emaciated people were tilting their heads and peering in this direction from the shadows. They were starving, but they also knew that Zhu Xiaoyi was a hyena man and not someone they could mess with. Now, they're just hoping that Zhu Xiaoyi will leave some soup after he finishes eating the meat, because once they leave, this group of people will rush forward to loot the supplies. But in just 2 hours, the sun suddenly blazed down and the temperature soared by more than 10 degrees. This group of people were already physically weak, and after being exposed to the sun, several of them fainted. Damn it, this apocalypse is really torturous. Zhu Xiaoyi cursed. The temperature is getting lower and lower at night, and now it's scorching hot during the day. Who knows what will happen in the future, damn it. You three, stay here and guard this warehouse. I'll take them back to the car dealership. Zhu Xiaoyi said, glancing at the survivors hiding nearby with his greenish-blue eyes, and shouted, Guard our supplies well. Anyone who dares to steal them, I'll kill them all. When his cold gaze swept over them, the refugees shrank back and showed signs of retreating. On the other side, Chao Dong was half lying in the warm seawater when Xiao Liping playfully scooped up spring water with a seashell and poured it on his chest. But gradually, the sun's temperature rose higher and higher. Why is the sun so strong? Chao Dong felt his skin starting to sting. A fine layer of sweat quickly appeared on Xiao Liping's alabaster skin. She looked at the sky with some concern. Yes, it feels like it's suddenly gotten at least 10 degrees hotter. Just as the two were wondering what was going on, Chao Dong suddenly caught a glimpse of several dark figures approaching at an extremely fast speed from beneath the surface of the sea not far away. The shadowy creature was quite large, unlike a typical school of fish. When it swims, it is stiff and swift, and its scales reflect a rust-like luster. Sister Ping, be careful. Chao Dong reacted quickly, pulling Xiao Liping behind him and standing up abruptly from the shallow water. Almost at the same time, 3 dark figures burst out of the water like torpedoes, heading straight for the spot where the two had just been. Those were 3 grotesque fish with ferocious appearances, each nearly a meter long. Its mouth split open, revealing sharp, file-like teeth, and its dorsal fin, like a saw, gleamed coldly. Warning: Level 2 Demon Fish Iron Tooth Ray appears. The system notification sounded. At the same time, one of the demonic fish missed its target and swung its tail violently, bringing a gust of wind that swept towards Chao Dong's calf. Chao Dong narrowly dodged to the side, the fish tail slamming into the water and splashing up a wave taller than a person. The other one opened its huge mouth and bit at the still terrified Xiao Liping. Chao Dong didn't have time to think. He exchanged for a fine steel short spear and threw it with all his might. With a plop, The short spear pierced the gills of the demonic fish, and dark red blood stained the seawater. But the third demonic fish had already seized the opportunity to leap out from underwater, its target aimed directly at Xiao Dong's waist and abdomen. Dongzi! Xiao Liping was terrified. With nowhere to dodge, Xiao Dong could only gather all his strength and punch the hardest part of the demon fish's head. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his fist, and the demonic fish was slammed into the water by the force of the impact. Xiao Dong was breathing rapidly. His arm had been ripped open by the serrated dorsal fin of the demon fish, and it was burning with pain. After being soaked in seawater, it started to turn black and was excruciatingly painful. But Xiao Dong did not hesitate. He pulled Xiao Liping up and ran quickly toward the shore. The three demonic fish seemed unable to move on the shore, emitting strange cries on the shallows, yet they lingered there. Xiao Liping followed behind Xiao Dong. Seeing that they were temporarily safe, she tore open her undershirt and prepared to bandage him. Wait a minute, let me rinse off first. Xiao Dong pressed her hand down, his expression somewhat serious. The two arrived at the spirit spring. Xiao Dong filled a bucket with water to wash the blood off his hands, then took out a bottle of basic antibiotics from the system's storage space and gulped it down. The antibiotics were effective. The toxins on the wound, which had turned black very quickly, gradually faded away. Xiao Dong's pale face gradually regained its vitality. Come on, I'm not going to use your underwear. Xiao Dong forced a wicked smile at Xiao Liping, who was still somewhat flustered. Xiao Liping blushed, washed the undergarment in the spiritual water, and then carefully bandaged Xiao Dong's wound. System, what's going on? Xiao Dong, asket telepitit. Host, please note, the post-apocalyptic environment is not static. Periodically, the severity of the apocalypse will intensify, specifically manifested as frequent extreme weather changes. Monsters are generally evolving. The host needs to increase their strength and upgrade the island's defenses as soon as possible. Gao Dong Shang. He originally thought that with the island and the system, he could live a peaceful life in a secluded corner and develop slowly. It seems that this apocalypse is giving no one a chance to breathe. If you don't keep progressing, you will be eliminated or even swallowed up. Ding, new mission issued. Please find a second beautiful young woman with an overall rating of 90 or higher within 15 days and successfully invite her to stay on the island. Completing the task will earn you generous rewards. Failure to complete the task will result in the freezing of certain system functions, including the exchange of high-level items in the shop and upgrades to your livestream range. Xiao Dong felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the new task posted by the system. The good day had barely ended when a new task arrived. A deadline had passed, and there would be penalties for failure. Xiao Dong glanced at Xiao Liping, who was still in shock beside him, and took a deep breath. To live peacefully on the island with this gentle and voluptuous woman, one must quickly improve one's strength. I want to give Sister Ping and all the young women who haven't yet moved to the island a home, a warm place. Thinking of this, Xiao Dong immediately entered the system store. Remaining mood points, 5,800. He quickly browsed through the defense-related items. Simple wooden fence, covering the core residential area, requires 1,500 emotion points. Spirit Well Basic Protection Array, resistant to monster contamination, requires 2,000 emotion points. Beach Warning and Defense Trap Set for aquatic monsters, requires 1,200 mood points. Single Watchtower, enhances vision and early warning capabilities, requires 800 mood points. These are just basic defenses, but they add up to 5,500 points. It nearly emptied his savings, and it still wasn't enough. To live safely on the island, we need stronger weapons, more buildings, and ideally a boat. However, these 5,000 emotion points are simply not enough. I should think about exchanging them for some practical defense items first. Xiao Dong began to ponder. Water is the source of life, so Ling Jing should be given priority protection. The beach is the outermost perimeter and must be well defended. Exchange for the Spirit Well Basic Protection Array and the Beach Warning and Defense Trap device. In an instant, 3,200 emotion points evaporated. Redeem successful. The facility will be constructed within 1 hour. Looking at the remaining 2,600 emotion points, Xiao Dong felt unprecedented pressure. This amount of emotional support is utterly insignificant in the face of an increasingly terrifying apocalyptic crisis. He wrapped his arms around Xiao, leaping from behind, looked at the distant sea, and said in a deep voice, "Sister Ping, it seems there's no way to slack off now. We need to hurry up and acquire more resources." Xiao Liping turned around, buried her head in Qiao Dong's chest, looked at his profile, and said, "Dongzi, I'll listen to whatever you say." "Master, where is the second beautiful young woman? Can you give me a hint?" Friendly reminder. The second beautiful young woman with an overall score over 90 has the keyword fertility. Chapter 16, Viewing the Sea by Qiao Dong. Keywords: education. Qiao Dong began his analysis. Education has many possibilities. Sports, education, and parenting. However, almost all of the above speculations are related to children. It seems I need to pay more attention to the children's area. Xiao Liping, and I tidy things up a bit. Qiao Dong started his live stream again. Let's stream live from the island for a while we wait for the defenses to be built. As soon as the live stream started, viewers began to enter the venue one after another. Over the past few days, Qiao Dong's live streaming area in Lushur has expanded to the size of 2 city blocks. The number of people who have watched his live streams has totaled around 3,000. According to the system rules, anyone who has watched Qiao Dong's live stream can also watch Qiao Dong's live stream on the island. 2 types of people are excluded. One possibility is a poor signal that prevents connection to the live stream. The other possibility is that the person has passed away. When they saw Qiao Dong shirtless, Xiao Liping, with a rosy complexion, standing next to him, the live stream chat immediately erupted with comments. "Kakao himself, holy that. Island Lord is awesome. He just left the battlefield and is already back online. Look at Sister Ping's radiant face. TSK, TSK. It's so hot. You guys still have the nerve to think about this? It's fucking insanely hot. I live on the top floor, and the floor is hot enough to fry an egg. If this keeps up, I'll be dried up by the hordes of insects before I die. Survival under the bridge, and it's so hot. Bro, come to the riverside under the bridge. It's cool. It's just more dangerous at night. Last night, the tent next door went silent, and this morning there was only a pool of blood left. A person with indecisiveness. If I go to the river, I'm afraid I'll be eaten at night. If I stay upstairs, I'm afraid I'll become roast pig during the day. Is there no way for humans to survive in this apocalypse?" Qiao Dong looked at some of the popular bullet comments. His expression was serious. It seemed that extreme heat waves had also hit Lushur. He needed to prepare some heat stroke prevention supplies before going there to do a live broadcast. NPC Dai Biao, island owner, you clearly have so much food. Why are you standing by and watching us starve? We're all starving. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Qiao Dong glanced at the comment, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Whether in times of peace and prosperity or in times of apocalypse, there will always be some people who like to stand on the moral high ground and use it to hold others hostage. They are infinitely harsh on others, infinitely indulgent on themselves, yet always present themselves as the image of a great person. Qiao Dong despises this kind of hypocrite the most. Ding, Renmin University wears a watch has been permanently banned from the broadcast. Neighbor Wong, breaking news. Greyhound Gang's Zhu Xiaoyi raided a huge warehouse today. Damn it, the warehouse owner is in a terrible state. His head was hung from a tree, and his body was fed to the dogs. Several refugees who tried to scavenge were also killed, and their bodies were left as a warning at the warehouse entrance. Trembling with fear, the Greyhound Gang is growing increasingly powerful in the university town. Now, the Greyhounds are well supplied and have recruited many more followers. We don't even dare to go out during the day in our area. I witnessed, damn, it's not safe even during the day. I just saw several black rats, bigger than cats, gnawing on a corpse. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they weren't afraid of people at all. I was so scared I ran home. A rat bigger than a cat? Gao Zhong Shahut Jimbo. Previously, the demonic insects only appeared at night, but now something is actually coming out during the day. Is this black rat a mutated species, or a new monster? Looks like I need to be careful. Island owner's diehard fan. The island owner was truly wise. He claimed the island early on, and there's even a sacred well on it. Island owner, please take me in. I know how to farm. Lemon spirit. Why can he live a carefree life on the island while we suffer and wait to die down here? Number of online viewers, 2,356. As the number of viewers increased, it became difficult to keep up with all the comments. However, Qiao Dong still managed to glean some useful information from the popular bullet comments. The days are scorching hot, and monsters have started appearing during the day. The space left for survivors to live is getting smaller and smaller. Just then, Chao Dong discovered that an administrator binding function had appeared in the live streaming system. The host can spend 200 emotion points to bind a private friend as a live stream administrator. Would you like to bind them? After glancing at Xiao Liping beside him, Chao Dong chose yes without hesitation. The next second, Xiao Liping exclaimed in surprise, "Little brother, how come I got management privileges for the live stream? So many functions. Sister Ping, please take the trouble to help me manage the audience and bullet comments and sort out some useful information. I can't possibly handle so much by myself." The beautiful young woman felt a warm glow in her heart upon hearing this. Chao Dong actually shared all his most treasured possessions from the apocalypse with her, which shows he truly considers her one of his own. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Chao Dong smiled faintly. "Old baby, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine too." Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level has been raised to 60/100 by the island owner. Seeing the sudden increase in his conquest score, Chao Dong was inspired to write poetry. He took Xiao Liping's hand and walked to the seaside, facing the vast ocean. Recite a poem. Looking eastward to Jieshur, one can view the vast sea. The water is calm and still. The mountains and islands stand tall and majestic. Trees grow in abundance, and grasses flourish. The autumn wind is bleak, and the waves are surging. The movement of the sun and moon seems to originate from within it. The starry sky is brilliant, as if emerging from within it. How fortunate I am. Let me sing to express my aspirations. After reciting the poem, Chao Dong stroked the beautiful young woman's soft hand and exclaimed, "This poem is a masterpiece by my ancestor, Chao Gong, expressing the domineering spirit of a great hero. My beloved, what do you think of this poem?" Xiao Liping rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but smile gently. She gently withdrew her hand and playfully patted his shoulder. "Stop being so cheeky, my beloved concubine. Your skin is probably thicker than a blast door." She paused, gazing at the vast sea, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. However, this poem is indeed magnificent. Hearing it in this apocalyptic world makes one feel even more expansive. She leaned her head gently against Chao Dong's shoulder, her voice softening. "Whether you're bragging or not, at least right now, standing here listening to this poem, looking at this sea, makes me feel that you might become a great island lord in this apocalypse." Upon hearing Xiao Liping's words, Chao Dong laughed heartily, feeling a surge of pride, and casually put his arm around her shoulder. "My beloved, just for those words, I will build our island into the most luxurious paradise in this apocalypse." Chow Chow himself is here. Here we go. The classic empty promise segment. Lemon Spirit, top-tier amusement park? Does it have a swimming pool? Can you order takeout? Strategic analyst, support. First consolidate the foundation, then plan for further development. With this base, the island owner has already won at the starting line. Upon seeing this comment, Chao Dong had an idea and slowly controlled the live stream camera to scan the newly emerging changes on the island. Family members, did you see that? In order to make everyone feel more at ease, and so that Sister Ping and I can better broadcast live for you, we have slightly upgraded the security on our island. The camera first focuses on the spirit well. A pale blue halo is seen inverted above and around the spirit well, with faint runes flowing within it. This is the spirit well protection array, which can block impurities and keep the water source clean. The camera then pans to the seemingly calm beach. As for what lies beneath this beach, there are some little gadgets buried there. Electric shocks, sea mines, specifically to cater to any ignorant sea monsters that try to climb ashore. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. Apocalyptic Architect, holy crap. An energy shield? Island Lord, you've leveled up your tech tree pretty fast. You must have spent a lot of money, right? Lemon Spirit, I'm so jealous. While we're living in fear in the city, he's already set up automated defenses on the island. Safety first, great. With the island owner's safety guaranteed, the live stream can continue for a long time. Chow the Thief. So, the island owner built the Safehouse just so he could live a shameless life with Sister Ping. Looking at the rapidly scrolling comments and the further increase in his emotional value, Chao Dong smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted. After streaming for a while, I gained another 3,000 emotional points. The current emotional value has accumulated to 5,400 points. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, Chow Dong also prepared to strike while the iron was hot and come up with some new tricks. It's been a while since I participated in a prize draw, and I'm getting a little itchy to try. I'm sure everyone loves watching the lucky draw. Chapter 17, Ice Cream. Chow Dong cleared his throat and put on a Mona Lisa smile. Family members, seeing how enthusiastic everyone is, let's do something different today. He paused deliberately, although I know that revealing my hand is not a good thing. But he needs emotional points. Having emotional points is the key to success. And the lucky draw is undoubtedly one of the best ways to boost your mood. My awakened talent includes a lottery skill, and I'll show it off to everyone today. The live stream fell silent for a moment after he said that. Immediately, the live chat exploded with comments. Doomsday Gambler, here we go. The betting has started. The betting has started. Zhang Zhanhe, what incredible luck. This bastard must have had the luck of a dog. With over 2,800 viewers watching, Chow Dong projected the lottery wheel onto the live stream screen. However, the audience can only see the lucky wheel, but they don't know that he is using emotional value to draw the lottery. Chow Dong used 200 emotion points for his first draw. The turntable spun rapidly, captivating everyone's attention. Ding, congratulations, host. You have won the Island Ecology module. Coconut Grove, 10 trees. Whoosh! On a clearing near the beach on the small island, 10 tall and straight coconut trees, laden with green coconuts, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, instantly adding a touch of tropical flair to the beach. Xiao Liping covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Oh my god, this is so beautiful! She could almost see herself enjoying the cool shade under a coconut tree, sipping refreshing coconut juice. Chow Dong's heart warmed as well. With coconut trees, not only would the scenery be better, but they could also provide food and water, making them quite practical. Audience emotions surge. Chow Dong struck while the iron was hot and started the spinning wheel again. Ding, congratulations, host. You have won a solar power massage chair. A flash of light appeared, and an extremely comfortable-looking fully automatic massage chair appeared outside Chow Dong's cabin. Chow Dong and Xiao Liping exchanged a glance, both seeing eagerness in each other's eyes. In the apocalypse, being able to relax your tired body is such a luxurious treat. 996 blessing, I cried. Before the apocalypse, I couldn't afford it. After the apocalypse, I can't even see it. Island owner, please share your experience. Sour lemon, stop smoking. Stop smoking. If you keep smoking, I'll mutate from jealousy. Meanwhile, in Lushan City, in a stuffy, abandoned building, a young man was huddled in a corner. He had been without water for 2 days, and his lips were dry, cracked, and peeling. All he had beside him was a dirty, empty mineral water bottle. He looked at the coconut grove that suddenly appeared on the live stream and the brand new massage chair, feeling the hard concrete beneath me and the stench of decay in the air. A tremendous sense of despair overwhelmed him. He used to be an ordinary office worker who enjoyed having a cup of coffee on weekends and occasionally getting a massage to relax. And now, in a daze, he murmured, "How wonderful if I could just have a sip of coconut juice. It would be worth dying for." However, this sentence only had 2 emotional points, forming an insignificant bullet comment that flashed by in Chow Dong's live stream. No one knew that a young man, at that moment, pressed his forehead against the wall and closed his eyes forever. Keep drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Again, ding, congratulations, host. You have won 2 vanilla ice creams. Chow Dong looked at the 2 ice cream cones that had suddenly appeared in his hand. They were classic vanilla color, exuding an enticing milky aroma and emitting a slight chill. He paused for a moment. 200 emotion points for 2 ice creams? This seems like a bit of a loss. He muttered something unconsciously. However, the emotional value in the live stream skyrocketed the next second. The generous young woman Wang Hongmei tipped 18 emotion points. Ice cream. Little brother, save 1 for me. I'll trade you half a stick. No, I'll trade you the last half bottle of my treasured red wine. A sweet tooth tipped 15 emotion points. It's ice cream. Island owner, please feed me. I can come and serve you. Salty ones included. Lonely young woman. Little brother, you really are something. I'm using fake ice cream, and you get to eat the real thing. How about I trade you an ice cream stick? Original flavor. Chow Dong, double-ended ice cream stick? What the heck? Xiao Liping, who was standing next to her, also widened her beautiful eyes instantly and subconsciously swallowed. On that mature and charming face, there was a gleam of light like that of a little girl seeing her favorite candy. She gently tugged at Chao Dong's arm and said coquettishly, "Dongzi." Seeing the surge in his emotional value, Chao Dong suddenly slapped his thigh. Lost my ass. This is an ice cream. This is a nuclear bomb that set female viewers on the edge of their seats. It's a magic tool for harvesting emotional points. In the apocalypse, a compressed biscuit can save a person's life. But an ice cream can help many people rediscover a little bit of the happiness and memories that belong to the civilized world. Soon, Chao Dong drew the prize 9 times in a row, spending 1,800 emotion points. One last draw, and then today's prize draw will be over. Chao Dong was overjoyed to see the 6,000 new emotion points he received. Not only can you get items from the lottery, but you can also rake in emotional points like crazy. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But you can't keep doing this forever. You have to leave some room for improvement. If viewers experience aesthetic fatigue, their emotional response will decrease. We need to use some scarcity marketing tactics. Chao Dong has decided that he will no longer hold more than 5 livestream prize draws per day. Today, the last draw. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 attribute point. Seeing the reward notification he received at the end, Chao Dong was overjoyed. Toko, has this legendary men's refueling station finally arrived? Please use your attribute points as soon as possible. Options include 1. Stamina, 2. Agility, 3. Strength, 4. Defense, 5. Spirit. Looking at the 5 options, Chao Dong hesitated almost without hesitation. Add stamina. I drove my old A8 for a few hours today and really felt the importance of endurance. As a command was given, a warm current flowed through my body, as if every cell was being nourished. The fatigue was swept away, and I was full of energy. Attribute points successfully assigned. Current character attribute panel has been updated. Hots, Gaozong. Age, 23. Appearance, on par with all the Daniel Wu members here. Height, 183. Weight, 75. That one, 18. Strength, 5. Average for an average adult male. Agility, 5. Average for an average adult male. Stamina, 6. Full of energy, relatively long endurance. Defense, 5. Average for an average adult male. Mental state, 5. Average for an average adult male. System evaluation, a good start. The host has initially overcome their sub-health condition and possesses the basic survival skills needed in the apocalypse. Please continue your efforts and strive towards becoming a superhuman. Upon seeing his character attributes for the first time, Chao Dong shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed that his basic physical talent was indeed quite ordinary. We absolutely have to find a way to give it a proper boost. The audience can't actually see who draws the attribute points at the end. To make the performance more realistic, Chao Dong randomly redeemed an MLB baseball cap from the store. That concludes today's lucky draw. Thank you for your participation. Chao Dong put the hat on his head, and the excitement from the live stream giveaway gradually subsided. Chao Dong looked at Xiao Liping, who had a beautiful face and bright eyes, beside him, and his heart stirred. Looking for a second beautiful young woman? Live streaming might be a good starting point. He reached out and put his arm around Xiao Liping's waist, pulling her closer to him, and smiled at the camera. Family, now that we've had our fun, let's get down to business. He glanced at Xiao Liping, who was blushing slightly in his arms, and said loudly, I've discussed it with Sister Ping. Once our island is more stable, we plan to have a few big, healthy boys and beautiful girls. We'll make this island lively and bustling. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liping was taken aback at first, then her face flushed red. She playfully punched him lightly, but the light in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. In this precarious world, a man's willingness to publicly promise to have children with you is the most affectionate declaration of love. The live stream chat instantly exploded. Chow Chow himself is a traitor. Holy crap. Is the island lord about to start having descendants? No wonder he's the descendant of a warlord. His vision is broadened. Director of the Childbirth Promotion Office. Support. May you have a son soon. Many children bring many blessings. Human civilization needs to continue. Strangely touching. Lemon spirit. Damn it. We're struggling to survive, and you're already planning to buy a house in a good school district? Humanity is clear-headed, at lemon spirit. What else? Just lie there and wait to die like you? The island owner is truly visionary. In the apocalypse, children are the hope for the future. Apocalyptic pessimist, having a child? In this hellish world? Is it really worth making the child suffer? That's so irresponsible. Optimist, at apocalyptic pessimist, it is precisely because the world has become like this that we need new life to bring hope. I believe the island owner can provide the child with a safe environment. Chao Dong was very satisfied with the result, and he smoothly steered the conversation to the core issue. So, family members, he took Xiao Liping's hand and continued. I'm planning ahead, so I need to find talent in advance. If any of you know any highly skilled kindergarten teachers, child coaches, or parenting experts, please comment in the live stream. Whoever can help me find a suitable candidate will receive a mystery reward. Upon hearing about the reward, the live stream chat instantly erupted into a small emotional frenzy. The comment section was flooded with messages like crazy. Chapter 18 Apocalyptic Chaos. Top-rated postpartum nanny. Island owner. I used to do this. I'm almost 50 this year, and I have a lot of experience. After glancing at the comment, Chao Dong grinned mischievously. Family members, by the way, the experts you recommend should ideally be young and attractive, preferably between 25 and 40 years old. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments exploded. Chao the foolish thief. Good heavens, the people of Xinjiang have heard your scheme. You're still a member of the Chao family after all, aren't you? You might as well just specifically request beautiful young women aged 25 to 40. Beauty is justice. Island owner, I understand you. You want someone beautiful. We used to have a PE teacher at our school. His figure and face were absolutely stunning. It's a pity we lost contact with him at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Socialite. Haha. Men really are all driven by their lower instincts. Are you looking for a parenting expert or choosing a concubine? You lecherous man. Swordsman. At celebrity, stop labeling people so easily. With the island lord's current strength, what's wrong with finding a professional he finds agreeable in the apocalypse? Does he really have to find an ugly person who won't turn on the lights? Chao Dong quickly scanned the comments and already had a plan in mind. He instructed Xiao Liping via private chat. Sister Ping, help me sort through these leads, mainly looking for high-quality women aged 25 to 40. Although she didn't understand what Chao Dong was trying to do, Xiao Liping still got the hint and quickly sorted through the information. However, I felt a little sour inside. This brat, did he just finish driving his own car and already want to find a new love? Just as Chao Dong was quickly browsing through the bullet comments. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have accumulated over 10,000 emotional points in a single live stream, achieving the Emotional Harvester achievement. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Reward 1. Island level upgraded to LV2. Unlock passive effect. Homeland Guardian, LV2. Within the island's area, automatically resists and weakens the invading desires and strength of level 2 and below monsters, making them unwilling to easily approach the core area. Instantly, an invisible wave spread out from the spirit well, as if the island had gained an invisible field, which made Chao Dong and Xiao Liping, who were originally somewhat anxious, feel much more at ease. The level 2 magic fish that had been swimming near the island suddenly became restless and instinctively moved away from the island shore. Great! Chao Dong was thrilled. Upgrading the island meant greater security, which was more important than anything else. Meanwhile, in the slightly elevated northwest corner of the island, a clear spring suddenly appeared, gushing out to form a freshwater stream about 1 meter wide and crystal clear. Wow, little brother. Look, there's a new stream. Now we can catch fish in it. A beautiful young woman's soft, surprised exclamation reached my ears. Reward 2. One small silent generator. A compact power generation system appeared on the open ground. Chao Dong was overjoyed. This was great. It wasn't even available for exchange in the system shop. With electricity, we can move from the primitive mode into the electrical age. Reward 3. 5,000 emotion points. With the cash in hand, Chao Dong felt much more confident. The current mood score has reached 17,000. Looking at the generous reward, Chao Dong was secretly delighted. His efforts over the past 2 hours had definitely paid off. Family members, this live stream is about to end. I'm going to grab a big meal first. See you later. After saying that, Chao Dong ended the live stream. Dongzi, we've struck it rich. We've got so many good things. Xiao Liping smiled broadly and gave Qiao Dong a big hug. The young woman's soft, elastic skin pressed against Qiao Dong's chest, and a beautiful fragrance wafted into his ears and nose. Qiao Dong caught him in one swift motion. Everywhere you touch, there's abundance. He leaned down and kissed Xiao Liping's pretty face, then leaned closer. The young woman's breath exhaled a fragrance as warm and enchanting as orchids. Goodness, I just added a little bit to my stamina attribute. Sister, I'm going to show you what's what today. 3 hours later, as dusk settled, the cool sea breeze dispelled the daytime heat. Inside the cabin, Xiao Liping lay on her side on the bed, wrapped in a thin blanket, her shoulders partially exposed. Her eyes were languid like spring water, unwilling to move, watching Qiao Dong's busy figure outside the window. Qiao Dong, however, was still full of energy and took a refreshing bath in the stream. I spent 300 emotion points to exchange for a fishing rod and sat on the shore, shrouded in twilight. The fishing rod traced silver arcs in the dim light of the day, and before long, several silvery sea fish became dinner on the campfire. The fish sizzled as it was grilled, filling the air with its aroma. He turned around and looked through the wooden window, where he saw Xiao Liping looking at him. Their eyes met, and a gentle smile curved her lips, like a night-blooming jasmine that had been thoroughly watered and was in full bloom. The campfire illuminated Qiao Dong's profile, while the aroma of fish mingled with the sea breeze wafted into Xiao Liping's nostrils. You lazybones, get up now and get ready for dinner. Xiao Liping then lazily got out of bed and walked unsteadily to the campfire. Dongzi, you're so mean. You're almost making your sister. In the firelight, the beautiful woman's smile carried an indescribable tenderness and shyness. It was late at night. Under that deep red moon, everything in the world seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. It's only October, but the temperature dropped to several degrees below zero at night. A bonfire still burned outside Xiao Liping's small wooden house, adding a touch of warmth to this isolated island in the vast sea. Qiao Dong held the plump, beautiful woman as they slept soundly inside the house. The two of them were covered with goose down comforters they had redeemed from the system shop. They felt not the slightest bit of cold, but rather a burning heat all over their bodies. Only the roaring waves of the sea and the occasional strange cry from the distant depths of the ocean could be heard. It's as if an unknown terror lurks in the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, in Lushur, thousands of miles away, the scene was quite different. Outside, water was already freezing cold. Due to a lack of resources for heating, many people huddled in shelters, covering themselves with thick clothes and blankets from inside the house. People in the north are better off, as they have enough bedding. Some southerners were so cold that their bodies turned purple, and they just prayed that they would wake up alive the next day. Meanwhile, in the darkness, the monster's movements grew louder and louder. Originally, only demonic insects appeared, but now some other demonic creatures have also appeared. Outside a mud brick house in a village, a swarm of monstrous rats broke through the wooden door and began gnawing at an elderly couple inside. Blood splattered onto the dark walls. Under a bridge in Lushur, several black magic frogs jumped into a tent, and screams instantly echoed from the darkness. An affluent area not far from the university town. In his villa, a wealthy man named Zhang Shihao lay on his comfortable bed. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, he had received advance warning and stockpiled a large amount of supplies. So we don't have to worry about food and clothing now. Zhang Shihao had just finished a small glass of red wine and was embracing his wife, who was 28 years younger than him, preparing to relax. Under the red moonlight, his fair-skinned wife exuded a unique allure with every gesture, igniting a strong desire within the nearly 60-year-old tycoon. In this apocalyptic world, we should just enjoy each day as it comes. Zhang Shihao was enjoying himself by the window. Little did they know that two jet-black demonic cats were stealthily scurrying outside the window. Suddenly, two strange meows rang out. The window was smashed, and the wealthy man, naked from the waist down, let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Meanwhile, in Lushan University Town, a used car dealership, the flickering candlelight illuminated the grayish-blue faces of the small hyenas, making them appear exceptionally ferocious. A group of about 10 people sat around inside the car dealership, the table laden with food and wine, the cups and plates scattered about. Brothers, follow me. Zhu Xiaowei, and I guarantee you'll live the high life. Zhu Xiaowei grabbed a cup and downed the liquor in one gulp. The boss is brilliant. Brother Gray, you are the overlord of the apocalypse, an absolute hero. A group of henchmen, slightly drunk, fawned over him. Zhang Zhanhe, the fat man, also ate until his belly was round, and humbly lit a cigarette for Zhu Xiaowei. The warehouse they seized during the day was indeed well stocked with supplies, enough to keep these people living a good life for a while. Beside Zhu Xiaowei sat a middle-aged man wearing a hat and a hoodie. Seemingly having drunk something hot, the man took off his hat, revealing a sweaty, bald head. Shenjun, isn't this place of mine pretty good? Zhu Xiaowei, holding a wine glass, hooked her arm around the middle-aged man's shoulder. Brother Gray, this place is great. It's so nice. Shenjun's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning. He was an awakened individual from another neighborhood, who had just been recruited by Zhu Xiaowei. Magnetic field interference is the skill he awakened. Listen up, everyone. Zhu Xiaowei looked around at his underlings, his voice hoarse and excited. When that bastard Chao Dong comes to Lushur to show off again, Shun Jun will be in charge of disrupting his teleportation. I want to see how arrogant he can be without this life-saving ability. The candlelight cast flickering light on Zhu Xiaowei's grinning hyena face. He patted Shun Jun's shoulder forcefully, and his wine glass slammed heavily on the table. Inside the dimly lit car dealership, murderous intent permeated the air along with the smell of alcohol. Chapter 19 Cao Zhong's Anja. The next day, Cao Zhong woke up feeling zephyr. As a single person for so many years, I've never felt this liberated. To explore freely. This was something I, Xiao Chao, would never have dared to even dream of before. He turned his head to look at Xiao, liping beside him. The beautiful young woman was still asleep, like a crabapple in spring slumber. One beautiful young woman handled it all. Imagine if 10 or 8 came. Now, I finally understand why Emperor Xuanzong stopped holding morning court sessions. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the wooden house, and the temperature began to rise. It's another scorching hot day. Chao Dong put away his cunning and opened the system shop. I just won a silent generator in a lottery yesterday, and I can finally live with electricity. I'm going to the mall to redeem some appliances. But after browsing around the mall, I found that there were very few electrical appliances available. Appliances, wire, 10 emotion points/unit. Light bulb, 20 emotion points. Socket, 40 emotion points. Little Bear brand electric kettle, 200 emotion points. There are too few varieties. Chao Dong couldn't help but complain. Looking at the simple interface of the online store, Chao Dong felt like he was browsing a general store in a remote town. Just then, he noticed a yellow notification at the top of the store. He clicked on it and saw, the shop is currently upgradable. Would you like to spend 3,000 emotion points to upgrade? 3,000 emotion points is no small amount. However, to improve the quality of life, you have to spend money. Ding System Shop successfully upgraded. The next moment, Chao Dong discovered that the system shop had become LV.2. At the same time, the originally shabby little shop has evolved into a regular supermarket, which looks much more comfortable. Money talks. Gao Zong et Golim. They shook Xiao, liping awake, and the two snuggled in bed together before starting to shop. Chao Dong waved his hand and solved the energy and lighting problems first. Battery storage box, 500 points. Wire and light bulb set, 200 points. Multifunctional socket, 60 points. The cabin was immediately illuminated after the exchange and installation were completed. This is an evolution and breakthrough for human civilization. This marked the island's entry into the era of electrification. To celebrate this moment that will go down in the island's history, Chao Dong decided to hit a home run with the beautiful young woman. 40 minutes later, it's so hot. Little brother, you're burning me. Xiao Liping's shy voice rang out, carrying a sense of vulnerability and satisfaction from being completely conquered. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level with the island owner has increased to 65/100. Hot? Not at all. Chao Dong's lips curled into a confident smile. He directly consumed 3,500 emotion points. The next moment, a Jelly brand air conditioner started running, emitting a deep hum. Chao Dong closed the small wooden window, and the indoor temperature dropped significantly instantly. With tenderness in her beautiful eyes, Xiao Liping buried her head in Qiao Dong's chest, gently stroking it. Her heart was filled with gratitude and satisfaction, a sense of security and a complete surrender of her defenses. Through the live stream, she also learned what the outside world is like: scorching sun during the day and bitter cold at night. Water and electricity were cut off, communication was impossible, food was scarce, and even cannibalism was rampant. Besides Qiao Dong, who else in this world could provide such a comfortable life for themselves in this apocalyptic world? Thinking of this, Xiao Liping couldn't help but press her voluptuous body even closer to Qiao Dong, as if she wanted to melt herself completely into the young man's body. Qiao Dong held her in his arms, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and continued shopping happily with the beautiful young woman. It must be said that there are differences between women. Some women have smelly scalps, while others have fragrant scalps and their entire body smells sweet. Rice cooker, 350 points. Mini refrigerator, 800 points. Wow, little brother, this food can be preserved. We won't have to eat grilled fish every day anymore. Electric kettle, 200 points. Seeing Xiao Liping's happy expression, he added more. Induction cooker, 400 points. Wok, 100 points. Sister Ping, you'll be cooking from now on. Okay. Wok, 100 points. Hair dryer, 120 points. My little brother is so caring. Xiao Liping was overjoyed and gave him a kiss on the cheek. I spent another 1,000 points to buy a gift pack of fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat. Qiao Dong's expression turned serious. Next, let's look at the weapons and security. Qiao Dong carefully selected and redeemed several items that he currently needed. Steel composite crossbow, 600 points, with 20 crossbow bolts, 200 points. High-intensity tactical flashlight, 100 points. For miniature surveillance cameras, 400 points, can be deployed around the island to fill in blind spots in the defense. Currently, guns are not available in the system store. It is estimated that they will be available after further upgrades. It's extremely hot during the day now, so we need to replenish our heat stroke prevention supplies. High SPF sunscreen, 100 points. Cooling spray X2, 50 points / bottle. After a series of purchases, a total of 12,000 emotional points were spent. There are 5,000 points remaining for reserve. Looking at the newly renovated and vibrant little wooden house. Looking at the smiling woman beside him, Qiao Dong felt that the money was well spent. In the apocalypse, most people face numerous difficulties in surviving. So how many people can be so meticulous in decorating their homes? After a quick breakfast, Qiao Dong took his new weapons and protective gear. After instructing Xiao Liping to take good care of the house, he prepared to teleport to Lushur again. This time, he was more cautious. He didn't start a live stream immediately. Instead, they first used the system map to find an abandoned building in a university town. Abandoned buildings cannot be used as shelters, and coupled with the intense heat during the day, few people would normally come here. Teleport. The next second, Qiao Dong appeared at the foot of the abandoned building. After confirming that it was safe around him, he slipped inside. I climbed all the way to the top floor, where the view was even more expansive. Immediately, a thought struck him. System, activate the drone live streaming camera. 3 drones, each about the size of a bee, silently took off like 3 compound eyes and began transmitting real-time images of the area within a 500-meter radius of the abandoned building. A drone camera swept across a once bustling intersection. The abandoned vehicles are covered in rust, resembling huge metal tombs. Several remains were scattered among them, already gnawed beyond recognition by the monsters. Another drone hovered silently outside the window of an old residential building. Through the broken glass, a haggard-looking woman could be seen inside the house, desperately blocking the door. Several men outside were violently banging on the door. "Open the door, you filthy bitch. Your man went out yesterday and hasn't come back. He's probably dead out there. Hand over the food, and let a few of us have some fun. We'll protect you from now on. Get out. I'd rather die than open the door." The woman's voice was hoarse, filled with desperate sobs. Bang, bang. The sound of banging on the door grew louder. The seemingly sturdy security door began to loosen and deform under the combined impact of several men. Survivor 1. Those guys look like Zhu Xiaoyi's henchmen. Apocalyptic drunken man. Dumb. It's that dog again. Our area is completely controlled by the Greyhound gang. Justice advocate. You beast. Announcer, please think of something. Can you help her? Apocalyptic survival master, help? How? The streamer himself is now too afraid to show his face. Even a saint wouldn't survive 3 days in the apocalypse. Just then, with a loud crash, the door was kicked open. The woman fell to the ground with a scream, then was pinned down by the men, struggling weakly. In the video, the smug grins of several men are magnified. The drone calmly recorded everything. Mingset Fusua, Gaozong, are you even a man? You just stood by and watched them commit violence. Aren't you an awakened one? You spineless coward. All men in the world are the same, bullying the weak. Sober sister. What's the point of that Fusha little princess scolding Chao Dong? The root cause is this messed up apocalypse and those abusive beasts. Desperate Xiaomei, crying, Why are you doing this to us? What did we do wrong? Are we just destined to be raped without a man to protect us? Fighter, Chao Dong ignored the comments and stared blankly at the screen, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He also wanted to save that poor woman, but he was not a savior and was powerless to change every tragedy. Everyone has their own sorrows, everyone has their own destiny, and one person's strength is ultimately limited. Family, I can't save her now, but I've remembered those bastards. When I'm able to clean up this area, they'll be the first. Chao Dong spoke in a low voice to the camera. The trembling voiceover revealed a barely contained rage and murderous intent. Chapter 20, so this is the apocalypse? Meanwhile, in the used car market, Zhu Xiaowei stared intently at the screen in the live stream. When he heard Chao Dong say, When I have the ability to clean up this area, they will be the first batch, he was deeply moved. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his fangs protruded uncontrollably from his lips. Fuk Gaozong. He slammed his fist on the wooden table in front of him, which shattered instantly, with cups, plates, and bottles smashing all over the floor with a piercing, cracking sound. When Chao Dong started his live stream today, he noticed that Chao Dong wasn't in the chat room, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. That kid got smart and started hiding like a coward. By means of some method, footage is captured from the air and broadcast live. So he sent a few of his henchmen to break into the woman's house and assault her, hoping to lure her out. He guessed Chao Dong wouldn't risk his life for a strange woman, but he still needed to stir up the kid's emotions and make him reveal a weakness. Unexpectedly, that kid calmly chose to endure it, and even publicly issued a kill order against Zhu Xiaowei and the entire Greyhound gang during the live stream. Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find him. Zhu Xiaowei roared at his silent underlings. Brother Gray, I think we shouldn't make too much of a fuss. Shun Jun, who was standing to the side, kept wiping the sweat off his bald head with a tissue, his eyes darting around. His talent lies in his exceptional sensitivity to magnetic fields, and he also possesses the skill of magnetic field interference. However, this skill has a cooldown period and can currently only be used once a week. That kid has teleportation abilities. We can't alert him, Shun Jun offered his advice. Let's sneak around and find him. Once we find him, we'll let him know immediately. Then we'll trap him like a turtle in a jar. If he tries to teleport away, I'll immediately interfere with the magnetic field and intercept him. They'll be lucky if we don't skin him alive then. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaowei nodded, patted Shun Jun on the shoulder, and said, Brother Shun Jun, you really have a way with things. Keep up the good work, and I, Zhu Xiaowei, will not let you down in the future. Everyone, get out there. This kid should be near the university town. Search every neighborhood, every building. Whoever finds him first gets 3 days of full meals and a woman as a reward. Zhu Xiaowei gave the order with a sinister grin. Shun Jun narrowed his cunning eyes and continued to sense the surrounding magnetic field fluctuations. The 7 or 8 thugs, like hyenas that have smelled blood, quickly dispersed and began a dragnet search. At this moment, Chao Dong's drone camera was still searching for footage. On the first floor of Building A in Nanyuan apartment, a man who looked fairly strong was blocking the storage room where an elderly couple was hiding. The man, holding a wrench, looked out the window and said to the elderly couple, You're both so old. You're just wasting food. Hand over the little food you've hidden so that others can eat it more. This is for the benefit of the community. The man spoke with righteous indignation, as if everything was a matter of course. The elderly couple trembled inside, too afraid to utter a sound. Apocalyptic survival guru. Though the language may be harsh, the underlying principle is sound. Princess Fu Shuya. Pa. At Apocalypse Survival Master, put away your social commentary. Don't the elderly have a right to live? Didn't they contribute to society when they were young? What's the difference between you and those beasts who steal women? You're all cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Fighter, he... In another shot, two groups of people started fighting over control of a convenience store warehouse. These two groups of people weren't thugs. Before the apocalypse, they were just vegetable vendors at the market. They were all neighbors. But now, for a bite to eat, they are willing to kill each other with fish-killing knives and boning knives. Screams and angry curses rose and fell. Gao Qiqiang, you son of a bitch. You bastard, you slept with my wife while I was out buying goods. Don't think I didn't know. A bearded butcher was chasing a slick-haired young man, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Su Jiang, your wife's big, fat ass, those two huge. They're fucking awesome. I'll kill you, and then I'll take your wife too. In the end, the victors, stepping over the corpses of the losers, cheered as they rushed into the warehouse. However, they discovered that most of the supplies inside had already been moved by the original owner, and the little that remained was almost completely rotten. For that meager gain, they paid the price of nearly half their lives. Funny person, LOL. Fighting like this over some rotten vegetable leaves? Gao Qiqiang is awesome. Even in his dying moments, he's still spouting nonsense. Watching the show while eating sunflower seeds. Honest man, what a tragedy. We're all old neighbors. How could this happen? Truth King, I told you the warehouse was empty. A wasted effort. All those people died for nothing. A bunch of idiots. Slaps thought. Su Jiang himself. Gao Qiqiang, I curse your ancestors. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Netizens, so who won in the end? And who got the wife? The camera switched, and another drone captured an even more shocking scene. In a secluded corner of a park, several people were gathered around a makeshift stall. The stall owners aren't selling things. They're engaging in resource exchange. A sallow-faced, emaciated man, leading a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old with a blank stare, was haggling with another man carrying half a bag of flour. Just a little more, just a little more. My daughter is very sensible, the man pleaded. This is the price. Take it or leave it. There are other people in line behind me. The man holding the flour waved his hand impatiently. The little girl seemed to understand her fate. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She just stared blankly at the sky. Finally, the man trembled as he took the half bag of flour and handed the little girl's hand to her as if discarding an object. Scenes that challenged the limits of human nature were coldly presented to all viewers through the lens of a drone. Chao Dong made no comment, but simply recorded the notes in silence. At the same time, a torrent of complex emotions intertwined and poured into his system as a continuous stream of emotional values. This live stream garnered 7,800 emotional points. When Chao Dong saw these emotional values for the first time, he suddenly felt that he wasn't so happy. Looking at the numbers flashing on the system interface, I felt for the first time how heavy those cold, hard numbers were. Behind these emotional values are countless struggling lives and desperate cries of agony. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. That's enough. Chao Dong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Monsters and harsh weather have not yet wiped out humanity. Humanity itself has first turned itself into a devil in hell. The real apocalypse may never be a natural disaster. Rather, it is the evil deep within people's hearts that has broken free of its shackles, tearing each other apart. Just as Chao Dong was sighing, the live broadcast camera captured several unusual scenes. Several furtive figures appeared on the outskirts of the street, captured by the drone, searching buildings one by one. Those faces were familiar. They were Zhu Xiaoyi's henchmen. Oh no, Gao Dong's died then. The drone's live streaming range is only 500 meters in radius, making his hiding place easy to spot. Judging from the furtive way those people were acting, they were clearly prepared. It seems we must expand the scope of our live streaming as soon as possible. Otherwise, with a live streaming range of only 500 meters in radius, it's slow to accumulate popularity and the hiding place is easily discovered. System, how can I increase the coverage area of my live stream? Answer to host. When a number of viewers watching a single live stream exceeds 10,000, the next stage of live stream coverage will be unlocked, a radius of 3 kilometers. 10,000 people. Chao Dong felt the pressure as he looked at the current number of online users, which was just over 6,000. It seems we have to find a different location to broadcast from. The population resources in this area have already been exhausted. But before you leave, looking at the faces in the camera lens, approaching his abandoned building. Two of them were Zhao Xiaodao's former subordinates and accomplices in the murder of Sisterly. There's another one. He just broke into a house and forced himself on that poor woman. Chao Dong's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a cold, beast-like light. Chapter 21. A live stream with 10,000 viewers. Inside the abandoned building. Chao Dong set the drone footage that was tracking those thugs to be visible only to himself and Xiao Liping. You can't let the other party find out that you've already tracked their movements. As the faces drew closer, Chao Dong's eyes flashed with a chilling light, and he felt a surge of nervousness. After all, there were several people on the other side. He quickly took out the steel composite crossbow that he had just exchanged that morning from the system storage room. The crossbow bolts were nocked, their gleaming blades flashing. He crouched in a narrow, advantageous spot, waiting quietly. At the same time, he quickly said to Xiao Liping through a private channel, "Sister Ping, someone has come to our door. I'm about to take action. The situation is a bit dangerous. Please keep an eye on the comments and the surrounding area for me." Xiao Liping, far away on the island, felt her heart clench instantly. As those fierce faces loomed large in the live stream, she nervously replied, "Dongzi, be careful. Don't fight them head on." She felt a wave of helplessness and could only stare intently at the screen, her heart filled with worry. Just then, a system notification came. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Resident Xiao Liping's conquest level has reached 70/100. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Please allocate it as soon as possible." Without time to think, Chao Dong silently chanted in his mind, "Increase defense." A subtle, resilient sensation flowed through my entire body, as if an invisible film had been added beneath my skin. Defense value increased from 5 to 6. The skin has high toughness and can withstand some basic damage. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by foul language. "Damn, this place is unbearably hot. Is that kid really hiding in this abandoned building?" Enough talk. Hurry up and finish the search and go back to report. The moment the first thug's head popped out from around the corner of the stairs, Chao Dong, who had been waiting in ambush, pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt pierced his eye socket with pinpoint accuracy, and the man collapsed to the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Upstairs. The second thug had barely begun to shout when Chao Dong raised his hand and fired an arrow. The crossbow bolt whistled as it pierced the man's chest, and the man fell to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Sisterly, your revenge is complete. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Chao Dong silently recited a prayer in his heart. The third thug, seeing this, was terrified and turned to run away. Chao Dong fired another crossbow bolt, but missed. "Because I just redeemed this steel composite crossbow this morning, it's not very easy to use yet." Just as the thug's figure was about to disappear around the corner, Chao Dong reacted quickly, retrieving his previous bow and arrow set from the system. He took a deep breath, mentally assessing the location where his henchman would appear. That location was within Chao Dong's final firing range. Puff! An arrow, burning with furious rage, pierced the back of his head just as his underling was about to escape. He collapsed to the ground, convulsed twice, and then fell silent. In the blink of an eye, 3 enemies were killed. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds, clean, efficient, ruthless, and decisive. Phew! Only after seeing the third person die did Chao Dong finally exhale a sigh of relief. My palms were already soaked with sweat. At that moment, Zhu Xiaowei and Shun Jun downstairs heard the commotion and screams from upstairs. "He's up there. He really is up there." Zhu Xiaowei was overjoyed and furious. "Qin Yun, prepare." Shin Jun immediately concentrated and pressed his hands down lightly. An invisible magnetic field interference spread out from him, enveloping the entire abandoned building. His face was pale. Maintaining this interference was clearly extremely taxing on him. Chao Dong was about to teleport away when he suddenly felt the surrounding space become viscous and chaotic. A system notification sounded. Warning: strong spatial interference detected. Teleportation function temporarily disabled. Damn it, Chao Dong's heart sank, and he couldn't help but swear. At the same time, Zhu Xiaowei, with his remaining 4 or 5 henchmen, rushed onto the rooftop with red eyes. Gao Dong, you're not getting away today. Zhu Xiaowei bared his fangs as he looked at the 3 corpses on the ground and pounced first. His hyena-like body exuded a foul stench and possessed astonishing strength. Chao Dong's expression changed, and his mind raced. That's right, that thing can be used now. Instantly activates the disguise cloak. This camouflage cloak was obtained through a lottery on the island. Item description: can distort one's own image to a certain extent, reducing one's presence in the eyes of low-intelligence monsters and ordinary humans. But its effect on those with keen senses is limited. The next second, Chao Dong's figure blurred as he narrowly dodged Zhu Xiaowei's violent attack, then quietly shrank to the side, preparing to make a run for it. Damn it, where's everyone? Seeing Chao Dong suddenly disappear, Zhu Xiaowei was so angry that he punched the stone pillar hard, and his hard fist smashed a big hole in the stone pillar. Chao Dong wiped the sweat from his brow, secretly relieved that he had reacted quickly and activated the disguise cloak in time. Otherwise, he might have been knocked out by that punch. Just as he was about to go around to the other side and run away, he didn't notice that Shun Jun behind him gave Zhu Xiaowei a wink. Meanwhile, Xiao Liping on the island captured this detail through her camera. Dongzi, Dongji, Xiao Liping cried out. However, it was too late. Zhu Xiaowei, like a hyena, silently crept up behind him. The hyena-like face was filled with a ferocious laugh, and its sharp claws, covered with coarse short hair, were aimed straight at Chao Dong's back. This strike embodied all his hatred. He was determined to kill Chao Dong with a single blow. Gao Dong, Di. Chao Dong had no time to dodge and could only rely on his newly enhanced defense and instinct to try his best to turn to the side. Rip! The sharp claws slashed across his back, tearing away a large chunk of flesh and blood, so deep that bone was visible. A sharp pain instantly swept through his body, and Chao Dong's vision went black. He almost collapsed to the ground. If it weren't for the recent addition of a bit of defensive attribute, this claw would probably have been enough to rip him open. Boy, your skills are mere child's play. You dare to show off your grand axe skills in front of your Lord Guan. Shin Jun let out a disdainful laugh. Zhu Xiaowei, standing to the side, couldn't help but praise, Brother Qinjun, your skills are really useful. This kid almost escaped. Despite the excruciating pain, Chao Dong was filled with astonishment. The disguise cloak failed. It seems it was countered by this bald man in front of me. The inability to teleport back to the island before seems to be related to this person. What ability has this person awakened? Chao Dong felt a chill run through his body, a sense of impending death gripping his heart. Is it really impossible to escape now? No, we must never give up as long as there is even a glimmer of hope. Sister Ping is still waiting for me on the island. I have many people to see and many things to do. We can't give up like this. As Zhu Xiaowei and the others gathered around, he was on the verge of life and death. Chao Dong leaned against the wall, his body half stained with blood. Without hesitation, he used a basic first aid kit. The bandages and hemostatic powder worked quickly, temporarily stabilizing the injury. Seeing the enemy closing in step by step, Chao Dong gritted his teeth and decided to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. It cost 2,000 emotion points. System, learn the basic skill stealth. He hadn't learned the stealth skill before, because he had drawn a cloak of disguise, so he only learned the shooting skill at first. Although he had enough emotional points later on, he didn't learn any new skills. At that moment, a surge of knowledge about how to use shadows, lower one's aura, and move one's feet flooded into my mind. The next second, Chao Dong's original physical form disappeared again. What? Shin Jun exclaimed in surprise. His energy was nearly depleted after continuously using magnetic field interference and seeing through disguise cloak. Faced with this stealth skill that focuses on physical concealment, it was difficult to lock onto it for a moment. Where's that kid? Tell me now, Zhu Xiaowei said viciously. Give him another hit, and he'll be dead as good as dead. Gray, I can't sense his location anymore. Shin Jun was covered in sweat. He's injured, he can't have gone far. Search him thoroughly. Zhu Xiaowei was furious and led his men to frantically search the building. Meanwhile, Chao Dong narrowly escaped several searches and finally, dragging his broken body, staggered out of the abandoned building and disappeared into the shadows of the street. He dared not linger and forced himself to move to a nearby block. He hasn't streamed live from there yet. As he struggled to move, he broadcast the devastation of the new area live via drone. People fighting over a mouthful of dirty water. Children rummaging through the ruins for anything edible. These gruesome scenes instantly drew a large influx of viewers from the area. Online user numbers surged 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. The number of viewers watching the live stream has exceeded 10,000. Unlock new achievement, the Spotlight. Reward. Live stream coverage expanded to a radius of 3 kilometers. Reward. Unlock access to the second beautiful young woman to reside on the island. Please find the second beautiful young woman as soon as possible and make her an island resident. Reward. 3,000 emotion points. As the range upgraded fluctuations swept by, Chao Dong's spirits lifted. He immediately locked onto the island's coordinates. Teleport. With a flash of light, he vanished from his spot, leaving behind only the unwilling roars of the little gray creatures. Chapter 22, This is Pingjia's and My Vegetable Garden. As the light faded, Chao Dong staggered onto the island. He casually turned off the live stream. When they saw the gruesome wound on Chao Dong's back bleeding profusely, his face turned pale from blood loss. Xiao Liping, who had been waiting nearby, exclaimed in surprise, tears welling up instantly, and hurriedly helped him up. Dongzi, how are you? It's all right. Sister Ping, I won't die. Chao Dong forced a weak smile, the excruciating pain making him almost unable to stand. Xiao Liping immediately helped him to the multifunctional medical bed by the wall. This was something Chao Dong won in a lottery before, and I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. This bed has a streamlined silver-white design that looks simple but is full of technological feel. The moment Chao Dong lay down, a soft blue halo appeared on the surface of the bed, and several slender mechanical arms extended out. Vital signs scan in progress. A deep laceration was detected on the back, accompanied by significant blood loss. Initiate the nanodebridement procedure. Wound cleaning completed. Cell activity enhancer and highly effective clotting factor injected. The cool liquid was injected into the wound, and the intense pain was quickly relieved, replaced by a tingling, healing sensation. Activation of biological tissue repair membrane coverage. A nearly transparent film covers the wound, seamlessly integrating with the surrounding skin, providing protection while continuously releasing therapeutic factors. Estimated time for complete healing, 36 hours. The host is advised to remain rested. It's amazing. Xiao Liping watched as the wound stopped bleeding and closed up at a speed visible to the naked eye, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement. She carefully wiped the cold sweat from Chao Dong's forehead and fed him some spiritual spring water. Sister Ping, I'm a little tired. I'll take a nap first. Activating the stealth skill consumed too much mental energy, and coupled with the high tension just now, Chao Dong just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Dongzi, go to sleep peacefully. I'll stay here with you. Xiao Liping reached out her soft hand and tightly grasped Chao Dong's hand, gently embracing Chao Dong's head in her arms. Smelling the familiar scent of the beautiful young woman, Chao Dong felt incredibly at ease. I fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, it was already evening. As dusk settled, a cool sea breeze blew through the window, gently stirring the newly hung light-colored curtains. Chao Dong lay on a medical bed. The wound on his back was not so painful anymore, but had a strange numbness and itchiness. The energy-saving light bulb overhead, emitting a soft, warm glow, dispelled the gloom of the cabin and seemed to dispel some of the apocalyptic gloom. This was the first time in more than half a month that he had seen lights at night. Lights of thousands of homes. Chao Dong pondered the word carefully in his mind. Before the apocalypse, the outline of this world reappeared before his eyes. Is there any chance for human society to return to what it was before? Just then, an enticing aroma wafting through the air interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head and looked out the window, seeing Xiao Liping squatting by the campfire outside, cooking something in a newly acquired electric cooker. Steam was bubbling away in the pot. The woman's profile appeared exceptionally gentle in the firelight and twilight. At least, I still have a home. In the corner of the cabin, A small refrigerator emitted a very faint hum. An indescribable sense of peace enveloped him. A thought flashed through his mind, and he brought up the system interface to take stock of the gains from this life-or-death struggle. Emotional value: 3,000 plus remaining from previous livestream revenue, 12,000 plus attention from all. Achievement reward 3,000 is equal to 18,000 points. Looking at the balance in the system, Chao Dong felt much more at ease. Without hesitation, he spent 2,000 points to learn the fighting beginner skill. Learn from your mistakes, and this time I'm going to master all the skills I can. I then used another 500 points to redeem highly effective anti-inflammatory drug, painkiller, and nutritional injection for later use. Awake? How are you feeling? Xiao Liping walked in carrying a steaming bowl of meat porridge, her face full of concern and a smile. It was cooked in a rice cooker. It's softer than grilled fish. You should try it. Chao Dong took the bowl, put his arm around her waist, and led her to sit down on the bed, his forehead resting affectionately against her shoulder. He grinned crookedly and said, "It was worth the injury. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that my sister Ping was so caring. TSK, I've struck gold." Nothing was said that night. After treatment at the medical bed, Chao Dong's injuries were mostly healed. The next morning, we decided to continue the live stream. After all, she needs to earn emotional points to support her family. Otherwise, the beautiful doctor sister would starve herself to death. No, absolutely not. My woman, Chao Dong's woman, must be voluptuous. Moreover, he risked his life to reach a live stream audience of 10,000, which means that even if he were to lie down and stream from a small island, he could easily get 8,000 or 9,000 viewers online. These aren't just spectators, they're walking emotional bars. In the footage, Chao Dong is lying on a medical bed, his face still somewhat pale. "Family, we almost got wrecked yesterday." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Today I'm going to do something lighthearted, a giveaway." After saying that, Chao Dong spent 1,000 emotion points and drew 200 points 5 times in a row. However, my luck was SOSO today. I only won some ordinary food and daily necessities. However, for viewers who lacked resources, especially those in the new neighborhood who had never watched his live stream, this was simply a pipe dream. My mood soared. Live stream emotional value earned 2,300 points. Seeing that his luck wasn't great today, Chao Dong ended the lottery draw. "Family members, let me show you the new changes on our island." Chao Dong used a drone camera to circle the 2 small wooden houses twice, inside and out. When air conditioners, refrigerators, water heaters, and even washing machines appear in front of people. "It's so sour, so incredibly sour." The screen was flooded with comments that tasted like lemons. "Apocalyptic lemon. I'm practically melting into a zombie in 45-degree heat, and you're just sitting in air conditioning. Island owner. Are you even human?" Survivor one with a wry smile, "Bro, this isn't post-apocalyptic survival. This is a post-apocalyptic vacation." Lonely young woman. Eyes sparkling, refrigerator. Washing machine. "Little brother, do you need a nanny who can cook, take care of children, and warm the bed?" "I don't need a salary, just enough to eat and provide electricity." Flying kiss emoji. "Fun person. Haha, look how jealous you guys are. I love watching this." Island owner. "How about a live stream of you taking a shower next time? Let the brothers see if the water heater is real." Has been banned by the administrator for 10 minutes. Livestream emotional value gained. 4,100 points. Seeing the barrage of comments filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, Chao Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. "This is exactly the effect I wanted, bro. Only extreme contrast can bring about extreme emotional value." He then turned the livestream camera to an open space on one side of the island. At this moment, Xiao Liping was busy with her enormous buttocks sticking out. She spread out the 20 packets of fertile soil she had drawn earlier evenly, forming a small patch of dark soil. They also used the simple protective fence that Chao Dong had exchanged to enclose the fields to prevent small animals from damaging them. Finally, I scattered the few packets of vegetable seeds I had just exchanged and watered them a bit. Chao Dong lay on the bed, admiring the peach that was uniquely his in the live broadcast, his smile even wider than AK's. "Look, this is mine, Ping's vegetable garden. Self-reliance leads to abundance." Veteran user of farming novels. The island owner is awesome. The post-apocalyptic farming genre has begun. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn it, We're eating tree bark, and he's about to achieve vegetable freedom. Inside the used car dealership, Zhu Xiaowei stared intently at the live stream screen. On the screen, Chao Dong was leisurely lying on a medical bed that shimmered with futuristic blue light. Meanwhile, his voluptuous woman was happily tending to her vegetables not far away. Clang! Zhu Xiaowei suddenly kicked over the table in front of him, and the wine bottles smashed all over the floor. The hyena-like face was twisted and deformed by extreme jealousy. His jagged fangs protruded uncontrollably from his lips, dripping thick saliva. Damn it, Gao Dong, that bastard, he roared, his voice filled with rage and resentment. He almost died last time. Why? Why is God so kind to him? And that slut. He stared at Xiao Liping's busy figure on the screen, her healthy, rosy complexion further stimulating his senses. Her ass wiggles so damn well. All of this should have been mine. Mine. Zhang Zhanhe, who was standing to the side, unconsciously shuddered, looking at Xiao Liping's plump and rounded figure on the live stream, and recalling how haggard she looked when they were together. I realized that she was a very attractive woman. A mix of emotions welled up inside me. He swallowed hard, as if he could imagine the taste of fresh food and clean water. That should have been on. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Chao Dong had been lying on the island for 3 days, enjoying a few days of leisurely life as the island's owner. The current emotional value accumulated has reached 39,000 points. That very morning, good news came from Xiao Liping. We finally have a lead on the second beautiful young woman. Chapter 23, 170 Beauty Yang Shui. A hammock has appeared on the island some time ago. The hammock hung between 2 coconut trees, and Chao Dong was lying lazily in it, eating an ice cream he had redeemed from the system. Xiao Liping, wearing a light blue dress, walked over gracefully and handed a notebook to Chao Dong. Dongzi, I've been filtering the clues provided by viewers in the live stream these past few days and found 3 women who meet your requirements. Chao Dong glanced at the 2 patches of snow-white skin deep within Xiao Liping's v-neck, then took the notebook. Clue 1. Guo Sighting, 31 years old, senior clinical nutritionist, fair-skinned and beautiful. Before the apocalypse, she worked at the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital, where she was the youngest deputy director of the nutrition department. She was skilled in nutritional planning for pregnant women and infants. According to clues provided by viewers, she is trapped in the hospital's dormitory area. Clue 2. Yang Shui, 29 years old, a professional physical trainer, tall and beautiful. Before the apocalypse, she ran a high-end fitness studio specializing in physical development for children and teenagers and postpartum recovery for women. Rumors suggest she and several students are hiding in an underground gym called Little Clamshell. The team is said to be quite resilient, but they are currently experiencing food shortages. Clue 3. Yuan Shiqi, 26 years old, a top-notch kindergarten teacher/piano teacher, and a goddess in the Lucia education system. A graduate of a prestigious music academy's piano department, she chose to dedicate herself to early childhood education, becoming renowned for her unique art education methods and earning the title of a true princess teacher among children. Her final location is known to be near the Sunshine Art Kindergarten in the Old Town with an unknown number of children. Her situation remains unclear. Chao Dong looked at the information in his notebook and tapped Yang Shui's name with his finger. An athletic beauty? Interesting. Let's go check her out. After quickly tidying up his gear, Chao Dong jumped off the hammock. He reached out and pinched Xiao Liping's pretty face. Sister Ping, I have to go to Lucia. Take good care of the house. Dongzi, I'll go with you. The beautiful young woman's big eyes held a hint of worry. The scene of Chao Dong almost losing his life last time was still lingering in her mind. Honey, it's inconvenient for me to move around when you're here. I'll be very careful this time, don't worry. After saying that, he lightly touched her moist lips. With a thought, he was instantly teleported to Lushan University Town. After previous tests, Chao Dong discovered that he could only teleport between other areas and small islands. Moreover, the teleportation function can only be triggered in areas where you have streamed live. For example, he cannot teleport from the University City of Lushan to the North City. He can only teleport from the University City or the North City to the small island. Chao Dong opened the basic map he had redeemed and began navigation. The Little Clam Gym is about 3 kilometers away from where he is now. This time he didn't go live, but was very cautious, wearing not only a baseball cap but also a mask. It is currently the time when the food crisis is breaking out. Although the outside temperature is over 40 degrees Celsius, there are still many survivors wandering outside, trying to find something to eat. Chow Dong didn't want any contact with others, so he would take detours whenever he saw someone. If he couldn't avoid them, he would use his stealth skill. Along the way, deep inside some dilapidated shops, rustling sounds could be heard from time to time, which likely indicated that monsters were hiding inside. Now that monsters are constantly evolving, some high-level monsters will appear outside during the day, making them impossible to guard against. Just as they were passing through a vegetable market, a molting, bloodshot-eyed monster rat darted out of the sewer like lightning and pounced on a survivor who was rummaging through supplies. The man only had time to let out a short scream before he was dragged into the shadows of the alley. Not far away, two demonic crows with wingspans of nearly half a meter circled low in the air, emitting piercing cries. Their target was the exposed corpse. Chow Dong felt a chill run down his spine and became even more cautious in concealing his whereabouts. Finally, through the drone's camera, he found the entrance to a hidden underground gym. There were some small advertisements posted outside. Seeking a child with a large reward, special treatment for psoriasis, Viagra provided. An old sign reads small clamshell. This should be where trainer Yang Shui is hiding. I just wonder if she's still there? Chow Dong did not rush in, but instead hid in a newsstand not far away and quietly observed. About half an hour later, Chow Dong was getting a little impatient. Suddenly, three young girls cautiously emerged from the gym entrance. One of them was nearly 1.7 meters tall and wore tight-fitting clothes that accentuated his powerful and beautiful figure. Her ponytail was tied high, and although she looked a little tired, it couldn't hide her delicate features. Brother Tongzi, scan quickly. I need all the information about this woman within 3 seconds. Yang Shui, Awaken 1, overall score, 87. It didn't even reach 90 points. Chow Dong was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, he realized his preference lay in voluptuous women with a mature, womanly charm. While this trainer was tall and fit, he did lack the mature, womanly allure he craved. What a pity. However, the system prompted her that she was an Awakened One. Chow Dong was slightly surprised. He then noticed a yellow dot on the map. The yellow dot represented an Awakened One. On the way here, Chow Dong saw several Awakened Ones scattered around, but he passed by quietly without disturbing them. Chow Dong originally intended to leave as soon as he saw that the woman did not meet the overall score. But if it's an Awakened One, Chow Dong's mind raced, and he came up with an idea. He activated his stealth skill, moving like a ghost to a corner of their inevitable path. He took out several bags of biscuits and 3 bottles of mineral water from the system space and placed them in a conspicuous position in the middle of the road. After doing all this, he quickly left and quietly observed through the drone. 3 girls walked by quickly. Suddenly, they saw the supplies on the ground. Sister Shui, this. A girl was both surprised and delighted. Don't make a sound. Yang Shui remained calm, immediately stopping and cautiously looking around, shielding the other 2 girls behind her. Only after confirming there were no ambushes did she quickly step forward to pick up the supplies. Seeing her performance, Chow Dong nodded slightly. Having such qualities in the apocalypse might make someone a helpful ally in the future. The girls, carrying food, headed outside again, presumably to search for more supplies. Chow Dong remained silent, returned to the newsstand, and continued to wait. About 20 minutes later, the girls came back, their hands empty. They must have finished the cookies. At this moment, another bag full of food appeared on the open ground in front of them. Wow, there's food again. Is God showing his mercy today? A girl jumped up excitedly. Even though there is an Awakened in their team, they can't find food every day, so how could they not be happy? Just as Yang Shui picked up the food bag, Chow Dong stopped hiding. He maintained a safe distance and showed himself, holding a box of Oreos and Orion cookies. Hello, Coach Yang, Chow Dong said in a calm tone, taking the lead. Yang Shui tensed up instantly, like a startled mother leopard, her eyes filled with vigilance. Who are you? Her hand had already stealthily reached towards her lower back. A kind passerby, Chow Dong gently placed the Oreos and Orion cookies on the ground and pushed them a little with his foot. Did you like the little gift from earlier? Yang Shui's pupils contracted slightly, and she immediately understood. Did you put this there? What are you trying to do? Her vigilance did not lessen in the slightest. I don't want to do anything. Hamlet. I just feel that someone is capable as you shouldn't starve to death. This little bit is just an investment. Investment. Yang shui frowenet. That's right. Not that. In the apocalypse, having more friends means having more options. I value your abilities, so consider this a token of goodwill. If you encounter any problems you can't solve in the future, or if you want to move to a safer place, you could try contacting me using this. As he spoke, Chao Dong took out a fully charged walkie-talkie from his pocket. Remember, my name is Chao Dong. After saying that, Chao Dong didn't say anything more, put the walkie-talkie on the ground, and turned to leave decisively. Yang Shui stood there, looking at the food and walkie-talkie on the ground, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Chao Dong. She silently memorized the name, quickly picked up the supplies, and with her two friends, slipped back underground. Chapter 24. The second beautiful young woman, Yuan Shiqi. After leaving the underground gym area, Chao Dong found a safe corner. Bring up the system map again and lock the target on Sunshine Art Kindergarten. This Sunshine Art Kindergarten is about 5 kilometers away from here. He put on his hat and mask again and, using his stealth skill, silently approached the kindergarten. Chao Dong stopped a street away from the kindergarten. The relaxed expression on his face vanished instantly, because the map shows that there are 2 yellow dots in the kindergarten in front. This means there are 2 awakened beings inside. What exactly happened inside? The 2 yellow dots piqued his curiosity. There happened to be an abandoned shop here. Chao Dong climbed up to the 2nd floor, released a drone, and took in the entire kindergarten area from an aerial view. The footage transmitted back by the drone surprised Chao Dong. The atmosphere was subtle on the small playground of the kindergarten. A woman was sitting on a worn-out swing, holding a fairy tale book in her hands, and softly telling a story to the 5 or 6 children sitting around her. She wore a floral dress. Her profile was beautiful, and her expression was focused, as if the apocalypse around her had nothing to do with her, exuding a cool and aloof temperament. But at the edge of the playground, there were 2 men. A tall, burly man with dark skin was smoking, arms crossed. The other one was fairly good-looking, but he had slick-back hair and a somewhat sinister appearance. The 2 seemed wary of each other. Just as Chao Dong was about to move the camera closer to listen to their conversation, the long-awaited system notification sound rang in his mind. Ding, a high-quality woman matching the host's requirements has been detected. Yuan Shiqi. Overall rating, 95, mature woman attributes. Detailed assessment. Age, 26. She is in the golden age of youth and maturity, possessing both the purity of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman. Appearance, 96. Her skin is as white as snow. Her features are exquisite and picturesque, especially her almond-shaped eyes, which are clear yet carry a natural sense of aloofness. Her nose is high and straight, and her lips are full and elegant in color. Together, they create a striking and cold beauty. Body, 94, approximately 168 centimeters tall, with a slender and elongated figure and excellent proportions. Due to years of practicing piano and dance, she has a tall and flexible physique with graceful curves that are not exaggerated, resembling an elegant swan, and possessing a unique temperament cultivated by art. Trait, 97 possesses extremely high musical talent and artistic cultivation, with a gentle exterior but a strong interior, aloof and proud, pure heart, and great patience and love for children. Potential, 93. Its art education capabilities can greatly enhance the spiritual civilization and artistic literacy of the island's future residents, especially children, making it a rare soul engineer. Overall rating, S-recruitment is highly recommended. Its unique artistic temperament and spiritual core are rare treasures in the post-apocalyptic world and have extremely high value for the host's physical and mental well-being and the long-term cultural development of the island. S-level. Chao Dong's spirits lifted, and his eyes lit up when he looked at Yuan Shiqi in the camera again. With an overall score of 95, this is definitely the second beautiful young woman I'm looking for. He carefully adjusted the drone's angle to transmit the dynamics of the playground back to him. The sinister-looking man straightened his collar, put on a smile, and walked up to Yuan Shiqi. Shiqi, it's a bit hot today, so I used my powers to chill a bottle of water for you. He took out a bottle of water and handed it to Yuan Shiqi. Yuan Shichi glanced at the bottle of water, but did not reach out to take it. She simply said, "Thank you, but you can put it aside. I'm not thirsty right now." The tall man stubbed out his cigarette with his foot, glanced at him, and scoffed. "Chunlang, what's the point of all this fancy stuff? Do you think you're so romantic?" Then, he said loudly to Yuan Shichi, "Teacher Yuan, the block to the east was cleared yesterday. We got a few cans of food and a few bags of rice. That's enough for you and the children to eat for a few days. I also fixed up the loose stone at the corner of the wall." Yuan Shichi looked at him, her face still devoid of a smile, but her tone softened. "Thank you for your hard work, Li Yu. It's all thanks to you." Hearing Yuan Shichi's words, the burly man Li Yu said to Chunlang with some smugness, "Did you hear that? In this apocalypse, whoever can get supplies is king. You'd better put away your little tricks for picking up girls." Upon hearing this, a sinister glint flashed in Chunlang's eyes, but he did not retaliate. Before the apocalypse, he and Li Yu were both loyal suitors of Yuan Shichi. But after the apocalypse, all the other ordinary suitors were killed by the two of them working together. This is why, even though the apocalypse has been going on for more than half a month, Yuan Shichi is still able to live in this kindergarten with 6 or 7 children. Because those two awakened beings are protecting her. The second floor of an abandoned shop. Chao Dong held a bottle of Pepsi in his hand, carefully watching the footage transmitted from the drone's camera. He was as patient as a hunter, observing the other party's every move. He observed for an entire afternoon and discovered something interesting. This top-notch kindergarten teacher, Yuan Shichi, appears aloof and harmless on the surface, but in reality, she is incredibly resourceful. Li Yu and Chunlang actually didn't get along at all, and both wanted to kill each other. But Yuan Shichi mediated between them, and with just a few words, she got the two of them to form an alliance to protect her together. It makes sense. If only one of these two awakened individuals is left, regardless of who stays, Yuan Shichi will likely be captured in the end. But now the two have created a strange balance of power. A strong and powerful person can find food resources. She is thoughtful and can help protect children and also possesses certain supernatural abilities. No one is willing to concede to anyone else, but no one can get a piece of Yuan Shichi's flesh. This woman is not simple. Chao Dong squinted at Yuan Shichi, whose expression was distant in the camera lens, and sighed. This is the legendary green tea. However, whether she's a green tea or a black tea, Chao, must win over this 95-point woman. Looking at the images transmitted back by the drone, Chao Dong's lips curled into a cold smile. It's laughable that a brute and a treacherous villain were manipulated by a woman. He observed for a while longer, and then it gradually got dark. In the dim light, it seemed as if countless terrifying monsters were stirring about. Their night is finally coming. Inside the kindergarten, Li Yu and Chunlang sensed the danger lurking in the darkness and quickly called to Yuan Shichi and the group of children to hide inside. "That's enough for today. We'll figure out how to deal with these two kids tomorrow." Chao Dong stomped on the empty Coke can under his feet and with a thought teleported back to the island. The night was as dark as ink. The sea breeze carried a slightly salty scent. "Fuyuko." Xiao Liping walked quickly out of the house, her light blue dress fluttering gently in the evening breeze. She walked up to Chao Dong, and in the warm light coming from the room, she looked him over carefully, her beautiful eyes full of concern. "You're finally back. Did everything go smoothly?" Looking at the worry in her eyes, and her face that appeared exceptionally gentle and charming under the light. The coldness and tension in Chao Dong's heart quietly melted away at this moment. Although we were only gone for half a day, it felt like we had gone through a long battle. And here, there is always someone waiting for you. He didn't answer immediately, but instead reached out and gently stroked Xiao Liping's cheek. He then pulled her into his arms. The evening breeze carries the scent of the sea, a damp and salty aroma that is always captivating. On a deserted island in the vast sea, the lights of a small wooden house flicker dimly. 8,000 words omitted here. Chapter 25, A Proud Goddess, a fairy who wouldn't love her. The next morning, Chao Dong and Xiao Liping spent another morning passionately entwined in the cabin before finally getting up lazily. "I didn't stream all day yesterday, but my emotional value balance in the system is still the same, around 40,000 points. He hasn't used his emotional value much these past 2 days because he's been planning something big. The morning sunlight streamed through the wooden windows, dispelling the lingering chill of the night and bathing the small house in warmth. But in half an hour, the sun will turn into a demon, mercilessly scorching the earth. Chow Dong lay lazily on the bed, watching Xiao Liping busy at the stove outside the cabin. The air was filled with the aroma of rice porridge. A night of passion brought him immense relaxation and satisfaction, both physically and mentally. I love mature women. I love aunties. Chow Dong was extremely satisfied. Sister Ping, let's do a live stream today, Chow Dong said to Xiao Liping while enjoying the rare peace and quiet. Xiao Liping turned around and smiled gently. Okay, I'll go prepare some food for the camera. At 8 a.m. sharp, Chow Dong started his live stream. The camera lens captured a lush expanse of green coconut trees. Under a coconut tree, a small round table is set with fresh coconut juice and grilled fish. Xiao Liping was dressed in an elegant home outfit, without any makeup, which made her even more gentle and charming. She sat quietly beside Chow Dong, occasionally handing him something, her eyes full of dependence. This sudden shift in style to a post-apocalyptic vacation livestream instantly ignited a frenzy of comments. Country bumpkin, holy crap, where is this streamer? Heaven, Lucier, starving people. Coconut juice grilled fish? I killed my seriously ill neighbor, Old Zhang, yesterday for half a moldy cookie. High temperature prisoner. Today it's at least 48 degrees Celsius, and I'm in this rooftop tin shack. I feel like a melting piece of wax. The night of curling up, it was below minus 10 degrees Celsius last night, so I covered myself with all the cardboard and dead people's clothes I could find. My mother didn't move last night, and I was too scared to touch her. TT, Ruins Observer. Last night, several families next door were raided by a group of armed men. They looted all their food, dragged away the women, and all the men were dead. The barrage of comments, mixed with various emotions, flooded into the live stream. Number of viewers watching online, 5,631. Currently, the live stream has garnered 2,368 emotional points. Chow Dong ate grilled fish while watching the live stream comments, most of which were pitiful. My originally relaxed mood became somewhat heavy after seeing these comments filled with pain and fear. However, seeing the continuously increasing mood score made me feel a little better. Meanwhile, in Lushan City, a gasp of surprise came from the hidden underground gym in the little clamshell. Sister Shui, look, he's actually live streaming, Yang Shui's best friend exclaimed. At the same time, Yang Shui also recalled Chow Dong's live stream. Yang Shui's eyes widened as she watched the man sitting under a coconut tree, leisurely eating grilled fish. She barely slept last night, keeping the walkie-talkie by her pillow, afraid of losing it. The image of that mysterious man kept appearing in her mind. He was like a strange knight-errant who, in this resource-scarce apocalypse, generously gave them 2 bags of food, then left with a cryptic remark before departing. Although she awakened her fighting skills, finding food in such a harsh post-apocalyptic environment was not easy. She kept thinking about whether she should contact the mysterious man after they finished eating the food. Unexpectedly, I saw him in this strange live stream. Suppress your excitement. She clutched the walkie-talkie Chow Dong had left her tightly and watched the live stream with curiosity. After streaming for a while, I gained 10,000 emotional points. The current emotional value has accumulated to 50,000. Chow Dong wiped his mouth and closed the live stream. Next, there are even more important things to do. After giving Xiao Liping a few brief instructions, Chow Dong had a sudden thought and teleported to the 2nd floor of the abandoned shop. Instead of taking immediate action, he continued to observe everything inside the kindergarten using the drone, like a patient hunter. Through observation, he discovered that Liu had a somewhat irritable personality and regarded supplies as his lifeblood, especially the few boxes of canned meat and several bottles of liquor that he had collected. Chunlang, on the other hand, has a gloomy personality and likes to collect small women's trinkets, which he intends to use to please Yuan Shiqi. However, Yuan Shiqi didn't seem to buy into this and ignored him. She only did so to maintain a balance between the two awakened individuals. After all, in the apocalypse, what can perfume and cosmetics compare to the aroma of steamed buns? Chow Dong spent most of the day on the 2nd floor of the abandoned shop, and when he got hungry, he would simply exchange some food from the system, which was quite convenient. He was even a little impressed with his own patience. Doesn't this guy look like Eddie Redmayne from Days of the Jackal? Bao Shuai is handsome. He's just as good as our readers. Finally, The more he observed these people in the kindergarten, the more confident he became. At dusk, Li went out on patrol. Yuan Shichi was playing with building blocks with several children in the play area. Chunlang sat on a deck chair by the playground, playing with a crystal ball formed by illusion magic. He would occasionally glance at Yuan Shichi's swan-like figure, a dazed lust flashing in his eyes. Damn it, once I find a chance to kill Li Yu, this little fairy will be mine alone. I'll make her kneel down and sing Conquer. Just then, unnoticed by anyone, a near-illusory figure slipped quietly into Li Yu's room and stole a can of braised pork and a bottle of whiskey from his suitcase. Then he tossed it into a patch of weeds behind Chunlang, making a soft sound. Chunlang came running at the sound and suddenly noticed a can of food and some wine on the ground. He was immediately filled with suspicion. Li Yuzhang. No, he was watching it so closely. Could it have been missed before? Chunlang's expression changed several times before he finally muttered to himself. Whatever. I found it. So it's mine. It's not like I stole it. The thought of Li Yu, that idiot, eating meat and drinking wine in front of him with such smugness made Chunlang feel disgusted. He quickly stuffed the items into his clothes, his heart pounding, and hurriedly hid the canned goods and wine in his cupboard. Half an hour later, Li Yu swaggered back from outside. Damn it, I just ran into a bunch of young punks outside who were trying to hit on me. I took them all. I even confiscated a few packs of Lacoon cigarettes. Damn, these little punks smoke such good cigarettes. Li Yu walked up to Yuan Shichi, waved his spoils in his hand, and looked very proud. Yuan Shichi looked at him, frowned, and said in a somewhat cold tone, Li Yu, it's getting dark. You should go and eat something. I'll take the children inside first. Hey, you guys go in first, Li Yu replied with a grin. He then went into his room and, as usual, checked the supplies, quickly discovering that 1 can of canned goods and 1 serving of wine were missing. Damn it, where are my canned food and liquor? He roared, striding out menacingly, his gaze piercing Chunlang like a knife. Chunlang was panicking inside, but he forced himself to remain calm. Why are you looking at me? Why would I take your things? Who knows if you're just greedy and sneaking a bite? Or maybe you're trying to curry favor with me by taking my things. Li Yu took a step closer, his aura intimidating. Sensing the tense atmosphere outside, Yuan Shichi quickly went outside. She was also annoyed, but there was nothing she could do. She had to mediate the conflict between these two tools, making them at odds, but not actually hurting each other. Otherwise, if there's only one man left, she'll definitely be eaten in the end, and she doesn't want to be defiled by these 2 stinky men. You two stop arguing. Chunlang, if you didn't take his things, just let him search your room. Yuan Shichi's tone was cold, but it seemed all the more precious to the 2 men. This kind of proud goddess, this fairy, even her pee smells sweet. Who wouldn't love her? Yeah, if you didn't steal anything, what are you feeling guilty about? Li Yu looked at Chunlang with an unfriendly expression, then turned and walked into Chunlang's house. Wait! Chunlang cried out anxiously, inwardly groaning. He rushed forward, trying to stop Li Yu. Meanwhile, Chao Dong, who had used the stealth skill, had already hidden in Chunlang's room. He gently opened his cabinet, took out the bottle of whiskey, and gently stroked it. Then gently placed it on the ground. Bang! The liquor spilled out, and glass shattered all over the floor. At the same time, he flashed back to the island. Hearing the sound of a broken bottle inside the house, Chunlang's face turned deathly pale, looking like a zombie in the twilight. Chapter 26, Beautiful women are beautiful even when they cry. Bang! The sound of the shattering bottle struck Chunlang's heart like a death knell, and also ignited Li Yu's fury. Li Yu suddenly turned around, staring at Chunlang with bloodshot eyes. Pointing at the spilled liquor and shards of glass on the ground, his voice trembled with anger. Chunlang, what the hell do you have to say? My liquor. Chunlang's face turned deathly pale. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Caught red-handed, he had no way to defend himself. Li Yu was labia. Stop. Yuan Shichi saw that Li Yu was already furious. His muscles were rapidly expanding, and his Titan bloodline was about to erupt. He hurriedly stepped forward, standing between the two, his voice somewhat flustered. It's just a bottle of wine. The monsters outside are eyeing us covetously. Are you trying to kill each other by fighting amongst yourselves? Her words carried her usual coolness, an attempt to reassure Li Yu with the overall situation. Li Yu's chest heaved violently as he looked at Yuan Shichi's beautiful face, the face that haunted his dreams, yet which he could never have kissed, and his anger burned fiercely. He stared intently at Chun Lang, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but Yuan Shichi's intervention did bring him back to his senses. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Chun Lang, but having more awakened individuals as helpers wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Just as the atmosphere eased slightly, call out. A jet of icy water shot out from nowhere and landed precisely on Li Yu's face. The water was icy cold, bringing a bone-chilling chill to the gradually decreasing temperature of dusk. But what he found even more unbearable than the chill was the insult he received. Li Yu was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. He wiped his face and suddenly turned to look at Chun Lang. Chun Lang is a water-type awakener, and playing in the water is this kid's forte. Chen Lung, you fucking bastard. You dare to launch a sneak attack. Chun Lang was also stunned. It wasn't me. But Li Yu, enraged, wouldn't listen. He was convinced this was Chun Lang's insidious provocation. New and old grudges surged into his heart, and Li Yu completely exploded. Even if I kill you, I can still run the whole kindergarten by myself, and I'll take over that seemingly cold but actually sexy woman and make her sing Conquer every day. Die, you bastard. Li Yu roared, no longer holding back. His Titan power erupted in full force. His body swelled to a size larger, and his skin gleamed like rock. Like a mad rhinoceros, he charged towards Chun Lang with the momentum to crush everything. Li Yu was labia. You've gone mad, Yuan Shichi exclaimed, her face pale with shock. Chun Lang hastily conjured a water shield to block, but due to the absolute difference in strength, the water shield shattered instantly. Li Yu's heavy punch slammed into his chest. Chun Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward, and crashed heavily against the wall. He was barely breathing when he slid down. Still not satisfied, Li Yu stepped forward, raised his huge foot, and stomped hard on Chun Lang's head. No! Yuan Shichi closed her eyes in despair. Snap! The sound of bones cracking rang out, and Chun Lang fell completely silent. Looking at Chun Lang's corpse, Yuan Shichi felt a chill run through her body. She pointed at Li Yu, her voice filled with anger and fear. You actually killed him. You're a madman. Li Yu slowly turned around, his face contorted with the ferocity of slaughter and a wild abandon of breaking free from constraints. He walked step by step toward Yuan Shichi, his eyes filled with aggression. Crazy? Yuan Shichi, drop your high and mighty act. Before, when Chun Lang was around, I'd at least put on a show with you. Now it's just us left. He licked his lips, his gaze greedily sweeping over Yuan Shichi. At that moment, the woman's chest heaved violently, and her slender waist and long legs trembled slightly. Aren't you so high and mighty? Aren't you a fairy? Today I'll see if you'll still be so arrogant when I strip you naked and pin you down. Yuan Shichi was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly, her pretty face drained of color. You stay away. Just then, the excited roar of a monster came from afar, and the sound was rapidly approaching. Li Yu's expression changed. He temporarily disregarded Yuan Shichi and looked warily towards the outside of the wall. In the darkness, 7 or 8 blood-red demonic dogs and several swift demonic cats, as if they had smelled an unparalleled delicacy, frantically charged at the kindergarten's walls and fences. Damn, why are there so many monsters tonight? Have they gone mad? Seeing the demonic hounds and cats rapidly approaching, Li Yu secretly groaned. I just took down one of his henchmen, and now so many troublesome guys have shown up. My luck is just too bad. Meanwhile, on the dark playground, Chao Dong threw down the monster bait. In his hand, a wicked smile appearing on his lips, and vanished from his spot in an instant. He redeemed this monster bait from the system shop for 3,000 emotion points. It seems to be working well. Shortly after Chao Dong disappeared, several demonic dogs and cats leaped over the spiked fence, broke into the playground, and charged towards Li Yu. Go inside quickly. Li Yu pushed Yuan Shichi, closing the door behind him. His muscles exploded, transforming him into a powerful titan. Damn bikini! Fuck! Relying on his thick skin and immense strength, he fought against the monster, his roar shaking the heavens and blood and flesh flying everywhere. A few minutes later, Li Yu had killed most of the 6 or 7 demons. They lay on the ground, but they still let out strange cries, bared their fangs, and glared at Li Yu menacingly. Li Yu was also in bad shape. His strong muscles were torn open by the monster, leaving many huge wounds. He was holding his abdomen and panting heavily. Damn, why are these guys acting like they're out of their minds today? Usually, they run away if you give them a little taste of their own medicine, but today it looks like they're determined to kill me. Liu touched his forehead, somewhat speechless. The next moment, the two demonic dogs, whose injuries were not too serious, leaped up again and pounced on Liu one after the other. Finally, hidden in the shadows, Chao Dong calmly raised his steel crossbow. Like the most patient hunter, he waited for the perfect moment. Just as Liu smashed the head of a demonic dog with a punch, his back was wide open. Call out! The crossbow bolt pierced the air, whistling as it struck Liu in the back, a vital spot. Liu's body trembled violently, and his movements froze. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more arrows followed, as if death itself had called his name, piercing his neck and temple respectively. Liu's massive body swayed, and he turned his head in disbelief, trying to see the assassin. In the end, however, he could only collapse to the ground, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Chao Dong emerged from the shadows, squatted down in front of Liu's gradually shrinking body, pulled a red water gun from his pocket, and revealed a Mona Lisa smile. How is it? This is the demon woman's flame cleanse that monsters love to drink. It tastes pretty good, he. After saying that, he raised his gun and brought it down. By UBU. He then shot Liu all over again. Immediately afterwards, he teleported away. Who are you? I want. Endless anger and resentment roared from Liu's mouth. However, he was not given a chance to finish speaking. Several demonic cats and dogs, their eyes gleaming with greed, pounced on him and snapped his neck. Several demons devoured Liu's corpse, lingered for a while, and then, satisfied, leaped over the wall and disappeared into the darkness. When Chao Dong reappeared at the kindergarten and pushed open the door of the building, Yuan Shiqi was tightly holding her two terrified children, huddled in a corner, her face as pale as paper. The look in his eyes as he looked at Chao Dong was filled with fear. Who are you? Why did you make them kill each other? You're a devil, Yuan Shiqi accused in a trembling voice. Ding! The island owner has conquered the beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi to a degree of -5/100. Chao Dong scoffed and walked closer, looking down at her. Devil? Yuan Shiqi, don't try to absolve yourself of all responsibility. Chao Dong looked at her coldly. If it weren't for me, this devil, attracting monsters to kill him, you would already be stripped naked and rubbed on the ground by that big idiot. You exploit their affections, treating them like dogs to maintain your pathetic sense of security and that pitiful sense of superiority. Is that what you call noble? You've simply avoided getting your hands dirty, enjoying the protection they risk their lives for, while putting on an act of being untainted by the mud. Your hypocritical, manipulative nature is what's truly disgusting. His words were like sharp knives, cutting through Yuan Shiqi's pretense and self-protection, revealing the bloody truth of her inner self that she was most unwilling to admit. She trembled all over, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. You devil! You devil! She covered her ears, screamed, and tears streamed down her face. Ding! The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi to 5/100. What? Looking at this little fairy in front of me, her face streaked with tears and her voice hysterical. Chao Dong was a little confused. Okay, is this how you play it? Yuan Shiqi, I never imagined you were this kind of woman. Hee hee. Chao Dong's lips curled into a smile. However, the way this young woman cried with tears streaming down her face somehow evoked a feeling of pity in people. Looking at Yuan Shiqi's delicate features, her big eyes, and her eyelashes covered with tears, her shoulders shrugged slightly, her slender neck outlining a beautiful line, but now it appeared even more fragile due to her sobs. She was already petite, and now, curled up, her slender waist seemed so delicate it could be grasped with a single hand. Her body trembled slightly with each sob, outlining a breathtaking curve. Her coat collar opened slightly with her movement, revealing her delicate, jade-like collarbone and her snow-white skin, which, under the light of her tears, exuded a unique beauty. Chao Dong couldn't help but swallow. Ugh, why do beautiful women look so beautiful even when they cry? It's unbearable. So innocent yet so alluring. Just then, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old timidly peeked out from behind Yuan Shiqi, her big eyes still filled with tears, and whispered to Chao Dong, "Uncle, did you come to save us? Did you drive away those bad monsters?" Another slightly older boy sniffled and said, "Uncle, you're so amazing. Uncle Lee and Uncle Chun are always arguing, and they even scare us." Then, several more children ran out from the depths of the corridor. Looking at these children, who were thin and pale but had clear eyes, Chao Dong felt a long-lost sense of innocence. However, Chao Dong was somewhat troubled. These children have no right to enter their own island. Never mind. Let's get Yuan Shiqi settled on the island and become a resident first. If all else fails, we could do a live stream and hire 2 awakened ones to come to this kindergarten and replace Li Yu and Chun Lang. That would be doing a good deed. Hey, stop crying, or the white rabbit candy will explode. Chao Dong said to Yuan Shiqi in a deep voice, "Come with me. I'll take you to a safe place." Yuan Shiqi hugged the child tightly, stubbornly shaking her head, her voice still trembling with tears. "No, I'm with the children." Chao Dong frowned, at a loss for what to do. "We can't just take them away by force, can we? Uncle, you can't take Teacher Yuan away. We want to stay with Teacher Princess." The children glared angrily at Chao Dong and then surrounded Yuan Shiqi, protecting her. Harmful. Chao Dong sighed and redeemed a box of chocolates and a bar of Waha drinks from the system. Now that things have come to this, come on, little ones, have something to eat first. Yuan Shiqi looked surprised when she saw the food that suddenly appeared in Chao Dong's hand. Ding! The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi to 10/100. Chapter 27, Second Beautiful Young Woman Resident, Yuan Shiqi. Bang! The chocolate box that appeared out of thin air in Chao Dong's hand, and that familiar Waha drink. Like a ray of sunshine, it pierced through the oppressive and despairing gloom within the kindergarten. Pairs of large eyes stared intently at Chao Dong's hand, as if they were seeing a mythical treasure. "Candy, it's chocolate. Wow, Waha, I've had this before. Uncle really gave us food." The children instantly forgot their fear and sadness, and like little bees seeing nectar, they swarmed around them, their dirty little faces blossoming into pure and radiant smiles. They carefully accepted the chocolates and calcium milk that Chao Dong distributed. Some couldn't wait to tear open the packaging and stuff it into their mouths, feeling the long-lost sweetness melt on their tongues, and they squinted their eyes in happiness. Some people, however, treat it like a priceless treasure, licking it little by little, reluctant to finish it all at once. The room was filled with cheerful chatter, as if it were a holiday party rather than a post-apocalyptic shelter. Yuan Shiqi, standing to the side, was far more shocked than the children at that moment. She clearly saw that the things in Chao Dong's hands appeared suddenly without any warning. How is this possible? Yuan Shiqi's beautiful eyes widened, her red lips parted slightly, and she almost forgot to breathe. This cold-hearted man actually possesses such incredible abilities. However, seeing the children's contented and happy expressions, the woman's heart still trembled slightly, and her original indifference softened with a touch of tenderness. Ding! The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi to 12/100. Chao Dong looked at the increased conquest points, but felt rather helpless. Given this woman's proud and aloof nature, forcibly taking her away would definitely not work. But it's so late at night, I'm really worried about leaving her and those kids at the kindergarten. If only we could find 2 awakened ones to protect us. But where can we find awakened ones this late at night? Just when he was at his wit's end, the walkie-talkie in his pocket suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Gao Zong, can you hear me? This is Yang Shui. Yang Shui's voice came from the other end of the line. Yang Shui? I almost forgot about this person if you didn't mention it. A smile appeared on Chao Dong's lips. This call came just in time. I'm here, you can speak, Chao Dong said succinctly. We're almost out of food. Is the cooperation you mentioned before still valid? And what about that place in your live stream? Chao Dong's eyes flickered slightly, and he interrupted her directly. It's settled. Now I have a task for you. Immediately take your people to the Sunshine Art Kindergarten in the north of the city. As payment, I will provide you with enough food and necessary supplies. Yang Shui, on the other end, was clearly taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, Okay, let's go right away. For them, who were on the verge of despair, this was an opportunity they couldn't refuse. Not long after, Yang Shui arrived at the kindergarten with two female students, Li Li and Sun Xiaowen. They looked somewhat disheveled, clearly having been attacked by monsters outside. However, the fact that Yang Shui was able to cross the monster ranks and arrive here in such a short time shows that she is quite capable. When the three women saw Li Yu's gruesome remains on the ground and the supplies around Chao Dong, their eyes were filled with shock and awe. Chao Dong handed some supplies to Yang Shui, saying succinctly, "Guard this place well, protect her and the child." He pointed to Yuan Shiqi. "Don't worry, as long as we're here, we'll never let anything happen to them," Yang Shui solemnly promised. Li Li and Sun Xiaowen nodded quickly, their eyes shining as they looked at the pile of food. Li Li quietly tugged at Yang Shui's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Shui, this big shot. We have to stick close to him. With him around, we won't starve." Sun Xiaowen nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Chao Dong. Chao Dong ignored their little antics and turned to Yuan Shiqi. "You, come with me. I'll take you somewhere." "I'm not going. I want to stay with the children." Yuan Shiqi immediately refused and hugged the child beside her tightly. "Oof, now you have no choice." Chao Dong was too lazy to waste words, so he grabbed her arm and silently chanted the teleportation command. "What are you doing? Let go." Yuan Shiqi's exclamation was cut short as the two were enveloped in white light and vanished from the kindergarten in an instant. Chao Dong, holding Yuan Shiqi's hand, appeared on the island. Because the island is located in a time zone that is 3 hours different from Beijing time. So although it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening in Lushur, it was still dusk here. As the sun sets, a gentle evening breeze blows across the quiet island. The fragrance of coconut trees instantly enveloped Yuan Shiqi. Looking at the island that seemed like another world, she momentarily forgot to break free from Chao Dong's grasp. "Dongzi, you're back." Hearing the noise, Xiao Liping quickly walked out of the wooden house with a gentle smile on her face. However, when she saw the pitiful young woman with tears streaming down her face beside Chao Dong, her smile froze on her face and she stopped in her tracks. Her gaze swept quickly over Yuan Shiqi. Even in her disheveled state, she couldn't hide her cool and refined features, slender and graceful figure, and innate aloofness. No wonder this brat has been asking me to find clues about beautiful women lately. This is the woman he's been looking for. So young, so beautiful, sad face. An indescribable bittersweet feeling quietly welled up in Xiao Liping's heart. But she quickly composed herself and put on a gentle smile again. He stepped forward, his gaze falling on the two still clasped hands, his tone revealing nothing unusual. "And who is this?" Chao Dongsong opened Yuan Shiqi's mouth and introduced her naturally. Yuan Shiqi is a kindergarten teacher. Then, turning to the somewhat bewildered Yuan Shiqi, he said, "Xiao Liping, Sister Ping, the hostess here." The words mistress warmed Xiao Liping's heart, and the gloom in her eyes and brows dissipated considerably. She nodded slightly to Yuan Shiqi. "Teacher Yuan, welcome." Yuan Shiqi's heart was in turmoil at this moment. This woman, named Xiao Liping, looks to be in her 30s, the age when a woman is at her most charming. She wore a clean and comfortable cotton and linen dress. Her complexion was rosy and healthy, and her eyes were gentle and composed. This stands in stark contrast to all the emaciated, fearful women in the apocalypse. In particular, the sense of calm that emanated from her made Yuan Shiqi, who was struggling to survive, feel a strange sense of inferiority. She subconsciously tried to straighten her back and maintain her usual aloofness. But my stomach started growling at that very moment. The sound was exceptionally clear on the quiet island. Yuan Shiqi's pretty face turned bright red in an instant, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xiao Liping didn't point it out, but instead said softly, "Are you hungry? I just made some fish soup and roasted some sweet potatoes. Let's eat some together." She pointed to a pottery jar on a campfire not far away, which was emitting an enticing aroma. That aroma was an irresistible temptation for Yuan Shiqi, who had been eating compressed biscuits for a week. Her throat bobbed involuntarily, and she instinctively wanted to refuse. "I just can't bring myself to say no." Yuan Shiqi's inner monologue. "Oh my god, this is so embarrassing, but I guess I'll just have to give in," crying face. Chao Dong chuckled inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. "Sister Ping's cooking is excellent. Have a taste." His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. as he took the lead and sat down by the campfire. Yuan Shichi hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head, moved her feet, and sat down stiffly next to Xiao Dong. Xiao Liping ladled out a bowl of milky white fish soup and handed it to Yuan Shichi, then gave her a roasted sweet potato that was crispy and juicy. Yuan Shichi whispered her thanks, her hand trembling slightly as she took the bowl. She sipped the fish soup slowly, the delicious flavor exploding on her taste buds, and a warm feeling flowing down her esophagus throughout her body, almost bringing tears to her eyes. It's so delicious. She couldn't remember the last time she had such a warm meal. Ding! The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi to 15/100. He said to Xiao Liping, seemingly casually, Sister Ping, Teacher Yuan will stay at the kindergarten to take care of the children for the time being. Once she's settled in, she might move here permanently. Could you keep an eye out for a suitable place to build another small house? These words were spoken to both Xiao Liping and Yuan Shichi. Xiao Liping felt a pang of sadness, but still nodded obediently. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shichi stopped eating. Permanent résident? She looked up at the peaceful, secluded island. Then I thought of those pale and thin children in the kindergarten, and my heart was filled with conflict. But this time, she did not immediately refute it. Don't worry, I'll find a place to settle those children. As if sensing her hesitation, Xiao Dong reassured her. Ding! The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi to 18/100. The system notification sounded again a second later. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited your second, beautiful, young female resident, Yuan Shichi. Beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi's island resident profile. Age, 26. Overall rating, 95. Mature woman/childhood sweetheart. Current level of subjugation by the host, 18/100. Ding! A mysterious grand prize has been awarded. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special reward. Reward 1. Coal Python Revolver X1 with 500 Magnum ammunition. Looking at the pistol in his hand, Xiao Dong was overjoyed. This thing can't be redeemed in the weapon category of the system shop right now. Yuan Shichi seems to have a lucky charm effect, rewarding herself with such a useful weapon. Reward 2. Yamaha uno upright piano X1. The next moment, a Yamaha U1 upright piano with elegant lines and a mirror-like finish in sky blue quietly appeared on the island, forming a beautiful scene with the coconut palms and sea breeze. Upon seeing the piano, Yuan Shichi froze on the spot, as if she had been frozen in place. A piano. She involuntarily took a small step forward, then another. As if drawn by invisible threads, I walked straight toward the piano. His fingers trembled slightly as he carefully stroked the cool, smooth lacquer surface and brushed over the distinct black and white piano keys. A single, glistening tear fell onto the pristine, white piano keys. Ding! The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi to 25/100. Reward 3. Mood points plus 5,000. You should know that before the apocalypse, her favorite thing to do was play the piano. She could stay in the music room 24 hours a day without going out. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse, the kindergarten's piano was chewed up by demonic insects. All right, if you keep looking, you'll fall into the piano. Xiao Dong stepped forward and patted Yuan Shichi's head. It's time to go back. Your babies are waiting for you to come back and breastfeed them. Yuan Shichi blushed, but unusually, she did not refute. I just looked at the piano with a lingering reluctance. Xiao Dong stepped forward, hugged Xiao Liping, patted her plump buttocks, and said softly, Old baby, wait for me to come back and feed you bullets. Then, with a thought, a white light surrounded him and Yuan Shichi. The two disappeared from a spot. Chapter 28 Post-Apocalyptic Sailing Plan. The white light dissipated. Xiao Dong and Yuan Shichi returned to the dimly lit kindergarten. The children immediately surrounded Yuan Shichi and hugged her tightly. Seeing this, Yang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Dong gave a few brief instructions. Now that Yang Shui, an awakened individual, was here, he could go back with peace of mind. Before he knew it, he gradually came to regard the island as his home. The gentle and tender Xiao Liping is like a wife waiting at home for her husband to return. He's going home now. Back at the cabin on the island, Xiao Liping was facing away from the door, seemingly tidying up her belongings, but her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her unsettled state of mind. Chao Dong gently embraced her voluptuous waist from behind, rested his chin on the crook of her neck, and asked in a low voice, "Sister Ping, are you angry?" Xiao Liping stiffened slightly, but didn't turn around. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "No, that Ms. Yuan is quite beautiful, with a good temperament and youthful appearance." Chao Dong turned her around, lifted her chin, and forced her to look into his eyes. Her tone was undeniably forceful. "No matter how beautiful she is, she's just a new resident. You are the lady of the house, my woman, Chao Dong's woman. Understand?" These words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly soothing the unease and bitterness in Xiao Liping's heart. She looked into Chao Dong's eyes. This 38-year-old, beautiful young woman is no longer as passive as before. Instead, she stood on tiptoe and passionately kissed Chao Dong's lips. This woman is acting out of character. They actually took the initiative. Straddle the bed. She seemed to be trying to completely dispel the sense of threat posed by the young woman in this way. Defend one's territorial rights. Outside the window, frost descended and the temperature dropped sharply. However, the temperature inside the wooden house rose sharply. 38,000 words omitted here. The next morning, Chao Dong started his live stream, feeling refreshed. The scene still captures the tranquility and leisure of the island. Inside the kindergarten, Yang Shui, Yuan Shiqi, and two other girls were watching a live stream. Yuan Shiqi looked at the island she had visited the night before, her eyes filled with complex emotions through the live stream camera. That little island was so tranquil, safe, and cozy. But the dilapidated kindergarten next door is like a time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. "Shui, look, there's a new piano on Chao Dong's island," Lily exclaimed while munching on a cookie. "My God, Xiao Liping is so lucky. Chao Dong even bought her a piano." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shiqi's expression changed, and her eyes became somewhat misty. "Is this piano for Xiao Liping or?" Ding! The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi to 27/100. On the small island, Chao Dong was leisurely eating fried dumplings and drinking hot coffee. Suddenly, I saw that my conquest score had increased by 2 points. My mood instantly improved, and I quickly ate another fried dumpling, this time strawberry-flavored. Inside the kindergarten, Sun Xiaowen's eyes were sparkling, and she wished she could jump into the live streaming room. If I could go there, I would do anything. I think Xiao Liping is quite old, probably over 35, right? Sun Xiaowen patted Yang Shui's bouncy butt. "I'm telling you, sis, you have to hold on to this doomsday bachelor. My and Lily's future happiness depends on you, my best friend." Yang Shui just smiled slightly and said calmly, "We're lucky to have food to eat. We can work for Chao Dong. Don't be too greedy." After saying that, he glanced at Yuan Shiqi. "Just kidding, even if Xiao Liping is a bit older, this second female lead is no pushover either. Yang Shui, am still somewhat self-aware. One shouldn't be too greedy." At the same time, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. "Rotting city. Host, looking at you makes me feel like I'm still human. Our area is practically a ghost town. Struggling ant. The official response has completely fallen silent. Alas, the outside world is overrun by monsters. God, how much longer can we hold out?" Chao Dong looked at the comments and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It seemed that the situation outside was deteriorating rapidly. I checked my mood points again. I haven't been streaming much these past 2 days, except for the 5,000 points I received as a reward for Yuan Shiqi successfully joining the island. Adding the points I earned this morning, my current balance is 46,000 points. "We need to hurry and implement the new plan," he said to the camera. "Family members, I've been live streaming from Lushur for the past few days. I'm planning to go out to sea these next couple of days. Are there any experienced sailors in the live stream? I'd like to recruit 1 or 2 people to come with me." These words immediately caused an uproar in the live stream. Mood levels are starting to surge again. Lushur starvation. Out to sea? Could there be even more terrifying monsters in the sea? Angry guy. Monsters are nothing. Rather than rotting away in this city, I'd rather gamble at sea. Country bumpkin. The problem is we can't go to the beach. If we don't make it to the beach, will probably be eaten by monsters straight-face. Observer, a wise move. With inland resources depleted and conflicts escalating, seeking space and resources from the ocean is an inevitable choice. However, the marine environment is more complex, and the risks are unknown. Shinmei, Dongji, I can do it with you at sea, Shy.jpg. Survivor, sailing? I used to sail before the apocalypse. Streamer, take me with you. Just give me some food. Coastal fisherman, my family has been fishing for generations. Choose me, boss. I know how to read the weather, analyze ocean currents, and even repair boats. As long as you provide meals, I'll fish wherever you point. Jiangqing demon, go. It would be best if you encountered a sea monster and were devoured to the bone. Leave your island and women to me. Survivor number 1. Dongzi, I've written a lot of nautical-related materials, and I'm quite familiar with the theoretical knowledge. For example, nearshore navigation, simple sail and rigging operations, using constellations for navigation, and how to avoid common maritime hazards and utilize ocean currents. If needed, I can give it a try. Chao Dong watched the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments. Xiao Liping also helped him sort out the bullet comments as an administrator. Finally, Chao Dong's gaze lingered for a moment on the comments of Seaside Fisherman and Survivor number 1. He had actually planned this voyage for a long time. To survive better in the apocalypse, his strength alone is not enough. In the future, there will be more and more beautiful young women on his island. In order to upgrade the island and earn more emotional points, he must constantly expand the scope of his live streams. The larger the area, the greater the risks. There may be countless enemies watching you from the shadows. Therefore, once I'm stronger, I'll start considering hiring a group of awakened individuals as henchmen. We have no shortage of supplies, but we lack a suitable base. Finding a suitable location for a base in the waters near the island would be the best option. Now, as he prepares to embark on a sea voyage and adventure, he needs to find 2 reliable and experienced people. Coastal fisherman is undoubtedly a person with rich practical experience. Survivor number 1 was his first viewer in his live stream. Chao Dong was deeply impressed by him. He had to give him a chance. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. The chat is overflowing with comments. I will carefully screen the candidates and finalize the list as soon as possible. Chao Dong said to the camera, that concludes today's live stream. The next step is to meet the coastal fisherman and Survivor number 1. Chapter 29 SS rank skill, Fiery Eyes. I check my current mood score balance. 52,000 points. If I do 1 or 2 more live streams today, that should be enough to prepare the initial supplies for this voyage. I had a wonderful breakfast today. Stir-fried beef rice noodles, milk, and a fried egg. It has to be said that the young woman Xiao Liping is a truly exceptional auntie. Not only can she make Chao Dong feel incredibly comfortable and soft, but he's also completely unable to extricate himself from the gentleness and wildness of a woman of this age. Chao Dong also praised her cooking skills highly. The audience base for live streaming is getting bigger and bigger. Basically, each live stream has tens of thousands of viewers watching online, and it's easy to get several thousand emotional points from single stream. Spending 200 or 300 emotion points to redeem a hearty breakfast is definitely worthwhile. This woman always puts herself first. During the day, she tidies up the house and grows vegetables, and at night, she warms her own bed, treating herself like an emperor. So, this old A8 must be well taken care of. Chao Dong even wondered when Brother Tongzi would drop some god-tier resources, like an essence that could keep women young forever, or some magical item that could make their things tighter. He teased the beautiful young woman until her face turned bright red and her eyes held a hint of reproach. Chao Dong then sent the message away, satisfied. Why do I feel like an office worker, commuting between the island and Lushur every day? First, I teleported to the kindergarten and checked out the situation there. The situation here is good. Chun Lang and Liu just died. These 2 awakened individuals had already made a name for themselves in this area, so no one should cause trouble for the time being. Moreover, with Yang Shui as a henchman, it's relatively safe. However, Lushur is a mixed bag, and it's not a good place to stay for long. I need to find a base of my own as soon as possible before I feel at ease. Chao Dong handed out some candy to the children, and seeing their smiling eyes crinkling with joy, he felt a surge of sunshine in his heart. It seems that doing some small acts of charity isn't a bad idea. In this apocalypse, 95% of people are struggling to even put food on the table, Yet I'm managing to do some small-scale charity work. Haha, I guess I'm a post-apocalyptic success story. He barged directly into Yuan Shichi's boudoir, and a sweet fragrance wafted towards him. This proud little fairy was now somewhat panicked, covering her 2 snow-white mounds with the blanket. Holy crap, doesn't this woman wear a bra to bed? Get out. This is trespassing. Yuan Shichi's face showed a hint of anger, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, and her voice was indifferent. Trespassing? Once my conquest level increases a bit, I'm going to sneak into your little ancestral home. Chao Dong wasn't going to indulge this little green tea bitch in the apocalypse. He walked up and sat directly on the edge of her fragrant couch. Yuan Shichi, I'm here today to try my luck as a lucky koi fish and draw a few prizes. The last time she stayed on the island, the system gave her a pistol and 100 bullets, which made her very happy. We'll have to try and take advantage of her good luck this time. No, get out. Yuan Shichi's beautiful face was frosty, and her tone was so cold it was almost icy. Ding. The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi to 29/100. Hold. Are you trying to put on an act for me? If it weren't for my system that allows me to see the conquest progress, I would have been fooled by you, you little slut. Okay, is this how you play it? Looking at Yuan Shichi's flushed face and murderous eyes, Chao Dong pounced like a hungry tiger, pecking at Yuan Shichi's swan-like, snow-white, soft neck. It smells so good. This 26-year-old girl looks so young. Because she was grumpy from waking up, she exuded a pleasant fragrance, mixed with a faint milky scent. The sudden sniff sent a shiver down Chao Dong's spine. He almost wanted to force himself on her. Just then, 2 little girls with blonde hair about 4 or 5 years old crawled out from the bedding next to them. Uncle is a scoundrel, a big pervert. Uncle, you can't bully Teacher Yuan. Teacher Yuan is a little princess. Seeing the 2 children glaring at him angrily, Chao Dong blushed and stopped talking for the moment. Ding! The island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi has increased to 30/100. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Chao Dong's expression turned serious. I'll lend you some luck to try your luck in the lottery a few times. Hey, don't look at me like that, okay? I know I'm handsome. Okay, I'll share the prizes I win with you later. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shichi finally suppressed her anger, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Chao Dong skillfully opened the system's lottery interface. He spent 1,000 emotion points to draw 5 times in a row. As the light wheel spun, accompanied by dazzling light and system notification sounds, the results of the 5 draws were revealed one by one. 1. 10 cases of purified water. 2. Multifunctional military shovel X1. 3. Emotional value plus 2,000 points. 4. Basic first aid kit X5. 5. As the 5th light wheel slowly came to a stop, a dazzling golden light burst forth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a super system reward. Assess level skill, Eagle Eyes, Beginner. Effect, can detect basic information about targets, including awakened ones and monsters, up to 2 levels higher than the user, including level, talent quality, and name. Specific abilities need to be explored independently. Detection may fail against higher level or special targets. Chao Dong was overjoyed. This skill couldn't have come at the perfect time. Whether it's recruiting team members or dealing with future dangers, this is undoubtedly a pair of insightful eyes that can foresee opportunities. He grabbed Yuan Shichi and kissed her passionately on her unmade-up face. I took another deep breath of the fairy's fragrance. 2 white rabbits flew out and hit Chao Dong in the face. Ah! Yuan Shichi let out a shrill scream, like a mother cat whose tail had been stepped on. Ding! The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi to 32/100. Finally, Chao Dong was ruthlessly driven out of her room by the children. They left the bottled water and first aid kit they had just drawn for Yuan Shichi. Chao Dong couldn't wait to find Yang Shui. Activate the Eagle Eyes skill. A glint flashed in Chao Dong's eyes, and a set of data appeared. Yang Shui, level 2, talent B, Saint Seiya. Upon seeing Yang Shui's information, Chao Dong thought to himself, holy crap. Saint Seiya, this Yang Shui is extraordinary. She deserves special attention and training. After giving Yang Shui a few brief instructions, Chao Dong left the kindergarten. As agreed, we arrived at a secluded ruin near the Nanyuan apartment. He arrived ahead of time, using the stealth skill to conceal himself and the sharp eye skill to observe his surroundings. Soon, two figures walked over cautiously, one after the other. Walking in front was a middle-aged man with dark skin, a stocky build, and a weathered face. His eyes held the shrewdness and boldness characteristic of fishermen. He must be Wang Hai, the coastal fisherman. A glint flashed in Chao Dong's eyes as data appeared. Wang Hai level 1 talent, D rank experienced sailor. Following behind was a thin, somewhat nervous young man wearing black-rimmed glasses who was none other than survivor number 1 Zhang Mayan. Chao Dong looked at him. The data showed. Zhang, shy, level 0, ordinary person, talent, none. Dong, brother Dong. Zhang shyly pushed up his glasses nervously when he saw Chao Dong, his voice trembling slightly. Wang Hai, on the other hand, was more composed. He clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute and said, "Boss Chao, we've arrived." Chao Dong nodded, and without saying a word, took out the prepared food and water for the two of them. Watching them wolf down their food, Chao Dong began his interview. Chapter 30 Pregnancy. A simple interview. In reality, Chao Dong was just putting on an act while chatting with the two people. Using his eagle eyes, he carefully observed their expressions and energy fluctuations to confirm that they were not lying or acting maliciously. Wang Hai's energy is stable and coarse, making him like Popeye. Zhang, on the other hand, shows no energy reaction whatsoever, just an ordinary person. Very good. Chao Dong gave the two men his initial approval. Take these supplies for now. We'll meet here again first thing tomorrow morning, and then we'll set off. He took out 2 large bags of food from the system and handed them to Wang Hai and Zhang Yintian. The two people took the food and excitedly started dancing to Little Apple. Interview successful. From now on, I'll be a top executive's right-hand man, guaranteed to have a bright future. Cheers. Chao Dong had a good impression of the two people and added them as private friends through the system. It's not advisable to stay here any longer. We should go back and discuss the specifics of the voyage with them later. However, none of the three noticed that a pair of cold eyes were watching them from the shadows of a distant, ruined building. Zhao Bin, a level 3 awakener, possesses the B-rank talent, Shadow Bat. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on his lips, and a wisp of black divine consciousness, thinner than a strand of hair, silently floated down from the rooftop and attached itself to Wang Hai's collar. At this moment, because this wisp of divine consciousness was too weak and Chao Dong's fiery eyes was only level 1, it did not actively trigger an alarm for this wisp of foreign energy. Go back and prepare well, get plenty of rest, Chao Dong instructed before quickly leaving. Leaving Nanyuan apartment, Chao Dong then wandered around the nearby blocks and started a live stream. In the past 2 days, in order to get Yuan Shichi to stay on the island, he has been lying in wait in the shadows and has hardly done any live broadcasts. The number of viewers in the live stream didn't increase much. Using the stealth skill, he moved around, stopping and starting, constantly expanding the live stream's range until he had almost completely covered the entire city. And the results were quite impressive. Number of online viewers, 32,000. It tripled. And the emotional value balance has reached 85,000. I finally got to experience the arrogance of a nouveau riche. In the evening, Chao Dong returned to the island. After a long day of live streaming, which was quite intense, I spotted no fewer than 10 awakened ones in the live streaming area, thanks to my keen eyesight. One of the awakened beings couldn't be identified by his level, clearly indicating that he was already above level 3. It seems that after returning from this voyage, we'll need to start working on hiring awakened ones. Outside, not only are monsters dangerous, but awakened beings are in even greater danger. Today, apart from the old wooden houses, there's still some things left on the island. Several more buildings were added. 1 kitchen and 1 dining room. A simple storage shed. 1 enclosed toilet. Chao Dong even redeemed a simple fishing ground. However, he hasn't had time to manage it lately. Xiao Liping takes care of everything at home. This woman is his strongest support. Night fell at that moment. The two enjoyed their dinner, savoring the peaceful moment. A gentle sea breeze blew, and the campfire crackled on the beach. Warm and comfortable. Chao Dong started a live stream, but turned off the bullet screen notification function. I'm about to go on a long trip, so I want to take advantage of every little bit of freebies I can. I need to leave plenty of supplies for my beautiful sister. Number of online viewers, 30,000. What was a simple and cozy dinner for the two of them seemed like a magical movie to the survivors in Lushur. The mood index keeps rising. After dinner, Chao Dong chatted with Wang Hai and Zhang Yinyan for a while and exchanged some nautical items according to their requests. 1. High-precision sextant, 1,500 points. 2. Shortwave weather radio, 800 points. 3. Marine high-power searchlight, 1,200 points. 4. Waterproof and cold-proof clothing X3 sets, 900 points. 5. Multifunctional life raft, 2,000 points. 6. Signal gun and flares X10, 1,000 points. 7. High-strength fishing line, net and tackle set, 600 points. 8. Exorcism powder X 5 packs, 2,500 points. 9. Spare sails and high-strength ropes, repair kit, 1,800 points. Total emotional points consumed, 12,300. Looking at the maritime supplies he had exchanged, Chao Dong breathed a sigh of relief. You still need to hire a professional? If it were me, I wouldn't know how to use these things at all. Next, I'll just wait to redeem that big guy tomorrow morning. As night deepens, the starry sky over the island becomes exceptionally bright. Chao Dong and Xiao Liping sat together by the campfire. Sister Ping, I'm going out to sea tomorrow. I'll prepare anything you need in advance. Chao Dong looked down at her, feeling the voluptuousness of the young woman. The scent of the beautiful young woman's hair wafted to his nose, making him feel exceptionally comfortable. This kind of life, surrounded by beautiful women, was something that could only be experienced in adult films before the apocalypse. But now this small goal has been achieved. Moreover, there are even more beautiful young women waiting for you to unlock. Although he hadn't drunk any alcohol, Chao Dong was already nearly drunk. Xiao Liping's oval face was flushed. Looking at the beautiful woman's radiant face and smelling her fragrant breath, Chao Dong suggested, Sister Ping, would you like to watch a movie? Huh? A movie? Under the astonished gaze of the young woman, Chao Donghua used 4,000 emotion points to exchange for an IP from the system. This contains a system-stored collection of movies from all over the planet. In the future, when I go out to do live streams, you can watch movies at home to pass the time. As he spoke, Chao Dong clicked on one of the most popular sports movies, LeBron vs. Kardashian. In the picture, even more surprisingly, LeBron James used that lost secret technique in front of Kim Kardashian, demigods and semi-devils. It has to be said that they are the strongest man in the basketball world and the most solid woman in the world of ball handling. This 1v1 match was truly a close contest, with the battle being extremely intense. Looking at this thrilling scene, Chao Dong decided to play basketball for a while. 1 hour later, a system notification suddenly sounded in Chao Dong's mind. Ding! Life force detected. Special conditions triggered. Congratulations, Island Master. Islander Xiao Liping has successfully conceived. Mother and embryo are in stable condition. Chao Dong's body jolted, and he froze instantly. He looked down at the young woman in his arms. An indescribable emotion instantly filled his chest. Sister Ping, his voice trembled slightly. You're pregnant. We're having a baby. Xiao Liping blinked blankly at first. When she came to her senses, her almond-shaped eyes widened instantly, and tears welled up in her eyes. She hugged Chao Dong tightly, stammering, Really? Dongzi, we have a baby. Ding. The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Xiao Liping to 75/100. She thought of Zhang Zhanhe, that useless fat guy. She, at 38, has never experienced what it's like to be a mother. But at this moment, this bratty little brother, this tough guy with super long endurance, not only gave her unimaginable peace and love in the apocalypse, but also gave her a future full of hope. Really, it's the system's message, there's no mistake. Chao Dong hugged her tightly, feeling her body trembling slightly with excitement. He lowered his head and gently kissed away the tears on her face. That's great. Xiao Liping buried her face in his chest, knowing that she had finally found her final resting place in this life. Ding. The island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Xiao Liping has increased to 80/100. Chao Dong gently placed his palm on her still flat stomach. There, his bloodline was being nurtured, the fruit of his love with Sister Ping. An unprecedented sense of responsibility and power welled up within me. He looked out the window at the boundless, dark sea. The sea, like an abyss, gazed at him. But Chao Dong's eyes were filled with confidence and determination, not fear. Chapter 31: The Pioneers Discover a New Island. The next morning, Chao Dong activated the teleportation. At the meeting point, Wang Hai and Zhang Meitian had been waiting for a long time. Both of them had dark circles under their eyes, clearly indicating they were suffering from insomnia. No wonder, finally being able to latch onto the big boss's coattails, anyone would be excited. Without wasting any words, Chao Dong directly led them to the island. The three of them stood on the rocks at the edge of the small island. Wang Hai and Zhang Meitian stared wide-eyed, like copper bells. Is this the island in the live stream? The sacred place in the hearts of millions of viewers, a post-apocalyptic paradise. They were eager to set foot on the island and explore, but found that an invisible barrier was keeping them out. Boss, what's going on? You do not have permission to enter the island, Chao Dong said simply. At the same time, the young woman Xiao Liping also heard the sound and walked towards the beach. The beautiful woman was wearing a soft beige knitted cardigan today, with a light brown cotton long skirt underneath. Her full and well-proportioned figure exudes the soft curves unique to mature women as she walks. Her slightly wavy chestnut hair was loosely tied back, with a few stray strands falling beside her ears, adding a touch of lazy charm. Be careful, she said with a smile to Chao Dong and the others. Wang Hai and Zhang Yinyan looked at the woman, who was almost fully ripe, and were immediately amazed by her radiant complexion. Zhang, in particular, blushed and kept swallowing. At the same time, Chao Dong started a live stream. Viewers quickly flooded into the live stream room. Chao Dong opened the system store and entered the Transportation Tools module. It contained some basic means of transportation. Wild Donkey electric bike, 4,500 points. Rice sports car, 30,000 points. Rolls-Royce Phantom, unlocked. Chao Dong skipped the car module and went to the ship module. Prompt: would you like to spend 40,000 emotion points to exchange for one medium-sized sailboat? Exchange. The next second, in a live broadcast, a white medium-sized sailboat appeared out of thin air on the calm sea. Good morning, family. Today, the voyage plan officially begins, Chao Dong said with a Mona Lisa-like smile. The live stream chat exploded instantly, with all sorts of emotions flooding in. Country bumpkin, good heavens. They're really sailing. I thought the streamer was just bragging. This boat looks really sturdy. Jiangcheng demon, bah, show off. I hope you encounter a deep-sea monster that swallows you and your ship whole. I'll be waiting on shore to scavenge your trash. Lonely young woman, little brother, your life is getting better and better. The guy with glasses next door, I think he lives right across from me. He stole several pairs of my stockings. Hey, little brother, tell him for me that I still have a lot of used stockings. Chao Dong glanced at the comment, then looked at Zhang Meitian beside him. Zhang, who seemed shy, also seemed to have seen the comment, and her face immediately turned red. This lonely young woman is quite the veteran viewer. You should perform well, and maybe I can set you up some time. Gao Zhong Zhouke. Really? Zhang asked shyly, a hint of anticipation in her voice. If Boss Chao Dong makes a move, then the lonely young woman is basically a done deal. The main reason is that the women from Harbin are quite provocative. Those stockings were all worn out from use. Wang Hai's gaze toward Chao Dong was immediately filled with awe. Let's go. Chao Dong gave the order, and the three boarded the ship. Wang Hai skillfully weighed anchor and adjusted the sails, and the sailboat slowly sailed away from the coast. This was Chao Dong's first time riding on such a sailboat, and to be honest, it was quite a novel experience. He took out the nautical supplies he had redeemed from the system shop the night before and poured them onto the deck. Looking at these advanced nautical items, Wang Hai and Zhang Yin exchanged a shy glance, both stunned. The azure sea and sky blend seamlessly, a sight that soothes the soul. The sun was scorching, and the salty sea breeze made me feel sticky and sweaty all over. While maintaining a live stream, Chao Dong kept basic sea area detection and sharp eyes active at all times. About 10 nautical miles from the coastline, a dark mass of creatures flew rapidly toward the sailboat. Sharp eyes feedback, demonic seagull level, 1 talent, none swarm attack. Watch out, it's a flock of demonized seagulls. Chao Dong raised his crossbow. Wang Hai's expression changed, and he hurriedly steered the ship to try and avoid it. Damn it, so many. Zhang clung tightly to the gunwale. Chao Dong narrowed his eyes. He fired a series of crossbow bolts, shooting down several demonic gulls that were charging at the front. But there were just too many of them, and they relentlessly rammed the sails and masts. The live chat was instantly filled with exclamations of surprise. Holy crap, there really is a sea monster. Hang in there, streamer. Oh no, we've already encountered danger, barely set sail. At that moment, Chao Dong did something that shocked all the viewers. He put away his crossbow bolts, and his right hand shot out like lightning. The coal python appeared in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Deafening gunshots rang out on the sea. The bullet struck the flock of magic gulls, instantly shattering several of them. The splattering blood and flesh and the deafening roar had a deterrent effect, halting the seagull's offensive. A gun. The streamer has a gun. Holy crap, that firepower. I love it. Awesome, boss. Voice cracks. Wang Hai and Zhang Meitian also stared at the gun in astonishment. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the seagulls, Wang Hai struggled to adjust the course, and the sailboat sped away from the area. Finally, around 3 p.m., a large island signal appeared on the detection interface. This place is about 50 nautical miles from Chao Dong's system island. The three were greatly encouraged. As they drew closer, a lush, green island came into view. The island is surrounded by rolling hills in the center and white sand beaches along its edges. A waterfall cascades down from the mountainside and flows into a stream in the forest. What a wonderful place. Wanhai et Galim. It has fresh water, mountains and forests, and a natural harbor. Zhang, shy and timid, excitedly took out her notebook and quickly started taking notes. Chao Dong's eyes gleamed as he scanned the coastline. Demonic boar level 1, talent, none, thick-skinned and tough. Demonized badger, level 0, talent, none, nighttime activity. There are actually quite a few low-level monsters on this island. The sailboat sailed into a natural bay. Chao Dong anchored the boat in deep water not far from the shore. Boss Chao, how about we name this island? Zhang shyly handed Chao Dong a banana and suggested. From today onwards, this place will be called Hope Corner. Chao Dong stood at the bow of the boat, facing the sea breeze, eating a banana. The island has been officially named. Just then, a system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved the hidden achievement. Pioneer, discover a new island. Achievement description. In the endless apocalyptic ocean, you have successfully discovered and named a brand new island with development potential, taking a crucial step in expanding your power. Achievement rewards are being distributed. 1. Hope Corner Construction Startup Pack X1 includes 1 simple wooden fence blueprint, 100 meters, 1 watchtower construction blueprint, 200 units of high-quality timber, 150 units of stone, and 1 set of nails and basic tools. 2. Emotional value plus 10,000 points. 3. Skill Upgrade Ticket X1. Note, this skill can upgrade any skill the host already possesses by 1 level, up to the highest level. Please choose carefully to enhance your core abilities. That's great. You can even get a reward for discovering a new island. Chao Dong looked at the reward. Skill upgrade coupon. Interesting. After thinking about it, I realized that my current strength was not strong enough, so I still needed to strengthen my ranged attack capabilities. Upgrade to shooting, basic skill. 1 second. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the shooting, intermediate skill. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream were filled with complex emotions. Congratulations to Napoleon on discovering the new world. Huh? Are you sure this isn't the new world discovered by Magellan? 2 complete idiots. The people who discovered the new world were goblins. Didn't they study history? I'm so jealous. Streamers have private islands now, while I'm still stuck in a 5-square-meter toilet pie_square pie. Hey bro, are you selling this island? I'll trade you my treasured half a pair of stockings. Doge. The 3 of them went ashore. Chao Dong looked around. The resources were relatively abundant, but the defenses were almost non-existent. If this island is to be used as a base, it will require a great deal of manpower and resources to build fortifications. The emotional energy consumption would probably be astronomical. It seems I need to expand my live streaming reach and collect more emotional points, just as Chao Dong was planning for the future. The faint divine consciousness that was originally attached to Wang Hai's collar. However, they made contact with Lushan City, which was thousands of miles away. In the dimly lit billiard hall, Zhao Bin had his eyes closed, a cold smile playing on his lips. Through the wisp of divine consciousness attached to Wang Hai, he sensed the approximate location of the island. It's quite far, Zhao Bin thought to himself. However, this is not a problem. Lao Tzu's shadow bat talent can be upgraded. I'll be coming for you soon. Chao Dong, help me build up my island. Hee. A glint flashed in Zhao Bin's eyes. He lit a cigarette and leaned his head back against the sofa. And beneath his open jeans, two little girls in white stockings. Chapter 32 Live Stream. Recruiting Awakened Bodyguards. From the perspective of a drone, Chao Dong is surveying the Cape of Hope Island. The island is oval-shaped and has an area of approximately 10 square kilometers. The central part of the island consists of a series of low mountains, the highest of which is about 100 meters. On one side of the island is the crescent-shaped bay where Chao Dong landed. On the other side is a steep rocky cliff. Near the beach are groves of coconut palms and salt-tolerant shrubs. There are all kinds of birds, insects, and animals in the forest. Chao Dong activated his fiery eyes. A demonized wild boar, LV.1, was discovered lurking in the forest. You can see the demon badger, LV.0, in the shadows. In the dense forest in the middle of the island, there are some purple magic flowers. Near the flowers, several fist-sized, magical bees, LV.0, with stings at the tail hover around. A waterfall cascades down like a white ribbon, and a stream meanders through the woodland before finally flowing into the bay. Overall, it's a nice little island. Once we clear out those monsters, we can build a residential area in the plains and basins that can house many people. Moreover, it's not far from my own system island, about 50 nautical miles away, and it only takes a few hours to get there by boat. On the coast, Wang Hai and Zhang Mian were busy setting up a temporary camp. Chao Dong then put away the drone camera and began planning his future life as an island owner. First, we must take it one step at a time. Bring 10 beautiful young women to the system's island to become residents, and have sex with them and have children. Strive to achieve a 100% conquer rate for all beautiful young women as soon as possible. Then, we expanded the scope of our live streams. Currently, we've only broadcast live from one district in Lushan City, but in the future, we plan to expand to the entire province, the whole country, and even the whole planet. However, the larger the scope of the live stream, the greater the exposure. At that time, countless awakened beings will be secretly spying on his island. Although this place is relatively safe for now, it is estimated that before long, some highly capable awakened individuals will come here. This is definitely not a good thing. My current physical talent is only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. If we were to fight head-on, I probably wouldn't even be able to defeat a low-level awakened. Therefore, we must upgrade our weapons and find ways to gain attribute points. Previously, when Xiao Liping's conquest level reached 70 out of 100, the system rewarded her with 1 attribute point. Going back further, she had also won 1 point through a lottery. I wonder if there are any other ways to obtain it? Besides the 2 things mentioned above, there's another thing we need to do now. Hire awakened ones. Since you lack the strength yourself, you can recruit others. Not every boss needs to personally go to the construction site to work. Even someone as skilled as Putin needs to have several bodyguards by his side. In the apocalypse, even many awakened beings lack resources. And I happen to be able to help solve this problem. People die for wealth, birds die for food. I believe most people can't refuse an offer of employment. Thinking of this, Chao Dong called Wang Hai and Zhang Mitian over. They were asked to set up a safe temporary camp. They were given each a steel composite crossbow, a bow and arrow set, and some wilderness survival supplies. Immediately afterwards, they redeemed a wooden house from the system for them to stay in temporarily. You must be on high alert. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, contact me immediately through the system channel. I will come and teleport you away right away. After saying that, he didn't delay any longer and immediately teleported back to the island. Xiao Liping was both surprised and delighted to see Chao Dong suddenly appear on the island. After serving Chao Dong dinner, Chao Dong didn't linger and was immediately transported to the kindergarten. In the kindergarten, Yuan Shiqi, Yang Shui, and other women were playing with the children. Yang Shui, wearing yoga pants, was bending over, teasing a chubby little boy. Those full, round buttocks were facing the door. Chao Dong's sudden teleportation landed directly behind her, and due to inertia, his body tumbled down onto that alluring curve. Yang Shui was tackled and fell to the ground. Chao Dong pressed his face directly against that soft surface that exuded a captivating fragrance. An intoxicating aroma filled his nostrils. I could feel the heavy breathing coming out of Chao Dong's nose. Yang Shui shudret. The unprecedented sensation made Yang Shui's entire body turn completely hot and red. Yuan Shiqi, standing to the side, snorted at the two's strange actions, her expression turning somewhat unpleasant. That stinky Chao Dong. He just loves to take advantage of girls. Big pervert. After the little incident, Chao Dong coughed lightly and sniffed. The faint fragrance still lingered at the tip of my nose. Chao Dong briefly explained the situation at the corner of Hope to the women. Wow, there are mountains and water, and even a waterfall. Dongji, we saw that island in the live stream. Sun Xiaowen's eyes sparkled. Brother Chao Dong, when are you taking us to the island? Lili Kaimdin. There are so many mosquitoes at this kindergarten. Let's move quickly. Yuan Shiqi, however, looked worried. Will the children not be able to adapt to that place? After all, they've been in kindergarten for so long. Looking at her delicate face, Chao Dong smiled slightly. Don't worry, with you, Chao Dong here. I hope the facilities on this island won't be any worse than those on my little island. Long live Brother Dong. Sun Xiaowen and Lili excitedly gave each other a high five. Just like on the island, that would be so wonderful. Seeing Chao Dong's confident demeanor, Yuan Shiqi felt a greater liking for him. That stinky Chao Dong. Does he even have a bit of a manly air about him? Ding. The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi to 32/100. Chao Dong turned to Yang Shui and said, Shui, get ready. We might be moving there in a couple of days. Yang Shui nodded, Bluesing, understood. We can leave anytime. After leaving the kindergarten, Chao Dong found a relatively safe vantage point and started his live stream again. He took a deep breath, faced the camera, and dropped a bombshell. Family members, I believe you have all seen the results of our exploration today. We found an island at sea, and I have named it Cape of Hope. I'm planning to expand my influence in Cape of Hope, and I'm now recruiting a Awakened bodyguard from across the city. Requirements: a certain level of combat skill, obedience to orders, and the ability to endure hardship. Working under me guarantees you food, clothing, and lodging. You'll receive monthly supplies and a year-end bonus. All Awakened individuals are welcome to apply. Registration method: send your resume via bullet comments in a live stream. After initial screening, I will arrange an interview. These words caused an uproar in the live stream. Providing supplies and safe shelter? In the apocalypse, that was simply a pipe dream. But coming from Chao Dong, who has repeatedly created miracles, one can't help but believe it. Real or fake? Food and accommodation included. I am awakened to power. I'm signing up. Look at me, pro. I'm a healer, even though I'm only level 1. Damn it, let's fight. This is just waiting to die. Might as well take a gamble. As the barrage of comments flew by, the emotional level began to soar wildly. Seeing the countless comments, Chao Dong spent another 600 emotion points to set Yuan Shiqi and Yang Shui as administrators of the live stream. Ping is pregnant, so the two of them need to share some of the workload. Meanwhile, in the university town, there are used car dealerships. In Zhu Xiaoyi's room, 2 voluptuous and alluring women were lying down. Zhu Xiaoyi pressed his hyena face against a woman's and said in a hoarse voice, Recruiting bodyguards? Interesting. Kid, you're giving me a chance to kill you, huh? Huh. Chapter 33, The Landlady, is when Jing. Night fell over the island, and a gentle sea breeze blew. Chao Dong's teleported figure appeared in front of the wooden house. Xiao Liping, who had been waiting, immediately came forward with a gentle smile on her face. Upon seeing this beautiful woman, Chao Dong's nerves, which had been tense all day, were finally able to relax completely. He and Xiao Liping took a bath together in the wooden tub in the bathroom, the two of them being very affectionate and enjoying themselves immensely. I had a wonderful sleep. The next day, Chao Dong contacted Wang Hai and Zhang Mitian early in the morning. Hope Cape Island was relatively safe last night. The two complained that the sea monsters were making too much noise, making it hard for them to sleep soundly. Chao Dong encouraged them, telling them to stay and guard Hope Corner, promising them a great reward when he returned. The two old men were overjoyed. The recruitment interviews were held in an abandoned logistics warehouse near the university town. The location offered a wide view and was easy to defend. Chao Dong sat behind a dilapidated desk that had been moved from somewhere, with Yang Shi standing behind him, looking wary. Yuan Shiqi stayed at the kindergarten to look after the children, and Sun Xiaowen and Lily also helped her take care of them. Xiao Liping remotely assisted in filtering a massive amount of private messages. The live stream was on, with the camera pointed at the warehouse entrance. The first batch of interviewees walked in one after another. Most of them were survivors who were pale and emaciated. Chao Dong scanned them one by one with his sharp eyes. Zhang Long, strength enhancement, C rank, LV.1. Zhao Hu, skin hardening, grade C, LV.2. Dynasty sprint, D rank, LV.0. Chao Dong asked 3 questions in a row. What abilities do they have? Have you ever killed a monster? Why did you want to come? Most of these people gave hesitant and stammering answers, unable to give a coherent explanation. Chao Dong remained expressionless, like a serious examiner, screening candidates one by one. Several people who seemed relatively honest and capable were asked to stand aside and await further observation. Most of the awakened individuals were directly eliminated, sparking waves of discontent, unrest, and curses. Old Lou from the construction site. This elimination rate is even higher than when we took the civil service exam. The cat watching the show. Tisk, that muscle-bound guy with awakened power looks alright. Why don't you want him? Angry Banana. Damn it, my B-grade flower thief talent failed to get selected. What go, man? The streamer wants you to help him pick flowers? No wonder you'd be rejected straight face. Just as Chao Dong finished dealing with a group of people and was feeling a little tired, a figure blocked the light at the warehouse entrance. A woman. He was wearing a dark coat. Nude stockings encased her straight calves, while the bodycon skirt accentuated her voluptuous curves. On her feet were a pair of low-heeled leather shoes covered in dust. Her face showed signs of fatigue and weariness, and her hair was carefully tied up, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. What's most striking are her eyes. They seem to speak volumes. Those phoenix eyes swept over Chao Dong and Yang Shui, carrying a kind of worldly wisdom. Hello, boss. The voice wasn't loud, and it was a little hoarse, yet strangely pleasant. My name is Wen Jing. Before the apocalypse, I ran a private restaurant in Nanjing. A golden light flashed in Chao Dong's eyes. Quiet, level, 1 talent, C rank dexterity. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding, a beautiful young woman matching the criteria has been detected. Wen Jing. Overall rating, 91. Young woman attribute quotient. Detailed assessment. Age, 32. At the peak of maturity and charm, possessing both the allure of a young woman and the wisdom of a mature woman. Appearance, 90. A standard oval face with well-maintained skin, slender eyebrows and eyes, naturally possessing a shrewdness and charm that is insightful about the world, and full lips that smile even before speaking. Body, 92. Height, approximately 165 centimeters. Voluptuous and graceful figure, with a prominent bust and buttocks, a supple waist, and exquisite curves, especially her pair of beautiful legs and stockings, which still maintain an amazing allure in the post-apocalyptic world. Trait, 94. Possesses excellent management and coordination skills and business acumen, enhanced by the talent and ingenuity, adept at reading people and handling situations tactfully, and able to efficiently integrate resources and maintain team operations in complex environments. Potential, 90. Possesses excellent potential in logistics management and diplomatic negotiation. Overall rating, grade A. Recruiting is highly recommended. Their management and logistical capabilities are one of the core pillars of a post-apocalyptic powers development. A recruitment campaign unexpectedly attracted a whale. Chao Dong was overjoyed, but he didn't show it. After all, this woman's appearance was too sudden. We should find out her background and figure out her strength first. Boss 1. Chao Dong leaned forward slightly, staring at her large breasts with interest. What abilities do you have? I've hired bodyguards. Wen Jing smiled slightly, neither humble nor arrogant. I'm indeed no good at fighting, but I can manage people and supplies, ensuring a group of people are well-fed, well-clothed, and avoid trouble. In addition, I can also... The woman glanced at Chao Dong with her delicate, almond-shaped eyes. While speaking, his fingers unconsciously traced lines on the table. Her gaze met Chao Dong's, carrying a hint of barely perceptible probing and seduction. Just as Chow Dong was about to ask further questions, a loud crash suddenly came from the broken window on the side of the warehouse. Several demonic hyenas, LV.2, with bloodshot eyes and dripping saliva, howled as they charged in, lunging straight at the crowd. Enemy attack. Yang Shui reacted immediately, her body glowing faintly as her Saint Seiya talent was activated, and she stood in front of Chow Dong. Chaos erupted instantly. People waiting for their interviews scattered and fled. Some of the previously selected awakened individuals instinctively retreated, while others mustered their courage to step forward. Chow Dong's eyes turned cold, and he instantly drew his crossbow. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt pierced the eye socket of a hyena with pinpoint accuracy. In the chaos, he caught a glimpse of Wen Jing out of the corner of his eye. Unlike the others, this woman did not panic and run around. She quickly ducked and hid in the corner formed by several abandoned shipping containers. At the same time, he picked up a rusty iron rod from the ground and observed the monster's movements and the reactions of everyone present from the shadows. Chow Dong's heart stirred slightly. She's quick-witted, calm, and observant. She's definitely not someone an ordinary woman can compare to. Protect the sides. Use the cargo box as a barrier. Chow Dong fired while giving brief orders. Yang Shui and the other few brave applicants formed a defensive line. The battle was brief but intense. A few minutes later, 3 demonic hyenas were killed, while the remaining 2 fled wounded. The warehouse was filled with the stench of blood. Chow Dong put away his crossbow and scanned the entire area with his eyes. He officially hired the few applicants who dared to fight and obey orders in the chaos. His gaze finally fell on Wen Jing, who emerged from behind the cargo box. She patted the dust off her skirt. Her face was slightly pale, but her eyes remained calm. You stay too. Chow Dong pointed at her. Wen Jing reached out and brushed her hair aside, nodding slightly. Thank you, boss. The livestream chat was also filled with comments. Insightful. This proprietress is something else. She remained calm under pressure. A salty fish. The team is starting to take shape. Sour lemon. Damn it. Why did that woman get chosen? Just because she was wearing stockings? Lonely young woman. Another young woman. This guy really is a young woman magnet. At this moment, on the 11th floor of Building B, Nanyuan Apartment, University Town, Ma Dongmei, a lonely young woman from Harbin, felt a mix of emotions. For the past few days, she had been watching Chow Dong's live streams every day. She originally thought that with her advantage as a longtime fan and her 8 out of 9 looks and flirtatious charm, hooking up with a young man like Chow Dong would be a piece of cake, right? But as Chow Dong's strength grew, she realized that her own skills were simply not up to par. The supplies stockpiled before the apocalypse have been almost entirely used up. It seems we need to start with Zhang, the bespectacled young man next to Chow Dong. He must join Chow Dong's team, or he'll be doomed. A resolute glint flashed in the eyes of Ma Dongmei, the lonely young woman. Shy, I'll save your stockings for you, and you can come and get them later. Chapter 34. Wen Jing, who loves wearing stockings. The recruitment took a whole day. From dozens of awakened individuals, Chow Dong ultimately selected 6 to serve as his mercenaries. Besides Yang Shui, the newly joined awakened include Dynasty, Durank, Sprint, LV.1, a young man with dyed red hair and an earring. Mayhan, rank B, B speaker, can summon and command a small number of low-level monsters. LV.2, he is taciturn, but his awakened talent is above average. Zhang Long, C rank, strength enhancement, LV.2, outgoing personality, strong physique. Zhao Hu, grade C, skin hardening, LV.2, honest and reliable, known for his defensive skills. Fan Bingbing, D level, Fengxing, LV.1, a quick-witted and calm woman. There is also Wen Jing, C level, skillful, LV.1. Chow Dong's promises to them were simple: ample food and water daily, and safe shelter. Monthly bonuses would be awarded based on performance, and in the future, permanent residency in the Corner of Hope and more resources would be allocated based on their contributions. The trial period was 3 months. If this were before the apocalypse, even a dog wouldn't bother with it. But this is the apocalypse, an apocalypse where people are treated worse than dogs. This treatment is already considered luxurious. It's enough to make most people risk their lives. If Chow Dong hadn't had the system, just providing supplies would have been a huge problem. After the recruitment ended, Chow Dong briefly instructed the new employees to gather at the small square in the university town the next day. Afterwards, Chao Dong took Yang Shui back to the kindergarten. Inside the kindergarten, the children are playing and roughhousing. They also saw Chao Dong's recruitment event through the live stream. The children were very excited to hear that they were going to move to a small island. When Chao Dong came in, everyone excitedly surrounded him, calling him Uncle repeatedly. Uncle Chao Dong, after we move to our new house, will you marry Teacher Yuan? A chubby little boy with a missing front tooth asked innocently. Chao Dong was taken aback by the question, then revealed a mischievous smile. Of course, not only will I marry your Teacher Yuan, but I will also have her give me 3 big, fat sons. Upon hearing this, the children burst into laughter. Yuan Shichi blushed and laughed in anger, glaring fiercely at Chao Dong. The next day, Chao Dong had breakfast on the island and arrived at the kindergarten early. He discovered that he could only teleport a maximum of 5 people at a time. So, Yuan Shichi and her child, along with Yang Shui and her fellow students, were teleported in 3 batches to a teleportation point set up outside the island. Unfortunately, he could only teleport to the island or another location each time. To reach Cape of Hope, one must pass through the island as a transit point. For convenience, he simply built a teleportation station outside the island. After teleporting the Kindergarten Legion to Corner of Hope, he immediately returned to Lushur City, to the small square in the university town. The 6 newly hired Awakened Ones were already waiting with their luggage, each one looking on with anticipation. Finally, we can live a life of plenty. Looking at the group of Awakened Ones carrying large and small bags, Chao Dong suddenly felt that they were like a group of chosen workers heading to Guangdong. I almost called him Handsome Guy. It took some more time to transport this group of highly skilled workers to Cape Hope in 2 batches. Finally, the first group of immigrants to Cape of Hope have all arrived. Apart from the 7 children, Chao Dong gathered all the core personnel. A group of people stood on a gently sloping basin near a freshwater stream, with their backs against a rocky wall. In the future, a residential area will be built around this location. Chao Dong asked Wang Hai to give a brief introduction to the Hope Corner, and then began to assign tasks to the group of people. He stood before the group of employees, issuing clear instructions. Although he was relatively young among them, his every move exuded the air of a big boss. There's nothing we can do. We're the developers, after all. Even the Corner of Hope was named by me, Chao Dong. Wenjing, you will be in charge of all internal affairs at Hope Corner. You will be responsible for everything, including the allocation of supplies, personnel scheduling, daily order, and logistical support. Report directly to me. Shui, you will be my bodyguard and secretary, responsible for protecting me. Bing Bing, you are in charge of the core area, especially the safety and security of Teacher Yuan and the children, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Sun Xiaoben, Lily, you 2 are in charge of taking care of the children and the meals at Hope Corner. If you're too busy, you can ask Zhang Mitian for help. Wang Chao, Mahan, you 2 will be paired up and responsible for the daily patrols and monster clearing in the east and north of the camp. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, you are responsible for the west and south directions. If any threat is detected, issue an early warning and call for support if necessary. Mayhan, your ability is special. It can be used to dispel or lure monsters at critical moments, but you must use it with caution. Wang Hai, Zhang Yinyan, you are the construction directors of Corner of Hope. After we clear out a wave of monsters, Wang Hai will lead Wang Mahjong Zhao to construct the camp and build defensive fortifications according to the blueprints. I will try to find 1 or 2 more awakened individuals specializing in construction to work together. Zhang, you're responsible for technical support, design optimization, and close monitoring of maritime developments, especially weather and sea conditions. After the order was given, everyone got busy at their posts. The once desolate Hope Corner is now a scene of everything waiting to be rebuilt. Wenjing immediately began registering supplies and allocating temporary accommodations. Yang Shui followed behind Zhao Dong. Her 1.7-meter height and athletic build from years of exercise gave her a heroic and spirited demeanor, like a female police officer. Fan Bingbing stood guard around Yuan Shichi and the children, her sharp eyes scanning the forest. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and others picked up their weapons, divided into 2 groups, and began their first patrol in different directions. Wang Hai and Zhang Mitian began clearing the campsite foundation. The clanging and shouting broke the island's silence and brought vitality to the scene. In Lushur, thousands of miles away, viewers watched the bustling scene at the corner of Hope through live streaming. A flood of emotions rushed into the live stream, and the chat was filled with comments. Construction site, Old Lu. My goodness, is this the apocalypse? This is clearly a massive infrastructure construction site. Boss Chow is taking China's infrastructure overseas. He's going to be an island lord. The rat hiding in the ruins. I cried. I really cried. They actually have clean water to bathe in. The children can still run around in a safe place. That's what it means to be alive. What's the difference between us and zombies? Damn it. Keyboard warrior in action. Shaw. It's all a show. It's definitely staged. Where would they get so many resources to support idle people? Just wait. They'll start fighting amongst themselves in a few days. Awakener Big Ben. Damn it. People can climb up to D and C rank. I'm still eating tree bark with my B rank talent. Boss Chow. Look at me. I'm better than that Mahan bastard. Old M.O. Boss Chow, my daughter just turned 6. She's very well behaved. I started out as a fishmonger, and I do other things too. Could I work for you in Lushur to get my daughter a boat ticket to Cape of Hope? Number of online users, 50,000. This live stream garnered 35,000 emotional points. The number of online viewers and interaction in the live stream reached a new peak. The corner of Hope is like a giant magnet, attracting all those who glimpse a ray of light in their despair. Envy, jealousy, longing, doubt, curses, pleading, countless complex emotions intertwined and transformed into a surging stream of data. At this moment, Chow Dong's emotional value balance reached a terrifying 100,000 points, a new historical high. However, 100,000 points would be a huge sum if used on the system island, enough to upgrade everything about the island by 2 levels. But using it in this corner of Hope is far from enough. This is an island with an area of 10 square kilometers. Just building the defensive fence around the island would consume a huge amount of wood, not to mention other defensive fortifications. It seems that the construction of the corner of Hope needs to be carried out gradually and cannot be accomplished overnight. Just as Chow Dong was deep in thought, a refreshing fragrance wafted over. Chow Dong turned around and saw Wen Jing, dressed in a brown office lady outfit, walking towards him with a notebook in her arms and standing next to him, her soft breasts almost touching his arm. The woman's beautiful legs were tightly wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and her voluptuous figure exuded a mature charm with every move she made. How should I put it? It just feels like this woman has a natural flirtatious charm. It's that kind of woman who's cunning in every move, but you can't hate her. Instead, you find her incredibly appealing, and just seeing her makes you feel comfortable. That kind of feminine charm. Moreover, this woman seemed to have a particular fondness for stockings. The stockings looked perfectly natural on her legs, instantly boosting her appeal. Chow Dong stared at Wen Jing's stockings, looking at her long yet voluptuous legs, and swallowed hard. Tongzi, can this woman stay on the island? He asked telepathically. The host has not yet unlocked the permission for the third beautiful young woman to stay on the island. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Exceed 100,000 viewers in the live stream to unlock the permission. Chapter 35 Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing. Wen Jing, carrying her notebook, gracefully walked to Chow Dong's side, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. She seemed to have just finished organizing supplies. Her forehead was damp with sweat, and a few strands of hair clung to her cheeks, adding to her languid charm. Boss, she said in a soft, charming voice, handing the notebook to Chow Dong and leaning forward slightly. This is a preliminary list of supplies and personnel arrangements. Please take a look. Also, everyone has some suggestions regarding dinner arrangements and would like to consult you. Chow Dong took the notebook, his fingertips accidentally touching the cool back of her hand. Wen Jing flinched slightly, as if startled, yet her expression held a hint of feigned reluctance. With a flicker of her eyes, she gave him a reproachful look. If it were in the past, if a beautiful young woman of this caliber were to seduce me like this, I, Xiao Dongzi, would probably fall head over heels for her immediately. But now, with Xiao Liping's old A8 by his side, Chow Dong can be considered a man who has weathered many storms. I wouldn't surrender just because the other party gives me a little flirtation. He suppressed the heat in his heart and calmly flipped through the list. He said in a businesslike tone, "Yes, well done. Just handle it well. I don't want to see any arguments over such a small matter." Ding. The current level of the beautiful young woman Wen Jing's conquest by the island owner is 15 of 100. A hint of surprise flashed in Wen Jing's eyes. like the lonely young woman. She is a woman from northeast China. One is from Harbin, and the other is from Liaoning. Before the apocalypse, she ran a northeastern Chinese restaurant in the southern part of Lushan City. Business is booming. Those middle-aged men with beer bellies and slick-back hair were almost openly drawn to her quiet demeanor. In Wen Jing's mind, the lively scenes of her restaurant before the apocalypse resurfaced. Boss One, you have to serve this sweet and sour pork yourself today. It just won't taste the same if someone else serves it. A bald man slammed his hand on the table, but his eyes were glued to her voluptuous waist and hips wrapped in a cheongsam. Jinger, have a drink with us. Just one. Your restaurant will become our company's official canteen right away. Another man wearing a gold chain, drunkenly, tried to grab her hand. Even more outrageous, some people would accidentally drop their chopsticks on the ground and then take the opportunity to look down and sneakily peek under her skirt. Some people even pretended to be helpful and insisted on teaching her palm reading, drawing circles on her palm with their fingers and lingering for a long time before letting go. She had long since mastered the art of Tai Chi in the face of these cheesy routines. She always manages to slip away unnoticed, like an eel, while always sporting a warm smile that leaves no room for criticism. She was like a butterfly fluttering among the flowers, without a single petal clinging to her. But at this moment, the young man in front of her, though clearly interested in her, was able to restrain himself from making any advances towards her. What a special man. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, he is a typical tycoon. Thinking of this, Wen Jing's affection for Chao Dong grew even stronger, and beneath her office lady skirt. Ding! The beautiful young woman Wen Jing's conquest level by the island owner has increased to 18/100. Understood, boss. I'll handle it. She glanced at Chao Dong with her watery, almond-shaped eyes and put her notebook away. In the afternoon, Chao Dong patrolled the camp with his hands behind his back. Yuan Shiqi is leading the children to identify edible wild vegetables by the stream. Although this woman was aloof, she had a great passion for children. Chao Dong was even thinking that he might as well open a kindergarten on the island or at Hope Corner someday. All the kids he had with 10 beautiful young women would attend Yuan Shiqi's kindergarten. Hee. At that moment, Wen Jing also came over to check the nearby terrain, preparing to plan a future vegetable garden. The two women met face to face. Wen Jing smiled and said, "Little Yuan, taking care of the child? You must be tired. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Yuan Shiqi simply nodded, her tone distant. "Thank you for your trouble, Manager One." Looking at Wen Jing's legs, encased in stockings and revealing their curves, she felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of repulsion. Wen Jing's eyes, which seemed to see right through people, made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. But Sister Ping on the island was different. Although she was older, she was sincere and kind to that stinky Chao Dong. The manager in front of me, however, was like a sly fox, wearing a professional office lady skirt and seductive stockings, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't know she was a slut. No way. I can't let that vixen bewitch Chao Dong. Yuan Shiqi subconsciously decided that she should help Sister Ping keep an eye on that stinky Chao Dong from now on, and not let him be taken away. Just then, a notification sounded in Chao Dong's system. Ding! The island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi has increased to 33/100. Gaozong. Night was falling. After a full day of clearing, the low-level monsters in the mountain range in the middle of the island were slaughtered. After a day of wailing, peace finally returned. The waves crashed against the rocks, masking many subtle movements. From the distant depths of the sea came the mournful cries of a mysterious demonic fish, casting an ominous shadow over the once peaceful island. Currently, the island is laid out as follows. Chao Dong redeemed a total of 8 intermediate-level wooden houses, each with an area of approximately 18 square meters. Yuan Shiqi and Fan Bingbing shared a room. Sun Xiaowen and Lili shared a room. 7 children share a room. Zhang Meiyan and Wang Hai shared a room. Yang Shui and Wen Jing shared a room. Wang Chao and Mei Han shared a room. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu shared a room. There's also a room for Chao Dong to rest temporarily. At this moment, Yuan Shiqi and the other women were taking care of the children and preparing to rest. Chao Dong listened to Wen Jing's report, and the two discussed the island's future plans. Yang Shui stood not far from Chao Dong, responsible for his security. Wang Hai and Zhang Yintian also took a shower and nestled in the wooden cabin, discussing the upcoming infrastructure blueprints for the island. During the day, Wang Chao and Ma Han formed one group, while Zhang Long and Zhao Hu formed another, and together they went out to patrol and kill wild monsters. Now, each group sends one person to be responsible for night patrols. Ma Han and Zhang Long are on patrol tonight. In the center of the camp, a campfire was lit, bringing some warmth to the cold night. On the coast, Ma Han quietly crept up to the vicinity of Zhang Long's post. "Brother Zhang Long, what do you think of this place?" Ma Han sent Zhang Long a yellow crane tower cigarette and asked in a low voice. "This place is great. There's food and lodging, much better than Lushur." Zhang Long replied in a deep voice. "Yes." Ma Han's tone shifted, his eyes darkening. But all these things slipped through Chao Dong's fingers. What makes him so special? Just because he can conjure things up? Zhang Long was taken aback. He didn't quite understand why Ma Han would say these words to him. But he still replied, "Boss Chao is capable. Skill." Mayhan scoffed. "His skill lies in that system. What if we could control him, make him keep conjuring up supplies for us, and even take over his island? That would be true freedom and happiness." He coaxed, "Have you noticed? Chao Dong's own abilities are actually quite average. He relies entirely on Yang Shui and that gun. Tonight, everyone is exhausted, and morale isn't high enough, making it the perfect opportunity to strike." Zhang Long's heart skipped a beat. What's Ma Han up to? Ma Han continued, "Brother Zhang Long, I've long seen that you're not one to stay subservient for long. Why don't we join forces, catch him off guard, and take him under control? From now on, we'll control the resources. As for women," He glanced meaningfully at the place where the group of women were resting. Zhang Long felt a tremor in his tiger-like body and a surge of heat in his dragon-like tendrils. Every woman on this island is a top-tier beauty, especially Wen Jing and Yuan Shiqi. If only I could get my hands on those two women. Goodness, he wouldn't even dare to do that in his wildest dreams. Greed gradually overwhelmed reason. Zhang Long's breathing became heavy, and his body trembled uncontrollably due to tension and excitement. Damn it, why does he get all the benefits? Chapter 36 Rebellion. Zookeeper Mayhan. The night was as dark as ink. In the darkness, Mayhan watched the waves crash against the rocks, listening to the monotonous sound of the tide, his eyes filled with gloom. Before the apocalypse, he was a zookeeper. Because of his frequent interactions with animals, he awakened the ability of the beast whisperer after the apocalypse. Once upon a time, he was a lowly pony, a servant who spent his days mingling with animals. His persistent animal odor made it impossible for him to find a girlfriend. But now, this young man named Chao Dong has a group of beauties by his side. He couldn't accept this situation. Why was it that, as fellow awakened beings, he could only watch others reap the rewards? He also wanted to be called President Ma or Father Ma. He vowed to take everything away from Chao Dong. There's no time to lose. We'll make our move in the latter half of the night. Ma Han lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Controlling Chao Dong is equivalent to controlling the system, and from then on, we'll be the ones calling the shots. Zhang Long licked his lips, his excitement tinged with a hint of hesitation. Brother Ma, just the two of us. Can we really do it? What if we fail? This vast ocean. What's the panic? Ma Han interrupted him. It's done. This island is ours. With Chao Dong's system, we'll have all the supplies and weapons we need. We could develop slowly, and this apocalypse will be ours in the future. He paused, then lowered his voice. Even if things go wrong with my beast speaker skills, I can still help you survive in the wild. Besides, I've already prepared a backup plan. You've heard of that guy named Zhu Xiaoyi from the university town area, right? Zhang Long was taken aback. That hyena leader of the Greyhound gang? He seems to have a lot of issues with Boss Chao. That's right. Mons me lid sinisterly. After that dwarf awakened into a hyena, he became ruthless and gathered a lot of desperados and is expanding his power. He has his eye on my beast speaker, talent, and wanted to cooperate with me before. Cooperation? Zhang Long asked, somewhat puzzled. My B-level talent is much stronger than that C-level hyena. If I hadn't been neglecting to develop my power, would I even give him a second thought? Ma said with disdain. He then added, however, at least this guy has a territory. If we fail this time, we could take the information from Chao Dong's side and go to him. With my talent and this information, it won't be difficult for me to become the second in command in the Greyhound gang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long suddenly understood. Success means being crowned king. Failure, at least, provides a way out. In this apocalyptic world, human life is as cheap as a dog's. Rather than living a wretched existence, it's better to gamble your life for wealth and power. Got it, brother Ma. When a man dies, his testicles fly to the sky. Just for those few sluts, it's worth the gamble. Late at night, Chao Dong didn't return to the System Island today, but instead chose to spend the night at Hope Corner. As for why, maybe he wanted to experience what it's like to be a local tyrant. After all, they had just recruited soldiers and built a camp here. It really feels like a small paradise created in the apocalypse. Yang Shui went back to rest at this time. The vast campsite was quiet, with only the crackling of the campfire. Just then, as Mayhan murmured strange incantations, monsters began to rise from the sea and crawl on the beach, creating a chilling pressure. The buzzing of monsters could also be heard in the air. Looking at the group of black monsters standing ready on the beach, Mayhan felt a sense of smugness. It is estimated that few awakened beings can be like him, who are not only unafraid of monsters, but can also command a group of monsters that are lower level than themselves. The time is right, he whispered in Zhang Long's ear. Now that slut Yang Shui isn't with Chao Dong. Let's put on a show. Your goal is to get close to Chao Dong before Yang Shui arrives, and then Mahan made a grappling move towards Zhang Long. Zhang Long was a little nervous, but he still nodded excitedly. Immediately afterwards, under Mahan's control, the group of black monsters began to chase after Mahan and Zhang Long, and actually launch an attack on them. Several toad-like monsters, spitting out black slime, chased after Zhang Long. Several ferocious-looking alligator-snapping turtles suddenly accelerated and stabbed at Mahan with their sharp sunflower seeds. A swarm of bees buzzed behind them, their bodies crackling with chaotic electricity. Monster invasion, requesting backup. Zhang Long opened his throat and shouted in his hoarse voice. Mahan lured the monsters toward the center of the camp, while Zhang Long ran wildly toward the wooden house where Chao Dong was. In an instant, the entire corner of Hope was awakened. Yang Shui didn't have time to change her clothes. Wearing her pajamas, she grabbed a baton and ran out. Fan Bingbing, along with Yuan Shiqi and other women, hurriedly ran towards the children's hut. She was quiet and composed, dressing herself in an orderly manner. Wang Chao and Zhao, who muttered under their breath as they ran out, carrying their machetes. Wang Hai and Zhang Miantian huddled inside the wooden house, their eyes filled with suspicion and uncertainty, too afraid to go out. These two have no fighting ability, so there's no point in them coming out. Chao Dong slowly sat up from the bed, without taking off his clothes. He sneered, took out a pistol from the system, and held it in a reverse grip. He took a deep breath, pretended to be in a hurry, and suddenly pushed open the wooden door. "What's going on?" he shouted at Zhang Long, who was rushing toward him. Zhang Long was overjoyed to see that Chao Dong had indeed been lured out. His face was filled with panic. "Boss, something's wrong. So many monsters. Brother Mai," he shouted as he walked quickly toward Chao Dong. He quietly clenched his fist, his entire body tensing up. He was a power-type awakener, and he was confident that as long as he got close to Chao Dong, the other party would definitely not be able to escape his grasp. Just as Zhang Long entered within 2 meters of Chao Dong, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, preparing to launch a sudden attack, Chao Dong made a move. He suddenly pulled out his right hand, which was hidden behind his back. The loaded pistol fired instantly, and a golden bullet, trailing flames, pierced Zhang Long's arm. Zhang Long had no idea that Chao Dong was prepared. After his arm was pierced by the arrow, he collapsed to the side in pain. A cold glint flashed in Chao Dong's eyes, and he raised his hand again. Bang! Another bullet shot out, shattering Zhang Long's kneecap. Just as he was hugging his knees and wailing, Chao Dong suddenly appeared. The gun but slammed into his exposed temple. A muffled thud. Zhang Long felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and collapsed to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this from a distance, Mahan's expression changed drastically. He knew his plan had been exposed, and a ruthless and decisive glint flashed in his eyes. "I'll risk it all," he roared inwardly, immediately changing his orders. The swarm of demonic bees immediately changed direction and, like suicide bombers, swooped down on Chao Dong, trying to interfere with him with electricity. At the same time, The two armored alligator snapping turtles roared and charged towards Chao Dong like chariots, attempting to force their way in. Mahan then pulled out a net that gleamed with a ghostly light from his waist and slammed it down on Chao Dong's head. "Boss, watch out." At this critical moment, a figure flashed past like a gust of wind. It was Yang Shui. She held a baton, her movements so fast they left afterimages. With a swift flick of her wrist, she precisely struck several demonic bees with her baton, blasting them apart mid-air. At the same time, he delivered a swift side kick, striking the side of an armored alligator snapping turtle shell. The immense force caused the nearly 100-pound monster to veer slightly, altering its trajectory. Faced with the net that was being swung at Chao Dong, she stepped forward without hesitation, swinging her baton in an attempt to deflect it. But the net was made of a special material and covered a large area. Although it blocked her for a moment, the edge still brushed against her arm, instantly causing a numbing sensation. The woman let out a soft cry, clearly indicating that she was injured. "Shui." Chao Dong's eyes narrowed as he saw Yang Shui risking her life to protect him, and anger surged within him. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots, shattering several other electric bees that were trying to approach while shouting sharply. "Wang Chao, Zhaohu, what are you waiting for? Take down these 2 traitors." Chapter 37 Chao Dong, and the true owner of the Corner of Hope. Wang Chao and Zhao, who were initially somewhat bewildered. Hearing Chao Dong's angry shout and seeing that Zhang Long was already injured, he no longer hesitated. "Damn it, how dare you betray the boss? Attack!" Wang Chao roared and pounced on Zhang Long with Zhao Hu. Although Zhang Long was strong, he was already injured and was quickly subdued by the 2 men, who tied him up tightly with ropes. Chao Dong's dart gun barrel was already pointed at Mahan, who was not far away. Seeing Zhang Long captured and Chao Dong's gun pointed at him, Mahan knew that the situation was hopeless and that staying would mean certain death. A resolute look flashed across his face, and he suddenly bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His spiritual power fluctuated violently, and he was even willing to sacrifice his own source to forcibly activate all the remaining demonic creatures. The remaining alligator, snapping turtles, toads, and other monsters charged recklessly at Chao Dong, Yang Shui, and the others, launching a suicidal attack. For a moment, Chao Dong and the others were in a flurry of activity. Fortunately, these monsters are only level 1 or 2 and are not particularly powerful. They are fighting for their lives entirely by sheer numbers. Taking advantage of the chaos, Mayhan retreated rapidly, and under the cover of the monsters, he leaped out of the camp fence in a few quick bounds. It plunged headlong into the dark seawater and was instantly swallowed by the waves, disappearing without a trace. In the chaos, Chao Dong fired several shots, killing a few charging monsters, but had already lost sight of Mahan. Damn it! He stared at the sea where Mayhan had disappeared, his face grim, lost in thought. It was already dawn. The atmosphere in the open space in the center of the Hope Point camp was even more somber than the night before. Everyone except the sleeping children had gathered there. Zhang Long was tightly bound with thick, stiff ropes and knelt on the cold sand. The gunshot wounds on his arm and knee were still bleeding, and his forehead was covered in bruises. His face was ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Chao Dong stood before the crowd, his expression calm, but his gaze was like a cold knife, slowly sweeping across everyone's face. At this point, he had already started his live stream. Most of the survivors in Luching have already woken up. At the same time, Chao Dong's live broadcast appeared in my mind. Seeing this somber scene, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Wait a minute, am I still half asleep? Yesterday, it was a paradise, and today, it's turned into an execution ground. This art style changed so fast. I was just getting ready to watch the infrastructure building event with my snacks and drinks. Who was it? Who was it that said in the comments yesterday that they wanted to join Chao Chao's side? Come out and show yourself. Chao Dong remained calm as he watched the number of viewers and the emotional value in the live broadcast room rise rapidly. Family members in the live stream, I'm sure you're all awake by now. Chao Dong said calmly to the camera, "Perfect timing. Let's take this opportunity to show you what happens to betrayal at Hope Corner." He strode up to Zhang Long, looking down at the traitor who had tried to capture him the night before. Zhang Long, Chao Dong's voice was not loud, but it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. "Tell me, How did you conspire with Mahan? Tell everyone everything in detail. Zhang Long trembled all over, tears streaming down his face, and begged for mercy incoherently. Boss Chow, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. It was Mahan. Mahan forced me into this. He said that if he controlled you, he would enjoy endless wealth. He said he had already made contact with Zhu Xiaowei of the Greyhound Gang, and that if I failed, I could go and seek refuge with him. The livestream chat erupted in commotion once again. The unknown Zhan Zhao. There's definitely more to the story. Corolla's shield guard, damn. It's that bastard Zhu Xiaowei again. That idiot is like a persistent ghost. President Zhu, who loves fragrant chicken. That bastard Mahan, he ran fast enough, otherwise he'd probably be scared to death by now. Chao Dong listened quietly, his face expressionless, until Zhang Long collapsed again. Are you done talking? Gao Dong asket gasu. He suddenly chuckled, squatted down, grabbed Zhang Long's hair, and lifted his head up. Do you think I don't know about your little schemes with Mei Han? Your every move is under my surveillance. Don't forget, this Cape of Hope is my island, Chao Dong's island. His gaze swept across the entire room. It was as if he was speaking to everyone in the island camp, and also as if he was declaring his sovereignty to the viewers in the live stream. I, Chao Dong, am the true owner of the Corner of Hope. Those who betray me shall be executed. Those who offend me, no matter how far away, will be punished. No sooner had he finished speaking than a long steel sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The morning glow cast a gentle hue on the blade. The blade flashed and disappeared in an instant. Zhang Long's head, with its eyes wide open, rolled to the ground like a ball. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. Direnge, Oli Krap. The streamer is awesome. It turns out everything was under control. Old Ma. This is entrapment. Mahan and Zhang Long have practically walked right into a trap. Chan Honam. That's how it should be. We must never be lenient with these traitors. Little stutter. He looks scary, but why does he feel so safe? Meanwhile, the people on the Corner of Hope were experiencing a great deal of turmoil. Wang Chao, Zhao Hu, and others felt a deep sense of awe towards Chao Dong. Her quiet, beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Dongzi, well done. Even Yuan Shiqi, who usually doesn't get along with Chao Dong, felt her heartstrings gently plucked as she looked at Chao Dong's calm and powerful profile illuminated by the campfire. Actually, she wasn't always aloof towards men. She was a fairy who only ignored sycophants. But if a peerless hero came to marry me riding on clouds, my little house is still willing to open the door. Ding. The beautiful young woman Wenjing's conquest level with the island owner has increased to 20/100. Ding. The beautiful young woman Wenjing Yuan Shiqi's conquering level with the island owner has increased to 35/100. Seeing everyone's reactions and the barrage of comments in the live stream, Chao Dong mentally gave himself a thumbs up. That's exactly the effect he wanted. He not only wanted to kill people, but also to destroy their spirit. He wiped the blood-stained blade on Zhang Long's clothes and put away expressionlessly. Shui. Chao Dong's voice softened as he turned to Yang Shui beside him and said, "Thanks to your timely intervention last night." He stepped forward and, under everyone's gaze, gently lifted her injured arm and examined it carefully. Immediately, he took out a vial of basic healing potion that emitted a faint glow from the system space. "This is a healing potion for you." He personally handed the medicine to Yang Shui, his movements gentle. Yang Shui was slightly taken aback as she looked at Chao Dong's face, which was both cold and tender. Ripples spread across the small garden. She took the medicine and whispered, "Thank you, boss." Chao Dong waited for 5 seconds. The familiar notification that the beautiful young woman's conquering level has increased did not appear. He then remembered that Yang Shui's overall score was only 87 points, which did not meet the requirement for checking into the island in the system. A hint of helplessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chao Dong had already secretly decided that he would reserve a piece of land in this Hope Corner for Yang Shui and build a small villa there. Make her his #1 concubine outside the island. Some female viewers in the livestream screamed when they saw this. Zhao Ma Sheng, I'm totally shipping them. Cold-faced female bodyguard and domineering boss. Angel BB, the host is so gentle. She's so good to her own people. Yang Shui's little fangirl, Sister Shui blushed. I saw it. Meanwhile, Yuan Shiqi and Wenjing, who were watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. Hot thinky gaozong. That brat. The two of them inwardly complained at the same time. Ding. The beautiful young woman Wenjing's conquest level with the island owner has increased to 21 out of 100. Ding. The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi to 36/100. Just then, a cheerful voice came from the system. Ding. The island owner's emotional value balance has exceeded 150,000 points, and this live stream has garnered over 50,000 emotional value points. Would you like to spend 50,000 emotional value points to upgrade the system island to level 3? Chapter 38, Female Bodyguard, Yang Shui. Upgrade. Chao Dong was overjoyed. He issued instructions to the system. Consuming 50,000 emotion points, the system island has been upgraded to level 3. The next moment, when Chao Dong immersed himself in the island through the system, the scene that appeared in his mind amazed him. The island's area has doubled again. It has expanded from the size of about 2 basketball courts to the size of 5 basketball courts. It already has the layout of a small estate. That's more like it. Chao Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. His private island was finally starting to look decent. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the previously flat terrain had also changed. In the center of the island, a gently sloping, grassy hill rises, about 20 meters high. Standing atop the slope, one can overlook the boundless sea all around. Shrubs and flowers grow scattered on the hillside, swaying gently in the wind. Even the air on the island feels much fresher. At the same time, an energy enveloped the island. Level 3 island has a natural repelling and some suppressive effect on monsters and awakened beings of level 3 and below. Chao Dong felt much more at ease. Now, even though he's not on the island, he feels much more at ease about Xiao Liping's safety. 1. Obtain Spiritual Vegetable Garden X1. Downstream, a vegetable garden was spontaneously cultivated. A faint, almost imperceptible flow of spiritual energy emanated from it. Function description. This soil has significantly improved fertility, which can accelerate crop growth by about 30%. 2. Upgrade your beginner fishing grounds. What was originally a small fishing ground at the mouth of a stream has been transformed into a small bay. Function description. The fishing grounds are expanded. The fish resource regeneration speed is increased by 20%, and there's a very small probability of attracting rare fish species. 3. Obtain Simple Watchtower X1. At the top of the newly appeared hill, there was a lookout tower about 5 meters high. Function description. 360-degree wide field of view with no blind spots, allowing you to see a large area of the surrounding sea. Chao Dong savored these new changes with satisfaction. Then his consciousness exited the island. Zhang Long's body has become fertilizer. Mahan's whereabouts are unknown. Chao Dong struck with his sword, killing to establish his authority. Over the next few days, Hope Point gradually returned to calm. The members quickly adapted to their roles. Chao Dong spent tens of thousands of emotional points to exchange for a large amount of wood, cement, and other materials, as well as some basic living supplies. With everyone's efforts, a sturdy wooden wall was erected, firmly protecting the core area. The 2 watchtowers stand like guardians. A simple pier also extends into the sea. These past few days, Chao Dong has been doing live streams at Hope Corner whenever he has free time, earning emotional points which he then uses immediately. At night, he would be teleported back to the island to keep Xiao Liping company. After all, this beautiful young woman is pregnant with his dragon child, so she deserves special care. However, the project has already achieved some results. But there are still too many places on such a large island that need development. Chao Dong plans to interview 2 awakened individuals from the architecture department in Lusher. Moreover, Chao Dong wanted to complete the task of breaking 100,000 online users as soon as possible to unlock the permission for the 3rd beautiful young woman to move into the island. The main problem is this quiet young woman. I've been going to my room a lot these past few days when I have nothing to do. Or they might offer you a glass of warm water, along with some washed grapes or something. Or, during work reports, they'd lean in close, their bodies pressed against the collar of their office lady shirts. The warm smell emanating from his body, combined with his flesh-colored stockings. Who the hell can withstand this? Chao Dong was thinking of taking her to see the island. The 3rd day. Chao Dong teleported back to Lushur City to quickly expand the scope of his live stream. This time, he brought along his beautiful bodyguard, Yang Shui. Although it was daytime, the streets were somewhat desolate. Amidst the ruins, the low growls of monsters could be faintly heard. Yang Shui changed into a tight-fitting black combat suit, which perfectly accentuated her hot and sexy figure. Especially her fullness and perkiness. Her curves are breathtaking. She held a purple blade, her eyes sharp, and stood guard beside Chao Dong. Chao Dong hasn't been to Lushur for several days. As soon as the camera appeared, the audience surged in. Shui looks so cool today. Beautiful and stylish. That figure. I'm just going to gasp in amazement. I'm coming clean. I could play this game for the rest of my life. Boss Chow's personal bodyguard. Alforello. The main purpose of this live stream is to continue exploring the remaining areas of Lushan City that have not been streamed before. The sun is still blazing. The temperature is estimated to reach 48 degrees Celsius. The streets were sparsely populated, but monsters appeared from time to time. They continue their live broadcast eastward through the city center. As the scope of live streaming continues to expand, the number of online viewers is also increasing dramatically. Number of online viewers, 50,000. Number of online viewers, 60,000. After clearing out a small group of demonic dogs, the two were drenched in sweat. I temporarily sought refuge in an abandoned clothing store to escape the summer heat. The shop had been neglected for a long time and was covered in dust. Chao Dong leaned against the cargo box, watching Yang Shui wiping the blade. In the dim light, the lines of her profile looked very soft. Seemingly noticing Chao Dong's gaze, she looked up and gave him a faint smile. That smile was like the first melting of ice and snow. Her eyes, now curved into two adorable little crescents, had lost some of their murderous intent and gained more of a charming and gentle quality. Chao Dong's heart skipped a beat. Tired, Chao Dong handed over a bottle of water. It's all right. Yang Shui took the water and drank a few mouthfuls. Her long, snow-white neck rose and fell slightly with each swallow, gleaming like jade in the dim light. Chao Dong was momentarily lost in thought as he watched. The store was small, and the two people were very close to each other. He could even smell her unique body odor mixed with a faint scent of sweat, which was not unpleasant at all, but rather carried a wild allure. Looking at her almost explosive figure under her black bodysuit, Island Master Chao subconsciously swallowed. All told, since the young woman Liping became pregnant, it's been several days since I've had any good food. Yang Shui seemed to sense the ambiguous atmosphere as well. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chao Dong anymore. Chao Dong's heart stirred, and he reached out his hand. My fingertips touched her slightly flushed cheeks. Yang Shui's body stiffened abruptly, like a startled fawn, but she did not dodge. Her ears quickly turned bright red, and even her snow-white neck was tinged with a faint pink. Her fingers tightened slightly as she gripped the water bottle, her heart pounding like a drum. Oh no, what should I do? What should I do? Is the boss considering investing? But I'm not ready to accept the boss's gift of hundreds of millions in assets. Shui, Chao Dong called out softly, his voice slightly hoarse. Yang Shui raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, with a hint of confusion and bewilderment. Those slightly parted red lips seemed to be issuing a silent invitation. Chapter 39 Sucubus Yang Wei. Yang Shui was breathing rapidly. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The black bodysuit heaved violently. At this moment, the livestream camera was pointed at the wall, which was covered in white light. The audience immediately became dissatisfied and started to complain. Nobody here. What are Boss Chow and Sister Shui doing? Why is there no video of them? I'm so worried. Big Smart. Based on the sound analysis, it seems to be some kind of high-intensity, close-quarters combat. Fairies farewell in the clouds. I don't care. I want to see. Internet cafe manager. Turn on the webcam. Inside the cramped clothing store, just as Chao Dong was about to kiss those alluring red lips. Roar. Several jackal-sized demonic cats burst into the shop from outside. The ambiguous atmosphere shattered instantly. Yang Shui's eyes sharpened, and her previous shyness and infatuation were instantly replaced by coldness. She sprang up like a nimble female leopard, her purple blade unsheathed, flashing with a cold light, instantly cleaving back the demonic cat charging at the forefront. Damn it, the Italian cannon. Gaozong Guset and Vili. He pulled a revolver out of the system. He fired wildly at the group of demonic cats. The two worked together seamlessly and soon riddled the level 2 magic cats with holes. Just as the last magical cat fell. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your livestream viewership has surpassed 100,000. You have achieved a new milestone, 100,000 star. The host will receive a generous reward. 1. The live streaming range has been expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers. 2. Unlock access for a third beautiful young woman to stay on the island. 3. A medium-sized loader has been awarded as a reward, already issued to the system space. 4. Reward, plus 1 free attribute point. 5. Reward, fragment of the cultivation technique Mysterious Ice Technique, suitable for ice-type or combat-type talents. Chao Dong was overjoyed. He made a killing this time. Not only did it drop attribute points, but it also dropped a cultivation technique. I've never seen this thing before. After thinking about it, the most suitable person around me to learn this skill is none other than my bodyguard. If the successor of Saint Seiya were to use ice attribute techniques, his power would surely reach an even higher level. Without hesitation, he transmitted the technique to Yang Shui using his mind. Yang Shui was slightly taken aback when she received the information about the cultivation technique. Her gaze softened as she looked at Chao Dong, and she said softly, "Thank you, boss." Immediately afterwards, Chao Dong added 1 point of freedom attribute to Spirit. After all, his main focus is on live streaming based on system awareness. Frequent live streaming over a long period of time requires a lot of mental energy. The next second, Chao Dong carefully examined his attribute panel. Hots, Gaozong. Age, 23. Appearance, on par with all the Daniel Wu members here. Height, 183. Weight, 76. That one, 18.8. Strength, 5, average for an average adult male. Agility, 5, average for an average adult male. Stamina, 6, full of energy, relatively long endurance. Defense, 6, the skin has a certain degree of toughness. Spirit, 6, relatively sufficient mental strength. System evaluation, strength and agility need improvement. Keep up the good work. After adding a little mental energy, Chao Dong clearly felt that his thinking was more agile and his perception was stronger. The two walked back onto the street, one after the other. The battle with the demon cat just now yielded a lot of emotional points. This time, they went straight for their next target. In the city's Central Civic Park, I interviewed several architecture students who had awakened to their potential. Ultimately, a middle-aged man named Deng got the offer. B-tier talent, infrastructure maniac, currently at level 2. This is exactly the kind of highly skilled talent Chao Dong needs. Chao Dong also gave each of the other eliminated interviewees a large bag of food. Consider it a travel expense, haha. Ho Corner Camp. Everyone is currently very busy. Chao Dong then teleported over with Yang Shui and Engineer Deng. Looking at his subordinates who were working hard, he glanced at the newly recruited talent beside him. Chao Dong was in a great mood. I opened the system. It's been so long since I participated in a lottery. After the island is upgraded to level 2, the lottery system unlocks a lottery draw that costs 1,000 points per draw. Now that you've reached level 3, there's even a 3,000-point lottery. Bring out Shi-Chi, this lucky koi baby. Chao Dong instructed Zhang Mitian, who was standing nearby. Zhang Yintian hurriedly ran to the backyard and invited Yuan Shi-Chi out. Yuan Shi-Chi just washed her hair, and it's not even dry yet. A chubby, stunningly pretty face glared angrily at Zhang Yintian and Chao Dong. Chao Dong didn't care about all that. He stepped forward and hugged the little fairy in his arms. Taking a deep breath of the fairy-like fragrance, Chao Dong grinned mischievously at the camera. Family members, let's go big today and use a premium lottery chance. 3,000 emotion points will be deducted, and a lottery will begin. A few seconds later, the roulette wheel pointer came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won the following through the advanced lottery. 3 multifunctional engineering robots. A dazzling white light flashed, and 3 robots, each about the height of a person and with an intricate structure, appeared out of thin air. The 3 robots have blue eyes and 6 shiny mechanical arms, giving them a futuristic look. A collective gasp filled the air. Engineer Deng's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. He had been in the construction industry for half his life and had never seen such advanced equipment. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Garfield, holy crap. A robot? Snoopy, this is a sci-fi movie, isn't it? Astro Boy, is Hope Corner still hiring? I graduated from a top-tier university, 985, and I'm applying to come to your island to do manual labor. Chow Dong was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He patted the robot's metal casing and said to Engineer Deng, Engineer Deng, these will be your assistants from now on. Work hard, and one day you'll have a villa by the sea. Mr. Deng was so excited that he stammered, Boss, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Wen Jing, standing to the side, looked at the robots and then at Chow Dong's com profile, her heart pounding. Looks like I definitely made the right choice in following the right person. Ding. The beautiful young woman Wen Jing's conquering level with the island owner has increased to 23 out of 100, just as everyone in Hope Corner was rejoicing over the robot. In a basement in Lushur, a pale-faced young man with sunken eyes is drawing a picture on the wall with a charcoal pencil. At the center of the image is a simple sketch of Chow Dong, surrounded by the outlines of Xiao Liping, Yang Shui, Yuan Shiqi, Wen Jing, and others. His name is Yang Wei. What awakened was a terrifying A-grade bloodline, the succubus. But God deprived him of another right. He was a rootless man, cursed by his bloodline, forever deprived of his right to be a man. Why should he get to enjoy the blessings of having two wives? He looked at Chow Dong in the picture and whispered hoarsely, If I can't have her, no one else can. He slowly raised his hand, and a cluster of dark purple energy swirled around his fingertips. Chow Dong, your nightmare, is about to begin. Chapter 40, Creating a World of Joy. Basement. Yang Wei stretched out his withered fingers and stroked Chow Dong's face in the painting. The next moment, a pool of blood for sacrifice appeared in his mind. His flesh and blood flowed into the blood pool like in forge rip. After the blood pool absorbed the flesh and blood he had sacrificed, a trace of black blood returned to his fingertip. He carefully smeared the dark red blood onto Wen Jing's body in the painting. Yang Wei let out a painful groan, his body visibly shrinking even more. Sacrificing his life force and energy. That's the price he pays to activate his succubus ability. No, those women are too far away from me. He held his head in disappointment, his voice hoarse and trembling. My succubus power has no effect on them at all. He huddled on the edge of the broken bed. No, I need to find some help. Meanwhile, Chow Dong was still in the live broadcast room, showing Engineer Deng around the corner of Hope. They arrived at a valley in the center of the island. A waterfall cascaded down from the sky. Engineer Deng, do you think it's possible to build a small rafting area under this waterfall? Gao Dong, aske. Of course, but we'll need some raw materials. Engineer Deng said with a smile. Raw materials are not a problem. Chow Dong patted him on the shoulder. You make a list, and I'll provide the materials. We must turn this place into a world of joy. Upon hearing Chow Dong's words, the livestream chat began to stir with emotion. Little Handsome. Wow. The island owner really knows how to enjoy life. Xiao Mei, island owner, I also want to go rafting on your island. Ima 36 de. Chun Jiao. Shaw, the island owner has no shortage of beautiful women. Why would you use your 36D as a navigation light? With over 100,000 online viewers, Chow Dong couldn't help but feel a little smug. Yang Wei, with a stern face, sent his spiritual energy, which transformed into a wisp of a wandering soul, in a Chow Dong's live stream room. With a level 4 rank and an A rank talent, his perception of emotions is unparalleled. Soon, among the 100,000 plus emotional responses, he sensed a few different emotions. Those few strands of emotion were intense and domineering. Those were the emotions of the awakened ones. Those few awakened ones were very dissatisfied with Chow Dong. I finally found it. A sly smile appeared on Yang Wei's pale face. Well then, let's start with this tracker. Interesting. After saying that, he slung a black backpack over his shoulder and emerged from the basement. Live broadcast room. Riding the wave of popularity that reached over 100,000 views, Chow Dong dropped another bombshell. Family members. My Hope Corner is currently in dire need of rebuilding and urgently requires all kinds of talent. This time I plan to recruit 5 security guards. 1 kindergarten teacher needed. 1 chef needed. From migrant workers. Awakened individuals with special abilities will be given priority. Awakened individuals at level 2 or above will be given preference. Free meals and accommodation, excellent benefits. Next, I plan to implement a point system. Employees can use their points to redeem supplies from me, and I might even give you some shares in Hope Corner. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Manhwa Tang, while others are surviving the apocalypse, you're starting a business in the apocalypse? Dark Cuisine, Island Owner, pick me. I graduated from New Oriental. I can make 100 different ways to cook compressed biscuits. Baoqiang, my goodness. Even security guards have the opportunity to become shareholders. This security guard must at least have B-level talent, right? Watching the barrage of comments surge wildly. Gaozong Thawin. Recruiting through live streaming like this, finding suitable candidates was like finding a needle in a haystack. We need to think of a solution. Tongzi, is there a way to filter out the people I want? The host can use my newly launched feature, Awaken Mailbox. What the heck? An Awaken's mailbox? Chao Dong was stunned. This email address is specially designed for Awakened ones. The host will publish this email address in the live stream. Only Awakened ones can send emails to it. Holy crap, there's such a good thing. Then arrange one for me quickly. The Awakened one's mailbox requires 10,000 emotion points to redeem. Would you like to redeem it? 10,000 emotion points to exchange. Why don't you just rob someone? Oh, if the host doesn't need it, then pretend I didn't say anything. All right, fine. Chao Dong reluctantly exchanged for one. After all, with this email address, we can filter out 99% of ordinary survivors and communicate directly with other awakened individuals. It can greatly reduce the cost of information exchange. I've consumed another wave of emotional points. Chao Dong turned off the live stream. He instructed Wenjing, Yuan Shiqi, and Xiao Liping to carefully review and filter the emails over the next 2 days. Next, it's time to take the third beautiful young woman, the boss lady who loves wearing stockings, to her private island. At the same time, Lushan University Town, nighttime billiards club. Xiaobin was playing billiards with a Zuan Heman cigarette in his mouth and a cue stick in his hand. Two scantily clad women with tattoos on their chests stood watching from the side. These are the women Xiaobin recently abducted. Before the apocalypse, they worked in the red light district. He likes women who are a little dirty. Only cheap curls and perfume could make him feel that life was real. Bang! Swing ball in. The two women cheered and applauded. Just then, a cold, sticky sensation pressed against Xiao Bin's neck. His hair stood on end. A pale-faced man stood beside the pool table like a ghost. The two streetwalkers screamed in fright. Who are you? Xiao Bin looked at the thin man warily. His hand involuntarily tightened its grip on the golf club. The half-human, half-ghost creature in front of him filled him with fear. Someone who can help you get everything from Chao Dong. Yang Wei's voice was hoarse and eerie. He directly used his ability, and an invisible mental wave swept over Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin's greed was magnified several times over in an instant, and his heart began to pound violently. Xiao Bin was both surprised and frightened. Cooperate with me. Yang Wei interrupted him bluntly. I need your help. Destroy Chao Dong, and after it's done, all his supplies and women are yours. Then and what about you? Xiao Bin asked, puzzled. Me? A sorrowful yet malicious light flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. I don't need anything. I just want to destroy everything that Chao Dong owns. Chapter 41, The Flowers Are Too Fragrant. I wonder what your talent is, brother. Xiao Bin put down his cue and asked. Yang Wei espalefes remained expresionless. Yang Wei lefel umpat awakener. A rank succubus talent. Rank A succubus? Level 4, Xiao Bin's expression changed drastically. He thought that with his level 3B rank, Shadow Bat, talent, he could roam freely in Lushur. It seems I was still too arrogant. What's so unique about your succubus talent? I can gain the power to bewitch others by sacrificing my life and energy. Yang Wei slowly said, Xiao Bin, I need your location tracking ability. Help me find more awakened ones to provide nourishment for the blood pool I'm sacrificing. Blood pool. Xiao Bin was taken aback. That's right, Yang Wei said. Have you ever heard of the term, the superior? Xiao Bin shook his head. In fact, this apocalyptic disaster is an experiment being conducted by those in power. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bin was horrified. How did you know? He asked in horror. Because of the sacrifice. When I sacrificed myself through the blood pool, I could feel the gaze of those superiors outside our planet, their breathing, and sometimes I could even hear a few words of their idle chatter. Yang Wei's eyes were icy. The red moon is merely an anomaly caused by the surging tides, and we are nothing more than those damn test subjects. Before the apocalypse, he was a playboy who spent money like water. His greatest pleasure was the thrill of using money to force open a woman's legs. But now, because of the backlash, his crotch is completely empty. He'd pay any price to restore him to his former self. If one could rise to a position of authority, would that grant them the opportunity to reshape their destiny? Yang Wei was unsure, but he would try even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Brother Wei, just tell me straight, what are your plans for the next step? Zhao Bin asked respectfully. I want to establish an organization, Yang Wei said coldly. The awakened members of this organization will need to provide me with a certain amount of life points and energy. At the same time, they will act as our henchmen. But other awakened ones might not be willing to join us. Zhao Bin hesitated before continuing. It doesn't matter, A sinister light shone from Yang Wei's sunken eyes. If they don't join, then imprison them. What they'll have to pay isn't just a portion of their lives and energy, but everything. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Zhao Bin gasped in shock. This half-human, half-ghost guy in front of me is even more perverted and arrogant than I am. What? You don't believe in my abilities? Yang Wei gave Zhao Bin a meaningful look. No, it's just that, with just the two of us, aren't we a bit too few people? The two of us? No. Yang Wei grinned wickedly. I sensed the resentment of several awakened ones in Chao Dong's livestream. Let's find those people first. I believe the enemy of my enemy will also be my comrade. Zhao Bin's eyes darted around. You're not talking about the Greyhound gang, are you? Looks like you're not so stupid after all. Yang Wei chuckled. Can you find Zhu Xiaoyi? No problem, just a C-rank hyena. Finding him is as easy as finding a prostitute. Zhao Bin patted his chest. 2 hours later, Yang Wei and Zhao Bin came out of the used car dealership. Behind him stood Zhu Xiaoyi, his face bruised and swollen, and his respectful underlings. Yang Wei looked at everyone, a cold smile on his pale face. From today onwards, you are all my members. From now on, there will be no Greyhound gang, only the False God Society. The False God Society, an organization newly established by Yang Weixin. Now let's get started. Zhao Bin, use your tracking talent to help them find the awakened ones in Lushur. Those who can be recruited should be recruited. Those who resist should be imprisoned. Yes, boss. A storm is brewing in Lushan, and on the corner of Hope. Chao Dong, however, was completely unaware of all this. It was late at night. Chao Dong did not return to the island tonight. He lay in his little hut in the corner of Hope, feeling somewhat lonely. During the day, in that tiny clothing store, Yang Shuyi's flushed face, her voluptuous figure beneath her black bodysuit, and those red lips that were almost within reach of her kiss. This made him somewhat upset. Since adding a few attribute points, his body has been greatly strengthened. He's only 23 years old, and he really needs it. Finally, he couldn't resist sending Yang Shui a private message. Meet me in the Grove at 10 a.m. Yang Shui and Wen Jing shared a room. At this moment, Wen Jing was wearing a silk nightgown, sitting cross-legged on the bed doing accounts. 2 patches of snow-white skin peeked out from under the blanket, making one's heart race. Yang Shui rested her head on her hands, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a message was received on a mysterious channel. It was sent by Chao Dong through the system. Meet me in the Grove at 10 a.m. Yang Shui felt her mind was a bit of a mess. Her face immediately turned red. The ambiguous moment between Chao Dong and her during the day at the clothing store resurfaced in her mind. Does my boss want to have a secret rendezvous with me? Going into the woods. No, if I go, the boss definitely won't let me come back easily. But what if the boss gets angry if I don't go? Actually, he's a really nice person, rich and handsome. But, oh well, never mind, I'll go take a look anyway. I'll be right back. Yang Shui got out of bed, feeling uneasy. Xiaoyi, where are you going so late? Wen Jing asked, somewhat puzzled. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable. Yang Shui lowered her head, put on a coat, and fled the house. A red moon hangs in the sky. The Hope Cape camp was quiet, with only the rustling of the sea breeze through the trees and the occasional footsteps of patrol members in the distance. Small Grove. Yang Shui was wearing a black coat. Inside was a dark purple sports vest and matching tight-fitting pants. It outlines her hot and sexy figure, a full and proud bosom, and a supple waist that could be grasped with ease, and her shapely, rounded figure and long, powerful legs. The moonlight shone on her. Her face was cool and a little awkward. Chow Dong quietly approached and could smell the cool, fresh scent emanating from her body after her bath. "Boss," Yang Shui said in a low voice when she noticed Chow Dong. "There's no boss here." Chow Dong walked up to her, so close they could feel each other's breath. "It's just Chow Dong and Yang Shui." His gaze was intense, and he made no attempt to conceal his appreciation of the scenery before him. Yang Shui turned her head away, her ears turning a faint red in the night. Chow Dong reached out and gently took her hand, which was hanging by her side. Her hand trembled slightly, but she did not break free. During the day, Chow Dong began in a low voice, his voice slightly husky and magnetic. "Stop talking." Yang Shui interrupted him, her voice barely audible. She recalled the moment of passion and infatuation during the day, and her cheeks burned like fire. Chow chuckled softly, said no more, and with his other hand wrapped around her supple and strong waist, gently pulled her into his arms. "Shui," he whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Yang Shui's body went limp, and her tense nerves seemed to collapse at that moment. She struggled symbolically for a moment, then let herself nestle into this warm and powerful embrace. She raised her head, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and resigned acceptance. She looked at Chow Dong with emotion, then gently closed her eyes. Chow Dong lowered his head and kissed those two red lips he had long coveted. A gentle sea breeze blows, and the flowers are in full bloom. The moonlight was like water. Chapter 42, the third beautiful young woman, Wen Jing, successfully checked into the island. The city of Lushan is about to undergo a complete transformation. Chow Dong was unaware of this. Life on Cape Hope is peaceful despite the ebb and flow of the tide. Since Ma Han fled, Chow Dong has increased vigilance. I redeemed about 10 surveillance cameras from the system store and placed them around the camp and near the beach. That's not enough. He also instructed Wang Chao and Zhao Hu to take Wang Hai and Zhang Mitian in pairs to stand guard around the camp at night. There's still too few security personnel, so Chow Dong posted a recruitment notice in the last live broadcast. "We are hiring 5 security guards, primarily for the security of Cape Hope. We are looking to hire 1 kindergarten teacher. Next, Chow Dong plans to have Yuan Shichi go to the island to stay with Xiao Liping. Look at this fairy's level of being won over. It's already reached 36 out of 100. Well, the flowers I've been watering for so long should be blooming by now. We're looking to hire 1 chef. Sun Xiaowen and Lili are currently in charge of the island's meals." These 2 women were Yang Shui's female students who had joined Chow Dong's group with her. Sun Xiaowen scores 80 points. She is a well-proportioned young woman. Lili is a senior female college student with a score of 81. She usually likes to eat snacks and watch TV series. It is said that she was once the most beautiful girl in her college. These 2 are, well, they're like neighbors, nothing special, just like the pretty female colleagues that tomato readers might know. It's also possible that Chow Dong is surrounded by too many high-quality women, which makes these 2 seem unremarkable. Before the apocalypse, Chow Dong might not have been able to win over these 2 women even after 2 years of trying. However, the food these 2 cooks are just SOSO. Food is the most important thing for people. We really need to hire a professional chef. I wonder what the dishes taste like when a chef awakens their culinary talent. Let's have some seafood then, cheers. We are recruiting 4 migrant workers, primarily responsible for the island's defensive fortifications and construction work. The assignment will be given directly to Engineer Deng. The Awakened One's mailbox has now received hundreds of emails, with applicants pouring in like fish from a river. The main reason is that the allure of the Corner of Hope is too great. In this apocalyptic world, even for some of the awakened, life is uncertain from day to day. If you could get into Hope Corner and work for Chow Dong, it would be like having a secure job. You'd have no worries about food or clothing, and your safety would be guaranteed. Far more awesome than a civil servant before the apocalypse. It was another beautiful, sunny day. Before going to Lusher to recruit, Chow Dong planned to take Wen Jing and Yuan Shichi to a small island. The young woman in stockings, Wen Jing, hasn't checked into the island yet. We have to make arrangements for her to claim the system reward. I heard that Chao Dong is going to take them to the island. Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing were both quite excited. Yuan Shiqi had visited the island once before and reluctantly settled in, becoming an islander. What she misses most on the island now is that sea blue Yamaha piano. Wen Jing, needless to say, had been watching Cao Dong's live stream about his island life for a long time. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. She was practically jealous of Xiao Liping's life. Moreover, she also learned this from Cao Dong. Currently, besides Xiao Dong, Xiao Liping, and Yuan Shiqi, only Wen Jing has permission to enter the island. Even Xiao Dong's personal bodyguard, Yang Shui, couldn't unlock the access. It was almost noon. Xiao Dong looked at the two girls with expectant faces and smiled slightly. Teleport. The next second, the three appeared on the island. Under the bright sunshine, the system island resembled an emerald embedded in the azure ocean. It's still very hot today. The temperature on the island is around 40 degrees Celsius. But the sweltering heat is not a problem here at all. Inside the cabin, Xiao Liping had already set the powerful air conditioner to 26 degrees Celsius. The beautiful young woman was sitting under the coconut palms, enjoying the breeze from an electric fan. Today, she is wearing a light lilac loose-fitting knitted long dress. The dress was made of an extremely soft material that perfectly hugged her voluptuous figure. She wore no makeup. Her long hair was loosely tied back with a hairpin, and a few strands of hair fell beside her ears, adding a touch of gentleness. On the small round apricot wood table next to her, several plates of fruit were already laid out, sliced cantaloupe and watermelon, and a bunch of shine muscat roses. Upon seeing the island's hostess, Wen Jing and Yuan Shiqi's eyes lit up simultaneously. This languid posture, this leisurely scene. Both of them felt a little envious and sour. In Corner of Hope, they still share a room with other people. Moreover, I hope that the corner is crowded and noisy, unlike this quiet private island. Upon seeing Chao Dong and the others, Xiao Liping gracefully rose to greet them. Wen Jing ran up to her enthusiastically, sweetly calling her Sister Ping, and then showered her with concern, asking about her pregnancy, acting just like a best friend. Yuan Shiqi stood aside, pursed her lips, and thought to herself, "Tisich, this vixen, she's just putting on an act." Wen Jing, I've seen you in the live stream before. Welcome to our island. And Xiao Yuan, come over here and have some fruit. It's just out of the fridge. Xiao Liping was still as gentle and virtuous as ever. Seeing this woman, Chao Dong felt a warmth in his heart, as expected of his rightful wife. She has a broad perspective and an impeccable personality. Come on, Dongzi, sit down here, it's cooler here. Xiao Liping took Chao Dongdong's hand and pressed him down onto a small stool next to the fan. One man and three women started eating fruit and chatting. After chatting for a while, the summer heat dissipated considerably. Looking at the three beautiful women beside him, Chao Dong had a sudden thought. It was time to get down to business. Sister Ping, last time I asked you to help me take a look at adding 2 more small rooms. Where do you think would be a good place to add them? Xiao Liping smiled gently and pointed to the side and rear of the main house. After the island is upgraded to level 3, a small hill appears, and at the foot of the hill is a bamboo forest. Dongzi, what do you think of that bamboo grove? Chao Dong looked in the direction she pointed, and indeed it was a good place. Hidden in a bamboo grove, the environment is serene and secluded, and it's a distance from the 2 wooden houses on this side, ensuring they don't disturb each other. Indeed, excellent. Kaozong notet in sa tifaikon. With a single thought, you can directly communicate with the system. Brother Tongzi, at the edge of the bamboo forest, in a location nestled against a mountain and by the water, exchanged for 2 advanced elf wooden houses with a style consistent with the existing buildings. 12,000 emotion points consumed. Redemption successful. As the soft light shone, 2 wooden houses quietly appeared, nestled among the bamboo grove. The wooden house has a natural texture and is covered with lush green vines. It even has a small flower garden at the entrance. All right, from now on that place will be the bamboo grove garden on the island. Come on, let me show you around. When Chao Dong led the women to the door of the small house, Chao Dong pushed open the exquisite wooden door and made a pleased gesture. Wen Jing and Yuan Shiqi walked in cautiously. The cabin is spacious inside, with sunlight streaming in through the windows, making it warm and bright. The wooden furniture exudes a natural fragrance. A bed covered with a soft goose down comforter looks incredibly comfortable, and there is even a separate dressing table and a small walk-in closet. It's beautiful. Both women couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Do you like it? Chao Dong looked at Wen Jing and winked at her. The woman knew she was coming to visit the island today, so she put a lot of thought into her attire. She wore a silk satin blouse and a pencil skirt. One of the collars of the blouse was unbuttoned, forming an elegant V-neck that revealed her slender collarbone and a glimpse of her fair skin. The bodycon skirt hugged her full hips and long legs, perfectly outlining the S-curve of a mature woman. She was still wearing her signature flesh-colored stockings, and on her feet were a pair of nude pointed-toe stilettos. Looking at the alluring demeanor of the young woman before him, and smelling the faint fragrance emanating from her body, Chao Dong felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Who wouldn't love such an exquisite little house? She looked at Chao Dong's handsome face, her phoenix eyes slightly upturned, revealing a hint of allure. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Chao Dong swallowed hard and smiled faintly. Ms. Wen Jing, would you like to live on my island and become one of my residents? Upon hearing this, Wen Jing's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing her excitement, she smoothed her skirt and asked, Really, boss? Of course. Chao Dong walked to her side, looking at her slightly flushed cheeks. From now on, this will be your home on the island. You will still be in charge of the household affairs in Hope Corner, but you can come back here to rest whenever you have free time. A wave of overwhelming happiness washed over Wen Jing. This is not just a wooden house, but also Chao Dong's recognition of her status and position. She was no longer just a manager, no longer just handling internal affairs in Hope Corner, but had become an islander in Chao Dong's inner circle. The little fox girl could no longer contain her emotions. She stepped forward, hugged Chao Dong's arm tightly, rested her head on his strong shoulder, and said in a choked voice, Thank you, boss. Wen Jing will definitely not let you down. Ding. Congratulations, island owner. The third beautiful young woman, Wen Jing, has successfully moved into the island and become a resident. The beautiful young woman, Wen Jing, has had her conquest level increased to 30 out of 100 by the island owner. Task rewards are being distributed. Chapter 43, The Sea and Stars Music Room. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1. Electromagnetic Assault Rifle, Thunder Eagle, ×1. With 3 standard energy magazines, its accuracy and penetration far exceed those of traditional gunpowder weapons, and its effective range is greatly increased, making it a powerful weapon against advanced monsters or armed awakeners. 2. Management Assistant Bracelet, ×1. Wearing this bracelet can improve the wearer's thinking speed and information processing ability, greatly enhancing management efficiency. 3. One-time Energy Shield, ×1. When activated, it forms a powerful energy shield around the user for 30 seconds, which can resist attacks including physical, energy, and even a certain degree of mental impact. Upon seeing these 3 rewards, Chao Dong exclaimed, Holy crap, they actually got the Thunder Eagle weapon? It's practically tailor-made for me. I was just worried that the Python revolver wasn't powerful enough. It could only be used against ordinary awakened beings and monsters. If you encounter a stronger opponent, you might not be able to hit them. Even if you do hit them, you might not be able to completely penetrate their defenses. That's great, they just got a Thunder Eagle right away, which is perfect for fighting high-level monsters and armored awakeners. Hey, as for this management assistant bracelet, with female bodyguards and secretaries under her, why would she need to manage them herself? Wen Jing, I have a gift for you. Chao Dong took out a light blue bracelet from the system space. The bracelet is surrounded by a soft glow, giving it a futuristic feel. Thank you, boss. Wen Jing happily accepted the money. Her peach blossom eyes, like spring water, glanced at Chao Dong. She leaned closer to him. Ahem. Gao Dong Gao Get Like the. Sister, you can't play like this. There are 2 beautiful women watching right here. However, I've already made up my mind that I'll find an opportunity tomorrow to take Wen Jing on a business trip, or maybe we can go for a walk in the woods at Hope Corner. Wen Jing took the bracelet and put it on her jade-like arm. The blue bracelet made her jade-like arm look even whiter and more delicate. Ding. The beautiful young woman, Wen Jing's conquest level with the island owner has increased to 31 out of 100. Forcibly banished the beautiful scenery from my mind. Chao Dong then led the women to take a look at the small house next door. The layouts and sizes are similar, but this little house is further inside and quieter. Opening the window reveals the shimmering sea and a small bamboo grove. Chi-Chi, This little house is yours from now on. Do you like it? Yuan Shichi wasn't as carefree as Wenjing. He simply gave a faint However, the hint of joy in the girl's eyes betrayed her. Ding! The island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi has increased to 37/100. Seeing that the favorability rating had only increased by a little, Chao Dong secretly shook his head. Still think of yourself as a fairy. Then I'll give you something really exciting. Chao Dong then opened the system store. Brother Tong, please get me a music room. Spend 5,000 emotion points to redeem a soundproof ocean view piano room. X1. The next second, not far from Yuan Shichi's little house, on a high ground near the sea, a small and exquisite glass music room appeared out of thin air. The music room is made entirely of special one-way glass, making it look like a crystal box from the outside. Inside, you can enjoy a stunning 360-degree ocean view and a dazzling starry sky. Chao Dong walked over calmly and pushed open the door to the music room. Then he turned around and waved his hand in front of Yuan Shichi. She took the navy blue Yamaha grand piano she had been longing for from the system space and placed it steadily in the center of the practice room. Sunlight streamed through the glass roof, casting a halo of light on the glossy piano lacquer surface. This, Yuan Shichi, who had always maintained a cool and aloof fairy-like image, was finally moved. She took a small step forward barefoot, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes wide open. Hey, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going in to check your music room? Chao Dong's lips curled into a smile. This was really prepared for me. That Yamaha grand piano was meant for me. Dam Kaozong, Stinky Kaozong, Waika Kaozong. Humph, you just want to hit on me. Yuan Shichi cursed Chao Dong in her heart. But my heart was warmed. She rushed into the music room, her slender fingers gently brushing against the smooth piano lid. She could almost see herself playing the piano here, accompanied by the boundless sea and sky during the day, and with a dazzling starry sky as her backdrop at night. Ding! The island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi has greatly increased, reaching 40 out of 100. The four of them had lunch together. Although he didn't prepare any delicacies, the simple home-style dishes, served at the seaside in this relaxed atmosphere, had a unique charm. It is important to know that on the other side of the ocean, many people have been displaced and many others are struggling with hunger and fear. As Wenjing and Yuan Shichi ate their delicious meal, they looked at Chao Dong, who seemed calm and collected, and developed a deeper impression of this somewhat unconventional man. No matter what, I must hold on to this powerful figure, even if... Wenjing thought to herself, this guy doesn't seem so unreliable now. Hot stinky Kaozong. Yuan Shichi was still thinking about the piano. She has been learning piano for over a decade, spending almost half of that time in the practice room. She could almost still recall countless summers before the apocalypse, when she would play the pieces she had just learned over and over again in that quiet little piano room. Canon, Wedding in a Dream, Rain's Impression, that was her girlhood, the delicate and tender feelings of a young girl, the summer breeze, the ivy, and a dreamlike reverie. Originally, she thought that in the apocalypse, it would be a blessing to be able to survive, and she guessed that she would never have those wonderful childhood days again before she died. But now, this island, this piano, this seascape, it's more beautiful than anything she's ever experienced before. Ding! The island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi has greatly increased, reaching 42 out of 100. After the meal, although reluctant, Wenjing tactfully suggested returning to Hope Corner to handle the backlog of tasks. She knew that she was not yet at the point of retirement. Let's leave this beautiful and tranquil island to the other two. Chao Dong teleported Wenjing back to Hope Corner. Before leaving, I couldn't resist stroking the beautiful woman's stockings. Looking into Chao Dong's wolf-like eyes, Wenjing's eyes were alluring. Boss, are you sleepy? How about I? He thought of Xiao Liping and Yuan Shichi waiting for him on the island. Chao Dong gave her a hard slap on her tense face, then leaned close to her and said viciously in her ear, I'll let it go today, but wait a couple of days and see how the boss deals with you. Chapter 44, The 95-Point Fairy. They were then teleported back to the island. At this moment, Xiao Liping was cleaning up the food waste. Yuan Shichi was helping to wash the dishes. This proud little fairy seems to have a natural affinity for Xiao Liping. Chao Dong felt quite at ease, knowing that the two women lived together. It was afternoon, and the sun was blazing. Dongzi, why don't you go take a nap? It's so hot today. Since becoming pregnant, Xiao Liping has radiated maternal love. Her care for Chao Dong has become even more tender and gentle. Chao Dong pulled the beautiful young woman into his arms, kissed her fragrant neck, and inhaled her familiar, refreshing scent. Thinking of that little hussy, Wenjing, just now? If it weren't for the fact that this beautiful woman in front of me is pregnant. Just then, the sound of a piano suddenly came from the music room not far away. The melodious music seemed to soothe the heat of the world. Xiao Yuan is playing the piano. Why don't you go and see her? Xiao Liping kissed Chao Dong on the cheek. I'm not available right now. You're the little emperor now. If you want, you can go find Xiao Yuan. I'm not jealous. After saying that, the beautiful young woman revealed a gentle smile. Sister Ping. Chao Dong held her tightly in his arms, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. He didn't say a word. This woman is intelligent, generous, gentle, and considerate. She would be the perfect wife in any era. If this were before the apocalypse, and I could be with her, I would definitely treat her the only one well. But this is the apocalypse. I have resources, women, and most importantly, I must complete the system mission. Get 10 beautiful young women pregnant and give birth, and achieve a conquering rate of 100 out of 100. As the ancients said, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it will first test their strength and resilience. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Then let me, Chao, face these beautiful skeletons. As evening fell, the setting sun painted the sea a golden red hue. Yuan Shiqi was a little tired after playing the piano all afternoon, and her little face was flushed. That was so satisfying to play. Inside the restaurant, the three sat around a table. On the table were 2 Australian lobsters and several other sea fish that looked very appetizing. These ingredients were all caught by Chao Dong in the small fishing ground that afternoon. At this moment, Chao Dong took out a bottle of high-end red wine that he had redeemed through the system. Shiqi, you've moved to a new house today and have your own music room. We should celebrate. Want to have a drink with me? Chao Dong poured half a cup for Yuan Shiqi. Yuan Shiqi looked at the shimmering ruby-red liquid in the glass and instinctively wanted to refuse, but after hesitating for a moment, she nodded slightly, as if possessed. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. Shiqi, why don't you take advantage of the wine and play a tune for me and Sister Ping? Yuan Shiqi's pretty face was flushed, making her look very cute. Encouraged by Xiao Liping, she got up and went into the music room. Soon, melodious piano music flowed out. A classic piece of music, Chopin's Nocturne. The music echoed in the twilight and the sound of the waves, as if telling the story of her girlish heart. When the song ended, Yuan Shiqi returned to her seat, her fair cheeks flushed, and her eyes were much gentler than usual. She drank another glass of wine that Chao Dong handed her. After dinner, Xiao Liping went back to her room to rest. Chao Dong accompanied Yuan Shiqi to her wooden house. A night breeze blew by, carrying the scent of flowers and the smell of the sea. Feeling the strong, masculine aura emanating from Chao Dong behind me, Yuan Shiqi's heart was pounding like a deer. She has a good tolerance for alcohol, and at this moment, she is only slightly tipsy. You should go back. She stood at the door, looking at Chao Dong. What? Aren't you going to invite me to your new place? Chao Dong leaned against the wall with a wicked grin. His breath reeked of alcohol, making Yuan Shiqi's face flush red. She radiated heat from her entire body. You scoundrel, she said coquettishly. Before he could finish speaking, Chao Dong had already pulled her into his arms. The fairy's body went limp, and her almond-shaped eyes, which had been filled with anger, were now filled with shyness, a touch of tenderness, and a strange sense of panic. The woman felt a buzzing in her head as she smelled the scent of sunshine and the sea emanating from Chao Dong, a powerful feeling of being conquered washing over her. Ding! The island owner has increased the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi to 44/100. I heard the system notification and smelled the refreshing fragrance. At this moment, the aroma is a blend of red wine and seafood. It added a touch of everyday life to this fairy-like girl's aloofness. A gentle sea breeze blows. The air was filled with the mournful sound of the bamboo forest. The waves crashed against the rocks. This is destined to be a beautiful night. Ding! The island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi has increased to 55/100. Yuan Shichi nestled in Chao Dong's arms, her face showing exhaustion mixed with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and peace. Chao Dong held her close, feeling the warmth and softness of her body in his arms, and looked at the moonlight streaming through the window. He felt a sense of complete control over her. His paradise has gained an even more captivating charm. However, the tranquility of this secluded paradise cannot completely isolate one from the storms of the outside world. That day, as soon as Chao Dong returned to Hope Corner, Wen Jing walked over with a worried look on her face. "Boss, quickly check the emails in the Awaken's mailbox." He opened the system interface, which contained more than a dozen emails that Wen Jing had selected. "I'll Master Chao. Help! An organization called the False God Society has appeared in Lushur. I am now being violently imprisoned. Terrifying. A new Awakened One, of unknown level and talent, appears to have appeared in Lushur City. They have currently absorbed the Greyhound Gang. They are searching for and capturing the Awakened One. There are several superhumans in the False God Society. They possess at least the abilities to track and locate targets and disrupt magnetic fields. There's even one who can unleash nightmares." The panic and despair conveyed in these emails made Chao Dong frown. So many things have happened in just a few days since I last went to Lushur, and I missed so much news in just over a day of not streaming. It seems that Lushur is truly about to undergo a major transformation. What exactly is the background of this False God Society? Just as Chao Dong was deep in thought, the Awaken's mailbox suddenly flashed again. "A new email has been received. Please check your inbox promptly." Chao Dong casually opened the new email with his mind. This email, however, was not about the False God Society. The email contained only a few sentences. "Mr. Gao, it's as if we're meeting in person. I think you might need a strategic analyst to serve your Hope Corner. Looking forward to your reply. Zhong Fong." Chapter 45, Fourth Beautiful Young Woman Zhong Fong. Chao Dong looked at the brief email. The handwriting is slender, and the signature is also very nice. He felt a surge of curiosity about this woman named Zhong Fong. Is this considered self-recommendation? Regardless, the other emails accusing the False God Society made him sense some kind of danger. The False God Society actually acquired the Greyhound Gang in just 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, he has several powerful Awakened Ones under his command. Tracking, magnetic field interference, and even sacrificial blood pools. They possess methods that strike fear into the hearts of other awakened individuals in Lushur. If you don't join, you'll be imprisoned. The ruthlessness of this organization worried Chao Dong. He originally planned to go directly to Lushur to recruit, but now he has changed his mind. If I step forward now, I could easily fall into a trap. Well then, let's go see Zhong Fong first. Reply to Zhong Fong. Chao Dong instructed Wen Jing, arrange a time and place for the meeting and make sure it's absolutely safe. The next day, in Lushur, on the top floor reading room of an abandoned library, Chao Dong arrived ahead of time, and Yang Shui, like a shadow, stood guard in the nearby shadows. Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar, neither hurried nor slow. A figure appeared at the top of the stairs, backlit, its outline clearly visible. A woman with a slender figure. She wore a fitted white silk shirt on top and slightly flared suit pants on the bottom, which perfectly outlined her hip line. She wore a pair of black stiletto heels, the surface of which was spotless. A sophisticated woman, a modern, elite young married woman. Chao Dong was stunned just by seeing that tall and straight figure. The woman approached. She was beautiful with a pale, cool complexion. Wearing light makeup, her delicate and refined appearance seemed out of place in this dilapidated post-apocalyptic world. "Mr. Gao Zhong." Her sharp gaze swept over Chao Dong, her slightly hoarse voice carrying a hint of a mature woman's. "I am Zhong Fong. Miss Zhong, please have a seat." Chao Dong pointed to the clean seat opposite him. Yang Shui, hidden in the shadows, watched intently, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, the system suddenly issued a notification. "Ding, a beautiful young woman matching the criteria has been detected. Zhong Fong. Overall rating, 95, shrewdness attribute. Detailed assessment. Age, 33. The golden age of mental maturity, possessing both the competence of an elite and the insight of a strategist. Appearance, 93. Beautiful and delicate features. Fair complexion, always impeccable makeup, sharp eyes and brows, exuding rationality and aloofness. Body, 92. Height approximately 168 centimeters, with a well-proportioned and upright figure, maintained through years of self-discipline and outstanding demeanor, especially the leg lines outlined by professional attire, which are full of restrained and powerful beauty. Traits, 97. Possesses top-notch strategic analysis, resource integration, and macro-management capabilities, enhanced by the talent-accurate prediction. Prioritizes logic and excels at building order and formulating rules. Potential, 96. Possesses top-tier potential for strategic planning and crisis resolution, serving as the brain for the development of the faction. Overall rating, S rank. Must recruit. Their strategic and management capabilities are the core engine for the rapid development of the post-apocalyptic forces. Chao Dong was taken aback when he heard the sudden notification. A surge of joy immediately welled up inside him. Brother Tong, you've struck gold this time. I went out to meet with the strategic advisor, and, to my surprise, I met the requirements to stay on the island. One word, absolutely amazing. Mr. Gao. Seeing Chao Dong suddenly lose focus, Zhong Fong looked somewhat displeased. Oh, sorry, I was just spacing out. Gao Dong Gedin Sli. Miss Zhong Fong, your beauty has successfully caught my attention. Hearing Chao Dong's somewhat frivolous words, Zhong Fong frowned slightly. Just like in a live stream, this person is a womanizer. She got straight to the point. Mr. Chao, I watched your live stream. Your Hope Corner is hiring, and I would like to apply for the position of strategic consultant. Chao Dong looked at her fair face. I never said I was hiring for this position. Seemingly anticipating Chao Dong's words, Zhong Fong calmly replied, before the False God Society appeared, you might not have needed it, but now. Upon hearing the term False God Society, Chao Dong abandoned his nonchalant attitude, and his expression turned serious. How much does Ms. Zhong know about the False God Society? Zhong Fong tidied her hair. Based on the current information, the leader of the False God Society is unknown, but is suspected to be an awakened who has mastered mind control. His level and talent stage are unknown. In addition, he seems to be collecting awakened for some kind of blood pool sacrifice. The other core members include Zhao Bin, who is skilled in tracking, Shun Jun, who is skilled in magnetic field interference, Zhu Xiaowei, the hyena man, several other newly joined awakened individuals, and dozens of ordinary thugs. Upon hearing the information she provided, Chao Dong was shocked. How could you have such detailed information? Zhong Fong smiled faintly. Mr. Chao, if I didn't have some real skills, how would I dare to apply for a job here? Looking at this sophisticated woman, she not only has a capable appearance, but also remarkable skills. Chao Dong had made up his mind that he had to make this woman his right-hand woman. So what's your suggestion? Passive defense is not as good as proactively breaking the deadlock. Zhong Fong's eyes were piercing. Your next recruitment is an opportunity. You and Zhu Xiaowei are mortal enemies, and now the awakened people in Lushur are very vocal in their desire to uphold justice and help them deal with the False God Society. Therefore, we can turn the tables and lure the snake out of its hole. What a brilliant scheme to lure the snake out of its hole. Chao Dong couldn't help but praise. Miss Zhong is not only beautiful, but her intelligence and strategic thinking are also top-notch. Hearing Chao Dong's bizarre praise, Zhong Fong sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. However, there might be risks if you get involved, Zhong Fong calmly reminded her. Chao Dong smiled, a smile tinged with confidence and a hint of ruthlessness. Risk? I'm afraid they won't come. Very good. Zhong Fong nodded. Then, the cooperation is agreed. My condition is that I have decision-making participation rights and resource allocation rights in Hope Corner. Welcome to the team, Staff Officer Zhong. Chao Dong extended his hand. Zhong Fong hesitated for a moment, but still reached out her hand. Her fingers were fair, not long, but very delicate. My fingertips felt slightly cool. Actually, I have a question. Chao Dong looked at the elegant young woman in front of him. Speaking, how do you maintain such cleanliness and tidiness in a post-apocalyptic environment? Are you also an awakened one? Zhong Fong smiled slightly. That's right. My talent is called accurate prediction, which is why I've been able to survive unharmed until now and even save some supplies. Having resolved his doubts, Chao Dong no longer hesitated. They called out Yuan Shichi, who was hiding in the shadows. With a thought, he teleported to Hope Corner with Zhongfang. Hope Corner is peaceful at this moment. Sun Xiaowen and Li Li were preparing lunch. Before the apocalypse, these two girls were pampered little princesses. But now I feel incredibly honored to be the chef at the Corner of Hope. Fan Bingbing is taking care of the 7 children. Since Yuan Shichi moved to the island, the task of looking after the children has been handed over to her. This woman is gentle and low-key, and despite being an awakened being, she has little presence. Hearing the commotion from Chao Dong and the others, Wen Jing, holding a notebook, swayed her hips as she walked out of the small warehouse. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to Zhongfang, especially Wen Jing. When she saw Zhongfang's exquisite attire and outstanding temperament, a slight electric current seemed to pass through her smiling phoenix eyes. The boss's brother has brought another beautiful woman back so quickly. Sigh, another competitor. Everyone, let's pause what we're doing. Chao Dong clapped his hands and called over Wang Chao and the others who were working nearby. Let me introduce a new member to everyone, Ms. Zhongfang. Starting today, she will serve as our strategic advisor, or to put it simply, my strategist. Although she sensed the threat posed by Zhongfang, Wen Jing still put on a smile. Welcome, Consultant Zhong. I'm Wen Jing, in charge of internal affairs. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Her tone was friendly, but her eyes were subtly locked in a battle of wits. Wang Chao, Zhao Hu, and the others secretly envied her. It has to be Boss Chao. Such a refined woman. I'm going to have her. Sigh, it's true what they say. Comparisons are odious. Immediately, Chao Dong opened the system and spent 6,000 emotion points to exchange for a high-grade elf wooden house, which he placed behind his own wooden house. This will be your residence from now on, Chao Dong said with a smile. The others, seeing the brand-new wooden house, were immediately filled with envy. You should know that they were living in the very simple wooden houses that Chao Dong had exchanged for 4,000 points at the very beginning. And it's a 2-person room. This advanced elf cabin is on par with the cabins on the island. However, he is Chao Chao's trusted strategist, so it's not unreasonable for him to stay in a high-class place. After all, there are different levels of workers. Zhongfang's eyes lit up when she saw the quaint little wooden house with its exquisite and comfortable furniture. It seems I made the right bet after all. I never imagined that I could live such a refined and clean life like before in the apocalypse. Ding! The current level of conquest by the island owner for the beautiful young woman Zhongfang is 5/100. After settling Zhongfang in, Chao Dong returned to his wooden cabin, his eyes sharpening. Next, we'll see which giant snake we can lure out. Chapter 46 Chess Game. Lushur, Central Square. Originally, this place was clean and solemn. At this moment, however, it is filled with garbage, bird droppings, and various corpses and remnants. 3 drones were used for live streaming. One was pointed at Chao Dong himself, while the other 2 hovered high in the sky, switching between distant scenes. Now, Chao Dong's live streaming radius has reached 10 kilometers, and his sense of camera presence has become much richer. Chao Dong stood in the center of the square, with Yang Shui, who looked like a dark elf, and Zhongfang, who was dressed in a smart business suit and had a cool and aloof temperament, standing behind him. He turned to look at Yang Shui. How far is the effective attack range of your frostbite technique? Yang Shui replied, at 300 meters, once the target is hit, all of the target skills will be disabled. Okay. Chao Dong took a deep breath and smiled at the camera. Hey everyone, long time no see, miss me? Chao Dong waved to the camera. This is the Hope Corner recruitment site. Today, we continue to recruit talented individuals. Anyone who is awakened and willing to abide by the rules has the opportunity to join the Corner of Hope. The chat room instantly became lively. Little white note. Boss Chao is finally back in Lushan. We've been waiting for you for so long. Big Carp, holy crap. Boss Chao is really bold. Doesn't he know the false god is arresting people everywhere? Dog Tilapia. I heard another sea level awakened was dragged away yesterday. That's terrifying. Great white shark, holy crap. Who's that beautiful woman in the white shirt behind Boss Chao? Is she a new hire? She's got such great style. Red Carp. You really haven't seen anything like this before. That's Zhongfang, a former famous female executive in Lushur. I heard she's incredibly smart. Looks like she was recruited by Boss Chao. Green fish guy. Boss Chao, watch out. The members of the False God Society are looking for you everywhere. They've spread the word that anyone who dares to side with you will have their entire family killed. Upon seeing this comment, Chao Dong's eyes sharpened. Sure enough, this False God Society has already bared its fangs at me. This malignant tumor in Lushan City must be removed. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. I heard that everyone has been troubled by an organization called the False God Society lately. Chao Dong's tone turned serious. Let me make this clear. My horn of hope is irreconcilably opposed to organizations that rely on violence, imprisonment, and sacrifice to maintain themselves. He paused. Then his voice came through the live stream. In order to fight against the False God Society and protect more survivors, I hereby announce that I will sponsor the establishment of the Hope Alliance in Lushur. All awakened individuals who oppose the atrocities of the False God Society can apply to join. The alliance will be controlled by me, with initial material support provided. We will jointly establish rules, help each other, and rebuild order. This statement caused an uproar in the live stream. Countless survivors who had suffered from bullying saw hope. Just then, something unexpected happened. Call out. An arrow came, without warning, aimed straight at Chao Dong's throat. Almost the instant the crossbow bolt left the bowstring, Yang Shui, who was guarding beside her, moved. His explosive body left a ghostly afterimage in the air. A purple blade flashed. Clang! The blade deflected the crossbow bolt, which whizzed past Chao Dong's ear and embedded itself deeply in the wall behind him. Seeing that his attack had missed, a slender figure in the distance quickly flew backward. That must be the person who shot the arrow from behind. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. The livestream camera perfectly captured this thrilling moment. Holy crap! Assassination! The woman in black is awesome. Her reaction speed is incredible. I love it. They're definitely members of the Fake God Society. They're afraid to confront us directly and only know how to play dirty tricks. Just as the viewers in the live stream were having a frenzied discussion, suddenly, several figures sprang up from all around. Leading the group was Zhu Xiaowei, whose eyes were bloodshot. Behind him were several awakened ones with ferocious faces rushing straight at Chao Dong. Although these awakened ones are not as fast as arrows, their destructive power is definitely more terrifying than that of hidden arrows. The False God Society finally couldn't hold back any longer. A cold glint flashed in Chao Dong's eyes. With a thought, a futuristic, streamlined rifle, the Thunder Eagle, appeared out of thin air in his hand. They were targeting Zhu Xiaowei and others. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Jet, boom! A blinding blue bolt of lightning shot out. The speed was beyond imagination. Zhu Xiaowei reacted quickly, yelling "Holy crap!" and using all his strength to dodge, barely managing to avoid it. The next awakened one was not so lucky. Before he could even react, a charred hole was pierced through his chest, and he collapsed without uttering a sound. He actually killed a sea-level awakened with a single shot. In the distance, on the rooftop of an abandoned building, Yang Wei and Zhao Bin exchanged a glance, their expressions turning serious. "This kid is stronger than we thought," Zhao Bin said, taking a deep drag on a cigarette. "He won't live past today." Yang Wei raised his hand, and a wisp of dense purplish-black energy flew toward Chao Dong, who was hundreds of meters away. He absorbed a lot of the life force and energy of awakened beings in the past 2 days, and after sacrificing it to the blood pool, he gained ample succubus power. Seeing a teammate get instantly killed, Zhu Xiaowei and the others were both shocked and furious. Just then, a purplish-black smoke enveloped Chao Dong. Chao Dong felt a chill run through his body, as if he had fallen into hell. He couldn't help but let out a painful groan. The bosses made a move. A hint of joy flashed across the face of the little gray hyenas as they roared. "Get him! Tear that kid apart!" No sooner had he finished speaking than a powerful fist slammed down on Chao Dong. The other awakened ones also grabbed their weapons and slashed at Chao Dong. "Boss, watch out!" Yang Shui raised the purple blade in her hand and unleashed the Xianbing technique she had just learned. Several streaks of purple light transformed into ice swords, barely managing to block 2 or 3 awakened individuals. But 2 more awakened individuals have already reached Chao Dong. At this moment, Chao Dong was in extreme pain, his whole body curled up in agony. Yang Wei's succubus power invaded his consciousness. He seemed to return to his childhood, to the scenes of living in the orphanage, which unfolded one by one. Bullied by older children, beaten by the administrator, forced to stand his punishment, and denied food. A profound sense of powerlessness left him extremely frustrated. Meanwhile, outside the live stream room, over 100,000 viewers witnessed this bizarre scene. Chao Dong was like a drowning person, all his strength drained away. On the island, Xiao Liping and Yuan Shiqi held hands tightly, their eyes filled with tears. Dongzi, pull yourself together. You damn Chao Dong, you can't die. Fight back now. The intense emotions of the two women, mixed with those of the audience, flooded into the live stream. Almost in that 1 second, I actually gained 100,000 emotion points. Chao Dong roared and abruptly opened his system inventory, just as the attack was about to strike. A pale blue, semi-transparent energy shield instantly unfolded around Chao Dong. Zhu Xiaoyi's determined claw slammed into the shield, producing a dull thud, but the shield didn't budge. What? Yang Wei and Zhao Bin's expressions changed. This shield is the system's reward for Wen Jing's successful move to the island. Thanks to the shield, a large portion of Yang Wei's succubus power was quickly purified. Chao Dong's cloudy eyes regained their clarity. He gulped down a bottle of anti-magic potion and picked up the Thunderhawk again. No! Zhu Xiaoyi cried out in despair from close range. Chao Dong pulled the trigger directly. The laser pierced through one of Zhu Xiaoyi's legs, and then another pierced through his abdomen. The powerful impact slammed him into the ground, creating a deep crater. The other awakened individuals, seeing this, fled in terror. Seeing that the enemy had retreated, Yang Shui quickly stepped forward and stood protectively beside Chao Dong. Apocalyptic drunken man rewarded 100 emotional points. Damn it. That dog Zhu Xiaoyi is finally dead. Well done. Survivor 1. Boss is awesome. Lonely young woman. Little brother, shove me. The live stream was filled with excitement, reaching a small climax. Boss, what do we do? This kid has too many tricks up his sleeve, Zhao Bin said, frowning. Prepare to retreat. Yang Wei was about to order a retreat when he suddenly saw that the blue shield around Chao Dong was becoming illusory. Wait, that shield ball is malfunctioning. At the same time, Zhong Fong, along with Wang Chao and Zhao Hu were guarding the area, gathered around Chao Dong. Damn it, that kid's about to teleport. A crazed ruthlessness flashed across Yang Wei's pale face. Shenjun, it's your turn. A bald man suddenly emerged from behind a tree not far from the square. Magnetic field interference. He unleashed his full power, and an invisible energy rippled outwards towards the center of the plaza. At the same time, a crackling sound came from the live stream. The video became extremely unstable. The viscous, undulating energy completely locked the magnetic field in the square. Kid, you're dead meat. Shenjun wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a hoarse laugh. This time you're doomed. Chapter 47 Reward. Sure enough, it's that trick again. Sensing the sluggish energy fluctuations in the air, Chao Dong's lips curled into a smile. Shui, it's your turn. Yang Shui, who had been protecting Chao Dong, suddenly. They located Shenjun, a bald man behind a tree 100 meters away. Don't even think about it. The night elf-like figure suddenly blurred, its speed increasing to its limit in an instant, like a purple lightning bolt tearing through space. Mystic Eye's technique, Seal. The skill is unleashed before the person even arrives. His body was surging with energy, which he poured into the purple blade in his hand. She waved her hand in midair, and a purple ice crystal shot out from 100 meters away, towards Shenjun. The sinister smile on Shenjun's face froze instantly. He felt an extremely cold force instantly invade his limbs and bones. Not only did my body become stiff, but the energy circulating within my body also seemed to be frozen. The magnetic field interference skill effect abruptly stopped. Now, Chao Dong, suppressing his weakness, grabbed Yang Shui and Zhong Fong beside him. At the same time, he roared at Wang Chao and Zhao Hu, who were not far away, retreat. Buzz. The next second, Chao Dong and his group of 5 disappeared from the central square. The severely injured Zhu Xiaoyi wailed on the ground. Help! Boss, save me! On the distant high-rise building, Yang Wei and Zhao Bin remained unmoved. How to save a badly injured hyena. It's unnecessary. Brother Gray, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Just then, a large, fat body emerged from the shadows. A fat man huffed and puffed as he approached Zhu Xiaowei. Zhu Xiaowei lay on the ground, blood gushing from his abdomen and thighs. He looked up and saw a familiar chubby face. Zhang Zhanhe. Fatty, help me, he cried out to Zhang Zhanhe, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I will definitely. Zhang Zhanhe squatted down, looked down at Zhu Xiaowei, and a sickly smile appeared on his face. I will definitely make you die a quick and painless death. The fat man pulled a dagger from his pocket and stabbed it into Zhu Xiaowei's throat. You fatso. Zhang Zhanhe did not give him another chance to speak. He pulled it out and stabbed it 10 more times before stopping. He wiped the blood splattered on his face and spat a glob of phlegm into Zhu Xiaowei's hyena face. Damn it, you still want to sleep with my ex-wife. A hint of madness appeared on the fat man's face. With your looks, dwarf, shorty, you can go to hell and sleep with sows. On a high-rise building, Yang Wei leaned against the railing, watching Zhang Zhanhe vent his anger, and couldn't help but laugh. This fat guy is quite interesting. If we get the chance, we can turn him into a puppet. He should be an obedient puppet. Corner of Hope. Chao Dong and his men teleported over. His face was pale at this moment. Clearly his spirit had been injured by Yang Wei's succubus power. If he hadn't just added a little bit of the mental attribute a few days ago, the intense succubus power invading him today would probably have turned him into an idiot. It seems I still need to strengthen both my physical and mental well-being. I have absolutely no power to resist those high-level awakened beings. Live stream room. Little white bar. Holy crap. It ran away? No, it's a strategic retreat. Dog tilapia. Yang Shui just broke that bald guy's skill. That moment was as fast as lightning. Red carp. Those bastards from the False God Society actually ambushed so many people. Boss Chow is really in grave danger this time. Apocalyptic drunken man. Damn it, let that old dog Yang Wei live a few more days. I'll kill him sooner or later. The trembling little duckling. At least Zhu Xiaowei is dead. Justice will prevail. Chao Dong glanced at the results of the live stream. Total viewership for this live stream, 150,000. This live stream garnered 280,000 emotional points, adding to the existing 120,000 emotion points. The current emotional value has reached over 400,000. He immediately shut down the live stream and instructed everyone. Everyone has worked hard. Take a half-day rest. Wang Chao and Zhao Hu increase vigilance. Yes, boss. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Liping and Yuan Shiqi kept sending messages to inquire about his situation. After offering some words of comfort to the two women, Chao Dong returned to his room to rest. Before going to bed, I even spent a huge sum of 10,000 points to redeem a bottle of enhanced brain gold from the system to recover from mental trauma. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, there was a knocking sound at the door. Chao Dong turned on the drone's camera. Wenjing was standing at the door, holding a steaming bowl of soup. This woman, Gao Dong Juke Sop Di, Kumein. The door was gently pushed open. With light footsteps, a rich aroma wafted towards me. Gao Dong se fatiga vanits instanti. Wenjing stood gracefully in front of the bed, holding a white porcelain soup bowl, her face showing a hint of shyness and concern. Boss, I noticed you've used up a lot of energy, so I specially made some soup with the ingredients you brought back to help you recover. Her voice was soft and charming, and her eyes were captivating. Watching Wenjing place the soup bowl on the bedside table. The bowl is filled with plump abalone, thick sea cucumber, and tender stewed pigeon meat. The golden broth, steaming hot, is incredibly tempting. Sea cucumber, pigeon, and abalone soup is the best for replenishing qi and calming the mind. Wenjing moved closer to the bedside, her body almost pressed against Chao Dong's face. Her fingers traced subtle circles on his chest. Boss, drink it while it's hot, okay? Chao Dong took a deep breath, savoring the savory aroma of the broth and the delicate fragrance emanating from Wenjing. This made his restlessness linger. He didn't touch the bowl of soup. Instead, he reached out and embraced Wenjing's slender yet supple waist, pulling her into his arms. We'll drink the soup later. His voice was low and hoarse with longing. Tell me first, how do you want to treat me? Wenjing was held tightly by his strong arms and did not break free. Instead, it stuck to the surface as if it had no bones. Her red lips brushed against his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. However the boss wants to reward you, I'll reward you. Today I'm your personal nutritionist. The proprietress is like a lazy yet dangerous cat. He leaned closer and gently bit the buttons on Chow Dong's shirt with his teeth, unbuttoning them one by one. The landlady's 38,000 schemes and actions are omitted here. I don't know how much time passed. Chow Dong breathed a long sigh of relief. The trauma and exhaustion from the Battle of Lushur dissipated in this exhilarating battle. He leaned against the headboard, looking at Wen Jing, whose hair was disheveled. He reached out and took the bowl of soup, which had already cooled slightly. Now, try your cooking. Ding! The beautiful young woman Wen Jing's conquest level with the island owner has increased to 45 out of 100. Wen Jing, and her gentle voice nestled closer, took the soup bowl, stirred it gently with a spoon, then scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and carefully brought it to Chow Dong's lips. Boss, little brother, from now on, whenever you need me, I'll be there for you, she said softly, her voice sweet and her eyes full of affection. Chow Dong drank the soup and looked at the clever and graceful woman in front of him, a smile playing on his lips. In this perilous apocalypse, such a reward seems quite fitting. Chapter 48, Gift-Giving Game. After a half-day rest, we were treated to a deep reward by the gentle and quiet proprietress. Chow Dong felt that his mental and physical health had largely recovered. He walked out of the room feeling refreshed and just happened to run into Zhong Fong, who had come to report on her work. The woman changed into a light gray fitted suit skirt, which accentuated her slender waist and smooth body lines. Her hair was pulled back, revealing her fair and slender neck. It exudes a refreshing fragrance with a hint of warmth. It smells very high-end. Boss, establishing the Hope Alliance in Lushur is a brilliant move. But we can't always put you in danger to take charge of the overall situation. As Chow Dong's strategist, this woman was just like all of Chow Dong's other women. Everyone hopes that Chow Dong will take fewer risks and live a good life. As long as Chow Dong is still alive, there will be supplies, and we can live a good life in the apocalypse. Then what do you think we should do? Gao Dong, asket. We need a local figurehead in Lushur to be in charge of the Alliance's daily operations, personnel recruitment, and resource allocation. As the founder and top supporter, your presence behind the scenes ensures greater security and an air of mystery, and also facilitates overall coordination. Chow Dong agreed wholeheartedly upon hearing this. Previously, Zhu Xiaowei and the others were just scattered awakened ones, and they almost lost their lives in that abandoned building. Now, the False God Society has been established and is still expanding. Any action I take in Lushur is fraught with great risk. Then let's have a live election. After saying that, Chow Dong started his live stream. Fellow survivors and awakened ones of Lushur City. As I mentioned before, I want to establish a Hope Alliance that all awakened individuals in Lushur can join. But before the alliance is formed, I need to elect a leader. He paused, then continued. All awakened ones who can see the live stream, please check your Awaken One email that you bound after the apocalypse. In 1 hour, I will launch an anonymous poll. Each person is limited to 1 vote. The candidate with the most votes will become the first leader of the Pakistan-Harapan coalition. Voting will continue for 24 hours. Upon hearing this, the live stream chat erupted in excitement, with viewers flooding the screen with comments. White IOU. Open election. Boss Chow is playing a pretty trendy game. Big Carp. This is good. Choosing someone everyone trusts is better than a pseudo-theistic society that oppressively rules. Blue Fish Guy. This is a hot potato. Not only do we have to deal with the False God Society, but we also have to manage a group of awakened ones. Chow Dong's move dropped a bombshell on the entire awakened community in Lushur. Chow Dong gained 150,000 emotional points in just a short time during the live stream. With a large audience base, earning emotional points is much faster now. However, while you can make money quickly, you also have to spend a lot. Currently, there are 10 employees at Hope Corner alone and 7 children to support. 2 beautiful young women also live on the island. Their standard of living is 2 levels higher than others. The daily food expenses are manageable, but the infrastructure construction on Cape of Hope is even more expensive. The 3 robots work day and night to build defensive structures, pave roads on the island, and undertake other infrastructure projects. Looking at the more than 500,000 emotion points in his account, Chow Dong decided to play a gift-giving game. After all, the more exciting the live stream content, the more intense the audience's emotions will be. The more you invest, the more you earn. It's a win-win situation. More importantly, he wanted to raise Yuan Shiqi and win Jing's level of subjugation to 70 out of 100 as soon as possible. Because when you reach 70 out of 100, the system will reward you with one free attribute point. Family, Chao Dong said to the camera, my employees and my female relatives have been with me to Cape of Hope and the island for some time now. They've been working really hard lately. I, Chao Dong, as the island owner, had decided to play a gift-giving game. As soon as Chao Dong finished speaking, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Apocalyptic survivor, I'm so envious. You can play this in the apocalypse? Hope's treatment is too good. The ultimate lemon spirit. I'm so jealous. Why do they get to live a life of luxury with Boss Chow while we're stuck picking through trash? Big Cart. Haha. Is the boss organizing a team-building event? I want to see. Lonely young woman. Little brother, hurry up and take your sister with you. I'm willing to be your shy little brother's concubine. Winking. Whispers in the shadows. Humph. Attention seeking. Once we take over Corner of Hope, all these gifts will be ours. Apocalypse Hound. Idiot. What a waste of resources. You should use your emotional points to buy more weapons. Just wait to get robbed. Looking at the barrage of comments on the screen, each filled with a different emotion, Chao Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. That's exactly the effect he wanted. The more intense the emotions, the greater the reward. As for those sinister voices, he sneered. Come on, this will give my path to rise a bit more nourishment. He opened the system store and began carefully selecting gifts. First and foremost was his empress, Xiao Liping. This woman, who is like a friendly neighbor, is gentle, considerate, and family-oriented. She manages the internal affairs of the system island in an orderly manner. Chao Dong chose a practical and heartwarming gift for her, a set of top-of-the-line kitchenware, costing 5,000 emotion points. I spent another 20,000 yuan to exchange for an ocean heart necklace. Chao Dong carried the gifts and teleported to the island. Upon receiving the gift, Xiao Liping looked down at the dazzling and exquisite necklace around her neck. Her eyes were filled with joy and concern for Chao Dong. Thank you, Dongzi. Ding, the island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Xiao Liping has increased to 83/100. Chao Dong spent 12,000 emotion points to exchange for a miniature ecological dome starry sky projection music box. It was given to Yuan Shiqi. Open the music box, and ethereal music gently begins, intertwining with a miniature starry sky. So beautiful. Yuan Shiqi has a soft spot in her heart. Ding, beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi's conquering level with the island owner has increased to 65/100. We're one step closer to 70 out of 100. What would be a good gift for that charming and alluring boss lady? Chao Dong spent 8,000 emotion points to redeem an extremely sexy and alluring Victoria's Secret limited edition lace lingerie set. The set was made of silky, smooth material, featured a daring design, and came with a bottle of ambiguous night eau de toilette worth 2,000 points. You rascal! The stocking queen looked at Chao Dong with seductive eyes, feigning reluctance. Ding, the beautiful young woman Wen Jing's conquering level with the island owner has increased to 55 out of 100. Next, Chao Dong spent 8,000 emotion points to exchange for a small box of polar ice essence and a piece of shadow spider silk inner armor, which he then gave to Yang Shui. It's a pity that this sexy female bodyguard's overall score didn't reach 90. Otherwise, we could have gotten some freebies. Finally, there's Zhong Fong. This woman is refined, aloof, and pursues quality. Ordinary gifts are unlikely to move her. Chao Dong's gaze lingered over the luxury goods section before finally settling on a Cartier Ballon Blue women's mechanical watch. Its classic design, understated luxury, and precise time-keeping perfectly matched her meticulous and refined style. It was quite expensive, costing 10,000 emotion points. At the same time, he also redeemed a small bottle of Jo Malone English Pear Freesia perfume. He felt that the sweet yet elegant fragrance would suit her well, spending 5,000 emotion points. When Zhong Fong saw the exquisite and elegant gift in Chao Dong's hand, her eyes flickered slightly. Boss, this. Her voice was a little lower than usual. This is too valuable. And in the present situation, she wanted to say that it was meaningless in the current environment, but the words got stuck in her throat. Because deep down, she still harbors a strong love for these luxury goods. You deserve it. Chao Dong looked in her eyes, his tone calm, yet resolute. Zhong Fang's heart suddenly stirred. This man allowed her to enjoy the luxury and prestige that comes with it, even in the apocalypse. The island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Zhong Fang has increased to 26 out of 100. Chao Dong also gave gifts to the other employees and children. At this point, the emotional value of the audience's donations had reached an astonishing 350,000. I spent less than 100,000 on gifts and made a net profit of 250,000. Looking at his little game, which had achieved multiple benefits, Chao Dong smiled slightly and ended the live stream. He then stayed on the island, intending to rest there for a day or two. During the day, I accompanied Xiao Liping to cook delicious food by the sea, take a walk, and listen to Yuan Shiqi play the piano in the music room. At night, they would soak up the fairy's magical aura in Yuan Shiqi's fairy cabin. The island owner's happy times are always short-lived. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours have passed. The results of the vote initiated by the Awakened have also been released. The future leader of the Hope Alliance has already been chosen. Chapter 49, The Storm, is brewing. Voting has ended in 24 hours. Ultimately, an awakened individual named Zhao Biyuan became the top performer. Zhao Biyuan, 43 years old. Former Special Forces soldier. Level 3 Awakener. Rank A Iron Body Talent. Chao Dong contacted him through the Awakened's email address and teleported Zhong Fang and Yang Shui to Lusher. I met Zhao Biyuan near the municipal center. Zhao Biyuan had a short haircut, dark skin, a straight posture, and sharp, steady eyes, exuding the aura of a military god. Chao Dong started a live stream and announced the voting results. Families in Lusher. After a day of voting, Comrade Zhao Biyuan, who is standing before me, has finally been selected as the first leader of the Hope Alliance. Now, let's hear from Brother Zhao about his family in Lusher. Speaking to the camera, Zhao Biyuan declared in a loud voice, "Thank you for your trust. I, Zhao Biyuan, will do my utmost to lead the Alliance of Hope in fighting against violence and safeguarding order." Number of online viewers, 189,000. Shunlu, squad leader. My old squad leader is actually an A-level awakened. Su Sanduo, platoon leader. It's me, Sanduo. I'm a D-level awakened now. Can I come and join you? Survivor 233. Look at that aura. 10,000 times stronger than those shady characters from the False God Society. After publicly granting Zhao Biyuan the title of person in charge, Chao Dong ended the live stream. The two had a brief conversation in private. Boss Chao, thank you for your trust. Zhao Biyuan got straight to the point. I will definitely run this organization well. Chao Dong nodded. I will provide initial support in terms of supplies, but we need to establish rules first. He paused, then stated the core principles. First, we must not bully the weak or kill the innocent. Second, resources obtained shall be distributed according to labor, with priority given to combat and construction personnel. Third, we shall stand together with the False God Society, advancing and retreating together. Zhao Biyuan said, "Understood. Without discipline, there is no team. You and Zhong Fang will work together to refine the specific regulations," Chao Dong said. "She will be responsible for overall coordination." Good. Chao Dong redeemed the first batch of supplies from the system and delivered them to the temporary collection point. Food: 30 boxes of compressed dry food, 20 bags of vacuum-packed rice, 80 boxes of various canned goods, and 80 barrels of purified water. Medical: 30 basic medical kits. Weapons: 80 standard steel pipe spears, 30 military daggers, and 20 alloy shields. Tools and energy: entrenching tools, axes, saws, ropes, 1 diesel generator, and some fuel. A total of 60,000 emotion points were spent. The supplies weren't plentiful, but they were enough to support the team's initial operations. After Chao Dong teleported the two women back to Cape of Hope, he was taken back by the teleportation. Zhao Biyuan was not idle. Accompanied by 2 deputies, one named Monk and the other Mosquito, he quickly made contact with the awakened ones who had come seeking his expertise. The team was quickly assembled. Early members of the Hope Alliance. Chairman, Zhao Biyuan. Level 3, Rank A, Strength Type Awakener. Secondary Monk. Level 3, Rank B, Spirit Awakener. Mosquito. Level 3, Rank B, Survival Type Awakener. Reconnaissance Captain Monkey. Level 2, C-rank Agility Type Awakener. Logistics Supervisor, Old Chun. Level 2 D-rank Space Awakener. Medical Team Leader, Zhu Hong. Level 2 C-rank Healing Awakener. And more than 10 other members at the C and D levels. Zhao Biyuan led the first batch of more than 20 recruited members to clean up the abandoned municipal building, reinforce doors and windows, install both visible and concealed sentries, and divide the area into functional zones. The initial form of a disciplined organization with a clear division of labor is emerging. From now on, this will be the headquarters of the Hope Alliance. At the same time, inside an abandoned opera house in the north of the city, Yang Wei was sitting in a dressing room. This is his office. He likes this small, dark space. "How's the recruitment going?" he asked, looking at his pale face in the mirror. Zhao Bin, who was standing to the side, said in a low voice, "Currently, more than a dozen awakened individuals have joined us. There are bone crushers who can manipulate corpses at the B rank, plague spreaders who can release poisonous mist at the C rank, and a B rank spatial hoarder, awakener named Liao Tanfu. Most of them were individuals who had awakened dark talents. That darkness isn't a sin." A sly smile crept across Yang Wei's lips. "Where there is light, there will inevitably be darkness. My false god society is a legion of darkness." "Boss, what about those 20-odd awakened ones who are imprisoned?" Zhao Bin asked tentatively. "Keep bleeding them dry. Extract their energy." A cold glint flashed in Yang Wei's eyes. "If they don't join us, they'll only become nourishment for my blood pool." The recruitment efforts of the Hope Alliance and the False God Society are in full swing. That day, a 6-person search team from the Hope Alliance, led by a monkey, is searching for hardware and building materials at a flea market. A new member of the False God Society, a fat man named Liao Tanfu, leads an 8-man raiding team, looting and burning in the vicinity. "Hey, isn't this the monkey from the Hope Alliance?" Liao Tanfu licked his thick lips, his eyes fixed on a box of tools the search team had found. "Leave the stuff, and you can get lost." "Bullshit." The monkey spat, made a gesture, and the team members immediately took cover on the shelves, raised their long spears and shields, and formed a battle formation. Liao Tanfu grinned maliciously, his fat jiggling, and his skin instantly became shiny and oily, as if covered with a layer of sticky armor. He charged forward, ignoring the spears thrusting at him, and crashed directly into the shield formation. The formation trembled. At the same time, the members of the False God Society behind him unleashed various insidious abilities. Corrosive slime and stinging sound waves assaulted the senses like a torrential downpour. The monkey nimbly circled behind, its dagger aimed at Liao Tanfu's nape, but was also deflected. Liao Tanfu threw a powerful backhand punch, which the monkey barely managed to dodge. Just then, a monk who was nearby heard the commotion and led several awakened individuals to charge over. This monk, who was Zhao Biyuan's deputy, also had a nickname Killing Monk. Before the apocalypse, he was a Shaolin disciple with Shaolin Kung Fu skills. The monk stared at Liao Tanfu for a moment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Liao Tanfu couldn't help but shiver. The monk pounced like a hungry tiger, delivering a swift side kick that struck Liao Tanfu on the side of his knee joint. "Ah!" Fatty Liao let out a miserable howl, and his defenses immediately showed a flaw. The monkey seized the opportunity to rush in and smash the monkey down with its shield. The False God Society was thrown into chaos. "Retreat!" Liao Tanfu, clutching his knee, gave the order in a disheveled manner. The members of the False God Society abandoned 3 corpses and miscellaneous items and fled in panic. Inside the opera house, Yang Wei remained expressionless upon learning of the defeat, but the chill emanating from him made Zhao Bin involuntarily take a step back. Chao Dong's Hope Alliance, he stroked the mirror in front of him, is well equipped. He paused for a moment, then ordered, "Pass the word, a temporary ceasefire. Don't provoke them." "How's the sacrificial site in the West City Industrial Park coming along?" Zhao Bin replied. "It has been built and is ready for use." Yang Wei stroked his pale face in the mirror and revealed a terrifying smile. "Very good. Then send those 20 awakened ones over and sacrifice them to the blood pool all at once. I can't wait to test the destructive power of a level 5 succubus." Lucier entered a brief but fragile truce. The air was thick with the oppressive atmosphere of an impending storm. Chao Dong closely monitored the situation through reports from Zhong Fong and Zhao Buyuan. Seeing that the Pakistan-Harapan coalition had successfully withstood the pressure and gained a foothold, he decided to move forward with his plan. He contacted Zhao Buyuan. "Get ready. I will be going to the Pakistan-Harapan headquarters tomorrow for a formal live recruitment event. For my corner of hope, I'm recruiting some awakened individuals with relevant professional skills." Meanwhile, Chao Dong was also plotting a plan to frantically acquire emotional points. Chapter 50: Maybach and Toyota Prado. The following day, at the municipal building. This place has been converted into a stronghold for the Hope Alliance. In the lobby on the first floor, Zhao Yuan stood solemnly to one side with Monk, Mosquito, and other core members, while Chao Dong stood in the middle. On the periphery were a group of awakened individuals who had come to apply for jobs. Family members, Chao Dong said to the camera. "Today, I'm recruiting the following personnel for the Hope Corner. 5 security guards, 3 migrant workers, 1 kindergarten teacher, and 1 cook. The recruitment method is simple. Showcase your talents and skills. The best performers will be hired. Number of online viewers, 215,000. After Chao Dong finished his announcement, Zhong Fong stepped forward, holding a tablet, and began hosting. First, security guard job application. Those interested, please step forward and demonstrate your combat skills or defensive expertise. More than a dozen combat-type awakened individuals stepped forward, each with a sturdy and powerful physique. First, 2 awakened individuals are randomly selected to duel one-on-one. An awakened being let out a low growl, its skin turning a rocky color. The other person flashed by, leaving a faint afterimage in place. The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Shunlu. Wow, they're all trained fighters. That stone golem looks really tough. Big Carp. I hope the security guards at the corner are well paid, otherwise they won't be able to attract such skilled fighters. Ultimately, they selected 1 defensively enhanced individual, one of the most agile awakened individuals, and 3 other strong men who demonstrated composure and excellent teamwork. Secondly, we need migrant workers. We need people with practical skills in construction, reinforcement, and planning. More people stepped forward this time, but the assessment was also more specific. Some people demonstrated how to quickly build a wall. Some showed how to identify usable building materials, and others said they were vegetable farmers before the apocalypse. In a close-up shot, a taciturn middle-aged man stands aside, using only simple tools to repair a section of broken railing with exceptional sturdiness. Ruins architect. This guy's skills are amazing. These kinds of people are rare these days. Farming party. Finally, someone doing some production. Fighting alone isn't enough. You also need to know how to farm. Ultimately, the 3 most experienced and skilled candidates were hired. Subsequently, from among several kindergarten teachers, an awakened female teacher in her 50s was hired. Her gentleness and dedication impressed Chao Dong, who hired her on the spot. Finally, the chef applied for the job. A middle-aged man wearing an old apron that he had found somewhere came out. In front of him was a small pot and some basic ingredients. His movements were skillful, and soon, an enticing aroma of food filled the air, making many people around him swallow hard. A starving ghost reincarnated. Holy crap. It makes me hungry. I can almost smell it through the screen. Foodie. This technique is absolutely professional. Boss Chow, you should definitely take him on. Unsurprisingly, the former head chef of the hotel, named Lao Chun, was successfully recruited. The recruitment process went smoothly. Chao Dong was in a great mood as he looked at the newly recruited members. Hope Corner has gained another group of practical talents, and life is about to get prosperous and wonderful. Looking at the 150,000 emotion points he had gained in the system, Chao Dong felt a slight stirring in his heart. It's time to drop the bombshell. Family members. He changed the subject, a Mona Lisa smile spreading across his face. Business done. Time for some perks. To thank you all for your continued support, I've decided to launch the Hope Lucky Star program in my live stream, starting today. Behind him, a large virtual screen generated by the system lit up, clearly listing 2 lottery modes. Mode 1, at fixed rewards at. Chao Dong waved his hand, and 5 boxes of canned goods, 5 bags of rice, and 5 boxes of purified water appeared on the screen. These prizes are right here. I'll randomly select comments now, and the lucky viewers who are chosen, no matter where you are in Lushur, as long as you're within my live stream range, will have their prizes instantly delivered to you via teleportation. The moment these words were spoken, the live stream chat exploded. Lucy Wanderer, you're kidding, aren't you? I'm an abandoned gas station in the West District. If you can, deliver it right now. A cat that hasn't eaten for 3 days. Hit me. Hit me. I'm at the East Campus Library. Give me that bag of rice. Please. Begging to win the lottery. Boss Chow, look at me. I'd trade my roommate's 10 years of single life for a chance to win. Chow Dong gestured for Zhong Fong to take action. Zhong Fong calmly clicked on the system interface and instantly locked onto a viewer who was sending a hope to win the prize message in the chat. Congratulations to ID Hope in the Ruins. Gao Zong An Nao Lao Li. Here's a case of canned food for you. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, viewers could clearly see it through the drone's camera lens. On a dilapidated balcony a few kilometers away, a young man stared in disbelief at a box that had suddenly appeared at his feet. He waved frantically toward the drone's camera, his words tumbling out in agitation. This scene, broadcast live, shocked all viewers. Holy crap. Wow. Did that young man save the galaxy in his past life? A case of canned food could be exchanged for so much stuff these days. Mr. Chow, you've done a great deed. Before long, all the prizes were distributed. This move directly earned 200,000 emotion points. Next, let's switch to Mode 2 at Lucky Wheel at. Chow Dong pressed on. First, we'll draw lucky viewers, then we'll draw prizes. The screen was refreshing rapidly, and Zhong Fong was in charge of taking screenshots. Finally, the list of 10 lucky audience members is as follows. 1. So hungry they were eating plaster from the wall. 2. Lucia runs fast. 3. Might makes right. 4. Whispers of the shadows. 5. Waiting for my girlfriend to come home. 6. Former surgeon. 7. Changsha observer. 8. The old woman scavenging for waste. 9. The flame master. 10. Believe in Brother Chow and you will have eternal life. Amidst the snowflake-like barrage of comments, a few red comments stood out. So hungry I'm eating plaster from the wall. Holy crap. It's me. I actually won. Long live Boss Chow. I need food. Anything is fine. Believe in Brother Chow and you will have eternal life. Ha ha. I knew it. Devotion payoff. Brother Chow is awesome. Next, Chow Dong will spend 100 points to draw a prize for each lucky audience member. Looking at the list, Chow Dong smiled and said, all right, now, I will conduct a special lottery for each lucky winner. Each person has one chance, and the quality of the prize depends entirely on luck. He first chose So Hungry that he had to eat the plaster on the wall. The virtual turntable spun rapidly and eventually stopped in a relatively small area. Congratulations to So Hungry I had to eat the wall for winning a case of premium canned fruit. A flash of light appeared from the system's teleportation system, and a perfectly packaged box of canned fruit appeared at the window of the ruins where he was. So hungry I'm eating plaster from the wall. Fruit. It's fruit. Thank you, Boss Chow. I'm bowing down to you. Excited to the point of being distorted. Next up is the Flame Master. The turntable spun and stopped in the area that occupied the largest portion of the space. Congratulations to Flame Master for winning. 1 compressed biscuit. A lone compressed biscuit appeared in his hand. Flame Master, after a moment of silence. Boss Chow, could you give me more next time? It's not even enough to fill a tooth gap. It's the turn of the former surgeon. The turntable slowly came to a stop, and the pointer pointed to a narrow strip. Congratulations to the former surgeon for winning a basic medical kit. A white medical kit appeared in front of him. Former surgeon, great. This is exactly what we needed. Thank you so much. Then comes Whispers of Shadows. The wheel spins, and the prize is revealed. Congratulations to Shadow Whisper for winning. 1 bottle of purified water. A bottle of water appeared in the shadowy corner. Shadow Whisper. At least you're not completely useless. Next up is Changsha Observer. The turntable spun and stopped in an unexpectedly good position. Congratulations to Changsha Observer for obtaining Enhancement Potion X1. A bottle of dark red potion was teleported over. Changsha Observer. My God, this is an incredible gesture. Boss Chow, you're like a father to me. Subsequently, the others also completed the lottery draw in turn. This unique lottery draw pushed the level of engagement and anticipation in the live stream to a new peak. This live stream garnered a total of 660,000 emotional points. After the live stream ended, Chao Dong was in high spirits and decided to strike while the iron was hot. He spent 180,000 emotional points to redeem 2 cars. A Mercedes-Maybach S680 with light, bulletproof modifications, luxurious interior, and quiet driving performance. A tall, powerful, sturdy, and durable Toyota Land Cruiser, Prado, suitable for all kinds of terrain. He started the live stream again, focusing the camera on the 2 land arcs that seemed out of place in the post-apocalyptic setting. Family, what do you think of these 2 behemoths? Chao Dong patted the smooth body of the Maybach. From now on, they will be our mobile fortress and live broadcast center. Holy crap, a Maybach! So powerful. I couldn't afford one even before the apocalypse. Boss Chow's quality of life. I'm so envious. Where are they going? Why all this fuss? Chao Dong sat in the back seat of the Maybach, driven by Wang Chao, while Zhao Hu led the way in his Prado. 2 cars slowly drove through the dilapidated streets of Lushan, conducting a unique live-streamed car ride. The stark contrast between the brand-new luxury cars and the ruins of the city created an unparalleled visual impact and generated considerable buzz. Number of online viewers, 380,000, 420,000, 480,000. As the vehicle moved, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. The moment the number of online users surpassed 500,000, a system notification sounded in Chao Dong's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a new milestone, widely famous. The number of viewers watching the live stream has exceeded 500,000. Reward. Live stream radius expanded to 50 kilometers. It's done. Chao Dong felt a surge of excitement. With a radius of 50 kilometers, this means his influence can cover a much wider area. Lushur City can no longer satisfy him. Next, he plans to return to Cape Hope for 2 days to rest and begin exploring a wider range of live streaming opportunities. However, the joy didn't last long before Wen Jing suddenly called. Boss, a bunch of monsters I've never seen before have suddenly appeared on the beach. They look like fish and people at the same time, carrying bone spikes, and they're rushing ashore. Chapter 51 Changshu. Stop the car. Return to Hope Corner immediately. Chao Dong ordered Wang Chao and Zhao Hu. The Maybach and Prado traced sharp arcs. The sudden braking left deep scratches on the road from the tires. Chao Dong has already teleported Wang Chao, Zhao Hu, Yang Shui, and Zhong Fang back to Hope Corner. Then, without stopping, he used 3 more trips to teleport all the newly recruited Awakened Ones. The livestream camera followed closely, and viewers could feel the sudden tension through the footage. What happened? Boss Chow's expression was very serious. Has something happened at Cape of Hope? When the convoy appeared at Cape of Hope, the sight before them made everyone gasp. What was once a relatively calm beach is now the scene of a fierce battle of attack and defense. Dozens of grotesque, half-human, half-fish monsters were wielding bone spikes and frantically attacking the makeshift defensive line. Chao Dong activated his fiery eyes and saw the monster's attributes. Deep Sea Tide Hunter, LV.3. A monster that evolved from devouring demonic fish in the deep sea. Yang Shui's figure was like a ghost, her purple blade flying, each swing bringing up pieces of ice crystals, freezing and shattering the approaching tide hunters. The newly recruited security guards, led by the veteran members, relied on sandbags and iron fences and fought back with swords, spears, and shields. Even more chillingly, behind the horde of monsters stood 3 even larger monsters, covered in thick bone armor and wielding giant bone hammers. Level 3 monsters, tidal hammer hands. Each of their hammer blows shook the earth and easily shattered rocks, leaving the defensive line in grave danger. All new security guards, follow me. Form ranks. Chao Dong roared, grabbed his Thunder Eagle rifle, and jumped out of the car. Seeing their boss take the lead, the 5 newly recruited security guard were greatly encouraged and immediately followed suit. Shui, take care of those 3 big guys first. Chao Dong shouted to Yang Shui as he used Thunder Eagle to clear out the ordinary tide hunters, blue lightning exploding in the monster horde. Yang Shui understood and moved with lightning speed, rushing straight at one of the tidal hammer hands. Mystic Ice Technique, Frozen Path, she shouted, and icy cold air spread from her feet, slowing down the movements of the Tide Hunters wherever she went. She instantly closed in on the giant hammer hand, her purple blade gleaming coldly, aiming straight for the joint between his knees. Roar! The giant hammer-wielding hand, in pain, swung the bone hammer wildly, but Yang Shui nimbly dodged it. At the same time, Chao Dong's Thunder Eagle also finished charging up, and a thick blue bolt of lightning accurately hit the face of the other giant hammer hand, causing it to stagger backward, its bone armor char-black. The shield wall formed by the new security guards held firm against the onslaught of the remaining Tide Hunters, with the heavily armored stone golem security guard becoming the mainstay of the line, managing to withstand several heavy blows. The battle reached a stalemate. At that moment, no one noticed what was happening at the far horizon. On a primitive island shrouded in mist, a man with a face painted with eerie paint and a fanatical gaze observes the battle at Cape of Hope through a murky crystal ball. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips as he chanted an ancient incantation in a low voice, channeling a wisp of dark purple energy into the crystal ball. Go, more deep-sea kin, tear them apart. And this person was none other than Mahan, who had previously jumped into the sea to escape. As if in response to his call, the sea near Cape Hope surged again, and more dark figures seemed to be gathering in the depths. However, the tenacious fighting spirit displayed by Chao Dong's squad exceeded Mahan's expectations. After nearly half an hour of fierce fighting, the remaining Tide Hunters lost their leader and began to scatter and retreat into the sea after Chao Dong and Yang Shui defeated the three Tide Hammerhands one by one. Cape of Hope held, but the beach was a mess, with the groans of the wounded echoing everywhere. Chao Dong stared at the sea with a gloomy expression, his mood somewhat heavy. I never imagined that this sea would become unsafe so soon. The defenses of the Cape of Hope must be upgraded. After clearing the battlefield and treating the wounded, Chao Dong immediately made personnel appointments. Among the newly recruited security guards, he took a liking to a level 3B rank awakener named Huang Bin. Huang Bin is agile and has a powerful punch, and he performs outstandingly in combat. Before the apocalypse, he was a traditional martial arts enthusiast. His awakened ability was Qi circulation, which allowed him to integrate energy into his fists and feet, making them powerful and unrestrained. Huang Bin, I hereby appoint you as the Chief Martial Arts Instructor of Hope Corner. Starting tomorrow, all combat and non-combat personnel of Hope Corner must undergo at least 2 hours of physical fitness and basic combat training every day. We must transform this place into an impenetrable fortress. Gao Dong order. Yes, boss. Huang Bin clasped his hands in acceptance, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Immediately afterwards, Chao Dong invested a massive amount of emotional points and began large-scale defensive construction of the Cape of Hope. 1. Reinforced alloy fence. A large number of high-strength alloy plates and pillars were exchanged to build a sturdy fence 5 meters high and half a meter thick around the core area of Hope Corner, with an anti-climb electric fence on top. 2. Automatic sentry gun turrets. 10 automatic enemy-identifying sentry gun turrets were installed at the 4 corners and key locations of the perimeter wall, forming a crossfire network. 3. Deep-sea sonar early warning system. Detection buoys have been deployed in the near sea to provide early warning of the approach of large marine monsters. 4. Underground emergency shelter. Utilizing the skills of migrant workers and architects, begin excavating and reinforcing an underground shelter with an independent ventilation and energy storage system. 5. Primary energy shield generator, small. This device is extremely expensive. It deploys a primary energy shield that can be activated intermittently above the key building complex inside the walls. It can withstand high-intensity impacts. Meanwhile, other defensive fortifications are also underway. The defense of the Cape of Hope will be upgraded by 2 levels again. Next, Chao Dong plans to rest for a day before heading to Changsha. On the eve of parting, a faint sense of melancholy permeated Hope Cape and the small island. This trip to Changsha was fraught with unknowns and uncertainties. Monster hordes are now breaking out everywhere, with more and more level 3 monsters appearing. There are even level 4 monsters. It's getting more and more dangerous outside. Xiao Liping silently packed Chao Dong's luggage, her words carrying 1,000 unspoken messages. Inside the ferry cabin, Yuan Shiqi played a soothing piano piece for Chao Dong, moonlight streaming through the window onto her cool profile. Come back soon, I've learned a new piece. I'll wait for you to hear it. Chao Dong watched her demure farewell and admired her beautiful face. I couldn't resist kissing her. 1 hour later. Ding, beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi's conquering level with the island owner has increased to 70/100. Ding, congratulations, island owner. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Launching a little troublemaker. It actually increased my conquest points by 5. You also gained 1 point of free attribute. System. Add this to agility. The next second, Chao Dong's agility went from 5 to 6. I absolutely have to be his 6th brother on this trip to Changsha. Add some agility points so you can run faster. When Jing, in Chao Dong's room, used that sexy lingerie and alluring fragrance to hold an extremely intimate farewell ceremony. Little brother, no matter how many wildflowers are outside, don't forget your sister is waiting for you at home. Her eyes sparkled, concealing her reluctance beneath her alluring charm. Zhong Fong and Chao Dong had a long talk that lasted all night, analyzing in detail the various situations that Changsha might encounter, potential allies and enemies, and formulating several action plans. Her calmness and professionalism are Chao Dong's greatest source of confidence. As the two engaged in deeper conversations, Zhong Fong's understanding of Chao Dong underwent a new transformation. The man before me is not just a trader. He has a sense of responsibility, a fire in his eyes, and an aura of dominance in his bones. Even Zhong Fong, who is always proud and arrogant, felt a touch of admiration for this kind of man. Ding, the island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Zhong Fong has increased to 30/100. Seeing the changes in the degree of conquest, Chao Dong's heart stirred. Brother Tongzi, when can we unlock her access to the island? Livestream viewership surpasses 1 million plus. Access to the 4th beautiful young woman's island stay is now unlocked. So, let's keep up the good work and get this beautiful woman to move to the island as soon as possible. Looking at Zhong Fong's delicate face, her full breasts under her white shirt, and the perfect curves outlined by her black butterfly trousers, the crisp scent of French perfume filled the air. Chao Dong couldn't help but swallow. I haven't tried this one yet. It smells so good, so delicious. Sufficient supplies and detailed defense plans were left for Cape of Hope, and command of Cape of Hope was temporarily handed over to Wen Jing for overall coordination, while Zhao Hu led the security guards to be responsible for security. The following morning, Chao Dong led his core team. Strategist Zhong Fong, bodyguard Yang Shui, head instructor Huang Bin, driver and bodyguard Wang Chao, and a newly recruited young man named Zhou Tao, who possesses a sea-level danger perception, talent, and is meticulous, embark on their journey to Chang City. The Maybach and Prado drove through Lushan City and onto a long-abandoned highway. Chapter 52, Level 5 Awakener, S-Rank Talent. The livestream cameras faithfully recorded the scenery along the way. The abandoned vehicles, covered in rust, stretched out like a metal tomb. The town beside the road was deathly silent, with only occasional twisted figures darting about in the shadows, low-level monsters roaming around. Vegetation is frantically encroaching on the remnants of human civilization, creating a desolate, post-apocalyptic landscape. It looks so depressing. Has it become like this outside? Fortunately, we still have Boss Chow and the Hope Alliance in Lewin. What will Changsha be like? I heard it has a larger population, so will the monsters be stronger there? Viewers in Lusher curiously observed the outside world through the live broadcast, although they suffered greatly and were in a miserable state. But seeing the miserable lives of our compatriots in other cities made me feel much better. As the convoy approached the outskirts of neighboring Pingjiang City, drone cameras captured the lifeless city within their coverage. Some survivors hiding in the ruins captured this clear live broadcast signal. They saw the two incongruous luxury cars and the vibrant faces of Chao Dong and others inside. Pingjiang Survivor 1. Look, there's a live stream. There are still people alive outside. Pingjiang Survivor 2. They're heading towards Changsha. Aren't they afraid of dying? The number of viewers in the live stream began to surge, quickly breaking through 700,000 and then 800,000 from 600,000. The message of wanting to connect with the outside world spread like wildfire through the remaining network of survivors. Next, we passed through the second small city, Linnen County. When the ruins of Linnen County appeared on the live stream, more survivors who were previously isolated from the information flooded into the live stream. They not only witnessed the outside world, but were also amazed by the formidable strength of Chao Dong's convoy in wiping out a group of level 3 monsters, and were also attracted by the miracle of giving away supplies in a lottery. The comments section became incredibly active, and the emotional value accumulated at an unprecedented rate. Linen, observer, a true strongman. This is the kind of strongman who can survive in the apocalypse. Desperate housewives. Please come and see Linen. We can't hold on much longer. Just as the convoy was about to leave Linen County, and the massive and oppressive outline of Changsha City was already faintly visible on the horizon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone, transmitting voice across thousands of miles, beginner. The number of viewers in the live stream has exceeded 1 million. Reward distribution. 1. System Island upgrade permissions are now open. Can be upgraded to level 4 at any time. 2. Random skill draw ticket used. Obtain skill, Fragment of 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, Part 1. 3. Random artifact draw ticket used. Obtained artifact, Eye of Truth, necklace form. A series of system notifications rang in Chao Dong's mind, which greatly invigorated him. He suppressed the urge to check immediately and first said to the camera, "Family members, we are about to enter the Changsha area. The signal may be interfered with. The live broadcast will be temporarily interrupted for a moment. Please be patient." After turning off the live stream, Chao Dong immediately immersed his consciousness into the system. The island is upgraded to level 4. Needless to say, this is the foundation of the base, meaning a larger area, stronger defenses, and possible new features. The first part of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, an extremely profound body refining technique. The system explains that this method does not simply strengthen the physical body, but focuses more on the unity of the 3 elements of essence, energy, and spirit. When cultivated to a high level, one can achieve physical sainthood, with one's blood and energy like a furnace, making one impervious to all evil. Furthermore, it possesses extremely strong resistance to mental erosion and bewitching abilities. Eye of Insight. Necklace form, a seemingly antique silver necklace with a pendant depicting a closed eye. Wearing it can activate or trigger a warning. Active effect. Consumes mental energy to see through illusions, disguises, and energy traps within a certain range, and can even briefly see through weaknesses in energy flow. Passive effect. When the holder encounters high-intensity mental confusion, illusion, or curse, a cooling sensation will be automatically generated to warn the host. Chao Dong was overjoyed. These 3 rewards were like a godsend. Without hesitation, he silently chanted in his mind, "Upgrade the System Island." Ding! The System Island has been upgraded to level 4. The area has increased by 50%, the core building, Island Lord's Mansion, has been upgraded, and the defense matrix has been enhanced. Unlock new building. Basic Spirit Plant Garden. This accelerates the planting of crops containing trace amounts of spiritual energy. Beginner Alchemy Workshop. Requires a pill recipe and materials. Basic Formation Foundation. Lays the foundation for future defensive or energy-gathering formations. Feeling the spatial feedback brought about by the island's upgrade, and with a non-golden, non-jade cultivation manual in his hand and the Pupil of Illusion necklace that felt cool to the touch, Chao Dong's confidence increased greatly. He put the necklace on directly and hit it close to his body. The cultivation method will be temporarily stored in the system space, and I will start studying it as soon as I have time. All right, let's continue. Chao Dong took a deep breath and said to Zhong Fong, Yang Shui, and the others in the car, "We've arrived in Changsha. Everyone, stay alert. This place is probably much more troublesome than we imagined." He restarted the live stream, and the screen lit up again, pointing at the vast city shrouded in a bizarre order. "They're here. Changsha. Why'd the screen go black just now?" "Boss Chow, Changsha feels really scary. Be careful." The convoy slowly drove towards the entrance to Changsha City, when suddenly, inside an abandoned gas station, a pack of blood-red monsters, the skeleton wolf beasts, LV.3, swarmed out of the wreckage of the service area and charged straight at the convoy. They were incredibly fast, and their claws and teeth gleamed with a dark, eerie light. "Prepare for battle." Chao Dong calmly gave the order, and the Maybach and the Overlord quickly moved closer together, forming a simple defensive formation. He was the first to push open the door and get out of the car, his Thunder Eagle rifle already in hand. Jet, boom! A bolt of blue lightning shot out, accurately piercing the head of the leading skeletal wolf beast, and the smell of burning filled the air. Yang Shui moved like the wind, flashing out from the other side of the car door, her purple blade drawing a cold arc. Mystic Ice Technique Frost Blade. Several ice blades imbued with icy energy shot out, instantly freezing and tearing apart 2 or 3 wolf beasts, effectively halting their charge. The newly joined Huang Bin roared, his internal energy surging, his fists glowing faintly, and a fierce cannon fist directly slammed into a wolf beast that pounced on him, actually denting its skull and sending it flying backward. Wang Xiao and Zhou Tao used their vehicles and issued weapons for cover fire, with Zhou Tao's danger perception providing early warnings of attacks from the flanks on multiple occasions. After a fierce battle, all the demons were killed. Seeing the intense battle in the live stream, viewers flooded the screen with comments. Awesome. Boss Chow's team has improved its combat power again. That Coach Wang's boxing style is so powerful. Our level 3 monsters is so common now. It feels so dangerous outside. Chao Dong launched the drone, projecting its camera onto the urban area of Changshe. Unlike the chaos and disorder of Lushe, the central area of Changshe has surprisingly maintained a relatively intact outline. In particular, the former city landmark, the Changshe World Trade Center building, and the surrounding square were cleaned up spotlessly. In the square, a large number of people could be seen gathered, dressed in similar gray clothing, arranged in relatively neat formations, seemingly holding some kind of gathering. A sense of oppression, unity, and a kind of religious fanaticism can be subtly conveyed through the lens, even from a great distance. This place feels really weird. What's wrong with those people? They're like blocks of wood. They seem very organized, but why they make me feel uncomfortable? Through the car window, Zhong Fang carefully observed the images transmitted by the drone, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Boss, the order here seems completely different from that in Lu City. It appears that there is a highly centralized organization that excels at mind control. Chao Dong nodded. It seems that the waters of Changshe are deeper than we thought. He could feel an invisible, suffocating force field enveloping the core of the city. Just then, on the top floor of the Changshe World Trade Center, in a luxurious hall that had been transformed into a temple, a young man, dressed in a custom-made white suit, with his hair neatly combed and a handsome face that also carried a hint of effeminate evil, was lounging lazily on a huge sofa. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, swirling it gently, but his gaze was fixed on a huge screen in front of him. The screen was divided into dozens of small images, several of which were real-time images of various checkpoints at the entrances to Changshe and aerial drone surveillance. Ding Bo, the divine messenger of Changshe, is a level 5 awakener and the owner of the S-rank talent, Faith Resonance. A member of the Divine Grace Guard, dressed in a black uniform with a fanatical gaze, knelt on one knee and reported, "My lord, a powerful, unknown signal source has been detected entering our city, accompanied by high-speed moving vehicles and a live broadcast signal. They have cleared a small group of skeletal wolves near checkpoint number 87. Dingbo took a sip of red wine, a playful smile playing on his lips. Live streaming? Interesting. In this day and age, still have a mind to play this game? Looks like a little mouse from outside. His voice has a unique magnetism, as if it can directly touch the heartstrings of the listener. Should we send someone to welcome you? Your Excellency, the subordinate asked. Notarus. Ding Bo waved his hand, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Let them wander around some more. I want to see how much fun these lost sheep who don't believe in God can bring me. He licked his lips, as if he had seen an interesting toy. Chao Dong was completely unaware of this, but he instinctively felt a sense of unease at being spied on. He ordered the convoy to temporarily stop in a relatively secluded abandoned factory area on the outskirts of Chang. Right here, we'll conduct our first official live broadcast in Chang City, Chao Dong said to Zhong Fang and Yang Shui. We need to understand the strength of the monsters in this area and see how that so-called Redemption Society will react. He looked at Zhong Fang and found her focused on adjusting the equipment. Her profile looked particularly serious and delicate in the dim light, and that familiar, refreshing fragrance lingered around him once again. Chao Dong's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered, "Be careful. Something feels off here." Zhong Fang looked up, met his gaze, and calmly nodded. Understood. I'll keep an eye on any data anomalies. You be careful too, boss. Her address remained professional, but there seemed to be a hint of concern in her eyes. Between the two, a tacit understanding and subtle feelings that arise from fighting side by side in dangerous environments are quietly growing. Chapter 53: The Wrath of the Divine Messenger. Inside the abandoned factory area, Chao Dong launched his first live broadcast in Changsha. Hello, family members in Changsha. I am Chao Dong from Lusha. Chao Dong spoke to the camera in a calm voice. Since we're new here, let's first see what kind of threats are lurking on this land. He signaled Yang Shuyi and Huang Bin to take action and clear out the scattered level 1 and 2 monsters in the factory area. The movements were clean and swift, with frost and fist shadows intertwining. For the first time, the survivors of Changsha in the live stream saw the powerful outsiders clearing away the threats they had become accustomed to, and the voices of the locals began to appear in the chat. A resident of Changsha who survives. Wow, these corrosive rats are usually really troublesome. The bewildered believer. Aren't they? Aren't they afraid of alerting the Divine Messenger's guard? Unbelievers. Well done. I've always disliked those charlatans. Just as Chao Dong was preparing to explore deeper and search for higher-level monsters to assess the risks, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind, with an unprecedentedly serious tone. Urgent warning. Abnormal and intensified fluctuations in global energy tides detected. Monster evolution speed increased by 300%. High probability of spawning level 4, Lord level. Monsters in densely populated areas, including but not limited to large city ruins. It is strongly recommended that the host upgrade personal strength and base defense level as soon as possible. Repeat, upgrade as soon as possible. Level 4 Lord. Chao Dong's heart skipped a beat. Level 3 monsters already require a team to deal with, and the strength of a level 4 Lord level monster is likely to be a qualitative change. Hope Cape and the island have just been upgraded, but whether they can withstand the Lord level monsters remains to be seen. The pressure increased instantly. Almost simultaneously with the system's warning, Zhuo Tao, who had been on high alert, suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Boss, a large number of high-speed targets are approaching. They are full of hostility." No sooner had he finished speaking than the roar of an engine grew louder as it approached. 3 modified SUVs painted with strange white-eye patterns, along with 2 trucks full of people, violently drove into the factory area, forming a loose encirclement. About 30 people jumped off the bus, half of them wearing identical gray uniforms, their eyes numb yet resolute. They were ordinary believers. The other dozen or so people were dressed in black, with sharp or sinister eyes and emanating energy fluctuations. They were clearly awakened members of the Divine Grace Guard. The leader, a man in black robes, had a stern face and a faint, almost branded eye mark on his forehead. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Chao Dong and the others before finally settling on the live-streaming equipment, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. "Stranger," he shouted, his voice carrying a condescending, judgmental tone. "This is a sacred land protected by the Divine Messenger. You're not allowed to carry such blasphemous objects, spread chaos and disrespect. Immediately shut down your devices, kneel down, and accept the guidance and purification of the Divine Messenger. Otherwise, you will be regarded as demons and killed without mercy." Holy crap, they're here. The Redemption Society. That leader is terrifying. "Boss Chow, what should we do? Should we fight?" The live stream chat exploded instantly. Viewers from Lusha, Pingjiang, and Linen were on tenterhooks, while some viewers from Changsha held their breath, eager to see how these outsiders would respond. Chao Dong did not answer immediately. He secretly activated the Phantom Eye. A cool breeze flowed from the necklace into his eyes, and the world he saw changed slightly. The black-robed man was surrounded by a faint black energy field with a bewitching quality, while the ordinary believers were connected by countless tiny energy threads pointing towards the city center, like puppets being manipulated. A divine messenger? Chao Dong scoffed, stepped forward, and met the gaze of the man in black robes. All along my journey, I've only seen monsters and my fellow countrymen struggling to survive. I haven't seen any gods. My live streams are meant to connect survivors, share information, and exchange survival experiences. How can that be considered blasphemy? His words were clear and resonated far and wide through the live broadcast, especially among the survivors in Changsha, who were deeply moved. Insolence, the black-robed man roared, his energy surging. How dare you question the divine envoy? Stubborn fool. Divine grace guard, execute the purification. Battle is about to break out. Several awakened members of the Divine Grace Guard launched the first attack. Some unleash mental shocks, some manipulate the ground to splinter stones, and others launch lightning-fast attacks wielding short blades. Charge! Chao Dong roared, and Thunder Eagle instantly targeted the enemy, who was releasing a mental shock, bursting forth with blue light. Yang Shuyi's figure swayed, and she unleashed the full power of the profound ice technique. The cold air spread, slowing down the enemy's movements, and the purple blade went straight for the speed-type Awakened One. Huang Bin roared, his energy flowing through his fists. His Dragon Tiger fist was fierce and unparalleled, directly meeting the Earth Elemental Awakener who was controlling the Earth Spikes. Fist and stone collided, creating a loud boom. Wang Chao and Zhou Tao used vehicles and cover to fight off the ordinary believers and low-level awakened individuals who rushed up. The battle instantly intensified. Chao Dong's team had a clear advantage in individual strength, especially Chao Dong and Yang Shui, who seemed to handle the Divine Grace Guard members, who were generally only level 1 or 2, with ease. Chao Dong didn't even use any new techniques. He defeated 2 people in succession using only Thunder Eagle and martial arts. However, the problem lies with the ordinary believers. They seemed fearless, disregarding casualties, and charged forward madly, using their bodies to block the attacks and creating opportunities for the Divine Grace Guard. The fanaticism of someone who has been completely brainwashed is terrifying. Seeing that his subordinates were unable to subdue him, the man in black robes hardened his eyes, formed hand seals, and chanted incantations. An energy carrying intense mental pressure began to gather, its target being Chao Dong. He's going to personally take action and carry out divine punishment. At this critical moment, Chao Dong's Eye of Truth emitted a sharp, cool sensation. A warning had been issued. Chao Dongfu had a sudden inspiration. Instead of resisting head-on, he activated the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique mental cultivation method that he had just skimmed through. Although he had only just begun to understand it, a righteous and peaceful power that protected his mind naturally arose. At the same time, he exerted force with his feet and slid to the side and back. Buzz! An invisible mental shockwave grazed past Chao Dong's body and struck a steel pillar behind him, causing tiny cracks to appear on the surface of the pillar. If hit directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. The man in black robes was taken aback, not expecting Chao Dong to be able to so skillfully evade his mental attack. Chao Dong's eyes turned icy cold. He held back no longer. Shui, Instructor Huang, finish this quickly. He raised the Thunder Eagle again, unleashing its full power and activating a wide-area scattering attack. Blue electric snakes darted through the crowd, causing chaos and disarray. Yang Shui seized the opportunity, and her purple blade transformed into a streak of purple light, instantly breaking through the speed-type Awakened One's defense and leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on his shoulder blade. Huang Bin displayed his extraordinary power, knocking back an Earth Elemental awakened being with a single punch and then delivering a backhand chop to the neck of another enemy, stunning him. The tide of battle turned instantly. Seeing the situation was turning against him, especially since Chao Dong seemed to be able to counter his mental attacks, the man in black robes began to consider retreating. Heretics, the messenger of the gods will not let you get away with this. He uttered a harsh threat, then called to his remaining men, who scrambled to drag the wounded into the vehicle and flee. The factory area returned to calm, leaving only a few corpses and groaning wounded. Chao Dong did not pursue them. His expression was grave. Although he won the battle, he truly felt how troublesome the Redemption Society was. The completely controlled believers and the black-robed man's eerie mental attacks foreshadowed a bumpy road ahead. More importantly, the system's warning about level 4 monsters hung over our heads like a sword of Damocles. He approached a believer who was less seriously injured and whose eyes still held a hint of struggle, and asked in a deep voice, "Where is your divine messenger, Dingbua? What does he want?" The believer's face showed a complex expression of fear and piety as he murmured, "The messenger of God, in the temple. He leads us to welcome new life, to cleanse the unbelievers." Meanwhile, on the top floor of the World Trade Center, as Ding Bo watched the screen showing Chao Dong's team defeating the purification team he had sent out, the playful smile on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling expression. Can withstand mental shocks? Interesting. He put down his wine glass, stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the entire city of Chong. It seems they're not ordinary rats, but wild dogs with sharp teeth. His eyes narrowed, a hint of murderous intent flashing within them. However, even the fiercest wild dogs are nothing but ants before a true deity. It's time to show them what a true miracle is. He gently pressed a button on the table. Start the first phase of the cleaning plan. Lure that restless little guy in the east of the city to our guests. Chapter 54 Zhong Fang's Scented Handkerchief. The battle in the factory area is over. Brief, intense. Chao Dong stood still, his breathing steady, but his heart was in turmoil. The cool sensation from the phantom eye hadn't completely faded. The strange mental impact from the black-robed man left him with lingering fear. The S-rank talent, faith resonance, is indeed terrifying. If it weren't for the system reward, I probably would have been at a disadvantage just now. He subconsciously touched the necklace on his chest. The cool touch reassured him. His gaze swept across the battlefield. The injured believer was given simple treatment. His eyes were vacant, with only a fleeting struggle occasionally flashing across them. Zhong Fang was rapidly collecting data and analyzing the enemy's capabilities. Her profile, against the backdrop of ruins, appeared exceptionally focused and calm. Yang Shui wiped the purple blade, silently guarding his side. Huang Bin regulated his slightly disordered breathing. Wang Chao and Zuotao kept watch over their surroundings. The live stream, Chao was flooded with comments. We won, but I feel so depressed. What's wrong with those believers? They're acting like madmen. The Redemption Society is too sinister. Boss Chao, you'd better get out of here. Chao Dong ignored the comments on the screen. He walked over to Zhong Fang. What did you see? He asked in a low voice. Zhong Fang looked up, her eyes sharp. The mind control is very deep. The energy source points to the city center. The organization is tightly structured, and their combat capabilities are not weak. She paused. Boss, we're being watched. We can't stay here any longer. Gao Dong note that? I know. He looked at her slightly furrowed brows and couldn't help but reach out and gently brush away a stray strand of hair from her forehead. The movements were very natural. Zhong Fang's body stiffened slightly, but she did not flinch. The warmth from his fingertips seeped through his skin, bringing a sudden touch of comfort to the perilous ruins. She looked up at him. She saw the undisguised admiration in his eyes and a hint of worry. Was it for the team? Or for her? The taut string in my heart, known as professional distance, seemed to be gently plucked. Ding, the island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Zhong Fang has increased to 32 out of 100. Pack up, we... Chao Dong didn't finish his sentence. Mutation and regeneration. Roar. A deafening roar came from deep within the factory area. The earth trembled slightly. A strong, fishy smell hit us. It was mixed with a nauseating, corrosive odor. Zuotao's face turned ashen, and he said urgently, Boss, high energy reaction. Extremely, extremely strong. At least level 4. It's rapidly approaching. Level 4. Lord level. Gaozong sa pupin gonjat sapi. The system warning was still ringing in his ears. Prepare to engage the enemy. High alert, he shouted sternly. Everyone instantly went into battle mode. Yang Shui held a purple blade across her chest, exuding a chilling aura. Huang Bin clenched his fists, his strength surging. Wang Chao started the car engine. Zuotao quickly sought a high vantage point. Zhong Fang quickly packed up the equipment and stood behind and to the side of Chao Dong. Her heart was beating a little fast. She looked at Chao Dong's broad back. At this moment, he is his only support. A place filled with dust. A massive figure slowly appeared. It stands nearly 4 meters tall. Its appearance resembles a rotting gorilla magnified several times. Its body was covered in thick, dark green pus. Its muscles were bulging, but also riddled with twisted blood vessels and constantly opening and closing eyeballs. A bony tail, like a steel whip, sweeps across the area, shattering reinforced concrete like tofu. Rotting giant ape, LV.4 Lord level. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on Chao Dong and his group, filled with violence and a destructive desire. Holy crap, what kind of monster is that? Level 4. It really is a level 4 lord. It's over. Run, Boss Chow. Panic filled the live stream room. Chow Dong felt a chill run down his spine. The pressure was immense, but he couldn't back down. Behind him were his teammates and millions of viewers watching from behind the camera. Shi, hold him off. Instructor Huang harassed from the flanks. Wang Chao, Zuotao, provide long-range support. Chow Dong spoke rapidly, his instructions clear. Zhong Fang, find cover. He grabbed Zhong Fang's hand and pushed her behind the solid concrete block. His hands were strong, carrying an undeniable protective force. After Zhong Fang fell into the bunker, she watched his back. Feeling the lingering warmth and strength on my wrist, another pebble was thrown into the lake of my heart. Ding, the island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Zhong Fang has increased to 35/100. The battle erupted instantly. Yang Shui was the first to rush out. She unleashed the profound ice technique to its fullest extent. Ice Seal Path. Profound Ice Blade. The chill attempted to slow the giant ape's movements. The ice blade struck its body, but left only shallow white marks, which were quickly covered by pus. The giant ape roared and slammed its fist down. The earth shook violently. Huang Bin lunged from the side, unleashing a powerful punch that struck the giant ape's knee joint. Bang! The thud was like thunder. Huang Bin was thrown back by the force of the impact, his arm going numb. The giant ape, in pain, unleashed a devastating tail attack, sweeping across the battlefield with a whooshing sound. Gao Zhongsha Eyes Nado, Pupil of Truth, activated. The world became different in his eyes. The flow of energy around the giant ape was clearly visible. On the left side of his chest, there was a highly concentrated, constantly pulsating dark red energy core. That was his weakness. Attack its left chest. Chow Dong roared, raising the Thunder Eagle at the same time. Jet shet shet boom! The blue lightning bolt struck the energy core with pinpoint accuracy. The giant ape seemed to sense the threat and swung its arm to block. The lightning exploded on its arm, charring it black and splattering pus. But it failed to strike its core. It was utterly enraged. Abandoning everyone else, it charged furiously at Chow Dong. The speed is astonishing. Boss! Yang Shi exclaimed, rushing forward without regard for anything else. Her purple blade aimed straight at the giant ape's back, trying to draw its attention. Zhong Fang's heart nearly leaped out of her chest as she hid behind the cover. As she watched the enormous monster charge toward Chow Dong, she instinctively clenched her fist, her nails digging into her palm. Chow Dong remained calm in the face of danger. The 9 revolutions golden body technique activated automatically. His blood and chi surged, and his spirit concentrated. He shifted his feet, narrowly avoiding the giant ape's attack. A fishy wind brushed against my cheek. His eyes were icy. He raised the Thunder Eagle once more. This time, he poured his mental energy into it. Give me the key. A blue beam of light, several times thicker and more condensed than before, tore through the air and hurtled straight towards the giant ape's left chest core. Timing angle perfect. The beam of light pierced precisely through the dark red core. The giant ape's charge suddenly froze. A blood-curdling scream erupted from it. Its massive body swayed. A charred hole appeared in its chest, from which dark red energy spurted out like blood. It waved its arms defiantly before finally collapsing to the ground with a thud. The ground trembled. He died. Level 4 Lord Monster killed. The scene was deathly silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard. Did you win? Killed a level 4 Lord. Boss Chow is awesome. That's amazing. The comments section paused for a moment, then exploded. Chow Dong, leaning on the Thunder Eagle, was slightly out of breath. Sweat beaded on his forehead. That attack had taken a heavy toll. He looked at the giant ape's corpse, his heart surging with emotion. A level 4 Lord, truly formidable. If it weren't for the pupil of insight, seeing through the weakness, coupled with the 9 revolutions golden body technique, stabilizing the mind and amplifying energy, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yang Shi sheathed her knife, came to his side, and looked at him with concern. Huang Bin rubbed his numb arm, his face full of admiration. Wang Chao and Zuotao breathed a sigh of relief. Zhong Fang quickly emerged from behind cover. She approached Chow Dong. Her usually calm face showed a hint of lingering tension. Are you all right? She asked, her voice softer than usual. Chao Dong looked at her, grinned, and revealed his white teeth. It's nothing. He naturally reached out and patted her shoulder. Were you startled just now? The warmth of his palms seeped through the thin fabric of the suit. Zhong Fong didn't look away. Instead, she gently shook her head. It's all right. Seeing the sweat on his face, she instinctively pulled a clean handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to him. Wipe it off. This action went beyond the professional boundaries she usually adhered to. Chao Dong paused for a moment, then took the handkerchief. It still carried her refreshing fragrance. He looked at her slightly reddened ears and smiled. Ding, the island owner's conquest level for the beautiful young woman Zhong Fong has increased to 38 out of 100. Trust, dependence, and a touch of indescribable emotion quietly blossomed on the battlefield where they shared life and death. However, the top floor of the World Trade Center. Ding Bo watched the scene on the screen where Chao Dong killed the corrupted giant ape, his face showing no anger. Instead, he revealed an even more excited and distorted smile. Very good, very good. He licked his lips. It actually managed to kill my carefully bred pet. The stronger you are, the more valuable you are as a sacrifice. The game has only just begun. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, as if it had already locked on a Chao Dong. Chapter 55, the fifth beautiful young woman, the Yoga Pants Queen. The decaying giant ape's corpse was still emitting a foul stench. The factory area was in a mess. Chao Dong was panting. Killing a level 4 lord had taken a huge toll. The handkerchief Zhong Fong handed him had a pleasant fragrance. He wiped his sweat and couldn't bear to return it. Thank you, he said. Zhong Fong gently shook her head. Of course. Her gaze fell on his somewhat pale face. You need to rest. His tone carried a concern he himself was unaware of. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhong Fong has increased to 39 out of 100. The live stream chat was still buzzing. A level 4 lord had been slain. This was an unprecedented feat. The mood index is fluctuating wildly. But Chao Dong had no time to rejoice. Ding Bo's shadow was almost tangible. He knew this was just the beginning. Clean up the scene. Collect useful materials. Let's move to another location, Chao Dong ordered. We must move. Staying put makes us targets. The team moved swiftly, cutting through the giant ape's bone, armor, and claws. These were rare materials. Chao Dong opened the system shop. His eyes locked onto the weapons category. While the Thunder Eagle is good, it appears weak when facing overwhelming numbers or even stronger opponents. He needs a wide range and high lethality. Flamestorm portable rocket launcher. Exchange price, 120,000 emotional points. Equipped with high explosive incendiary bombs. Expensive, but worth it. Exchange. A flash of light. A sleek, technologically advanced launcher appeared in Chao Dong's hand. Heavy, full of power. Everyone turned to look. New weapon. Boss Chao has upgraded his equipment again. Chao Dong stroked the cold launcher, feeling a little relieved. Wah! The two vehicles drove away from the factory area, searching for a new temporary base. Ultimately, they chose a relatively sturdy, abandoned office building. It was on a high floor with a wide view. Set up a perimeter. Take turns resting. Chao Dong leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing. The 9 revolutions golden body technique slowly circulated, replenishing his energy. Zhong Fong sat not far from him, operating her tablet and analyzing data. She occasionally glanced up at him. His image from the fight, the way he protected her, replayed in her mind. A calm mind is stirred by ripples. World Trade Center, the rooftop temple. Ding Bo watched Chao Dong exchange for a new weapon. His eyes were sinister. A dying struggle, he sneered. But he admitted that this rat was more troublesome than he had imagined. Et Bisiak Gaozong. He can see through weaknesses and has extremely high mental resistance. My lord, divine envoy. A trusted aide in black robes knelt down. The sacred treasury's reserves are somewhat depleted due to the last miracle, especially fresh ingredients. Dink befrowned. To maintain his rule, he needed the power to perform miracles and also resources to win over his followers. I understand. He waved his hand. Have the cleanup team speed things up. Those strongholds in the north of the city should be sacrificed. Yes. The trusted confidant withdrew. Dingbo walked to the window and looked down at his kingdom. His gaze eventually settled on a certain part of the city. There was a luxury apartment building. He used his power to specially protect it. His cousin, Han Yi, lived there. His only weakness. Inside an abandoned office building. Chao Dong has finished resting and has mostly recovered his energy. He decided to start live streaming again. We cannot back down. We must demonstrate our strength, attract more attention, and gain emotional value. Family members, Changshu is dangerous, but it is also full of hope, Chao Dong said calmly to the camera. In a live stream, the chat was flooded with comments. Viewers continuously donated points based on their emotional engagement. Just then, Zwatao suddenly whispered, "Boss, there's some noise downstairs. It's not a monster, it's a woman." Woman? In a place like this? Gaozong Fadao Wen. Take a look. The drone quietly descended to take the camera's view. The image was transmitted back. In a lobby of an office building, a figure is dealing with several wandering level 2 corruption rats. The movements are exceptionally agile and flexible. She was wearing tight-fitting light purple yoga pants and a sports vest. It outlines a breathtaking curve, a perfectly round and plump hair. A pert, voluptuous figure with long, straight legs. Her face was extremely beautiful. It's a flamboyant, aggressive kind of beauty. Fair skin. At this moment, her body was covered in fragrant sweat, which added to her allure. She had no weapons and relied entirely on her agility to dodge attacks, occasionally using a clever move to fling the corrosive rats away. Like an elf performing a deadly dance. Holy crap, a beautiful woman. That figure, that face. Are there still such beauties in the apocalypse? Who is she? Her skills are amazing. The comments section immediately went off topic. Chao Dong was also taken aback. This woman's style was completely out of place in the post-apocalyptic world. Zhong Fong looked at the screen, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised. Subconsciously, she straightened her suit jacket. Chao Dong observed for a moment. Help her. Yang Shui nodded. Her figure flashed, and she swooped down from the window. With a few swift movements of the purple blade, the corrosive rats were all killed. The woman stopped what she was doing and looked at Yang Shui. Her eyes were wary, but not overly fearful. "Thank you," she said in a clear, slightly breathless voice. Chao Dong led the others downstairs. This woman is even more beautiful up close. It has a unique temperament, a blend of wildness and refinement. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Gaozong asked it. The woman sized him up, her gaze lingering for a moment on the thunder eagle in his hand and the flame storm on his back. "Ani," she said, giving her name. "I'm here to find something. My hideout has been targeted by the cleanup team." She paused, looked at Chao Dong, and her eyes held a hint of scrutiny. "You're from out of town? Perhaps we can make a deal." "What deal?" "I know Ding Bo's weakness," Hani said, surprising everyone. "He's my cousin." Just then, the system notified me. Ding, a beautiful young woman matching the criteria has been detected. Han E. Overall rating, 94, wild and spicy. Detailed assessment. Age, 27. At the peak of physical and mental vitality, possessing both the keenness of a cheetah and the cunning of a survivor. Appearance, 96. Exquisite features with a strong mixed-race look, deep and captivating eyes, a high-nose bridge, and full, sexy lips. She looks great even without makeup, and with a little makeup, she becomes radiant and visually striking. Body, 98. Height, approximately 170 centimeters. A supermodel figure with golden proportions. Thanks to long-term training and natural talent, her full pear shape, slender waist, and peach-shaped buttocks curves are breathtaking, making her an absolute beauty. Traits, 95. Possesses top-notch physical flexibility, coordination, and survival instinct, blessed by the talent flexibility enhancement. Created the jiu-jitsu fighting style. Is good at utilizing the environment and personal advantages, and also has the practical skills of advanced toxin identification and preparation. Potential, 93. Possesses extremely strong potential for individual combat, intelligence gathering, and special mission execution. It is a deadly beauty thorn in the perilous post-apocalyptic world, and also a key to breaking the deadlock. Overall rating, S rank. Recruitment is highly recommended. Their unique combat strength, survivability, and key intelligence are crucial assets and variables for the faction to establish itself and break through in Chong City. Chao Dong looked at the detailed evaluation of Han that suddenly popped up on the system interface. My gaze lingered for a moment on the overall score, 94 and S level ratings. My first thought was, the fifth one, it's finally here. Moreover, its rating is so high and its characteristics are so unique. The breathtaking curves outlined by those yoga pants seemed even more pronounced under the system's rating. But why would Ding Bo's cousin help him? This is unreasonable. Was it a trap? A coincidence? Or? He looked up again at the woman not far away, whose posture was wary, but whose eyes held a desperate gamble. His gaze deepened and sharpened, like the most sophisticated scanner, trying to penetrate her beautiful exterior and see through her true intentions. The desire to conquer and strategic considerations clashed fiercely in an instant. A subtle, enigmatic smile slowly curved the corners of his lips. Interesting. This thorny rose is not only prickly, but may also be connected to a poisonous snake. To pick or not to pick? How to pick them? The risks are enormous, but the rewards could be equally astonishing. He gently stroked the phantom eye necklace hidden inside his clothes. The cool touch made him even more clear-headed. Han, he repeated the name in a low voice. The initial amazement had vanished from his eyes, replaced only by the hunter's focused and calculating examination of his precious prey. This encounter became increasingly interesting. Inside the temple, Ding Bo suddenly stood up. The crystal ball in front of him displayed the scene of Han, Yi, and Chao Dong interacting. How could she be involved with them? Panic flashed across his face for the first time, then turned into rage. Court death. His eyes shone with a brilliant crimson light. Divine Grace Guard. All troops mobilize. Bring those rats, and that traitor, back to me. Dead is fine too. The conflict escalated instantly. All-out war was imminent. Chapter 56, Zhong Fang's Fragrance. Han Yi's words were like a thunderclap. Gink bost cousin. She knew his weakness. A deal. Gao Zhongshu mean they set. Risk and opportunity coexisted. His face remained impassive. Let's talk somewhere else. It couldn't be here. It wasn't safe. The team, with Han Yi in tow, quickly moved to another, more secluded area of ruins. They set up a perimeter. Chao Dong, Zhong Fang, and Han Yi faced each other. Yang Shui stood guard outside. Huang Bin and the others dispersed around. Speak. What's the deal? Gao Zhong asket Bolun Li. Han Yi didn't beat around the bush. I'll provide Ding Bo's weaknesses, lifestyle habits, and power distribution. I'll help you establish yourself in Chong City. Conditions? Protect me. Until Ding Bo falls. Her eyes were sharp. You won't let me go. I know too much. Why should I trust you? Han Yi laughed, a self-deprecating laugh. I'm desperate right now, and I can only turn to you outsiders. I'm the person he most wants to get rid of, but the one he can't openly eliminate. She flicked her hair, the movement carrying a habitual, alluring charm. I can pay a deposit first. Ding Bo's faith resonance has a fatal flaw. He cannot fully control people with extremely firm minds or those who harbor pure hatred towards him. Like me. She looked at Chao Dong, her eyes defiant. For example, someone like you. Chao Dong and Zhong Fang exchanged a glance. Zhong Fang nodded slightly. The information logic was self-consistent. Cooperation is possible, Chao Dong said in a deep voice. But the rules must be followed my way. Okay. A preliminary agreement has been reached. The atmosphere has eased somewhat. Han Yi knew how to use her strengths. She naturally sat down not far from Chao Dong, her long legs crossed, her yoga pants taut. Boss Chao, there are far more women than men in the team. She chuckled, her gaze sweeping over Zhong Fang. This lady is really beautiful. Zhong Fang remained calm. You flatter me, she said distantly. She didn't like the way Han Yi looked at Chao Dong. It was too aggressive. A subtle unease, a feeling of territorial intrusion, stirred within Chao Dong. He didn't reply. He needed Han Yi's information, but also needed to maintain his distance. Night fell. The team found a relatively intact room on a higher level of the ruins to rest. They took turns keeping watch. Chao Dong and Zhong Fang shared a room. This was the safest arrangement. Moonlight streamed in through the broken window frame. Zhong Fang sat in the corner, holding a tablet, but her eyes seemed unfocused. Too much happened during the day. The battle, Han Yi's appearance, and the complete antagonism with Ding Bo. The pressure was immense. She felt a weariness. Not physically, but mentally. Chao Dong walked over and handed her a bottle of water. Take a break, he said. His voice sounded low in the night. Zhong Fang took the water. Her fingertips touched his hand. It was slightly cool. She looked up, and in the moonlight, his features were clearly defined, and his eyes were bright. "Boss," she began softly, but didn't know what to say. Chao Dong looked at her. The usually calm and composed female strategist, under the moonlight, revealed an unusual vulnerability. That familiar, crisp fragrance seemed to carry a hint of the night's ambiguity. He leaned down, closer. Zhong Fang's body stiffened slightly, but she did not retreat. His presence enveloped us, carrying the smell of gunpowder and sweat. It wasn't unpleasant. Rather, it possessed a reassuring power. "Don't be afraid," he whispered, his lips almost touching her earlobe. Zhong Fang's heart skipped a beat. Reason told her to push him away, but her body craved the warmth and security he offered. He kissed her lips. It began as a gentle, tentative exploration, done with respect. Zhong Fang responded awkwardly. She had never indulged herself like this before. But soon, passion ignited like wildfire. Chao Dong's kisses became fiery and domineering. He unbuttoned her meticulously tailored suit jacket, revealing a white silk blouse underneath. His fingers traced her delicate collarbone. Zhong Fang raised her head and let out a soft sob, like a trapped swan. She gripped his arm tightly. Her nails almost dug into his muscle. The string of reason snapped. The moonlight was the only witness. Her slender waist, her long, shapely legs, her suppressed breathing, and, in her final moments, in a trembling voice choked with sobs, she whispered in his ear, "Chao Dong, no longer the boss. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhong Fang has been greatly increased to 60 out of 100. It's late at night." Chao Dong looked at Zhong Fang, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Her face still bore the traces of dampness. Her sleeping expression was serene, a stark contrast to her cold demeanor during the day. He gently stroked her hair. Zhong Fang, nestled in his arms, gradually evened out her breathing and fell into a deep sleep. Chao Dong, however, was wide awake. He looked down at the person in his arms. The moonlight outlined the soft contours of her face, making her appear completely different from the calm and sharp strategist she was during the day. A strange sense of satisfaction and responsibility rose within him. This was not only a conquest of a woman, but also the acquisition of a crucial and completely trustworthy ally. He gently withdrew his arm and tucked the thin blanket around her. His movements were gentle, as if afraid of waking her. Walking to the window, the dilapidated city looked like a giant monster skeleton under the moonlight. In the distance, the top floor of the World Trade Center still seemed to glow faintly, like Ding Bo's peering eyes. A faint chill emanated from the phantom eye, a warning of a potential threat. Chao Dong's eyes were icy cold. Ding Bo must be eliminated. It's not just about survival or the survivors in Changshu. Now, there's an added layer of concern, the safety of those around them. Han Yi's intelligence is crucial, but this woman herself is a double-edged sword. He needs her blade, but he must be careful not to get cut. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. When Zhong Fang woke up, she was momentarily disoriented. The slight discomfort in her body and the lingering, ambiguous atmosphere in the air reminded her of the reality of what had happened last night. She saw that Chao Dong was already dressed and standing by the window, his back straight. Memories returned. Her cheeks flushed instantly. It was a blush, but also a hint of helplessness. She quickly sat up, tidied her somewhat disheveled clothes and hair, and tried to regain her usual calm and composed demeanor. Awake, Chao Dong turned around, his gaze gentle with a knowing smile. Zhong Fang avoided his gaze, her voice very low. She bent down to pick up the suit jacket from the ground, but her movement faltered slightly due to a subtle sensation in her body. Chao Dong walked over, picked up the coat first, and gently draped it over her shoulders. Notarus. His approach, the familiar scent emanating from him, made her heart race again. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhong Fang has increased to 62 out of 100. This silent thoughtfulness touched her frozen heart more deeply than any words. She looked up, wanting to say something, but Chao Dong gently pressed his finger to her lips. I know. Chao Dong looked at her. Everything remains the same. You're still my strategist. It's just that now, there's an extra layer of relationship. His tone was calm yet firm. I will protect this relationship, and I will protect you. As Zhong Fang looked at him, the helplessness and embarrassment in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of peace. She nodded gently. Understand. She quickly composed herself and put her calm mask back on. But when she looked at Chao Dong, the softness that had melted away from the ice and snow in the depths of her eyes could no longer be completely hidden. The two walked out of the room. Outside, Yang Shui stood guard like a statue. When she saw the two of them come out, her gaze lingered for a moment on Zhong Fang's slightly different complexion before she regained her composure and nodded slightly. Huang Bin, Wang Chao, and others were also ready. Han Yi also woke up and was leaning against a pillar, doing stretching exercises. Her yoga pants accentuated her perfect leg lines. She saw Chao Dong and Zhong Fang come out together, and a subtle, ambiguous red mark on Zhong Fang's neck caught her eye. A playful smile appeared on her lips as her eyes darted between Chao Dong and Zhong Fang. "Good morning, Boss Chao," strategist Zhong. Her tone was languid, with a hint of meaning. "Looks like you slept well last night." Zhong Fang's expression instantly returned to its coldness, as if she hadn't heard anything. Chao Dong glanced at Han Yi indifferently, but didn't respond. He cut straight to the point. "Han Yi, tell me what you know about Ding Bo's power distribution and the places he frequents." Han Yi shrugged and stopped pressing the issue, then said seriously, "Ding Bo's core strength is concentrated in the World Trade Center, which he calls the Temple. There are his most elite divine grace guards, about 50 people, all of whom are awakened individuals who have been deeply brainwashed or lured by him, and their levels are not low. In addition, Chang City is mainly divided into 3 districts that he indirectly controls. The East District is the granary, with plantations and warehouses under his control. The West District is the arsenal, storing weapons and imprisoning disobedient awakened individuals. The North District is the most chaotic, a mixed bag, and also the place where the cleanup team is most active, used to collect offerings and supplies. He himself rarely leaves the top floor of the temple. But there is a weekly divine procession in which he rides in a modified vehicle, circles the central square, receives worship from believers, and displays miracles. That is when his defenses are relatively exposed and when the believer's fanaticism is at its peak." She paused, then added, "His faith resonance range is strongest within the temple, almost covering the entire building. It weakens when he leaves the temple, but it can still influence those with weak wills within 100 meters. As for his personal habits, he is extremely particular about enjoyment and rituals, very suspicious, and doesn't trust anyone except a few core black-robed figures. Oh, and he's also a bit of a germaphobe." The information was crucial. Chao Dong and Zhong Fang silently took notes. "Atu Gao Zhong Ponde." This might be an opportunity. Just then, "Call out." A sharp whistling sound suddenly rang out. "Sniper!" Zwatao shouted a sharp warning, and suddenly tackled Wang Chao to the ground. Almost simultaneously. Bang! The concrete blasted open right by the window where they had just been standing. The bullet had grazed Chao Dong's side. "Enemy attack! Find cover!" Chao Dong roared, pulling Zhong Fang behind him and quickly moving towards the load-bearing pillar. Yang Shuyi's figure flashed, and she disappeared along the wall like a ghost. Huang Bin growled, his muscles bulging, and he scanned the window warily. Han Yi's face turned pale, but she moved extremely quickly, performing a nimble roll to hide behind the sturdy desk. "It's a sniper from a divine grace guard. They found us." Han Yi said urgently, his sharp eyes scanning the window for possible sniping positions. "Not just snipers." Zwatao leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. Downstairs, a large number of people are rapidly surrounding this place. At least 30. Their energy signatures are quite strong. Ding Bo's revenge has come, and it came so quickly and so fiercely. Chao Dong's eyes were icy. Through the crack in the window, he saw a fleeting reflection on the rooftop in the distance. "It seems that our divine envoy Ding is determined not to let us leave Changsha alive." He gripped the Thunderhawk tightly in his hand, while his other hand gently stroked the flame storm launcher hidden under his clothes. "Very well." A cold smile curved his lips. "Then let him see whether his divine grace is more powerful or my artillery fire prevails. Prepare for battle. When 2 armies meet on a narrow path, the brave one will prevail." Chapter 57 Roses. The whistling sound of sniper bullets still seemed to echo in my ears. The atmosphere inside the abandoned office building was tense. Chao Dong leaned against the cold, load-bearing pillar, his breathing steady, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He could feel Zhong Fong trembling slightly as she pressed against his back. He extended his arm slightly backward, shielding her and providing silent support. "Zwatao location," Chao Dong shouted in a low voice, which was particularly clear in the empty building. Zwatao closed his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, focusing all his senses on sensing. "The sniper is on the roof of that red building, about 300 meters away at the 1 o'clock position. The people surrounding it are in 3 groups, coming up the stairs and fire escape. They're moving very fast. Instructor Huang, block the left stairwell. Wang Chao, provide right flank cover. Shui, you move out and deal with any sudden intrusion threats first." Chao Dong spoke rapidly, his instructions clear. "Hani, stick close to Zhong Fong." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison and quickly got to work. Huang Bin let out a low roar, his muscles bulging, blocking the entrance of the left staircase like a gatekeeper, with a faint flow of energy in his fists. The dynasty then set up its weapons in the dilapidated office partitions. Yang Shui's figure seemed to blend into the shadows, her purple blade held in reverse, her aura completely concealed. Han Yi nimbly moved behind the cover where Chao Dong and Zhong Fong were. She glanced at Zhong Fong, who was being protected by Chao Dong. Her eyes flickered and then said to Chao Dong, "Leave the sniper to me. I know an emergency exit that can get us to that building." Chao Dong looked at her, his gaze scrutinizing her. Hani met his gaze without flinching. "This is my pledge of allegiance. Believe it or not." She pointed to her long, powerful legs. "When it comes to speed and stealth, no one here is more suitable than me." Time was of the essence. Chao Dong quickly weighed the pros and cons. "Okay, Zwatao, guide her to the best route. Shui, cover her as she gets out." "Yes." Zwatao immediately recited a complex route. Yang Shui nodded silently and led the way like a ghost. Hani took a deep breath and gave Chao Dong a wild smile. "Wait for my good news." Before she finished speaking, she darted out like a cheetah, following Yang Shui, and disappeared into the dark passageway at the other end of the floor in a few leaps. The figure encased in those yoga pants exuded a powerful yet flexible beauty. "This woman, she's really bold." Boss Chow actually believed her. "That's too risky. There's no other way. We're short-staffed right now." The viewers in the live stream were on the edge of their seats. Even after Hani left, the pressure didn't lessen. The footsteps downstairs grew closer, accompanied by the clash of weapons and low shouts. "They're coming up." Wang Chao roared and pulled the trigger. He suppressed the enemies emerging from the fire escape with bursts of fire. The battle erupted instantly. Gunshots, explosions, the clash of melee weapons, and a howling of supernatural powers suddenly filled the air. Dust fell in the building. Chao Dong switched the Thunder Eagle to rapid-fire mode. The blue lightning bolts, like the scythe of death, precisely reaped the members of the Divine Grace Guard who were trying to rush up the stairs. He must conserve the ammunition for a flamestorm to deal with more critical situations. Zhong Fong hid behind Chao Dong, forcing herself to calm down. She rapidly operated the tablet, connecting to the drone's residual signal, attempting to gain external visibility and determine the enemy's distribution. "Boss, there are too many of them. They're wearing us down," Zhong Fong said urgently, her voice slightly hoarse. Chao Dong knew perfectly well that Ding Bo was trying to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. "Hold on. Wait for Han Yi's news." Chao Dong responded in a deep voice, then shot an enemy who was trying to throw a grenade into the head. Huang Bin was under the most pressure. With his strong physique and powerful punches, he managed to block multiple attacks from the left stairwell. He was already bruised, but he still refused to give an inch. Wang Chao and Zwatao worked together and barely managed to hold the right flank. Yang Shui was like the Grim Reaper in the Dark Knight. Her figure moved erratically in the chaotic battlefield. Every flash of her purple blade inevitably brought up a spray of blood, specifically targeting enemies who attempted to unleash ranged abilities. The battle was fierce and protracted. Every minute and every second felt exceptionally long. Just then, bang! In the distance, from the direction of the red building's rooftop, came a muffled sound, different from the previous sniper shots. Immediately afterward, the sniper's threat vanished. "The sniper is taken care of," Zwatao shouted in surprise. "It's Han Yi." She did it. This news was like a shot in the arm, boosting the team's morale. However, the enemy downstairs did not retreat because the sniper failed. Instead, they attacked even more frantically. We can't stay here. Break down. Stay with me. Chao Dong made a decisive decision. Holding out would only lead to certain death. Flame storm, he roared, finally unleashing his ultimate weapon. He hoisted the launcher and aimed it at the area below the most crowded stairwell. Boom! A blazing tongue of fire erupted. The high-explosive incendiary bomb, carrying an aura of destruction, plunged into the stairwell. The explosion was deafening. The entire building shook. Flames and thick smoke instantly engulfed the space below, and shrill screams filled the air. This attack temporarily opened up the downward passage and greatly deterred the enemy. Let's go. Chao Dong put away the launcher, switched to the Thunder Eagle, and rushed into the still-burning stairwell. Yang Shui followed closely behind. Huang Bin brought up the rear, and Wang Chao and Zhuo Tao protected Zhong Fong in the middle. The squad, like sharp blades, charged down the bloody path blasted open. Any sporadic resistance was swiftly and overwhelmingly eliminated by Chao Dong and Yang Shui. Huang Bin was like a heavy tank, responsible for smashing through all obstacles. Finally, they reached the bottom. Behind them were raging flames and the shouts of their pursuers. Over here, Han Yi's voice came from a nearby alley. She looked slightly disheveled, her yoga pants covered in dust, and she had a scrape on her arm, but her eyes were bright, and she held a captured sniper rifle in her hand. Come with me. I know a temporary hiding place. Without hesitation, the team followed Han Yi, quickly navigating the intricate alleyways of the ruins. She seemed to know the area very well, always able to find the most secluded and quickest route. After several twists and turns, Han Yi pushed open a hidden door behind a pile of garbage, revealing a downward staircase. Below is an abandoned underground air raid shelter. The entrance is well hidden, and it's safe for now. The group filed in. The hidden door closed behind them, shutting out the noise and danger from the outside. The air raid shelter was pitch black, with only a few slivers of light seeping in through the ventilation openings. The air smelled musty and dusty, but at least it was temporarily safe from the hail of bullets. Phew, we're safe for now. Wang Chao slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Zhuo Tao leaned against the wall, his face pale, clearly from overusing his sensory abilities. Huang Bin examined his wounds, wincing in pain. Chao Dong also breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the cold wall. The continuous high-intensity battles and the constant tension left him feeling exhausted. Zhong Fong stood beside him, and in the darkness, he could feel her body trembling slightly. Chao Dong reached out and groped to grasp her hand. It was cool and soft. He squeezed it tightly, conveying warmth and reassurance. Zhong Fong did not break free. Instead, she gently squeezed back. In the darkness, they couldn't see each other's expressions, but a sense of reliance born from surviving a disaster flowed silently between them. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhong Fong has increased to 65/100. Yang Shui stood silently near the entrance, like the most loyal guard. Han Yi lit a cold light stick that he had somehow produced. The dim light illuminated the small space, as well as her sweaty cheeks and bright eyes. She looked at Chao Dong and Zhong Fong's clasped hands, her lips twitching almost imperceptibly. Then she walked to Chao Dong's other side and sat down without any hesitation, sitting very close to him. How about it, Mr. Chao? My deposit is substantial enough, isn't it? Her voice carried a hint of panting after a battle, and also possessed a languid allure. She turned to the side, almost touching Chao Dong's arm, her eyes, which seemed particularly deep in the cold light, staring straight at him. I took out the sniper and led you to the safe house. The scent of her body, a mixture of sweat, gunpowder smoke, and a unique feminine fragrance, filled Chao Dong's nostrils. The tight fabric of the yoga pants reflected a subtle sheen in the dim light, and the curves they outlined were almost within reach, full of primal allure. Chao Dong could feel the heat emanating from her body, as well as her undisguised, wild, and purposeful approach. He neither pushed her away nor yielded, but simply looked at her calmly. Well done. What do you want? Han Yi chuckled lightly, his fingers seemingly intentionally or unintentionally tracing the abrasions on his arm. It's nothing, I just felt that someone like you, Boss Chow, always needs different types of helpers around you, doesn't he? Her gaze swept meaningfully over Chao Dong's other side, where Zhong Fong was leaning almost against Chao Dong's shoulder, exhausted from the darkness. Strategist Zhong is a master strategist, and as for me, perhaps I can help you handle some things that she can't handle. The implication in these words is almost blatant. On the other side, Zhong Fong's body stiffened visibly, and she tightened her grip on Chao Dong's hand slightly. But she didn't say anything, only lowered her head further to Chao Dong's shoulder, as if silently asserting her dominance. Chao Dong felt the completely different temperatures and sensations on his left and right sides. On one side was the aloof and intellectual strategist who was beginning to show signs of dependence, and on the other side was a fiery, wild, seductive, and dangerous thorny rose. In the darkness, ambiguity and tension spread silently. He smiled, not answering Han Yi directly, but saying, "Treat the wounds first and restore your strength. Ding Bo's men won't let this go. He needs Han Yi's power and intelligence, but he will never let her lead him by the nose." He wanted to pluck this thorny rose, but only when he was in complete control of the situation. Rest time is precious, but in this small, dark space, some chemical reactions seem to be accelerating. With Han Yi joining the team, the road ahead is destined to be even more turbulent and even more erotic and exciting. Chapter 58 Game Theory. Inside the abandoned air raid shelter, time seemed to stand still. Only the heavy, unsteady breathing of the crowd and the muffled thumping of their hearts reminded them of the life-or-death escape they had just witnessed. The cold light stick that Han Yi lit emitted a pale blue, cold glow. It barely dispelled the pitch-black darkness, but it also cast a shadow over everyone's face. The air was thick with the smells of mildew, dust, blood, and gunpowder. Chao Dong leaned against the cold, damp wall, feeling the chill of the cement seep into his skin through his clothes. My left arm was tingling and numb from the high frequency of using Thunder Eagle, and waves of mental fatigue washed over me. He closed his eyes slightly, but the mental cultivation method of the 9 Revolutions golden body technique within his body flowed slowly and spontaneously, like a gentle stream, nourishing his excessively consumed energy and blood. The phantom eye necklace on his chest clung tightly to his skin, emanating a continuous, faint coolness that kept him unusually alert. His left and right sides had completely different temperatures and textures. On her right side, Zhong Fong leaned almost all of her weight on him. She seemed to be asleep, her breathing shallow and even, but Chao Dong could feel that her hand, which was still gripping the hem of his clothes, had not let go, and her knuckles were even slightly white from the force. Her usually meticulously combed hair was now somewhat disheveled, with a few strands clinging to her smooth forehead and slightly pale cheeks, making her look so fragile that it evoked pity. That familiar, crisp yet warm fragrance, though masked by the smell of sweat and dust, still stubbornly lingered at the tip of my nose. This is an unreserved dependence that arises in dire straits. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhong Fong has increased to 66/100. On the left, however, was a heat so intense it was almost scorching. Han, it was extremely close. Her arms, shoulders, and even her bouncy thigh, clad in yoga pants, were almost touching Chao Dong's body. She seemed completely unconcerned about the close proximity, or perhaps it was even deliberate. "This," she suddenly gasped softly, her breath coming in with unusual clarity in the dim light. Chao Dong opened his eyes and turned his head to look. Under the cold light, she was frowning as she looked at the wound on her arm caused by a piece of gravel. The blood had congealed, but the torn flesh and the surrounding grime still looked somewhat gruesome. "What's wrong?" Chao Dong asked, his voice low and hoarse from exhaustion. "It hurts a little." Han Yi raised her head, her deep eyes seeming to shimmer with water under the cold light, carrying a just right, captivating vulnerability. She moved her arm closer to Chao Dong. "Boss Chao, do you have any medicine here?" Her voice wasn't as cold and rational as Zhong Fong's. Instead, it had a slightly coquettish tone at the end, like a feather gently scratching at the heart. Before Chao Dong could speak, Zhong Fong on the other side seemed to be startled. She stirred and opened her eyes groggily. Seeing Han Yi practically pressed against Chao Dong and her outstretched arm, his eyes instantly regained their clarity, carrying a hint of barely perceptible coldness. Chao Dong could feel Zhong Fang's body tense up instantly. Without making a sound, he exchanged a small bottle of disinfectant spray and a roll of sterile bandages from the system space. This amount of expenditure is negligible compared to his current emotional reserves. Take care of it yourself. He handed the things to Han Yi, his tone indifferent. Han Yi took it, but didn't immediately use it. Instead, she tilted her head and looked at Chao Dong with alluring eyes. Boss Chao, you're so cold. I got injured because of everyone. She waved the spray in her hand. I can't see from behind. It's inconvenient. Can you help me out? The implication in these words is almost equivalent to an explicit statement. On the other side of the air raid shelter, Huang Bin, who was closing his eyes to regulate his breathing, twitched his ears. Wang Chao and Zuotao held their breath and even moved their equipment more quietly. Yang Shi, standing guard at the entrance, remained as upright as a pine tree, seemingly oblivious to everything behind her. Zhong Fang's breathing quickened slightly. She released her grip on Chao Dong's clothes, tried to sit up straight, and put some distance between them to show that she didn't care. But the slight pursing of her lips still betrayed her displeasure. Chao Dong looked at Han Yi, whose eyes gleamed with a light of challenge and temptation, like a poisonous yet beautiful flower blooming wildly amidst ruins. She was testing him, testing his bottom line, testing her importance in his heart. Furthermore, this method is used to squeeze out Zhong Fang's fragile sense of existence that she has just established. This is a silent game. Gao Zong Su Den Li Lao Get. He reached out, but instead of taking the spray from Han Yi's hand, he directly grasped the wrist of her injured arm. His hands were warm and strong, with calluses from years of holding guns and fighting. Han Yi's body trembled almost imperceptibly, as if he hadn't expected him to be so direct. But she didn't break free. Instead, she moved even closer to him, almost feeling the heat emanating from his chest. Don't move. Chao Dong's voice was deep and commanding. He took the spray from her hand, his other hand still holding her wrist, his thumb even unconsciously rubbing the inside of her delicate skin. This subtle movement made Han Yi's breath catch in her throat. A triumphant smile flashed deep in his eyes, along with a subtle tremor from being forcefully dominated. Chao Dong skillfully cleaned her wound and sprayed it with disinfectant. The pain from the medicine irritating the wound made Han Yi hiss again, and she instinctively tried to shrink back, but Chao Dong held her wrist firmly, preventing her from moving. Bear with it. He didn't look up, but he softened his movements. Disinfect it, then carefully bandage it. Throughout the entire process, his expression remained unchanged, but his focused and irresistible control was more impactful than any verbal flirting. Han Yi looked at his profile, so close to hers, at the slight furrow in his brow as he focused, felt the burning sensation on her wrist, covered with thin calluses, and felt the shiver that came from the occasional brush of his fingertips against her skin as he bandaged her arm. She found that her heartbeat was getting out of control. This man, she thought to herself, is more difficult to deal with than I imagined, and also more captivating. After bandaging her up, Chao Dong released her hand and stuffed the remaining medicine back in her hand. All done. Throughout the entire process, he didn't glance at Zhong Fang even once. But he could clearly feel that the gaze from the right, from its initial coldness to its tension, and finally seemed to carry a hint of a complex sense of loss and jealousy that even she herself might not have noticed. Chao Dong leaned back against the wall, closed his eyes, as if everything that had just happened was just a casual gesture. Let's rest quickly. We can only stay here for a maximum of 2 hours. He did not give Han any further response, nor did he try to comfort Zhong Fang. This ambiguous attitude, however, stirred up ripples in the hearts of both women. Han Yi looked at his bandaged arm, then at Chao Dong, who was resting with his eyes closed, and a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. She enjoys challenges, and Chao Dong is undoubtedly the most challenging man she has encountered since the end of the world. Zhong Fang silently turned her face to the other side, facing the cold wall. The inexplicable unease and bitterness in her heart left her feeling somewhat lost. She told herself that this was unprofessional behavior, and she had to control it. But emotions are often beyond the control of reason. Inside the dimly lit air raid shelter, the smoke of battle that had just subsided seemed to be replaced by a more intense, burning smoke of lust. Two women with very different styles and unique charms. One side initially showed signs of dependence, while the other took the initiative to attack. A silent war unfolded around Chao Dong, who was at the core of the group. Chao Dong, like a fisherman sitting calmly on his fishing platform, observed the undercurrents beneath the surface, waiting for the best opportunity to reap the rewards. He knew that both Zhong Fang's wisdom and Han Yi's wildness and intelligence were indispensable to him. Finding the right balance and control is a test of wisdom even more demanding than facing Ding Bo's divine grace guard. The break time passed in silence, and with everyone lost in their own thoughts, until Zuotao suddenly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Boss, there's some noise outside. Someone's approaching, they're being very careful, but there are quite a few of them." Everyone's nerves tensed up instantly. Chapter 59, The Crisis of Two Cities. Zuotao's warning was like a needle, piercing the brief tranquility inside the air raid shelter. How many people? How far apart? Chao Dong opened his eyes instantly, forcibly suppressing all his fatigue. He gently straightened Zhong Fang, who was leaning against him, his movements natural yet undeniably creating distance between him and Han Yi from their overly close embrace. A barely perceptible hint of regret flashed in Han Yi's eyes, but her body was already tense like a mother leopard poised to pounce. She moved silently behind cover and listened intently. The long, muscular legs encased in yoga pants were clearly defined, exuding a wild and powerful aura. Zuotao closed his eyes and concentrated, his face growing even paler. At least 15 people, surrounding us in a fan shape, moving very professionally. They are not ordinary believers, but elites of the divine grace guard. Less than 50 meters from the entrance. "We can't just sit here and wait to die." Huang Bin roared, struggling to stand up, which aggravated his wounds, making him wince in pain. Wang Chao and Zuotao also gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with determination. Zhong Fang quickly calmed down, her mind racing. The entrance is narrow, easy to defend but difficult to attack, but it's also a dead end. We must break through their encirclement before they completely surround us. Chao Dong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Yang Shui remained in the shadows at the entrance, giving him a slight nod to indicate that she was ready. "Listen," Chao Dong's voice was deep and clear, carrying an unquestionable authority. "Shui, you and I, as the spearhead, will strike first and open a breach. Instructor Huang, Wang Chao, protect the flanks. Zuotao, sense and warn, point out the weak points. Zhong Fang, Han Yi, follow closely in the middle." His arrangements were swift and efficient, maximizing the potential of each individual. His gaze finally fell on Han. "We're familiar with this area. After we break through, you will guide us on the evacuation route." Han met his gaze, licked her slightly dry lips, and revealed a smile that was a mixture of excitement and nervousness. "Don't worry, Boss Chao. Just come with me." Her deliberately lowered voice, with its husky magnetism, added a touch of allure to the tense atmosphere. "Action!" At Chao Dong's command, Yang Shui, like an elf in the dark, silently opened a crack in the hidden door and darted out in a flash. Chao Dong followed closely behind, his thunder eagle flashing a dangerous blue light. "Enemy attack!" Exclamations and the sound of guns being cocked immediately came from outside. The battle erupted instantly. Outside the air raid shelter, dusk was approaching, and the setting sun, like blood, stained the ruins with a tragic color. 15 elite members of the Divine Grace Guard, dressed in black and with cold, ruthless eyes, had formed a semi-encirclement. Yang Shui's purple blade is an invitation from the Grim Reaper. The chill brought by the Xianbing technique slows down the enemy's movements. Chao Dong's Thunder Eagle is like a precise roll call device. With every flash of blue lightning, someone falls. The two work together seamlessly, tearing a bloody gash in the encirclement. Huang Bin and Wang Chao roared and charged out, protecting their flanks and engaging in fierce combat with the onrushing enemies. Zuotao, hiding behind cover, urgently reported the enemy's hiding position and attack direction. Zhong Fang and Han Yi were protected in the middle. Zhong Fang held a compact pistol in her hand. Although her shooting accuracy was not high, her calm and steady firing also served as a distraction. Her gaze followed Chao Dong's retreating figure as he charged into battle, her heart pounding with tension. Han Yi, on the other hand, seemed much more at ease. She didn't use firearms, but moved through the confined space like a ghost. Her fighting style is extremely unique, perfectly combining the flexibility of yoga with the ruthlessness of combat. Faced with a guard rushing at her with a knife, she leaned back at an incredible angle to avoid the blade. At the same time, her long legs wrapped around the opponent's arms like scissors, and with the power of her waist and abdomen, she flipped over and slammed the burly enemy to the ground. Then, her elbow struck the opponent's Adam's apple with precision. The movements were fluid and graceful, full of power and beauty. The curves of the waist and hips wrapped in yoga pants were breathtakingly alluring when she exerted force. This woman is so hot. That skill is amazing. Boss Chow's circle is truly full of hidden talents. Although the live stream camera is shaky and due to the intense movement, it still managed to capture this stunning moment. During a break between reloading, Chow Dong caught a glimpse of Han Yi's battle out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but admire him inwardly. This thorny rose certainly has what it deserves. The breakout battle was intense but brief. Under the overwhelming force of Chow Dong and Yang Shui, and with Han Yi's familiarity with the terrain, the team finally broke through the encirclement and disappeared into the intricate alleyways of the ruins, leaving the shouts and curses of the pursuers behind. Behind a relatively safe section of broken wall, the group stopped to catch their breath. Everyone was covered in dust and blood, looking disheveled, but the flame of survival in their eyes burned ever brighter. Just as Chow Dong was about to speak, his satellite communicator, which was reinforced with system encryption and carried close to his body, suddenly emitted a rapid and sharp vibration. This is the highest priority communication channel established with Lushan Hope Corner. He immediately walked to the side and pressed the answer button. The voice coming from the communicator was gentle, but the usual charm and languidness were gone, replaced by unprecedented panic and fear, even tinged with sobs. Boss, Dongzi, something terrible has happened. Lucier, something terrible has happened in Lucier. The False God Society. Yang Wei, he broke through. Level 5. He became a Level 5 Awakener. They've launched a full-scale attack. The Hope Alliance has suffered heavy losses. Zhao Buyuan is seriously wounded. Monk and Mosquito are also on the verge of collapse. Our outer defenses have been breached. They're advancing towards Hope's Cape. The monsters are also being driven forward by them, using some unknown method. Pingjie and Shiqi, we're about to fall. Come back soon. Wenjing's voice was distorted by extreme fear and despair, but the fragmented information exploded in Chow Dong's mind like thunderclaps. Yang Wei broke through level 5. In an instant, Chow Dong felt as if the blood in his body was about to freeze. Anger and anxiety surged within him like magma. He was away fighting a war when his own home caught fire, and the fire was so fierce. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his almost out-of-control emotions, and spoke coldly into the communicator. Hold on. Tell me, how much time do we have left? At most 1 day. Their offensive is too fierce. The monster tide, plus the madmen of the False God Society. 1 day is the limit. When Jing cried out, 1 day, Chow Dong closed his eyes, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. In Changshu, Ding Bo's threat is imminent. Han, he has just obtained intelligence, and the situation has just begun to change. But Lucier is his foundation. There are people there whom he must protect. He turned around and walked back to the crowd. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and the oppressive aura emanating from him made everyone feel uneasy. Boss, Zhong Fong keenly sensed the drastic change in his emotions and stepped forward with concern. Chow Dong's gaze swept over each member of the team, finally landing on Zhong Fong and Han Yi's faces. His voice was hoarse and heavy. Something has happened in Lucier. Yang Wei has broken through to level 5. The False God Society has launched a general offensive, and the Hope Alliance is about to collapse. Hope Corner is in imminent danger. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Han Yi abandoned his nonchalant attitude and frowned deeply. We must go back immediately, Wang Chao said urgently. But what about Changshu? Zhou Tao looked troubled. Ding Bo's men were still relentlessly pursuing them. No buts, Chow Dong declared resolutely, his eyes blazing. We can't lose our foundation. There are people there we must protect. His gaze met Zhong Fong's, and he saw the understanding and support in her eyes. He met Han Yi's gaze again and saw a fleeting, complex expression on her face. Chao Dong took a deep breath, preparing to teleport 4 people to the island first. However, for some unknown reason, the teleportation failed. His expression changed, and his heart skipped a beat. Chao Dong looked at her, his tone tinged with gloom. Our deal needs to be changed. Now, immediately take us to the fastest and safest route out of Chong City and back to Lu City. In return, I promise that after resolving the crisis in Lu City, I will do everything in my power to help you deal with Ding Bo. This was an ultimatum, a decision that would completely bind her to the war effort. Looking into Chao Dong's eyes, which burned with anxiety and determination, Han Yi thought of Ding Bo's disgusting rule and his relentless pursuit of her. She took a deep breath and made her decision. Okay, I know an abandoned inner-city highway access road that bypasses the main checkpoints and will get you to Lushur the fastest. Follow me. Without further hesitation, she turned and led the way. The team set off again, but their objective had changed. Eager to return home, yet filled with murderous intent. Chao Dong walked quickly to Han Yi's side and asked in a deep voice, "How long will it take?" "At full speed, if we don't consider monster interference, it will take about 10 hours, Han Yi replied, glancing at him sideways. Seeing his furrowed brows and taut jawline, she suddenly added in a low voice, with a hint of reassurance that she herself didn't realize, "Don't worry too much. Your hope corner won't be so easily breached." Chao Dong glanced at her, but didn't say anything, though his tense nerves seemed to relax slightly because of her words. Zhong Fong followed behind, watching Chao Dong and Han Yi walking side by side ahead. Looking at Han Yi's graceful figure swaying in the night, a strange bitterness welled up in her heart again. But more than that, she felt worried about the situation in Lushur and empathized with the heavy pressure Chao Dong was under. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhong Fong has increased to 67 out of 100. The darkness provided them with the best cover. Led by Han Yi, the team shot towards the edge of Changsha like an arrow. Everyone carried a heavy burden in their hearts. The flames of war in Lushur tugged at everyone's heartstrings. A life-or-death rescue operation spanning multiple cities unfolds. Meanwhile, the grudges in Chong City and the final showdown with Ding Bo must be postponed for the time being. Chapter 65, Golden Flowers. The night was deep, and the 2 land arc vehicles sped like lightning, tearing through the darkness, along the abandoned inner-city auxiliary road guided by Han Yi. The roar of the engines was the only melody at that moment, suppressing the anxious hearts of everyone inside. Chao Dong sat in the back seat of the Maybach, his face calm and composed, but his clenched fists and the bulging veins on the back of his hands betrayed the turmoil within him. Yang Wei, level 5, facing a tidal wave of monsters and the allied forces of the false gods. Can he hold out until he returns? Xiao Liping's gentle smile, Yuan Shiqi's profile as she played the piano, her quiet and charming eyes, and those people on Hope Corner who trusted and followed him. All these scenes flashed through his mind, like a branding iron burning his nerves. Zhong Fong sat beside him and silently handed him a bottle of water and a few energy capsules. She didn't say anything, but expressed her support through her actions. She understood the burden on his shoulders, and that empathetic worry made her previous subtle jealousy seem insignificant. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhong Fong has increased to 68/100. Han Yi sat in the passenger seat, observing Chao Dong through the rearview mirror. She had met many powerful men, but very few, like Chao Dong, showed such a heavy sense of responsibility towards their own power and their subordinates. This sense of responsibility unexpectedly touched a corner deep within her heart that had been hidden away. She stopped making noise and focused more intently on guiding the route, temporarily suppressing her wildness and spiciness and turning them into the most efficient advantage at this moment. After 10 hours of bumpy and arduous travel and several encounters with small groups of monsters or scattered raiders along the way, the anxious team swiftly crushed them all with lightning speed. As dawn broke and the sky turned a pale white, the familiar outline of Lushur, shrouded in war and an ominous atmosphere, finally appeared on the horizon. The closer one gets, the more one can feel the soaring malevolent aura and chaotic energy fluctuations. Explosions and roars can be faintly heard. "Zwatao," Chao Dong called out in a low voice. Zuotao's face was pale as he strained his senses. Boss. In the direction of Hope's Cape. The energy collision is extremely violent. The number of monsters is enormous. The Hope Alliance's defensive line is shrinking, retreating towards the core area of Hope's Cape. Faster. Chao Dong yelled at Wang Chao, who was driving. The Maybach and Prado roared, increasing their speed once again, like two sharp blades piercing straight into the heart of the battle. When the convoy broke through the scattered monsters on the outskirts and reached the outer defense line of Cape of Hope, the scene before them made everyone's eyes widen in horror. The once sturdy alloy walls were now covered in cracks and charred marks, and several automatic sentry gun turrets were no longer firing and were smoking. Outside the walls, a dark mass of monsters of all shapes and sizes swarmed, mixed with a large number of members of the False God Society with fanatical eyes, crashing against the crumbling defenses like a tidal wave. Zhao Bian was covered in blood, his left arm bent unnaturally, yet he still brandished a chipped longsword, roaring as he commanded the remaining Hope Alliance members to form a defensive formation. The monk and the mosquito stood back to back, one listless and the other covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds, clearly at their last gasp. Inside the walls, above the core area of Hope Corner, the small energy shield flickered, clearly indicating that its energy was about to run out. The security team left behind by Yang Shui suffered heavy casualties and made a last stand relying on the internal fortifications. At the very back of the battlefield, a figure hovering in mid-air exudes a suffocatingly evil aura. His skin was pale to the point of being transparent, his eyes were blood red, and he was surrounded by a dense purple-black succubus power. He was Yang Wei, who had broken through to level 5. He watched the battle below with a leisurely air, as if he were enjoying an interesting drama. Yang Wei. Chao Dong pushed open the car door, his roar echoing across the battlefield. His appearance was like a stabilizing force, instantly causing the Hope Alliance defenses, which were on the verge of collapse, to erupt in cheers. Boss Chao is back. It's the Island Lord. The Island Lord is back. Yang Wei's bloodshot eyes turned to Chao Dong, revealing a cruel and mocking smile. Oh, finally decided to roll back from Changsha? Too bad, too late. Today, everything here will become a sacrifice for me to step into a higher level. Chao Dong didn't waste any words with him. Time is life. Flamestorm. He shouldered the launcher and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger on the area where the monsters and members of the False God Society were most concentrated. Boom! 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 3 high-explosive incendiary bombs shot into the enemy ranks like fire dragons. The violent explosion and towering flames instantly cleared a large area, temporarily halting the enemy's offensive. Shui, Instructor Huang, follow me to kill the ringleader. The rest of you hold the line. Holding the Thunder Eagle, Chao Dong fully activated the 9 Revolutions golden body technique within his body, his blood and chi surging like a golden war god, and charged directly at Yang Wei, who was suspended in the air. Yang Shui moved like lightning, her purple blade carrying a resolute chill, following closely behind. Huang Bin roared, ignoring his injuries, and unleashed the power of his Dragon Tiger Fist, smashing through enemies in his path like a raging bull. Yang Wei sneered, an ant trying to shake a tree. The immense power of the succubus transformed into an invisible mental shockwave, surging towards Chao Dong like a tsunami. He wanted to destroy Chao Dong's consciousness first, just like before. However, this time, a sharp, cool sensation emanated from the pupil of truth on Chao Dong's chest. At the same time, the essence, energy, and spirit condensed by the 9 Revolutions golden body technique combined to form a solid barrier in the sea of consciousness. The mental shock that would have instantly shattered an ordinary level 4 awakener crashed into this barrier, but it scattered like waves hitting a reef. Chao Dong only swayed slightly, his eyes remaining clear and sharp. What? Yang Wei's expression changed drastically for the first time. He couldn't understand how Chao Dong's mental resistance had become so terrifying in such a short period of time. In that moment of distraction, Yang Shui's purple blade arrived. Mystic Ice Technique, Absolute Zero. She used all her energy to unleash an extremely cold strike. The air seemed to freeze. Huang Bin's fist arrived. Dragon and Tiger combined strike. Breaking Army. This punch, imbued with all his strength and will, aimed straight for the heart of the enemy. Not to be outdone, Chao Dong used his phantom eye to precisely detect a tiny gap in Yang Wei's energy circulation. Thunder Eagle charged up to the limit, a blue beam of light, condensing all his spiritual power and blood energy, struck Yang Wei almost simultaneously with Yang Shui's icy sword energy and Huang Bin's fierce fist. No! Yang Wei let out a desperate and unwilling roar. He had just broken through to level 5, and his realm was not yet stable. He was thrown off balance by Chao Dong's strange mental resistance and the perfect coordination of the three of them. The defense constructed by the succubus's power crumbled like paper in the face of three completely different yet equally powerful forces. Frost froze his movements. The force of the punch shattered his internal organs, and lightning completely extinguished his life force. Boom! Yang Wei's body plummeted from midair, exploding into a cloud of blood mist and shattered energy. The supreme leader of the False God Society, a newly promoted level 5 awakener, had fallen. With their leader's sudden death, coupled with the morale boost brought by Chao Dong's return and the terrifying power of Flame Storm, the battlefield situation instantly reversed. The members of the False God Society and the demons lost their unified command and backbone and immediately fell into chaos and began to rout. The Alliance of Hope and the Guardians of Cape Hope erupted in thunderous cheers and began their counterattack and reckoning. Chao Dong did not participate in the pursuit. He rushed into the Hope Corner immediately. The core building was intact, and Xiao Liping, Yuan Shiqi, and Wen Jing were safe and sound under the protection of security guards, though they were quite frightened. Upon seeing Chao Dong return, the three women's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and they rushed into his arms without hesitation. It's all right, it's all right. Chao Dong hugged them tightly, his heart finally settling down. His gaze swept across the room, and he saw Zhong Fong, who was standing not far away and also breathed a sigh of relief, and Han Yi, who was leaning against the car door and watching the scene with a complicated expression. With the crisis over, a wave of fatigue washed over me. But an even stronger emotion was rising in Chao Dong's heart. The relief of surviving a disaster, the satisfaction of protecting everything, and a strong possessiveness and tenderness towards the women around him. He calmed the three women down, then walked up to Zhong Fong and shook her hand. "You've worked hard." Zhong Fong looked at him, gently shook her head, and everything was understood without words. Finally, he walked towards Han Yi. Han Yi looked at him, his wild and unruly smile returning to his face. "Boss Chao, you're impressive. You slaughtered a level 5 awakened just like that." Chao Dong looked at her, then suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around her supple waist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Han Yi's body stiffened, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she did not struggle. She could feel the strength and undeniable domineering presence emanating from Chao Dong's arm. "You too. You deserve a lot of credit." Chao Dong lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. "I said I would help you deal with Ding Bo. Now it's time to fulfill my promise, and also to fulfill your check-in." Han Yi's heart skipped a beat. Looking into Chao Dong's aggressive gaze, which was so close to her, she understood the meaning behind his words. She took a deep breath, casting aside her last trace of hesitation and calculation, met his gaze, licked her red lips, and revealed a truly seductive and submissive smile. "All right, my island lord." Ding detected strong desire for belonging from the beautiful young woman Han, meeting the requirements for settling on the system's island. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Han, he has greatly increased to 70 out of 100. This increase is due to Chao Dong's absolute strength, commitment to his promises, and forceful conquest. Congratulations to the island owner on successfully recruiting the 5th beautiful young woman. Rewards: +1 free attribute point. Permanently increase the spiritual energy concentration of the system island by 10%. Unlock the special building Hot Spring Wonderland. Feeling the softness of Han Yi in his arms, no longer prickly, and the generous rewards from the system, Chao Dong felt a surge of pride. He put his arm around Han Yi and said to Zhong Fong, as well as to Xiao Liping, Yuan Shiqi, and Wen Jing, who were walking over, "Let's go home." His so-called home was naturally that secluded island, now upgraded to level 4. Through teleportation, everyone instantly returned to the idyllic, fragrant island. Compared to the hellish landscape outside, this place is simply paradise. Xiao Liping gently prepared food and medical supplies. Yuan Shiqi sat at the piano and played a soothing melody, calming everyone's tense nerves. Wen Jing's eyes darted around, and she began to size up the newcomer Han Yi, and seemed to be plotting something. Chao Dong, with a hint of weariness but even more of a burning passion, stepped into the upgraded Island Lord's mansion, which was now more spacious, luxurious, and equipped with a natural hot spring pool. A moment later, Chao Dong, having finished his bath and changed into a comfortable robe, leaned against the soft couch by the hot spring pool. With a thought, he added the 1 point of free attribute he had just gained to agility, bringing it to 7. The path of the sixth brother is endless. Just then, the gate of the mansion was gently pushed open. Xiao Liping carried a bowl of warm, nourishing soup, her face flushed with a gentle blush. Yuan Shiqi changed into a light and thin gauze dress, exuding a cool and shy aura. Wen Jing wore that extremely sexy Victoria's Secret lingerie set, with a transparent veil over it, her eyes alluring. Zhong Fong shed her formal suit and donned a silk robe that accentuated her well-proportioned figure, her face showing a rare mix of nervousness and anticipation. Han Yi was the boldest, changing into a fiery red bikini with a casually open velvet robe over it, revealing her perfect figure. She looked at Chao Dong with a wild and provocative gaze. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own unique charm. They glanced at each other, and a subtle atmosphere filled the air, a mixture of shyness, competition, and shared goals. Looking at the 5 stunningly beautiful young women who were now his, and seeing the dependence, admiration, and even submission in their eyes, Chao Dong felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and conquest. He smiled and opened his arms. "Come, my flowers. Tonight, let's celebrate our victory properly." That night, the upgraded island mansion was filled with the steaming aroma of hot springs. Ding! The conquering level of the beautiful young woman, Xiao Liping, has increased to 85 out of 100. Ding! Beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi's conquering level has increased to 75 out of 100. Ding! The beauty and quiet young woman's level of being conquered has increased to 70 out of 100. Ding! The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhong Fong has increased to 75/100. Ding! The beauty Han Ye's conquering level has increased to 75 out of 100. The system notification sound, like the most beautiful accompaniment, brought this absurd and extravagant feast to a perfect end. Chao Dong's journey through the apocalypse begins anew, with even more sensual and powerful twists and turns, thanks to the gathering of these 5 beautiful young women. Chapter 61 Ripples. The morning sunlight streamed through the larger and brighter stained glass windows of the upgraded Island Lord's mansion, casting a shower of golden light across the floor. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of the tranquilizing flower, newly cultivated in the elementary spirit plant garden, mixed with the lingering, alluring scent of last night. Chao Dong woke up in a state of extreme comfort and satisfaction. The physical fatigue was swept away by the self-circulation of the 9 revolutions golden body technique and deep sleep, replaced by a powerful feeling of being full of energy and as if I could control everything. His 7-point agility attribute makes him more acutely aware of every bit of strength and sensation in his body. He moved slightly, and the different sensation on his arm made him look down. On the left, Xiao Liping, like a docile kitten, was curled up in his arms, fast asleep. On the right, Yuan Shiqi's beautiful profile rests on her arm, her breathing even, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows under her eyes, and even in her sleep, the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned, carrying a sweet smile. A little further away, Zhong Fong shed her usual coldness and hardness, her sleeping face serene. Wen Jing still exuded that captivating charm, her sleeping posture languid. Han, it was practically sprawled out at the foot of the bed. Her fiery red hair was spread out, and a long, strong, and perfectly shaped leg was casually draped over Chao Dong's calf. Even in her sleep, the yoga pants queen exuded an untamed wildness. The beauty of flowers is boundless. Chao Dong watched this scene quietly, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of accomplishment and possessiveness. This is not merely a physical conquest, but also a way to firmly bind the bodies and minds of 5 stunningly beautiful young women, each with their own unique characteristics and outstanding abilities to one's own. They are his weakness, but also his greatest source of confidence and motivation to run rampant in this apocalyptic world. He carefully withdrew his arm without disturbing anyone, put on a velvet bathrobe, and walked onto the spacious balcony. The upgraded Level 4 island offers a more expansive view. In the distance, the sea and sky merge into one, while the nearby plant garden is teeming with life. The newly unlocked hot spring wonderland is shrouded in white steam, resembling a fairyland on Earth. The 10% increase in spiritual energy concentration in the air made him feel refreshed with every breath. System: display current properties. Hots, Gaozong. Strength 7. Agility 7. Spirit 8, +1 buff from the Eye of Insight. Constitution 8, enhanced by 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique. Talent: Sharp Eyes, Emotional Manipulator. Technique: 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, Part 1. Equipment: Thunder Eagle Rifle, Flamestorm Launcher, Eye of Insight, Necklace. Emotional value: 1,850,000. Millions in rewards, huge gains from killing Yang Wei and subsequent events. Conquest level of beautiful young women: Xiao Liping, 85, Yuan Shiqi, 75, Wen Jing, 70, Zhong Fong, 75, Han Yi, 75. Looking at his emotional value reserves exceeding 1 million and his overall improved attributes, Chao Dong felt even more confident. Ding Bo and Chang Shi and Ma Han, the one controlling the sea monsters behind the scenes, both needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Boss! A clear, slightly hoarse voice, tinged with sleepiness, sounded from behind. Chao Dong turned around and saw Zhong Fong also coming out wearing a bathrobe. She had obviously just woken up. Her hair was a little messy, and she had no makeup on, but she still had a fresh and charming demeanor. She walked over to Chao Dong and stood beside him, looking at the scenery on the island. Up so early? Chao Dong naturally reached out and put his arm around her slender yet strong waist. Zhong Fong stiffened slightly, then relaxed and leaned gently against him. I'm used to it, and there are a lot of things to sort out. She paused, then added, the aftermath of Lushur, the reconstruction of the Hope Alliance, and the next steps for Changshu. Chao Dong both admired and felt sorry for her dedication. There's no rush. You must have been tired last night. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, a hint of teasing in his voice. Zhong Fong's ears instantly turned crimson. She glared at him reproachfully, her eyes less distant than usual and more shy and coquettish. It's all right, she replied softly, resting her head on his shoulder, feeling the peace and reliance that came after surviving the ordeal and after everything had settled down. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhong Fong has increased to 76 out of 100. The two embraced quietly, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Until, oh, so lovey-dovey, so early in the morning? Looks like Mr. Chow was holding back last night. A teasing and languid voice broke the silence. Wen Jing was leaning against the doorframe, wearing only a white shirt by Chao Dong, the hem of which just covered her buttocks, revealing a pair of long, straight, snow-white legs. She had clearly taken great care of herself. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, her eyes sparkled with allure. She twirled the ends of her hair with her fingers, her gaze shifting between Chao Dong and Zhong Fong with a mischievous smile. Zhong Fong instinctively tried to get out of Chao Dong's arms, but Chao Dong held her even tighter. What? Are you jealous? Chao Dong looked at Wen Jing, a smile playing on his lips. Wen Jing swayed her hips as she walked over and, without any hesitation, pressed herself against Chao Dong from the other side, planting a fragrant kiss on his cheek. How dare I, my lord? I'm just curious. How did someone who said they wanted to be a vanguard last night end up begging for mercy the loudest? As she spoke, her gaze drifted meaningfully toward the bedroom, clearly directed at Han Yi. Chao Dong laughed heartily, in a good mood. The feeling of being surrounded by women, with a touch of jealousy and rivalry, yet all within his control, was truly enjoyable. At this moment, Xiao Liping and Yuan Shiqi also woke up and came out one after the other. With a gentle smile on her face, Xiao Liping naturally began preparing breakfast for everyone. Yuan Shiqi was still a little shy and didn't dare to look Chao Dong in the eye, but the affection in her eyes was so strong that it couldn't be hidden. Han, he was the last one to come out. She still had that wild and untamed look, stretching lazily with an air of nonchalance, her perfect body curves revealed in the morning light. She went to the balcony and saw Chao Dong with his arms around her left and right. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, she walked straight up to Chao Dong, crossed her arms, and made her full, pear-shaped breast stand out even more. "Island Master, have you rested enough? Shouldn't we talk about serious matters?" Her tone was direct, with her unique style. "That guy Ding Bo, knowing that I went with you and killed Yang Wei, he definitely won't let it go. We need to take the initiative." Her intrusion instantly shifted the atmosphere from tenderness back to the real struggle. Several women looked at her, each with a different expression. Chao Dong looked at Han Yi with appreciation and nodded. "Don't worry, I keep my word. But before that, we need to consolidate our forces." He glanced at the women. "Liping, you will still be in charge of the internal management and resource allocation of Hope Corner, with Shichi assisting you. Wenjing, you are quick-witted, so you will be responsible for the initial establishment of the intelligence network and the ideological work of the internal personnel." He deliberately emphasized the word ideological work, and Wenjing winked knowingly. "Zhong Fong, you bear the heaviest burden. The reconstruction of Hope Alliance, the connection with Zhao Biyuan, and the macro planning of future forces are all under your coordination. Han Yi, you'll temporarily serve as my special operations advisor, responsible for all intelligence analysis regarding Ding Bo and Chong City, and assisting Shu Yi in the special training of combat personnel, especially in stealth, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance." His arrangements were clear and specific, placing everyone's abilities in the most suitable positions, which was both a form of trust and an invisible form of control. The women all nodded in agreement, and even Han, he had no objection to the arrangement. Having witnessed Chao Dong's strength and methods, they all understood that following him was the best choice in the apocalypse. "All right," Chao Dong clapped his hands, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "Now that we've finished discussing business, who wants to come with me to experience the newly unlocked hot spring wonderland?" His gaze, like a hook, slowly swept across the faces of the 5 beautiful young women, each with their own unique charm. Xiao Liping blushed and glared at him reproachfully. Yuan Shiqi lowered her head, her ears turning red. Zhong Fong pretended to be calm, but her eyes flickered slightly. Wenjing chuckled, her eyes sparkling with seductive charm. Han, he was the most direct, scoffing. "Are you afraid of me?" A sensual morning hot spring bathing scene seems about to unfold, and Chao Dong's power, amidst this atmosphere of ambiguity and temptation, began to shine ever brighter, like the rising sun. The crisis in Lucier is over. A broader stage and stronger enemies await him ahead. Chapter 62, Hot Spring. Chao Dong's invitation, with its clear implications, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating different ripples in the hearts of the 5 beautiful young women. Xiao Liping blushed, gave Chao Dong a reproachful look, and finally nodded gently before turning around to prepare the bath towels and drinks needed for the hot spring, showing her true colors as a virtuous wife. Yuan Shiqi, like a startled fawn, whispered, I'll go help Sister Ping," and then quickly followed after her with her head down. Her pure and shy appearance was particularly endearing. Wenjing chuckled, her eyes sparkling with charm. Far from being coy, she gracefully untied her clothes. The top 2 buttons of Chao Dong's white shirt were lightly brushed against his collarbone by fingertips. How could I refuse the island lord's invitation? It's a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. She spoke with a double meaning. Zhong Fong took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure, but her slightly accelerated heartbeat and lingering dizziness betrayed her. I need to organize the key points we just discussed. She made an excuse to try to delay and maintain the last shred of decency for her strategist. Han, he was the most straightforward. She crossed her arms, making her stunning curves even more alluring, and raised her chin slightly, with a wild provocation. "Hot spring? Perfect. I feel uncomfortable all over after the fight. A soak will help me relax. But Boss Chow, don't expect me to be as delicate as some people." She glanced meaningfully in the direction Zhong Fong and Yuan Shiqi had left. Chao Dong took in everyone's reactions, feeling delighted. He laughed heartily and took the lead in walking towards the newly unlocked hot spring wonderland at the back of the mansion. This hot spring paradise truly lives up to its reputation. Built on a natural geothermal spot on the small island, surrounded by rugged artificial mountains and lush vegetation, with wisps of white mist swirling around, and the air filled with a faint smell of sulfur and the fragrance of calming flowers, it is like a paradise. The pool water was a pale milky white, warm to the touch, and contained a faint spiritual energy. Soaking in it not only relieved fatigue, but also seemed to have a slight benefit to cultivation. Chao Dong took off his bathrobe and stepped into the pool first. He found a comfortable spot to lean back, and the warm water enveloped his entire body, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, the rustling sounds of clothes being undressed and the soft sounds of clothes entering the water rang out one after another. Wenjing was the most generous. Wearing an extremely minimalist black lace dress, like a sexy mermaid, she slid to Chao Dong's right side and nestled against him without any politeness, her jade hands drawing circles on his firm chest. "Alan Master, this hot spring is so comfortable." She breathed softly. Han Yi chose a sporty dark blue swimsuit, which, although relatively covering, perfectly accentuated the powerful and flexible curves of her waist, hips, and legs, which she had developed through long-term exercise. She sat a little to the left of Chao Dong, with her arms outstretched and resting on the edge of the pool. She closed her eyes and felt the water temperature. Her healthy, honey-colored skin glowed in the steam, like a female leopard resting. Xiao Liping and Yuan Shiqi appeared slightly shy, wearing relatively conservative one-piece swimsuits, and sat opposite Chao Dong. Xiao Liping gently massaged Chao Dong's temples, while Yuan Shiqi blushed and lowered her head to play in the water. Zhong Fang was the last to come down. She changed into a simple, yet high-quality, navy blue two-piece swimsuit. Although not as revealing as Wenjing's, it perfectly showcased her well-proportioned, upright, and powerful figure, especially her legs, which appeared even longer and straighter under the glow of the hot spring water. She chose to sit down at a spot not too close to Chao Dong, deliberately keeping her distance, but her gaze kept drifting toward Chao Dong, who was subtly surrounded by Wenjing and Han, her eyes filled with complex emotions. This scene is amazing. Boss Chao is living the dream. Han Yi's figure is amazing. And Zhong Junshi is quite charming too. Although the live stream cameras weren't on, the suggestive scene was enough to make one imagine it. Chao Dong enjoyed the feeling of having a beautiful woman by his side, but his mind didn't stop working. He looked at Fang and asked, Fang, what are your initial thoughts about Changshi?" His sudden change to an affectionate way of addressing her made Zhong Fang tremble slightly, and the blush that had just faded from her face returned. She steadied herself and forced herself into work mode. Dinghua's core lies in mind control and personality cult. A direct assault on his temple would be too costly. I believe we can start by dismantling it from within. Oh, tell me more. Chao Dong became interested and naturally put his arm around Wenjing's smooth right shoulder. Wenjing was like a cat being stroked, but she didn't disturb their serious conversation. Zhong Fang tried to ignore the image of Mei Mei and continued. Miss Han, you mentioned earlier that Ding Bo cannot completely control those with extremely strong minds or those who harbor pure hatred towards him. We could take advantage of this. First, we can find awakened individuals in Chang City who have not been completely brainwashed or who are dissatisfied with Ding Bo's rule, secretly contact them, and plant spies. Second, we can use live streaming to expose the falseness and cruelty of Ding Bo's miracles to the survivors in Chang City, shaking his foundations. Hani suddenly opened her eyes and interjected, I know a few possible candidates. There's a blacksmith in the North District called Old Iron, whose son was taken away as a sacrifice by the cleanup team, and he hates Ding Bo to the core. Aunt Shun, who's in charge of warehouse management in the East District, is a sensible person and has complained a lot about the unfair distribution of supplies in private. The information she provided was crucial. Chao Dong gave Han an approving look, then tapped Wenjing's shoulder lightly with his fingers as he pondered. Internal infiltration, external public opinion, a two-pronged approach. So, who will carry it out? Infiltration work requires boldness and meticulousness, familiarity with the situation in Changshi, and a certain level of self-protection ability. Zhong Fang's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Han Yi. Miss Han Yi is the most suitable candidate. Han Yi raised an eyebrow, not immediately agreeing, but instead looking at Chao Dong. Let me go back? Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Or betray you? Chao Dong looked at her, his eyes deep, filled with a powerful confidence and an undeniable sense of control. You're a smart woman. You know which side is the better choice. And, he paused, his tone carrying a suggestive threat. Do you think that once you're on my island, you can easily get off? The implication in those words made Han Yi's heart skip a beat. She snorted, but didn't refute, which was taken as tacit agreement. Okay, I'll go, but I need support and equipment. No problem. Shui can cooperate with you, and you can choose any equipment you want. Gaozong vidili aget. What about public opinion? Xiao liping asket sopti genli masang gaozong shao. Public opinion. Naturally, we'll rely on our old skills. Chao Dong's lips curled into a smile. I'll start the live broadcast again, targeting Chong City. Not only will I broadcast the battle, but I'll also broadcast the truth. Doesn't Ding Bo like to act mysterious and create a godlike image? I'll pull him down from his pedestal and let everyone see what kind of divine messenger he really is. This plan is bold and direct, consistent with Chao Dong's usual style. I'll be in charge of content planning and public opinion guidance. Zhong Fong volunteered, as this is her area of expertise. I can provide information about Ding Bo's extravagant lifestyle and some of the divine punishment scenes, Han Yi added, offering her pledge of allegiance. The strategic direction was initially formulated amidst the steamy atmosphere of the hot springs. The serious topic was put aside, and the atmosphere became ambiguous once again. Wenjing breathed warmly into his ear. Island Master, now that we've finished discussing important matters, shouldn't we relax a bit? Her hands were restless. Xiao Liping and Yuan Shiqi, sitting opposite, blushed deeply. Han Yi stood up, water droplets rolling down her healthy skin. She stretched, revealing her stunning curves, and gave Chao Dong a wild smile. You guys relax, I'll go familiarize myself with the equipment first. She seemed to have no intention of participating in the upcoming group activities, maintaining a certain degree of independence. But as she turned away, she gave Chao Dong a knowing look. Zhong Fong also took the opportunity to get up. I'll go organize the meeting minutes. She left the hot spring as if she were escaping. Chao Dong looked at Wenjing, who had stayed behind. Xiao Liping and Yuan Shiqi. A wolf-like smile appeared on his face. He reached out and pulled the shy Yuan Shiqi into his arms. He spoke gently to Wenjing. Xiao Jing, come here. Chapter 63, The Sixth Beautiful Young Woman. Wang Hongmei. The morning frolicking at the hot spring paradise ended with Chao Dong emerging victorious, while the rest either begged for mercy. The misty vapor seemed to have absorbed that ultimate joy and languor, lingering for a long time. When Chao Dong appeared in the upgraded council hall, looking refreshed and energetic, it was already afternoon. The 5 beautiful young women went about their assigned tasks, and the island, under his will, began to operate efficiently, like a precise machine. Xiao Liping and Yuan Shiqi took care of the internal affairs, while Wenjing began to infiltrate the hearts of the people in Hope Corner in her own way. Zhong Fong buried herself in massive amounts of data and planning, while Han Yi pulled Yang Shui aside and began to conduct extremely rigorous yet highly targeted special training for the combat personnel, especially on how to deal with the bizarre attacks of mental abilities. Chao Dong sat in the main seat, his fingers lightly tapping the table. His gaze was fixed on the huge electronic sand table, where the outline of Changshe was highlighted. Ding Bo is like a thorn in our side. He must be removed as soon as possible. The information provided by Han Yi is crucial, but more and deeper understanding is needed. Boss. Zhong Fong walked over with a newly compiled report in her hand. She had changed back into her signature tight-fitting suit and regained her calm and capable demeanor. However, a hint of spring in her eyes occasionally revealed the absurdity of the previous night. Based on the information provided by Han Yi in our previous analysis, Ding Bo's control over Changshe is mainly focused on the psychological level and military intimidation. He does not seem to personally handle the specific allocation of resources and the management of the lower-level survivors. Chao Dong took the report and quickly glanced at it. What do you mean? Even the strongest fortress is easier to breach from within. Zhong Fong adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a wise light. Ding Bo rules by relying on divine grace and fear. Therefore, those forces or individuals who do not truly believe in him, but are forced to submit to him for survival, are our potential breakthroughs. We need 1. or more hidden lines within Chong City. Chao Dong nodded in agreement. Do you have a goal? Zhong Fong pulled up another file on the tablet, which contained a woman's photo and brief information. There's a preliminary candidate. Wang Hongmei, 36 years old. Before the apocalypse, she was the deputy district head of a district in Changsha, responsible for economic and livelihood matters, and quite prestigious in the area. After the apocalypse, she seems to have awakened certain abilities, specifics unknown. Relying on her past connections and organizational skills, she has built a sizable survivor team in the eastern district of Changsha, the granary district controlled by Ding Bo. Nominally, she is under the jurisdiction of the Redemption Society, but according to scattered intelligence analysis, she is not of one mind with Ding Bo, but rather compromising for his sake. She has one characteristic, a fondness for alcohol, reportedly with an excellent alcohol tolerance, and a forthright and outspoken personality. The woman in the photo has a neat short haircut, striking features, and a unique charm of a mature woman. Her eyes are bright, and there always seems to be a cheerful smile on her lips, giving people a sense of trustworthiness. Although she is 36 years old, she is well-maintained and has a full and plump figure, like a ripe peach, still retaining her charm. Wan Hongmi Kadong Ponda, a female leader within Ding Bo's sphere of influence, possessing actual management capabilities and a solid grassroots base, and who is not a monolithic entity, was indeed an excellent entry point. Can we get in touch with her? It's difficult to contact them directly. Ding Bo is closely monitoring communications in Changsha. However, Han, he might have a way. Zhong Fong looked at Chao Dong. She said she's very familiar with the East District and knows all sorts of people. Chao Dong immediately had Han summoned. Han, he had just finished a high-intensity training session, her forehead still covered in fine beads of sweat. Her yoga pants and sports vest tightly hugged her hot figure, exuding a vibrant and wild energy. Hearing Chao Dong's plan, she wiped her sweat and readily agreed. Wang Hongmei? I know her. She's definitely a formidable character, and her alcohol tolerance is terrifying. Her group, while outwardly siding with Ding Bo, has been secretly up to no good. Getting in touch with her will be a bit difficult but not impossible. There's an underground bar in the East District, a hub for information, and also a place Wang Hongmei occasionally goes to relax. I could try to pass on a message, or create a chance encounter. An underground bar? A chance encounter? Gao Zong Thai Set an I Budao. Han revealed a sly smile. That's right. Those kinds of places are a mixed bag, but they're also the easiest places to build relationships. Especially for women who love to drink. Her gaze swept over Chao Dong, with a hint of malicious teasing. I just wonder, how is our wise and mighty island lord's drinking capacity? Can he take down that heroine of the drinking world? Chao Dong's competitive spirit was ignited by her words, and he laughed. What? You want to give it a try? Han snorted. I have no interest in drinking with you. But if the plan succeeds, remember to share some of the spoils with me when you win over Wang Hongmei. Her words were half true and half false. She was talking about serious matters, yet also carrying a hint of ambiguous provocation. Chao Dong gave her a deep look, but didn't reply. Instead, he asked the specific plan. Give me 2 days to prepare. I need to get a pass to that bar, and I also need to make sure the message gets to Wang Hongmei's ears without arousing Ding Bo's suspicion. Han, he said seriously, 2 days later, we'll infiltrate the eastern district of Changsha, and I'll take you to that bar. The rest depends on your charm and drinking capacity, Boss Chao. The plan was thus finalized. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chao Dong temporarily entrusted Zhong Fong with overseeing the affairs of the island and Cape of Hope, with Xiao Liping and others assisting. He took only Han, and Yang Shui with him and set off for Changsha again. Yang Shui was in charge of security and support. Han, he was the guide and middleman, and Chao Dong was the protagonist of this undercover operation. Thanks to Han Yi's familiarity with the terrain and Yang Shui's extraordinary ability to hide, the three of them managed to evade the main checkpoints without incident and infiltrate the eastern district of Chong City. Unlike the eerie order shrouded in divine grace in the city center, the East District appears more down-to-earth and more chaotic. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, their faces pale and sickly, but at least basic transactions and activities continued. However, an invisible sense of oppression still lingered in the air. At the end of a dirty, narrow alley, Han pushed open an inconspicuous, rusty iron door. The deafening music and the heat wave mixed with the smell of smoke, alcohol, and sweat hit me instantly. Behind the door lies another world. A sizable bar hidden underground. Dim lighting, loud music, a crowded dance floor, and a strong smell of alcohol and hormones in the air. This is a gray area where survivors temporarily forget the pain of the apocalypse, indulge their desires, and exchange information. Han, he was clearly familiar with the place. She led Chao Dong and Yang Shi through the crowded area and sat them down in a relatively quiet booth. "Wait here, I'll go check if the target has arrived," she whispered to Chao Dong, then disappeared into the crowd like a fish swimming in water. Chao Dong surveyed his surroundings, observing all sorts of people drinking, making deals, or seeking temporary solace. His gaze quickly settled on a spot behind the bar. There a woman was sitting, with short hair and wearing a simple black turtleneck sweater. She couldn't hide her full and slender figure. She was alone, with several empty glasses in front of her, and she was slowly sipping a glass of amber-colored liquor. Her profile was still vaguely recognizable as Wang Hongmei from the file, but unlike the cheerful smile in the photo, her brows were now etched with an unyielding sorrow and weariness. Her figure, drinking alone against a noisy backdrop, seemed out of place, fragile and lonely. "It's her." Chao Dong picked up the 2 glasses of wine that Han, he had just ordered and walked over. "Aren't you bored drinking alone?" Chao Dong sat down on the bar stool next to Wang Hongmei naturally and pushed one of his glasses in front of her. "It's on me." Wang Hongmei raised her head and looked at Chao Dong. Her eyes were large and bright, with a hint of intoxication, adding to her mature womanly charm and allure. She sized up Chao Dong, this unfamiliar young man with an extraordinary air about him. A new face. She raised an eyebrow, her voice slightly hoarse from the alcohol, yet still sharp. "What? Try pick me up?" Chao Dong smiled and raised his glass. "I just want to make a friend. I've heard the burning passion here is quite good. Dare to give it a try." Wang Hongmei looked at the wine glass in his hand, then at Chao Dong's handsome face with a confident smile, and suddenly smiled too. The smile dispelled some of her worries and restored the cheerful and carefree feeling from the photo, but under the dim lights of the bar, it also had a touch of alluring charm. "Hey kid, want a drink with me?" She picked up the glass of burning passion that Chao Dong had pushed towards her, her eyes filled with challenge. "When I was drinking, you were probably playing in the mud somewhere. But I like the look of you, so I'll have a drink with you." The 2 wine glasses touched lightly in midair. The amber-colored liquor rippled under the light, reflecting the 2 people's eyes, each harboring their own thoughts, yet subtly sparking a connection. The hidden threads of Changshu are subtly connected through this glass of strong liquor. And a contest of drinking prowess, wit, and charm officially begins in this bustling underground bar. The smell of alcohol mingled with the alluring scent of mature women, a blend of faint perfume and sweat, creating an atmosphere of unknown possibilities. Chapter 64, Drunkenness. The wine glasses clinked. It makes a crisp sound. The burning passion, liquor went down his throat. A burning sensation traveled from his throat all the way to his stomach, like a ball of fire. "Gaozong Ti Mai Un Fa." Wang Hongmei raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Not bad, kid. You've got some substance." She put down her empty glass and gestured to the bartender for 2 more. "Want to continue?" "I'll play along to the end," Chao Dong said with a smile. 1 glass of wine after another followed. The atmosphere became subtle under the influence of alcohol. Wang Hongmei gradually became more talkative. She was no longer as wary as before. "This damn apocalypse." She spat, her voice tinged with drunkenness and indignation. "I used to be in charge of the food, drink, and daily needs of hundreds of thousands of people. And now, humph, I have to bow to some charlatan." Chao Dong listened silently, occasionally pouring her a drink. He knew she needed to talk. "Gingbo, he's a madman. Playing tricks," she said in a low voice, her voice filled with hatred. "He wants complete control of the food supply in the East District. It's the lifeblood of thousands of people. I can't let him succeed." A blush rose to her cheeks. Her eyes were unfocused. Her body swayed slightly. Her voluptuous figure appeared even more alluring in the dim light. The charm of a mature woman, mixed with the smell of alcohol and anger, exuded a unique allure. Chao Dong reached out and steadied her. "Be careful." His hand touched her waist through her sweater. Soft, yet strong. Wang Hongmei didn't flinch. Instead, emboldened by the alcohol, She moved even closer to him, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Who exactly are you? She looked at him through her drunken eyes. Unlike the people here, you don't have that stench of despair on you. Chao Dong looked at her face, which was so close to his own. He could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, which only added to her charm. My name is Chao Dong. I'm from Lushur, he said in a low voice. I'm here to find allies, to take down Ding Bo together. Wang Hongmei's body stiffened abruptly. She seemed to instantly sober up by half. She stared intently into Chao Dong's eyes, as if trying to determine whether it was true or false. Chao Dong met her gaze calmly. His eyes were clear and resolute. Why should I believe you? Her voice was dry. Just because I killed Yang Wei. Chao Dong's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Just because I dare to sit in front of you and tell you my purpose. Wang Hongmei's pupils contracted sharply. News of Yang Wei's murder had clearly spread. She fell silent. For a long time, he suddenly grabbed the wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Fine. She slammed down her wine glass, her eyes sharpening with a resolute determination. Chao Dong, is it? Wang Hongmei will gamble. She grasped Chao Dong's hand. Her palms were a little rough, but very warm. East District, I can help you. Food, manpower, intelligence. I have it all. She leaned closer, her breath reeking of alcohol, yet unusually earnest. But you must promise that after it's done, the survivors in Chong City will have a way to live. I promise. Chao Dong grasped her hand in return, making a solemn promise. At this moment, an alliance was initially established in the face of alcohol and a common enemy. Ding, a beautiful young woman matching the criteria has been detected. Wang Hongmei. Overall rating, 92. Beautiful young woman attribute. Detailed assessment. Age, 36 years old. At the peak of her life, she possesses both experience and charm, combining the tact of a politician with the responsibility of a guardian. Appearance, 91. With striking and bright features, healthy complexion, and neat short hair, her eyes and brows exude both authority and a hint of weariness and tenderness honed by life. Body, 90. Height, approximately 165 centimeters. Full and plump figure, with alluring curves like a ripe peach, full of charm, yet still showing the self-discipline of a manager. Traits, 95. Possesses excellent organizational management, resource coordination, and grassroots mobilization abilities, enhanced by the talent, popular support. Keeps promises, dares to make decisions in critical moments, and has a strong protective instinct and sense of responsibility. Potential, 93. Possesses outstanding potential for governing the country, restoring people's livelihoods, and stabilizing the rear, serving as the cornerstone for consolidating and developing the power base. Overall rating, A+. Recruiting is highly recommended. Their governance capabilities and popular support are crucial for the long-term stability of the post-apocalyptic forces. The sixth beautiful young woman has appeared. Chao Dong's heart skipped a beat. It really was her. Wang Hongmei seemed to have exhausted her strength, and the effects of the alcohol were rising again. My head is spinning. Kid, where do you live? Take me home. She mumbled incoherently, completely losing her usual female leader's authority, like an ordinary woman who needed to be taken care of. Chao Dong held her soft waist, feeling the warmth and weight of her body. He looked in Han Yi's direction. He gave him a done gesture and pointed to the back door of the bar. Gao Zhong understood. He half-supported, half-carried Wang Hongmei and followed Han Yi, quietly leaving the bar through the back door. Yang Shui followed like a shadow, warily scanning their surroundings. A cold wind blew outside, and Wang Hongmei seemed even more drunk, practically clinging to Chao Dong. She was still muttering curses at Ding Bo, talking about trivial matters concerning food and the resettlement of survivors. Gao Zhong Listen Ba Dnd. He felt a growing sense of genuine respect for this woman. Han Yi led the way, winding through the streets until they arrived at a relatively tidy, guarded courtyard. This was one of Wang Hongmei's strongholds. The guards clearly recognized Wang Hongmei and were somewhat surprised to see her being helped back by a strange man, but they let her pass after Han, he explained. Chao Dong settled Wang Hongmei into her room on her bed. He then intended to leave. Water, thirsty, Wang Hongmei groaned unconsciously in bed. Chao Dong sighed, poured a glass of water, helped her up, and carefully fed her the water. After drinking some water, Wang Hongmei seemed to feel a little better. She groggily opened her eyes and looked at Chao Dong's face, which was very close to hers. Under the light, his silhouette appeared exceptionally clear. "You are a good person." She suddenly smiled, a slightly drunken chuckle, and reached out to touch Chao Dong's face. "Much better looking than that bastard Ding Bo." Her hand was soft and warm, reeking of alcohol. Chao Dong grabbed her restless hand. "You've had too much to drink, get some rest." Wang Hongmei grabbed his hand and pulled him down forcefully. Caught off guard, Chao Dong nearly fell on top of her. Their noses almost touched. Wang Hongmei looked at him with hazy, drunken eyes, her gaze unfocused yet displaying the boldness and directness of a mature woman. "Don't go, stay with me." Her voice was hoarse and seductive. "Sister, it's been so long since I've met a man I find pleasing to the eye." Her scent, mingled with the aroma of wine, wafted towards me. Her voluptuous body pressed tightly against Chao Dong. Even through her clothes, he could feel her amazing elasticity and heat. Chao Dong's throat felt a little dry. This sixth beautiful young woman was indeed, as described in the information, forthright and bold. Even her invitation after getting drunk was so direct. He looked at the mature and alluring body beneath him, at that face flushed with intoxication and charm. Reason told him that now was not the time, but his body's instincts were stirring. The atmosphere inside the room instantly became ambiguous and heated. Should he seize the opportunity and completely conquer this sixth beautiful young woman, or? Chao Dong's decision comes at this moment. Chapter 65, When the Wine Sobers Up. Wang Hongmei's strength is astonishing. Perhaps it was the effects of alcohol, or perhaps it was the pent-up emotions from being suppressed for too long. She hugged Chao Dong tightly around the neck, pulling him towards her. Warm, alcohol-scented breath sprayed onto his face. Her voluptuous body, even through her clothing, exuded an astonishing warmth and elasticity. The charm of that mature woman blossomed without reservation in her hazy, intoxicated state, like a peony in full bloom, waiting to be picked. Gao Zhong Shabit Heat Jet Sly. The body's instincts are screaming. Go with the flow. At this moment, everything will fall into place. Winning over this sixth beautiful young woman will be a piece of cake. But Chao Dong's eyes instantly regained their clarity. The 9 revolutions golden body technique was activated, suppressing the restlessness. He reached out his hand, not to hug her, but to gently press down on Wang Hongmei's shoulder. They created some distance between them. "Sister Hongmei," he said in a deep voice, with an undeniable firmness, "you've had too much to drink." A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Hongmei's dazed eyes, followed by disappointment and resentment. "What? You think I'm too old?" Her tone carried a stubbornness born of drunkenness, along with a hint of barely perceptible self-mockery. "No." Chao Dong looked at her with a sincere gaze. "It is precisely because I value you that I cannot take advantage of your vulnerability." He helped her lie down again and carefully covered her with a light blanket. "You are the backbone of the thousands of survivors in Changsha. You are a key ally in our fight against Ding Bo." Chao Dong sat on the edge of the bed, his tone calm but firm. "I hope our cooperation begins with a sober decision, not with the confusion of being drunk." Wang Hongmei stared at him blankly. The drunkenness in his eyes seemed to have dissipated somewhat. She had lived in the apocalypse and witnessed too much ugliness. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Kicking someone when they're down. Men like Chao Dong, who can maintain rationality and respect in the face of beauty and desire. Rare. A taut, guarded string in my heart seemed to be gently plucked. She closed her eyes and exhaled a long breath of stale air, reeking of alcohol. "You're right." The voice was a little hoarse, but much clearer. I lost my composure. "Gao Zhong Smai. Get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow." He stood up. He prepared to leave. "Chao Dong," Wang Hongmei suddenly called out to him. He turned around. Her eyes shone brightly in the darkness. "Thank you," she said. Only 2 words, yet they carried immense weight. It contained so much. Thank you for his respect. Thank you for his promise. Thank you for giving her and Changsha a hope. Chao Dong nodded and gently closed the door. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Wang Hongmei has increased to 30 out of 100. Outside the door, Hani leaned against the corridor wall, arms crossed, a half-smile playing on her lips. "TSK, Mr. Chow, you're quite the gentleman," she teased. You won't even eat the meat that's practically offered to you? Chao Dong glanced at her. Some meat, if eaten too quickly, will burn your mouth. Some wine, if drunk too quickly, will make you drunk. Han raised an eyebrow, pondering his words, then chuckled. That makes sense. It seems you're more patient than I thought. The next day, 3 poles in the sun. Wang Hongmei woke up from a hangover. Her head was throbbing. Memories gradually returned. The bar. Drinking contest. Gao Zong. Those words in my own initiative last night. Her cheeks flushed instantly. It was embarrassment. But more than anything, it's a complex emotion. She got up, washed up, changed into a smart, casual outfit, trying to regain the image of a decisive and efficient female leader. I left the room. Chao Dong, Han Yi, and Yang Shui were already waiting in the living room. Sister Hongmei, you're awake? Chao Dong stood up, his smile gentle, as if nothing had happened last night. How are you feeling? Wang Hongmei avoided his gaze somewhat awkwardly. It's all right. Last night, thank you for taking care of me. It was nothing. Chao Dong gestured for her to sit down. Shall we talk about serious matters? Get to the heart of the matter. Wang Hongmei quickly got into the zone, forcibly suppressing the effects of her hangover. She provided a detailed account of the situation in the East District, the grain storage points, the guard deployment, the trusted men she could mobilize, and her understanding of Ding Bo's Divine Grace Guards' operational patterns within the East District. Ding Bo seems to be preparing for a large-scale Divine Grace festival recently. Wang Hongmei said solemnly, it requires mobilizing a large amount of resources, especially food and human sacrifices. This is our opportunity. A festival? Gaozhongsha eyes nado. Yes, the location is in the central square. The time is 3 days from now, Wang Hongmei confirmed. At that time, his attention will be highly focused on that. The guards in the East District will be relatively weak. Chance. Chao Dong exchanged a glance with Han, Yi, and Yang Shui. What we need you to do, Chao Dong said, looking at Wang Hongmei, is to create chaos on the day of the festival. Cut off part of the supply lines from the East District to the Central Square. At the same time, protect the food reserves and don't let Ding Bo, in his desperation, destroy them. Yes, Wang Hongmei replied without hesitation. My people can do it. Very good. Chao Dong extended his hand. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Sister Hongmei. Wang Hongmei looked at his hands, then at his clear and determined eyes. She reached out and shook his hand firmly. It's a pleasure to work with you. The alliance was formally established. The next 2 days, Chao Dong and his group hid in Wang Hongmei's stronghold. Using the detailed maps and information provided by Wang Hongmei, the action plan was repeatedly deduced. Chao Dong also had more contact with Wang Hongmei. This woman displays astonishing competence and decisiveness at work. She is adept at numbers and has a keen understanding of human nature. She manages the lives of thousands of people in the East District with remarkable efficiency. In private, she is indeed a very forthright person. Occasionally, she'll have a drink or two with Chao Dong and Hani. Her conversation reveals the wisdom and wit of a mature woman. Her attitude towards Chao Dong also underwent a subtle change. The initial probing and the intoxicated haze were gone, replaced by a more genuine appreciation and trust. Sometimes, Chao Dong would practice his martial arts in the courtyard. Wang Hongmei would watch from the side. Watching his fluid movements, I could see his burgeoning heroic spirit. Your gaze will linger longer, unconsciously. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Wang Hongmei has increased to 35 out of 100. Hani witnessed all of this. Privately, she teased Chao Dong. Boss Chao, you're quite charming. Our female leader's eyes are practically brimming with desire when she looks at you. Chao Dong neither agreed nor disagreed. He knew that some seeds had already been planted. They would simply have to wait for the right time to blossom and bear fruit. Now, the primary target is Ding Bo. Day 3. Dusk. The night before the festival. Everything is ready. Chao Dong, Yang Shui, and Han Yi are preparing to leave the East District to meet up with Huang Bin and others who are waiting outside the city, in preparation for the final assault tomorrow. Wang Hongmei personally escorted them to the back door of the stronghold. Be careful. She looked at Chao Dong, her eyes filled with undisguised worry. Don't worry. Chao Dong smiled confidently. After tomorrow, Changsha will be a completely different place. He turned to leave. Gao Dong. Wang Hongmei suddenly called out to him. Chao Dong turned around. Wang Hongmei stepped forward. In the darkness, the contours of her face were soft. She suddenly reached out and quickly straightened Chao Dong's collar. The movement was natural, yet carried a hint of intimacy. "Come back alive," she said softly, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. "You promised to give Changsha a way out." After speaking, she turned around and quickly walked back into the courtyard without waiting for Chao Dong's response. Her back was still upright, but it revealed a hint of panic. Chao Dong touched the collar she had straightened. It seemed to still retain the warmth of her fingertips. He smiled. "This sixth beautiful young woman is quite interesting. Let's go," he said to Yang Shui and Hani. The three figures disappeared into the night. Tomorrow will be a day that determines the fate of Changsha. It will also be a day when his relationship with Wang Hongmei may see a breakthrough. A storm is coming. Chapter 66. The night before the festival. The night was as thick as ink. Changsha City seemed like a lurking beast, holding its breath in the darkness. The air was thick with the oppressive atmosphere of an impending storm. Chao Dong, Yang Shui, and Han Yi, like three ghostly figures, moved between ruins and shadows. They successfully sneaked out of the East District and met up with Huang Bin, Wang Chao, and Zhua Tao, who were lying in ambush in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. "Boss, I'm a lord." Seeing the three return safely, Huang Bin and the others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "How is he?" Chao Dong asked directly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Huang Bin's injuries had been largely healed thanks to the spiritual herbs and the island's spiritual energy, and his eyes were as sharp as ever. Han Yi spoke first, her words rapid. "Wang Hongmei's side is ready. The ceremony begins at noon tomorrow. Her people will create chaos at 3 preset points on time, cutting off supply lines. Additional personnel have also been deployed to the grain warehouses." Chao Dong nodded and looked at Zhua Tao. "What's going on with Ding Bo?" Zhua Tao closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, his expression grave. The energy fluctuations in the direction of the World Trade Center are extremely intense and very chaotic with a fanatical quality. It's like something is brewing. The number of guards around here has at least doubled. "He's gathering strength for tomorrow's miracle," Chao Dong said coldly. He took out the detailed map provided by Wang Hongmei and spread it on the ground. The crowd gathered around. "Tomorrow, our goal is not to force our way into the festival site." Chao Dong pointed to the World Trade Center. "That's Ding Bo's home turf. The believers are fanatical, and the defenses are tight. A direct assault would result in too many losses." His finger moved to the other side of the map, to a place marked Old Town Energy Station. This is one of the backup energy nodes that maintains the power supply to the World Trade Center, especially the temple section on the top floor. According to Hongmei's intelligence, Dingbo will use energy beyond its capacity to ensure the miracle effect of the festival, and the main energy line may be overwhelmed, requiring the activation of the backup node. Our mission is to destroy it, or take control of it. A glint of light flashed in Chao Dong's eyes. When he needs energy the most and thinks he can perform a miracle to intimidate everyone, cut off his source of power. Let his miracle become a joke. Cut off the fuel supply at the root. Everyone's eyes lit up. Great idea. Huang Bin rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. Sabotage is something I, old Huang, am good at. How was the security at the energy station? Zhong Fang's calm voice came through, via encrypted communication. Hani replied, "The security is usually average. But tomorrow, it's uncertain. Ding Bo is naturally suspicious, so he might increase the guard. Risk and opportunity coexist." Chao Dong made a decision. Zhua Tao, infiltrate ahead to scout and find out the guard distribution and shift change patterns. Shui, you're responsible for eliminating the outer sentries. Huang Jiaoxi, Wang Chao, follow me in the main attack. Han He, you provide mobile support while maintaining contact with Wang Hongmei. Yes. The plan was finalized. Everyone prepared themselves and conserved their energy. Chao Dong walked to the broken window on the second floor of the factory and looked toward Changsha. The faint light on the top floor of the World Trade Center was particularly dazzling in the night. "Ginkbo, tomorrow will be your death day." "Nervous?" A slightly teasing voice sounded from behind. It was Hani. She had walked over at some point and was also leaning against the window. She had changed into a tight-fitting black night outfit, which accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. A little, Chao Dong didn't hide it. With a major battle imminent, no one could remain completely calm. Hani chuckled and handed over a small, delicate silver wine pot. Want a sip? To give yourself some courage. Chow Dong took it, unscrewed it, and a strong, mellow aroma of liquor wafted out. He tilted his head back and took a swig. The fiery liquid rolled down his throat, bringing a touch of warmth. Thanks. Hani took back the wine jug and took a sip herself. She licked her red lips, the gesture carrying an unintentional allure. If we both come back alive tomorrow. She turned to look at him, her eyes slightly hazy in the moonlight. How do you plan to thank me, your great hero? Her implication was naked and direct. Chow Dong looked at her, her beautiful face so close to his, radiating a wild charm. He reached out and gently brushed away a speck of dust that had somehow gotten on her cheek with his fingers. What kind of thanks do you want? He asked in a low voice. Hani felt the touch of his fingertips. Her body paused slightly. Then her eyes burned even more intensely, as if ignited by a flame. What do I want? Mr. Chow, you don't know. She was almost pressed against him, her breath sweet as orchids. You're so polite to that middle-aged woman Wang Hongmei. But with me, shouldn't you be a little more proactive? She's jealous, and she's arguing. Gao Zong's my. His fingers slid down and gently pinched her smooth chin. Wait until we win. Then it's up to you. After saying that, he withdrew his hand, turned and left the window, no longer looking at her. He watched his retreating figure, touched the chin that he had just pinched, and a triumphant smile appeared on her lips. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Han Yi has increased to 72 out of 100. At the same time, East District, Wang Hongmei's stronghold. She too couldn't sleep. Standing in the courtyard, she gazed at the dark city. Tomorrow will be a day that decides our fate. It's either liberation or utter ruin. In her hand, she unconsciously stroked a small, somewhat worn badge. It was a symbol of her identity before the apocalypse. Sister Hongmei, a trusted aide, approached softly. Everything is arranged. Brothers are ready. Wang Hongmei put away the badge, her eyes regaining their resolve. Tell them, tomorrow, for Changshu, for survival. Yes, the trusted confidant withdrew. Wang Hongmei stood alone. The night wind ruffled her short hair. But Chow Dong's face flashed through my mind at an opportune moment. His confident smile, his clear eyes, his restrained and respectful words last night. Come back alive, she whispered, repeating the words she had spoken to him that evening. Her palm seemed to still retain the feeling of when she had straightened his collar. A strange, long-lost feeling of excitement spread through my heart. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Wang Hongmei has increased to 38 to 100. She shook her head, trying to dispel these distracting thoughts. Now is not the time to think about such things. But that seed has already taken root. World Trade Center, the rooftop temple. Ding Bo stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the desolate city below. He opened his arms, as if embracing an invisible force of faith. The purplish-black energy danced around him like tentacles, more concentrated and more violent than ever before. My lord, everything is ready. A man in black robes knelt on the ground, his voice fervent. Tomorrow's Divine Grace Festival will surely let all the lost sheep feel your supreme power. Let those heretics be reduced to ashes under divine punishment. Ding Bo wore a smug yet cruel smile. Very well, Chow Dong, and my disobedient cousin, tomorrow will be your doomsday. I will show you who the one and only God is in this land. He frantically absorbed the energy gathered from the blood pool and the believers. His aura continued to rise. He intends to break through to a higher level during the festival, and then crush all those who resist. The night grew deeper and deeper. All three forces are secretly accumulating strength. Intrigue and open schemes, loyalty and betrayal, hope and despair are intertwined on this ruin. Everyone knows that. When the sun reaches its highest point tomorrow, the sky over Changshu, it will inevitably be stained again by blood and fire. And the ambiguous feelings on the eve of the decisive battle were like a quiet orchid blooming in the dark night, silent yet fragrant. Chapter 67 Spark. Noon. The sun was scorching. The central square of Changshu was packed with people. A numb face, fanatical eyes, staring at the makeshift altar high up, decorated with strange symbols. Ding Bo has not yet appeared, but a suffocating sense of oppression has already enveloped the entire venue. At the same time, Old Town Energy Station, outer perimeter. Tao clung to the rusted pipe like a gecko. Eyes closed. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Boss," he whispered through the microcommunicator, his voice tense. "There are more guards than expected. Doubled. 3 more sentries have been added. Shift changes have been shortened. They're very vigilant." Chao Dong hid behind a pile of abandoned machinery, his eyes sharp. Location. Tao quickly reported the coordinates. Chao Dong looked at Yang Shui. No further words were needed. Yang Shui nodded. Her figure, like a wisp of smoke, blended into the shadows. A moment later, 3 soft knocks came through the communicator. "Sentry clear. Action." Chao Dong, Huang Bin, and Wang Chao darted out like cheetahs, heading straight for the main entrance of the energy station. Han Yi, like a ghost, circled around to the flanks, responsible for eliminating scattered guards and providing support. Enemy attack. The guards reacted. Gunfire erupted. Huang Bin roared, his body swelling up like a human tank, charging forward through the hail of bullets. With a swing of his fists, he unleashed a burst of power, blasting the guards blocking his path, along with their cover, flying away. Dynasty's precise shots suppressed the enemy's firing positions. Chao Dong is the fastest. Thunder Eagle flashes blue light repeatedly. Every strike precisely hits the guard's vitals, instantly clearing a path. The 3 worked in perfect harmony. Like a sharp dagger, they plunged deep into the power station. The interior space is spacious. It is filled with huge energy pipes and buzzing converters. The remaining defenders stubbornly resisted, relying on the existing equipment. The battle intensified. Within the confined space, supernatural abilities flew wildly. Stray bullets rained down. Han Yi leaped silently down the ventilation duct like a nimble cat. Her flexible fighting style suited her perfectly in this environment. His figure was elusive, and he frequently used joint locks and grappling techniques. Often, before the enemy can even see clearly, she takes them down from an unpredictable angle. The body, clad in black night clothes, exuded a beauty of strength and suppleness with every exertion. Chao Dong's gaze locked onto the main control room. The core must be controlled or destroyed as soon as possible. "Shui, cover me." Upon hearing this, Yang Shui swung the purple blade even faster. A chilling aura filled the air, instantly freezing the 2 superhumans who were trying to intercept Chao Dong. Chao Dong exerted force with his feet, maximizing his agility. Like a ghost, he darted through the combat zone and rushed towards the main control room door. "Stop him!" roared a guard who appeared to be the leader. Several attacks came simultaneously. Fireball, Windblade, Ground Spikes, Gao Zhongsha Eyes Nado, Pupil of Truth, Weakness Detection. The figure twisted and turned in midair in an incredible fashion. It narrowly avoided most of the attacks. Thunder Eagle, single shot, precisely destroys the fireball. At the same time, kicks the heavy metal door. Bang! The door dented, but it didn't open. It's locked. Instructor Huang. "Here it comes." Huang Bin roared as he charged forward, ignoring the attacks from behind, and slammed a punch filled with all his strength into the door lock. Boom! Metal exploded. The door was wide open. Gaozong Date inside. Inside the control room, several technicians collapsed to the ground in fright. The core console is right in front of you, just as he was about to destroy the control panel. "Watch out!" Han Yi's exclamation came through the communicator. A black shadow, as fast as lightning, swooped down from the shadows at the top of the control room. A dagger aimed straight for Chao Dong's back. Its blade gleamed with a ghostly blue, poisonous light. They're masters of ambush. Chao Dong's hair stood on end. He didn't even have time to turn around completely. A close call. A purple figure was even faster than him. Yang Shui. She's been keeping an eye on Chao Dong. Almost the instant the shadow appeared, she disregarded her own safety and lunged forward. The purple blade pierced straight at the shadow's ribs. A diversionary tactic. The shadowy figure was forced to retreat. Daggers clashed with purple blades. Sparks flew, but the shadowy figure was extremely powerful. With a backhand strike, carrying a sinister and venomous force, he aimed for Yang Shui's chest. Yang Shui's old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet arisen. She barely managed to turn to the side. The palm strike grazed her shoulder. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Her figure staggered backward. Shui, Chao Dong's eyes widened in fury. Rage instantly consumed his reason. He abandoned the console. He turned around. Thunder Eagle charged up to the limit, ignoring everything else, unleashed a furious barrage of firepower at the dark figure. Blue lightning flashed like a torrential rain. The shadowy figure moved with unpredictable agility, dodging repeatedly. But even he was forced into a sorry state. Han Yi burst in from outside at that moment. Upon seeing this, his eyes turned cold. His body slid close to the ground as if boneless. His legs coiled like venomous snakes towards the lower body of the shadowy figure. The three attacked together. The shadowy figure finally revealed an opening. Chao Dong seized the opportunity. Phantom Eye locked onto its energy node. Thunder Eagle delivered the final blow. Boom! A blue beam of light pierced through the chest of the dark figure. The shadowy figure screamed and collapsed dead. Chao Dong immediately rushed to Yang Shuyi's side. "How are you?" Yang Shuyi's face was pale, and she shook her head. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." She tried to stand up, but the movement aggravated her injuries, and she frowned slightly. Without a word, Chao Dong scooped her up in his arms. "Don't move." Yang Shuyi stiffened. A faint blush appeared on her usually cool face. She did not struggle. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yang Shuyi has increased to 40 out of 100. Chao Dong carefully placed her in a relatively safe corner. "Rest here." He turned and looked at the control panel. His eyes were cold. Han Yi, destroy it. Han Yi nodded, walked to the control panel, skillfully operated it a few times, then took out high explosives and installed them at a critical point. Wah! Everyone quickly evacuated the control room. The battle outside was also nearing its end. Huang Bin and Wang Chao dealt with the remaining guards. Detonate. Everyone left the energy station. Boom! A violent explosion came from behind. The earth shook violently. The core area of the energy station was engulfed in flames. It was a success, almost simultaneously. In the distance, towards the central square, the ever-increasing, heart-pounding energy fluctuations suddenly stopped, like a duck being choked. It then became chaotic and unstable. Faintly, one could hear an even more frantic commotion coming from the direction of the square, and Gink bost furious roar. His miracle was abruptly interrupted. "Well done." Han Yi clapped his hands excitedly, looking at Chao Dong with shining eyes. Chao Dong, however, looked towards Changsha City, his brows furrowed slightly. The destruction of the energy station was just the beginning. Gingbo will never let this go. He looked down at Yang Shuyi in his arms. She had her eyes closed, seemingly regulating her breathing. His pale face had lost some of its usual coldness and gained a hint of vulnerability. Han Yi glanced at Chao Dong's concern for Yang Shuyi, pursed her lips, but said nothing. She walked over to Chao Dong and whispered, "Hey, I saved the day, didn't I? Shouldn't you show me some appreciation?" Chao Dong glanced at her. He noticed the black ash on her face and the rapid heaving of her chest from the battle. He suddenly reached out with his free hand, wrapped it around Han Yi's waist, and pulled her into his arms. Han Yi was caught off guard and bumped into his arms. He and Yang Shuyi, whom he was holding, were almost pressed together. "You?" Han Yi's eyes widened. Chao lowered his head and whispered in her ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear. "A gesture? This is it. Are you satisfied?" His breath brushed against her ear. His arms were strong. His embrace was warm. Han Yi's heart skipped a beat. A blush rose to her cheeks. "This bastard. He's too good at this." She struggled symbolically for a moment, then stopped moving. She snorted, which was taken as acquiescence. The beauty Han Ye's conquering level has increased to 75 out of 100. Huang Bin, Wang Chao, and the others turned their heads in tacit agreement, pretending to inspect the battlefield. Chao Dong held Yang Shuyi in his arms and embraced Han Yi. They stood before the ruins and flames. The scene is somewhat eerie, yet strangely harmonious. The brief moment of tenderness was interrupted by Wang Hongmei's urgent voice over the communicator. "Gao Dong, the energy station is a success?" Ding Bo's power fluctuations just went wildly erratic. "He seems even more insane. You guys retreat quickly. He might retaliate at any cost." Gao Dong's eyes shop in. "Withdraw." The allure of a gentle embrace may be tempting, but the battle is far from over. Ding Bo's furious counterattack is about to begin. Their relationship seems to have become more subtle and closer during this life and death battle. Chapter 68, Healing. An abandoned factory, a temporary shelter. The air was still filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The excitement of battle gradually faded, and fatigue crept onto everyone's faces. Chao Dong carefully placed Yang Shui on a pile of relatively clean cushions. Blood was still seeping from her shoulder, staining the purple fabric of her clothes red. His face was pale, but his eyes remained cold and calm. "Let me check the wound," Chao Dong said, squatting down, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Yang Shui turned slightly to the side, tacitly allowing him to approach. She was used to licking her wounds alone, but at this moment, Chao Dong's concern stirred a ripple in her frozen heart. Chao Dong gently lifted the fabric that was stuck together with blood. The wound wasn't deep, but its edges had an eerie bluish-black tinge, carrying remnants of corrosive energy. "Poisonous." He frowned. He immediately exchanged for a high-grade antidote and healing gel from his system space. His movements were very gentle. He dipped his fingertips in the cool gel and applied it around the wound. Inevitably, I touched her delicate skin. Yang Shui's body trembled almost imperceptibly. His fingertips were calloused and warm, a stark contrast to her usual coldness. A strange, tingling sensation spread from the wound. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes obscuring the emotions within. Her breathing was slightly rapid. Chao Dong could feel the tension in her body. He softened his movements. "Bear with it, it'll be over soon." His breath brushed against the side of her neck. He smelled of sweat after the battle, along with his unique, reassuring scent. Yang Shui did not respond. She simply clenched her hands quietly on her knees. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Yang Shui has increased to 45 out of 100. On the side, Han Yi leaned against the broken wall, tending to a shallow scratch on her arm. However, his gaze kept glancing at Chao Dong and Yang Shui. Looking at Chao Dong's focused expression and at Yang Shui's rare, slightly vulnerable, submissive demeanor, she pursed her lips, feeling a little uneasy. "Hey," she called out, deliberately interrupting. "Boss Chao, shouldn't my injury be treated too? We can't treat one person better than the other." Chao Dong didn't even look up. "Don't you have hands?" Han Yi choked, glaring at him angrily. This guy is so gentle and considerate to Yang Shui, but so cold and sarcastic to me. She stood up, swayed her hips as she walked to Chao Dong's side, deliberately extending her injured arm in front of him. "I want you to do it." Her arm had beautiful lines and delicate skin. The wound wasn't deep, but it stood out starkly against her fair skin. Chao Dong glanced at her, ignored her, and continued bandaging Yang Shui. Han, he was even angrier. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly her body went limp. With a cry of ouch, she pretended to fall and leaned directly against Chao Dong's back. Chao Dong reacted extremely quickly. The moment she leaned in, he slightly shifted his body to the side. Han, he missed her target and almost fell over. Fortunately, she was flexible and twisted her waist to steady herself. Ew, she stomped her foot in anger. Chao Dong then leisurely finished treating Yang Shui's wounds, stood up, and looked at Han Yi. "Have you made enough of a scene?" Han Yi looked at him and suddenly smiled. That smile was sly and provocative. She leaned closer to Chao Dong, almost touching him, and whispered, "Chao Dong, don't play dumb. You know what I want." Her gaze was intense, burning with a wild, untamed fire. She made no attempt to conceal her desires and goals. Chao Dong met her gaze. You could smell her unique scent, a mixture of sweat and gunpowder, like an untamed female leopard. "If you want something, get it yourself." His tone was calm, yet profound. "Use your value to exchange for it." Han Yi's eyes flickered. She understood. He was telling her that good looks and seduction alone were not enough. They need to demonstrate greater competence and loyalty. She snorted and didn't press the matter further. He stepped back and took out some medicine to treat his arm, but his gaze became even more determined. Huang Bin, Wang Chao, and the others were already used to it and took a break to check their equipment. Zuotao closed his eyes and sensed the movements of the outside world. At this moment, Gao Dong's Anglit Comunica Lit U. It was Zhong Fong. "Boss." Her voice came through the electricity, still calm, but with a hint of barely perceptible concern. "The energy station has been successfully destroyed." After a brief period of chaos, Ding Bo's power fluctuations have become even more violent and unstable. He may very well launch some extreme measure ahead of schedule. She paused, then added, furthermore, according to the latest news from Wang Hongmei, Dingbo seems to be forcibly extracting the life force of some core believers to replenish his own consumption. This is very dangerous. It will give him power far exceeding his usual strength in a short period of time, but the aftereffects are unknown. Bad news. Gao Zong Fao Wen deeply. Dingbo was desperate. Understood. Continue monitoring. Tell Wang Hongmei to hold back and preserve her strength. Understood. You, be careful. Communication ended. Chao Dong fell in a deep thought. The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. A slightly cool hand gently rested on the back of his hand. It was Yang Shui. She had stood up at some point and was standing beside him. Although her face was still pale, her eyes had regained their former determination. "What do you need me to do?" she asked. Her answer was concise and to the point. Chao Dong looked at her, this woman who always silently protected him. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. He took her hand in his own and squeezed it firmly. "Recover as soon as possible. Next, you may need even greater strength." Yang Shui nodded. "Okay." Her hand, in his palm, squeezed him slightly. Brief, yet powerful. Han Yi rolled her eyes as she watched the two clasping hands, but said nothing more. They simply sped up the process of treating the wound. 3 different kinds of ambiguity are intertwined in the air. Yang Shui's silent protection and dependence. Han Yi's straightforward demands and competition. And from afar on the small island, transmitted via radio waves, came Zhong Fang's calm, yet concerned message. Chao Dong was experiencing all of this. The pressure is immense. The future is uncertain. But looking at the women around him, each with their own unique charm and abilities, whose fates were inextricably linked to his, he was filled with a sense of loss. Instead, a stronger fighting spirit and desire for control rose within him. Dingbo? Crazy? Let's go then. Let's see who has the last laugh in the end. He released Yang Shui's hand. His gaze swept over the crowd. Rest for 2 hours. Replenish your energy and check your equipment. Next, we have a tough battle to fight. The eye of the storm is approaching them, and their network of relationships grew ever tighter in the treacherous darkness of the night. Chapter 69 Enemies Coming from the Ocean. The brief respite in the abandoned factory was dispelled by an increasingly urgent sense of crisis. Ding Bo's frantic act of draining the life force of his followers signifies that he has no regard for the consequences. Staying in Changsha means you could face an out-of-control monster with short bursts of power at any time. Return to the small island first. With his exhausted but still vigilant team members, Chao Dong activated the system to teleport. With a flash of light, the group instantly returned from the oppressive ruins of Changsha to the system island, a place filled with birdsong, fragrant flowers, and vibrant energy. Fresh air, warm sunshine, tranquil atmosphere. It's like 2 different worlds. My tense nerves can finally relax a little. Xiao Liping and Yuan Shiqi had been waiting for a long time. When they saw everyone return, especially Chao Dong, who was safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went forward to help take care of the wounded and prepare food. Wenjing swayed over, her gaze sweeping over Chao Dong, Yang Shui, and Han Yi, her eyes alluring. "Oh, our heroes are back? Look at all of you, covered in dust and grime. Let your big sister give you a good checkup." Her words were pointed, tinged with jealousy and a hint of probing. Han Yi simply snorted and ignored her. Yang Shui headed towards the hot spring wonderland with a blank expression, as she needed to use the spiritual energy of the hot spring to accelerate her recovery. Chao Dong ignored Wenjing's teasing and said to Xiao Liping, "Liping, prepare some medicinal food to help everyone recover their energy. Shiqi, play a piece of music to help everyone relax." After arranging these things, he looked at Zhongfang. Zhongfang immediately understood and followed him to the upgraded study of the Island Lord's mansion. The situation is not optimistic. After closing the door, Zhongfang immediately focused on the data. Ding Bo's behavior has completely deviated from normalcy, and the danger has increased dramatically. Forcing him to stay in Changsha and confront him head-on is too risky. "I know." Chao Dong rubbed his temples. "That's why we came back first. We need to develop a more secure plan. Also," his gaze sharpened, "we can't leave Mahan's side and that overseas force unattended." Right at that moment. Warning. High-intensity energy reaction detected approaching. Source: southeast of the sea area. Warning: the island's defense system has detected an unidentified signal attempting to penetrate the island. The system's urgent alarm sounded simultaneously in Chao Dong and Zhong Fang's minds. The two men's expressions changed. Chao Dong immediately pulled up the holographic image of the island. In the southeastern sea, a dense cloud of dark purple energy was rapidly approaching the island. Within the energy cloud, distorted figures and surging waves can be vaguely seen. It's Mahan. Chao Dong's eyes were icy. He remembered that energy, which carried a primal, savage, and cursed connotation vividly. It's not just him. Zhong Fang pointed to another, smaller, but more solid energy marker next to the energy cloud. This energy feature is Liao Tanfu. They're in cahoots. The image zooms in. On the rolling waves, Mahan's face is painted with even more bizarre and intricate paint. He holds a skull staff inlaid with skulls, and black and purple energy swirls around him. He is chanting incantations, seemingly controlling the waves and the sea beasts hidden within them. Beside him stood a stout figure, none other than Liao Tanfu. His appearance was even more appalling at this moment, his body covered with a slippery, thick layer of fat that seemed to writhe like a living creature, emitting a nauseating stench, and his face bearing a greedy and cruel smile. "Chao Dong, you little thief, come out and face your death." Liao Tanfu roared hoarsely through some kind of megaphone. "And that bitch Han Yi, how dare you betray the divine messenger? Today is your doomsday." Mahan didn't speak, but simply raised his bone staff and swung it even more fiercely. The seawater beneath his feet began to boil. Several enormous, tentacle-like sea monsters covered in bone spikes and suckers broke through the water's surface, emitting piercing roars, and slammed towards the island. Enemy attack. An attack from the sea. Activate all defenses. Chao Dong shouted the order. Instantly, all automatic sentry machine gun turrets on Cape Hope and the surrounding area of the island opened fire. Flames spewed forth. Bullets rained down on the tentacle-like sea monsters and energy clouds. The newly upgraded basic energy shield activated instantly. A pale blue light curtain enveloped the core area of the island. The tentacles collided with bullets and energy, creating a deafening roar. The seawater was blasted dozens of meters high. They came prepared. Zhong Fang quickly analyzed. The energy cloud is interfering with our detection and defense systems. Mahan's witchcraft can control sea monsters, and Liao Tanfu has extremely strong defenses. He's a tough meat shield. Chao Dong's eyes were icy cold. He hadn't expected Mahan and Liao Tanfu to join forces and attack in this way at this time. "Shui," Chao Dong called out through the communicator. "The injury is minor. I'm in position." Yang Shui's cool voice came from outside. She had come out of the hot spring, changed into a smart combat suit, held a purple blade in her hand, and stood on the seaside reef, her sharp eyes fixed on the surging sea. "Instructor Huang, Wang Chao, Zuotao, hold the beachhead. Han Yi, you're in charge of roaming, using your agility and speed to harass and assassinate." "Yes." After arranging the defenses, Chao Dong strode towards the highest observation deck of the island lord's mansion. He needed to have a comprehensive view of the entire situation. When Jing had followed him at some point, handing him a cup of calming herbal tea, her tone unusually serious. "Be careful. Those two guys look really weird." Chao Dong glanced at her, took the teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. "Keep an eye on the house." He walked to the edge of the observation deck, gazing at the approaching dark purple energy cloud on the sea and the menacing sea monsters. A fighting spirit surged within him. "Perfect. Use you to test my newfound power and these 7 points of agility." He took a leap. He jumped directly from the observation deck, which was tens of meters high. His body moved through the air as gracefully as a falcon. The powerful control brought by his 7 points of agility allowed him to easily dissipate the force of his fall, and with a few leaps, he had already reached the front-line beachhead. Island Lord, Huang Bin and the others were greatly encouraged when they saw Chao Dong come in person. Chao Dong didn't waste any words. He raised his hand. Thunder Eagle roared. A bolt of blue lightning precisely struck a tentacle that was trying to coil around Zuotao, instantly carbonizing it. At the same time, he activated the 9 revolutions golden body technique. His blood and energy surged, and his entire body seemed to be enveloped in a faint golden light. His strength, speed, and reaction time were all enhanced. Pupil of Truth. He locked on a Mayhan within the energy cloud. Under the Pupil of Truth, several points where the dense curse energy was not flowing smoothly were revealed. Found you. Chao Dong pushed off with his feet. A shallow crater was blasted open in the sand. His figure shot out like an arrow. He charged straight into the sea, riding the waves, heading straight for Mayhan at the heart of the energy cloud. Stop him! Liao Tanfu yelled, his obese body crashing into Chao Dong like a human bomb. That slippery layer of fat is enough to deflect most physical attacks. Get out of my way! Gao Zhong's eyes full-set. Without dodging or evading, the power of the 9 revolutions golden body technique erupted within him. He threw a punch. There were no fancy moves, only pure power and condensed blood and chi. 9 revolutions crushing fist. The force of the punch tore through the air, carrying a faint golden light. Bang! The fist slammed into Liao Tanfu's layer of fat. The expected sliding motion did not occur. That extremely strong and yang energy actually restrained the yin and slippery fat defense to a certain extent. Liao Tanfu let out a painful groan. His massive body was smashed and rolled backward. The fat layer fluctuated violently, and even tiny cracks appeared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chao Dong didn't slow down. He had already rushed into the dark purple energy cloud. Mayhan. Mahan's expression changed when he saw that Chao Dong had managed to knock Liao Tanfu away with a single punch. He hastily brandished his bone staff. Dense curse energy coiled around Chao Dong like a venomous snake. A petty trick to wither insects. Chao Dong scoffed, his pupil of truth seeing through the energy trajectory. His body moved like a swimming fish, weaving through dense energy attacks. Thunder Eagle kept firing in bursts to disrupt Mahan's spellcasting. At the same time, Yang Shui on the beach also made a move. She became one with her sword, transforming into a purple streak, cutting into the battle, her purple blade specifically targeting the energy-based phantoms of sea beasts summoned by Mayhan. Han Yi, like a ghost, roamed the edge of the battlefield, occasionally causing trouble for Liao Tanfu with his poison dagger, preventing him from fully supporting Mahan. The battle has reached a stalemate. However, Chao Dong, with his pupil of truth and the 9 revolutions golden body technique, actually gained the upper hand in his direct confrontation with Mahan. Mahan became increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. He discovered that the curse magic he relied on for fame was much less effective against Chao Dong. The other person's eyes seemed to see right through his every trick. Damn it! A fierce glint flashed in Mahan's eyes, as if he was preparing to use some forbidden technique with a huge cost. Right at that moment, mutation and regeneration. Several tiny black dots suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, and they magnified at an extremely rapid pace. Ships. 3 uniquely designed, technologically advanced medium-sized ships, yet bearing obvious signs of damage. A flag, unlike any I've ever seen before, was hanging on the ship, resembling shattered stars. A clear, amplified signal forcefully cut into the chaotic communication channels of several parties. Attention! Unknown islands and combat units ahead. This is the Divine Light Fleet. Cease combat immediately. Under inspection. Repeat. Cease combat immediately. A third-party force. An overseas force has entered the scene. This sudden turn of events caught Chao Dong, Mahan, and Liao Tanfu off guard during the battle. The battle has taken a new turn. Chapter 70, A Friend Comes from Afar. The sudden signal from a third party was like cold water poured into boiling oil. The fierce battle on the sea froze for a moment. Chao Dong's attack slowed, and he drifted back several meters, landing on a rock. Lei Ying's gun muzzle remained lowered, locked on Mayhan. His gaze, however, sharply swept across the 3 rapidly enlarging ships on the horizon. The Eye of Truth felt a slight warmth. The ship's energy reaction was quite peculiar. Unlike the superpowers of awakened beings, it is closer to some kind of highly condensed technological creation. It carries a cold sense of order. Mahan's movement of waving the bone staff also froze. The dark purple energy cloud surged and churned. His cloudy eyes were fixed on the unfamiliar fleet, his face contorted with pain. This was clearly not what he had expected. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Liao Tanfu scrambled back into the shadows behind Mahan, his obese body trembling slightly with fear. He sensed the aura emanating from those ships that sent shivers down his spine. The Divine Light Fleet. Chao Dong repeated the name in a low voice. Unfamiliar, but the visitors were clearly hostile. On the beach, Yang Shui stood with her sword sheathed, her breathing slightly disordered, and blood seeping from the wound on her shoulder from the fierce battle just now. Like a nimble cat, he silently retreated to the vicinity of the reef where Chao Dong was, her eyes wary. Ceasefire. Under investigation. That cold, synthesized voice rang out again, devoid of any emotion, yet weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. To fight or not to fight? Chao Dong's mind raced as he weighed the options. With Meihan and Liao Tanfu still not eliminated, the intentions of the newly emerged fleet remain unclear. Forcing a war could lead to being caught in a pincer movement. He took a deep breath. Through the public channel, he responded in a low voice. This is private property. State your identities and purpose. The sound traveled on the sea breeze. A brief silence. Then the electronic voice sounded again. We have come in search of the out-of-control energy source. We have detected a high concentration of abnormal energy and spatial distortion phenomena here. In accordance with the Provisional Convention on Pan-Human Survivors, we have the right to conduct the necessary investigation. Space distortion? Does it refer to the system island? Gaozhong's eyes nado. The other party's technology seems to be able to detect something unusual. The out-of-control energy source you are looking for is not here. Chao Dong's tone was calm, carrying an undeniable refusal. Please leave immediately. Refusing to undergo inspection will be considered hostile behavior. The electronic voice remained completely calm. The atmosphere tensed up again. Just then, mutation and regeneration. The churning, dark, purple energy cloud suddenly contracted violently. Mahan's face revealed a sinister smile of triumph. He suddenly plunged his bone staff into the seawater at his feet and uttered a sharp, piercing incantation. With my blood, I summon his shadow. Netherworld path, stealth. Boom! The energy cloud suddenly exploded. Dense black fog instantly enveloped a large area of the sea. It blocked all sight and detection. From within the black mist came Mahan's venomous voice. Chao Dong. And you outsiders, just you wait. The sound quickly faded into the distance. The black fog dissipated. On the sea, only Chao Dong and his group remained, along with the three Divine Light fleets hovering not far away. Mahan and Liao Tanfu, under the cover of this strange witchcraft and black mist, disappeared without a trace. They ran away. Gaozong Faowen Sai. Mahan's escape was indeed swift and decisive. However, it also left behind even greater hidden dangers. His gaze returned to the three ships. The enemy's gun barrels seemed to have adjusted their angle slightly, still locked on his side. Target energy response has disappeared. Spatial distortion persists, the electronic voice announced. Final warning. Access granted. Boarding inspection. Boarding for inspection? Gaozong Se Inwali. How could that be? He stood on the reef, the sea breeze ruffling his clothes. Behind him were his men, ready for battle, and the small island that needed to be protected. I'll say this one last time. Chao Dong's voice came through the sea breeze, clear and firm. This place does not welcome unwelcome guests. If you want to force your way in, go ahead and try. He raised his hand. The flame storm launcher was already slung over his shoulder. The cold metal reflected a chilling light in the sunlight. Yang Shui took half a step forward, her purple blade pointing diagonally at the sea. Han licked her lips, her eyes filled with excitement mixed with nervousness. Huang Bin and the others gripped their weapons even tighter. A silent standoff. Time seemed to stretch out. A few seconds later, the electronic voice sounded again, but the content was unexpected. High-threat individuals and defense forces detected. Force contact is too risky. Mission priority adjusted. We will continue to monitor this area. I hope you will take care of yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the three ships began to slowly turn, their engines humming softly, and then they accelerated and quickly disappeared below the horizon. It came suddenly and left just as quickly. The sea returned to calm. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Only the faint traces of gunpowder smoke and energy fluctuations in the air testify to the danger just now. They left already? He asked in disbelief. They are very cautious. Chao Dong put away the transmitter, his eyes deep. Or rather, their target is not only us. He looked in the direction Meihan had disappeared. That out-of-control energy source referred to Meihan, or return to the island first, Chao Dong ordered. This place is not safe to linger. The group returned to the island. The defense system remained activated within the hot spring wonderland. The misty steam helps to calm turbulent blood and tense nerves. Chao Dong leaned against the edge of the pond, closing his eyes to rest. The continuous battles and unexpected changes left him feeling somewhat exhausted. A faint sound of water approached. He opened his eyes. Yang Shui sat not far from him, her back to him, revealing her smooth back and a wound on her shoulder that had been treated again but still looked somewhat gruesome. The hot water brought some color back to her pale face. He was much bolder. Wearing that fiery red bikini, she sat directly next to Chao Dong, showing off her stunning figure without any hesitation. Water droplets slid down her wet hair, along the curve of her collarbone, and disappeared into the deep cleavage. Hey, that was so dangerous just now. Shouldn't you offer some comfort? He nudged Chao Dong with her elbow, her tone characteristically blunt. Chao Dong turned his head to look at her. The moisture softened her wild face, but her eyes remained burning. What kind of comfort do you want? Hani leaned closer, her red lips almost touching his ear, her warm breath brushing against him. For example, like you did with Yang Bingkwai. Personally check whether I'm injured? Her voice was seductive. Her body pressed against hers almost imperceptibly. Chao Dong could smell the scent emanating from her body, a mixture of hot spring sulfur and her unique body fragrance. What catches the eye is the full curve of her body, tightly wrapped in a swimsuit, and below it, the supple waist and long legs. He didn't move. He just looked at her. Yang Shui, on the other side, seemed completely unaware, still quietly facing away from them. The hand placed underwater only curled up slightly. Chao Dong suddenly reached out, not to hug Hani, but to take a pot of sake and 2 cups from the poolside. He poured a glass and handed it to Hani. Drink wine. Hani was taken aback, took the wine glass, and glared at him with some dissatisfaction. Chao Dong poured himself a glass and took a small sip. My gaze pierced through the misty steam, looking into the distance. Meihan has fled. Foreign powers have emerged, he said calmly. Things will get even more turbulent from now on. Looking at his calm profile and focused expression, he felt a little less of the romantic feeling she had been having. She snorted and tilted her head back to drink the wine in her glass. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Chao Dong smiled, but didn't say anything. The hot spring fell silent for a moment. Only the gentle ripples of the water could be heard. Ambiguous. It didn't burn as intensely as he had hoped. However, it transformed into a more subtle and viscous atmosphere, lingering between the 3 of them. Chao Dong savored this rare tranquility and warmth after the war. His thoughts, however, had already drifted to faraway places. Meihan's whereabouts, the intentions of the Divine Light Fleet, the unresolved situation in Changsha, and the women around him whose fates are intertwined with his. The road ahead is still long. He tilted his head back and drank the rest of the wine in his glass. A sharp glint returned to his eyes. Chapter 71, Watching the Chess. Night fell, gently enveloping the island. The daytime battles and confrontations were dispersed by the sea breeze, leaving only a faint salty smell mixed with the fragrance of calming flowers. The moonlight, like water, spilled onto the still smoky surface of the hot spring paradise, creating tiny, silvery ripples. Chao Dong was not sleepy. He stood alone on the terrace of the upgraded island lord's mansion. He held a cigar he had treasured before the apocalypse between his fingers, the smoke obscuring his sharply defined profile. Their gaze, however, pierced through the night and landed on the distant sea horizon, where the Divine Light Fleet had once been seen. Meihan's escape. A warning from the Divine Light Fleet. Dink bost maidnis in Changshi. There's also the risk that the system island may be exposed. A multitude of threads, like an invisible net, are slowly tightening. Footsteps. Very light, with a hint of hesitation. Chao Dong didn't turn around. Only a few people could approach his terrace at this time. "Can't sleep?" he asked, his voice low and hoarse from the smoke. The person who came was Zhong Fong. She changed out of her impeccably tailored suit from the daytime and into a soft, dark blue silk robe. Her long hair was loose, and her face, without makeup, appeared much softer in the moonlight. She has lost her usual sharpness and gained a touch of feminine gentleness. She walked to his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, gazing at the same dark sea. Thinking about the divine light fleet, Chao Dong took a puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. "I'm thinking about a lot of things." A night breeze carried her cool yet warm fragrance, dispelling some of the spiciness of the tobacco. Their technological level far exceeds our expectations. Zhong Fang's voice was soft but clear. "They can detect spatial anomalies. This is very troublesome." "Troublesome doesn't mean there's no solution." Chao Dong flicked his cigarette ash. "Mahan is the bigger hidden danger right now. His kind of witchcraft is unsettling. We need to find him as soon as possible." Zhong Fang agreed. "In Changsha, although Ding Bo is temporarily tied down by us, Wang Hongmei is under a lot of pressure supporting the East District alone." When Chao Dong thinks of Wang Hongmei, he pictured her striking and mature face, as well as the vulnerability and boldness she displayed when she was drunk at the bar that night. "She is a capable and responsible woman," Chao Dong commented. Zhong Fang glanced at him sideways. In the moonlight, her eyes held a subtle glint. "It seems Boss Chao has a very good impression of this female leader." Chao Dong detected a faint, almost imperceptible change in her words. He turned his head and looked at her. The moonlight outlined the graceful lines of her neck, and the collar of her robe was slightly open, revealing a small patch of delicate, fair skin. "Jealous?" A half-smile played on his lips. Zhong Fang was slightly taken aback, then avoided his gaze, her ears blushing slightly in the night. "I'm just objectively assessing the value of potential allies." Chao Dong chuckled softly, but didn't expose him. He reached out and naturally put his arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer to him. Zhong Fang's body stiffened instantly. Through the thin silk robe, I could clearly feel the warmth and strength of his hands. She didn't struggle, but her breathing became slightly more rapid. "Don't worry," Chao Dong whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. "You will always be my most important strategist." His voice was hoarse from smoking and had a unique magnetism. The phrase "most important" made Zhong Fang's heart skip a beat. She leaned against him, feeling the steady heartbeat and warm body temperature emanating from his chest. The composure he displayed during the day melted away in this moment. A feeling of being needed and valued quietly arises. The conquering level of the beautiful, young woman Zhong Fang has increased to 77 out of 100. The two embraced quietly, enjoying the rare tranquility and intimacy during this lull in the fighting. However, this tranquility did not last long. Another figure, like an elf in the night, appeared silently at the entrance to the terrace. "It's Hani." She was still wearing that bright red bikini, casually covered by a sheer black veil, her wet hair disheveled, clearly having just finished soaking in a hot spring. Seeing the two embracing, she stopped in her tracks, crossed her arms, and leaned against the door frame. "This looks like I've come at the wrong time." Her tone was as playful as ever, but her eyes swept sharply over Chao Dong's hand on Zhong Fang's waist in the moonlight. Zhong Fang stiffened and instinctively tried to distance herself, but Chao Dong tightened his grip slightly, stopping her. "What's the matter?" Chao Dong looked at Han, his tone calm. Han stepped onto the terrace, her bare feet making no sound on the cold floor. She walked to the other side of Chao Dong and leaned against the railing like him, gazing at the sea. "Can't sleep. Came out for some fresh air." She paused, her tone becoming serious. "Chao Dong, we can't delay with Ding Bo. Wang Hongmei just sent an encrypted message. Ding Bo's actions of forcibly extracting life force are becoming more and more frequent, and small-scale riots have already broken out in the East District. If we drag this out any longer, even if we win in the end, Chang City will be ruined." Gao Zhongshan eyes nado. This was indeed bad news. Mahan just fled, and the Divine Light Fleet is watching us closely. Now we're diverting forces to Chang City. Zhong Fang frowned, rationally analyzing the risks. "Then let's finish this quickly." Han interrupted her, turning to look at Chao Dong with a burning gaze. I know a secret emergency passage in Ding Bo's temple. It was revealed unintentionally before, when he hadn't completely gone mad. We can organize an elite team to strike right at the heart of the matter. This intelligence is very important. Seo Dong Luk Datanyi. Under the moonlight, her wild beauty possessed a resolute charm. She is demonstrating her value and fighting for her place. The risk is very high, Chao Dong stated the facts. What's risk-free? Han raised an eyebrow. Staying on the island, waiting to be bombed by a fleet from who knows where, or waiting for Mayhan to return with something even more bizarre? Her words were not without merit. Chao Dong remained silent for a moment before extinguishing his cigar. Tell me more about that passage. A hint of smugness flashed in Han Yi's eyes as he began to describe it in a low voice. Zhong Fang regained her composure, listened attentively, and occasionally asked key questions. On the terrace, the atmosphere quickly shifted from ambiguous tenderness to a tense strategic discussion. Chao Dong listened, his mind racing. Risk assessment, staffing, timing. He looked at the two women beside him, who were very different in style, but equally intelligent and decisive. One is calm and meticulous, the other is bold and adventurous. It's worth a try, he finally decided, but it requires a meticulous plan and a bait that can completely distract Ding Bo. His gaze once again turned toward Changshu. A preliminary plan gradually took shape in his mind. The night is still long, but the action before dawn was already of utmost urgency. This game of chess, which involves multiple forces, has reached a point where a crucial move must be made. However, the distinction between chess pieces and players is not always clear. Chapter 72, Farewell. Before dawn, the sea was shrouded in mist. The island slowly awoke from its slumber, but a tense atmosphere already filled the air. Chao Dong stood on the beach, looking into the depths of the sea fog. The plan I discussed with Han, Yi, and Zhong Fang last night was repeatedly rehearsed in my mind. A direct hit to the heart, with both risks and opportunities. The footsteps came from behind me, very light, with a unique rhythm. It was Han. She had changed into a dark gray, tight-fitting combat suit made of a special material that seemed to absorb light and energy fluctuations to some extent. It made her powerful yet flexible figure look even more streamlined. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her face no longer held its usual playfulness, only focus and calmness. The entrance to the passage has been confirmed. Deep within the abandoned subway network in the East District, in a buried ventilation shaft. She walked to Chao Dong's side, her voice low. The magnetic field there is chaotic, which can interfere with Ding Bo's perception to some extent. But the situation inside is unknown. There may be traps or something worse. Gao Zong note that Zwatao will conduct the initial reconnaissance. Hani looked at his cold, hard profile and suddenly leaned closer, almost touching his ear. Hey, I'm betting my life on you this time. If it succeeds, her breath was warm, carrying a hint of provocation. How do you plan to reward me for this most crucial undercover lead? Chao Dong turned his head and met her burning gaze, which was so close to his. Sea mist condensed into tiny water droplets on her eyelashes. You've come back alive. His voice was steady. The reward will certainly be substantial. There were no specific promises, yet they made my heart race more than any concrete promise. Hani took a step back with satisfaction, a wild smile curving his lips. Remember what you said. She turned and walked briskly toward Huang Bin and Wang Chao, who were checking their equipment. Chao Dong watched her figure disappear into the mist. This thorny rose is, in her own way, gradually piercing into the core of his power, and also into his life. Another figure walked from the direction of the island lord's residence. It was Zhong Fang. She was still wearing her signature suit, with a light windproof jacket over it, and holding a tablet in her hand. His face revealed little emotion, only the absolute calm befitting a strategist. All equipment has been checked. Energy batteries are fully charged. Communication device encryption has been upgraded to the highest level. 3 emergency evacuation plans have been formulated. She reported calmly, handing the tablet to Chao Dong. This is the operation route map and analysis of possible energy nodes. Chao Dong took it and quickly glanced through it. The points were clear and well organized, demonstrating thorough consideration. You've worked hard. He looked at her. He noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating that she hadn't slept all night. Zhongfang shook her head slightly. It's my duty. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Han Yi, who was busy in the distance, and her voice lowered a few decibels. This trip is dangerous, so please be careful. Her concern was hidden beneath her calm words, like a warm current flowing beneath the ice. Chao Dong's heart stirred slightly. He reached out and gently brushed a strand of hair that had been ruffled by the sea breeze from her forehead. Stay safe at home. Wait for me to come back. This gesture was even more intimate than the hug on the terrace last night. It carries a natural sense of possession. Zhongfang's body trembled slightly, but she did not flinch. A faint blush quietly crept on her fair cheeks. She lowered her eyes and softly hummed in agreement. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Zhongfang has increased to 78 out of 100. Just then, a faint vibration came from the encrypted communicator. It was Wang Hongmei. Chao Dong walked to the side and pressed the answer button. Gao Dong. Wang Hongmei's voice came through, filled with suppressed exhaustion and anxiety. Dingbo has gone mad. He forcibly extracted the life force of 3 more groups of believers last night. The East District is in a state of panic. I can't hold him back any longer. When are you going to make your move? There was a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of dependence in her voice. They placed all their hopes on Chao Dong. Today, Chao Dong replied in a deep voice. According to the plan, at noon, you need to create a big enough commotion on your end to attract Ding Bo and the Divine Grace Guard's attention. Okay, I'm fine with it. Wang Hongmei replied, immediately, her tone resolute. Even if they turn the East District upside down, I'll hold them off. The call has ended. Chao Dong could imagine what Wang Hongmei looked like at that moment. That still charming and forthright female leader must be gritting her teeth, ready to fight to the death. He put away his communicator and glanced at the fully equipped and ready-to-go team. Yang Shui stood quietly to the side, her purple blade sheathed, her aura restrained, the wound on her shoulder seemingly healed. Huangbin rubbed his hands together. Wang Chao inspected the firearms, and Zuotao closed his eyes to rest and adjust his senses. Han Yi walked over and exchanged a glance with Yang Shui. There seemed to be a subtle, unspoken understanding between the two, based on their shared abilities. Everything is ready, Han Yi said to Chao Dong. The sea fog gradually thinned. The sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn. The time to depart has come. Chao Dong took a deep breath of the salty, fishy, and cool air. Set off. There was no rousing mobilization. Just 2 simple words. The team members nodded silently. Their figures disappeared one by one into the teleportation light. The target is Changshe. The target is Dingbo's temple. On the beach, only Zhongfang, Xiao Liping, Yuan Shiqi, and Wenjing, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, remained. Wenjing looked at the spot where Chao Dong had disappeared and muttered, "Little brat, don't come back missing an arm or a leg." Xiao Liping clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Yuan Shiqi hugged the tablet tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Zhongfang straightened her back and stood at the very front, like a watchful reef. The sea breeze ruffled the hem of her clothes and strands of hair, and her gaze was fixed firmly on the direction of Changshe. She knew that every minute and every second from now on would be crucial. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Chang, the top floor of the World Trade Center, inside the temple, Ding Bo sat cross-legged in the center of the blood pool, his body surrounded by purplish-black energy that churned as if it were a tangible substance. His face was frighteningly pale, but his eyes burned with a mad flame. He felt the power within him expanding at a dangerous rate, yet it was as unstable as a sandcastle. Come all of you, he muttered to himself, a twisted grin spreading across his lips. Let this grand ceremony, with your blood and souls, help me ascend to godhood. At the eye of the storm, the undercurrents have transformed into a raging whirlpool. Chao Dong and his team's infiltration, Wang Hongmei's support in the East District, Ding Bo's frenzied final ritual. Multiple parties clashed. The ending is about to be revealed. In this darkness before dawn swallowed up all the subtle sounds and hidden thoughts. Chapter 73, Temperature. The feeling of weightlessness during the teleportation disappeared. The moment your feet touch solid ground, you're greeted by a pungent, musty smell and stagnant air. Darkness, thick and almost tangible, enveloped us. Only the flickering, Pale green safety signs remaining on the walls of the emergency exits provide a faint light source. This is deep within Changshi's abandoned underground subway network. It's the starting point of the secret emergency passage Han Yi mentioned. Zwatao, Chao Dong whispered, his voice echoing slightly in the empty tunnel. Zwatao immediately closed his eyes, his mental energy spreading silently like a spider web. 300 meters ahead, no obstacles. Residual energy, very weak, but carrying an unsettling aura. He frowned slightly. It's like something that has been rotting for a long time. Stay close, Chao Dong ordered. He walked in front, his thunder eagle in a semi-activated state, the muzzle slightly lowered. His 7 points of agility made his steps light and almost silent. Yang Shui followed closely behind, her purple blade still sheathed, but she exuded a faint chill, wary of any potential danger lurking in the darkness. Han Yi walked beside Chao Dong, her supple body appearing exceptionally agile in the narrow, obstacle-filled passage. She seemed to be somewhat familiar with the place, occasionally whispering a reminder like, "Watch out for the cables," or "Avoid that puddle." Huang Bin and Wang Chao brought up the rear, their heavy footsteps deliberately kept to a minimum. The passageway sloped downwards. The air grew increasingly damp and cold. The unpleasant stench of decay also intensified. Ding Bo set the entrance to the passage in such a place. Han Yi chuckled coldly in a low voice. He really is a rat who only knows how to hide in dark corners. Her voice carried undisguised disdain and also a hint of barely perceptible complexity. After all, that man was her cousin. Chao Dong did not respond. Most of his attention was focused on the feedback from the Eye of Truth. Deep within the passage, the flow of energy was indeed chaotic, but one could vaguely discern a powerful, almost frenzied source hovering somewhere above. That's Ding Bo. After walking for about 10 minutes, a heavily rusted metal ladder appeared ahead in the passage. Above the ladder is an exit sealed off by thick steel plates. This is it. Hani stopped and pointed upwards. Climb up, push open that board, and it should lead directly to the lower level of the temple, an abandoned storage room. It was used for repairing the pipes before. Gaozong look up. The ladder was very high, and the steel plate at the exit looked extremely heavy. Zwatao, what's the situation up there? Zwatao focused his senses, his face turning slightly pale. There's life up there. Very faint, more than one like being imprisoned. The energy field is chaotic with severe interference. A life imprisoned? Chao Dong's eyes turned cold. Dink bust sacrifice. I'll go first, Yang Shui said. Her injuries hadn't healed, but her eyes were resolute. Together, Chao Dong stopped her. He looked at Han Yi and Huang Bin. You two keep watch down here. Shui, Wang Chao, come up with me. Zwatao continued sensing. Everything was arranged. Chao Dong was the first to climb the ladder. The metal groaned, but it was still quite sturdy. Yang Shui and Wang Chao followed closely behind. He climbed to the top. Chao Dong reached out and braced himself against the cold steel plate. It was heavy. He activated the 9 Revolutions golden body technique, causing a slight surge of chi and blood and exerted force in his arms. Creak. The steel plate was slowly pushed open to create a gap. An even stronger smell of blood and an indescribable, sweet aroma mixed with spices wafted over. It's disgusting. Peering through the crack, I saw that it was indeed an abandoned storage room, filled with dusty junk. The light was dim, with only a flickering, ominous red glow coming from under the crack of a tightly closed door in the distance. In the shadows of the corner, several figures were huddled together. He was dressed in rags, emaciated, and had a vacant, numb gaze. They wore special shackles on their wrists or ankles, with tiny, almost invisible energy threads attached to the shackles, extending outwards towards the door. Their life force was being slowly and continuously drained away. It was indeed a sacrificial offering. Chao Dong's eyes grew even colder. He landed softly, and Yang Shui and Wang Chao followed silently in. Just then, buzz! A deep, resonant hum of energy suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by faint, fervent chanting of prayer. It's Ding Bo. The festival seems to have entered a crucial stage. Almost simultaneously, Chao Dong felt a sharp, cool sensation emanating from the pupil of truth on his chest. Warning, watch out, he whispered. Before the words were even finished, The tightly closed door to the storage room was suddenly slammed open from the outside by a tremendous force. A tall, blood-red member of the Divine Grace Guard, with dark red energy patterns swirling around his body, charged in like a wild beast. He had no weapon in his hand, but his fingernails had turned black and sharp and carried a corrosive smell. "Intruder! Die!" he roared inhumanly, lunging directly at the nearest dynasty. The speed is astonishing. Wang Chao didn't have time to raise his gun. He could only instinctively raise his arm to block. Sizzle. The corrosive energy collided with the alloy arm armor, producing a teeth-grinding sound. Wang Chao grunted, staggered backward from the immense force of the impact. Yang Shui reacted swiftly, drawing her purple blade, its cold light aimed straight for the mutated guard member's ribs. She was attempting a diversionary tactic, but the guard didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he swung his claw at Yang Shui's throat. He was willing to injure her to save her life. The claws were about to touch. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. The blue lightning bolt struck first, hitting the guard's wrist precisely. Thunder Eagle's powerful strike shattered his wrist. Corrosive blood spurted out. It was Chao Dong. He stood a little behind, his eyes cold. A faint wisp of smoke rose from the muzzle of his Thunder Eagle gun. The guard let out a painful howl and froze. Yang Shui's purple blade did not pause at all and continued upwards, slicing across his neck. The howling stopped abruptly. The massive body crashed to the ground. The brief battle is over. The storage room fell silent once more. Only the few imprisoned sacrificial offerings emitted suppressed, fearful whimpers. Chao Dong walked to the door and cautiously looked outside. Outside was a dimly lit corridor, its walls etched with twisted symbols, leading at what seemed to be a larger, crimson-lit space. The frenzied chanting and humming of energy emanated from there. "Have we been exposed?" Wang Chao whispered, rubbing his slightly numb arm. "Not necessarily," Chao Dong shook his head. "It might just be a crazy patrolman who happened to run into them." But he knew that they didn't have much time left. He returned to the top of the ladder and gestured to those below. Han, Yi, and Huangbin quickly climbed up. Seeing the corpse on the ground and the offerings in the corner, Han Yi's face paled, but she quickly regained her composure. "We must find Bo as soon as possible. Follow me." Chao Dong didn't hesitate and took the lead to the end of the corridor. The closer you get to that scarlet light source, the stronger the oppressive energy becomes, and the stronger the stench of blood and the atmosphere of madness permeate the air. The chanting was like a demonic sound, disturbing the mind and spirit. Chao Dong silently circulated the 9 revolutions golden body technique to maintain a clear mind. Yang Shui felt an even stronger chill emanating from her body, resisting the mental erosion. Han Yi's face was pale, clearly indicating that she was struggling to resist. Just then a warm, dry hand grasped her wrist. It was Chao Dong. He didn't turn around, but simply channeled a pure and peaceful flow of qi and blood through his palm. Han Yi's body trembled. The warm current dispelled the noise and discomfort in her mind, bringing a strange sense of peace. She looked at Chao Dong's broad back, feeling the strength and warmth from his wrist. Her lips moved, but in the end she said nothing. She simply turned her hand over and gently grasped 2 of his fingers. Ding the beauty Han, Ye's level of being conquered has increased to 77 out of 100. The group crept stealthily through the dimly lit, crimson corridor, as if walking through the veins of a colossal beast. We're getting closer and closer to that mad core. The decisive battle is about to begin. On this path to hell, those quietly clasped hands became the only real warmth in the darkness. Chapter 74, The Seventh Beautiful Young Woman. Monica. At the end of the corridor, a sudden sense of openness appeared. The scene was like a painting of hell. A huge, spherical space converted from the World Trade Center observation deck. The dome shattered, revealing a twisted steel skeleton. On the ground, a vast and complex magic circle, outlined by blood and dark energy, was engraved. At the center of the magic circle was a dark red pool of blood that was constantly churning and bubbling. Dingbo was suspended directly above the blood pool. His white suit was already stained with blood, his hair was disheveled, and his face was distorted to the point of being almost inhuman. His eyes were completely filled with scarlet light, and the purplish-black energy wrapped around his body was so thick that it seemed to be tangible, frantically drawing life force from the energy threads coming from all directions. That force was violent and unstable, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Around the magic circle, hundreds of the most fanatical members of the divine grace guard and black-robed priests knelt in submission. Their eyes were vacant, and they muttered incantations, contributing their faith and life force to maintain this evil ritual. In the shadows at the edge of the magic circle, dozens of sacrifices were either huddled or hanging. They described it as withered and lifeless, like a candle flickering in the wind. Chao Dong's team hid behind the broken wall at the entrance, observing with bated breath. He's forcibly trying to reach a higher level. Han Yi's voice was hoarse, tinged with fear. He's gone mad. If this continues, even if he succeeds, he'll lose his mind and become a true monster. Chao Dong's eyes were icy cold. The phantom eye pierced through the dense energy fog, locking onto the right side of Ding Bo's heart. The most violent yet most unstable point of energy. There's no turning back, Chao Dong whispered. He had to interrupt him before he completed his breakthrough. His gaze swept across the entire area, quickly devising a strategy. Shui, you and I will focus on attacking Ding Bo, Instructor Huang. Wang Chao and Zhou Tao, you create chaos to draw the attention of the priests and guards. Han Yi, he paused, you are responsible for clearing those energy threads and cutting off his extraction of the sacrificial offering's life force as much as possible. This is the most dangerous and also the most crucial task. Those energy threads are spread throughout the entire magic array. Getting close to them makes it very easy for Ding Bo to detect and attack them. Hani bit her lip, glanced at the churning pool of blood and the crazed Ding Bo, and nodded emphatically. Okay. Just as Chao Dong was about to send the attack signal, his gaze inadvertently swept over a relatively clean corner at the edge of the magic circle. There's a special offering. Unlike the other numb and desperate offerings, she sat leaning against a broken stone pillar. Even in such a filthy and desperate place, she still exuded astonishing elegance and composure. She was a woman who looked to be in her early 30s. She possessed a typical Southern European charm. Her long, dark chestnut hair was slightly wavy, and even when it was covered in dust, it was still as thick and shiny as seaweed. Her face had deep, defined features, a high-nose bridge, and full lips. Even with her pale complexion, her breathtaking beauty was undeniable. What's most striking about her are her eyes. Like the warm Mediterranean sun, it is a warm honey brown. At this moment, there was no fear in those eyes, only a deep weariness, and a sliver of light that had not yet been extinguished like a dark fire. She wore a tattered, but still exquisitely tailored, off-white long dress that accentuated the voluptuous and perfectly proportioned curves of a mature woman. Its charm is like that of an aged Tuscan wine, rich, mellow, and intoxicating. She sat there quietly, completely out of place amidst the madness and despair around her, like a classical goddess statue abandoned in ruins. Chao Dong's heart skipped a beat. Ding, a beautiful young woman matching the criteria has been detected. Monica Bellucci. Overall rating, 98. Exquisite beauty attribute. Detailed assessment. Age, 35. A perfect stage of charm and wisdom, possessing both Mediterranean passion and the composure of an ancient aristocrat. Appearance, 99. A masterpiece favored by the creator, with perfect facial proportions, eyes like melting honey, and lips like alluring roses. Every smile and frown is a work of art. Body, 97. Height, 175 centimeters. Hourglass figure with golden ratio, full breasts like ripe berries, slender and strong waist, plump and perky buttocks. Every curve exudes ultimate feminine charm. Traits, 96. Possesses extremely high artistic appreciation, multilingual ability, and crisis management wisdom. Talent, elegance in extreme situations, strong mentality, and can maintain calmness and dignity in extreme environments. Potential, 95. Possesses outstanding international vision, social influence, and the potential to integrate high-end resources, making them a calling card and key for power to reach a higher stage. Overall rating, S+. Must recruit. His unparalleled personal charm and unique background make him an extremely rare top-tier resource in the apocalypse. The 7th beautiful young woman, rating a whopping 98. S+ level. Chao Dong's breathing paused for a moment. This woman is simply a gift from heaven. We absolutely cannot let her die here. His unusual behavior was keenly noticed by Han Yi, who was standing next to him. She followed Chao Dong's gaze and saw the woman who was different from others. A hint of amazement flashed in Han Yi's eyes, followed by a strong sense of vigilance and a sense of defeat that she herself was unaware of. This woman is too dazzling. Action! Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Chao Dong shouted in a low voice, "We can't wait any longer." He darted out like a cheetah. Thunder Eagle burst forth with a blinding blue light. The target is Ding Bo above the blood pool. Yang Shuyi rushed out alongside him, the purple blade transforming into a cold purple lightning bolt. Enemy attack. The fanatics around the magic circle were alerted. Chaos ensued. Huang Bin roared and charged into the crowd, his punches flying fiercely. Wang Chao and Zuotao unleashed their full firepower, suppressing the black-robed priests who were attempting to besiege them. Han Yi took a deep breath, his figure like a ghost, dodging several sweeping energy attacks. Nimbly approaching the edge of the magic circle, the specially made energy cutter in his hand glowing faintly, and began to quickly sever the energy threads connecting the sacrifices. Gao Dong! Ding Bo, above the blood pool, let out a deafening roar. The ritual was interrupted, and the backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. His bloodshot eyes instantly locked onto Chao Dong. An endless surge of resentment and murderous intent erupted. "How dare you ruin my path to godhood? I will make you suffer eternal damnation." A powerful, frenzied mental shock, like a tsunami, crashed down on Chao Dong. It far surpassed anything he had experienced before. Chao Dong groaned, feeling as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. A sharp burning pain shot through his phantom eye. The 9 Revolutions golden body technique circulated wildly, golden light protecting his body, desperately guarding his sea of consciousness. He gritted his teeth, withstood the terrifying pressure, and raised the Thunder Eagle once more. Target Ding Bo's energy nodes. "We must hurry." And in the corner of his eye, the woman named Monica weakly raised her head the moment Han Yi severed the energy threads. Her gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield and landed precisely on Chao Dong, who was locked in a fierce battle with Ding Bo. A very faint hint of curiosity and assessment flashed in those honey-brown eyes. It's like admiring a violent and powerful painting. The corners of her mouth seemed to curve into a barely perceptible arc. In the midst of despair, a touch of exotic charm quietly blossoms. Chapter 75, Ember Rose. The battle inside the temple was fierce but brief. Chao Dong's shot, imbued with all his energy and spirit, precisely struck the point where Ding Bo's energy was at its most violent. Blue lightning tore through the purplish-black energy mist like a hot knife cutting into butter. Ding Bo's roar came to an abrupt halt. Instead, there was a piercing sound like porcelain shattering. The energy surrounding him instantly went out of control and backfired on him. The blood pool boiled, and the magic array dimmed. His suspended body, like a puppet with its strings cut, suddenly plunged into the churning dark red liquid, leaving only a few desperate bubbles before falling silent again. The source of the madness has disappeared. Without its core support, the remaining energy field rapidly collapsed. The frenzied chanting turned into terrified screams and chaotic fleeing. The divine grace guard and the black-robed priests, as if their spines had been ripped out, their faith collapsed in an instant. Huang Bin and Wang Chao seized the opportunity to expand their gains, while Zuotao's perception guided precise strikes. Yang Shui's purple blade flashed as she cleared out the die-hard loyalists who were putting up a last-ditch resistance. Han Yi cut the last energy thread, leaned weakly against the cold wall, panting, and looked at the chaos with a complicated expression. Chao Dong leaned on the Thunder Eagle, slightly out of breath. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The final mental confrontation with Ding Bo was extremely taxing. He looked at the blood pool, which had returned to deathly silence. "It's over." His gaze immediately fell on that corner. Monica remained seated against the stone pillar. After the energy threads were severed, she seemed to regain some strength. At this moment, she was tilting her head slightly, her honey-brown eyes gazing at the dust-laden beam of light shining through the broken dome. The light shone on her pale, yet still stunningly beautiful face, revealing a breathtaking fragility and tranquility. She seemed to notice Chao Dong's gaze and slowly turn her head. Their eyes met. There was no ecstatic joy at surviving a disaster, no humble gratitude. Her eyes were as calm as a deep pool, carrying a hint of inquiry, a hint of assessment, and a faint hint of interest. It was as if we were admiring a violent and powerful work of art that had just ended. Gao Zhongwanke over. The boots made a slight sound as they stepped on the sticky blood and debris. He stopped in front of her and squatted down. Up close, you can better appreciate her near-perfect features and the charm that is ingrained in her very being. Even in her current state of destitution, she still exuded an expensive fragrance mixed with blood and dust, creating a strange, decadent allure. "Can you stand up?" Chao Dong asked, his voice hoarse from the fierce battle just now. Monica looked at him, but did not answer immediately. Her gaze swept over his blood-stained and sweat-covered face, his hand gripping his weapon, and his steady and powerful physique. That look didn't seem like he was looking at his savior. It was more like he was appraising him. A few seconds later, she extended her hand, which was still well-maintained except for some broken nails, with a natural and elegant posture, as if she were not in a chaotic scene, but waiting for a gentleman to help her at a high-class banquet. "I think I can give it a try." Her English had a pleasant Italian accent, languid and magnetic. Chao Dong reached out and took her hand. Her fingers were slightly cool and soft, yet possessed an inner resilience. He pulled her up with a little effort. She was very tall, almost eye-to-eye with Chao Dong. When she stood up, the tattered dress accentuated her breathtaking curves even more clearly. A full bust, a slender waist, a voluptuous hip line. Every inch speaks of the ultimate charm of a mature woman. She seemed a little weak and swayed slightly as she got up. Naturally, she gently supported Chao Dong's arm with her other hand. Through the fabric of her combat uniform, I could feel the softness and warmth of her palms. "Thank you," she said softly, her gaze still fixed on Chao Dong's face, a glimmer of light seeming to flicker deep within her honey-brown eyes. "You are very powerful." The words themselves were ordinary, but when spoken by her, coupled with her gaze and posture, they took on a seductive quality. It wasn't deliberate seduction, but rather a deep-seated appreciation for and attraction to powerful masculinity. Ding Monica's conquering level has increased to 25/100, triggering due to being saved and feeling a powerful force. Chao Dong could smell her unique scent, a mixture of her own rich fragrance and the smell of gunpowder from the battlefield. He could feel the weight and softness of her body in his arm. "It's not safe here. Let's leave first." Chao Dong didn't dwell on the brief encounter, his tone calm. He let go, but Monica didn't immediately lower her hand that was supporting his arm, as if it were only natural. "I'll listen to you." She smiled slightly, a smile that instantly brought her pale face to life, like a rose blooming in ruins, carrying a flawed yet deadly beauty. Chao Dong arranged for Huang Bin and others to clean up the mess and take over the temple. He then led Yang Shui, Han Yi, and a newly joined Monica through the secret passage to evacuate first. During the teleportation back to the island, Monica remained remarkably calm. She simply closed her eyes slightly, her long, curled eyelashes trembling gently, as if sensing this illogical spatial transformation. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in the system's island, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, and the air was filled with spiritual energy. She looked around at the scene, so different from the hell outside, and a genuine surprise flashed in her honey-brown eyes, which then turned into deeper contemplation. Xiao Liping and Yuan Shiqi came to greet him and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Chao Dong was safe and sound. But when their gazes fell upon the stunningly beautiful and charismatic foreign woman beside Chao Dong, they were all stunned. Wenjing leaned against the porch, her eyes scanning Monica up and down. Her red lips parted slightly, and, unusually, she didn't immediately make a teasing remark, but her gaze became even more profound. Zhong Fong stood a short distance away, adjusted her glasses, and calmly assessed the uninvited guest. She could sense that this woman was no ordinary person. Han Yi looked at Monica, who was naturally being protected by Chao Dong, and pouted, feeling an inexplicable sense of irritation in her heart. This woman is too dazzling, like the sun, easily attracting everyone's attention. Chow Dong gave a brief introduction to Monica, only saying that she was a survivor rescued from the Temple of Dinghua. Monica nodded slightly to the crowd, her demeanor impeccable, exuding an innate nobility and aloofness that did not offend anyone. "Monica Bellucci, thank you for taking me in." Her voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable presence. Chow Dong arranged for Xiao Liping to take Monica to rest and freshen up within the hot spring wonderland. Monica soaked in the warm spring water, washing away the filth and fatigue. The hot water gave her pale skin a healthy blush, making her look even more radiant. She leaned against the pool, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh of relief. The relief of surviving the ordeal and the comfort of the unfamiliar environment finally allowed her tense nerves to relax. After handling the follow-up matters, Chow Dong also came to the hot spring. He needed to relieve the fatigue of the battle. Monica had just opened her eyes when he walked in. In a misty haze, she resembled a sea goddess from mythology, her long chestnut hair clinging damply to her cheeks and neck. Water droplets slid down her graceful neck and over her delicate collarbone. It disappeared into the full and alluring ravine that was faintly visible beneath the ripples of the water. Upon seeing Chow Dong, she showed no panic or shyness, but simply tilted her head slightly, her honey-brown eyes appearing even more hazy and profound in the mist. She gave him a faint, grateful smile without saying a word. Chow Dong sat down not far from her, the warm spring water enveloping his body and bringing him ultimate comfort. He neither deliberately moved closer nor looked away. He simply and calmly admired this near-perfect creation. Monica didn't seem to mind his gaze. She even slightly adjusted her posture, allowing her body to stretch out more in the water, making her mature and voluptuous curves even more breathtaking in the rippling water. "This place is magical." She finally spoke, her voice languid and hoarse from soaking in the hot spring, like a feather gently brushing against the heart. "It's like an Eden in the apocalypse." "I suppose so," Chow Dong replied, his gaze sweeping over her moist red lips and those expressive eyes. "Did you create this place?" Monica asked curiously, her eyes filled with inquiry. "You could say that." Monica nodded thoughtfully. She raised one arm, her fair skin creating ripples on the water's surface. Under the light, her skin was as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. "Powerful strength, a peaceful paradise," she murmured to herself, then looked at Chow Dong, her gaze becoming direct and bold, carrying a hint of shrewdness and allure characteristic of a mature woman who has seen through the world. "So, what do you want now that you have all of this, Mr. Chow?" Her question went straight to the heart of the matter. It was both tempting and probing. Chow Dong looked at her beautiful face, hazy and radiant with moisture, at the flame in her eyes that blended wisdom and charm. He smiled but didn't answer directly. Instead, he threw the question back at him. "What do you think?" Monica smiled too, a deeper, more alluring smile like a blooming rose, exuding a rich fragrance. "I think," she lowered her voice, her tone carrying a hint of promise, "a man like you must want a lot." And she paused, her honey-brown eyes looking directly into Chow Dong's eyes. "And it's worth having a lot." The water rippled gently, and a misty vapor blurred the boundaries. Ambiguity arises and spreads silently, like a quietly rising, exotic, and alluring overture. Chapter 76, Night-Blooming Jasmine. The steam from the hot spring seemed to soften time itself, making it flow more slowly. Monica's meaningful words, like a pebble thrown into a still lake, spread ripples silently between the two of them. She didn't wait for Chow Dong's reply, as if it wasn't a question that required an immediate response. She leaned back lazily, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the soothing touch of the spring water on her tired skin, her posture as relaxed as if she were in her own bathhouse. Chow Dong did not speak again. He leaned against the pool, his gaze sweeping over her figure immersed in the spring water. The ripples softened the lines of her body, adding a hazy, intriguing mystery. It's a mature charm that comes from years of experience, knowing how to showcase one's own allure without appearing rushed. He had to admit that this woman was like a fine red wine that had been carefully aged for many years. Just smelling her fragrance was enough to intoxicate him. A long time. Monica slowly opened her eyes, her honey-brown pupils appearing moist and hazy in the steam. She looked at Chow Dong, a very slight smile curving her lips. "I'm a little tired." Her voice was hoarse from the bath, and she stated it naturally, as if Chow Dong were her longtime partner. "Perhaps I should find a place to rest." "Gao Dong not that." "Come with me." He was the first to stand up, water droplets rolling down his muscular physique. He picked up a large bath towel from the side and wrapped it around his lower body with swift, unhurried movements. Then, he casually picked up another clean towel and handed it to Monica, who was still in the water. Monica looked at the towel he handed her, then glanced up at him. She didn't rush to take it, but instead leaned on the edge of the pool and slowly stood up. Spring water slid down her body. Her long, soaked hair clung to her smooth back, water droplets trailing down the alluring indentations of her spine and disappearing beneath her firm, full curves. The tattered long dress clung to her skin, almost transparent, perfectly outlining the body that God had so meticulously crafted. Full breasts, a slender waist, and plump hips and legs. Everywhere exudes a primal, yet sophisticated allure amidst the misty vapor. She made no attempt to hide herself, standing openly before him and accepting the towel. Her movements remained elegant, as if she were wearing not a soaking wet dress, but a haute couture piece from Milan Fashion Week. "Thank you," she said softly, gently drying her long hair and neck with a towel, her gaze never leaving Chow Dong's face. Her eyes seemed to be admiring, yet also silently extending an invitation. Chow Dong's breathing became almost imperceptibly heavier. He turned around and said in a steady voice, "This way." He led her through a quiet corridor to a guest room that had been prepared in advance, near the hot spring paradise. The room is simply furnished yet comfortable, with swaying bamboo groves and a hazy moonlight outside the window. "It's quiet here, no one will bother us." Chow Dong stood at the door. Monica entered the room, looked around, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. "Very good." She turned to face Chow Dong, a bath towel casually draped over her arm, her wet long dress outlining her breathtaking curves. "Well then, good night, Mr. Chow." She did not close the door immediately. She stood there, the moonlight filtering through the window lattice, casting a soft glow upon her. Those honey-brown eyes shone brightly in the night, their depths swirling with a complex and enigmatic aura. Chow Dong looked at her, looking at her lips, even more luscious after being moistened by the steam, at her collarbone faintly visible through the edge of her towel, and at the undisguised light in her eyes that mixed gratitude, curiosity, and some deeper desire. "Goding Gao Zong Viplit." His gaze lingered on her face for a moment. Then he decisively turned and left. The door closed gently behind me. Though the view was blocked, it seemed unable to block the lingering, rich aroma and silent tension in the air. Chow Dong walked down the corridor back to the master bedroom. The 9 revolutions golden body technique was circulating within his body, calming his slightly agitated blood and chi. "Monica, this woman is like an elegantly burning flame, attracting moths even though you know that getting close might burn you." He pushed open the door to the master bedroom. Inside the room, only a dim wall lamp was lit. Xiao Liping had already fallen asleep and was breathing evenly. Yuan Shichi leaned against the headboard, looking at a book. When she saw him return, she raised her bright eyes and smiled gently at him. Wen Jing lay on her side on the other side, the thin blanket only covering her waist, revealing her smooth back and rounded shoulders. Hearing the noise, she turned her head, glanced at him with seductive eyes, and then lazily turned back. A familiar warmth, belonging to home, spread through the air. This diluted the dangerous yet alluring ambiguity between him and Monica earlier. After washing up, Chow Dong lay down on the bed. Yuan Shichi naturally leaned closer and rested her head on his arm. Wen Jing also turned over, placing one leg unceremoniously on his calf, displaying her unique, domineering, yet affectionate nature. Xiao Liping unconsciously leaned closer to him in her sleep. Surrounded by her own feminine aura, Chow Dong felt a sense of security and satisfaction. However, the image of Monica standing in the moonlight unexpectedly flashed through my mind again, along with the light in her honey-brown eyes. He closed his eyes. Nothing was said that night. The next day, when Chow Dong arrived at the restaurant, Monica was already sitting there. She changed into a beige linen dress that Xiao Liping had prepared for her. The style was simple, but it looked elegant because of the way she wore it. Her chestnut brown long hair was loosely tied up, revealing her graceful swan neck. She wore no makeup, yet her complexion was rosy, and her eyes and brows exuded a languid radiance reminiscent of someone who had just had a good night's sleep. She was sipping a cup of coffee, her movements as elegant as if she were filming an advertisement. Upon seeing Chow Dong, she put down her cup and gave him a bright smile. "Good morning, Mr. Chow. The coffee here is really good." Her tone was relaxed and natural, as if the subtle flirting from last night had never happened. "Good morning." Chow Dong sat down opposite her, Xiao Liping serving breakfast. The atmosphere at the meal was quiet. Monica didn't eat much, but her manners were impeccable. Her gaze would occasionally fall on Chow Dong, with a frank appreciation, but no longer with the deliberate seduction of the previous night. Until breakfast was almost over. She picked up a napkin, gently wiped her mouth, and then looked at Chow Dong, her gaze becoming more serious. "Mr. Chow, thank you for saving my life yesterday and for taking me in now." She paused, her honey brown eyes looking directly at him. "I know that in these times, kindness is not given in vain. I want to know, what can I do for you?" She finally steered the conversation toward reality. Chow Dong put down his cutlery and met her gaze. "How much do you know about the Divine Light Fleet?" Monica's eyes flickered slightly, as if she were somewhat surprised, yet also as if she had expected it. She paused for a moment, then parted her red lips slightly. "Not many, but more than ordinary people. They are active on the ocean, claiming to maintain order and search for anomalies. Their technological level is very high. Moreover, they seem to be selectively collecting certain talents and items." Her choice of words was cautious, but the information she conveyed was substantial. "Items." Chow Dong caught this keyword. Monica picked up her coffee cup and gently stroked the inside of it with her fingertips, a subconscious, thoughtful gesture. "For example, some ancient objects that have special energy reactions. Or, like Dingbua, an individual with special abilities but who is out of control." She looked at Chow Dong with a meaningful gaze. They seemed to have an almost obsessive pursuit of stability and controllability. Chow Dong seemed to be deep in thought. This partially matched his guess. "And you," he countered. "Why didn't they collect you?" Monica smiled, a smile tinged with a hint of self-deprecation and pride. "Perhaps it's because I looked stable enough, and I hid well enough before Ding Bo caught me." She put down her coffee cup and leaned forward slightly, the movement casting an alluring shadow of her full breasts on the table. "And I think I found someone who might be more worth investing in." Her gaze became direct and bold again, carrying the shrewdness and allure of a mature woman who had weighed the pros and cons. "I can provide you with what I know about overseas forces, about certain hidden circles. I am fluent in 7 languages and familiar with the rules and connections of the old world. Though much is now in ruins, some things never truly disappear." She spoke eloquently, showcasing her value, her voice like a mellow wine. "In return, I only need a safe place to stay." And she paused, her honey brown eyes fixed on Chow Dong, her red lips slightly parted, exhaling a warm breath. "The protection of a man as powerful as you." Shelter, the word, spoken by her, carried a double meaning. It is both a practical support and an emotional refuge. She once again presented the choice to Chow Dong. In the restaurant, sunlight streamed through the windows and fell on her. She sat in the light, like a beautiful, intelligent statue of a goddess, carefully venerated and adept at using all her advantages. Chow Dong looked at her, but did not answer immediately. He picked up the water glass beside him and took a sip. The water was cool, and as it slid down my throat, it brought a sense of clarity. He knew that accepting this thorny rose meant accepting the opportunities it brought, but also taking on the risks it might bring. But this risk seems quite tempting. He put down his water glass and looked back at her calmly. "Can." 2 simple words, like a chess piece falling to the ground. Monica's smile instantly blossomed like a rose in the sunlight. That smile contained the satisfaction of achieving the goal, and also a deeper, indescribable joy. Ding Monica's conquering level has increased to 35/100. She knew that in these post-apocalyptic ruins, she had found herself a fortress strong enough and a man who was interesting enough. But the game has only just begun. Chapter 77 Chips. Chow Dong's okay was like a decisive stone thrown into a calm lake. the ripples destined to spread far and wide. The smile that bloomed on Monica's face was not the elation of a young girl, but a radiance of satisfaction mixed with ambition, as if the dust had settled. Her honey-brown eyes gleamed with an "I knew it" kind of intelligence and a hint of barely perceptible desire to conquer. She gracefully picked up her coffee cup and made a gesture that was almost a toast to Chow Dong. "A wise choice, Mr. Chow." Her voice carried the rich aroma of coffee. "You won't be disappointed." Breakfast ended in a subtle atmosphere of consensus. Monica said no more. After demonstrating her value and intentions appropriately, she toned down her aggressive seduction and became like a true, temporary guest, behaving with propriety and a perfect sense of propriety. Chow Dong left the restaurant, leaving Monica behind. He knew that accepting her was only the first step. The key is how to use this beautiful yet dangerous piece. He arrived at a cleared area next to the villa. This is where they train and test their abilities daily. Wen Jing and Yuan Shiqi were already practicing together, their figures flashing by, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Xiao Liping, a little further away, was trying to control a few tender seedlings that had just broken through the soil. Her abilities were geared towards support and vitality, and she was slowly developing them. Seeing Chow Dong approach, Wen Jing stopped first, wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, moved closer to him, glanced towards the restaurant, and asked with a hint of sour wariness in her voice, "Finished talking? Is that red wine woman planning to stay?" She used Chow Dong's internal metaphor for Monica. Clearly, a woman's intuition made her feel an extraordinary threat. Yuan Shiqi also came over. Compared to Wen Jing's outward appearance, she seemed more composed, only looking at Chow Dong with an inquiring gaze. Chow Dong didn't hide anything and nodded. "She has some value. We need intelligence about overseas matters and the Divine Light Fleet." Value? Wen Jing pouted, but her body honestly pressed closer to Chow Dong, taking his arm as if to assert her dominance. "I think she has ulterior motives." Yuan Shiqi gently tugged at her and said softly, "Dong Ji has his reasons. It's always good to have more help." She looked at Chow Dong with trust in her eyes. "Just be careful." Chow Dong patted Wen Jing's hand and gave Yuan Shiqi a reassuring look. "I know my limits." His gaze swept over the three women. "Here, you are the most important people." These words largely calmed the ripples in Wen Jing's heart. She snorted, but her expression softened considerably. She refocused her attention on the sparring session, but her attacks became even more ferocious, as if she were venting something. Chow Dong smiled and began his daily cultivation. He circulated the 9 revolutions golden body technique, his internal energy flowing like mercury, and a faint golden light emanated from his skin, radiating a powerful and profound aura. He deliberately controlled the range and did not exert his full strength, but the invisible force field still made the 3 women not far away feel at ease. The morning training session passed peacefully. Monica reappeared at lunchtime. She changed out of her linen dress and into a more fitted sportswear outfit that allowed for easier movement. Her chestnut hair was tied into a neat ponytail, giving her a more capable and stylish look, while losing some of her languid sexiness. She seems to know exactly how to present different versions of herself in different situations. At the dinner table, she stopped talking about business and instead chatted with Xiao Liping about gardening, discussed the book Yuan Shiqi was reading with her, and even returned Wen Jing's scrutinizing gaze with a frank and friendly smile. She behaved like a highly emotionally intelligent visitor eager to integrate into a new environment, trying to eliminate any potential hostility. However, her overly perfect performance only made Wen Jing even more anxious. In the afternoon, Chow Dong was in his study examining some fragmented documents he had brought back from the city ruins, trying to find more clues about the energy core or an organization similar to the Divine Light Fleet. A soft knock sounded on the door. "Please come in." The door was pushed open, and Monica walked in carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee. She gently closed the door behind her, shutting out the outside world. "I've seen you've been here all afternoon. You probably need to perk yourself up." She placed a cup of coffee next to Chow Dong, then picked up another cup for herself and naturally walked to the window, looking at the scenery outside. "The view here is excellent, easy to defend and difficult to attack. You've chosen a good spot." Chow Dong put down the documents in his hand, picked up the coffee, and smelled its rich aroma. "Thank you." He looked at her back as she leaned against the window. Her sportswear outlined her pert hips and slender waist, and her ponytail revealed the back of her fair neck, giving her a unique charm. No need to be so polite. Now, we're partners, aren't we? Monica turned around, leaning against the windowsill. Sunlight streamed in from behind, gilding the edges of her silhouette with a dazzling golden hue. I think it's time to show my first sincerity. Chow Dong picked up his coffee and stirred it gently. Oh, I'm all ears. Monica took out a small, black cube, slightly larger than a USB flash drive and made of a special material, from the pocket of her sweatpants. Its surface is smooth, without any joints, with only a faint blue light spot pulsating slowly in the center. This is one of the things Ding Bo left behind. Monica placed the small cube on the desk and pushed it toward Chow Dong. I found it in one of his secret hideouts after he died. It should be an encrypted information storage device, or rather, a beacon. Chow Dong's gaze sharpened as he picked up the small black cube. It was cool to the touch, with a texture that was neither gold nor jade. The 9 Revolutions golden body technique granted him keen perception, allowing him to vaguely sense an extremely faint but exceptionally pure energy fluctuation within it. Things from the Divine Light Fleet. Gao Zong, asket. Most likely, Monica nodded. Dingbo has connections with the fleet, but he doesn't seem to be completely obedient. He's also using the fleet's resources to secretly conduct his own evolution research. This might be something he's intercepted, or it might be one of the bargaining chips he's preparing to use to negotiate with the fleet. She took a few steps closer, came to the desk, and bent down to point at the blue dot light. I've seen some of Dingbo's incomplete notes, which mention this kind of device. It requires a specific energy frequency or mental fluctuation to unlock. Forcibly destroying it may trigger a self-destruct program. Because of her bending down, the distance between the two instantly closed. A fragrance different from hers before, clear yet with a hint of warmth, reached Chow Dong's nose. It was no longer the rich scent from the hot spring, but a different kind of fragrance that was closer to her own. From Chow Dong's perspective, one can clearly see her delicate collarbone, which is faintly visible below her neckline, as well as the full, undulating curves under the fabric. Chow Dong shifted his gaze from the small cube to the delicate face so close to hers. Can you open it? Monica straightened up and shrugged helplessly, a movement that made her ample breasts tremble slightly. Not for now. Dingbo's notes are incomplete. I'm missing crucial information. But a sly glint flashed in her honey brown eyes. I know that unlocking these kinds of devices usually requires a powerful, stable energy source, or extremely precise mental manipulation. I think, Mr. Chow, you might possess one of these, or even both. Her words were both probing and flattering. She was guiding Chow Dong to try it himself, while also trying to gauge the depth of Chow Dong's abilities. Chow Dong stroked the small cube in his hand without saying a word. He attempted to inject an extremely weak amount of elemental energy into it. Buzz. The small cube trembled slightly, and the blue light spots on its surface suddenly brightened slightly, but then quickly dimmed and returned to their original state. A faint repulsive force came, preventing his yuan energy from probing further. As expected, it didn't work. Either the energy attribute was wrong, or the intensity control wasn't precise enough, or as Monica said, it required specific mental fluctuations. Looks like this won't work. Chow Dong put down the square block, his expression calm. A fleeting hint of disappointment crossed Monica's eyes, but it was quickly masked by a smile. It's all right, this is just the first piece of the pie. At least we've confirmed its extraordinary nature, haven't we? Perhaps we can find a way to deal with it later. She paused, lowering her voice slightly. Moreover, it might contain not only intelligence on the Divine Light Fleet, but perhaps also Ding Bo's research data on evolution. His research on mind control is quite unique. This reminder is quite meaningful. Ding Bo's ability to control so many survivors and the way he uses his mental abilities undoubtedly possesses immense appeal and danger. Chow Dong gave her a deep look. This woman knows how to whet someone's appetite, revealing her assets step by step to increase her importance in his heart. I've accepted the gift. Chow Dong put away the small black cube. I appreciate your sincerity. Monica's smile widened. It's been a pleasure working with you. She picked up her slightly cooled coffee, took a small sip, but her gaze never left Chow Dong's face. Well then, I won't bother you any longer. She turned and walked gracefully toward the door. The moment her hand touched the doorknob, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and the light and shadow created a captivating silhouette on her face. "By the way, Mr. Chow," her voice carried a hint of languid magnetism. "Would you like to soak in the hot springs tonight? The night view there is truly beautiful." After saying that, without waiting for Chow Dong's reply, she opened the door and gracefully left. The air was filled only with that lingering, cool yet warm fragrance and her suggestive invitation. Chow Dong stared at the closed door, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. Monica, she's like a beautifully bound book, but one whose contents are full of unknowns and dangers. The encrypted information block, just shown, is only the first chapter. To read the rest, you will need to pay the corresponding price and trust. And each of her appearances was an attempt to stir up new ripples in this territory that belonged to him. In the evening, Chow Dong briefly told Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing about the encrypted information block provided by Monica, omitting the ambiguous details and only emphasizing its potential value. This was both to reassure them and to put them on their guard. After listening, Wen Jing muttered, "I knew she wasn't that simple." But her attention was more drawn to the possible evolutionary data. Yuan Shiqi reminded Chow Dong to be careful during the unlocking process to avoid traps. At dinner, Monica remained impeccable, even helping Xiao Liping clear the table. Her demeanor and attitude towards Chow Dong maintained just the right amount of respect and distance, as if the flirtatious invitation to the study that afternoon had never happened. This ease and control made Chow Dong look at her with even higher regard. Night was falling. The area around the hot spring pool was still shrouded in mist. Chow Dong stood by the window of the master bedroom and could see the dim light coming from there. The image of Monica standing in the moonlight flashed through his mind, along with her words, "The night there is indeed very beautiful." This is a clear signal. To go or not to go. Going there would mean voluntarily stepping into the ambiguous web she had woven, and it would mean responding to that dangerous temptation. Not going might force her to reassess her value, and could even cause cracks in the fragile partnership that has just been established. More importantly, Chow Dong's inner desire to conquer and his curiosity as a man were also subtly stirred by this thorny rose. He turned to Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing, who were chatting in hushed tones, and said, "I'm going out for a walk." Yuan Shiqi looked up at him, her eyes clear, as if she had seen through something, but she just nodded gently. "Come back soon." Wen Jing blinked her charming eyes, her tone tinged with a hint of sourness and understanding. "Oh, going for a walk? Be careful not to fall into the hot spring and catch a cold." Chow Dong chuckled, ruffled her hair, and walked out amidst her playful complaint. The corridor was quiet, and the only light leading to the hot springs was the moonlight and lamplight. The closer you get to the hot spring, the more pronounced the humid, sulfurous steam becomes in the air. Chow Dong walked at a steady pace, his body circulating the 9 revolutions golden body technique smoothly, his mind as still as water, yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. As he rounded the last bend, the hot spring pool, shrouded in moonlight and steam, came into view. Sure enough, there was someone in the pool. Monica was soaking in the hot spring with her back to him. Her chestnut brown hair was wet and cascaded down her smooth back, with water droplets sliding down the alluring curves of her spine. She seemed to hear footsteps and slowly turn around. Under the moonlight, the mist swirled around her, making her appear almost unreal. When she saw Chow Dong, she didn't show any surprise on her face. Instead, she gave a knowing, slightly triumphant smile. His honey-brown eyes shone with a startling light in the night and on the water. She didn't speak, but leaned back slightly, immersing more of her fair skin in the water, which, along with the ripples, subtly outlined an even more captivating scene. With her silent actions, she announced the official start of tonight's game, a blend of night and fragrance. Chow Dong stood by the pool, gazing calmly at her reflection in the water, as if admiring a beautiful painting. The ambiguity and tension in the air spread silently once again, more intensely and directly than last night. Ding Monica's conquering level has increased to 40/100. The system notification sounded quietly in his mind, confirming the subtle change that had taken place. Chapter 78, Watermoon. The moonlight was like water, and the hot spring steamed. Monica's smile as she turned around, carrying an all-knowing understanding and a hint of barely perceptible victory, instantly heightened the silent tension in the air. She stopped looking at Chow Dong, instead lazily tilting her head back, closing her eyes, and letting the warm water envelop her body, as if she were simply enjoying the tranquil night alone, letting the man's gaze linger on her from behind. This is a more sophisticated invitation, silent yet full of confidence. Chao Dong stood by the pool, not in a hurry to go into the water. His gaze, like the finest carving knife, swept over her silhouette submerged in the water. Wet hair clung to smooth skin, water droplets trailing down the sensual indentation of her spine, disappearing beneath the firm curve concealed by the ripples of water and the darkness of night. The rising steam gave her fair skin an alluring pink hue, which shimmered with a lustrous glow under the moonlight. He had to admit that Monica knew exactly how to maximize her charm. She knows how to use the environment, atmosphere, and even silence to create an irresistible gravitational field. The 9 revolutions golden body technique within his body circulated slightly faster, forcibly suppressing the slight heat that had been stirred up, allowing his eyes to remain clear and calm. He appreciated the beauty, but was also wary of the potential dangers lurking behind it. His movements were unhurried, and his muscles were outlined with a powerful silhouette in the moonlight. Then he stepped into the pool, and the warm spring water instantly enveloped him, bringing a comfortable and soothing sensation. The sound of water startled Monica, who seemed to be asleep. She turned around again and saw that Chao Dong had already gone into the water and was leaning against the edge of the pool, not too far from her. His eyes were calm, without the expected eagerness and greed, but rather like a deep pool, unfathomable. This, on the contrary, aroused Monica's deeper curiosity and competitiveness. She gently stirred the water, creating ripples that spread towards Chao Dong. "Is it always this quiet at night here?" she asked, her voice hoarse and relaxed, as if she were chatting casually, or perhaps teasing the atmosphere. "Usually," Chao Dong replied, his voice steady, "unless someone inconsiderately disturbs us. Like Dingbo before." Monica tilted her head, water droplets sliding down her cheeks, along the graceful curve of her neck, and disappearing into the shadows beneath her collarbone. Chao Dong responded, his gaze falling on her full figure, which was faintly visible due to the ripples in the water. Monica noticed his gaze, and instead of hiding it, she slightly adjusted her posture to make her alluring curves stand out more clearly underwater. She parted her red lips slightly. "So, do you think I'm bothering you?" This question carries an obvious trap. Whether the answer is yes or no, it seems to fall into her trap. Monica paused for a moment, then her smile deepened, her honey brown eyes sparkling. This man certainly doesn't play by the rules. He readily acknowledged the turmoil caused by her intrusion, yet clearly declared that control was in his hands. "Looks like I'm in luck." She gently paddled, subtly moving closer to Chao Dong. The distance between the two shortened to the point where they could clearly feel the slightest movement of each other's breath. The steam from the hot spring, mixed with her unique, cool yet warm body fragrance, lingered around Chao Dong's nose, more intense than ever before. As the water rippled, her knee seemed to accidentally brush against his side, the touch fleeting yet leaving a clear sensation. "Your ability is very special." Monica changed the subject, but her eyes remained fixed on Chao Dong's face, filled with inquiry. "I can feel that there's a very strong energy in your body, very stable and full of vitality. It's completely different from the chaotic, corrosive feeling that Dingbo had." She was trying to close the distance in another way, by using topics that interested him. "A few means of self-preservation," Chao Dong replied ambiguously, without going into details. His gaze fell on her lips, which were so close to his. Those lips, moistened by the moisture, were full and rosy, tempting one to pick them. Monica followed his gaze and realized something. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Despite her rich experience and skill in maneuvering, she found that her usual techniques seemed to be somewhat ineffective in the face of Chao Dong's direct and powerful aura. He was like a magnet, attracting her while also disrupting her planned pace. She decided to be more direct. "Mr. Chao," she said in a low, seductive voice, "tell me, is this bargaining chip enough to secure deeper protection from you?" As she spoke, her almost pressed against him. The warm spring water prevented direct skin-to-skin contact, but the thin layer of ripples only added to the hazy allure. She tilted her head back, her breath sweet as orchids, her honey-brown eyes shimmering with tears, clearly reflecting Chao Dong's image. It also unabashedly conveys the most primal invitation of a mature female body. Chao Dong did not answer. He responded with his actions. He reached out his hand without the slightest hesitation. Monica moved gently and let out a very soft, satisfied nasal sound. She didn't resist. Instead, she leaned closer, the soft fabric between her and the damp, almost non-existent clothing. They were pressed tightly together. The last bit of distance between them disappeared. Chao Dong looked down and could clearly see tiny water droplets clinging to her curled eyelashes and feel her breath spraying onto his neck. He lowered his head and accurately captured those two alluring red lips. Chao Dong's kiss was not gentle. It carried an undeniable force and a sense of predation, just like the man himself. He pried it open easily. Monica was initially somewhat passive, but soon her indomitable spirit was unleashed. She began to respond, arms outstretched, trying to take the initiative in return. The hot spring water rippled because of the two's intents. The water rippled outwards, splashing against the pool walls, making a splashing sound, as if accompanying the passionate moments intertwined under the moonlight. However, Chao Dong's strength far exceeded her expectations. His arm was like an iron band, firmly restraining him, while his other hand was in his wet hair. Overbearing. Swirl. A long time. Lip. Point. Monica smiled slightly. Ding, Monica's conquering level has increased to 50/100. Chao Dong looked at her blushing face and slightly swollen lips, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He lowered his head. Monica tilted her head back and made a sound. The rippling water shattered the moon's reflection and stirred up a pool of springtime emotions. Chao! Chao Dong! She called his name for the first time, her voice broken yet sweet. Chao Dong didn't stop. With irresistible force, he pulled her. It radiates an exquisite luster in the moonlight and water. He and spring water gushed down from their bodies. He stepped out of the hot spring, picked up a large bath towel from the side, casually wrapped it around her, then carried her and strode towards the guest room near the hot spring. The guest room door was pushed open and then closed. The moonlight was blocked out, and only a hazy ray of light peeked through the gaps in the curtains, outlining the ambiguous contours of the room. Chao Dong placed Monica on the soft bed, the bath towel spread out, revealing the masterpiece that God had carefully crafted. She lay there, her honey-brown eyes gazing at him with a mixture of nervousness, anticipation, and a sense of relief at finally shedding her pretense. Gao Zong Ben Dao. No more words were spoken. All the probing, the games, the temptations, all dissolved into their most primal form at that moment. At first, Monica was able to try to use her extensive experience to deal with it. But she soon discovered that all her skills were pale and powerless in the face of Chao Dong's almost savage impact and the immense vitality brought by the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique. That powerful force not only affected combat, but also, she was like a small boat tossed about in a storm. Out of control. Her carefully constructed psychological defenses were completely destroyed in this most primal. She stopped thinking about bargaining chips, protection, and schemes. All that remained in her mind was the intense feeling this man brought her, a feeling that almost pierced her soul. Ding, Monica's conquering level has increased to 65/100. I don't know how much time passed. Monica didn't want to move a single finger. Her eyes were unfocused as she stared at the ceiling. Chao Dong leaned against the headboard, his breathing steady, as if the fierce battle just now had not exhausted him too much. He reached out his hand. Monica turned her head to look at him. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating his sharply defined profile. At this moment, what welled up in her heart was not just, but also a strange, complex emotion mixed with awe, dependence, and a hint of genuine attraction. This man, in the most direct way, left his mark on her. Now, Chao Dong began, his voice hoarse yet still full of strength. Do you think my protection is enough? Monica looked at him and suddenly smiled. The smile no longer carried any calculation, but rather a gentle and charming one. She leaned closer gently. Enough. Gao Dong shut hin. He knew that this thorny rose had finally been plucked by him. But whether she can remain forever and be completely used for one's own purposes remains to be seen. As night deepened, only the gradually calming breathing of the two people remained in the guest room, along with the thick, lingering scent in the air. Ding, Monica's conquering level has increased to 70/100. The system notification signifies that tonight's game has temporarily come to an end, but new ripples are just beginning to spread. Chapter 79, Monica. Morning light filters through the gaps in the curtains, like gentle brushstrokes, outlining a hazy silhouette in the guest room. Monica slowly awoke from a deep, exhausting yet strangely satisfying sleep. My body felt like it had been disassembled and reassembled. Every muscle retained the memory of last night's frenzy, sore yet exuding a strange sense of clarity. She shifted slightly, feeling the weight and warmth from the strong arm around her waist, which made her body stiffen slightly before she completely relaxed. She turned her head to look at Chao Dong, who still had his eyes closed beside her. As he slept, the sharpness and control he displayed when awake were replaced by a calmer demeanor, but his angular features still exuded an undeniable sense of power. His breathing was steady and long, his breath brushing against her bangs, carrying a reassuring warmth. Monica watched quietly, her honey-brown eyes filled with complex emotions. Last night was less a consensual encounter and more a unique clash of strength and will. She tried to use her feminine charm as her last weapon to conquer and bind this powerful man, only to find that she was the one who was completely conquered, branded both body and soul. The feeling of being completely controlled, powerless to resist, and only able to drift along with it, gave her a sense of frustration, but also strangely brought her an unprecedented sense of security and belonging. In this perilous apocalypse, what could be more real than relying on such a powerful being? Ding, Monica's conquering level is stable at 70/100. The system's prompts silently confirmed her change of mindset. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Chao Dong's eyelids twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes. Those dark eyes initially held a hint of the haze of just waking up, but instantly regained their usual clarity and depth, clearly reflecting her face, so close to his. "Good morning." His voice was hoarse from the early morning, and he naturally tightened his arms around her waist, pulling her closer to him. This possessive gesture made Monica's heart skip a beat, and her face involuntarily flushed red. She was not an innocent young girl, but at this moment she felt a strange shyness. She lowered her eyelashes and replied softly, "Good morning, Mr. Chao. Call me by my name." Chao Dong's fingers unconsciously caressed her smooth back, bringing a subtle shiver. Monica looked up and met his gaze. In those deep eyes, she saw a calm and self-assured acceptance of sovereignty. She pursed her lips and obediently whispered, "Chao Dong." Chao Dong's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, indicating his satisfaction. He released her, sat up, and the muscles on his strong back stretched with a movement, like a cheetah awakening. "Time to get up." He got up and dressed nimbly, his movements swift and decisive, as if the intense passion of the previous night was merely a part of his daily training. Monica also sat up, wrapped in a thin blanket, watching his back. The romantic feelings in her heart were gradually replaced by more realistic thoughts. She knew that the breakthrough in the relationship was just the beginning. To truly establish herself here, she had to demonstrate sufficient value. When the two arrived at the restaurant one after the other, the atmosphere was subtly different. Xiao Liping continued to prepare breakfast gently, but her gaze towards Monica held a hint of understanding and a subtle worry. Yuan Shiqi raised her clear eyes, gave Chao Dong a gentle smile, and then paused when her gaze fell on Monica. She nodded slightly as a greeting, her attitude calm and revealing no emotion. Wenjing's reaction, on the other hand, was much more direct. Her alluring eyes swept between Chao Dong and Monica, lingering for a moment on Monica's radiant, well-moisturized face. Then, she pursed her lips, snorted, and deliberately muttered in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, "No wonder you were strolling for so long last night. The hot spring water must have almost boiled over." Monica's face flushed instantly, but she was no ordinary person. She quickly regained her composure and even gave Wenjing a perfectly timed, apologetic smile. She neither refuted nor admitted anything, but simply sat down quietly opposite Chao Dong. Chao Dong seemed not to have heard Wenjing's words and began to eat as usual. An eerie silence fell over the dining table. As breakfast was nearing its end, Monica wiped her mouth with a napkin, looked at Chao Dong, and said, "Chao Dong, regarding that encrypted information block, I recalled some fragments of information from Dingbo's notes last night. All eyes were on her. Chao Dong put down his chopsticks. Speak. Dingbo mentioned that the Divine Light Fleet doesn't seem to be a monolithic entity. Monica organized her thoughts, her expression serious. They have different factions, and they disagree on how to handle anomalies. Some prefer containment and research, while others prefer purification and elimination. This news made Chao Dong's gaze sharpen. Purification and cleansing? Yes. Monica nodded. The notes mentioned a term, Puritanists. This faction wields considerable influence within the fleet. They advocate for the most thorough elimination of any uncontrollable anomalies that might threaten their so-called order. Dingbo seems quite wary of them. His eagerness to increase his power may also be a way to deal with potential threats. She paused, then added, and besides possibly containing intelligence and research data, Dingbo's notes vaguely suggest that the encrypted information block might also be an identification device, or a pledge of allegiance. A pledge of allegiance. Yuan Shichi couldn't help but ask, her brows furrowing slightly. It's just a guess. Monica looked at her, her tone calm. Perhaps submitting this information block to a specific faction could gain some kind of approval or get rid of the Purge's kill list? Of course, this is just my inference based on incomplete information. Chao Dong tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This news was very important. If there are internal conflicts within the Divine Light Fleet, then they're no longer an unshakable whole, and there will be room for exploitation. The possibility of information blocks serving as a pledge of allegiance further complicates its value. Is there anything else? Gao Dong, ask it. Regarding my previous connections, Monica continued, when the old world collapsed, some people I knew who had special channels or abilities didn't all disappear. I know that there may still be a secret underground information exchange network in the southern coastal region. They are not affiliated with any major power and only recognize resources and hard currency. Perhaps there is a way to unlock information blocks there, or more detailed intelligence about fleet factions. She was demonstrating another value to herself besides her body and known intelligence, a potential channel of communication. Chao Dong gave her a deep look. You can contact them through this network? It takes time and the right methods, and absolute safety cannot be guaranteed, Monica admitted. But it's a direction we're heading in. I understand. Chao Dong didn't make a decision immediately. Let's eat first. After breakfast, Chao Dong went to the open space to cultivate as usual. This time, Monica didn't stay inside, but followed him out and stood quietly watching from a distance. When Chao Dong practiced the 9 revolutions golden body technique, his blood and chi surged, and a faint golden light appeared around his body, filling the air with a masculine and scorching aura. Wen Jing and Yuan Shichi were already used to it and continued practicing together. This was the first time Monica had witnessed Chao Dong's cultivation stayed up close. That powerful, stable, and vibrant energy wave stirred her heart. She became increasingly convinced that she had made the right choice last night. The man's potential might far exceed her imagination. At the same time, she also keenly noticed that Yuan Shichi's movements were agile, and she seemed to have an exceptionally keen sense of airflow, while Wen Jing's attacks carried a strange penetrating force and were extremely fast. Even Xiao Liping, who was silently promoting the growth of plants on the side, exuded a gentle yet tenacious life energy. Chao Dong's family is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Each member seems to be moving in some kind of evolutionary direction. Around noon, Chao Dong left the villa alone for a while. When he returned, he had a few more things in his hands, some still usable electronic components he had collected from the ruins of a nearby town, and a small piece of blue crystal that emitted a faint energy fluctuation. He had obtained this after dealing with a mutant, but had not yet found a use for it. He placed these things on the desk in his study and then called Monica over. What do we need to try to contact that underground information network you mentioned? Chao Dong asked directly. Monica looked at the things on the table, especially the blue crystal, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It requires a specific frequency transmitter or some kind of energy signal as a trigger. This crystal might be able to, but I need some tools to adjust its energy output frequency. Chao Dong pointed to the electronic components. Are these enough? Monica stepped forward and examined it carefully, then nodded. I can give it a try, but it will take time, and the first attempt is likely to fail or attract unnecessary attention. It's all right. Gaozong Sai Gan Li. Just try it. If you need anything, Just tell Xiao Liping. This showed her a certain level of trust and resource support. Monica made up her mind and solemnly said, "I will do my best." The following afternoon, Monica buried herself in the makeshift workshop converted from a guest room, using the collected parts and the few tools provided by Chao Dong to try to make what she called a signal trigger. Her focus and skill showed that she was no novice in this area. In the evening, after finishing his cultivation and taking a shower, Chao Dong went to the master bedroom. Yuan Shiqi was leaning against the headboard reading a book, while Wen Jing was lying on the side, swinging her fair legs, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing Chao Dong enter, Wen Jing immediately turned over, moved closer to him, and sniffed him like a puppy. After confirming that there was no unfamiliar perfume scent, she gave a satisfied hum, but then immediately put on a stern face. What's Monica up to? So mysterious. Yuan Shiqi also put down her book, looked over, and asked in her eyes. Chao Dong sat down by the bed and briefly recounted Monica's account of the Divine Light Fleet faction, the possible role of the encrypted information block, and her attempts to contact the underground network. Internal factions, that's good news. Yuan Shiqi said thoughtfully, if we can make good use of them, they might alleviate our pressure. Wen Jing pouted and said, you believe her just because she says so? What if she's trying to fool us and cause some trouble? I know. Chao Dong reached out and ruffled Wen Jing's hair. That's why I let her try. Whether she succeeds or not, it's all within our control. And he paused, his gaze sweeping over the two women. We need more information and channels. Working in isolation is not a long-term solution. His calmness and control reassured Yuan Shiqi, who nodded in agreement. Wen Jing, though still a little uneasy, didn't argue further, only saying, anyway, as long as you know what you're doing. But don't let her get so close to you again. Chao Dong chuckled and pulled her into his arms. You're such a jealous person. Wen Jing squirmed in his arms, but eventually calmed down. Night was falling. The villa gradually quieted down. In a guest room's workspace, Monica looked at the somewhat rudimentary device on the table, pieced together from discarded parts and blue crystals, and wiped the sweat from her brow. The blue crystal at the center of the device is flashing a faint, rhythmic light at an extremely slow speed. She didn't know if the signal could be captured, nor what it would lead to. She looked up and gazed through the window toward the master bedroom, where the lights were off. She touched her lips, which still seemed to retain the sensation of last night, and a hint of determination flashed in her honey-brown eyes. She has already taken this step, and there is no turning back. Now, she must prove her worth in order to truly integrate here and gain the protection she craves, and perhaps more. She turned her gaze away and resumed fine-tuning the signal device. Under the cover of night, the villa remained quiet, but an invisible undercurrent had already begun to flow. Chapter 80 Beacon. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the hot spring Wonderland Villa area in tranquility. The only sounds were the rustling of the wind through the bamboo forest and the occasional low howl of an unknown nocturnal animal in the distance. In the makeshift workspace converted from a guest room, Monica held her breath, her fingertips carefully adjusting a tiny knob on the rudimentary device on the table. At the center of the device, the rhythm of the light emanating from the blue crystal subtly changed. The pulses became more stable, and the frequency rose to a humming level almost beyond the limits of human hearing. She didn't know how far the signal could travel, and she was even less certain whether the underground network that had survived the collapse of the old world with its strong resilience and secrecy could still receive this ancient distress signal, or rather, the transaction signal. After making the final adjustments, she took a step back, leaned against the cold wall, and let out a long sigh. As her highly focused mind relaxed, the fatigue and soreness left over from the previous night became clearly apparent, especially in her waist and legs, which almost made her unsteady on her feet. She shook her head, temporarily suppressing those alluring images. Now is not the time to reminisce. She had to prove her worth as soon as possible to gain a foothold in this little kingdom and truly possess the stability she craved, and the heart-pounding, powerful protection that man provided. She turned off the only dim desk lamp in the studio, powered by a battery, immersing herself completely in darkness, with only the faint moonlight from the window outlining the objects inside. She needed to wait for a response that might never come, or something worse. Time flowed slowly in silence. Inside the master bedroom, Chao Dong was not asleep. The powerful perception granted by the Nine Revolutions Golden Body technique allowed him to clearly perceive the subtle movements around the villa, even while resting. He could hear Yuan Shichi's steady breathing in the next room, feel Wenjing's occasional restless turning over, and even vaguely detect the faint but continuous energy signal fluctuations in the distant workroom. Monika's movements were as clearly visible to him as fireflies in the dark. He didn't interfere, but simply observed quietly. This was both a test for her and an opportunity to understand the so-called underground network. Nothing was said that night, until dawn in the darkest and quietest hour. In the workshop, Monica, who was leaning against the wall and almost asleep, was awakened by a very faint beep sound from the device on the table, like a drop of water falling into a still lake. She suddenly opened her eyes, her heart leaping into her throat. At the center of the blue crystal, the previously stable pulse of light was now flickering with a complex and regular rhythm of light and dark, as if conveying some kind of code. There's been a response. Monica suppressed her excitement and quickly went to the device. She took out the paper and pen she had prepared beforehand and, relying on her understanding of a simple codebook from the old world, began to quickly record and decipher the meaning of the light signal. A few minutes later, she looked at the brief translated information on the paper, her brows furrowing slightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in her honey-brown eyes. The message is very short, only 2 lines. Beacon confirmed. The purge sweepers have arrived in the near East District. Core intelligence, what's the price? In the early morning, sunlight once again filled the courtyard. When Xiao Dong finished his morning exercise, showered, and arrived at the restaurant, he found Monica already sitting there. She had changed back into her off-white linen dress, her face showing obvious signs of fatigue and the light blue shadows under her eyes indicating that she hadn't slept all night, but her eyes were unusually bright, even carrying a hint of excitement and tension. When Xiao Liping served her breakfast, she only absent-mindedly thanked her, her eyes frequently glancing towards the restaurant entrance, clearly waiting for Xiao Dong. Wenjing and Yuan Shichi also noticed her unusual behavior. Wenjing pursed her lips and mouthed to Yuan Shichi, "See? She's up to something." Xiao Dong sat down opposite her, picked up his chopsticks, and asked casually, "What's up?" Monica took a deep breath and lowered her voice so that only Xiao Dong could hear her. "Last night, Hidden Network responded." Xiao Dong continued working, picking up a piece of marinated mutated beast meat. "Speak." They confirmed the signal and provided crucial intelligence. The Purgers of the Divine Light Fleet, codenamed Sweepers, has arrived in our eastern region. Their specific purpose is unknown, but it's likely related to the previous Dingbua incident, or the encrypted data block we have. Monica spoke quickly, her voice tinged with urgency. Xiao Dong paused slightly as he chewed, a flash of cold light passing through his eyes. "The Cleaner." He repeated the name, his tone calm, yet it seemed to chill the surrounding air. Furthermore, Monica continued, they proactively inquired about the prize for core intelligence. I suspect they may know of the existence of the encrypted information block, or at least believe that we possess something related to the core secrets of the Divine Light Fleet. This confirms Monica's earlier suspicion that the information block was far more valuable than she had imagined. What do they want? Gaodong, asket? Resources, hard currency, or items with special powers, Monica replied. They didn't specify, and we need to discuss it further. But the news that the Purgers are approaching is probably true, which increases the risk of our transaction. Xiao Dong put down his chopsticks, picked up his water glass, took a sip, and looked out at the bright scenery, seemingly weighing his options. The arrival of the Sweepers signifies a potentially enormous threat. Meanwhile, the Hidden Network's interest in core intelligence presents an opportunity that is both dangerous and promising. Can you pinpoint the approximate location of the Cleaners? Gaodong, asket. Monica shook her head. The intelligence from the undercover network is very brief, only mentioning the East District. They don't seem to want to provoke the Purification faction too much. At this moment, Wenjing couldn't help but interrupt, her voice filled with dissatisfaction. Hey, what are you whispering about? What Cleaner? Did that troublesome woman bring it here? She glared at Monica. Yuan Shichi also put down her cutlery and looked at Xiao Dong with concern. Xiao Dong turned around and calmly told them the information Monica had obtained, omitting the specific details about the underground network transaction. The purifiers? The cleaners? When Jing's expression changed, they sound like they're not to be trifled with. What do we do now? Yuan Shiqi pondered for a moment and said, if their target is Ding Bo's belongings, or Miss Monica, this place is indeed no longer safe. We need to prepare in advance. Gao Zong note that Shiqi is right. He looked at Monica, continued to maintain contact with Hidden Network, and try to obtain more information about the cleaners, even if it's just their general area of operation. As for the deal, keep them hanging for now. We need to assess the risks and see what decent price they can come up with. Understood, Monica replied immediately. Chao Dong's calmness and decisiveness reassured her. Furthermore, Chao Dong's gaze swept over the three women. Starting today, the perimeter security will be raised to the highest level. Shiqi, expand your perception range to its limit. Immediately issue an alert if there are any abnormal energy fluctuations or strangers approaching. Wenjing, you're responsible for rapid response in the vicinity of the villa. Liping, prepare emergency medical supplies and evacuation routes. He issued instructions in a clear and organized manner, instantly transforming potential crises into concrete countermeasures. Yes, the three women replied in unison, their faces serious. Even when Jing temporarily put aside her hostility towards Monica, realizing the gravity of the situation. Breakfast ended in a slightly somber atmosphere. The atmosphere in the villa area became noticeably tense for the next half-day. Yuan Shiqi sat cross-legged on the roof of the villa, closed her eyes and concentrated, expanding her innate perception of energy and airflow to the extreme, like an invisible net covering an area of several kilometers centered on the villa. Wenjing, like a nimble cheetah, moved swiftly through the courtyard and bamboo grove, checking the makeshift traps and warning lines she had set up to ensure she could react immediately should any enemy intrude. Xiao Liping began to organize the food, clean water, and some medicines and tools she had collected from the ruins. She also checked the modified, still functional off-road vehicle and filled it with fuel. Monica, on the other hand, spent most of her time in the workshop, carefully maintaining her fragile and fleeting connection with the underground network, trying to extract as much valuable information as possible. Chao Dong appeared the calmest. He continued his cultivation of the 9 Revolutions golden body technique methodically, but the aura emanating from his body became more refined and profound, like a volcano about to erupt, accumulating terrifying power beneath its calm surface. Occasionally, he would look up at the eastern horizon, his eyes deep and thoughtful, lost in thought. As evening fell, Monica, slightly tired but carrying new information, found Chao Dong, who had just finished his work in the open space. "We've got another message from the underwater network," she whispered. "They can't provide the exact location of the cleaners, but they've confirmed that they're using high-precision energy detection equipment, and their area of activity is gradually shrinking. They estimate that they could scan our area in 2 days at most." She paused, then added another piece of information. In addition, they are again pressing for a deal regarding core intelligence, and implying that if they don't get it, they might accidentally leak our beacon information and approximate location to the sweepers as a sincere gesture to distance themselves from a deal. This is a blatant threat. The underground network is a mixed bag. People will do anything to protect themselves. Chao Dong showed no surprise, as if he had expected this. "I understand." He looked at Monica. "Tell them the deal can be discussed, but face to face. We'll decide the location." Monica was startled. Face to face? That's too dangerous. What if? "There's no room for what ifs," Chao Dong interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Do as I say. The location is that abandoned industrial area 30 kilometers to the north. The terrain there is complex, making it easy to hide and evacuate, and it is far from the villa area." Looking into Chao Dong's calm, yet infinitely confident eyes, Monica swallowed back her words of advice. She nodded. "Okay, I'll get back to them right away." She turned and left in a hurry. Chao Dong stood still, the setting sun casting a long shadow over him. The cleaners, the hidden web, crisis and opportunity are like twins arriving at the same time. The 9 Revolutions golden body technique within his body quietly accelerated its operation, and a scorching power surged through his meridians. He wanted to see whether the sweepers of the Divine Light Fleet were more effective, or whether his tempered golden body was stronger. This impending storm may be the opportunity for him to further hone his skills and even seize greater resources. Night fell again, But this time, the air was no longer filled with ambiguity and languor, but with a sense of impending doom and tension. Chapter 81, The Eighth Beautiful Young Woman. 2 Rue. The abandoned industrial area resembled a lurking beast, casting large, twisted, and menacing shadows under the moonlight. The rusted steel frame, broken windows, and the smell of stale engine oil and rust permeating the air together formed the backdrop of this death zone. Chow Dong stood alone atop the tallest factory building, his figure blending perfectly into the darkness. With a 9 revolutions golden body technique in operation, his perception, like invisible mercury, silently spread throughout the entire trading area, that relatively open loading and unloading platform. No matter the slightest movement or even the most subtle ripple of energy, it cannot escape his spiritual reach. Time ticked by, and only 10 minutes remained until the agreed-upon transaction time with the hidden network. A deathly silence enveloped everything, with only the mournful sound of the wind. Suddenly, Chow Dong's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. At the edge of his perception, about 800 meters away in the 1 o'clock direction, a faint trace of an energy fluctuation carrying a cold sense of order was revealed. This fluctuation is out of place with the environment, full of mechanical precision and threat. They're the cleaners. They've been lying in wait here beforehand. Almost simultaneously, clear and composed footsteps echoed from the entrance of the agreed-upon location. Chow Dong's gaze was sharp as lightning, locking onto his target instantly. Under the moonlight, a slender figure gracefully walked into the loading and unloading platform. She wore a well-tailored black trench coat, the hem swaying gently with her steps, outlining her graceful waist and hip curves. The collar of her trench coat was slightly turned up, partially obscuring her face. Even in the dim light, her fair skin and exquisitely beautiful features were still visible. She carried a small, silver briefcase, and her steps were characterized by an elegance and composure unique to those who had undergone rigorous physical training. Is this the contact person for the hidden network? Such a beautiful woman? Chow Dong remained completely calm, continuing to observe from the shadows. His senses quietly swept over, trying to probe the other party's true strength and weakness. However, the feedback was quite peculiar. This woman does indeed possess energy fluctuations, but they are not particularly powerful. Rather, they lean towards a restrained, gentle spiritual radiance, creating a subtle contrast with her outwardly cold and aloof demeanor. She didn't seem to be deliberately hiding anything. She just stood there calmly, letting any potential gazes scrutinize her. "Mr. Gaozong." A clear, melodious, and slightly magnetic female voice rang out, clearly echoing in the quiet night sky. "I am here on behalf of Hidden Network to discuss matters." She didn't look around. Her gaze seemed to be precisely fixed on the direction where Chow Dong was hiding. This keen intuition made a hint of surprise flash in Chow Dong's eyes. He didn't respond immediately, remaining silent. He was waiting for the reaction of those birds of prey lurking in the shadows. Seeing no response, the woman below remained calm. She simply placed her suitcase gently at her feet, folded her hands in front of her, and adopted a composed demeanor as if she were attending a high-class banquet. The night breeze ruffled a few strands of hair at her temples, adding to her fragility and vulnerability, creating a stark and dramatic contrast with the cruel, ruined environment. The icy energy fluctuations lurking at the 1 o'clock position showed extremely subtle agitation. The cleaners have apparently also discovered this unexpectedly beautiful contact person and seem to be quickly assessing her threat level and the deviation from the planned strategy. The standoff lasted for about a minute. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blinding white beams shot out from the 1 o'clock position without warning. The target was the slender, black figure in the center of the loading and unloading platform. The beam of light contained scorching and destructive energy that could purify everything, and its speed was beyond the limits of what the naked eye could perceive. The cleaners chose to eliminate. They didn't care who the target was. They only cared about eliminating all unstable factors. Faced with this sudden and deadly attack, the woman in black seemed to have no time to react. Or rather, her seemingly well-trained physique revealed a vulnerable side at this moment. She instinctively raised her arm to protect herself, and her eyes, which shone brightly in the moonlight, revealed just the right amount of fear and helplessness. Chao Dong's eyes narrowed, and his internal energy instantly gathered. Regardless of who this woman was, he couldn't just stand by and watch the clues to the underground network be destroyed in front of him, especially since the sweepers were his clear enemies. Just as he was about to intervene, a sudden change has occurred. Just as the 3 deadly white beams were about to touch the woman in black, they seemed to crash into an invisible barrier. The light suddenly distorted and spread, like a drop of water falling into a calm lake, rippling out in circles of transparent waves. In the end, it strangely changed direction and grazed the woman's body, striking the open ground behind her. Boom! 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 3 explosions rang out, sending dirt flying and leaving scorched craters in the ground. The woman in black was completely unharmed, except for her trench coat fluttering in the blast and her hair being slightly disheveled. She lowered her arm, and the fear on her face quickly faded, replaced by a complex expression that was a mixture of lingering fear, cunning, and smugness. She patted her ample chest and let out a long sigh, as if she had just completed a thrilling performance. That was close, she muttered, her voice no longer cold and aloof, but instead soft, endearing, and coquettish. She raised her head and looked in Chao Dong's direction again, a captivating smile that could eclipse the stars as she smiled. Mr. Chao, have you seen enough? If you don't make a move now, I might not be able to dodge next time. At that moment, her demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, instantly changing from a cold and mysterious liaison into a charming and lively young woman with a touch of smugness, her eyes sparkling with captivating allure. Gaozong understood. That was no coincidence. This woman, in a way he couldn't fully comprehend yet, skillfully deflected the cleaner's attack. Her vulnerability, her fear, were probably all an act. Her acting was nothing short of masterful. After a brief pause, the energy fluctuations in the 1 o'clock direction became somewhat restless, clearly indicating that the cleaner had not expected the target to be able to neutralize the attack in this way. Chao Dong knew he couldn't wait any longer. With a swift movement, he floated down from the top of the factory like a ghost, landing lightly a few meters away from the woman. Up close, her appearance is even more stunning. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains. Her eyes were like autumn waters. Her nose was straight and delicate, and her lips were full and moist. Together, they were so perfect that it seemed unreal. Especially her eyes, which were now clear and lively, as if they could speak, completely different from the charm she had just revealed. "Who are you?" Chao Dong asked, his voice calm but scrutinizing. The woman smiled sweetly, a smile that seemed to bloom like 100 flowers, carrying the unique charm and elegance of a mature woman. Tu Rue, an actress who once played various roles on screen. Now, she's a rather restless member of Hidden Network. She extended her hand generously. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chao Dong. Monica's beacon is very special, which made me want to come and see for myself what kind of person the man she chose to rely on is." Julie? Gaozong Zembet? Before the fall of the old world, she was a once popular actress known for her wide range of roles and her ability to create memorable characters. No wonder she has such a versatile temperament and superb acting skills. He didn't take her hand, his gaze sweeping towards the 1 o'clock position. "The cleaners are still here." Ture withdrew her hand nonchalantly, her smile still bright. "Don't worry. Their attack just now revealed their location and some of their strength, so they shouldn't launch a second attack anytime soon. Besides," she winked, a hint of playfulness in her eyes, "my performance isn't over yet. We can't let them interrupt our formal meeting, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chao Dong keenly sensed that the cold energy fluctuations from the 1 o'clock direction seemed to be affected by some invisible interference, becoming somewhat disordered and hesitant, and began to slowly retreat. Is it her ability, mental interference, or something else? Chao Dong gazed intently at the woman before him, a woman of captivating charm, yet shrouded in mystery. Her appearance led to further contact with the Hidden Network, demonstrating extraordinary abilities, but also introducing new uncertainties. "What is your purpose?" Chao Dong asked directly. Tu Rue's smile faded slightly, and her expression became a little more serious, but her amber eyes still sparkled, similar to Monica. "Find a place that's safe enough and interesting enough. The underground net is good, but it has too many restrictions, and it's not exciting enough. She looked intently at Chao Dong, her interest and curiosity undisguised. I find your place very interesting, and you're very strong, strong enough to make me want to invest. She pointed to the silver briefcase on the ground. Inside are some analyses of the outer outposts of the Divine Light Fleet and the behavioral patterns of the Purge faction, a small gift from me. As for my value, she slightly puffed out her full chest, and that smile, a blend of confidence and allure, reappeared on her face. I think a woman who knows how to use truth and performance to achieve her goals can help you in many ways, can't she? Her words were full of implications, referring not only to intelligence gathering and infiltration, but also to more private possibilities. The night wind blew, lifting her hair and the hem of her clothes. In this cruel ruin, she was as beautiful as an unreal dream, yet possessed a fatal attraction. Chao Dong watched her silently, weighing the pros and cons. Tu Rue's abilities were undoubtedly unique and useful, but her thoughts were also difficult to fathom. However, as she said, her investment itself is a recognition of value. After a moment, Chao Dong slowly spoke. Can. Ding, a beautiful young woman matching the criteria has been detected. Tu Rue. Overall rating, 97,000 faced illusion. Detailed assessment. Age, 28 years old. The golden age that combines girlish charm with mature elegance. A peak stage of great potential. Appearance, 98. A perfect combination of bone structure and skin, with delicate features as if meticulously sculpted by an artist. The eyes and brows tell a story, exuding both innocence and allure. Every smile and frown is a beautiful sight. Body, 96 to 168 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned and elegant figure, possessing both the flexibility of a dancer and the three-dimensionality of sculpture, showcasing different beauty from every angle. Traits, 97, possesses top-notch performance talent and emotional control. Talent, ever-changing phantom. Can perfectly portray various personality traits, and is proficient in psychology and micro-expression analysis. Potential, 95, possesses extraordinary talent in intelligence gathering, role-playing, and social infiltration, making him an irreplaceable man-faced agent in the apocalypse. Overall rating, S rank. Must recruit. Their unique ability to shape a persona and their emotional appeal have strategic value in special missions. The eighth beautiful young woman, rating a whopping 97. S-Class. Chapter 82, The Trial of Trust. The abandoned industrial area returned to its deathly silence under the cover of night. Only the faint energy trails left behind by the sweepers as they retreated in the distance testify to the thrilling but brief clash that had just taken place. Chao Dong looked at Tu Rue, the charming and versatile actress who had just demonstrated her extraordinary skills, with a calm and unwavering gaze. The system notification still echoed in my ears. The initial value of Conquest level 15 out of 100 meant that this was only the beginning of cooperation, far from a true subjugation. This isn't the place to talk, Chao Dong said, breaking the silence. Come with me. He didn't reach for the silver briefcase Tu Rue had placed on the ground. Instead, he turned around and gestured for her to follow. This is a test of her sincerity, and a test of whether she is truly willing to temporarily relinquish the initiative. She gracefully bent down to pick up the suitcase and followed Chao Dong's steps with light steps. Her well-tailored black trench coat fluttered in the night wind, forming a stark contrast with the dilapidated environment around her, as if she were not walking through post-apocalyptic ruins, but strolling backstage at a high-end fashion show. The two walked silently, one in front of the other, through the twisted steel jungle. Chao Dong maintained his senses at their maximum range, wary of the cleaners possibly returning, while also keeping a sliver of attention on the woman's movements behind him. Tu Rue was quiet, simply following silently. But Chao Dong could sense that her seemingly casual steps were actually perfectly aligned with the traces of his presence, without the slightest deviation, demonstrating exceptional body control and adaptability. Her amber eyes, like the most sophisticated scanner, silently observed Chao Dong's back, his gait, and the almost imperceptible muscle reactions he occasionally displayed when sensing certain subtle movements. She was observing him, analyzing him, as if studying a complex character in a script. Chao Dong ignored her and led her directly to the alternative meeting point he had previously agreed upon with Xiao Liping, the entrance to a partially collapsed underground air raid shelter located on the edge of an industrial area. This place is relatively secluded and has multiple exits. Xiao Liping had been waiting there. When she saw Chao Dong return with such a beautiful and elegant stranger, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and whispered to Chao Dong, "Brother Dong, it's safe here." Chao Dong nodded and said to Tu Rui, "Let's go inside and talk." The air raid shelter had been briefly cleaned, and a single electric camping lamp was lit, its dim light barely dispelling some of the darkness. The air was damp and carried a dusty, earthy smell. Chao Dong sat down on a relatively clean cement block, his gaze falling on Tu Rui, and cut straight to the point. "You can see what's in the suitcase now." Without hesitation, Tu Rui placed the silver briefcase on a protruding rock, skillfully entered the password, and with a click, the lid popped open. Inside were not the files one might expect, but several thin, metallic-looking memory chips and a strangely shaped device that resembled an old-world tablet, but was much smaller. This is an encrypted reader used internally by Hidden Network. Tu Rui picked up the device, turned it on, and inserted one of the chips. The intelligence inside requires a specific key to be fully deciphered, but I can use my privileges to show a partial summary. A faint blue light illuminated the screen, flashing rapidly through a series of complex codes and symbols before finally settling on a dynamic image combining a star map with the outline of a continent, marked with several twinkling dots. This is a deduction based on information gathered from multiple sources, indicating the locations of several peripheral observation points or supply depots of the Divine Light Fleet in the East Asian region. Tu Rui tapped the screen with her finger, zooming in on one of the points of light located in the coastal area. Their activities are very regular, usually involving 3 to 5 high-speed ships in a unit, conducting regular patrols. The Purge faction's sweeper squads often operate under the command of these units, only landing after receiving orders. She then pulled up another document, which contained processed energy reaction diagrams and fragments of combat records. This is an analysis of several known standard equipment and attack patterns of the sweeper squad. They are skilled in the use of high-energy particle weapons, equipped with energy shields, and the squad members typically consist of a commander, 2 assault soldiers, and a technical support. They operate efficiently and ruthlessly, with the goal of completely eliminating the anomaly. The intelligence was very specific, far more detailed than what Manga had previously provided, and its value was undoubtedly enormous. Chao Dong looked at it carefully and memorized the information. "Is this enough as your deposit?" Tu Rui packed up the equipment, put the chip back in a box, and closed it. She turned around and leaned against the cold cave wall. The dim light cast an ambiguous shadow on her perfect profile, making her look both mysterious and alluring. This is only part of it. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice echoing in the small space, adding a touch of magnetism. "My value lies in my ability to continuously acquire similar intelligence, and to make that intelligence play a greater role in my own way." She paused, her amber eyes fixed on Chao Dong. "For example, I can disguise myself as a survivor of a target eliminated by the sweepers and provide them with carefully crafted false information to mislead their search and buy you more time. This proposal is bold and extremely risky. Once discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. How do you ensure you won't be exposed?" Chao Dong asked, getting to the heart of the matter. "The cleaners are not ordinary people. They have energy detection and mental scanning capabilities." Tu Rui smiled, a smile filled with absolute confidence, as if she had transformed back into the movie queen standing under the spotlight, commanding everyone's attention. "My ability isn't just acting." She extended a slender finger and gently tapped her temple. "It's closer to a deep-seated form of mental suggestion and energy mimicry. Given enough information about my target, I can simulate near-perfect energy fluctuations and mental frequencies. Unless the other party possesses detection technology beyond my comprehension, or their mental strength far surpasses mine, otherwise." She blinked. "What they see is only the truth I want them to see." Her words were a mix of truth and falsehood, but the strong confidence stemming from her own abilities seemed genuine. Chao Dong remained silent for a moment. Tu Rui's abilities were indeed a trump card in the current situation. Whether it's gathering intelligence or carrying out strategic deception, it can be remarkably effective. What do you need? Gaozong, asket, a safe base, necessary material support, and Tu Rui's gaze shifted, landing on Chao Dong's face with a hint of teasing. Your trust, Mr. Chao Dong. At least, enough trust when carrying out missions. Just then, a very faint sound came from outside the air raid shelter, but Chao Dong and Tu Rui both caught it instantly. She's quiet. She appeared silently at the cave entrance, like an elf in the night. His sharp gaze swept across the cave, lingering for a moment on Tu Rui's alluring figure leaning against the cave wall, a hint of undisguised wariness and displeasure flashing in his eyes. Dongji, Wenjing's voice carried a hint of coldness. Although the commotion here isn't too big, it's not advisable to stay any longer. Sister Liping has already confirmed that the evacuation route is safe. Her arrival interrupted the increasingly in-depth conversation between Chao Dong and Tu Rui, and also brought a sense of pressure from inside. Faced with Wenjing's almost undisguised hostility, Tu Rui was not nervous at all. Instead, she gave Wenjing a friendly and slightly apologetic smile, lowered her posture a little, and took the initiative to make amends. Chao Dong stood up and said to Tu Rui, "Let's go back to the villa first. We'll discuss the specific arrangements when we get back." He made a decision to temporarily accept Tu Rui. This is not only because of the value she has demonstrated, but also because he is confident that he can control this versatile actress on his own turf. Tu Rui's smile grew even brighter. She picked up the suitcase and obediently replied, "Okay, whatever you say." The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tu Rui has increased to 20 out of 100. Under the cover of night, the four of them quietly left the dangerous abandoned industrial area. Chao Dong walked in front, with Xiao Liping and Wenjing on either side, subtly protecting Tu Rui in the middle, which was also a kind of invisible surveillance. Tu Rui followed quietly behind, watching Chao Dong's tall and steady back, then glanced at Wenjing beside her, who was scrutinizing her, and Xiao Liping, who was gentle yet wary. A hint of amusement flashed in her amber eyes. Integrating into this small kingdom and gaining the trust of the core members, especially the genuine approval of that seemingly calm but unfathomable man, seems to be more challenging and more interesting than she expected. What she enjoys most is conquering those seemingly impossible roles. This trial called Trust has only just begun. Chapter 83, Twin Stars in Bloom. The night was deep. Hot Spring Wonderland Villas is like a pearl hidden in the folds of the mountains, maintaining a rare tranquility in the midst of a perilous apocalypse. However, beneath this tranquility tonight, undercurrents unlike any other are surging. Chao Dong and his group returned to the villa silently. Yuan Shiqi, who had been waiting at the door, immediately came to greet them. Her senses were the sharpest, and she noticed Tu Rui's presence immediately. When she saw the elegant and stunningly beautiful stranger behind Chao Dong, a hint of surprise flashed in her clear eyes, but quickly turned into a calm scrutiny. She nodded slightly to Chao Dong, indicating that the villa was safe. Wenjing, without any attempt to hide it, crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe. Her gaze swept over Tu Rui's impeccable face before settling on the conspicuous silver briefcase in her hand, and she let out a barely audible hum. "This is Tu Rui. She's our guest for now," Chao Dong introduced succinctly without further explanation, then headed straight for the study. "Sure, Chi. Tell Monica to come over too." His stance was clear. Tu Rui's arrival was a matter that required the core members to be aware of. Tu Rui seemed completely unsurprised. She gave Yuan Shiqi and Wenjing a perfectly timed smile, a smile that was both friendly and slightly awkward due to her new arrival, and nodded slightly, saying, "Excuse me." Her posture was extremely humble, a stark contrast to her charming and alluring demeanor in the ruins. Yuan Shiqi responded with a gentle nod, while Wenjing turned her head away, which was taken as tacit agreement. A moment later, in the study, Chao Dong sat in the main seat, with Yuan Shiqi and Wenjing sitting on either side. Monica soon followed, having already washed up and changed into a comfortable silk robe. Her chestnut hair was loosely draped over her shoulders, and her face showed a hint of sleepiness from being woken up in the middle of the night. But when she saw the unfamiliar and beautiful woman in the study, her honey-brown eyes instantly regained their clarity, like those of a sharp cheetah. The two women's eyes met in midair. For a moment, the air in the study seemed to freeze. Monica noticed Tu Rue's stunning beauty and unique charm, as well as the silver box she had placed on the corner of the table, which matched the characteristics of the underground network contact person described by Chao Dong earlier. She immediately understood the woman's identity and purpose. Tu Fei also sized up Monica, the former aristocratic socialite who had been accepted by Chao Dong and was described as stunningly beautiful. The composure and nobility that Monica possessed despite her hardships and trials, along with the wisdom and resilience hidden in her brows, made her nod in approval. She was indeed no ordinary woman. Neither of them spoke immediately. A silent atmosphere, a mixture of scrutiny, comparison, and subtle competition permeated between them. They were like two stars that suddenly approached each other, each radiating a different yet equally dazzling light, reflecting each other and testing each other. Chao Dong observed their reactions without interfering. This level of competition, as long as it's kept within reasonable limits, isn't necessarily a bad thing. Tu Rue, a member of Hidden Network and also the contact person for the previous transaction, Chao Dong broke the silence, his tone calm. She brought some important intelligence about the Divine Light Fleet and the Sweepers, and expressed her intention to join. Upon hearing this, Monica's face showed a knowing look. She gracefully walked to the empty seat on the other side of Chao Dong and sat down, naturally blending into the inner circle. Then she looked at Tu Rue and smiled politely but distantly. "So you are Miss Tu Rue? It's an honor to meet you. I am Monica." Her use of "I've long admired you" was quite meaningful. It was unclear whether she was referring to the old world movie queen's name or to her identity as a Hidden Network member. Tu Rue returned the same flawless smile, her voice clear and pleasant. "Miss Monica, your beacon is very special and has left a deep impression on me." She skillfully steered the conversation back to the main topic, while hinting that her visit was related to Monica. Chao Dong didn't give them any more chances for small talk and said directly to Tu Rue, "Tell me again what you know about the latest developments of the Sweepers and the Core Intelligence Code." Tu Rue's smile faded, and her expression became serious. She opened the briefcase again, took out the encrypted reader, and displayed the intelligence summary she had previously shown to Chao Dong. In particular, the equipment, modus operandi, and suspected approach information of the Sweeper Squad were clearly recounted, with some additional details added. Based on the energy signal tracing model analysis, if they maintain their current search efficiency and direction, their high-precision probes will have a high probability of sweeping across this area by the day after tomorrow at the latest, Tu Rue concluded solemnly. Monica listened intently, her fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the silk fabric of her robe. This intelligence was more specific and serious than what she had previously obtained. What is the price that Hidden Web offers for encrypted information blocks? She was more concerned about this question, which was directly related to its own value. Tu Rue looked at Monica, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her amber eyes. The price they offered was very high. They demanded at least 1/3 of the original, undamaged data from the information block, or an equivalent, resolvable high-density energy source. They seemed convinced that the information block contains the key to the secrets of the Divine Light Fleet's cord. This price tag is equivalent to directly sharing the most crucial spoils of war, or paying a huge resource price. Monica frowned slightly and looked at Chao Dong. "The price is too high. Moreover, we cannot guarantee that after providing the data, Hidden Network will not resell it to the Divine Light Fleet or use it for other purposes." Ms. Monica's concerns are quite reasonable. Tu Rue interjected, her tone sincere. Hidden Network is riddled with factions, and its credibility is inconsistent. This is one of the reasons why I chose to leave and seek new partners. Her words echoed Monica's sentiments while also reiterating her own stance. "So what suggestions do you have?" Chao Dong looked at Tu Rue and threw the question back at her. This was a test of her ability and sincerity. Tu Rue seemed to have been prepared. She leaned forward slightly, the light casting an alluring shadow on her delicate collarbone. "My suggestion is to hold off on large-scale transactions for now. We can use information blocks as bait to conduct small-scale, high-value information exchanges. For example, we can use some irrelevant, processed edge data to exchange for more detailed information about the real-time location of the Sweeper Squad or the internal factional struggles within the Divine Light Fleet. with a relatively reliable faction in the hidden web. She paused, a sly glint in her eyes. We could even proactively release some carefully crafted false intelligence through the underground network to the Purgatory faction, misleading their judgment and buying us time to relocate or set traps. This requires my abilities, as well as Miss Monica's in-depth understanding of the information blocks to determine which information can be processed and utilized. This plan is quite bold, involving intelligence warfare and psychological games, which perfectly suits Tu Rue's abilities and strengths. After listening, Monica pondered for a moment, her honey-brown eyes gleaming. She had to admit that Tu Rue's approach was much more flexible and intelligent than simply trading or stubbornly resisting. She looked at Chao Dong and nodded slightly, indicating that the plan was feasible. Chao Dong tapped his fingers on the table, pondering the details and risks of the plan. A silence fell over the study. Yuan Shiqi listened quietly, while Wen Jing, though still keeping a straight face, revealed a hint of contemplation in her eyes. Tu Rue and Monica's eyes met again unintentionally. This time, there was less initial scrutiny and more recognition of each other's abilities and intellect, as well as an unspoken, subtle competition about their future positions within the small group. They both knew that the other party was not just a pretty face, but a competitor and a potential collaborator with sufficient intelligence and resources. We can give it a try. Chao Dong finally made his decision. Tu Rue, you will be in charge of liaison with specific channels of hidden network and intelligence processing. Monica, you will cooperate with her and provide technical support and content judgment on the information blocks. Shi, monitor the energy fluctuations of all external communications. Wenjing, strengthen internal patrols to ensure that we are not caught up in our activities. He quickly assigned tasks, incorporated Tu Rue into the operation, and also used his own people to create checks and balances. Clear. Okowo. Yuan Shiqi and Wenjing responded. Monica and Tu Rue nodded almost simultaneously. No problem. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tu Rue has increased to 25 out of 100. Ding, Monica's conquering level has increased to 75/100. The system notification sounded simultaneously. Tu Rue's increased conquest stemmed from being entrusted with important responsibilities and her initial integration. Monica's improvement seems to stem from Chao Dong's continued respect and trust in her abilities when dealing with the new threat, which gave her a sense of security and affirmation of her value. As the night deepened, the study light remained on until late into the night. When Chao Dong returned to the master bedroom, Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing were already asleep. He lay between the two women, feeling the familiar warmth and peace, but his mind was preoccupied with the threat of the sweeper, the secrets of the information block, and the two stunning beauties who had just arrived, each with their own unique charm. The road ahead is destined to be even more unpredictable. Power is the foundation for dealing with everything. He closed his eyes, and the 9 revolutions golden body technique slowly circulated within his body, absorbing the scarce energy in the air and continuously strengthening his foundation. Outside the villa, a mountain breeze began to rise. Chapter 84 war. The first rays of dawn dispelled the chill of the night, but failed to completely dispel the tense atmosphere that permeated the villa. After a brief meeting in the study last night, Tu Rue's temporary identity was confirmed, but the real test has only just begun. At breakfast, she changed into a set of relatively simple cotton clothes that Xiao Liping had found, shedding the sharpness and glamour of the previous night, and looked like an ordinary woman who had just arrived and was trying to adapt to the new environment. She sat quietly at the end of the table, eating her breakfast in small bites, with a humble demeanor. However, her overly perfect face and captivating charm, even when she tried to conceal it, still prevented her from fully blending into the background. The occasional scrutinizing gaze from Wen Jing and the occasional seemingly calm, but actually calculating glance from Monica made the atmosphere at the dining table more subtle than usual. Chao Dong ignored this and quickly finished his breakfast before saying to Tu Rue and Monica, "You two, come to the study with me. We need to finalize the details of the operation as soon as possible." He didn't use any intimate titles, and his tone was very businesslike, which actually eased the subtle atmosphere a little. Inside the study, the three sat down together again. Tu Rue, how exactly does the method of contacting the hidden network through specific channels work? as you mentioned before. How is security guaranteed? Chao Dong asked first, his gaze sharp. Trust is one thing. Risk assessment in specific operations is another. Tu Rue was prepared and calmly replied. I can send encrypted messages to a preset anonymous information node through a specific, low-power energy resonant frequency. This node belongs to a group codenamed Carrier Pigeon within the hidden network. They mainly make a living by exchanging intelligence, are relatively trustworthy, and are also dissatisfied with the domineering style of the Purge faction. The communication process is very short, and the frequency is special, so the risk of being tracked and located is low. Of course, no communication is absolutely secure, so the information we need to transmit must be processed. As she spoke, she took out a small, exquisitely designed silver device, about the size of a USB flash drive, from a small bag she carried with her. This is a miniature resonator. It can send 3 short messages on a single charge. Chao Dong took the device and sensed it. Its internal structure was precise, and its energy fluctuations were extremely weak and unique, which was indeed unlike large-scale standard equipment. He handed it to Monica. Check it out. This is a sign of trust in Monica's expertise, and also a form of checks and balances. Monica took the device, examined it carefully, and then analyzed it for a moment using her understanding of energy structures. She nodded and said, the structure is very ingenious. The energy circuit is closed and self-destructive, so it is theoretically quite safe. As long as it is not used for a long time or at a high frequency, the risk of exposure is controllable. Chao Dong nodded and said to Tu Rue, continue. As for the processing of intelligence, Tu Rue looked at Monica, her tone conveying a sincere desire to cooperate. We need Ms. Monica's assistance. We need to extract some seemingly crucial but actually irrelevant core secrets or data fragments that can be misled after being tampered with from the encrypted information blocks. Monica pondered. The information block's unlocking level is very low, and forcibly extracting the complete data block is very risky. However, reading some peripheral data, identifiers, and energy characteristic imprints is worth trying. We can forge a few data tags similar to those Ding Bo previously researched about unstable energy bodies or regional environmental anomalies. This content is enough to arouse the interest of Hidden Network and Purge faction without exposing the core secrets of the Divine Light Fleet that the information block may actually involve. At this moment, the 2 women temporarily set aside their potential competition. Their thoughts quickly aligned, and they displayed an amazing tacit understanding. Okay, Chao Dong approved the plan. Monica, you're in charge of preparing the bait. Tu Rue, you're in charge of designing the content and timing of message. There are 2 objectives. First, to obtain the real-time location of the sweepers or more detailed equipment information from the Carrier Pigeon team. Second, to release false information to mislead the sweepers' search direction and lead them to the ruins of that abandoned military base to the north. He marked a location on the map that was far enough from the villa area and had complex terrain to serve as a decoy target, and perhaps even to observe the sweepers' combat patterns. Understood, the 2 women replied in unison. For the next half-day, the villa was filled with a busy and focused atmosphere. Monica locked herself in a temporary workspace, and, with the limited access and decoding skills she had previously obtained from Dinghua, carefully attempted to extract the predefined edged data from mysterious black information block. Her expression was focused and serious, and her honey-brown eyes gleamed with wisdom. This task required extremely high precision and patience. Any mistake could trigger the self-destruct program of the information block or expose its true value. Tu Rue stayed in the guest room assigned to her, writing and revising in a notebook, designing encrypted messages to send to the Carrier Pigeon. She would sometimes furrow her brow in deep thought and sometimes raise the corners of her mouth slightly, as if she were carefully crafting a script. She needs to ensure that the information is both interesting enough for the other party without seeming too eager or false, while also subtly weaving in the intention to mislead the cleaner. This is a great test of her language expression skills and psychological intuition. Yuan Shichi sat on the rooftop, her senses fully activated, monitoring all energy fluctuations around her, especially those coming from the east. Wen Jing, like an invisible shadow, patrolled inside and outside the villa, vigilant against any possible spying. Xiao Liping was in charge of logistical support to ensure everyone could focus on their work without distractions. Xiao Dong, like a pillar of strength, spent most of his time cultivating the 9 revolutions golden body technique in the open space. His blood and qi surged, and golden light appeared and disappeared, constantly tempering his physical body and energy. His very existence is a powerful deterrent and a form of reassurance. As evening approached, Monica was the first to complete her task. She came into the study, looking tired but with bright eyes, and handed Xiao Dong a chip containing forged data tags and energy imprints. This is the extracted and processed bait, and its energy characteristics simulate the residual fluctuations from Ding Bo's previous research project, which points to the possible existence of a high-energy reaction source at the military base to the north. Almost simultaneously, Tu Rui also walked in with her carefully prepared information script. She handed the script to Xiao Dong for a look. It contained a request to exchange intelligence and a chance discovery of the North Anomaly, written in encrypted symbols and specific terminology. Xiao Dong quickly glanced through the script. The wording was skillful, and the bait was perfectly placed. "It's ready to send." Tu Rui nodded, took out the miniature resonator, connected it to the chip provided by Monica, then walked to the window, aimed it at a specific direction of the sky, and activated the device. The device emitted an extremely faint, almost imperceptible buzz for about 3 seconds, after which the indicator light dimmed. "The message has been sent." Tu Rui breathed a sigh of relief. "Next, we just have to wait for a response." The carrier pigeon usually replies within 24 hours, transmitted via a specific clutter signal in the public information frequency band. I need to monitor it constantly. The first step of the operation has been taken, like a pebble thrown into a lake with turbulent undercurrents, awaiting the unknown ripples to come. At night, Xiao Dong lay on a master bedroom bed, with Yuan Shiqi and Wenjing nestled on either side of him. "Dongji, is that Tu Rui reliable?" Wenjing couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with worry. Yuan Shiqi also leaned closer, and although she didn't speak, her eyes held the same question. Xiao Dong reached out and embraced them, feeling the softness and dependence in their bodies. "It seems that her abilities and goals are beneficial to us. As for reliability," he paused, his voice steady and powerful. "In this apocalypse, true reliability comes from absolute strength and control. As long as I'm strong enough, no amount of scheming can cause any trouble." His words, brimming with confidence, instantly soothed the two women's anxieties. Indeed, with him by their side, what do they have to fear? However, a faint feeling in Xiao Dong's heart made him frown slightly. With his extraordinary perception, he seemed to have sensed the direction of the guest room and Tu Rui's location. After the message was successfully sent, there was a momentary, extremely subtle, and complex mental fluctuation. The fluctuation contained a hint of indescribable excitement and calculation, but it vanished very quickly, as if it were just an illusion. He closed his eyes, and the 9 revolutions golden body technique silently circulated. The game has begun, and the pieces have been placed. What he needs to do now is to continue to increase his strength, remain unchanged in the face of all changes, observe the undercurrents calmly, and eventually take control of everything. Inside the guest room, Tu Rui was facing a miniature receiver hidden beneath the dial of a wristwatch, her amber eyes reflecting the chaotic, flowing signal waves on it. A smile, unseen by anyone, curved her lips into a smile that held both anticipation and a sense of challenge. "The show has only just begun," she murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. Chapter 85 Phantom Under the Moon. As night deepened, the villa became exceptionally quiet after the implementation of new security measures. The tension and planning of the day seemed to have settled down, transforming into a latent restlessness that flowed silently in the night. Xiao Dong finished his evening cultivation, the lingering effects of his surging blood and qi still not completely subsided. That masculine and scorching aura permeated the corridor like an invisible magnetic field. He paused slightly as he passed the guest rooms. The guest room door was not closed tightly, with a crack in it, through which warm light, carrying a strange, sweet fragrance, spilled out, creating a stark contrast with the chill of the corridor. At the same time, an extremely subtle yet precise mental fluctuation stirred his recently calmed blood and qi, like the softest feather gently scratching his senses. It was a silent invitation, more alluring than any words. Chow Dong's eyes flickered slightly as he pushed open the door. Only a dim bedside lamp was lit in the room, casting a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere over the space. Tu Rui did not go to sleep. She stood by the window with her back to the door, seemingly admiring the sparse starlight outside. However, unlike the simple cotton clothes she wore during the day, she was now only wearing a dark red silk nightgown that was as thin as a cicada's wing. The robe's belt was loosely tied around her waist, and her graceful shoulder blades resembled butterfly wings about to take flight. The hem of her robe reached her ankles, but the side slit went almost to her thigh. As she shifted her weight slightly, a straight, long, and dazzlingly white leg was faintly visible, outlining a breathtaking curve in the dim light. She heard the door open and slowly turn around. With that turn, it was as if all the light in the room was focused on her. Having shed all pretense and deliberate modesty, Tu Rui at this moment fully displays her captivating and alluring charm as a chameleon actress. Her chestnut brown hair was loosely draped over her shoulders, with a few strands playfully falling beside her rosy cheeks. Those amber eyes were no longer clear or cunning, but were filled with a misty haze, their allure overflowing with a captivating charm, as if possessing a bewitching magic. The silk robe could not conceal her stunning figure at all. On the contrary, its close-fitting material and semi-transparent nature accentuated her high, slender waist and voluptuous figure, making her even more alluring than she appeared. It seems to hold endless secrets, attracting people to explore. Her red lips were slightly parted, glistening with moisture, and the corners of her lips held a smile that was both innocent and mature. Two completely different qualities blended perfectly in her, creating a unique charm that could drive any man crazy. "Mr. Chow, haven't you rested yet?" Her voice was no longer clear and bright, but rather had a deliberately lowered, hoarse, and magnetic quality, with each syllable seemingly carrying a small hook, plucking at one's heartstrings. She didn't approach, but just leaned against the window like a poisonous datura blooming in the dark night, beautiful yet dangerous. Chow Dong's breathing became almost imperceptibly heavier. The chi and blood of the 9 Revolutions golden body technique, which had been relatively calm within his body, seemed to have been stirred by a spark, instantly showing signs of reigniting. He had to admit that Tu Rui was a master when it came to how to best showcase a woman's charm and how to precisely arouse a man's desire. She knows how to make the most of every advantage she has and maximize it. "You were waiting for me." Chow Dong's statement wasn't a question, but a declaration. He closed the door behind him, isolating himself from the outside world. His strong self-confidence allowed him to be neither afraid to conceal his desires nor fear any potential traps. Tu Rui smiled, a smile that seemed to brighten the dim room. She didn't answer, but instead stretched out her slender fingers, gently hooked the belt of her nightgown, and pulled it slightly. The silky robe, like water freed from its restraints, slid silently down her smooth skin and piled up at her feet. A body so perfect it resembled God's graduation project was presented to Chow Dong without reservation. Her skin was as white as jade, gleaming with a warm glow under the light. Delicate collarbones and rounded shoulders. Her waist was so slender it could be grasped in one hand, creating a strong visual impact against the sudden, full curve below. Her legs were straight and long, with no gap when they were together. She stood there calmly, without the slightest shyness, her amber eyes burning with a bold flame and defiance, as if to say, "I'm right here. Do you dare come?" This extreme blend of allure and frankness is more impactful than any affectation. Chow Dong's eyes darkened completely, surging with a tangible desire and a thirst for control. He stopped suppressing the turbulent blood and chi within his body and instead let it surge freely. A scorching and powerful aura emanated from him, instantly filling the entire room and suppressing Tu Rui's alluring aura. He walked towards Tu Rui step by step, his steps steady, like a beast approaching its prey. Looking into his undisguised aggression and feeling the overwhelming, almost suffocating masculine pressure, Tu Rui's heart began to pound uncontrollably, and a primal tremor even rose from the depths of her body. But she didn't back down. Instead, she raised her chin, exposing her most vulnerable neck to his gaze, and the smile on her red lips became even more alluring. When Chao Dong walked up to her, she even took the initiative to reach out her delicate arms and wrap them around his neck, breathing softly into his ear. "It seems my performance was up to par." Chao Dong did not answer, but instead expressed himself through his actions. She could only cling to him helplessly, relying on his support to avoid slipping to the ground. The air around her was filled with the rich, sweaty, and sun-kissed masculine hormones emanating from Chao Dong, mixed with the unique masculine energy fluctuations from his cultivation of the 9 revolutions golden body technique, leaving her mind blank, with only the most primal. Chao Dong looked down at this perfect work of art, his eyes burning with intense flames. He no longer hesitated. Strong and sturdy, as if cast from steel. Under the dim light, the bronze strength contrasted with the delicate whiteness. This creates an extreme contrast. This was not just a moment of pleasure, but rather a kind of alternative spiritual practice. Tu Rui's ever-changing primordial yin, imbued with a unique spiritual charm, acts like a top-tier catalyst, constantly refining and stimulating Chao Dong's golden body's qi and blood. Inside the room, the air. Intense. I don't know how much time passed. When Tu Rui felt that she was about to be annihilated and her consciousness was fading. Gao Dong, ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tu Rui has increased to 60 out of 100. This man is not only incredibly strong. Like a tireless beast, the impact it had on her far exceeded any previous experience. Chao Dong looked on. Then, like a docile cat, she rubbed her cheek against his palm and let out a sigh. That night, the phantom under the moon was eventually swallowed up by the golden furnace. It shines with the most dazzling brilliance. Chapter 86, Crisis. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently dispelling the darkness of the guest room and illuminating the enchanting traces throughout. Chao Dong awoke from a deep sleep, not out of alertness, but from the warm, soft touch of her arm and the scent lingering around her nose, a fragrance unlike Yuan Shiqi's elegant, quiet richness or Monica's mellowness, but with a unique sweetness and languidness. He turned his head slightly and looked at the pillow. Tu Rui remained asleep, curled up beside him like a cat seeking a source of warmth. Her chestnut-brown hair was spread out on the pillow, with a few strands clinging to her sweaty forehead and cheeks, adding to her delicate beauty. On that stunningly beautiful face, the allure and seductive charm of last night had completely faded, leaving only a sense of satisfaction and tranquility after being nourished by the rain and dew. Her long eyelashes, like 2 small fans, cast faint shadows under her eyelids. The thin blanket slipped down to her waist, revealing her smooth, jade-like back and rounded shoulders, where a few faint, slightly domineering finger marks and kiss marks left by him a night before could still be seen. The sunlight fell on her bare skin, as if gilding her with a soft, golden glow, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Chao Dong's gaze lingered on her for a moment, and the 9 revolutions golden body technique within his body circulated on its own, calming down the restless blood and qi caused by his morning physiological reactions and the beautiful scenery before him. He gently tried to pull his arm away so as not to disturb her sleep. However, as soon as he moved, Tu Rui seemed to sense something. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those amber eyes initially held a hazy sleepiness, like a lake shrouded in mist, but when they saw Chao Dong's face so close to theirs, the mist quickly dissipated, replaced by a bright light that mixed shyness, satisfaction, and a hint of cunning. Unlike most women who would panic and flinch, she resembled a cat that had successfully stolen some fish, a sweet and slightly smug smile curving her lips, her voice still soft and husky from just waking up. "Good morning, Mr. Gao." She deliberately used a slightly unfamiliar form of address, but her eyes were so alluring they could drip water, and her slender fingers unconsciously drew circles on Chao Dong's firm chest. This is a perfectly timed flirtation, showcasing both the dependence that follows intimacy and a touch of playful charm. Chao Dong caught her mischievous fingers and held them in his palm. Her fingers were slender and soft, her skin smooth. "Good morning," he said, his voice low with the sound of early morning, his gaze falling on the ambiguous red mark below her collarbone. "Looks like you slept well last night." 2 blushes rose on Tu Rui's face. She gave him a coquettish glare, a look that was full of charm and different from her wild and unrestrained demeanor last night, now adding a touch of feminine allure. It's all your fault, she muttered softly, pressing her body even closer to Chao Dong, seeking warmth and a sense of security. The two lingered for a few more moments until the sunlight outside the window grew brighter and brighter. Time to get up. Chao Dong patted her back and sat up abruptly, his strong body sculpted in the morning light, exuding power. Tu Rue responded lazily, sat up while hugging the thin quilt. The silk quilt slipped off, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and those breathtaking curves. She seemed completely unconcerned about Chao Dong's gaze, even deliberately slowing down her movements to showcase her perfect body in slow motion, every subtle gesture exuding silent allure. Only when Chao Dong was dressed and ready to leave did she wrap herself in a thin blanket, walk barefoot to his side, tiptoe, and place a soft, brief kiss on his lips. Today, I will continue to monitor the carrier pigeon's responses. Her eyes regained their clarity, now serious. Hopefully, there will be good news. Chao Dong nodded, gave her a deep look, and then turned and left the guest room. When he arrived at the restaurant, there was a subtle tension in the atmosphere. Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing were already sitting there, and Xiao Liping was setting out breakfast. Seeing him come in, Yuan Shiqi raised her clear eyes and gave him a gentle smile, but Chao Dong keenly sensed that there was a subtle complexity hidden beneath that smile. Wen Jing was much more direct. Her charming eyes swept over Chao Dong, then seemed to sniff the air before she pursed her lips, lowered her head, and poked at the food on her plate. Clearly, she wasn't in a good mood. Monica arrived a little later, maintaining her elegant and composed demeanor. However, when she met Chao Dong's gaze, her honey-brown eyes flickered slightly before returning to their calm, deep state. She sat down quietly and began to eat, as if nothing unusual had happened the night before. Chao Dong sat down to eat as usual, offering no further explanation. Some things only get worse the more you try to explain. Maintaining the status quo and keeping things under control is the best approach. Breakfast was spent in a tacit, quiet atmosphere. After the meal, Chao Dong went to the open space to cultivate as usual. Today, he felt that his blood and qi were more active and purer, and when he circulated the 9 revolutions golden body technique, the golden light that appeared around his body seemed to have solidified a bit. Last night's exhilarating cultivation with Tu Rue seemed to have indeed brought some benefits. Her primordial yin was like the finest tonic, nourishing his golden body. He was immersed in cultivation until the afternoon when Tu Rue hurriedly came to find him, her face showing a mixture of excitement and seriousness. Chao Dong, the carrier pigeon has replied. She lowered her voice, led Chao Dong aside, and took out the miniature receiver, which displayed a deciphered message. The message is divided into 2 parts. The first part concerns the sweepers. The target sweepers team, codename Anvil, has been confirmed to be located approximately 50 kilometers northeast of your area. Their energy signals are active, suggesting they're conducting a fine-scale ground scan. At the current rate, they are expected to enter a high-risk detection range within 24 to 36 hours. The second part is the carrier pigeon's response to the previous bait. Preliminary analysis of the provided data fragment shows that the energy characteristics highly match the residual fluctuations of anomaly file number 734, Withered Garden Incident. This intelligence is valued at B+. Exchangeable for 1. A partial list of close and personnel dispatches within the Purification faction. 2. A one-time high-precision energy scan shield for a designated area, limited to the Eastern continent, lasting 1 standard hour. Please select. The intelligence is invaluable. The location and movements of the Anvil team have been confirmed, and the price offered by the carrier pigeon is quite tempting, especially the one-time energy scanning shield, which is simply an excellent tool to buy them time to relocate or set up traps. What do they want in exchange for B+ level intelligence? Chao Dong asked the crucial question. They wouldn't provide it for free. Tu Rue pointed to the last line of small print in the message. They demanded that after we selected the exchange project, we provide another data fragment of equal energy level as the final payment for this transaction. They also implied that if higher-level core intelligence were to be provided later, the price could double, and it might even include providing a secure shelter channel. This was indeed a long-term strategy. The submerged network's desire for that encrypted block of information far exceeded expectations. Choose the second option, energy scan shielding, Chao Dongsu decided. We'll specify the shielding time. As for the final payment, he looked at Tu Rue and Monica, who had come over after hearing the news. Prepare another bait that looks closer to the core than the last one, but the key data needs to be blurred. Monica immediately understood. I understand. I'll handle it in a way that makes them feel like they're about to hit the nail on the head, but they're just one step away from it. Rue nodded. Okay, I'll get back to them right away. Just then, Yuan Shiqi, who was in charge of perimeter security, suddenly strode over, a serious look on her beautiful face. Brother Dong, about 50 kilometers to the northeast, there's a strong energy pulse fluctuation with orderly characteristics. It flashed by in an instant, but the intensity was very high. It's very similar to the residual fluctuations of the sweeper that we sensed earlier. The news has been confirmed. The Anvil team is indeed in that direction, and they seem to be using some kind of equipment. The crisis is one step closer. Chapter 87: The Storm is Brewing. The news brought by Yuan Shiqi was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly bringing the already tense atmosphere in the villa to its peak. The Anvil team, 50 kilometers, energy pulse, these keywords combined paint a clear and imminent picture of a threat. Chao Dong's eyes narrowed, and he made a decision instantly. He no longer lingered in the open space, but strode towards the study, simultaneously ordering in a deep voice. Everyone, assemble in the study. Immediately, his voice carried an undeniable authority, like a bugle call before battle. Yuan Shiqi, Wenjing, Monica, Rue, and even Xiao Liping, who was preparing food, immediately put down what they were doing and quickly gathered in the study. The atmosphere in the study was so heavy it was almost palpable. Chao Dong stood before his desk, his gaze sweeping over the 5 women before him, each with a distinct style, yet equally outstanding. Yuan Shiqi was pure and refined, with keen senses. Wenjing was alluring yet sharp-tongued, swift in action. Monica was noble and elegant, with inner wisdom. Rue was charming and alluring, with unpredictable abilities. Xiao Liping was gentle yet resilient, providing logistical support. This was the core force he could currently rely on. Everyone is aware of the situation. Chao Dong got straight to the point, his voice calm and composed, without the slightest hint of panic. The Sweeper Anvil team is less than 50 kilometers away from us and is actively probing. We have at most 1 day left. He paused, his gaze first falling on Rue. Rue immediately confirmed the deal with Carrier Pigeon and specified the time for the energy shield to be used, set for tomorrow noon, lasting 1 hour. Instruct them to send the activation key before the shield takes effect. Understood. Rue replied solemnly, immediately taking out the miniature resonator and beginning operation. At this moment, she had abandoned all her coquettishness, focusing and working efficiently, demonstrating her professionalism. Monica, Chao Dong looked at her. Besides preparing the final payment for the transaction, I need you to analyze the intelligence we've gathered about the Anvil team's equipment and operational patterns as quickly as possible and find out their possible weaknesses or blind spots in their detection equipment. Monica nodded emphatically, a calm light flashing in her honey-brown eyes. Leave it to me. Their high-energy particle weapons are powerful, but their charging and firing intervals are weaknesses. Energy shields also have a limit to their strength, and their defensive effectiveness decreases against continuous energy impacts of varying frequencies. Shiqi. Chao Dong looked at Yuan Shiqi, whose senses were the strongest. Your task is the most important. From this moment on, focus all your attention on sensing the energy fluctuations in the northeast direction. I need to know their every subtle movement and energy change. At the same time, monitor all areas around the villa to prevent any possible infiltration or reconnaissance. I will do my best. Yuan Shiqi's beautiful face was full of determination. Wenjing, Chao Dong said, turning to the eager Wenjing one last time, you will be in charge of internal mobility and close guard. Check all traps and fortifications to ensure they are foolproof. If any enemy breaks through the outer perimeter or an internal accident occurs, you will need to react immediately. Don't worry, I guarantee not even a strange fly will get in. Wenjing clenched her fist, a hint of excitement and fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. Liping, Chao Dong's tone softened. Prepare all emergency supplies, especially medical supplies and that off-road vehicle, to ensure we can evacuate at any time. Everything is ready, Dongji, Xiao Liping replied gently, her eyes full of trust. The instructions were clearly given, and everyone understood their responsibilities. In the tense atmosphere, a sense of unity and solidarity, working together to overcome difficulties and face external challenges, quietly began to emerge. Tu Rue completed the communication first, then looked up. The transaction has been confirmed. Carrier Pigeon has agreed to our time requirements. The key will be sent to the designated frequency 10 minutes before the shield takes effect. They emphasize that the shielding range is limited to an area with a radius of 5 kilometers centered on the coordinates we provided, and only for 1 hour. That's enough, Xiaodong nodded. An hour is a long time. There's plenty of time to do things. Monica quickly provided her analysis. According to the energy map, the Anvil team's standard detection pattern is a fan-shaped scan, with each scan interval being approximately 5 to 7 seconds. This interval can be exploited if we act quickly and stealthily enough. Additionally, their shield generators are usually located in the backpacks of the team's technical support members, which are relatively vulnerable nodes. Yuan Shiqi closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment before speaking. The energy fluctuations from the northeast are moving slowly but steadily towards the southwest, consistent with the characteristics of a fan-shaped scan. Currently, the distance is approximately 48 kilometers. Wait. She suddenly frowned. A faint energy signal, different from the main fluctuation, has separated out. It's moving very fast and is flanking us. The distance is approximately 40 kilometers. Reconnaissance unit. The sweepers were indeed experienced. While the main force advanced, they sent out scouts on the flanks. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Can you determine its exact path and speed? Gaozong asket gan li. Yuan Shiqi focused all her senses on the path, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The path is veering southeast, seemingly moving along the edge of the mountain range. It's moving very fast. It's estimated that in 6 to 8 hours, it might enter within 30 kilometers of the villa. This distance is already close to the edge of some high-precision, long-range detection equipment. Time is of the essence. A cold glint flashed in Xiaodong's eyes. We can't let it get too close. Wenjing, Monica, you two get ready. Bring jamming equipment and necessary weapons. We'll take the initiative and ambush it in Black Wind Valley 30 kilometers away to remove this thorn in our side. Take the initiative? Wenjing's eyes lit up, and she immediately replied, Okay. Monica nodded quickly. I'll prepare the jamming equipment and analyzer. Xiaodong. Tu Rue suddenly spoke, her amber eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Let me go too. My abilities might play an unexpected role in the ambush. For example, disguising myself as part of the environment or misleading its detection. Xiaodong looked at her. Tu Rue's eyes were firm and confident. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Okay, your abilities are indeed suitable for this kind of mission, but you will follow my orders in all actions. Understood. Tu Rue smiled, a hint of excitement at the approaching challenge. Shiqi, continue monitoring the movements of the main squad and this reconnaissance unit. If there are any changes, contact them immediately via the encrypted channel. Xiaodong instructed Yuan Shiqi at the end, then glanced at Wenjing, Monica, and Tu Rue. You have 20 minutes to prepare, then depart. Yes. The group accepted the order and quickly dispersed to prepare. Xiaodong walked to the window and looked northeast, towards the direction of the Anvil team and the source of the unknown danger. A storm was brewing, but his eyes showed no fear, only unwavering determination and a faint, burning fighting spirit. The 9 revolutions golden body technique was slowly accelerating within my body, and a powerful sense of energy filled my entire being. Passive defense has never been his style. Since a crisis is inevitable, he'll cut off its tentacles before it fully arrives. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tu Rue has increased to 65 out of 100. Ding, Monica's conquering level has increased to 78/100. The system's notification seemed to indicate that this proactive move was not only to resolve the crisis, but could also become an opportunity to unite the team and strengthen bonds. 20 minutes later, a camouflaged SUV quietly drove out of the villa, shooting off like an arrow towards the rugged mountains to the southeast. Inside, Xiaodong was driving, while Wenjing, Monica, and Tu Rue, each with their own strengths, launched a hunt for the vanguard of the sweepers. Inside the villa, Yuan Shiqi and Xiao Liping stayed behind, their eyes following the departing car, their hearts filled with worry and anticipation. The storm has already begun. Chapter 88, The Ninth Beautiful Young Woman. Jean's Queen Lu Yu. Black Wind Valley gets its name from the perpetual gray miasma and the howling wind that sounds like ghosts wailing. The terrain here is treacherous, with steep cliffs on both sides, jagged rocks, and sparse vegetation at the bottom of the valley. It is an excellent ambush location, but also fraught with danger. After nearly 2 hours of bumpy and fast driving, Chao Dong's modified off-road vehicle quietly came to a stop in a secluded rocky hollow about 1 kilometer from the valley entrance. According to the last information Shiqi sent, the reconnaissance unit is expected to enter from the east side of the valley entrance and quickly pass through along this relatively easy path at the bottom of the valley. Monica opened her portable computer, which displayed a simplified map of Black Wind Valley and the enemy's most likely route, calculated based on energy fluctuations. We need to act when it enters the middle of the valley, where the field of vision is narrowest. Chao Dong pointed to a bend in the map. The rock walls on both sides are the highest here, so the interference effect will be the best. Wenjing, you take the high ground on the left and are responsible for interfering with its communication and possible external detection links with a strong electromagnetic pulse as soon as possible. Monica, you're on the right. Use the energy disruptor to create a small-scale energy turbulence to cover up the fluctuations when we take action. Clear. Ugh. The two women immediately obeyed the order, swiftly picking up their equipment and, like two nimble lynxes, stealthily making their way to their designated ambush points under the cover of the rocks. Chao Dong then looked at Tu Rue. Your mission is the most flexible. I need you to lie in ambush at the bottom of the valley, close to the path. Once the target enters the ambush zone, the moment when Jing and Monica launch their interference, you need to use your ability to create a brief illusion that distorts its detector, even if it's only for a second or two, to create an opportunity for me to get close. Tu Rue took a deep breath, her amber eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. This was her first time participating in such a live-fire operation, and while she was nervous, she was even more excited. Leave it to me. She nodded confidently, her body swaying slightly. The surrounding light seemed to subtly refract on her, making her appear somewhat hazy, blending even more seamlessly into the environment. Like a phantom disappearing into the shadows, she silently slid towards the valley floor. Chao Dong himself chose a position at the heart of the ambush zone, one that offered a panoramic view and the ability to provide support to all sides. Like an ancient rock, he concealed all his presence and silently awaited the arrival of his prey. Time passed second by second, and only the howling wind echoed through the valley, adding to the somber atmosphere. About half an hour later, Yuan Shiqi's hushed voice came through Chao Dong's communicator, tinged with urgency. Brother Dong, be careful. That reconnaissance unit has suddenly sped up. It's 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Also, its energy signal is strange, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. It seems to be entangled with something. Wait, there seems to be another energy reaction behind it. Very weak, but very sharp. Something has changed. Chao Dong's eyes sharpened, and he immediately shouted through the encrypted channel. Attention everyone. Target moved forward. Situation changed. Maintain maximum alert. No sooner had he given the order than a strange noise came from the direction of the valley entrance. It wasn't the sound of mechanical units moving as expected, but rather a rapid, rhythmic sound of footsteps and a unique humming sound of a high-frequency energy weapon being activated. Immediately afterwards, a live figure burst out from the miasma at the valley entrance like a cheetah. That was a woman. She wore a dark blue combat uniform covered in dust and torn in many places, but this could not hide her breathtaking figure. What's most eye-catching is the classic blue jeans that are so tight around her lower body. The jeans, worn from the intense exercise and long hours of running, clung tightly to her hips and legs, perfectly outlining her full, perky, and ripe peach-like buttocks. With each step, the powerful and elastic curves reveal an amazing dynamic beauty beneath the taut denim fabric, as if it might break free at any moment, exuding a wild allure. This is a body honed through years of rigorous training, possessing strength, flexibility, and ultimate feminine sensuality. Her combat uniform was only half zipped up, revealing a black tight-fitting vest and a deep cleavage underneath. Sweat soaked the vest, which clung to her body, making her curves even more prominent. She wore her hair in a neat ponytail, and although her face was stained with dirt, her features were still clearly defined, with sharp, piercing eyes that exuded a fierce and calm demeanor from someone who had been through many battles. At this moment, she was using the rocks at the bottom of the valley as cover to move quickly, while occasionally turning around and firing small bursts of fire backward with a uniquely shaped pistol that was flashing with blue electric arcs. Her movements were clean, crisp, and explosive. Every tactical evasion was textbook perfect, and her shapely buttocks, constantly shifting in position beneath her jeans, became a sight that was impossible to look away from on this dangerous battlefield. Ding, a beautiful young woman matching the criteria has been detected. Lu Yu. Overall rating, 96, swift and stylish blade. Detailed assessment. Age, 32. At the peak of her life, a perfect blend of experience and physical prowess, possessing both mature charm and the sharp edge of a warrior. Appearance, 95, deep and three-dimensional facial features, heroic spirit between the eyebrows, healthy and energetic tan skin, and scars that add to the unique charm. Body, 97, 172 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned and agile physique, smooth muscle lines full of power, especially those big buttocks tightly wrapped in jeans, with perfect curves, firm and perky, truly a masterpiece. Traits, 96, possesses top-notch tactical skills and combat abilities, talent, tactical intuition, is proficient in the use of multiple weapons and wilderness survival, and has extremely strong mental fortitude. Potential, 94, possesses top-level skills in combat command, special operations, and security defense, making him an undisputed ace warrior in the post-apocalyptic world. Overall rating, S tier. Must recruit. Their exceptional individual combat skills and tactical execution capabilities are a solid guarantee for the team's survival and expansion. The ninth beautiful young woman, rating a whopping 96. S-Class. Not far behind the female special police officer, a reconnaissance unit about the height of a person, silver gray in color and shaped like a mechanical spider, was in hot pursuit. Its 8 mechanical legs moved swiftly across the rugged ground, while the compound eye sensors on its top flashed red, constantly locking onto the fleeing figure ahead. Occasionally, it would shoot out white, paralyzing rays from its abdomen, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. It turns out that the entanglement that Yuan Shichi detected was actually this mysterious female special police officer fighting against the Sweeper's reconnaissance unit. The fact that she could single-handedly contend with such a high-tech creation speaks volumes about her strength. Gao Dong, what do we do? Wenjing's voice came through the channel, filled with inquiry. The situation before them was completely unexpected. Gao Dong Shou mean they said. The appearance of this strange woman disrupted his plans, but she was clearly also an enemy of the Sweepers. The enemy of my enemy might be my friend, and, judging from her disheveled appearance, she seemed to desperately need help. In the blink of an eye, the mechanical spider seemed to lose patience. Its compound eyes suddenly glowed brightly red, and a white energy beam, several times thicker than before, instantly condensed and was about to be shot out. This attack was far superior to the previous paralyzing ray. Lu Yu, who was changing his magazine behind a boulder, seemed to sense the deadly danger. His expression changed drastically, and he tried to dodge, but his old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated, so his movements were a beat too slow. A close call. Move! Chao Dong gave the order without hesitation. Buzz! On the high point to the left, Wenjing suddenly pressed the button and an invisible, powerful electromagnetic pulse spread out from her. Almost simultaneously, Monica on the right also activated the energy disruptor, and the energy field in a small area at the bottom of the valley instantly became chaotic. The energy beam that the mechanical spider was about to fire clearly faltered, its red light flickering erratically, indicating that it had been interfered with. In that instant of stillness, Tu Rue, who had been lurking at the bottom of the valley, moved. With her eyes tightly closed and her mental energy highly concentrated, she unleashed her talent, ever-changing phantom, towards the mechanical spider. It's not an attack, but a distortion of perception. In the mechanical spider's sensors, 3 or 4 blurry images of heat sources with similar energy characteristics instantly appeared at the location where Lu Yu was, making it unable to lock onto the real body for a moment. Now, Chao Dong roared, his figure shooting out from his hiding place like a cannonball. He activated the 9 Revolutions golden body technique to its limit, with a faint golden aura surrounding his body, and his speed was so fast that he left a trail of afterimages in his place. His target was clear. The mechanical spider that had momentarily frozen due to interference and illusion. Lu Yu had just changed his magazine and was preparing to fight to the death when he saw this sudden turn of events. A look of shock and astonishment flashed in his sharp eyes. She saw a figure like a golden lightning bolt rushing toward the deadly mechanical creation at a speed she couldn't comprehend. Chao Dong instantly closed in, ignoring the few greatly weakened rays fired by the mechanical spider in its panic. With a punch containing immense power and a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air, he slammed it hard into the shield generator on its abdomen, the weakness that Monica had analyzed. Boom! With a dull thud, the seemingly sturdy energy shield shattered like glass. Chao Dong's fist continued its momentum, piercing through the mechanical spider's metal shell and smashing its intricate internal structure to pieces. A series of crackling sparks flashed wildly. The mechanical spider's 8 mechanical legs twitched a few times. The red light in its eyes quickly dimmed, and it finally turned into a pile of smoky scrap metal. The entire process took only 2 or 3 seconds. In the valley, only the sound of the wind and the crackling of electricity could be heard for a moment. Lu Yu leaned against the boulder, breathing slightly heavily. His sharp eyes were fixed on Chao Dong, who had suddenly appeared and resolved the crisis with lightning speed, as well as when Jing, Monica, and Tu Rui, who appeared from different directions. His eyes were filled with vigilance, scrutiny, and a complex emotion of relief after surviving a disaster. Chao Dong slowly withdrew his fist, shook off the engine oil on his hands, and calmly met Lu Yu's gaze. The crisis has been temporarily resolved, but a new and unknown encounter has just begun. Chapter 89 Temporary Alliance. The atmosphere in Black Wind Valley did not immediately relax after the mechanical spider was turned into scrap metal. Instead, it became even more subtle and tense due to the unexpected variable of Lu Yu. With his back against the cold rock, Lu Yu's breathing had not yet fully calmed down. His sharp, hawk-like eyes quickly swept over Chao Dong, as well as when Jing, Monica, and Tu Rui, who emerged from the high points on both sides and the shadows at the bottom of the valley. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Chao Dong's body, which seemed to contain explosive power, then swept over Tu Rui's stunningly beautiful face, which seemed out of place on the battlefield, before finally settling on Chao Dong's face, filled with scrutiny and undisguised vigilance. Her hand was still tightly gripping the arc pistol, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force, her body in a tense state, ready to erupt into battle or dodge at any moment. Her instincts, honed from years of walking on the edge of life and death, make it impossible for her to relax in any unfamiliar environment or with any unfamiliar people. Chao Dong shook the dirt off his hands and calmly met her gaze. He could sense the fierce and resilient aura emanating from this woman, forged through countless trials, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, its edge menacing. Especially those eyes, calm and sharp, as if they could see through illusions. "Who are you?" Lu Yu spoke first, her voice hoarse from the fierce battle, but her tone was steady, displaying remarkable composure. "Why are you helping me?" She didn't rush to express her gratitude, but instead went straight to the core question. In the apocalypse, unprovoked assistance often meant an even greater trap. Just passing by, and it happened to be our target too. Chao Dong said succinctly, revealing no further information, and asked in return, "And you? An Interpol agent? How come you're here alone, being hunted by the Sweeper's intelligence unit?" He mentioned the name, the cleaners, both to demonstrate his intelligence capabilities and as a test. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, clearly not expecting the other party to also know the cleaners. She hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The strength and purpose of this group of people were unknown, but they had indeed saved her just now, and they could call her the cleaners without hesitation. Perhaps they weren't enemies? Lu Yu, former member of the International Special Operations Group. She gave her name and vague identity, a tacit indication of trust. While investigating a transnational smuggling case, I became embroiled in an unusual incident. My team was separated, and we were targeted for elimination by the purging faction of the Divine Light Fleet. I've been dealing with them for several days now. Her words were concise, yet they conveyed a wealth of information and the precariousness of her situation. To be able to single-handedly withstand the pursuit of the sweepers for several days was a testament to her terrifying strength. At this moment, Wenjing and Monica also came over and stood on either side of Chao Dong, forming a protective stance. Wenjing looked at Lu Yu curiously, especially glancing at her shapely buttocks, which were stretched taut by her jeans. She pursed her lips, seemingly a little unconvinced, but had to admit that they were indeed very well endowed. Monica remained elegantly silent, her honey-brown eyes calmly analyzing every subtle expression and movement of Lu Yu. Tu Rui lagged behind, her face slightly pale. The full force she had used to interfere with the mechanical spider sensors with ever-changing Phantom had taken a toll on her mental energy. She gently pressed her temples, but her eyes remained bright as she observed Lu Yu, seemingly pondering this newly appeared woman with a completely different style. Chao Dong. Chao Dong also introduced himself as a gesture of courtesy. He glanced at the still-smoking mechanical wreckage on the ground and towards the valley entrance, and said in a deep voice, "This is not the place to talk. The main force of the Anvil team is only tens of kilometers away. If this reconnaissance unit loses contact, they will soon notice something is wrong." Lu Yu's expression turned serious, immediately understanding the urgency of the situation. "I know a temporary place to stay nearby, relatively secluded," she said quickly, her gaze sweeping over Chao Dong and the other three with a questioning look. This was an offer of help, and also a further probe. Chao Dong answered almost without hesitation, "Lead the way. The situation is complicated. A powerful temporary ally is far more valuable than a potential wanderer being hunted by the sweepers. Moreover, he is confident in his ability to control the situation." Seeing Chao Dong agree so readily, a strange look flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, but he didn't say anything more, just nodded. "Come with me, and be quick." She turned around, her movements still agile. Her long legs, encased in jeans, moved with power, and her rounded hips swayed naturally with each step, creating an extremely eye-catching scene. In this desolate valley, she displayed a wild and healthy beauty. Chao Dong and his group immediately followed. Wenjing leaned close to Chao Dong and whispered, "Brother Dong, is this woman reliable? What if she's leading us into a trap? Her injuries and exhaustion are real, and it's true she was being hunted by the sweepers," Chao Dong said in a low voice. "Let's observe first. Stay vigilant," Monica added softly. "Her tactical movements are very professional. Her mental fortitude is excellent, and she is indeed someone who has received rigorous training." Tu Rui frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "My mental energy is quite depleted, and I need some time to recover." Chao Dong glanced at her and nodded. Lu Yu was indeed extremely familiar with the terrain. She led the group through the jagged rocks and narrow crevices, using a tricky and concealed route to effectively avoid potential detection. About 20 minutes later, she stopped in front of a cliff face partially obscured by vines and rocks. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, then skillfully parted the vines to reveal a narrow opening, just wide enough for one person to pass through. "This is it." Lu Yu was the first to bend down and crawl inside. Chao Dong signaled Wenjing and Monica to keep watch outside for a moment. Then he followed closely behind and crawled into the cave. Tu Rui also followed. Although the entrance was narrow, the interior was surprisingly spacious. It was a small natural cave of about 10 square meters, dry and reasonably well ventilated. In one corner were piles of compressed food and bottled water packaging, indicating that Lu Yu had stayed there. Once in a relatively safe environment, Lu Yu's tense nerves seemed to relax slightly. Leaning against the cave wall, she let out a long sigh, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, revealing her deep exhaustion. Several days of high-intensity escape and fighting had been a tremendous test of her physical strength and energy. Chao Dong surveyed the cave environment and was fairly satisfied. "We can temporarily avoid detection here, but we can't stay too long." Lu Yu raised her head and looked at Chao Dong, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have." She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. It's just a mutually beneficial arrangement, Chao Dong said calmly. We also need intelligence. How much do you know about the Anvil team? When it came to business, Liu Yu immediately perked up. Iron Anvil is a standard sweeper squad under the Sujing faction, consisting of 4 people. The captain, codenamed Heavy Hammer, is skilled in heavy firepower suppression and frontal assaults. The 2 assault soldiers, Sharp Blade and Spike, are swift in action and responsible for flanking maneuvers and precise elimination. And there is a technical support soldier, Ghost, responsible for detection, communications jamming, and electronic warfare. They're well-equipped, work together seamlessly, and are extremely difficult to deal with. The intelligence she provided was more detailed than Monica's previous analysis, even including codenames and division of labor. How do you know so much detail? Monica couldn't help but ask, with a hint of curiosity. A bitter and resentful look appeared on Liu Yu's face. My squad was killed by them. I'm the only survivor. She clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. I infiltrated and observed them for a long time before I figured all this out. The atmosphere inside the cave became somewhat somber for a moment. Chao Dong looked into Liu Yu's eyes and saw the suppressed pain and the flames of revenge within them. He understood. This was a potential ally with a common enemy and sufficient strength and value. You want revenge? Gao Dong, ask it. Liu Yu nodded without hesitation, his eyes sharp as knives. I want to. As long as I have the chance, I will make them pay the price. Then, Chao Dong stepped forward, his gaze calm, yet carrying an undeniable power. Perhaps we can cooperate. We have the approximate real-time location of the Anvil, methods to interfere with their detection, and the power to deal with them. He extended his hand to her. Temporary alliance, how about it? Objective, take out the Anvil squad. Liu Yu looked at Chao Dong's outstretched hand, then looked up to meet his deep, confident eyes. She could feel the powerful, reassuring control emanating from this man. The hope of revenge alone was slim, while this group seemed to possess the confidence and strength to contend with the sweepers. After a brief moment of deliberation, she extended her long, strong hand, calloused yet firm, and shook hands tightly with Chao Dong. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Liu Yu's voice was firm. My name is Liu Yu. Ding, the initial conquering level of the beautiful young woman Liu Yu is 10/100. A temporary alliance has thus been formed. Meanwhile, the Anvil team in the distance was unaware that they had become the target of 2 powerful hunters. Outside the cave, the mountain wind howled, as if playing the prelude to the impending hunt. Chapter 90 Hunt. Inside the narrow cave, the brief respite brought about by the temporary alliance was quickly replaced by a sense of impending crisis. The basis for cooperation is a common enemy, but true trust and understanding need to be forged in the actions to come. Chao Dong released his grip on Liu Yu's hand, glanced at everyone in the cave, and said in a deep voice, Time is of the essence. We must complete the deployment before the main force of Iron Anvil discovers that the reconnaissance unit has lost contact and reacts. Liu Yu, you are familiar with her tactical style, so tell me your thoughts. Despite her exhaustion, Liu Yu maintained a soldier's efficiency, her back straight. She walked to the center of the cave and quickly sketched a simple map of Black Wind Valley and its surrounding area on the ground with her dagger. When the Anvil loses its reconnaissance unit, there are usually 2 response modes. She spoke quickly but clearly. First, remain vigilant, slow down the main force, and send out a second reconnaissance unit to conduct a more cautious fan-shaped search. Second, if the target is deemed threatening, adopt an aggressive stance, accelerate the advance, and use powerful firepower to suppress the area and force the target to reveal itself. She paused, pointing her dagger at another area outside the Black Wind Valley exit. I personally lean toward the second one. Heavy Hammer is aggressive. He'll see any target that can eliminate his reconnaissance units as a threat that must be eliminated. They'll advance rapidly along the main road to here, Broken Blade Gorge, the only way to our current location and the villa area. The terrain is more open than Black Wind Valley, but there are high grounds on both sides, which are suitable for them to use their firepower advantage, and also suitable for us to set up an ambush. Her analysis, based on a deep understanding of the enemy, was highly persuasive. Broken Blade Gorge. Chao Dong looked at the sketch, quickly simulating the terrain in his mind. If we can occupy the high ground on both sides in advance, we can indeed gain a geographical advantage. But how do we avoid their early detection? They will definitely scan before entering the gorge. That's the key. Lu Yu looked at Tu Rue and Monica. We need this young lady's illusionary abilities, as well as your energy interference devices, to create a safe illusion at the canyon entrance, or at least to conceal our energy fluctuations and ambush points. As long as we can fool their initial 1 or 2 scans and get them into the middle of the canyon. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. That's our chance. Tu Rue's complexion had regained some color, as she nodded upon hearing this. I could try to create an environmental mimicry covering a small area to simulate the absence of life and abnormal energy reactions. But we need to know their scanning frequency and pattern precisely, and it cannot be maintained for too long. Monica interjected. Shiki can provide their scanning intervals, and I can adjust the parameters of the energy disruptor. Combined with Tu Rue's illusion, theoretically, we can shield our presence for a short time. However, the risk is that if the other side has a more advanced penetrating scan, or if the ghost conducts in-depth analysis, they might be able to detect it. There is no battle without risk, Chao Dong decided. Let's choose Broken Blade Gorge. Lu Yu, you are responsible for designating the best ambush position and fire coverage area. Wen Jing, you will cooperate with Lu Yu and be responsible for the left high ground, using heavy sniper weapons. The primary targets are the enemy's shield generator and the gunner heavy hammer. No problem. Wen Jing rubbed her hands together, her eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. Monica, Tu Rue, you two are responsible for the right high ground. Monica will control the energy disruptor, and Tu Rue will cast illusions and try to interfere with the ghost in your own way. Chao Dong continued to assign tasks. Lu Yu, you and I will be the mobile force, lying in ambush in the middle of the canyon. Once the battle starts, we will hold them off from the front, and you will pour fire from the high ground on both sides to try to severely damage or even reduce their numbers as soon as possible. This arrangement places the strongest melee forces, Chao Dong and Lu Yu, in the most dangerous front, making full use of the ranged and support advantages of the high ground on both sides. Lu Yu had no objection to Chao Dong's arrangement. In fact, a hint of approval flashed in her eyes. This kind of commander, who dared to take responsibility, was the type she admired. I agree. In addition, I suggest setting up some simple physical traps at the entrance of the canyon. They don't need to cause much damage, just enough to slow them down and disrupt their formation, giving us a fraction of a second to gain the upper hand. Sure, Liping has prepared some remote-controlled explosive devices and tripwires, which can come in handy. Chao Dong nodded, a hint of appreciation in his eyes as he looked at Lu Yu. This woman was not only strong in combat, but also had very meticulous tactical thinking. So, the action plan is roughly like this, Chao Dong summarized. Now, let's get to the timing. We have 1 hour and 20 minutes to reach Broken Blade Gorge and complete the deployment. At noon, the energy shield provided by the carrier pigeon will be in effect for 1 hour, which is the best window for us to take action and can isolate them from possible external requests for assistance and deep scanning to the greatest extent possible. Everyone's expression tightened, and they quickly checked the time. Set off. Without further ado, the group quickly left the cave and, led by Lu Yu, sped along a more secluded path towards Broken Blade Gorge. The atmosphere was silent yet efficient throughout the journey. Lu Yu demonstrated astonishing wilderness survival skills, always managing to find the most energy-efficient and concealed routes. Her figure darted nimbly ahead, her long legs encased in jeans exuding explosive power, her round and pert buttocks swaying rhythmically as she moved, seemingly containing boundless energy, leaving Wen Jing, who followed behind, secretly astonished. While on his way, Chao Dong kept in touch with Yuan Shiqi, who was staying at the villa, through an encrypted channel. Shiqi, what's the main force's movement at Iron Anvil? Brother Dong, they've sped up their movement. They're advancing straight towards Broken Blade Gorge. It's expected to be faster than we previously predicted. They might reach the gorge entrance within an hour. Yuan Shiqi's voice was urgent. Understood. Continue monitoring and report any energy anomalies immediately. The situation was more serious than expected, and the Anvil team indeed adopted an aggressive strategy. About 50 minutes later, the group arrived at Broken Blade Gorge. Just as Lu Yu said, the canyon is relatively wide enough for vehicles to pass through, with steep cliffs tens of meters high on both sides and jagged rocks, making it an ideal ambush location. Wen Jing, go to the protrusion on the left, the best view. Monica, Tu Rei, the platform on the right, there are rocks to cover it, suitable for setting up equipment and hiding. Lu Yu quickly pointed out the prearranged ambush points, his professionalism evident. The three immediately took action, carrying their equipment and quickly climbing towards their respective positions. Chao Dong and Lu Yu remained at the bottom of the valley. Lu Yu took out several small remote-control bombs and high-strength tripwires from his tactical backpack and skillfully set them up near the canyon entrance. She bent over, squatted, and crawled, each tactical movement precise and fluid. Her tight jeans perfectly showcased the curves of her hips and legs, exuding power and beauty. Even Chao Dong had to admit that this was indeed a highly visually appealing body designed for battle. After setting the trap, Lu Yu returned to Chao Dong's side, leaned against a rock, and checked his arc pistol and several high-explosive grenades. Her profile was sharply defined, and her eyes were focused and calm. "Are you nervous?" Gaozong Sudenli asket. Lu Yu paused slightly as he inspected the weapons. He glanced at Chao Dong, shook his head, and a murderous smile curled at the corner of his lips, just excited. "After waiting so long, we finally have a chance to take a bite out of them." Her answer was full of a warrior's straightforwardness and bravery. Chao Dong nodded, fell silent, closed his eyes, and silently circulated the 9 revolutions golden body technique, adjusting himself to his peak condition. An invisible, chilling sense of oppression slowly emanated from him. Lu Yu felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed the aura emanating from the man beside her, aura like a dormant volcano. This man was far more unfathomable than she had imagined. Time passed by, and the canyon was deathly silent, with only the sound of the wind passing through. Reports came in one after another from the encrypted channel that Wen Jing, Monica, and Tu Rui had arrived. Yuan Shichi's voice rang out again, carrying a final warning. They've arrived, less than 5 kilometers from the canyon entrance. The scanning beam has begun forward detection. Chao Dong suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing. "On your marks, the show begins." He gave a low shout, exchanged a glance with Lu Yu, and the two of them, like tacit hunters, simultaneously concealed all their presence and blended into the shadows of the rocks. In the distance, the faint rumble of heavy vehicle engines could already be heard. The Anvil team arrived as scheduled. The hunting net was quietly set in motion. Chapter 91, Aftertaste. The smoke from the battle within Broken Blade Gorge has not yet completely dissipated. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning high-energy weapons, the pungent odor of molten metal, and a faint smell of blood. The bodies of the 4 Anvil team members lay twisted in various ways at the bottom of the valley, signifying the complete victory of this meticulously planned hunt. Chao Dong stood still, slowly calming the surging blood and qi in his body. The immense power brought by the 9 revolutions golden body technique is gradually receding, but its sharp aura, honed through actual combat, is becoming increasingly solid. His gaze swept across the battlefield, confirming that there were no further threats. Wen Jing nimbly slid down the high ground on the left, her face flushed with excitement, clearly enjoying the sniping experience. Monica and Tu Rui also joined up on the high ground on the right. Monica was turning off the energy disruptor, while Tu Rui's face was still a little pale, but her eyes were bright, showing the relief of having completed the mission. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was standing next to the enormous corpse of Heavy Hammer. The arc gun in her hand was still slightly hot. Her chest rose and fell slightly. Beads of sweat covered her forehead, and a few strands of hair clung to her cheeks. In her sharp eyes, the joy of revenge mingled with the exhaustion of the battle, ultimately settling into a complex silence. The great revenge was achieved, but the pain of losing her comrades would not disappear. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to detach from her emotions, and began to quickly examine the bodies on the ground, collecting any potentially useful identification tags, storage devices, or undamaged weapon modules. This was her professional habit, and also a necessity for survival in the apocalypse. As she bent down to remove a small, data terminal-like device from the ghost's corpse, her tight blue jeans accentuated the curves of her hips. As she bent over, the denim fabric sank deep between her full, pert buttocks, clearly outlining 2 breathtaking curves. Like a ripe fruit tightly wrapped, it exudes a powerful and elastic texture, creating a striking image on the smoke-filled battlefield. Sweat soaked through her combat uniform on the back, and also slightly darkened the color of her jeans on her hips, making them appear even tighter. Chao Dong's gaze inadvertently swept over it, and even he couldn't help but admire in his heart the perfect degree to which this body had been trained. It's not just a visual temptation, but a beauty full of vitality and power. Liu seemed to notice the gaze behind her, paused slightly, but did not turn around. A faint blush appeared at the base of her ears as she quickly put away the equipment and straightened up. Those long, strong legs, encased in jeans, formed a perfect hourglass shape with the curves of her upper body. Found some potentially useful little gadgets. Her voice regained its usual calm as she handed the collected items to Chao Dong, her movements natural, as if the brief moment of embarrassment had never existed. Chao Dong took it and put it away without even looking at it. We can't stay here any longer. The sweepers teams have a communication mechanism, and being out of contact for too long will cause even bigger trouble. He glanced at the sky. We need to return to the villa immediately. There's shielding provided by the carrier pigeons, so it's relatively safe there. Everyone nodded, quickly cleared away any traces that might point towards the villa, and prepared to leave. The return journey was even more silent than when we were there. The fatigue following the fierce battle began to surface, but there was even more concern about potential crises to come. Liu Yu silently followed beside Chao Dong, maintaining the vigilance expected of an excellent soldier. Only occasionally would her gaze fall on Chao Dong's broad and steady back, her eyes revealing a hint of inquiry and acknowledgement that she hadn't shown before. This man was not only incredibly strong, but his decisiveness and timing in battle also impressed her, a former international special police officer. He is like an unshakable mountain, giving people an indescribable sense of security. It was already evening when they returned to the villa. Yuan Shiqi and Xiao Liping had been anxiously waiting and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw everyone return safely. Upon seeing the addition of a strikingly beautiful and fierce-looking stranger to the team, both women were surprised. However, after Chao Dong's brief introduction, Liu Yu, a temporary ally, who was taking care of the Anvil squad, they quickly accepted the fact and warmly welcomed her. The atmosphere at dinner was somewhat peculiar. Seated at the table were 6 beautiful women with distinct styles: the elegant and gentle Yuan Shiqi, the charming and lively Wen Jing, the noble and graceful Monica, the charming and alluring Tu Rui, the gentle and resilient Xiao Liping, and the newly joined, dashing and heroic Liu Yu. Their eyes would occasionally meet, and a silent, subtle comparison and assessment would flow in the air. Liu Yu was clearly not used to being surrounded by so many outstanding women. She ate quickly and decisively, which was somewhat out of place with the slightly relaxed pace around her. Especially when she felt Wen Jing's slightly provocative and curious gaze, and Tu Rui's seemingly insightful and smiling stare, she felt even more uncomfortable. Chao Dong observed all of this without saying a word. This kind of adjustment was inevitable. After the meal, Chao Dong stopped Liu Yu, who was about to go back to her room to rest. Your injuries need to be treated. He noticed scorch marks on the shoulders and arms of her combat uniform, caused by energy rays. Although they weren't serious, they still needed to be cleaned. Liu Yu was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to refuse, as she was used to treating her own wounds. But seeing Chao Dong's unwavering gaze and the first aid kit handed to her by Xiao Liping, she paused for a moment, then nodded, "Thank you." Chao Dong led her to an empty guest room. Liu Yu sat stiffly on the edge of the bed, watching Chao Dong open the first aid kit and take out disinfectant and gauze. Now only the two of them were left in the room, and the atmosphere seemed to have changed. "Take off your coat," Chao Dong said calmly, like a doctor addressing a patient. Liu Yu pursed her lips and took off her tattered combat jacket as instructed, revealing a black, tight-fitting vest soaked in sweat underneath, which perfectly showcased her impressive bust and toned waistline. Her wheat-colored skin glowed with a healthy sheen under the light, making the charred abrasion on her shoulder blade particularly glaring. Chao Dong approached and carefully cleaned the wound with a cotton swab soaked in disinfectant. His movements were steady, carrying an undeniable sense of power. My fingertips occasionally and inevitably touched her warm skin, bringing a subtle sensation. Having trained for many years, she rarely had such close contact with men, especially with Chao Dong's strong masculine aura and subtle yet powerful energy, which made her heart beat faster involuntarily. She could clearly feel the airflow from his breath brushing against her neck and shoulders, tickling her skin and seeping into her heart. She turned her head slightly, tried to avoid the overly intimate atmosphere, but unexpectedly met Chao Dong's gaze, which was very close to hers. His eyes were deep, like a cold pool, clearly reflecting her somewhat flustered appearance. Those eyes seemed to see through her strong exterior and reach right in her heart. "Are you nervous?" Chao Dong suddenly spoke, his voice low and with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Lu Yu immediately retorted, "No." But her voice carried a hint of urgency that she herself was unaware of. She instinctively tried to move away, but Chao Dong gently pressed down on her uninjured shoulder with one of his large hands. The palm was broad and warm, with a scorching heat that felt like it was carrying an electric current, instantly making half of her body go numb. She could even feel the calluses on his palms rubbing against her smooth skin. "Don't move, it's not bandaged yet." Chao Dong's tone remained calm, but his eyes, which were looking at her, darkened slightly, and a kind of aggressive light, which Lu Yu could not understand, surged within them. Lu Yu stood frozen in place, unable to move. She felt like prey being watched by an apex predator, all her combat skills and vigilance seemingly rendered useless at this moment. She could only watch as Chao Dong lowered his head and continued bandaging her. His focused expression, his sharp profile, so close to hers, and the almost zero distance between them made it increasingly difficult for her to breathe. Her buttocks, tightly encased in jeans, unconsciously lifted slightly, leaving the edge of the bed and forming a more taut and alluring curve, as if silently conveying the tension in her body and some inexplicable anticipation. The air in the room seemed to freeze, filled with ambiguity and tension. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 35 out of 100. Chapter 92, Adjustment and Dawn. Chao Dong pressed his fingers firmly against the edge of the gauze, his movements swift and decisive, just as he dealt with his enemies. He straightened up, creating a close, almost suffocating distance between himself and Lu Yu, and the thick, ambiguous feeling in the air seemed to dissipate somewhat. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief almost immediately, but a faint sense of loss inexplicably welled up deep in her heart. She quickly suppressed this strange emotion, moved her bandaged shoulder, and felt the coolness and tightness coming from the wound. "Thank you." Her voice returned to its usual calmness, though it was slightly lower than usual. She stood up, her movements still nimble, but her eyes avoided Chao Dong's gaze. She quickly put her combat jacket back on, zipping it all the way up to the collar, as if to shut out the unusual contact from just moments before. "Get some rest," Chao Dong said calmly, as if nothing had happened. "Starting tomorrow, you'll need to familiarize yourself with the environment and defenses here." "Understood." Lu Yu nodded, like a soldier receiving an order. She didn't say anything more, turned around, and quickly left the guest room. Her straight back and the way her jeans rippled with her steps still carried an undeniable allure. Chao Dong stared at the closed door, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Lu Yu's wariness and independence were within his expectations. To truly win over this sharp blade, time and opportunity would be needed. When he returned to the master bedroom, Yuan Shiqi and Wenjing had already finished washing up. Wenjing was lying on the bed, swinging her fair legs. When she saw Chao Dong come in, she immediately sat up, sniffed him, and asked suspiciously, "Brother Dong, you smell of medicine and a little bit of unfamiliar perfume. Is it that new guy?" Yuan Shiqi also cast an inquiring glance at her, her gaze gentle yet concerned. Chao Dong didn't hide anything and explained simply, "Lu Yu suffered a minor injury, and I treated it for her." He ruffled Wenjing's hair. "Don't overthink it. She's just a temporary ally for now." Wenjing muttered, "Who knows if we're just inviting trouble?" But seeing that Chao Dong's expression remained unchanged, she stopped pressing the matter and secretly resolved to keep a close eye on the jeans queen. Yuan Shiqi said softly, "She seems to have been through a lot. It's not easy for her to survive the sweepers on her own. Since Brother Dong has decided to accept her, we will try to get along with her." Chao Dong nodded, feeling deeply gratified by Yuan Shiqi's thoughtfulness. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, when the rising sun once again bathed the courtyard, the atmosphere inside the villa was different. Lu Yu was the first to arrive at the restaurant. She had changed into a relatively well-fitting black tracksuit that Xiao Liping had found, which still couldn't hide her enviable figure, especially her long legs and pert buttocks, which were still clearly defined even in the tracksuit. She sat up straight and ate quickly, but no longer seemed out of place like she had the night before. She simply observed the others who arrived one after another in silence. After Chao Dong sat down, he addressed the group directly. The Anvil Squad has been dealt with, temporarily eliminating the immediate threat. However, the Divine Light Fleet and the Purification faction will not give up. We need to use this relatively safe time to enhance our strength and consolidate our resources. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Lu Yu. Lu Yu, you possess rich practical experience and tactical knowledge. From today onwards, you will be responsible for developing the team's daily tactical training plan, including hand-to-hand combat, shooting, squad coordination, and simulated drills against high-tech equipment. This is an important responsibility and also a great trust. Lu Yu was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Chao Dong to assign her such a task so directly. She put down her chopsticks, her sharp eyes looking at Chao Dong, and asked for confirmation. I'll be in full charge? That's right, Chao Dong affirmed. I believe in your professional abilities. You can discuss the specific training content with Shichi, Wenjing, and Monica to understand each person's strengths and weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Wenjing's eyes lit up, and she looked at Lu Yu with a hint of provocation. Oh, train us? Then you'll have to show some real skills. She was always confident in her abilities. Monica elegantly wiped her mouth and smiled. I look forward to Miss Lu's training plan, which may make up for some of our shortcomings in this area. Yuan Shichi nodded gently. I will cooperate. Lu Yu felt the scrutiny and expectation in everyone's eyes, as well as Wenjing's undisguised challenge. Instead of backing down, it aroused her competitive spirit and sense of responsibility. She straightened her back, her eyes regaining their sharpness and confidence. Okay, I will come up with a preliminary plan as soon as possible. After breakfast, Li got to work quickly and efficiently. She first asked Yuan Shichi for a detailed understanding of each person's ability type and approximate level, and then she inspected the open space and small training ground around the villa, silently planning the training area in her mind. Her professionalism and efficiency made Yuan Shichi and Xiao Liping, who had initially had some doubts about her, secretly nod in approval. In the morning, under Lu Yu's organization, the first formal tactical training exercise took place in the open space behind the villa. Lu Yu stood before the crowd, his posture upright, his tone serious. First, there's basic physical fitness and reaction training. In the post-apocalyptic environment, ample physical strength and instantaneous reaction ability are the foundation of survival. Wenjing, you're fast, but your sustained explosive power needs improvement. Miss Monica, your abilities lean toward support, but your basic dodging and physical fitness must keep up. She didn't mince words in pointing out everyone's problems and set different training intensities for each person. Although Wenjing was verbally unconvinced, she trained relentlessly, gritting her teeth to complete the high-intensity interval running and obstacle course set by Lu Yu. Monica seemed to be struggling, but she was resilient and persevered silently, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Yuan Shichi's perception ability played a remarkable role in the avoidance training, always able to anticipate the traps, simulated energy rays, or obstacles set by Lu Yu, and her movements were as agile as a swallow. Tu Rui did not participate in physical training. As arranged by Chao Dong, she continued to recover her mental strength in the room and try to further study the encrypted information block. Chao Dong watched from the sidelines, occasionally offering suggestions to adjust Lu Yu's training methods based on some body-refining techniques from the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique, making them more compatible with energy circulation, and the results were often surprisingly good. Lu Yu took Chao Dong's suggestion very seriously, listened carefully, and quickly adjusted the plan. The recognition and inquiry in his eyes as he looked at Chao Dong deepened. During a training break, Lu Yu walked over to Wenjing, who was drinking water. Looking at her flushed cheeks from the intense exercise and her defiant eyes, he suddenly said, "You have a very good foundation. Your speed and explosiveness are top-notch. If your fighting techniques were more systematic, you would be a greater threat in close combat." Wenjing was taken aback, not expecting this seemingly cold woman to suddenly praise her. She snorted and said, "Of course, but your training is a bit too harsh. On the battlefield, the enemy will not be merciful to you." Lu Yu's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Wenjing pouted, but didn't refute it further. After a morning of intense training, although exhausted, the relationships between the group had quietly grown closer through the sweat. At least, Lu Yu had initially earned some respect with her professionalism and strictness. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle. Chao Dong stood on the second-floor terrace of the villa, looking down at the open space below. Lu Yu was instructing Monica on how to perform effective tactical roles and find cover, while Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing were practicing together nearby, their figures intertwined. A kind of cohesion called team is slowly but steadily growing. He knew that the challenges ahead would only increase and become more severe. But with these partners, each with their own strengths and constantly growing, he was full of confidence in building a truly peaceful haven in this apocalyptic world. His gaze swept over the lush green mountains and forests in the distance, and the 9 Revolutions golden body technique quietly circulated within his body, absorbing the free-floating energy between heaven and earth. Strength is always the foundation of everything, but protection gives strength a deeper meaning. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 40 out of 100. The beauty and quiet young woman's level of being conquered has increased to 82/100. Monica's conquering level has increased to 80/100. Chapter 93 Intelligence. The afternoon sun streamed through the study window, casting dappled shadows on the floor. The fatigue from training hadn't completely dissipated, but a new sense of urgency had replaced the brief respite. Chao Dong sat behind his desk, with the spoils he had collected from the members of the Anvil team spread out in front of him. Several identification tags, some standard-issue energy batteries, and the small data terminal that Lu Yu had taken from Ghost at the end. Monica and Tu Rui sat opposite him, with Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing beside them. Lu Yu stood by the window, arms crossed, his sharp gaze sweeping out the window, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Xiao Liping brought in tea and then quietly withdrew. Check this terminal and see if you can find any useful information. Chao Dong pushed the silver-gray data terminal with its slightly charred edges to the center of the table. Monica carefully picked up the terminal and connected it to her modified portable analyzer. The screen lit up, flashing a series of complex encryption symbols and progress bars. The firewall is robust. It's standard equipment used by the Divine Light Fleet. Forcibly cracking it might trigger the data destruction process. She frowned slightly. "Let me try," Touré suddenly said. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently pressed them against the cold metal casing of the terminal, then closed her eyes. An extremely subtle yet uniquely frequencied spiritual energy, like an invisible probe, slowly seeped into the terminal. This wasn't brute force. It was more like a form of psychological deception and guidance. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead, clearly indicating that the process wasn't easy for her either. Everyone watched her with bated breath. About 10 minutes later, Tu Rui suddenly opened her eyes, let out a long sigh of relief. Her face was a little pale, but there was a hint of a successful smile on her lips. "It's done. I simulated some of the mental fluctuations left by the ghost and bypassed the outermost layer of permission verification. Most of the data inside is encrypted, but the log file and the cache of the most recent communication record can be read." Monica immediately started operating the analyzer, and the deciphered data stream appeared on screen. The log file record is a summary of the Anvil team's recent missions, confirming that they were indeed ordered to eliminate anomalies and potential spread risks related to the Dingbua incident, and mentioning a search order for a high-value encrypted information block, number K73. This aligns with Monica's previous assessment. The most recent communication was a brief report to a superior unit codenamed Eagle's Nest, about an hour before they entered Blackwind Valley. The report primarily confirmed that reconnaissance units had been dispatched and mentioned a disturbing piece of information. According to unconfirmed intelligence leaked from anonymous channels of Hidden Network, Target K73 may have become associated with the Cooperation faction. It is recommended to be more vigilant against non-standard response methods during the elimination mission. Eagle Nest replied, "Received, proceed as planned, and the purification protocol may be used if necessary." The cooperative faction, Wen Jing repeated doubtfully, "Besides the rectification faction, are there other factions within the Divine Light Fleet?" Monica's expression was grave. The intelligence to Rue brought earlier mentioned internal divisions within the fleet, but this is the first time a cooperation faction has been explicitly mentioned. Does this mean they're inclined to cooperate with certain abnormal individuals or those possessing abnormal traits, rather than simply eliminating them? Lu Yu also turned around and said coldly, "If there really is such a thing as a cooperation faction, then our situation may be more complicated. The purification faction sees us as a threat that must be eliminated, while the cooperation faction may try to contact, exploit, or even control us." Chao Dong tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This news was indeed important. It meant that the Divine Light Fleet was not a monolithic entity. Although the threats they faced had diversified, there might still be exploitable gaps. This intelligence comes from an anonymous channel of hidden network. Chao Dong looked at Tu Rue. "Did you deliberately mix it in when you were spreading false information before, or is it spread by someone else within hidden network?" Tu Rue shook her head and said definitively, "It wasn't me. The information I passed on only concerned the abnormal energy reaction at the northern military base and made no mention of any cooperation faction. This must have come from another source within the hidden network, or someone deliberately used the hidden network channels to release this information." Deliberately release? Yuan Shichi pondered. Was it to warn us? Or to provoke a more intense conflict between us and the Sujing faction so that some people could take advantage of the chaos? There are many possibilities, and it's difficult to judge in a short time. In any case, we need to be more careful, Chao Dong concluded. The threat from the purging faction has not been eliminated, and now there are also potential cooperation factions eyeing us. Enhancing our own strength is the fundamental way to deal with everything. He looked at Lu Yu. The afternoon training will continue, and the intensity can be adjusted appropriately. But we need to include contingency plans for dealing with enemies of different styles, including contacts who may have cooperative intentions. Understood, Lu Yu replied readily. Monica, Tu Rue, you two continue to study this terminal and that encrypted information block, and see if you can find more information about the factions within the fleet or that purification protocol. Okowo, I'll try. Chao Dong then said to Yuan Shichi, Shichi, you need to maintain your perception range. You must not only be wary of the Sujing faction, but also pay attention to any non-hostile energy contact that is probing. Yuan Shichi nodded solemnly. Wenjing, while you assist Lu Yu in training, you will also be responsible for internal security patrols to ensure there are no loopholes. Don't worry, Dongji. After the tasks were assigned, everyone left, leaving only Chao Dong in the study. He walked to the window and looked down at the open space. Lu Yu had already regrouped the troops and was explaining tactical hand signals and formation changes for different situations. Her voice was clear and powerful, her movements clean and efficient, and her upright figure in the sunlight resembled a resilient poplar tree. New intelligence brings new confusion, but it also points to a new direction. The internal conflicts within the Divine Light Fleet might become a fulcrum for him to leverage the situation in this apocalyptic game. He opened his palm, a wisp of pale, golden yuan energy swirling around his fingertips, almost alive. The power brought by the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique was the foundation that gave him the confidence to face any storm. But he also knew that individual strength has its limits, and only a cohesive and powerful team can go further. The addition of Lu Yu, Tu Rue's abilities, Monica's wisdom, Yuan Shichi's perception, Wenjing's agility, Xiao Liping's resilience. Each of them is an indispensable part of this post-apocalyptic puzzle. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 45/100. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tu Rue has increased to 70 out of 100. Ding, beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi's conquering level has increased to 88/100. The increased sense of conquest reflects a positive shift in their mindset after finding value and recognition within the team. This creates a virtuous cycle. Chao Dong withdrew his gaze, his eyes regaining their depth and determination. Regardless of whether the path ahead is fraught with the iron hooves of purification or the sugar-coated promise of cooperation, he will lead this fledgling team step by step, building order and peace for them on this ruin. The training commands outside the window, the sound of the wind in the distant mountains and forests, and the faint hum of his surging blood and chi intertwined, playing a symphony of challenges and hope belonging to the end times. Chapter 94 Panting. Over the next few days, the hot spring villa area entered a high-speed, yet relatively stable rhythm. The imminent external threat of the anvil has been temporarily averted, but the potential shadow from more complex factions within the Divine Light fleet, as well as the swirling information of the hidden network that is difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood, keep everyone on their toes. The training plan devised by Lu Yu is strictly implemented. Every morning was dedicated to physical fitness and basic combat training, with Lu Yu personally demonstrating the moves, which were precise, ruthless, and devoid of any fancy techniques. Wenjing initially harbored a competitive spirit, but after being easily subdued by Lu Yu with more efficient and deadly techniques in several close-quarters combats, she completely abandoned her contempt and began to humbly learn. Her agile movements, combined with Lu Yu's systematic fighting techniques, resulted in a visible increase in her combat power. Monica, on the other hand, focused on training in energy manipulation and defensive evasion. Her talent doesn't lie in direct combat, but based on her characteristics, Lu Yu designed a set of survival methods that utilize the environment, create energy disturbances, and perform short-distance spatial deflection at critical moments, derived from her previous technique of deflecting the sweeper's attacks. After a few days, Monica was still exhausted and drenched in sweat, but her eyes held a sharpness and confidence she had never shown before. Yuan Shichi's sensory training is even more unique. Lu Yu no longer simply asked her to expand the scope, but trained her to perform precision control, switching from broad, vague alerts to fine scanning of narrow areas, identifying the characteristic differences between different energy sources, and even attempting to capture extremely subtle mental fluctuations. This was a great test of Yuan Shichi's mental strength, but it also made her ability to be used in more diverse ways. After her mental strength recovered, Tu-Rei also joined some training, mainly targeted anti-interference and mental defense drills. Her ever-changing phantom has shown another use in training, simulating the mental attack patterns of different enemies to help others adapt. Meanwhile, her collaboration with Monica became increasingly seamless. The two spent most of their time in the temporary workspace, working with the data terminal and mysterious black information block obtained from Ghost in an attempt to uncover more secrets. Besides participating in some high-intensity combat training to test his practical application of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique, Chao Dong spent most of his time planning and strengthening the villa's defenses. He personally led Wen Jing and Lu Yu to expand the perimeter of the security perimeter outwards from Villa. Using materials salvaged from the city ruins and Lu Yu's expertise, they deployed more concealed sensors, tripwire traps, and automatic firing platforms, using modified sweeper standard weapons at several key locations. Lu Yu, with his extensive experience, pointed out several previously overlooked defensive blind spots and designed a crossfire coverage scheme. Chao Dong secretly nodded in admiration at her expertise in utilizing the terrain and constructing defensive fortifications. This female special police officer's value goes far beyond her formidable combat skills. Xiao Liping was in charge of logistics for everyone, keeping the villa in and out in perfect order. She also used her abilities to cultivate a small vegetable garden behind the villa, trying to grow some fast-growing edible plants in preparation for long-term survival. That evening, the rain that had lasted for several days finally stopped, and a magnificent sunset appeared on the horizon. After finishing the afternoon's coordinated defense drill, everyone gathered in the living room on the first floor of the villa for a short rest. Although we were tired, the atmosphere was much more relaxed than before. Continuous joint training and work greatly enhanced mutual understanding and tacit cooperation. Wen Jing sprawled on the sofa without any regard for her image, rubbing her sore calves and muttering, "Instructor Lu, this training regimen is too intense. I feel like my legs don't even belong to me anymore." Lu Yu sat on the single sofa next to him, his back still straight. Hearing this, he simply said, "Today's training volume is just the basics. If you can't even adapt to this, you won't even have a chance to escape when you encounter a real elite team." She always spoke directly, and after a few days together, everyone had gotten used to it. Monica took a small, elegant sip of water and smiled. "Although it's been tough, it definitely feels different. Before, I relied more on instinct and ability, but now I at least know how to use and coordinate them more effectively." Yuan Shichi nodded slightly. The fine control of perception is much more difficult than before, but once you master it, you can see more things. Turue leaned lazily against the window, the glow of the sunset gilding her stunning profile. She chuckled. It seems our new instructor truly lives up to his reputation. Her words carried a hint of teasing, but there was no malice in her eyes. Despite the comments from the crowd, Lu Yu remained calm. Only his hand, which was holding a water glass, paused slightly. This feeling of being gradually accepted and recognized by the team was somewhat unfamiliar to her, but she did not reject it. Chao Dong looked at the scene before him and felt a slight stirring in his heart. This team is gradually transforming from an initially loose group into a truly cohesive and combat-effective collective. At this moment, Monica seemed to remember something, put down her water glass, and her expression became slightly serious. By the way, Turue and I have made some new discoveries in our research on data terminals and information blocks these past few days. All eyes immediately turned to her. We have successfully deciphered part of the encrypted description of the purification protocol in the terminal, Monica continued. It's not a specific weapon, but an authorization level. When the purification faction determines that a target's threat level exceeds a certain threshold or involves core taboos, they can request to activate the purification protocol. Once activated, it means a complete elimination regardless of cost or means, and may even invoke orbital-level strike capabilities. The atmosphere in the living room instantly became more tense. Orbital strikes. This is far beyond the limits of their current defensive capabilities. However, activating the purification protocol requires extremely high privileges and a complex confirmation process, and it's not usually used lightly, Turue added, trying to ease the tension. Moreover, the Anvil team we dealt with earlier clearly didn't have this authorization. What about the cooperative faction? Do you have any more information? Gaodong, asket. Monica shook her head. There are very few records about the cooperation faction in the terminal, and it seems that even the Puritanism faction keeps quiet about it. All we know is that they are active in the upper echelons of the fleet and advocate the limited use of anomalies to deal with larger, unspecified threats. Their ideology is completely contrary to that of the Puritanism faction. Intelligence remains limited, but the existence of the purification protocol hangs like a sword of Damocles over everyone's heads. Chao Dong was silent for a moment before speaking. Understood. This means we need to be more cautious in our future actions. At least until we have the capability to counter orbital strikes, we cannot easily become targets of the purification protocol. He stood up and glanced at everyone. You've all worked hard these past few days on training and construction. Our strength is improving and our defenses are being reinforced. But that's far from enough. Starting tomorrow, in addition to daily training, we need to consider exploring the outside world and gathering more resources, especially items and information that could improve our individual strength and overall technological level. He looked at Lu Yu and Wenjing. Lu Yu, Wenjing, you're responsible for developing plans and contingency plans for small-scale expeditions. Yes, no problem. He then looked at Monica and Turue. You continue your intelligence analysis work, and at the same time, try to see if you can find ways to upgrade the energy level or develop new capabilities from the information blocks or our existing resources. Okowo. Clear. Finally, he said to Yuan Shiqi and Xiao Liping. Shiqi, Liping, I'm leaving the family to you. The two women nodded solemnly. As the sunset faded, night began to fall. Warm lights illuminated the villa. Although the road ahead is still full of thorns at this moment, in this small fortress, a power called hope and faith is quietly growing in everyone's heart. They are no longer individuals fighting their own battles, but a tightly knit collective, working together to build their defenses and future for survival and a better tomorrow. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 50/100. Ding. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Xiao Liping has increased to 75/100. Ding, the beauty and quiet young woman's conquest level has increased to 85/100. Chapter 95 Ruins. The morning light pierced through the clouds, casting golden rays upon the verdant mountains and forests, which appeared even more lush after being washed by the rain. The hot spring villa awoke in the morning light, but carried an air of solemnity unlike any other day. A small, streamlined team had already assembled in the open space in front of the villa. Chao Dong stood at the front, still as calm and composed as a mountain. But his eyes were sharper than usual, like a drawn blade. Behind him, on his left, was Wen Jing, dressed in a well-fitting combat uniform and carrying a modified sniper rifle. Her face was filled with eager excitement, and her bright eyes were constantly scanning her surroundings. On the right is Lu Yu, dressed in a dark blue tactical outfit with a cold demeanor. She is doing a final check on her arc pistol and the equipment bag at her waist, her movements meticulous. Her tight jeans accentuate her pert buttocks and long, powerful legs, exuding a sense of strength and beauty in actual combat. This was the first expedition team selected after discussions. Chao Dong personally led the team to ensure their ability to respond to emergencies. Wen Jing was responsible for long-range support, reconnaissance, and rapid raids. And Lu Yu, with his rich combat experience and tactical skills, served as tactical commander and close-range assault soldier. The trio combined strength, agility, and intelligence. Yuan Shiqi, Monica, Tu Rei, and Xiao Liping, who stayed behind, stood at the villa entrance to see them off. Yuan Shiqi's eyes held a hint of worry as she softly instructed, "Dongji, be careful. I will remain alert and contact you immediately through the encrypted channel if anything unusual happens." Monica handed a small signal transmitter to Chao Dong. "This is an emergency beacon that Tu Rui and I'm modified. If we encounter a danger that we can't handle, activate it and we'll try to provide remote support or guide evacuation routes." Tu Rui smiled at Wen Jing and Lu Yu, her eyes conveying a meaningful look. "You two beauties, you'd better protect our core assets well." Her words were teasing, yet also revealed her concern for Chao Dong. Xiao Liping quietly stuffed the prepared emergency medical kit and a small amount of high-energy food into Wen Jing's backpack. "Don't worry, we're just going to scout the perimeter. We won't venture into dangerous areas." Chao Dong took the beacon and nodded to the others who remained behind. "I'm leaving the house to you." Without saying another word, he turned around and waved his hand. "Let's go." The three-person team sped off like arrows, quickly disappearing into the dense jungle surrounding the villa and heading northeast towards the area where city ruins were known to exist. Based on previous intelligence and Yuan Shiqi's long-range perception, the ruins were not large in scale, but rather the remains of a county-level city in the old world. Theoretically, the resources were relatively limited, and the possibility of encountering a powerful threat was also low, making it suitable as a target for the first collaborative exploration. Lu Yu marched at the very front of the group. Her wilderness movement skills were impeccable. She always chose the most concealed and efficient routes, and maintained a standard tactical alert posture at all times. Her presence elevated the professionalism of this exploration to a whole new level. Wen Jing, like a ghost, roamed the flanks, using her extraordinary speed and agility to scout the terrain ahead and report back in whispers through encrypted earpieces. Chao Dong provided central support, and his powerful perception, combined with the physical strength brought by the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique, allowed him to easily keep up with the pace and be ready to deal with any unexpected situation from any direction. Along the way, apart from a few low-level mutated beasts that had become somewhat frenzied due to the energy radiation being quietly dealt with by Wen Jing, they did not encounter any major trouble. The three gradually improved their teamwork as they moved. Although they couldn't yet achieve perfect coordination, they had begun to establish basic tactical synergy. About 2 hours later, a cluster of ruins appeared at the edge of the field of vision. The dilapidated concrete skeleton, twisted steel bars, broken glass. The scars of the old civilization are laid bare before our eyes, and the air is filled with dust and the smell of decay. Reaching the edge of the target area, Lu Yu crouched down behind a partially collapsed wall, raising her fist to signal a halt. She took out a simple telescope and carefully observed the activity inside the ruins. Wen Jing slid silently to Lu Yu's side like a raccoon dog and whispered, 300 meters to the left, there's a relatively intact 3-story building with a good view from the rooftop. To the right is a collapsed shopping mall with a complex internal structure. It might be hiding something. Chao Dong activated his full senses, his movements like invisible ripples sweeping across the ruins ahead. The energy response was chaotic, but no particularly strong or concentrated life force was detected. However, there were some faint, unnatural energy remnants, such as discarded electronic devices or low-power energy sources. Lu Yu put down his binoculars and calmly analyzed. According to standard exploration procedures, we first occupy a high point to observe the overall situation and then decide on the route to proceed. Wenjing, go to that 3-story building to set up a sniper position and monitor the area we plan to explore. Chao Dong and I will start clearing from the right edge of the shopping mall and gradually advance inward. Keep the communication channels open and stay in touch. Understood, Wenjing replied, and with a few flashes, she disappeared among the ruins. Chao Dong had no objection to Lu Yu's arrangement, as it was the safest option. Using the ruins as cover, the two made their way towards the collapsed shopping mall on the right. The mall's doors were twisted and deformed, the interior was dark, and there were collapsed shelves and broken goods everywhere, with a thick layer of dust covering everything. Lu Yu gestured for Chao Dong to stand guard on one side, while he himself cautiously explored inside. Her steps were extremely light, and the muzzle of her gun moved constantly with her gaze, checking every possible corner. Suddenly, she stopped, squatted down, and picked up a palm-sized metal box that was half buried in a pile of rubble. The box bears the emblem of the Divine Light Fleet, but it is rusty and seems to have been abandoned for a long time. It's a fleet-standard universal energy battery pack. Judging from the damage, it's been abandoned for at least a few months. Lu Yu examined it and said in a low voice, "It seems that some fleet personnel came here before, perhaps for reconnaissance, or perhaps to discard waste." Chao Dong took the battery pack, sensed it, and found that the energy inside had already been exhausted. Keep searching, look for similar items, or any valuable technical items. The two made their way slowly and cautiously through the dimly lit ruins of the shopping mall. During the encounter, they encountered several radioactive hyenas that fed on mutated insects and decaying matter in the ruins. Lu Yu quickly dispatched them with precise shots, without causing any major disturbance. Just as they searched the mall's atrium area, Wenjing's voice came through the earpiece, tinged with urgency. "Brother Dong, Instructor Lu, something's up." About 500 meters away in the 1 o'clock direction, there's a faint reflection on the roof of that ruined building with the communications building sign. It looks like the reflection of binoculars or a sniper scope. Someone spying on us. Chao Dong and Lu Yu's eyes sharpened simultaneously. There are people, and they're very likely not from the Divine Light Fleet, but other survivors. Chapter 96 Testing. Received. Maintain surveillance. Do not expose yourself. Chao Dong's voice came through the encrypted channel to Wenjing's ears, calm and without a trace of emotion. He and Lu Yu quickly exchanged a glance, and with perfect understanding, they rolled to the side and back at the same time, each hiding behind a half-collapsed load-bearing wall, completely cutting off the potential sniper line from the 1 o'clock direction. The courtyard and the ruins fell into a deathly silence, with only the whistling sound of the wind blowing through the holes. "Can you determine the number of people and their equipment?" Lu Yu asked in a low voice, her body pressed against the cold wall, her muscles tense, like a female leopard poised to pounce. Her sharp eyes peered through the cracks in the wall, locked onto the direction of the communications building. The quiet voice was focused. "We can only confirm that there's at least one spotter or sniper on the roof. The reflection is very weak. The equipment seems to have undergone basic processing, but not thorough enough. We can't determine if there are any other people inside. Should I get closer to investigate?" "No. Stay put and wait for orders." Chao Dong immediately rejected the idea. Sending Wenjing on a solo adventure when the enemy situation was unclear was unwise. "Lu Yu, what do you think?" Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then quickly analyzed. The fact that they discovered us but didn't attack immediately suggests two possibilities. First, they're assessing our threat and hesitating whether to act. Second, they're just monitoring us without any malicious intent, or they're waiting for something. She paused, then added, "Judging from the details they revealed, they don't seem to be from a professional army or the Divine Light Fleet. They're more likely a group of survivors with some equipment." Chao Dong agreed with her assessment. If it were someone from the Purification faction, they would probably have already launched a full-scale attack. Should we try to make contact, or withdraw proactively? "I suggest a tentative contact," Lu Yu said decisively. "This ruin is close to our base, so it's necessary to find out what kind of survivor groups are nearby. We can show some strength and goodwill and see how they respond." Agreed. Chao Dong made his decision. He took a deep breath, and the 9 revolutions golden body technique within his body began to circulate slightly, naturally exuding a calm, yet powerful aura. He didn't step out of the cover, but instead focused his voice into a line, carrying an invisible sense of pressure, clearly transmitting towards the communications building. Friend, now that you've seen us, why hide? We mean no harm. We're just passing by searching for supplies. How about we do you a favor? His voice echoed through the empty ruins, breaking the stalemate. After a brief silence, a slightly hoarse, wary male voice came from the direction of the communications building and, amplified by some kind of loudspeaker, returned with equal clarity. Just passing by? This godforsaken place is nothing but rocks and radiated beasts. What's there to scavenge? You guys are well-equipped and well-trained. You don't look like ordinary scavengers. The other party was indeed observing them, and observing them very carefully. Chao Dong remained unfazed. Times are tough, so we need to prepare more to survive. We are indeed looking for something useful, such as still usable electronic components or special information carriers. He deliberately steered the conversation toward the possibility of the Divine Light Fleet or encrypted information blocks, as a test, or perhaps a temptation. The communications building fell silent again, seemingly engaged in internal communication. After a while, the male voice rang out again, his tone slightly more relaxed, but his vigilance remained. Electronic components? Information carriers? It seems you have a clear target. We do have some junk found here from the wreckage abandoned by the fleet patrol. If you're interested, perhaps we can talk. He then changed the subject. However, business deals require sincerity. How about we each send 3 people to meet in that open space in the middle, without any long weapons? He meant that neither side would carry long-range weapons like sniper rifles. This is a standard, risky, yet apocalyptic contact proposal. Chao Dong looked at Lu Yu, asking with his eyes. Lu Yu nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "It's acceptable. I'll go with you. Wen Jing will stay at the high ground. In case anything changes, she'll be our biggest safeguard." Chao Dong shared the same idea. He replied to the direction of the communications building. "Okay, see you in the open space in 10 minutes. The agreement was reached, but the tense atmosphere did not dissipate. Instead, it became even more delicate. Chao Dong and Lu Yu emerged from behind cover, temporarily hiding their sniper rifles and excess weight in concealed locations, carrying only their handguns and melee weapons. The two walked side by side toward the relatively open space in the courtyard, their steps steady. Lu Yu remained highly tactically alert, his body slightly turned to the side, allowing him to observe the front, while also keeping an eye on the flanks out of the corner of his eye. Her hips, tightly encased in jeans, swayed naturally as she walked, exuding power and a sense of pent-up elasticity. At the same time, 3 people walked out of the ground floor exit of the communications building. The leader was a tall, strong, middle-aged man with a scar on his face and fierce eyes. He was carrying a modified shotgun. Although it was agreed not to bring long guns, this kind of close-range weapon was obviously classified as a short weapon by them. To his left was a young man wearing glasses who looked somewhat thin, carrying a tool bag. He appeared to be a technician. And on the right, it was a woman. She was also wearing a durable combat uniform, but the style was different from Lu Yu's, leaning more towards an urban tactical style. Her long, dark brown hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and her face was painted with several tactical paints. Yet her beautiful facial features were still discernible beneath. She has an extremely hot figure, especially her legs, which are long, well-proportioned, and full of explosive power. Unlike Lu Yu's powerful hourglass figure, her curves are softer, but her movements still exude a formidable and fierce aura. Most striking were the 2 oddly shaped short-handled battle axes she carried on her back, their blades gleaming with a cold, eerie light in the dim light. This is a master of close combat. The 2 stood 10 meters apart in the center of the open space, sizing each other up. Chao Dong's gaze swept over the 3 people, lingering for a moment on the woman carrying the axe and the bespectacled tech guy. He could sense that although the scarred man was the apparent leader, the one he really needed to be wary of was the silent axe-wielding woman and the tech guy. "What's your name?" the scar man asked first, his voice rough. His gaze swept over Chao Dong and Lu Yu, lingering for a few seconds on Lu Yu's cold, beautiful face and voluptuous figure, a barely perceptible glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "Gao Dong," Chao Dong said succinctly. "She is Lu Yu." He did not introduce Wen Jing. "Black Snake." The scarred man pointed to himself, then to the tech guy next to him, Monkey. Finally, he looked at the woman carrying the axe, Io. Code names, not real names. This is the norm in the apocalypse. Tell me, what junk do you have, and what do we need to give in return? Chow Dong went straight to the point. Black Snake grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Don't be in such a hurry. Tell me first, what are you trying to do with all that electronic junk and information carriers? These days, it's rare to find people interested in these things. He was probing the background and purpose of Chow Dong's team. Chow Dong's expression remained unchanged. Research, self-rescue. Who knows if there are any methods to deal with the radioactive beasts or other troublesome things hidden among the things those fleets abandoned. He deliberately spoke ambiguously. Black Snake chuckled twice, clearly unconvinced, but didn't press further. Instead, he said, "We have a few memory chips we found in the wreckage of a fleet reconnaissance vehicle, as well as some damaged communication modules. It's up to you to decide what price you're willing to pay. We're short of food, medicine, weapons, and ammunition." Just then, the woman with the axe on her back, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. Her gaze passed over Chow Dong and landed directly on Lu Yu, her eyes filled with the scrutiny of a fellow strongman and a hint of eager fighting spirit. "We can discuss the matter," Io said, her voice clear but cold. "However, before we talk, I have a condition." She raised her hand and pointed at Lu Yu. "Fight me. If you win, the chip is yours for free. If you lose, you leave all your equipment and get out of here." Her gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on Lu Yu, and the air instantly filled with a tense, confrontational atmosphere. This unexpected encounter was on the verge of escalating from a tentative transaction into a violent clash. Chapter 97: Axe Shadows and Fist Winds. Io's sudden challenge instantly chilled the atmosphere in the center of the open space. The Black Snake and the Monkey didn't seem surprised at all. The Black Snake even grinned, revealing a smile that suggested they were watching a good show. This was clearly one of their usual methods of testing the waters. The Monkey adjusted his glasses, silently took a half step back, and his gaze swept between Lu Yu and Yao with an analytical air. Chow Dong frowned slightly and looked at Lu Yu. He wasn't worried that Lu Yu would lose, but rather he was unsure whether this conflict was necessary. Facing Yao's battle-ready gaze, Lu Yu's cold lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. That's a warrior's instinctive reaction when faced with a worthy opponent. Instead of backing down, her sharp eyes ignited with the same flame. "Okay." Lu Yu's voice was clear and calm. She stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chow Dong, her gaze meeting Yao's without flinching. "How do we fight?" When Io saw her accept the challenge, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. She took the two short-handled battle axes off her back and held them in her hands, the axe blades drawing two cold streaks in the air. "It's very simple. Fight until one side admits defeat or can't get up. No guns allowed." "Fair," Lu Yu said succinctly, taking the pistol and spare magazine from his waist and handing them to Chow Dong beside him, leaving only a military dagger at his side. She moved her wrists and neck, making a crisp cracking sound, and her aura suddenly became even more fierce, like a cheetah about to pounce. Chow Dong took Lu Yu's pistol without saying a word, but silently stepped back a few paces, leaving the area to them. He believed in Lu Yu's abilities and also wanted to use this opportunity to observe the true nature of this group of survivors, especially the woman named Yao. In the center of the open space, two women with vastly different styles but equally fierce demeanor faced each other. Io held two axes, one upright and one in reverse, assuming a starting stance that balanced offense and defense. Her aura was wild and aggressive, like a female warrior emerging from the jungle. Lu Yu stood with his feet neither too far apart nor too far apart, his center of gravity steady, his hands loosely clenched, adopting a standard military fighting stance. Without a weapon, he appeared even more composed and experienced, as if every part of his body could be transformed into a deadly weapon. Even the wind seemed to freeze at that moment. "Drink!" Io launched the first attack. With a swift leap, raising a small cloud of dust, she moved with lightning speed, instantly closing in on Lu Yu. Her right-hand battle axe, accompanied by a piercing sound, struck Lu Yu's left shoulder. This axe strike is powerful and heavy. If it lands squarely, it could sever bones. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Just as the battle axe was about to strike, her body slid sharply to the right, as if it had no bones, narrowly avoiding the axe blade. At the same time, her left hand, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, swiftly grabbed at Yao's wrist holding the axe. Yao reacted extremely quickly, her left-hand battle axe already slashing horizontally to stop Lu Yu's capture. As if he had anticipated this, Lu Yu instantly changed his move with his left hand, turning his palm into a fist and delivering a short, powerful punch that accurately struck the side of Yao's left-hand battle axe. A dull metallic clang rang out. Io felt a sharp and powerful force coming from the axe, which made her wrist go numb. She was shocked and exclaimed, "Such strong power!" She took a small step back to dissipate the force, then brandished her double axes and launched another fierce attack. The axe shadows were continuous, like a storm, enveloping Lu Yu. Lu Yu moved nimbly, weaving and dodging through the dense shadows of axes. Her steps were small yet incredibly fast, and each movement perfectly avoided the most fatal attacks. She didn't rush to retaliate, but calmly observed Io's attack rhythm and habits. Military combat emphasizes efficiency and lethality, often deciding victory with a single strike. She was searching for that opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Chao Dong watched quietly from the side, his opinion of Lu Yu rising even higher. Her fighting style differs from Wen Jing's agility and speed. It is more composed and precise. She is adept at creating the greatest results with the least cost, an instinct honed through countless life and death battles. Wen Jing, watching the battle below through her scope from her sniping position, couldn't help but hold her breath. She figured that if she were to fight Yao in close combat, she would probably be in a tough fight. She had learned a lot from Lu Yu's fighting style of using stillness to control movement and striking after the opponent had moved. The smile on Black Snake's face gradually faded, replaced by a somewhat solemn expression. He hadn't expected this aloof woman to be so skilled, able to remain so composed under Yao's fierce onslaught. The monkey watched intently, muttering to itself, grace frequency, reaction time, muscle explosiveness, unbelievable. On the field, Yao was unable to break through after a long period of attack, and her anxiety began to grow. She suddenly let out a sharp cry, crossed her two axes, and unleashed a powerful cross slash, blocking Lu Yu's space to dodge left and right. Now, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her body moving forward like a ghost, almost sliding along the ground into Yao's central opening. Yao's double axes just barely crossed and slashed over her head, the resulting gust of wind ruffling her hair. At the same time, Lu Yu's right hand, with fingers like a knife, swiftly stabbed towards Yao's armpit. That area is densely populated with nerves. If you're hit hard there, your entire arm will instantly feel numb and weak. Io's expression changed drastically. It was too late for her to defend. However, just as Lu Yu's fingers were about to touch Yao's armpit, she abruptly stopped her attack, changed her thrust into a palm strike, and gently pressed on Yao's ribs while cleverly tripping her with her foot. Io felt an irresistible force coming from the side, causing her to lose her balance. She cried out in surprise and staggered backward, almost dropping the double axes in her hands. She stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before barely managing to steady herself, her face filled with astonishment and disbelief. She knew very well that in that instant, Lu Yu was fully capable of severely injuring her, or even killing her. Lu Yu had already stopped and stood still, her breathing steady, as if the lightning-fast exchange hadn't exhausted her much. She looked at Yao and calmly said, "Thank you for the concession. The outcome is decided." The open space was completely silent. The black snake opened its mouth, but ultimately said nothing, its expression turning somewhat grim. The monkey adjusted its glasses, its gaze towards Lu Yu filled with amazement. Io stared blankly at Lu Yu for a few seconds, the fighting spirit and resentment on her face gradually fading, replaced by a complex emotion, a sense of defeat, but more so a respect for the strong. She slung the double axes back on her back, clasped her hands in a fist salute to Lu Yu, and said in a voice no longer cold, "You win. I admit defeat because I am no match for you." She turned to Black Snake and said, "Brother Snake, give him a chips." Black Snake's expression shifted several times, but he finally pulled a small cloth bag from his pocket, tossed it to Chao Dong, and said in a muffled voice, "Here's the stuff. You guys are pretty good. Let's go." After saying that, he took Monkey and Io and disappeared quickly into the shadows of the ruins of the communications building without looking back. Chao Dong caught the bag, opened it, and saw that it contained several memory chips bearing the fleet's insignia. Lu Yu walked to Chao Dong's side, slightly out of breath, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. The battle just now may have seemed easy, but it actually took a huge toll on both my mental and physical strength. "Are you alright?" "Gao Dong, I scared." "It's nothing." Lu Yu shook his head, looking in the direction where Black Snake and the others disappeared, his brows furrowing slightly. "They're not simple. That Yao is very skilled, but her methods are upright. She doesn't seem like an ordinary survivor. That technician, Monkey, has very professional observation skills." Chao Dong nodded and put the chip away. "Let's leave here first." This encounter has served as a reminder that this ruin, and even the wider area, is not a no-man's land. He notified Wenjing via an encrypted channel. "Wenjing, evacuate the sniper position and rendezvous according to the predetermined route." "Receive." The three-person team quickly assembled, carrying the gains from their first exploration and a renewed sense of vigilance, and disappeared into the jungle they had come from. This brief encounter with the unknown group of survivors was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, the ripples of which are quietly spreading. Unbeknownst to them, on a higher floor of the communications building, a pair of cold, electronic eyes were watching the direction they had left in. Chapter 98, The Return Journey and the Spark. The setting sun cast long shadows of the three people on the forest path. Compared to the tense and somber atmosphere of the journey there, the atmosphere on the return trip was more somber and also mixed with a subtle and indescribable feeling. The initial exhilaration of victory was somewhat dampened by the vigilance triggered by the unexpected encounter with the Black Snake gang. Lu Yu walked silently beside Chao Dong, maintaining his standard tactical marching posture, but his straight back seemed more stiff than usual. The lingering sweat on his forehead and the few strands of hair clinging to his cheeks revealed the exhaustion from the brief but intense battle just now. Chao Dong could clearly smell the scent emanating from her, a mixture of sweat, dust, and a hint of feminine freshness, intertwined with the aroma of grass and trees in the forest. His gaze inadvertently swept over her buttocks, which appeared fuller and more pert from walking and vigorous exercise for a long time. Her dark blue jeans seemed like a second skin, tightly wrapping around her powerful and elastic body, outlining a breathtaking curve with each step. Wenjing remained active on the flanks, but when she occasionally glanced back at Chao Dong and Lu Yu, a hint of teasing and curiosity would flash in her charming eyes, as if she were trying to guess what was going on with the silent atmosphere between the two. That woman with the axe, named Yao, was quite skilled. Chao Dong broke the silence, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. "You stopped in the end." Lu Yu paused almost imperceptibly, then resumed his normal pace, looking straight ahead, his tone calm. "It's just a friendly spar. There's no need to become mortal enemies. Besides, she doesn't have the malevolent aura of the Black Serpent. Her judgment was based on her intuition, honed from years of dealing with all sorts of people." Chao Dong nodded and said nothing more. He could sense the slight fluctuation of blood and qi in Lu Yu's body, which had not yet fully subsided after the fierce confrontation, beneath Lu Yu's deliberately maintained composure. Her profile appeared somewhat softened in the afterglow of the setting sun, but her tightly pursed lips and occasional furrowed brows revealed her inner strength and the slight discomfort she was experiencing at that moment. Just as the group was about to emerge from the jungle and the outline of the villa could be seen in the distance, Lu Yu seemed to trip over a protruding tree root and stumbled. "Watch out!" Chao Dong reacted quickly, stretching out his arm and firmly catching her waist. Even through the thin fabric of the combat uniform, you could still feel the firmness and warmth beneath, as well as the amazing curves of the waist and hips. Lu Yu's body stiffened visibly for a moment in his arms, like a startled bowstring, almost instinctively trying to break free. But Chao Dong's arm was like an iron band, carrying undeniable strength, and he simply held her firmly without making any further moves. His palms were broad and hot, pressed against the most sensitive curve of her waist, the heat seeming to penetrate her clothes and iron her skin directly. Lu Yu's ears flushed red at a visible speed, spreading all the way to the side of his neck. She could clearly hear her heart pounding faster than ever before, especially clear in the silent forest. She could even feel Chow Dong's steady breathing brushing against the top of her head. This overly intimate contact made her, a former special police officer who was used to being alone and presenting a tough image, feel an unprecedented sense of panic and helplessness. Thank you. Her voice was much lower and hoarse than usual, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. She tried to stand up straight and break free from his support, but the arm around her waist did not immediately let go. Chow Dong looked down at her blushing profile, which was so close to his own, and her slightly trembling eyelashes. Her eyes, which were always sharp as a hawk's, now held a rare look of bewilderment. He could feel the tension in the muscles beneath his palms, and the subtle tremor that he tried so hard to suppress, but still managed to let slip. "Are you injured?" His voice was low, with a magnetic huskiness, as it sounded in her ear. The overwhelming proximity of their breaths made Lu Yu stiffen again. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. "No, I'm just a little exhausted." She finally managed to break free from his arm, took a step to the side, and created some distance between them. But the lingering, burning sensation on his waist was as clear as a brand. She didn't dare look Chow Dong in the eye, but kept her head down and quickly straightened her not-so-disheveled clothes, trying to hide her loss of composure. Because of her slight turn, the tight jeans accentuated the perfect lines of her hips and legs, as if they were coated with a warm, ambiguous halo in the sunset. Wenjing watched this scene from a distance, just as I thought, smile playing on her lips, but she didn't come over to disturb them. Instead, she held her gun and continued her guard duty with great interest. Chow Dong looked at Lu Yu's forced composure, and a barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes. He didn't approach any closer, but simply said, "Go back and have Liping check you out. Relax your muscles." Lu Yu responded softly, his voice almost inaudible. For the rest of the journey, a strange silence filled the space between the two. It was no longer the initial pure vigilance or official business, nor the seriousness and earnestness of training, but rather mixed with a budding, unspoken ambiguity and tension. When the warm lights of the villa finally came into view, Lu Yu almost subconsciously quickened her pace, as if she wanted to escape the source of her unease behind her. Yuan Shiqi and the others who stayed behind had been waiting for a long time. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the three return safely. Monica took the memory chip that Chow Dong brought back and immediately went into the workshop with Tu Rue to analyze it. Yuan Shiqi noticed the slight abnormality and fatigue in Lu Yu's expression and said softly, "Sister Lu Yu, why don't you go soak in the hot spring to relax? The hot water is ready." Lu Yu needed some alone time to calm herself down, so upon hearing this, she immediately nodded and said, "Okay, thank you," and practically fled the living room. Wenjing leaned closer to Chow Dong, winked, and whispered, "Brother Dong, you're something else. You just went out for a short while and made our instructor Lu so uneasy." Chow Dong glanced at her but didn't reply. He simply reached out and ruffled her hair, which earned him a gentle, disgruntled complaint from Wenjing. Night was falling. The hot spring pool was filled with steam. Lu Yu soaked alone in the warm water, feeling the hot water relieve the soreness and fatigue in his muscles. She closed her eyes, but the scene in the woods unexpectedly resurfaced in her mind. Chow Dong's strong arm, his burning palm, his whispered words close to her ear. She shook her head violently, trying to shake off those images, but her cheeks burned uncontrollably again. She forced herself to focus her thoughts on her daytime encounters, the Black Snake Gang, a Yao's skills, and the information those chips might contain. However, the unfamiliar tremor in her heart, caused by being treated gently by such a powerful force, was like a pebble thrown into a still lake, creating ripples that lingered for a long time. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 55 out of 100. Meanwhile, in the workshop, Monica and Tu Rue looked at the chip's contents deciphered on the analyzer screen, their expressions becoming somewhat serious. "Chow Dong." Monica looked up, her tone serious. "These chips, besides some discarded reconnaissance data, also contain a fragment of encrypted information that has been repeatedly erased and restored, mentioning Cradle, Gaozong Wen. It's just a code name. The information is incomplete," Tu Rue added, a hint of doubt flashing in her amber eyes. But the associated coordinate fragments, according to preliminary calculations, the location they point to seems to be in this mountainous area of ours, and the distance isn't too far. New mysteries, along with the sparks that quietly ignite on the journey home, emerge silently in the tranquil night. Chapter 99 Cradle. The night was deep, but the study in the villa was still lit. Chao Dong, Monica, and Tu Rue sat around the desk, their expressions solemn. On the table were several memory chips obtained from the Black Snake Gang, along with the connected analyzer screen. Yuan Shiqi and Wenjing were also present, while Xiao Liping thoughtfully prepared a late-night snack and hot tea. After soaking in the hot spring, Lu Yu changed into a comfortable gray tracksuit. His wet, brown hair was casually draped over his shoulders, washing away the dust and fatigue of the battle, but not the solemnity between his brows brought about by the new discovery. And a lingering unease, not even fully realized by herself, stemming from the unexpected contact that evening. She deliberately chose a seat a little away from Chao Dong, holding a cup of hot tea, her eyes fixed on the screen of the analyzer. The information fragments are too scattered and have been overwritten multiple times, making recovery very difficult. Monica pointed to the intermittent code and distorted coordinate fragments on the screen. The codename Cradle appeared 3 times. After cross-verification by Tu Rue and me in comparison with regional maps, we can basically confirm that the associated coordinates point to an area called Lost Valley about 60 kilometers to our southeast. Lost in the mountains? Wenjing tilted her head. I heard that there used to be some kind of secret research institute there. It was completely abandoned after the collapse of the old world. The magnetic field is chaotic and the radiation level is too high. Very few people go there. That's right, Tu Rue replied, her slender fingers swiping across the screen to bring up a blurry satellite map. According to some declassified files from the old world, there was indeed a bioengineering research base, their code-named ARC. Cradle, that's a very intriguing name. Chao Dong's eyes sharpened. The Divine Light Fleet is so concerned about an abandoned research base, even leaving traces in the residual chips of its reconnaissance units. This cradle is probably not simple. There's also a missing instruction fragment in the chip, Monica added, her tone tinged with uncertainty. It seems to mention ensuring cradle silence or reclaiming cradle samples. The critical bytes after that are corrupted. Silence? Recycling. Yuan Shiqi repeated softly, a look of worry on her pretty face. It doesn't sound like a friendly operation. Lu Yu finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from bathing, yet still calm. Whatever the cradle is, since it's being targeted by the Divine Light Fleet and is so close to us, we can't turn a blind eye. Passively waiting for intelligence to come to us is too dangerous. We need to take the initiative to understand it. Her views coincided with Chao Dong's. That's right. Chao Dong nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Cradle must be investigated. But before that, we need to prepare more. First, continue trying to repair the chip data and obtain more information. Second, Lu Yu, starting tomorrow, incorporate action plans for high radiation areas and complex electromagnetic environments into the training content. Third, we need to understand the terrain and current situation of Lost Valley in more detail. He looked at Tu Rue. Tu Rue, can you use the hidden network to gather more information about Lost Mountain Valley, an ARC base? Even just rumors will do. Tu Rue pondered for a moment, then nodded. I can give it a try, but intelligence in those places is usually scarce, and it's hard to tell what's true and what's false. Hidden Network doesn't have a strong desire to explore high-risk areas. Just do your best, Chao Dong said. After the meeting, everyone went to rest. Only Chao Dong and Monica, who was organizing documents, remained in the study. Chao Dong rubbed his temples. The continuous analysis and decision-making had left him feeling a bit tired. He stood up, preparing to return to his room, but his gaze caught sight of a tall figure standing alone in the moonlight in the courtyard outside the window. It was Lu Yu. She seemed wide awake, gazing up at the starry sky. Her profile appeared somewhat lonely in the cool moonlight, and her loose-fitting sportswear could not conceal her beautiful figure. Chao Dong paused for a moment, then pushed open the study door and walked out. The courtyard was cool at night, and dew condensed on the grass and trees. Gao Zhong's footsteps dans le Yu. She turned around abruptly and saw that it was Chao Dong. Her body tensed up for a moment before slowly relaxing. Still not resting, Chao Dong walked to her side and stood beside her, looking at the same starry sky. His voice sounded particularly deep in the quiet night. I was thinking about the cradle and the survivors from the daytime. Lu Yu's voice was soft, with a hint of barely perceptible confusion. Even the strongest warrior will inevitably feel momentarily lost when faced with the unknown and the fog of uncertainty. Are you worried? Gaozong, asket? Lu Yu paused for a moment, shook his head, and then nodded. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried at all. But more than that, I feel we can't just sit and wait for our doom. She turned her head to look at Qiao Dong. In the moonlight, her eyes were not as sharp as they were during the day. Instead, they reflected the starlight and appeared exceptionally clear. Qiao Dong, do you really think we can establish the order and peace you speak of on these ruins? This was the first time she had asked Qiao Dong so directly and uncertainly about his views on the future. Qiao Dong met her gaze, but did not answer immediately. He gazed at the endless starry sky, and after a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice steady and firm. It's all up to us. It may be difficult, and the road may be full of thorns, but if we don't even believe in ourselves and don't do it, then there is truly no hope. He turned his head, his deep gaze landing on Lu Yu's face. Besides, we're not alone anymore. I'm not alone anymore. These words gently struck Lu Yu's heart. She recalled the battle during the day, Qiao Dong's steady and unwavering figure. She remembered his strong support and warm palm in the forest. She remembered her companions in the villa. Despite their different personalities, were all striving to survive and supporting each other. A warm current quietly flowed through my heart, dispelling the chill of the night and the lingering confusion in my heart. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a very shallow arc, almost invisible in the moonlight. Yes, I'm not alone anymore. The two stood quietly under the starry sky, and the distance between them seemed to have inadvertently shortened. A tranquil and peaceful atmosphere permeated the air, as if the intensity of the daytime battles and the awkward ambiguity of the evening had been soothed and settled under this starry sky. Qiao Dong could even smell the fresh soapberry scent emanating from Lu Yu after a bath, mixed with her own unique, resilient feminine aura. After a while, Lu Yu let out a soft breath, as if he had made up his mind. I will develop the most comprehensive training and exploration plan. Her voice regained its usual calmness and firmness, but with a touch more warmth than before. I believe you. Gaozong note that. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 60/100. The system notification sounded quietly, signifying that this once lonely yet resilient heart was gradually opening a crack towards this group and the man beside her. Lu Yu didn't say anything more. He nodded slightly to Qiao Dong, then turned and walked toward his room. His steps were still crisp and neat, but his back in the moonlight had lost some of the initial coldness and aloofness. Qiao Dong watched her departing figure until the guest room door closed gently before turning his gaze away. He looked up towards the southeast, where the lost mountain valley was located and where the mystery of the cradle was hidden. The twinkling stars seemed to foreshadow an even more unknown and dangerous journey about to begin. But at this moment, his heart was incredibly calm and resolute, because he knew he wasn't fighting alone. Chapter 100 Young Woman Lu Yu. As night fell as dark as ink, the villa returned to tranquility. Only the light shining from the study window, like a beacon standing firm in the darkness, quietly went out after a long while. When Qiao Dong returned to the master bedroom, Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing were already fast asleep. Wen Jing curled up like a kitten, breathing evenly, while Yuan Shiqi, even in her sleep, was still very perceptive. She sensed Qiao Dong's presence and unconsciously moved closer to him, a relieved smile on her lips. Qiao Dong gently lay down, pulling the two women into his arms, feeling their warmth and dependence. This peace and tranquility belonging to home is a treasure he is willing to protect with all his might. However, the image of Lu Yu standing in the moonlight, his back slightly lonely yet resolute, and his eyes reflecting starlight, filled with a hint of confusion and searching, unexpectedly flashed through my mind. The qi and blood of the 9 revolutions golden body technique within his body were subtly activated due to the daytime battle, the unexpected touch in the evening, and the brief nighttime conversation outside the study. It wasn't restlessness, but rather a deeper, indescribable resonance. That body, which contained astonishing strength and resilience, and the softness that quietly flowed beneath its cold exterior was like a unique magnet, attracting his attention. He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself, but the memory of Lu Yu's exceptionally clear eyes under the moonlight and the lingering, still vivid, burning sensation on his waist through his clothes remained indelible. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, in his hotel room, was also tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The warm spring water soothed the tired muscles, but failed to calm the ripples in the lake of the heart. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. In the darkness, scenes from the day replayed in her mind's eye. Io's wild axe swings, Chao Dong's steady figure, the powerful arm in the forest, and the whisper close to her ear, his resolute words under the starry sky. "I'm not alone anymore." These words echoed repeatedly in her mind, carrying a warmth she hadn't experienced in a long time, quietly melting the frozen defenses in her heart caused by the loss of her teammates and her long struggle alone. Chao Dong's powerful, confident yet not domineering aura made her feel at ease, but also gave rise to an inexplicable urge to get closer and explore. She wasn't an innocent young girl. She knew very well what this flutter of the heart meant. Her years of experience walking on the edge of life and death have made her accustomed to burying all her emotions deep inside and protecting herself with a cold exterior. But here, in this group that seems to be under Chao Dong's absolute control, yet strangely gives everyone space and respect, that outer shell seems to be being pried open little by little. Deep within her body, a restlessness lurking from the intense battle and emotional turmoil quietly awakened in the still night, intertwining with the image of Chao Dong in her mind. She didn't know how much time had passed when she heard extremely faint footsteps, almost blending into the night breeze, stop outside her room door. Her heart skipped a beat, her body tensed instantly, and her hand instinctively reached for the dagger beside her pillow. But the next moment, she slowly let go. There is only one person in this villa who could approach so silently. There was no movement outside the door, nor was there any knocking. It was as if that person was just passing by, or perhaps hesitating. Lu Yu held her breath. In the darkness, she could clearly hear her heart pounding like a drum. A strange mix of anticipation and nervousness gripped her. Finally, the doorknob was turned gently, making a barely audible click sound. The door was pushed open a crack, and moonlight slipped in, casting a narrow strip of light on the floor. Chao Dong's tall figure appeared in the doorway. He didn't come in completely. He just stood there, his gaze accurately locking onto her on the bed in the darkness. The two stared at each other across the dimly lit space. Lu Yu could feel the burning intensity in his gaze, as if it were tangible, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the thin blankets, revealing her tension and helplessness. She didn't move or speak. She just quietly looked at him. The hand gripping the dagger, its knuckles slightly white from the force, yet strangely trembled slightly. Chao Dong slowly walked in, gently closed the door behind him, shutting out the moonlight and plunging the room into deeper darkness, with only the sound of their breathing becoming clearer. He walked to the bedside and looked down at her. Even in the darkness, he could still see her slightly rising and falling chest and feel the turbulent emotions she was trying so hard to calm. "Can't sleep?" Chao Dong's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a deadly magnetism in the enclosed space. Lu Yu opened his mouth, but found his throat too dry to make sound. He could only let out a soft a sound so faint it was almost drowned out by his own heartbeat. Chao Dong sat down on the edge of the bed, the mattress sinking slightly. He didn't turn on the light, nor did he make any further moves. He simply reached out and accurately found her hand tightly gripping the dagger. His palms were warm and dry, with calluses typical of martial artists. They covered her slightly cool hand with an irresistible force, yet strangely gentle, as he pried her taut fingers off the dagger, one by one. Lu Yu did not resist and let him do as he pleased. When the dagger landed softly on the bedside table, she felt as if a string that had been taut all along had loosened. Chao Dong's hand did not leave, but slowly moved up her arm, stroking her stiff neck and shoulders. His fingertips seemed to carry an electric current, stirring up subtle tremors wherever they touched. Lu Yu closed his eyes, his long eyelashes trembling violently. She could feel his hot breath getting closer and closer, and the strong, masculine energy wave almost completely enveloped her. She felt as if she were caught in an invisible yet warm net, unable and unwilling to break free. When his lips finally touched hers, it wasn't a brutal plunder, but a tentative, burning touch, pressing against her forehead before slowly moving down, brushing past her trembling eyelids, and finally, accurately capturing her cool lips. The initial stiffness and awkwardness gradually transformed into a more natural and patient response under his unquestionable yet patient guidance. In the darkness, sight is deprived, but other senses become exceptionally sharp. His scorching heat, the aura emanating from him that was a mixture of sunlight, sweat, and unique energy, and the heartbeat emanating from his strong chest, all acted as the most powerful catalysts, igniting her long-suppressed feminine instincts. She is no longer a passive recipient, clumsy yet passionate. His body, which was flexible and powerful from years of training, was now as soft as silk, as if it were about to melt into his bones and blood. Unbeknownst to them, they had silently slipped down into the darkness, where two bodies, each possessing immense power, embraced tightly. There were no many words, only probing, hesitation, and struggle. At this moment, everything transforms into the most primal and direct form of communication. Chao Dong could feel the smoothness and firmness of her skin and the flame deep within her body that was ignited and subtly resonated with the chi and blood of the 9 Revolutions golden body technique within him. This is not a one-sided conquest, but a collision and fusion of evenly matched forces. Liu Yu felt like a small boat that had been adrift in a storm for a long time, finally finding a harbor to dock in. Chao Dong's powerful strength and sense of control did not make her feel suppressed. On the contrary, it brought her an unprecedented sense of security and belonging. The intense sparks ignited her completely. In the darkness, they jointly composed a secret yet passionate symphony. After an unknown amount of time, when everything returned to calm, only the intertwined, gradually slowing breathing remained. She buried her burning cheeks in the hollow of his sweaty neck, feeling his steady and powerful heartbeat, her heart filled with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and peace. Chao Dong's arms were tightly wrapped around her slender yet powerful waist, while his other hand unconsciously stroked her sweaty back. He could feel that the body in his arms, which had once been cold and wary, was now completely relaxed, as if it had found its final resting place. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Liu Yu has increased to 75 out of 100. The system notification sounded in Chao Dong's mind, confirming that this proud and powerful soul had finally been completely opened up by him in the most direct way on this night. Outside the window, the moonlight remained cold and clear, while inside the guest room, spring was in full bloom. Two hearts that were once lonely yet strong found resonance and reliance in each other in the most primal way on this apocalyptic night. The road ahead may still be difficult, but at least for now, they have the courage and warmth to face everything together. Chapter 101 Departure. As dawn broke, the darkness of the night dissipated, taking away the lingering, intimate warmth in the guest room. Liu Yu slowly awoke from an unprecedented sleep, a sleep that was a mixture of extreme exhaustion and profound satisfaction. My body felt like it had been completely disassembled and reassembled. Every muscle retained the memory of last night's frenzy, sore yet exuding a strange clarity and lightness. She shifted slightly, feeling the weight and heat from the strong arm around her waist. Her body instinctively stiffened for a moment, then relaxed completely, and she even involuntarily snuggled closer to the source of heat. She turned her head to look at Chao Dong, who still had his eyes closed beside her. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting soft shadows on his sharply defined profile. While fast asleep, his brows lacked the sharpness and control he displayed when awake, replaced by a calmer demeanor. Yet, the smooth, powerful lines of his muscles still exuded undeniable strength. Liu Yu watched quietly, his usually sharp eyes now filled with a gentle, dreamy, and satisfied look. Last night was not a dream. The burning touch, the powerful embrace, and the trembling that seemed to ignite her soul were all truly etched into her body and memory. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Liu Yu is stable at 75/100. The system's prompts silently confirmed the fundamental shift in her mindset. The icy outer shell had melted, revealing its soft yet resilient inner core. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Chao Dong's eyelids twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes. Those dark eyes were still slightly hazy from just waking up, but when they saw the person beside them with a languid and alluring demeanor so different from usual, they instantly regained their clarity, and her blushing face was clearly reflected in their deep eyes. "Good morning." His voice was hoarse from the early morning, and he naturally tightened his arms around her waist, pulling her closer to him. This possessive gesture was incredibly natural, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Lu Yu's face flushed an even deeper blush, which spread all the way to his ears. Unlike most women, she didn't shy away. Instead, she lowered her eyelashes slightly, her voice soft and gentle afterward, with a hint of barely perceptible dependence. "Good morning, Gao Dong." She finally stopped using the unfamiliar Mr. Chow. Chow Dong's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, indicating his satisfaction. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, then released her and sat up. "Time to get up." He got up and dressed briskly, his movements swift and decisive, his strong back muscles stretching in the morning light, exuding power. Lu Yu also sat up, wrapped in a thin blanket, watching his back. The romantic feelings in her heart were gradually replaced by more realistic thoughts. She knew that the breakthrough in the relationship was just the beginning, and she remained an indispensable blade in the team. The mystery of the cradle was waiting for them to uncover. When the two arrived at the restaurant one after the other, there was an obvious and subtle change in the atmosphere. Xiao Liping continued to prepare breakfast gently, but her gaze towards Lu Yu held a newfound understanding and a kind smile. Yuan Shiqi raised her clear eyes and gave Chow Dong a gentle smile. Then, when her gaze fell on Lu Yu, she paused, nodded slightly, and her eyes were clear and tolerant. Wenjing's reaction was much more direct. Her alluring eyes swept between Chow Dong and Lu Yu, lingering for a moment on Lu Yu's face, which was clearly refreshed after a night of work, radiant yet unable to conceal a hint of languor and fatigue. Then, she pursed her lips and deliberately drew out her words. "It looks like someone had a pretty deep rest last night." Lu Yu's face instantly turned bright red, and she almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, she forced herself to remain calm and even gave Wenjing a slightly helpless but genuine smile without refuting her. This tacit acceptance only made Wenjing feel bored. She snorted and lowered her head to start eating breakfast. Monica and Tu Rue arrived a little later. Both of them were quick-witted and immediately noticed that Lu Yu's aura was completely different from yesterday's. It was a relaxed aura from the inside out, with a radiant and firm feeling that came from being nourished. Monica gave her an encouraging smile, while Tu Rue blinked her amber eyes with a hint of teasing, but no malice. Chow Dong sat down to eat as usual, offering no further explanation. Some things are better left unsaid. After the meal, Chow Dong summoned everyone to his study. The clues about the cradle in the chip point to the Lost Mountain Valley in the southeast. Chow Dong got straight to the point, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally lingering on Lu Yu. "The environment there is complex, and there may be unknown risks, but we must go. Passively waiting will only bring the danger closer." He looked at Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, you are in charge of developing the action plan for this exploration of the Lost Mountain Valley. You will be fully responsible for personnel allocation, equipment lists, and emergency plans." "Yes," Lu Yu replied immediately, his voice regaining its usual calmness and competence, but his eyes showed more composure and responsibility than before. The change in identity did not diminish her professionalism. On the contrary, it allowed her to integrate more naturally into the role of a commander. "Shiqi, your perception is key. You need to keep a close watch on the high radiation and abnormal energy fluctuations throughout the process." "Understood, Brother Dong." "Wenjing, you are in charge of forward reconnaissance and long-range support." "No problem." "Monica, Tu Rue, you are responsible for technical support, intelligence analysis, and communication support, and provide battlefield jamming when necessary." "Okowo." "Clear." "Liping, stay at the villa to ensure stability at the rear and be ready to provide backup." "Don't worry, Dongji." Chow Dong's allocation of tasks was clear and well-defined, making full use of everyone's strengths. He positioned himself as the strongest mobile force and the final decision-maker. "Lu Yu, how long will it take you to complete the plan?" "Gao Dong, ask it." After a moment's thought, Lu Yu said decisively, 2 hours. "I need a detailed map, a list of existing equipment, and the latest analysis data from Monica and Turue regarding the arc base and the radiation zone. Okay, Gao Zong note that meet in the study in 2 hours to finalize the plan. We'll depart tomorrow morning. After the meeting ended, everyone immediately got to work. Monica and Turue handed the compiled data to Lu Yu. Yuan Shiqi began to adjust her perception. When Jing checked her equipment, Xiao Liping went to take inventory of the supplies. Lu Yu took the documents and went straight back to his room. He sat down at the table and began to concentrate on making a plan. Her expression was focused, sometimes frowning in thought, sometimes quickly writing and sketching on the paper. The curve of her jeans, made fuller by her sitting posture, outlined a focused and charming silhouette in the sunlight. As Chao Dong passed by the guest room door, he saw her focused profile. He didn't disturb her, but just watched her quietly for a while before turning away to do his final training before setting off. 2 hours later, in the study, Lu Yu laid out a detailed action plan on the table. It was well organized and comprehensive, even including countermeasures for possible encounters with different levels of radiated beasts or conflicts with survivor forces like the Black Serpent Gang. The plan is feasible. After quickly reviewing it, Chao Dong expressed his approval. Let's prepare accordingly. He looked out the window. The setting sun was slowly sinking behind the distant mountains. Get some rest. We'll set off tomorrow. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 78 out of 100. Ding, beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi's conquering level has increased to 90 out of 100. Ding, the beauty and quiet young woman's conquest level has increased to 88/100. As night fell, the villa was brightly lit, yet it was filled with a calm and anticipation of the impending battle. Everyone is making final preparations for the upcoming exploration into unknown and dangerous territory. The secret of the cradle, like a lighthouse hidden in the fog, draws them on to embark on a new journey. Chapter 102, The Lost Land. The darkness before dawn is the deepest, but the hot spring villa has already awakened. Under the dim light, the exploration team completed their final assembly in the courtyard. Chao Dong stood at the front, his gaze sweeping over the team members who were all ready to go. Lu Yu was dressed in a neat dark combat uniform, carrying a backpack with a pistol and dagger at his waist. His eyes were sharp and focused, and the powerful lines outlined by his tight jeans were particularly eye-catching in the morning light. When Jing inspected every part of the modified sniper rifle, her bright eyes flashing with excitement and vigilance. Yuan Shiqi closed her eyes and concentrated, as if extending her sensory tentacles in advance. Monica and Turue carried various detection instruments and communication equipment, their expressions serious. Final equipment checks, communication silence, proceed according to the prearranged sequence. Chao Dong's deep and clear voice broke the morning silence. There is no need for excessive encouragement. The action itself is the belief. Like a sharp blade disappearing into the shadows, the 5-person team silently vanished into the still lingering darkness surrounding the villa, heading southeast towards the Lost Mountain Valley. The route devised by Lu Yu avoided areas known to be inhabited by survivors, and instead chose a more rugged but secluded mountain path. She marched at the head of the group, her movements still displaying the standard tactical silence. However, Chao Dong could sense that after last night, the cold aloofness about her had faded considerably, replaced by a more reserved composure and a sense of integration into the team. Wen Jing remained active on the flanks, her speed allowing her to thrive in complex terrain. Yuan Shiqi was in the center, her senses like an invisible radar, constantly scanning the surrounding environment. Monica and Turue followed behind the team, responsible for recording the route and monitoring the equipment readings. As they went deeper, the surrounding environment began to change. The vegetation gradually thinned out. The trees became twisted and deformed. The rock surfaces were covered with an eerie moss color, and a faint, metallic, sweet smell of radioactive dust began to permeate the air. The background radiation value displayed on the instrument is also steadily increasing. Entering a low radiation zone, Monica announced in a low voice through her bone conduction headset. Everyone, please take precautions and avoid direct contact with exposed rocks and soil unless absolutely necessary. Everyone took a certain dose of anti-radiation medication in advance and checked their personal protective force field generators. The closer you get to the Lost Mountain Valley, the more precipitous the terrain becomes, with jagged rocks and almost no complete path in sight. The chaotic energy fluctuations in the air became increasingly noticeable, even interfering with ordinary compasses and some electronic devices. The energy field is starting to become disordered, and my perception range has been compressed by about 1/3. Yuan Shiqi's voice was tinged with seriousness. There's a strong residual energy in the area ahead, like traces of some kind of explosion or energy leak. Lu Yu used tactical hand signals to instruct the team to slow down and increase vigilance. Using a large weathered rock as cover, she carefully peeked out to observe what lay ahead. That was an even more dilapidated and desolate area, as if it had been ravaged by an invisible hand. The ground was covered with charred pits and vitrified crystals, and a twisted metal skeleton was half buried in the soil, vaguely recognizable as the remains of some kind of large facility. This should be the outer edge of the Lost Valley, Tu Rue said in a low voice, looking at the detector in her hand that was constantly displaying garbled characters and abnormal waveforms. The energy background is extremely complex. No wonder not many people are willing to come here. Something's coming. Wenjing's voice suddenly rang out in the channel, urgent. 9 o'clock to the left, moving very fast. The energy reaction is very chaotic, unlike any known radioactive beast. Everyone instantly went into combat mode and quickly sought cover. Suddenly, 3 dark figures darted out from the pile of rocks on the left. They are not large, about the size of a hound, but their appearance is extremely strange. Their skin is covered with dark purple scales that look like energy crystals. Their limbs are a twisted combination of metal and flesh, and their heads have no eyes, only an energy sensing organ that opens and closes and flashes red light. They move like fleas, leaping several meters with each bound, at an astonishing speed. It's a mutant, a new type of mutant with a high degree of fusion between energy and biological tissue. Monica quickly analyzed. Be careful of their attacks and the energy pollution they may bring. Before the words were even finished, the 3 mutants had already spotted the team, emitting a piercing energy shriek as they transformed into 3 purple shadows and pounced from different directions. Fire freely. Prioritize destroying its energy core or joints. Lu Yu calmly ordered, raising his gun to aim. Bang, bang, bang. Wenjing's sniper rifle fired first, and the high-explosive bullet accurately hit the leg joint of a mutant, causing it to stagger. Lu Yu and Qiao Dong also opened fire at the same time. The bullets hit the mutant's scales, and sparks flew, but the effect did not seem to be ideal. Qiao Dong's eyes narrowed. These mutants' defenses far exceeded those of ordinary radioactive beasts. Without further hesitation, he activated the 9 Revolutions golden body technique within his body, and with a swift movement, he met the mutated creature charging towards him like a ghost. The mutant opened its massive maw, which was covered in energy-infused teeth, and a purple energy ray shot out. Qiao Dong neither dodged nor evaded, but let out a low shout and threw a punch. On the tip of his fist, pale golden yuan energy condensed, carrying a scorching masculine aura that could destroy evil spirits, and collided fiercely with the energy ray. Laughed. Like a red-hot iron plunged into ice water. The purple energy ray was actually dispersed and evaporated by Qiao Dong's fist. The unstoppable fist slammed heavily into the mutant's head. Puff! Like smashing a ripe watermelon, the mutant's head, along with its internal energy organs, exploded instantly, scattering dark purple viscous liquid and energy fragments everywhere. The headless corpse convulsed and flew backward, then lay still. The other 2 mutants were stunned by this sudden and swift action, causing their movements to falter for a moment. A good opportunity. Wenjing and Lu Yu seized the moment, and the bullets seemed to have eyes, each shooting towards the energy core of the remaining 2 mutants. Boom! Boom! With 2 muffled thuds, the chest cavities of the 2 mutants exploded, and they staggered to the ground, their energy glow rapidly dimming. The battle began in the blink of an eye and ended just as quickly. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and an indescribable, pungent odor carrying radioactive energy. Is everyone all right? Qiao Dong stood up, his breathing steady, as if he had just casually swatted a few flies. Fine. Safety. The crowd responded, their gazes towards Qiao Dong filled with amazement. Especially for Lu Yu, although she knew Chao Dong was very strong. Seeing him deal with this new type of mutant in such a domineering way still shocked her quite a bit. The intimate connection that had just been established last night made her feel a sense of pride and honor. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 80 out of 100. These mutants are very unusual. Monica squatted beside a corpse, scanning it with her instruments. Their biological tissues and energy crystals are highly integrated, as if they were forcibly catalyzed and modified by some external force. Moreover, they seem to have been driven here by something. Drive them away? Yuan Shiqi frowned. Is there something even more dangerous inside? Chao Dong looked into the depths of the mountain valley, where mist swirled and energy fluctuations were even more chaotic. Whatever is inside, the secrets of the cradle must be uncovered. Clean up the traces, move on, and remain on high alert. After a short rest and disposal of the mutated remains, the team once again ventured deeper into the mist-shrouded Lost Mountain Valley. The initial encounter served as both a warning and a prelude, foreshadowing that this forgotten land was far more dangerous and bizarre than they had imagined. But their search for answers will not stop because of this. Chapter 103, The Silent Corridor. Stepping into the depths of the Lost Mountain Valley is like stepping into another world. The outside light was filtered through layers of distorted rock formations and thick, radioactive, dust-laden fog, making it dim and eerie. The metallic, sweet smell in the air grew stronger, mixed with a stale, disinfectant-like odor that was also nauseating. The ground beneath my feet was no longer soil, but covered with a hard, grayish-white, fungal-like carpet. An incredibly strange substance. Stepping on it emits a tooth-grinding odor. The rustling sound. With visibility less than 50 meters around, Yuan Shiqi's perception range was further compressed, as if she were trapped in a sticky swamp. She could only barely perceive life and energy fluctuations within 100 meters, and the signals were jumbled and full of interference. The radiation index continues to rise, and we have entered a moderately polluted zone. The air composition is complex, and multiple unknown volatile organic toxins have been detected. Everyone must ensure that the protective force field is fully activated. Monica's voice came through the earpiece, carrying a slight static noise, indicating that the environment was beginning to affect communications. The screen of the detector in Tu Rue's hand was flashing garbled text and unrecognizable energy peaks. The energy field here is too chaotic, like a mixture of various energy remnants of different natures, clashing, annihilating, and regenerating. No wonder the equipment from the old world malfunctions here. Lu Yu gestured, indicating that the troops should advance slowly in a diamond-shaped defensive formation. She and Chao Dong were in front, with Wen Jing and Yuan Shiqi on the left and right flanks respectively, while Monica and Tu Rue were protected in the center. Everyone's nerves were on edge, gun barrels moving constantly with their gazes, scanning every corner in the fog that might be hiding danger. After traveling about a kilometer, the outline of a huge man-made building ruin appeared and disappeared in the fog. They were low, mostly collapsed concrete structures, covered with thick radioactive dust and that strange, grayish-white bacterial carpet, with twisted steel bars exposed in many places, like the skeleton of a giant beast. This should be the outer area of the Ark base, Lu Yu said in a low voice, comparing it with the scattered map fragments that had been recovered from the chip earlier. They cautiously approached a relatively intact building entrance. It was a large door, half buried underground and made of heavy alloy, now severely twisted and deformed, revealing a gap large enough for a person to pass through. On the door, a faintly visible, corroded symbol resembling a DNA helix combined with a shield can be seen. Entrance found. Wen Jing, as nimble as a cat, was the first to sneak into the crevice to investigate. A moment later, she reported safe. The interior space is large, the structure is unstable, and there are many collapsed objects. The team passed through the gaps one by one and entered the building. An even stronger aura of decay and death swept over us. The interior space was exceptionally spacious, like a huge hall, but it was now completely filled with collapsed concrete blocks, broken pipes, and various unidentifiable mechanical equipment wreckage. An unsettling creaking sound came from above from time to time, as if the entire structure was groaning. Only a few faint rays of light pierced through the cracks overhead, forming beams of light amidst the pervasive dust, barely illuminating this desolate space. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust and debris, and it made almost no sound when you stepped on it. A fierce battle took place here. Lu Yu squatted down and wiped away the thick layer of dust on the ground with his fingers, revealing a large area of dark red, long-dried and solidified grime, as well as some twisted and deformed bullet casings. Judging from the traces, it was not a one-sided massacre, but a back-and-forth confrontation. Yuan Shiqi closed her eyes and sensed the energy, her brows furrowed. The residual energy here is very strange. In addition to the chaotic radiation and the aura of the mutant from before, there is another kind of colder, more orderly residual energy, very faint, but it is definitely there. Is it the energy signature of the Divine Light Fleet? Chao Dong asked. Somewhat similar, but not quite the same, more older, Yuan Shiqi said uncertainly. Monica and Tu Rue began using the equipment to scan their surroundings, trying to find valuable sources of information or paths to deeper levels. A terminal interface that can still be read has been found. Tu Rue stopped in front of a relatively intact metal control panel. Although the surface of the control panel was covered with dirt, the interface indicator light was still flashing a very faint red light. She quickly took out the connecting cable and tried to plug it in. The screen flickered a few times and then actually lit up, but instead of displaying the user interface, it showed a repeatedly displayed, distorted warning message. Warning, Level 3. Isolation failure, cradle activation, unauthorized access, purification protocol. The text appeared intermittently, interspersed with a lot of snowflakes and gibberish, finally settling on a constantly flashing red skull icon, and then the screen went completely dark. Cradle activation, unauthorized access, purification protocol. Monica repeated these keywords, her face grave. It seems that the fall of the Ark base was not a simple accident or external attack. There seems to be an extremely serious change inside, and it may even be related to the cradle they're researching. Just then, Wen Jing suddenly shouted, "Something's happening!" To the right front, behind the collapsed debris. It's happening very fast. Almost at the same moment she spoke, several dark figures suddenly sprang out from behind a pile of ruins made of tables, chairs, and metal cabinets to her right. This time was no longer the crystalline mutant, but a more bizarre existence. They roughly maintained a human shape, but their limbs were extremely twisted. Their skin was an unhealthy grayish white. Their surface was covered with large, black blood vessels that looked like circuit board patterns, and their eyes were empty, flickering with an unstable, eerie energy. They moved like marionettes, stiff yet swift, emitting a chilling, creaking sound of bones grinding together. It's a mutant, a monster mutated from a human in a high-radiation environment. Be careful of their power and the radiation virus they may carry. Lu Yu immediately identified the target and fired. The bullets hit the mutants, splattering black slime, but they couldn't stop their forward momentum. Their defenses don't seem very strong, but their vitality is extremely tenacious. Chao Dong's eyes turned cold, and he once again took the initiative to meet him. Instead of using ranged weapons, he charged directly into the mutated swarm, unleashing the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique and unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch and kick contained immense power and scorching energy. Once those deformed creatures were hit, their bodies twisted and shattered like rag dolls, with black slime and broken tissue flying everywhere. Chao Dong's figure weaved through the mutants, unstoppable, like a tiger among sheep. Wen Jing and Lu Yu, on the other hand, conducted precise shots from the perimeter to eliminate any stragglers and remain vigilant against potential threats from other directions. Yuan Shiqi focused all her senses on her surroundings. Then suddenly her expression changed. "Watch out! Underground! Something's coming up!" Before she finished speaking, the ground beneath everyone's feet, the grayish-white fungal carpet, suddenly began to writhe violently. Dozens of bizarre limbs, resembling octopus tentacles but covered with the same grayish-white fungal carpet and black blood vessels, suddenly emerged from the ground, coiling around the ankles of the team members like agile, venomous snakes. "It's a symbiote! They're integrated with this building!" Monica exclaimed, trying to interfere with it using an energy disruptor, but found it had little effect. Wen Jing reacted the fastest, retreating swiftly and wielding her dagger to sever several tentacles that were trying to entangle her. Lu Yu also retreated quickly and opened fire. Chao Dong stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! An invisible wave of energy spread out from him, causing the ground fungal carpet to shake violently. The tentacles that had emerged seemed to be startled and abruptly retracted some of their length, but several tough tentacles still tightly wrapped around Monica and Tu Rui's ankles, dragging them down into the ground. You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in Chao Dong's eyes. His figure moved like lightning, instantly appearing beside Monica. His hand, like an axe, slashed down fiercely, carrying a pale, golden yuan energy sharpness. Sizzle. The tough tentacle snapped off instantly, spurting out a dark green liquid. Chao Dong followed the same method and saved Tu Rui. However, after this incident, their original location has been exposed, and more mutants have emerged from the shadows from all directions, while the tentacles beneath the ground are stirring again. We can't linger here. Let's find a way to break through. Lu Yu made a decisive decision. Chao Dong's gaze swept across the area, locking onto a relatively narrow passage that seemed to lead deeper into the passage. That way. Charge with me. He roared and charged forward like a tank, his fists clearing a path, blasting away all the mutants that blocked his way and carving a bloody path for the team. The squad members followed closely behind, fighting and retreating as they rushed into the deep, dark passage that led to an unknown destination, temporarily shaking off the increasing number of aberrant mutants and wriggling fungal tentacles behind them. The passageway was even darker, with only the beams of tactical flashlights swaying back and forth, illuminating the walls covered in viscous liquid and unknown stains. The air was filled with a strong stench of fish and radiation pollution. They were temporarily out of the fighting, but everyone's hearts were heavy. The eeriness and danger of this arc base far exceeded their imagination. The secret of the cradle seems to be hidden in the deepest part of this desolate and twisted place, waiting for those who dare to explore it to pay an unimaginable price. Chapter 104 Whispers. The dark passage seemed to have no end. Only the beam of a tactical flashlight cut through the limited space in the thick darkness. The ground beneath my feet was slippery and covered with an unknown slime. The walls on both sides were covered with a grayish-white fungal carpet that was constantly wriggling, like the walls of a living organism, emitting a suffocating smell of decay and radiation. A low-frequency, almost imperceptible yet ubiquitous hum permeated the air, as if the entire building were breathing. The squad moved forward in silence, each member gripping their weapon tightly, wary of attacks that could come from any direction. The sudden encounter in the entrance hall just now made everyone realize that this Ark base was far from a simple abandoned research institute, but a nest full of unknown and deadly threats. Air composition analysis shows that the toxin concentration is slowly rising, while the radiation index remains stable at the upper limit of moderate pollution. Monica's voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet corridor, though tinged with fatigue. The protective field's energy consumption is 15% faster than expected. My senses are severely impaired here, like countless noises whispering in my ear. Yuan Shichi frowned, her face somewhat pale. I can only barely make out that there's a huge energy source ahead, very enormous and chaotic. Chao Dong walked to the front, the 9 revolutions golden body technique slowly circulating within his body, and a faint golden yuan power formed a barely perceptible halo on his body surface. Not only does it protect him from external radiation and energy erosion, it also gives him a clearer perception of his surroundings than others. He could hear the subtle, pulsating energy flow beneath the fungal carpet on the wall and feel the enormous energy source ahead, which beat slowly like a heart, yet emanated ominous fluctuations. Stay close, watch your step and the walls, Chao Dong said in a deep voice, his voice echoing in the narrow passage and bringing a sense of reassurance. The passageway began to slope downwards, becoming increasingly steep. The color of the fungal carpet on the walls on both sides gradually deepened, changing from grayish-white to dark gray. Some faint, pulsating black veins like nerve bundles have even begun to appear. The low-frequency humming sound became even more pronounced. Suddenly, Wen Jing, who was on the flank keeping watch, exclaimed in a low voice, "Brother Dong, behind us! Those things are following us." Everyone turned around abruptly, only to see dozens of eerie green, will-o'-the-wisps of energy light appearing in the darkness of the passage they had come from, accompanied by a sickening sound of bones grinding and the rustling of fungal carpet wriggling. They were rapidly approaching. It's those aberrations and symbiotic tentacles. Speed up, find a place to hold out, or look for another way out, Lu Yu decisively ordered. The team immediately quickened their pace, almost jogging on the slippery slope. A corner appeared ahead in the passage. After turning the corner, the scene before them made everyone gasp. The passage suddenly opens up, connecting to a vast space whose boundaries are immeasurable. It's less like a room and more like a huge underground cave. Countless thick pipes and cables, resembling plant roots, yet shimmering with metallic luster, hung from the cave ceiling. Many were broken, dripping viscous, fluorescent liquid. The most breathtaking sight is the view from the center of the cave. There stood dozens, no, hundreds of enormous cocoon-like translucent sacs. Each one is 3 or 4 meters tall, and its surface is covered with a grayish-white fungal carpet and pulsating black veins that are the same as those on the walls. Through the translucent walls of the capsule, one can vaguely see various twisted, inhuman shapes curled up inside, some of which are vaguely recognizable as human outlines, but with limbs mutated, growing extra bone spurs or energy crystals. Others have completely transformed into indescribable, bizarre creations that are a mixture of biological tissues and mechanical structures. They resemble sleeping fetuses, connected by pipes hanging from the top, undulating slightly. The entire cave was filled with the terrifyingly powerful and chaotic fluctuations of life energy emanating from these enormous energy cocoons. The low-frequency humming sound originated from this. This is the cradle, Tu Rue exclaimed in shock. Even with her extensive knowledge, she was stunned by the scene before her, which resembled a hellish incubator. Monica rapidly scanned the most recent energy cocoon, the data on the instrument screen fluctuating wildly. An incredible life energy reaction, but extremely unstable, filled with conflicting and distorted genetic sequences. They seem to be being forcibly catalyzed and modified. Just then, the pursuing mutants and symbiotic tentacles surged to the entrance of the passage. No time to study. Find cover, Lu Yu shouted, and the team quickly dispersed, using the huge equipment wreckage and rocks at the edge of the cave as cover to form a defensive line. Bullets and energy beams clashed once more as they engaged in a fierce battle with the charging monsters. However, this time, the number of monsters far exceeded that of before, and they seemed to be stimulated by the energy cocoons in the center of the cave, becoming even more frenzied and fearless. Worse still, the sounds of battle and energy fluctuations seemed to have disturbed those sleeping energy cocoons. The fungal carpet on the surface of the energy cocoons closest to them began to writhe violently, and the twisted figures curled up inside the cocoons also began to struggle violently, as if they might break out of the cocoons at any moment. Oh no, they're waking up. Yuan Shichi's face turned ashen. In her perception, countless chaotic and violent consciousnesses were awakening from those energy cocoons. Chao Dong punched a mutant that lunged at him into pieces, his gaze sweeping across the entire cave before finally settling on the deepest part of it. There was a special cocoon there, clearly different from the other energy cocoons. It was much larger, and its surface was covered with dark golden energy. It was connected to the most conduits and emitted the most core and powerful energy fluctuations. To catch the thief, catch the king first. Target the innermost golden cocoon. Chao Dong made a decisive decision. I'll draw fire. You guys find an opportunity to destroy it. That might be the core controlling these monsters. Before he finished speaking, he shot out like a golden meteor, heading straight into the depths of the cave. When a 9 revolutions golden body technique is activated to its fullest extent, the golden light around his body shines brightly, like a war god descending to earth. Wherever he goes, the deformed creatures that block his way are knocked away and shattered. He deliberately drew most of the monster's attention to himself. Cover him, Lu Yu shouted, his gun spitting out angry flames as he precisely targeted the monsters trying to flank Chao Dong. Wen Jing is like an assassin in the dark. Every time the sniper rifle fires, one of the most threatening symbiotic tentacles or mutants will inevitably be blown off in the head. Monica and Turue used the energy disruptor and Turue's mental interference ability to try their best to delay the awakening process of the other energy cocoons and clear a relatively smooth path for Chao Dong. Chao Dong was extremely fast, and in just a few leaps, he had already rushed to the front of the dark golden cocoon. The closer you get, the more you can feel the terrifying pressure emanating from it. A fluctuation that mixes immense life energy, chaotic will, and a trace of indescribable ancient aura. He could even see through the thicker walls of the sack of vague, seemingly more complete and dangerous silhouette. Without hesitation, Chao Dong gathered all his yuan power, and his right fist shone with golden light like a small sun. With an indomitable and all-destroying momentum, he slammed his fist into the dark golden cocoon. Just as his fist was about to touch the cocoon wall, a cold, hollow whisper, seemingly composed of countless noises, exploded directly in his mind. Outsiders preventing evolution. At the same time, the dark golden cocoon suddenly burst out with dazzling light. An indescribable spiritual shock, carrying an absolute will of rejection and destruction, crashed into Chao Dong's consciousness like a flood breaking through a dam. Chao Dong felt a buzz in his mind, as if he had been hit by an invisible giant hammer. His forward momentum suddenly stopped, and the golden light on his fist dimmed a bit. The 9 Revolutions golden body technique automatically protected the body, and golden light surged in the sea of consciousness, colliding fiercely with the external spiritual impact. Boom strapje! A silent roar exploded deep within Chao Dong's consciousness. He groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He swayed and was forced back 2 steps. After unleashing this mental shock, the light on the surface of the dark golden cocoon quickly dimmed, as if it had consumed a great deal of energy. Chao Dong! Brother Dong! When Lu Yu and the others saw Chao Dong injured, their hearts were in their throats. Chao Dong shook his somewhat dizzy head, his eyes showing no fear, but instead burning with an even more intense fighting spirit. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared intently at the dark golden cocoon. No matter what you are, you must be destroyed today. He took a deep breath, and his blood and chi surged like the Yangtze River, and an even more powerful force began to gather. The battle inside the cave intensified due to this sudden turn of events. Chapter 105 The 10th Beautiful Young Woman, Tao Yuan. The mental impact of the dark golden cocoon was like an ice pick, fiercely striking Chao Dong's sea of consciousness. If it weren't for the mental barrier created by the 9 Revolutions golden body technique being far beyond that of ordinary people, this would have been enough to cause his consciousness to collapse. Chao Dong grunted and stepped back, but his eyes burned with an even more intense flame. He forcefully suppressed the surging blood and the buzzing in his mind. The internal cultivation technique was running wildly at an unprecedented speed. The pale golden yuan energy no longer just lingered around the surface of his body, but surged and roared through his meridians like boiling magma. An even more powerful and scorching aura, carrying the meaning of exorcising evil and suppressing demons, suddenly erupted from his body. Break from me! He let out a roar like an ancient, savage dragon and stomped his feet hard on the ground, instantly cracking the solid, fungal-covered surface. He transformed into a golden comet that tore through the darkness, and once again rushed towards the dark golden cocoon. This time, his fist was no longer a simple condensation of yuan energy, but seemed to carry the weight of an entire world. Wherever his fist passed, the air was compressed into visible ripples. The dark golden cocoon seemed to sense the deadly threat as well, its surface flashing with dark golden light as it tried to gather spiritual energy once more. But it was clear that the previous attack had also greatly depleted its energy, and the light was flickering and not nearly as solid as before. Boom! Chao Dong's fist, like a meteorite impact, slammed solidly into the dark golden cocoon. Instead of the expected violent explosion, there was a dull, muffled sound as if striking ancient, stubborn iron. Centered on the point of contact between the fist and the callus, a golden shockwave, visible to the naked eye, suddenly spread out in a ring. Kacha! Kachacha! A fine, teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out. On the incredibly sturdy, dark golden cocoon wall, A fist-shaped indentation first appeared, and then countless spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions from the center of the fist-shaped indentation. The blurry, dangerous figure inside the cocoon let out a silent shriek, and its violent struggle caused the entire giant cocoon to shake wildly. Effective. Keep attacking. Seeing this from afar, Liu Yu was greatly encouraged and shouted orders for everyone to increase their firepower, desperately blocking the monstrous mutants and tentacles surging from all sides, creating an opportunity for Chao Dong. Chao Dong pressed his advantage relentlessly, giving the giant cocoon no chance to breathe. His fist struck the cracked cocoon wall with the force of iron, as if shattering mountains and splitting rocks. Boom! 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 With each punch, the cracks widened, the dark golden light dimmed, and the struggle within the cocoon weakened. Finally, after Chao Dong unleashed what seemed like his umpteenth punch, bang! The entire dark golden cocoon could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded with a deafening roar. Countless dark golden fragments and viscous liquid, exuding a foul odor and high concentrations of radiation, scattered everywhere. The twisted figure inside the cocoon let out a piercing, soul-wrenching scream, then withered and decomposed rapidly as the cocoon shattered, turning into a pool of writhing black slime, eventually losing all its vitality. The moment the core cocoon shattered, the entire cave seemed to be put on pause. All the aberrations that were attacking frantically suddenly froze, the eerie green light in their eyes quickly extinguished, and like puppets whose strings had been cut, they all collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. The symbiotic tentacles that had emerged from the ground and walls also seemed to lose their vitality, quickly withering and shrinking, then reintegrating into the fungal carpet and ceasing to move. The unsettling buzzing in the cave abruptly stopped, leaving only the heavy breathing of the group and the energy fluctuations emanating from the distant energy cocoon, which had become noticeably calmer. It's over. When Jing looked at the battlefield, which had suddenly frozen in disbelief. With the core destroyed, these derivatives have lost their source of control. Monica breathed a long sigh of relief as she watched the energy readings on the instruments quickly return to normal. Liu Yu quickly walked to Chao Dong's side, looking at the bloodstains still wet at the corner of his mouth and his slightly pale face. A hint of heartache and worry flashed in his eyes. "Are you all right?" Chao Dong waved his hand, indicating that he was all right. The powerful restorative ability of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique was rapidly calming the shock within his body. "It's nothing, just a bit of a drain." His gaze, however, turned to the depths of the cave, where behind the shattered core cocoon, there seemed to be an even more secluded entrance. The crisis has been temporarily averted, but the exploration is not over yet. After a short rest and treating Chao Dong's minor internal injuries, the team carefully stepped over the remains of the core giant cocoon and headed towards the deeper entrance. Behind the entrance is a short and clean passage, a stark contrast to the terrifying sight of the fungal carpet covering the outside. At the end of the passage was a tightly closed alloy door that shimmered with a soft blue light. There were no markings on the door, yet it gave people a strange sense of peace. Low-power energy barrier detected. Non-aggressive. Seems to be a life support system. Monica analyzed the data from a gate. Chao Dong tried pushing the door with his hand, but it didn't budge. He gathered a wisp of yuan energy and gently pressed it against the door. Buzz! The blue light on the gate swirled, making a soft sound, and then slowly slid open to both sides. The sight behind the door stunned everyone who had experienced life and death and were used to ruins and distortions. Inside the door was a room that wasn't very large, but it was decorated exceptionally warmly, cleanly, and even luxuriously. Soft, simulated natural light streams down from the ceiling, filling the air with a fresh, delicate floral scent. The room has a comfortable sofa, a small table covered with a clean white tablecloth, and even a small-scale ecological system with lush green plants and a few leisurely ornamental fish. The most eye-catching person was the woman sitting on the sofa, holding a book, who looked up when she heard the sound. She looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, with skin so fair it seemed translucent, and features as delicate as finely sculpted porcelain. Together, they created a refined and lively beauty. She wore a simple white cotton dress, which could not hide her slender figure, combining the delicacy of a young girl with the slight fullness of a young woman. Especially when she sat there, the curve of her hips outlined by the skirt was round and sexy, full of natural allure. What's most captivating are her eyes, clear and bright. They widen slightly in surprise, then curve into a sweet and healing smile like a crescent moon, as if capable of dispelling all gloom. Her temperament is very unique, like a friendly older sister next door, yet with a touch of worldly wisdom and gentleness, a delicate stage between girlhood and womanhood, making her pleasing to the eye and endearing at first glance. Ding, a beautiful young woman matching the criteria has been detected. Tao Yuan. Overall rating, 99. Spiritual aura attribute source. Detailed assessment. Age, 24. A perfect stage that combines the vivacity of a young girl with the charm of early maturity, like a flower blooming with morning dew. Appearance, 99 plus exquisite facial features, fair and jade-like skin, highly infectious smile, crescent-shaped eyes, a blend of purity and charm. Figure, 98 to 166 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned and perfect figure, combining the slender innocence of a young girl with the roundness and fullness of a mature woman, with a slender waist, perky and full hips, and a breathtaking curve. Traits, 99. Possesses extremely strong affinity and emotional influence, talent heart of spirit, loves life, is good at creating a warm atmosphere, and is proficient in cooking, gardening, and video recording. She is the embodiment of the ultimate stability and beauty in the chaotic post-apocalyptic world. Potential, 97. It has extraordinary value in enhancing team cohesion, providing spiritual comfort, and ensuring logistical support. Its very existence is a great morale booster. Overall rating, S+. Must recruit. Their unparalleled friendliness and warmth are a true paradise that soothes the hearts of soldiers and maintains the team's cohesion. The 10th most beautiful young woman, rating a whopping 99, S+ level. Everyone was caught off guard by this sudden and completely different encounter. The woman stared at Chao Dong and his men, fully armed and covered in battle marks and blood, at the doorway. She paused for a moment, then her crescent-shaped eyes curved even deeper into a smile. She put down her book, stood up, and spoke in a clear, melodious voice, tinged with curiosity and friendliness. Hello, everyone. Is it finally quiet outside? Chapter 106, The Return Journey and New Sprouts. Tao Yuan's clear hello broke the silence at the entrance of the passage, like a stone thrown into a still lake, and startled the stunned crowd. The contrast between the scenes before my eyes was too stark. Outside the door were fungal carpets, slime, radiation, and the remnants of battle. Inside, however, was clean, warm, and fragrant with flowers, and there was a woman with a smile as clear and captivating as a crescent moon. This sense of incongruity caught even seasoned veterans like Lu Yu and Wen Jing off guard. Chao Dong was the first to come to his senses. Looking into Tao Yuan's pure eyes, filled with curiosity and kindness, the murderous intent and tense nerves that had been boiling in his heart due to the series of fierce battles were strangely soothed. This woman possessed a unique aura, as if she could naturally purify the negative emotions around her. It's safe outside for now, Chao Dong said, his voice slightly hoarse from the exertion, but his tone calm. You are? My name is Tao Yuan. The woman introduced herself with a graceful demeanor, her crescent-shaped eyes curving upwards. I've always lived here. Well, you could say I live here. Her words carried a touch of natural playfulness. Her gaze swept over the equipment and bloodstains on Chao Dong and the others, but there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, it was filled with understanding and sympathy. You came from outside, right? You must have gone through a lot of danger. Would you like to come in and rest for a bit? I have some clean water and food here. Her invitation was natural and sincere, as if she were hosting not a group of ruthless monsters who had just emerged from a mountain of corpses, but a neighbor who happened to be visiting. Chao Dong did not answer immediately, his gaze quickly sweeping across the interior of the room. This place is clearly part of the old world's Ark base, but has been transformed into an extremely comfortable place with its own sanitation and purification system. No wonder it can maintain a pure land in such a harsh environment. This Tao Yuan is anything but simple. We don't have much time, and things might still change here. Gao Zong Thi Mai Viga Line. Why are you here alone? Is it related to those things outside? He pointed towards the cave outside the door. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of darkness flashed in Tao Yuan's bright eyes, but it was quickly concealed by a smile. It's a long story. I'm just a resident who was accidentally trapped here. Those outside are the base's out-of-control security system and failed evolutionary samples. You destroyed the largest cocoon, and they've temporarily fallen silent. Her words were understated, yet they revealed that she was not entirely unaware of the situation here. Evolutionary sample, security system. Monica caught the key words and couldn't help but step forward. Miss Tao Yuan, are you familiar with Project Cradle? Tao Yuan looked at Monica, nodded, then shook her head. I know the name, but I don't know the specifics. I only know that the researchers at the base wanted to use some kind of ancient energy source to accelerate the evolution of life and create perfect creatures. But the result, you've seen it. She pointed to the door, her tone tinged with regret. It got out of control. Everything got out of control. I was protected here and escaped a disaster. Her explanation was still somewhat vague, but combined with what they had seen and heard before, the group was able to piece together the truth. The ARC base had conducted a dangerous biological evolution experiment, Project Cradle, which eventually went out of control, causing the base to be occupied by mutants and symbiotes, and Tao Yuan survived for some reason and hid in this safe haven. The initial conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan is 20/100. The system notification sounded, indicating that the initial value was not low, showing that Tao Yuan had a considerable liking and curiosity for Chao Dong's team, which was capable of destroying the core and breaking into this place. We can't stay here any longer, Lu Yu said calmly, reminding them, the destruction of the core doesn't mean we're absolutely safe, and the Divine Light Fleet might also notice the energy changes here. Chao Dong nodded and looked at Tao Yuan. Are you leaving with us? This place is not a place to stay for long. Tao Yuan barely hesitated, his crescent-shaped eyes crinkling into a wider smile, filled with the joy of finding a kindred spirit. Great. I wanted to go out and see the world for a long time. It's safe here alone, but it's also quite boring. As she spoke, she walked briskly to a corner of the room, picked up a sturdy-looking backpack with cute cartoon patterns, and skillfully slung it over her shoulder, her movements as nimble as a deer preparing for a spring outing. I'm ready. She stood next to Chao Dong, looked up at him, and smiled brightly. Her fresh and lively aura instantly dispelled the blood and fatigue that permeated the team. Wenjing muttered, that's quite decisive. But looking at Tao Yuan's pure smile, she couldn't muster any ill will. Yuan Shiqi smiled gently at Tao Yuan, and she could feel the reassuring energy emanating from this woman. Let's go back the way we came and remain vigilant, Chao Dong ordered. The team, along with new member Tao Yuan, quickly retreated along the route they had come from. As Tao Yuan had predicted, when we passed through the cave filled with energy cocoons, all the energy cocoons fell silent after losing control of the core, and no more monsters emerged. But that eerie life energy field still exists, making people afraid to relax. The return journey was much smoother than the way there, and any occasional sporadic, out-of-control mutations were easily dealt with. Tao Yuan seemed very familiar with the structure of the base, and even pointed out several faster and safer alternative routes, which greatly shortened the evacuation time. When she saw the long-awaited, though dim, sky outside the passage, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, open her arms, and her face beamed with heartfelt joy. Finally, I can see the sky again. Her genuine joy infected everyone present, even the usually cold and aloof Lu Yu, whose lips twitched slightly. However, just as they were about to completely leave the ruins surrounding the base, Chao Dong paused, his gaze sharply fixed on the southeastern horizon. What's wrong? Lu Yu immediately noticed. A high-speed aircraft is approaching. Energy signature. It's the Divine Light Fleet. Chao Dong said in a deep voice. Clearly, the energy fluctuations that erupted when the core cocoon shattered had caught their attention. Quick, get into the jungle and hide. Lu Yu immediately gave the order. The team, with Tao Yuan in tow, quickly rushed into the dense forest, using the trees as cover to completely conceal their presence. Before long, 3 sleek, shuttle-shaped aircraft painted with the emblem of the Divine Light Fleet flew low over the ruins, circled a few times as if scanning and probing, and finally found no obvious abnormalities before increasing their altitude and heading away into the distance. It seems this place is really being watched, Monica said with lingering fear. We need to get back to the villa as soon as possible, Chao Dong said, his gaze inadvertently falling on Tao Yuan, who was curiously observing the surrounding jungle environment. She didn't seem too afraid of the crisis she had just experienced. Instead, she seemed to find everything about the plant and tree fascinating. Sensing Chao Dong's gaze, Tao Yuan turned her head and smiled at him, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating her fair face, making her seem to glow. Chao Dong's heart stirred slightly. The appearance of this woman, like a clear mountain spring or the morning sun in the forest, seemed to inject a completely different, bright and warm color into this apocalyptic world filled with killing, crisis, and heavy responsibility. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 30 out of 100. On the way home, a light and agile figure and a series of clear and melodious laughs were added to the group. The direction of the villa seems to have become even more anticipated because of this newly added wonder. However, the appearance of the Divine Light Fleet was like a sword hanging overhead, reminding them that beneath the brief peace lay an even greater storm. Chapter 107, Peach Blossom Spring in a Painting. The setting sun cast its golden rays across the courtyard of the hot spring villa, gilding this small oasis in the post-apocalyptic world with a warm glow. When the exploration team appeared at the edge of the forest, Yuan Shiqi and Xiao Liping, who were left behind, were already anxiously waiting at the door. Seeing Chao Dong and the others return safely, the two women's faces immediately lit up with relieved smiles. But then, their gazes were drawn to the unfamiliar woman beside Chao Dong, whose smile was as clear and captivating as a crescent moon. This is... Yuan Shiqi looked at Tao Yuan, a hint of amazement and curiosity flashing in her eyes. Tao Yuan's pristine white dress, so different from her surroundings, and her natural, unadorned charm, made her impossible to ignore. Tao Yuan, a survivor we met in the Lost Mountain Valley, Chao Dong introduced simply, his tone calm. He's with us for now. Tao Yuan was not shy at all. He gave Yuan Shiqi and Xiao Liping a generous and friendly smile, his crescent-shaped eyes curving. Hello. My name is Tao Yuan. Sorry to bother you. Her voice was clear and melodious, with a natural affinity that instantly dissolved the awkwardness of their first meeting. Xiao Liping responded gently. Welcome, Tao Yuan. Come in and rest. She keenly noticed the fatigue and signs of battle on everyone's bodies, especially Chao Dong's slightly pale face, her eyes filled with concern. Yuan Shiqi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, her clear eyes subtly sweeping between Tao Yuan and Chao Dong, understanding the situation perfectly. This new woman had a special charm that even she couldn't help but feel a sense of goodwill towards. As everyone entered the villa, their tense nerves, strained from the battle, could finally relax a little. Wenjing collapsed onto the living room sofa without any regard for her image, letting out a long sigh of relief. Finally, I'm back alive. That awful place. Monica and Tu Rue immediately took the storage chips they brought back and some data modules that had not yet been completely contaminated and collected from the base wreckage to the workshop and began analyzing them without hesitation. Although Lu Yu was also tired, he still maintained an upright posture and briefly explained to Yuan Shiqi and Xiao Liping the process of the exploration and the situation of encountering Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan, like a curious child, stared into the interior of the villa with his pure, large eyes. Her gaze swept over the simple yet comfortable furniture, the landscape sketches drawn by Yuan Shiqi on the wall, and the few potted plants that Xiao Liping maintained on the windowsill, revealing undisguised fondness and amazement in her eyes. This place is so nice, she murmured, her voice full of sincerity. It's so much better than that cold, sterile basement room. Looking at the pure joy on her face, Chao Dong's tense nerves relaxed a little. He instructed Xiao Liping to arrange a guest room for Tao Yuan and to prepare hot water and clean clothes. At dinner time, the villa's dining room became more lively than ever before. The long dining table was filled with food that Xiao Liping had carefully prepared. Although most of it consisted of canned goods, dry goods, and a limited variety of vegetables from her own garden, they still smelled delicious after her skillful cooking. Tao Yuan sat next to Chao Dong, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the food on the table, like a little child. It's been so long since I've eaten with so many people, she said happily, picking up her chopsticks and eating with elegant yet lively movements. With each bite, she would squint her crescent-shaped eyes and reveal a satisfied, infectious smile. So delicious. Sister Liping, your cooking is amazing. Her happiness was so simple and genuine, as if it possessed the magic to transform the ordinary into something beautiful. Even when Jing, who usually eats quickly and is preoccupied with the battle, unconsciously slowed down and occasionally stole a glance at Tao Yuan's adorable expression as he enjoyed his food. Lu Yu sat on the other side of Chao Dong, eating quietly. Occasionally, she would glance at Tao Yuan, who was chatting and laughing, and at Chao Dong, whose gaze would occasionally fall on Tao Yuan. Her cold and beautiful face was expressionless, but the hand holding cries tightened slightly at the knuckles. She could sense that this newcomer, Tao Yuan, seemed to be somewhat different in Chao Dong's mind. Yuan Shiqi watched all this with gentle eyes. She could sense the peaceful and warm energy emanating from Tao Yuan, which was quietly nourishing the group, which was somewhat depressed due to the series of battles. This is a good sign. After the meal, Chao Dong convened a short meeting with the core members, and Tao Yuan was also invited to attend. The meeting announced the results of the exploration, confirming that the cradle was the out-of-control biological evolution experiment of the Ark base and destroying its core, but also attracting the attention of the Divine Light Fleet. We need to analyze the data we brought back as soon as possible to understand more details of the cradle project, especially what the ancient energy source they're using is. Chao Dong concluded. At the same time, we should strengthen our vigilance, as the fleet is very likely to come again. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Chao Dong returned to the master bedroom, where Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing had already prepared hot water for him. Soaking in warm water, washing away the fatigue and bloodstains, Chao Dong closed his eyes, but Tao Yuan's crescent-shaped eyes and pure smile unexpectedly appeared in his mind. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 35/100. Meanwhile, with Xiao Liping's help, Tao Yuan is getting familiar with the villa surroundings. She was filled with curiosity and enthusiasm for everything in her new home. And when she saw the small greenhouse in the backyard, she was even more excited and said that she could help take care of the plants. I used to love growing flowers and plants. She squatted in front of a cherry tomato plant, gently touched the emerald green leaves with her finger, and smiled at Xiao Liping. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on her long eyelashes, casting a soft shadow. Looking at her bright, carefree smile, Xiao Liping's heart softened involuntarily. This girl, just like her name suggests, seems to possess a tranquil and peaceful paradise, making people want to approach and protect her. As night deepened, the villa returned to tranquility. Chao Dong lay on the bed in the master bedroom, with Yuan Shiqi and Wen Jing nestled on either side of him. Wen Jing was already asleep, but Yuan Shiqi was still awake. She leaned gently on Chao Dong's shoulder and asked softly, "Brother Dong, that Tao Yuan, she seems very special." Chao Dong hummed in response, saying nothing more, but tightened his grip on her arm slightly. He admitted that Tao Yuan's appearance did indeed stir up a ripple in his heart, unlike anything he had done before. Her love for life and her pure joy were things he had almost forgotten in this cruel apocalypse, and also the beautiful things he longed to protect deep in his heart. In the guest room, Tao Yuan lay on the soft, clean bed, looking at the sparse starlight outside the window, a faint smile still on his face. She touched an inconspicuous, warm, jade-like pendant on her chest and murmured to herself, "Finally, I've found a possible direction. Gao Dong, I hope you're the right one." A deep and intelligent light flashed in her eyes, completely different from her innocent smile during the day. The peach blossom spring scene adds a vibrant touch to this post-apocalyptic fortress, bringing new variables and hope. Everyone could sense that the atmosphere of the group was undergoing a subtle but positive change due to the addition of this new member. The road ahead seems to have become more promising because of this infusion of beauty. Chapter 108 Ripples Beneath the Calm. The morning sunlight gently pierced through the thin mist, waking the hot spring villa. Yesterday's fatigue and tension seemed to have been mostly washed away by a good night's sleep, replaced by a brand new vitality, and the center of this vitality largely stemmed from the new member, Tao Yuan. She got up very early, wearing the slightly loose but comfortable cotton clothes that Xiao Liping had found for her, and walked barefoot through the courtyard like a light butterfly. She squatted down beside Xiao Liping's vegetable garden, carefully touching the tender leaves covered with morning dew with her fingers, humming an unknown but cheerful tune. She ran to the backyard and looked at the few trees that had survived the apocalypse and were blooming with a few small flowers, her eyes filled with pure joy. When Xiao Dong finished his morning exercise and stepped out of the open space, his body enveloped in a light mist of white vapor. This was the scene he witnessed. Tao Yuan was standing on tiptoe, trying to smell the fragrance of a half-open, unnamed wildflower. The morning light outlined her slender waist and the perfectly curved, slightly upturned hips. Her focused and joyful profile seemed to brighten everything around her. Gao Zhong Bao Set. It wasn't that he hadn't seen beautiful scenery before. Yuan Shiqi's pure beauty, Wenjing's charm, Monica's elegance, Tu Rui's allure, and Lu Yu's cold beauty each had their own unique charm. But the beauty of Tao Yuan is different. It is a kind of vitality and purity that originates from the true nature of life, unadorned, like the clearest spring water in the mountains, which can directly cleanse the dust in people's hearts. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Tao Yuan turned his head, saw Xiao Dong, and immediately smiled broadly, his crescent-shaped eyes curving, carrying the unique freshness of the morning. "Good morning, Xiao Dong. Are you cultivating? You look amazing." Her address was natural and affectionate, without any deliberate effort, as if it were the natural thing to do. Xiao Dong nodded, walked to her side, and his gaze fell on the small flower. "You like flowers?" "Yes." Tao Yuan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "They are so small, yet they still try their best to bloom." "How lovely," she said, then smiled a little shyly. "I used to like taking pictures of flowers, plants, delicious food, and fun little videos, but now—" She didn't finish her sentence, but the hint of nostalgia in her eyes did not escape Xiao Dong's notice. "We can film it again later," Xiao Dong said casually. Tao Yuan paused for a moment, then his smile widened, and he gave a loud. At this time, the others also woke up one after another. Wenjing rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked into the courtyard. She saw Tao Yuan standing with Xiao Dong and muttered, "Getting up so early." But seeing Tao Yuan's carefree smile, she just pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. Lu Yu also came out. She had changed into her training clothes and was ready to begin her morning training. Seeing Xiao Dong and Tao Yuan standing side by side, her cold and beautiful face remained expressionless. She simply began to move her body silently, but the taut lines of her spine seemed even straighter than usual. The atmosphere at breakfast was even more harmonious than yesterday. Tao Yuan praised every dish with genuine enthusiasm, and her joy was so infectious that it seemed to improve everyone's appetite. She even asked Xiao Liping for some simple cooking tips out of curiosity, expressing her desire to help. After the meal, as planned, Lu Yu organized the daily training. Today's training included tactical coordination in complex electromagnetic and radiation environments, as well as responses to potential aerial threats similar to those of the Divine Light fleet aircraft. On the training field, Lu Yu remained as strict and stern as ever, giving clear commands and performing standard movements. Wenjing, Yuan Shiqi, and others also gave their all. Tao Yuan, on the other hand, sat quietly on the sidelines watching. She had not received professional combat training, and Lu Yu had not forced her to participate. But she wasn't idle. While Monica and Tu Rui were struggling with a simulated energy disturbance, Tao Yuan quietly walked over. She didn't disturb them, but simply watched quietly from the side. Occasionally, she would use her clear and melodious voice to express some seemingly naive observations that often went straight to the heart of the matter. "Sister Monica, that blue energy stream seems to change direction when it encounters a red obstacle." "Sister Tu Rui, were you trying to make it go left, but it went right instead? Did you try too hard?" Her words were initially ignored, but after Monica and Tu Rui tried adjusting their thinking and energy output methods according to her intuitive reminders, they were surprised to find that the effect was surprisingly good. The stagnation in the energy confrontation was greatly reduced. Monica looked at Tao Yuan in surprise. "Tao Yuan, you have a very keen sense of energy?" Tao Yuan blinked his crescent-shaped eyes and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I don't know either. I just feel that they seem to have life, and it's easier to go along with their temperament." Tu Rui's insightful amber eyes gave Tao Yuan a deep look. This girl was definitely not as simple and pure as she appeared on the surface. Her spirit is perhaps an extremely rare talent. Chao Dong saw all of this, and his opinion of Tao Yuan rose even higher. She is not only a symbol of beauty, but also seems to possess immeasurable potential value. During a training break, Chao Dong went to the sidelines to drink water, and Tao Yuan naturally handed him a clean towel. "Thank you." Chao Dong took it, his gaze falling on her cheeks, which were slightly flushed from the sunlight. "You're welcome." Tao Yuan looked up at him, her smile still bright. "Watching you train, I feel you're amazing, and it must be so hard." Her eyes were clear, filled with sincere admiration. Just then, Yuan Shiqi, who was in charge of monitoring, suddenly walked over quickly, her expression slightly solemn. "Brother Dong, in the southeast direction, about 80 kilometers away, we detected intermittent, high-energy spatial fluctuation signals. They are very weak, but they partially match the energy characteristics of the Xinguang fleet's aircraft, but they are not exactly the same." The news, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattered the morning's tranquility. All eyes turned to them. "Can you determine the exact location and nature of the object?" Chao Dong asked in a deep voice. Yuan Shiqi shook her head. "The signal is too weak and intermittent, making precise location impossible. Its nature is undetermined. It seems to be conducting some kind of detection or communication attempt." Lu Yu walked over, his brow furrowed. 80 kilometers. This distance is very delicate. It's on the edge of our usual alert range, yet it's also just beyond the limits of sure Qi's refined perception. Is it a coincidence, or is it a distance that the other party is deliberately maintaining? New signs of threat, like distant rumbles of thunder, indicate that the storm is far from over. Beneath the brief tranquility and warmth of the villa, ripples of crisis quietly spread once again. Chao Dong looked southeast, his gaze deep. The Divine Light Fleet, or rather, a faction within it, had clearly not given up on its attention to this region. The secrets of Cradle and the sudden rise of their team capable of destroying the core of Cradle have already attracted enough attention. Increase the monitoring level in the southeast direction. Training will continue as scheduled, but everyone must remain on standby. Chao Dong issued the order, his tone calm, yet carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Standing beside him, Tao Yuan sensed the sudden tension in the air. Her smile faded slightly, and she gently tugged at Chao Dong's sleeve, whispering, "Will there be any danger?" Chao Dong lowered his head and met her clear eyes, which held a hint of worry. A slight stirring occurred to him. He raised his hand and ruffled her hair with an extremely natural ease, the movement carrying a gentleness he himself was unaware of. "I'm here." The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 40 out of 100. These three simple words carry a heavy weight of power. Looking at his resolute profile, Tao Yuan's slight unease quietly dissipated, his crescent-shaped eyes curved again, and he nodded vigorously. The tranquility may be fleeting, but the determination to protect it becomes even stronger because of the bonds that quietly grow within us. The challenges ahead are unknown and severe, but this gradually coalescing group is preparing to face everything with their individual strengths and bonds. Chapter 109 Olive Branch. The faint and unusual spatial fluctuation signal from the southeast was like a Damocles sword hanging overhead, causing the relaxed atmosphere in the villa to tighten again. Training continued as usual, but everyone was more tacitly vigilant. Lu Yu immediately adjusted his training plan, adding more drills on responding to sudden air strikes and high-speed mobile unit raids. Wen Jing was instructed to strengthen the monitoring and camouflage of the high ground in the southeast direction. Yuan Shiqi devoted almost all her attention to continuously tracking and analyzing the abnormal fluctuations, and her beautiful face often showed focused fatigue. Monica and Tu Rue's studio was brightly lit. They not only had to analyze the data brought back from the Lost Mountain Valley, in an attempt to find more clues about the ancient energy source and the factions within the Divine Light Fleet, but also had to assist Yuan Shiqi in trying to decipher the intermittent signals. Tao Yuan seemed to sense the tension in the air as well. She no longer explored the courtyard carefree as she had the previous 2 days. Instead, she stayed quietly inside the villa. Sometimes she would help Xiao Liping organize supplies, and sometimes she would sit at the door of the workshop, listening to the heated discussions and the hum of the instruments inside. Her crescent-shaped eyes held less pure joy and more thoughtfulness. She would occasionally come up with some seemingly whimsical ideas, such as, could that signal have its own fixed tune, like a bird singing? Or, are they blinking and greeting each other? At first, Monica and Tu Rue were a little helpless, but after calming down and thinking about it, they felt that it seemed to contain some kind of intuition that broke out of the conventional framework. On the afternoon of the third day, Yuan Shiqi, who had been concentrating with her eyes closed and her brows furrowed, suddenly opened her eyes, her tone filled with disbelief and astonishment. The signal has changed. It's no longer just random fluctuations. It's attempting to establish a stable communication link, and it's broadcasting in plain text. Open text broadcast? Everyone was taken aback. In the apocalypse, especially when it involves a mysterious force like the Divine Light Fleet, using easily intercepted and decipherable coded communications is virtually impossible. What is the content? Chao Dong asked in a deep voice. Yuan Shiqi quickly converted the received signal into text and projected it onto the temporary screen. To the Terminators of Cradle, your feat has been observed. We have no intention of antagonizing the powerful. Purge's gaze is upon us. A storm is brewing. The cooperation faction is willing to offer limited protection and intelligence sharing. If interested, contact us at XXX.XX timeframe before the next sunset. The guide. The message is brief, yet it contains explosive information. The collaborators. It really is them. Monica exclaimed. They acknowledged our actions and are warning us and extending an olive branch. Limited shelter? Intelligence? Sharing. Wenjing curled her lip. Sounds good, but who knows if it's a trap? To lure us out and then wipe us all out. Lu Yu's expression was solemn. The eyes of the Sujing faction have been drawn to us. This means that the Sujing faction has taken notice of US and may be mobilizing its forces. The timing of the cooperation faction's contact at this time is very delicate. Tu Rue tapped her slender fingers on the table, her amber eyes gleaming. They're gambling. Gambling that we need intelligence. Gambling that we're not willing to sit idly by and wait to die. And gambling that we are qualified to cooperate with them. That codename guide is also quite interesting. All eyes were on Chao Dong. Whether or not to respond to this unexpected offer was up to him. Chao Dong stared intently at the line of text on the screen. He didn't entirely trust this so-called cooperator, but the information he received, especially regarding the impending action by the purifiers, was consistent with his previous assessment. Ignoring the other side means they will face the unknown threat of the purification faction, alone, and lose an opportunity to learn about the inner workings of the Divine Light Fleet and obtain crucial intelligence. Responding to the other party means stepping into a game full of unknown risks. Reply to them. Chao Dong finally spoke, his voice steady yet carrying an undeniable authority. We can talk, but we must choose the location, and we need to see sincerity first, specific intelligence about the Purge faction's upcoming operation. This was a cautious yet assertive response. This expresses a willingness to make contact while also maintaining some degree of control over the situation. Where should we choose the location? Liu asked. Chao Dong walked to the hand-drawn area map hanging on the wall and pointed to a point, here Wangbaipo. The terrain is open and easy to observe, and there are multiple evacuation routes. Inform them that tomorrow at noon, at Wangbaipo, no more than 2 of them can come, and they are not allowed to bring heavy weapons. We need to inspect the goods first. Understood. Yuan Shiqi immediately began operating the device to encrypt Chao Dong's conditions and send them back. After the message was sent, a tense silence fell over the villa. Everyone knew that this decision could lead the team into a completely new and more complex situation. As evening approached, just before the sun was about to sink below the horizon, the reply arrived, also in plain text. Conditions accepted. Enclosed in good faith. A rapid response team from Purge, codename Scythe, has departed from the East China Sea Forward Base and is expected to arrive in your area within 48 hours. Objective: assess and purify all anomalies related to Cradle. Intelligence confirmed. Verified by Eagle Eye satellite access. Guide. Along with the information came a short, verified fragment of authorization code from a still operating surveillance satellite in the old world, which proved that the other party could indeed access certain levels of resources and increase the credibility of the intelligence. The Sickle Squad, 48 hours. Lu Yu's expression was grave. The time frame is tighter than we anticipated. The cooperative faction, they seem genuinely interested in cooperating. At least for now, they've provided valuable intelligence, Monica analyzed. Chao Dong didn't speak. He walked to the window and watched the last rays of sunlight disappear into the horizon. The other party's sincerity was indeed very substantial, but this only made him more wary. The fact that the cooperation faction approached them so eagerly must mean they had something big in mind. Prepare according to plan. Chao Dong turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Lu Yu, develop a defense and counterattack plan against the Sickle Squad. Wen Jing, conduct advanced reconnaissance of the terrain around Wangbei Slope. Monica and Tu Rue, continue analyzing the data and prepare the technology and countermeasures that may be used during tomorrow's meeting. Shi Qi, maintain comprehensive surveillance. Li Ping, ensure logistics. His instructions were clear and well-organized, taking both the sudden crisis and the opportunity under control. And what about me? A clear voice rang out. Tao Yuan was standing at the study door at some point. She looked at Chao Dong, her crescent-shaped eyes devoid of their usual playfulness and filled with a hint of seriousness. Is there anything I can do? I don't want to just watch. Chao Dong looked into her clear and determined eyes and pondered for a moment. You and Liping will be in charge of internal coordination and emergency preparedness. Also, he paused. Your sensory perception is very special. If we go to meet tomorrow, you stay behind and pay attention to any abnormalities around the villa. He didn't say it explicitly, but hinted that he believed her unique intuition might uncover things overlooked by conventional detection. Tao Yuan nodded vigorously, a smile returning to his face, this time with a more earnest expression of being trusted. Okay, I will try my best. As night deepened, no one slept soundly in the villa. Some people were calibrating weapons, some were rehearsing tactics, some were analyzing data, and others were helping Xiao Liping organize emergency supplies, muttering to themselves about the placement of various items. Their earnest expressions were quite touching. Chao Dong stood alone on the terrace, gazing at the dark night sky to the southeast. There's both the looming threat of the sickle and the enigma of the cooperative faction, extending an olive branch. The guide, he repeated the code name in a low voice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Regardless of whether the opponent is friend or foe, he accepted the challenge. The first step is the Looking North Slope, gathering at noon tomorrow. This is not just a meeting, but a test of the strength and sincerity of both sides. The outcome will likely determine the future of this nascent team. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 45/100. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 82/100. Beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi's conquering level has increased to 92/100. The system notification seemed to indicate that the team members' cohesion and bond were deepening under this pressure. Chapter 110, The Guide of Wangbei Slope. Wangbei Po, as its name suggests, is a hilly area with a raised terrain and a wide view. Sparse radiation-resistant shrubs and heavily weathered rocks with the tawny land, and a dry riverbed meanders across the bottom of the slope. This location is about 15 kilometers from the villa, far enough to avoid exposing the base while facilitating control and evacuation. The midday sun beat down relentlessly on the earth, and the air was thick with dust and the dry smell characteristic of the radiation zone. Chao Dong stood in the shadow of a huge rock at the top of the slope, calmly surveying his surroundings. He was accompanied only by Lu Yu and Tu Rue. Lu Yu, clad in tactical gear, with eyes as sharp as an eagle, was responsible for vigilance and tactical assessment. Tu Rue, on the other hand, changed into a plain dress that allowed for easy movement, but her outstanding temperament remained. Her task was to use ever-changing fandom, to observe the opponent's possible mental disguises and emotional fluctuations. Wen Jing was hidden at a carefully disguised sniper position 800 meters away, responsible for remote monitoring and fire support. Yuan Shiqi remained at the villa, maintaining contact through an encrypted channel and monitoring activity on a larger scale. Monica and Xiao Liping were in charge of the base's defense, while Tao Yuan was specially assigned by Chao Dong to stay behind and guard the rear with his unique feeling. Time passed second by second, and only the howling wind could be heard from the top of the hill. As the clock struck exactly noon, A subtle distortion of air appeared in the direction of the dry riverbed below the slope, like ripples on water. Immediately afterwards, two figures appeared without warning, as if they had stepped out from behind a transparent curtain. The leader was a tall and well-proportioned woman. She wore a well-tailored silver-gray uniform with a simple, yet technological style, quite different from the aggressive armor of the Puritanists. She had short, neat silver hair, a pretty face, and looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. Her features had a three-dimensional quality that gave her a mixed-race appearance. What was most striking about her eyes was her left eye, which was a deep blue like the ocean, while her right eye was a cold, electronic prosthetic eye that flickered with a faint red light. Her demeanor was cool and capable, like a renowned sword sheathed in its sheath, its sharpness concealed yet impossible to ignore. Following behind her was a young man dressed in the same uniform, but clearly in the attire of a technical officer. He wore multifunctional glasses, carried a silver metal case, and looked slightly nervous. Ding, a beautiful young woman matching the criteria has been detected. Su Wan, codename, Guide. Overall rating, 97, Ice Blade, Attribute E. Detailed assessment. Age, 28. A golden age of calm and experience, possessing both the composure of a wise man and the decisiveness of a warrior. Appearance, 96. Her features are three-dimensional and exquisite. Her silver hair, blue eyes, and mechanical prosthetic eyes create a unique charm. She is cold and beautiful with a touch of mystery. Physical appearance, 95 to 172 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned and agile physique, smooth muscle lines, and a perfect combination of explosive power and flexibility. Traits, 98, possesses top-notch strategic thinking and intelligence analysis capabilities, talent, global vision, is proficient in combat, infiltration, and operation of various high-tech equipment, and is an all-around agent with both intelligence and strength. Potential, 96, possesses extremely high talent in strategic planning, intelligence network instruction, and special operations command, making him a rare chess player in the apocalypse. Overall rating, S rank. Must recruit. Their exceptional overall control and intelligence value are of strategic importance to the development of the faction. 11th, beautiful young woman. Rating as high as 97. S-class. The silver-haired woman, Su Wan, turned her gaze directly to Chao Dong, who was standing in the shadow of the rock. Her electronic prosthetic eye flashed red, as if it were rapidly scanning and analyzing. She raised her hand, signaling the technician behind her to stop, and then took a few steps forward on her own, stopping about 10 meters away from Chao Dong. Mr. Gao Zhong. Her voice was cold and clear, with a metallic quality, and her tone was calm and even. I am a guide. I am Gao Zhong. Chao Dong replied calmly, meeting her gaze without flinching from her scrutinizing look, especially her electronic prosthetic eye. We have received your sincerity. Size squad, 48 hours. Su Wan nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation flashing in her azure left eye. Very efficient. It seems both of us are willing to save time. She got straight to the point. The Purification faction sees you as high-value anomalies that must be eliminated. The Scythe is just the vanguard. Once they confirm the situation, subsequent strikes will follow, and they may even activate the Purification Protocol. Her words were direct and cruel, without any attempt at concealment. So, what can the Cooperation faction give us besides early warnings? Gaozong, Asket. Intelligence. Information on the Purge faction's troop deployment, equipment weaknesses, and operational patterns. Resources. Some blueprints for controlled high-tech equipment and rare materials that you urgently need. And Su Wan paused, her electronic prosthetic eye flashing red, limited strategic misdirection and evacuation routes when necessary. The term sounded quite tempting. What's the price? Chao Dong asked directly, getting to the heart of the matter. The price is that you need to become collaborators and exemplary figures for the Cooperation faction in this region and even on a broader stage. Su Wan's voice remained calm. We need to prove to the fleet's internal members, especially those wavering centrists, that cooperating with certain controllable anomalies is far more effective than simply purifying them and dealing with future major threats. She mentioned a key word, major threat. What kind of major threat? Lu Yu couldn't help but ask, as this was the first time they had heard this term from someone within the Divine Light Fleet. Su Wan glanced at Lu Yu, her gaze lingering for a moment on Lu Yu's cold and beautiful face and her tall and straight figure, a hint of barely perceptible approval flashing in her eyes. But her answer remained vague. Intelligence indicates that the collapse of the old world is not the end, but a prelude to some larger-scale selection or invasion. The fleet's high command has different interpretations of this. The Purification faction advocates eliminating all unstable factors in response, while the Cooperation faction believes that all possible forces need to be integrated. Her words were a mixture of truth and falsehood, leaving a great deal of room for imagination. Tu Rui quietly observed Su Wan from the side, whispering to Chao Dong through the encrypted channel. Her emotional barrier is very thick, but when the Great Thread is mentioned, there's an extremely subtle solemnity in her mental fluctuations, which does not seem fake. She has a faint sense of resonance with Lu Yu, similar to that of kindred spirits meeting. Chao Dong quickly weighed the options in his mind. Su Wan, representing the Cooperation faction, had demonstrated sufficient sincerity and value, but their demands were far from small. They wanted to bind Chao Dong's team to their cause, making them pawns and symbols in their factional struggle. This involved both risks and opportunities. Cooperation is possible. Chao Dong finally spoke, his voice steady. But we need to maintain our independence and decision-making autonomy. We are not your subordinates, but equal cooperators. The specific content of the cooperation, the scope of intelligence sharing, and resource support need to be agreed upon in detail. He emphasized equality, which is the bottom line. Suwon didn't seem surprised by Chao Dong's assertiveness. Her electronic prosthetic eye glowed red, as if it were rapidly calculating something. After a moment, she nodded. Okay. The Cooperation faction appreciates capable partners. The specific terms can be discussed in detail between my assistant Stardust, she gestured to the technologist behind her, and your manager. As she spoke, she took out a chip the size of a fingernail, shimmering with a faint blue light, from the inner pocket of her uniform. With a flick of her finger, the chip glided precisely 10 meters away and landed in front of Chao Dong's feet. This is the first batch of sincerity, detailed information about the Scythe squad composition, equipment list, tactical preferences, as well as their several pre-established supply points and backup communication frequencies in the region. In addition, here's a piece of information. The fragment of the ancient energy source used in Project Cradle is not unique. The fleet internally calls it the primordial crystal, which is believed to be related to the truth behind the collapse of the old world. This additional information is extremely valuable. Chao Dong bent down to pick up the chip, which felt slightly cool to the touch. He didn't check immediately, but looked at Su Wan. The initial cooperation has been reached. How should we contact each other for the follow-up? Through this frequency, Su Wan recited a string of complex code. We will maintain one-way silence unless there is important intelligence or you contact us proactively. The sickle problem is something you need to solve yourselves. This is the first step in demonstrating your value. Her words were calm, even somewhat cold, as if stating a given fact. After saying that, she said no more, nodded slightly to Chao Dong, and then turned around decisively, leading the technical officer Stardust back towards the riverbed. The air distorted, and the two figures disappeared as if they had merged into water, clearly indicating the use of advanced optical camouflage technology. The top of the north slope returned to silence, with only the scorching sun and the howling wind remaining. A very capable woman. Lu Yu looked in the direction they disappeared and said in a deep voice, calm, rational, and with a clear purpose. Tu Rui nodded. She hides it very well, but I can sense that she has a very strong belief and a subtle sense of urgency deep in her heart. Chao Dong gripped the chip tightly, his gaze deep. Contact with the Cooperation faction had temporarily ended. Su Wan had left behind an alluring bait and a heavy test. The Sickle squad will arrive within 48 hours. This battle is not only about survival, but will also determine their weight and influence in future power struggles. Let's go back. Chao Dong turned around, his tone calm, but with an undeniable determination. Get ready to welcome our guests. A beautiful young woman Su Wan, guide, has an initial conquering level of 15/100. The system notification signifies that yet another special woman has entered Chao Dong's field of vision in this complex game of chess in a different way. The upcoming Scythe will be the first true touchstone to test the team's mettle. Chapter 1:11 Sharpening the Knife. The atmosphere on the way back to the villa was even more somber than when we left. The intelligence brought by Su Wan was like a boulder thrown into a still lake, stirring not only a sense of crisis, but also a sense of urgency to be drawn into a larger vortex. The study once again became the temporary command center. Chao Dong inserted the blue chip given to him by Su Wan into the analyzer, and a large amount of data about the sickle squad instantly appeared on the screen. Size squad, standard 5-person formation. Lu Yu stood in front of the screen, her voice cold as she interpreted the data, regaining her professionalism and composure as a tactical commander. Captain Reaper, an enhanced ability user, skilled in high-frequency vibration blade close combat, extremely fast. Heavy weapons specialist battle hammer, equipped with a shoulder-mounted particle cannon, an expert in firepower coverage. Scout Ghost, a master of optical camouflage and stealth. Electronic warfare expert Jackal, responsible for communication suppression and equipment paralysis. Medic Suture, possessing both battlefield first aid and biological toxin attack capabilities. They are well-equipped, with all members possessing personal energy shields, and the squad is equipped with a high-speed assault vehicle Shadow Shuttle, making them extremely mobile. Monica added, her brow furrowed. Their combat style focuses on high-speed raids and precise decapitation strikes, making them very difficult to deal with. 48 hours from the East China Sea base to here, the time frame matches up. Yuan Shichi calculated. Their primary objective should be to confirm the destruction of the Cradle Core and to search for the executors, which is us. Wen Jing rubbed her hands together, her eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. Perfect timing. Time to test our new teamwork with them. Chao Dong's gaze swept across the cold faces and equipment data of the sickle team members on the screen, his eyes showing no fluctuation. Su Wan is right. This is the first step for us to demonstrate our value. We not only need to block them, but we also need to win gracefully. He looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu, you are in charge of formulating the defense and counterattack plans. Our advantage is that we are fighting on home ground, familiar with the terrain, and they are not clear about our specific strength and configuration. Understood. Lu Yu nodded emphatically, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. She quickly got into the zone, combining the terrain model around the villa with the intelligence provided by Su Wan, and began to sketch out tactical plans. We can't afford to be passively defensive. This side excels at surprise attacks, so we must seize the initiative. Lu Yu's fingers traced across the sand table. Their assault vehicle, the Shadow Shuttle, is extremely fast, but it requires relatively flat terrain. We can use the Stone Valley in the southeast as a prearranged battlefield. The terrain there is narrow, with soft rock walls on both sides, which can effectively limit the Shadow Shuttle's mobility and also make it easier for us to set up an ambush. Wen Jing, you should occupy the high ground on both sides of the Shattered Stone Valley in advance. Your primary objective is not to kill people, but to disable the Shadow Shuttle's propulsion system and the City Hammer's heavy weapon. Leave it to me, Wen Jing said confidently. Monica, Turue, you set up multiple layers of energy disruption and illusion traps at the valley entrance to slow their entry and create chaos, interfering with the electronic warfare of the Jammered. No problem. It can be done. Shichi, as the core of global perception, you should remain hidden in a safe location to monitor the battlefield in real time, predict the enemy's movements, and especially the location of ghost shadows. I will keep a close eye on them. Yuan Shichi nodded solemnly. Liping, you are in charge of securing the battlefield first aid station and evacuation routes. Don't worry, Xiao Liping replied gently but firmly. Tao Yuan. Lu Yu's gaze finally settled on Tao Yuan. You will stay behind at the villa, but your task is very important. Use your senses to monitor the area around the villa and prevent any possible infiltration or remote detection by the enemy. If anything seems abnormal, report it immediately through the encrypted channel. Upon hearing that he had an important task, Tao Yuan's crescent-shaped eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, I will definitely take good care of the house. Finally, Lu Yu looked at Chao Dong. Chao Dong, you and I will be the core assault force. Once the ambush is launched, we will be responsible for containing the strongest Reapers and breakthrough hammers from the front, creating opportunities for Wen Jing and the others. If necessary, we will implement decapitation tactics. Her arrangement maximized everyone's strengths, forming a complete hunting chain. Chao Dong expressed his approval of Lu Yu's plan. Prepare accordingly. We have less than 2 days to conduct targeted drills and set up traps. In the following period, the villa entered a high-speed operation mode. Lu Yu, along with Wenjing, Monica, and Tu Rui, repeatedly went to the Shattered Stone Valley to conduct on-site reconnaissance, refining the layout of each ambush point and trap. Wenjing, like a tireless nimble cat, moved between various preset sniping positions, testing the field of fire and concealment. Monica and Tu Rui meticulously constructed an energy interference field and visual illusions using materials collected from the sweepers and the base's wreckage. Yuan Shiqi constantly adjusted her perception, tried to lock on a high-speed moving targets more accurately in complex terrain and energy interference environments. Xiao Liping organized all the medical supplies and set up several hidden supply points and evacuation signs on the road from the villa to the Shattered Stone Valley. Tao Yuan wasn't idle either. She carefully felt every corner of the villa, her focused expression suggesting she could truly communicate with her surroundings. She even suggested adding extra motion sensors to several places where she felt her breathing was not quite smooth. Although she couldn't explain why, her earnestness made it hard to refuse. Chao Dong and Lu Yu conducted high-intensity combat drills, refining their coordination for frontal assaults. Lu Yu's military combat techniques are ruthless and efficient, while Chao Dong's 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique is unparalleled in its power and ferocity. Their fighting styles are as delicate as a scalpel and as domineering as a heavy hammer, respectively. In their constant clashes, they seek the best complementarity and synergy. During a break from an intense sparring session, the two rested against the wall of the training field. Sweat beaded on Lu Yu's forehead, her breathing slightly rapid, and her tight-fitting training clothes accentuated the curves of her full breasts and pert buttocks. Chao Dong handed her a bottle of water, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her skin, which appeared even more radiant with sweat and her breathtakingly beautiful body lines. Lu Yu took the water, took a sip, and felt Chao Dong's gaze. His ears turned slightly red, but he didn't immediately look away as he had before. Instead, he turned his head to look at Monica and Tu Rui, who were setting up a trap in the distance, and whispered, "This time, we'll win, right?" There was a subtle, almost imperceptible dependence in her voice, unlike her usual pure warrior identity. Chao Dong looked at her profile, which was particularly clear in the sunlight, nodded, and said in a steady and firm voice, "Yes." 2 simple words, yet they carried a reassuring power. Lu Yu turned her head, meeting his gaze, a faint but genuine smile appearing on her cold and beautiful face. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 85/100. Night fell again, but the villa was brightly lit. Final preparations were underway in a tense but orderly manner. Everyone knew that tomorrow's battle would be a tough one, and a crucial one for their team to truly gain a foothold in this perilous land. Chao Dong stood by the window, looking at the deep night outside, and slowly circulated the 9 Revolutions Golden Body technique within his body, adjusting his state to its peak. His gaze was sharp as a knife, as if it could pierce through the darkness and see the scythe rushing towards him from the East China Sea. The net is spread, the blade is sharpened. All that remains is for the prey to fall into the trap. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 50/100. The beauty and quiet young woman's level of being conquered has increased to 90/100. Monica's conquering level has increased to 85/100. The system's notification sounds rang out one after another, indicating the team's growth and cohesion under pressure. Dawn is approaching, and what follows will be a clash that will determine fate. Chapter 112: The Hunt. The darkness before dawn is the deepest, and the rock walls on both sides of the Shattered Stone Valley, like lurking beasts, cast menacing shadows under the sparse starlight. The air was thick with dust, and the faint, lingering scent of energy from the traps set the night before. It was deathly still, like the calm before a storm. Wenjing, as if blending into the shadows of the rocks, lay prone at a carefully camouflaged sniping position on the eastern side of the valley, her breathing barely audible. Her finger rested lightly on the trigger of the modified sniper rifle, her eyes fixed on the valley entrance through the high-powered scope. The cold, metallic touch kept her absolutely calm. Monica and Tu Rui hid in a naturally formed cave near the valley entrance, with several control terminals flickering in front of them. The energy disruptor was already preheating. Tu Rue closed her eyes and concentrated, her mental energy spreading out like a spider web, connecting with the illusion nodes set up around her, ready to weave a deadly illusion at any moment. Yuan Shiqi was located at a higher concealed point behind the valley. Her perception was like the most sophisticated radar, covering the entire preset battlefield and the surrounding area. She's the eyes of the team. Chao Dong and Lu Yu lay in ambush behind a pile of rocks in the middle of the valley. Lu Yu meticulously examined the rifle in her hand and the dagger at her side, her cold and beautiful face expressionless, only her eyes burning with icy, fighting spirit. Chao Dong, like a rock, concealed all his aura, and the 9 Revolutions golden body technique flowed slowly within his body, adjusting every bit of his physical strength to its optimal state. His gaze remained calmly fixed on the valley entrance, awaiting the arrival of his prey. Time passed in a stifling silence. As the clock struck the appointed hour, and the sky was just beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn, Yuan Shiqi's voice, clear and calm, reached everyone's ears through the encrypted channel. Target spotted, 5 kilometers away, rapidly approaching. Vehicle confirmed as Shadow Shuttle. Energy signature matches intelligence. It's here. Everyone tensed up instantly. A moment later, a deep hum, unlike any known engine, came from afar and quickly became clearer. A streamlined black shadow, like a ghost flying close to the ground, sped along the dry riverbed at an astonishing speed toward the entrance of the shattered stone valley. It was this Shadow Shuttle, the assault vehicle of the Scythe Squad. Prepare. Lu Yu's voice was deep and steady. Without slowing down at all, the Shadow Shuttle rushed straight towards the valley entrance. Clearly, they were extremely confident in their speed and strength and intended to break indirectly, just as the tip of the Shadow Shuttle was about to plunge into the valley entrance. Buzz! An invisible, distorted energy barrier suddenly lit up at the valley entrance. Monica activated the first layer of energy disruption. The Shadow Shuttle jolted suddenly. Its speed noticeably slowed, and the optical camouflage on its surface momentarily became disordered, revealing its shuttle-shaped body. Almost simultaneously, a glint flashed in Tu Rue's eyes. In the perception of the Shadow Shuttle pilot, the scenery at the valley entrance ahead suddenly distorted and changed, and the originally clear path instantly turned into a dead end filled with spiked stone forests and energy vortexes. Ever-changing phantom activated. The sudden interference and illusions forced the Shadow Shuttle to brake suddenly, kicking up a cloud of dust, and brought it to a stop just outside the valley entrance. Now, bang! The quiet sniper rifle roared. The specially designed high-explosive armor-piercing round tore through the air, not aimed at the vehicle's hull, but precisely hit the thruster nozzle on the left side of the Shadow Shuttle's tail. Boom! A burst of fire exploded, accompanied by a piercing sound of metal tearing apart. The left thruster of the Shadow Shuttle instantly malfunctioned, emitting thick black smoke. The vehicle lost its balance and veered off course, crashing into a rock wall on one side. We have successfully disabled its mobility. Wen Jing calmly reported. Enemy attack. All troops charge. A cold and murderous voice rang out from the crooked Shadow Shuttle, using the common language of the Divine Light Fleet. Immediately afterwards, the hatch burst open. 5 figures shot out of the cabin like cheetahs. Their reaction speed was astonishing. The leader was none other than the captain, the Reaper. He wielded 2 high-frequency, vibrating blades, his movements as swift as lightning, and his gaze instantly locked onto the direction where Chao Dong and Lu Yu were in the valley. The particle cannon carried by the heavy firepower City Breaker hammer has begun charging, emitting a dangerous glow. The scout ghost vanished in a flash, as if it had merged into an illusion. Electronic warfare expert Jack quickly deployed his equipment in an attempt to counter the jamming. Suture Line held a peculiar syringe-like weapon and warily scanned its surroundings. Proceed according to plan, Lu Yu shouted, and he and Chao Dong rushed out from behind the cover at the same time, facing the Reaper and the hammer head-on. The Reaper saw Chao Dong and Lu Yu charging towards him, a cruel smile flashing in his eyes. His twin blades crossed, vibrating at a high frequency that tore through the air, transforming into a silver light that enveloped Chao Dong. His speed was extremely fast, far surpassing any of his previous opponents. However, Chao Dong was even faster. The 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique not only granted him strength, but also superhuman neural responses and dynamic vision. He sidestepped, stepped forward, and threw a punch in one fluid motion. The simple, unadorned punch, though delivered late, struck directly at the Reaper's chest, completely ignoring the seemingly deadly net of blades. "You're asking for death." The Reaper grinned maliciously, his vibrating blade slashing fiercely at Chao Dong's arm. Clang! A deafening clang of metal clashing rang out. The savage grin on the Reaper's face froze instantly. He felt as if his twin blades had struck a superalloy with extremely high density. An irresistible force surged through the blades, causing his arms to go numb and his tiger's mouth to crack. The high-frequency blade was actually deflected. Chao Dong's fist, undiminished in momentum, landed heavily on his chest. Puff! The Reaper's protective energy and internal armor shattered like paper. His chest visibly caved in, and he was sent flying backward as if hit by a high-speed train, spitting blood, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. In a single exchange, the captain was severely injured. At the same time, Lu Yu had already approached the city-breaking hammer like a ghost. She used her military combat skills to the fullest, her body low and slippery, avoiding the particle cannon's lock-on, and delivered a vicious sweeping kick to the supporting leg of the city-breaking hammer. The city-breaking hammer lost its footing and staggered, while Lu Yu's dagger was already stabbing towards his throat like a venomous snake. With a roar, Breaking Hammer abandoned his shoulder cannon and grabbed at Lu Yu's wrist with his fan-like hand. However, Lu Yu flicked his wrist, and the dagger changed direction strangely, slicing across his wrist and drawing a spurt of blood. At the same time, his other hand had already drawn a pistol and pointed it at his face. Bang! Bang! 2 shots were fired, and the energy shield of the city hammer flickered violently. Although it did not shatter immediately, it made him pause in his movements. Just as Lu Yu was about to deliver the finishing blow, an almost transparent shadow suddenly appeared from the side, and a poisoned dagger silently pierced her ribs. It was Ghost Shadow. At the critical moment, bang! Another sniper shot rang out. When Jing had already locked onto the stealthy threat, the bullet accurately struck the rock where the ghost was about to land. The exploding debris and shockwave forced the ghost to reveal itself, its movements distorted, and the dagger grazed past Lu Yu's combat uniform. Without turning his head, Lu Yu used a backhand shot to force Ghost Shadow back and rejoin Chao Dong. Meanwhile, Monica and Tu Rue also clashed with the interference device and the stitching thread. Monica's energy disruptions constantly interfered with the interference device's equipment, while Tu Rue's mental illusions caused the stitching thread's poison attacks to repeatedly miss, even nearly injuring her teammates. The battle instantly intensified. The Scythe squad lived up to its reputation as elites. Even though their captain was instantly critically injured and put on the defensive, the remaining members still put up a tenacious fight with their rich experience and formidable strength. In particular, Ghost Shadow's elusive sneak attacks caused considerable trouble for Lu Yu and Monica. Chao Dong's gaze was icy as he locked onto the interference device that kept flashing and trying to disrupt the overall situation. He pushed off with his feet, cracking the ground, and shot out like a cannonball, ignoring the streams of green venom shot from the suture line and heading straight for the interference device. The jammer changed its expression drastically and activated the equipment at full power, sending a powerful electromagnetic pulse toward Chao Dong. However, a golden light flashed across Chao Dong's body, and the supreme yang energy of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique had a natural restraint on this kind of energy interference. He didn't slow down and threw a punch. Boom! The jammer, along with his equipment, was blasted into pieces by the violent force of the punch. Almost simultaneously, Yuan Shichi's voice rang out again, tinged with urgency. Chao Dong. At 3 o'clock, 50 meters above the cliff face, Ghost Shadow is preparing to attack Wenjing. Without a second thought, Chao Dong threw a punch from a distance in the direction Yuan Shichi had indicated. A surge of immense Yuan energy erupted from his body, transforming into a solid golden fist imprint that crashed into the rock wall like a meteor. Boom! A large hole was blasted open in the rock wall, and a disheveled figure fell out of it. It was the ghost Shadow, who was trying to outflank and ambush Wenjing. He clearly hadn't expected Chao Dong's attack to be so swift and fierce. Although he avoided a direct confrontation, he was injured by the shockwave of the explosion. Wenjing seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The ghost's head exploded like a watermelon. Within minutes, 3 out of 5 members of the side squad were wiped out. Only the heavily wounded Reaper and the stitching team, now without the cover of their teammates, remained. Seeing that all was lost, Suture showed despair on its face and suddenly plunged the syringe in its hand into its own neck, as if trying to activate some kind of self-destruct or enhancement program. With lightning speed, Liu Yu raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The syringe was smashed to pieces. Chao Dong flashed and appeared in front of Suture Line, striking him on the side of the neck with a palm strike, knocking him unconscious. The Reaper, with his sunken chest and barely alive, stared intently at Chao Dong with eyes full of resentment and disbelief before finally tilting his head to the side and dying. The battle came to an abrupt end. Only the crackling of burning vehicles and the lingering smell of gunpowder remained in the valley. Chao Dong stood in the center of the valley, the golden light around him slowly receding, his aura steady, as if the fierce battle just now had not consumed too much of his strength. Liu Yu walked to his side, slightly out of breath. A blush rose on her cold and beautiful face from the fierce battle. Her gaze toward Chao Dong was filled with complex and inscrutable emotions: shock, admiration, and a hint of dependence and adoration that was hard to detect. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Liu Yu has increased to 88/100. Clear the battlefield, collect all valuable intelligence and equipment, and evacuate immediately. Chao Dong's voice broke the silence. In their first battle, they achieved a complete victory against the elite side squad of the Divine Light Fleet. This brilliant ambush not only resolved the immediate crisis, but also demonstrated to the cooperative faction hiding behind the scenes, as well as all potential enemies, that the emerging team's strength should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Tao Yuan, who had been tensely feeling the battle from the villa, seemed to sense something the moment it ended. A bright light flashed in his crescent-shaped eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief, and a relieved smile returned to his face. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 55/100. Chapter 113 Loot. The smoke from the battle in the gravel valley had not completely dissipated, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning metal, the stench of blood, and the lingering smell of ozone. The joy of victory did not cloud their judgment. Instead, it led to efficient and rapid battlefield cleanup. Wenjing maintained her high vantage point, her sharp gaze sweeping across the valley's perimeter to ensure no one escaped or any uninvited guests. Monica and Tu Rue began examining the bodies of the Scythe squad members and the wrecked, smoking Shadow shuttle, collecting all possible intelligence carriers, identification markers, and undamaged equipment modules. Yuan Shichi's senses remained focused throughout the area, and she began to meticulously scan the spoils, searching for any hidden tracking or self-destruct devices. Liu Yu walked to Chao Dong's side, looking at his still steady breathing and slightly disheveled clothes. Her cold and beautiful face could not hide her amazement. Side squad, they've already done it so quickly. Her words were tinged with disbelief. Despite having devised a meticulous plan, Chao Dong's absolute strength still exceeded her expectations. Chao Dong's gaze fell on the medic Suture Line, who had been knocked unconscious by Liu Yu. He's the only survivor. Perhaps we can get some information out of him. I'll handle it. Liu Yu nodded. As a former SWAT officer, interrogation skills were one of her specialties. She took out a specially made restraint belt, tightly bound the sutures, and injected a drug to maintain vital signs and suppress the drug's effects. Soon, Monica and Tu Rue brought their initial results. Part of the data storage core was recovered from the wreckage of the Interferencer and Shadow shuttle. The encryption level is very high and will take time to crack. Monica reported their personal equipment is very sophisticated, including energy shield generators, individual communication modules, and the damaged particle cannon of the Battle Hammer, all of which have high research value. Tu Rue held a strangely styled metal plaque she had found on a Reaper. Besides the emblem of the Divine Light Fleet, It featured a ferocious skull and scythe design, with a series of numbers and the words Purification Sequence Priority engraved on the back. The Purification faction style is indeed extreme. "We can't stay here any longer," Chao Dong decisively ordered. "Take all the spoils and prisoners and evacuate along the planned route, cleaning up any obvious traces we leave behind." The squad acted swiftly, packing up valuable items. Chao Dong and Liu Yu were responsible for carrying the main equipment wreckage and prisoners, while the others shared the remaining spoils. They quickly left the shattered stone valley along a pre-planned concealed route. When the outline of the villa reappeared in sight, Xiao Liping and Tao Yuan, who had stayed behind, were already anxiously waiting at the door. Seeing everyone return safely, bearing the marks of battle but still full of high spirits, Xiao Liping breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly went forward to help. Tao Yuan ran to Chao Dong like a happy little deer, his crescent-shaped eyes crinkling with undisguised joy and admiration. "You're back. That's great. I've been feeling really anxious, but now I feel so relieved." Her intuition was confirmed once again. Only after returning to the relatively safe villa did the atmosphere truly relax. The fatigue from the fierce battle began to emerge, but even more so, the exhilaration and confidence brought by the victory. Liu Yu and Monica immediately threw themselves into the interrogation of the prisoners stitched and the work of deciphering the data on the spoils of war. Wen Jing held her highly effective sniper rifle, wiping and maintaining it with great care. Yuan Shiqi needs time to recover her overexhausted mental energy. Xiao Liping was busy preparing food for everyone and treating some minor skin injuries. Chao Dong went to the study alone, closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, and reviewed the battle that had just taken place. The 9 revolutions golden body technique circulated slowly within the body, nourishing the slightly depleted vital energy while also digesting the insights gained from fighting against powerful opponents. The individual strength of the Scythe squad is indeed extraordinary, especially the speed and aggression of the Reaper. If he hadn't just achieved his golden body, he probably would have had to put up a lot of trouble. This also gave him a more intuitive understanding of the overall strength of the Divine Light Fleet. By evening, the preliminary interrogation and decryption results were in. Liu Yu went to the study and reported to Chao Dong. Suture Line is very stubborn and has received professional counterinterrogation training, but we still managed to pry some information out of them by using drugs and psychological pressure. We confirmed that the Sickle team was ordered to assess and eliminate threats related to Cradle. They carried high-level reconnaissance equipment that can transmit real-time images and data back to the forward base. Our process of destroying the core and ambushing them has likely already been received by the base. This means that there is absolutely no room for maneuver between them and the Purification faction. In addition, Liu Yu paused. He revealed a vague message. The Purge faction seems to have become more radical and urgent in recent times due to some major discovery. Almost simultaneously, Monica and Tu Rue also arrived with some of the data they had deciphered. Most of the data in the core is about the terrain, radiation levels, and previous energy fluctuations from the Cradle. But there's an attached instruction that's been encrypted multiple times, and we've managed to decipher the beginning. Monica handed a tablet to Chao Dong. The instruction requires this Scythe team to focus on searching for traces of high-purity life reaction or abnormally stable energy source after completing the cleanup mission. This is even a higher priority than recovering the Cradle samples. High-purity life reaction? An unusually stable energy source. Gaozong Faowen Sly. This description subconsciously reminded him of Tao Yuan. The peaceful yet vibrant energy field emanating from her was indeed extraordinary. But this was just a feeling without any evidence. Furthermore, Tu Rue added, her expression somewhat grave, we found an extremely brief, encrypting signal transmission record in the fragments of the Shadow Shuttle's communication log, pointing to an unknown location, about 30 seconds before our ambush. The signal strength was very low. Unlike a distress call, it was more like some kind of marker or heartbeat signal. This news caused the atmosphere in the study to freeze once again. Could they have a backup plan? Or do they have observers we haven't discovered? Liu Yu's eyes sharpened. Just then, Yuan Shiqi's slightly hurried voice came through the internal communication. Brother Dong. A faint energy fluctuation similar to that of the previous guide Su Wan has been detected about 3 kilometers southeast of the villa. Only one person is slowly approaching, making no attempt to conceal their presence. Su Wan? She arrived so quickly? Is she checking the battle results? Or does she have another purpose? A cold glint flashed in Chao Dong's eyes. They had just survived a fierce battle, and now the cooperative faction's envoy had reappeared, the timing so precise. "Let her come over," Chao Dong said in a deep voice. "Everyone, stay alert and prepare according to the second plan." He wanted to see what kind of information and intentions this guide would bring after this perfect value demonstration. A moment later, Su Wan's tall and aloof figure appeared on the surveillance footage outside the villa. She was still wearing her silver-gray uniform, alone, walking with a leisurely pace, as if she were just visiting an old friend. The prosthetic eye gleamed with a faint red light, sweeping over the seemingly ordinary yet deadly defensive setup surrounding the villa. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. A new meeting is about to unfold, amidst the lingering glow of victory and the remaining fog of uncertainty. Chapter 114, Primordial Crystal. Su Wan's figure stood out clearly in the twilight. She carried no obvious weapons and walked with a leisurely pace, as if strolling in her own backyard rather than on the outskirts of a heavily guarded enemy base that had just been through a bloody battle. The cold, electronic prosthetic eye swept over the sensors hidden in the bushes and the faint reflections from the distant rooftops, its red light flickering slightly, but it did not linger. Chao Dong stood alone at the entrance of the villa courtyard, the afterglow of the setting sun casting a long shadow of his tall figure. Lu Yu hid in the shadows on the side of the courtyard, like a cheetah poised to pounce. Yuan Shichi's senses were firmly locked onto Su Wan. The others, according to the plan, stood guard at their respective posts. Su Wan stopped 5 meters away from Chao Dong, a distance that conveyed a lack of offensive intent while maintaining a safe space to react. She looked at Chao Dong, a subtle, indescribable light flashing in her deep blue left eye, seemingly a mixture of admiration and assessment. It seems that the evaluation results of the sickle do not meet the expectations of the suppressing faction. Su Wan spoke, her voice still having that cold, metallic quality, but less formulaic than last time, with a subtle liveliness. "Congratulations, Mr. Chao Dong. You have proven your worth." "Get straight to the point, Miss Su Wan," Chao Dong said calmly, without any intention of pleasantries. He needed to maintain control of the conversation. Su Wan wasn't surprised by Chao Dong's directness. She nodded slightly. "2 things. First, confirm the basis for cooperation. Your successful defense against and annihilation of the Sickle Squad is enough to silence many of the dissenting voices within the cooperation faction. We can officially list you as a priority cooperation partner. Second," she changed the subject, the red light in her electronic prosthetic eye seeming to brighten slightly. "Provide new intelligence and a request." "A request?" "Gao Zhongshago Shapen Sai." "Yes." Su Wan took out a storage chip that was thicker than the last one from the inner pocket of her uniform, but did not hand it over immediately. "First of all, this is the intelligence that was promised before about the distribution of some of the puritanical faction strongholds in East Asia, their regular patrol routes, and the possible follow-up plans for the Sickle Squad. It can be considered a deepening of the cooperation." Chao Dong didn't go to answer it. He just looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Su Wan continued, "The new intelligence is that, according to the internal communications of the Purification faction that we intercepted, the reason why they are so concerned about Cradle and you, and even went so far as to send a rapid reaction force like Scythe, is that they're convinced that the energy characteristics of the primordial crystal on which the Cradle project relies are highly consistent with a certain abnormally stable life energy field that has appeared in your team." Her gaze seemed to casually sweep over a lit window on the second floor of the villa, the direction of Tao Yuan's room. "They suspect that the primordial crystal or its derivatives are in your possession, or closely related to one of you." This news struck Chao Dong like a thunderbolt. It is indeed related to Tao Yuan. Her unique, peaceful, and vibrant energy field has attracted such enormous trouble. Su Wan took in Chao Dong's instantaneous change in expression and understood what he meant, but she didn't point it out. She waved the chip in her hand. "Mr. Chao Dong must be well aware of the value of this intelligence. It can explain why the Sujing faction is pursuing you so relentlessly, and it also points out their true objective. So, what is your request? Chao Dong suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked in a deep voice. The other side had presented such crucial intelligence. Their intentions were undoubtedly significant. Suwon stepped forward, placed the chip on a stone stool between the two of them, and then stepped back to her original position. Her expression became more serious than ever before. Our request is that you help us find and obtain a complete sample of a primordial crystal, or provide a carrier sufficient for studying its energy properties. She paused, then added, the cooperatives believe that the primordial crystal is the key to understanding the truth behind the collapse of the old world and dealing with the future great threat. The purifiers only want to control or destroy it, while we hope to study and utilize its power. This is not for the selfish interests of any one faction, but for a broader possibility of survival. Her tone carried an almost obstinate conviction. Gaozong thi mai si len. Suwon's request was tantamount to placing Tao Yuan, or the secrets related to the primordial crystal, under the scrutiny of the cooperative faction. This is extremely risky. Conversely, if the primordial crystal is truly that important, then possessing it, or being deeply bound to the collaborators who control its research channels, also signifies enormous opportunities and leverage. How can we be sure that you won't turn into another righteous faction after you get the crystal? Chao Dong asked the most crucial question. Suwon seemed to have anticipated this question. She raised her hand and pointed to her prosthetic eye. This eye was lost during a mission to retrieve fragments of the primordial crystal in order to prevent the purification faction from using it to manufacture weapons of mass destruction. I know better than anyone that uncontrolled power can only bring disaster. The cooperation faction advocates understanding, coexistence, and utilization, not possession and control. Of course, words are not enough. Trust needs time and action to build. Her words carried a kind of unwavering resolve born of hardship, making it hard to doubt their authenticity. We need time to consider this. Chao Dong did not agree immediately. This matter concerned Tao Yuan's safety and the very foundation of the team, so he had to be cautious. I understand. So what Nadif? This intelligence and our previous sincerity can be considered as our advance payment. As for the primordial crystal, you can weigh it slowly. However, please remember that this suppressing justice will not give you much time. According to intelligence, after Scythe lost contact, their next wave of operations will be far larger and more intense than before. After she finished speaking, she gave Chao Dong a slight bow, then turned around decisively and disappeared into the deepening twilight once again, coming and going with ease. Chao Dong stood there for a long time before bending down to pick up the chip from the stone block. It felt icy cold to the touch, yet incredibly heavy. Lu Yu stepped out of the shadows and came to his side, whispering, "How credible are her words? The goals of the primordial crystal and the righteous faction are most likely true," Chao Dong said with a deep gaze. "As for the ultimate goal of the cooperation faction, we'll have to wait and see." He gripped the chip tightly. "Call everyone together for a meeting." The atmosphere in the villa's study was more somber than ever before. Chao Dong relayed the information and requests brought by Su Wan to the core members without reservation. When they heard that the primordial crystal and the unusually stable life energy field might be referring to Tao Yuan, everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Tao Yuan, who was sitting quietly in the corner. Tao Yuan was holding a cup of flower tea, sipping it slowly. Feeling everyone's gaze, she looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in her crescent-shaped eyes, which then turned into a clear and firm expression. "Are you talking about me? I don't know anything about crystals, but if my existence brings danger to everyone, She bit her lip and didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes showed that she didn't want to be a burden to the team. "Don't talk nonsense," Chao Dong interrupted her, his tone carrying an unquestionable protectiveness. "Your existence is not a danger." He looked at everyone. "The question is whether we should use the power of the cooperation faction to deal with the threat of the purification faction, and whether we should get involved in the even bigger vortex of the primordial crystal." Monica pondered. The intelligence capabilities and sincerity shown by the cooperation faction are indeed very valuable. Cooperating with them can greatly alleviate the pressure we are currently facing. However, exposing the secrets of Tao Yuan or crystal to them carries unknown risks. Tu Rue played with a strand of hair and said quietly, "That Su Wan doesn't seem to be lying. There's something in her eyes that can't be faked." But whether the cooperation faction as a whole is truly united is hard to say. Liu Yu said coldly. In any case, we cannot completely relinquish the initiative. Cooperation is possible, but must be cooperation within our control. Regarding the primordial crystal, we can admit to knowing of its existence, but specific information must be our most important bargaining chip. Wen Jing waved her fist. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If it gets bad, we'll just fight them again. Yuan Shiqi gently held Tao Yuan's slightly cold hand and said softly, Yuan Chu, don't worry, we are a whole. Feeling the warmth of Yuan Shiqi's hand, and seeing the determined, calm, and fearless gazes of everyone, Tao Yuan's unease gradually dissipated. His crescent-shaped eyes curved back into crescents, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, I believe in everyone. Looking at the group of companions with different styles who had already come together, Chao Dong made a decision. Liu Yu is right. We will cooperate, but I must take the lead. He said in a deep voice, we will respond to the cooperation faction and agree to limited cooperation on intelligence and resources to jointly deal with the purification faction. But regarding the primordial crystal, we will only admit that we are investigating it, and we cannot disclose any specific progress. At the same time, we need them to provide more intelligence on the primordial crystal itself and that great threat in exchange. This is a plan that allows for both offense and defense. It leverages the strength of the cooperative faction while preserving core secrets and the initiative. In addition, Chao Dong looked at Tao Yuan, his eyes gentle yet firm. From today onwards, Tao Yuan's energy field characteristics need to be shielded or disguised to a certain extent. Monica, Tu Rue, this matter is entrusted to you. Understood, the two women replied in unison. Then, Chao Dong stood up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Let's see where this game with the cooperation faction and the impending, even more intense storm will ultimately lead. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 60/100. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Su Wan, the guide, has increased to 25 out of 100. A new alliance was initially formed through probing and maneuvering, while the secret of the primordial crystal, like a massive gravitational core, was drawing everyone deeper into this apocalyptic game. The villa's lights shone brightly and resolutely in the deep night. Chapter 115, Prelude to the Storm. In the days following the initial agreement with the cooperation faction, the villa area entered a unique state of being outwardly relaxed but inwardly tense. On the surface, daily life and training continued as usual, and they even seemed more relaxed because the imminent threat of the sickle was gone. But behind the scenes, various preparations are being carried out with greater efficiency and in a more covert manner. Chao Dong's reply was sent to Su Wan via encrypted frequency. The content was concise and firm. He agreed to limited cooperation and intelligence sharing in jointly dealing with the Purge faction. But regarding the primordial crystal, he only said that he had heard of it and was investigating it, and demanded that the cooperation faction provide more detailed information about the crystal's properties and the major threat as a sincere supplement to deeper cooperation. Su Wan's reply came quickly and decisively. Conditions accepted. Relevant information will be provided in batches. Reminder: abnormal energy gathering has been detected at the Suzhing faction East China Sea base, suspected to be a mobilization of a higher-level strike force. Expected response time, 5 to 7 days. 5 to 7 days. Faster than expected. This intelligence was like a bucket of cold water, bringing the team, who had just been somewhat invigorated by dealing with the sickle, back to reality. Once the Divine Light Fleet, this war machine, is truly in operation, its efficiency and power are astonishing. What could be a higher-level strike force? Orbital bombardment, or a stronger ground force? Wen Jing couldn't help but ask during the tactical meeting, her usual carefree expression replaced by a serious one. Orbital bombing requires extremely high authority and complex procedures, so it's unlikely for now. Monica analyzed the new data provided by Su Wan. It's more likely to be an elite team equipped with more advanced weapons, or possessing special abilities, or even some kind of war vehicle that we don't know about. Standing before the regional map, Liu Yu traced the route from the East China Sea base to the villa area with his finger and said in a deep voice, no matter what comes, passive defense will only become more and more difficult. We must use these precious few days to further strengthen our defenses and, consider taking the initiative to disrupt their plans. Taking the initiative? Yuan Shiqi was somewhat surprised. That's right. Lu Yu's eyes sharpened. Suwon provided them with several main logistical supply lines and forward reconnaissance points. We can choose one of these relatively weak but still important nodes to carry out a precise harassment or sabotage operation. The goal is not to cause massive casualties, but to send a message. We are not just going to hide in our shells and take a beating. We have the capability and the courage to bring the war to their territory. This proposal is bold, but also extremely tempting. If successful, it will undoubtedly serve as a great deterrent to the purging faction, giving the team more time and strategic space. Chao Dong pondered for a moment and approved of Lu Yu's idea. We can give it a try. The target selection, action plan, and retreat route must be foolproof. Lu Yu, you are in charge of developing the specific plan. Understood. Lu Yu's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. In the following period, the villa was transformed into a high-speed war fortress and research and development center. On the defensive front, Monica and Tu Rue took the lead, combining the technology obtained from the Scythe squad and the wreckage of the Ark base to upgrade the villa's energy shield system and deploy more and more concealed automatic defense weapons and composite traps. Xiao Liping, along with Tao Yuan, further categorized and organized the stored supplies and opened up a deeper and more concealed underground shelter. Tao Yuan demonstrated remarkable meticulousness and organization in this process. Her unique perception of breadth even helped Xiao Liping discover several previously overlooked structural weaknesses. Although she cannot participate in the battle, she is contributing her strength to this family in her own way. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 65 out of 100. Research on shielding the Tao Yuan energy field is also underway. Monica attempts to use the technology reverse-engineered from the interference device equipment to create a small energy fluctuation interference device, while Tu Rue tries to use her mental power to help Tao Yuan learn to restrain the life energy he unconsciously emits. This process was not smooth. Tao Yuan's ability seemed to originate from some deeper essence, which was difficult to completely cover up with conventional technology or mental skills, but it at least played a certain role in weakening and confusing him. Most importantly, it was Lu Yu's proactive plan, Operation Break the Chain. The target was chosen to be a secluded valley about 120 kilometers away from the villa. It was an important unmanned transport hub for the Purge faction and stored some of the frontline troops' spare energy and ammunition. The defenses are relatively weak, but the location is crucial. The team involved in the operation was streamlined. Chao Dong, Lu Yu, Wen Jing, and Tu Rue, who volunteered for the mission. Her ever-changing phantom ability was highly effective in infiltrating and creating chaos. Yuan Shiqi was responsible for remote intelligence support and evacuation guidance, while Monica and Xiao Liping stayed behind, and Tao Yuan was strictly ordered to stay in the core area with the strongest defenses. The night before the operation, the moonlight was cold and clear. Chao Dong was conducting a final equipment check, while Lu Yu stood beside him, making a final check of the operational route and emergency plan. She wore a form-fitting black combat suit that outlined smooth and powerful lines, especially her pert buttocks, which appeared particularly taut and alluring in the moonlight. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, like the prelude to a major battle, mixed with a faint, subtle fragrance belonging to a mature woman. All aspects have been confirmed. Lu Yu raised her head and looked at Chao Dong. Under the moonlight, her usually sharp face had lost some of its usual sharpness, replaced by a complex and indescribable emotion. This operation is very risky. Chao Dong inserted the last magazine into his tactical vest, looked up, and met her gaze. He could see a barely perceptible worry deep in her eyes, not fear of the mission, but for him, or rather, the concern for the already extraordinary bond between them. Risks and opportunities coexist. Chao Dong's voice was steady, carrying a reassuring strength. I believe in your plan, and I believe in our capabilities. He reached out and gently patted Lu Yu's tense shoulder. This gesture carries no ambiguity. It's more like a conveyance of encouragement and trust between comrades. However, the moment their hands touched, Lu Yu's body trembled almost imperceptibly. She could clearly feel the scorching heat emanating from his palm, still burning through the fabric of his combat uniform, and the steady, powerful touch. A surge of heat spread uncontrollably from the point of contact, making her ears feel slightly hot. She forced herself to remain calm, nodded, and said in a slightly lower, hoarse voice, "Understood." The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 90 out of 100. Just then, a light footstep approached. Is Tao Yuan. She was carrying a tray with several cups of steaming hot herbal tea that exuded a sweet aroma. "I saw you were busy until late, so I made some calming tea." Tao Yuan placed the tray on the stone table beside her. Her crescent-shaped eyes looked particularly clear and gentle in the moonlight. She looked at Chao Dong, then at Lu Yu, and a pure and knowing smile appeared on her face. "I hope you all come back safely." Her smile and words were like a warm breeze, gently dispelling the heavy atmosphere and subtle tension in the air. Chao Dong took the teacup, feeling the warmth emanating from its surface. Looking at Tao Yuan's carefree smile, a corner of his heart seemed to be touched. He nodded, his tone unconsciously softening. "Yes." Lu Yu accepted the teacup and said softly, "Thank you." Tao Yuan smiled sweetly, said nothing more, turned and left gracefully, leaving behind a faint fragrance of flowers and grass. Chao Dong and Lu Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing a calm after being comforted and an even stronger determination in each other's eyes. Under the moonlight, the two silently sipped their tea, gathering their final strength for the upcoming Operation Break the Chain, a mission deep into enemy territory. The prelude to the storm had begun, and they would bravely face it, severing the enemy's outstretched claws. Chapter 116: Broken Chains and the Way Home. In the darkest hour before dawn, four ghostly figures silently crept back into the hot spring villa area. There were no cheers, no relaxation, only the lingering smell of gunpowder and the chilling, killing intent that still hung in the air. The Broken Chain team, Chao Dong, Lu Yu, Wen Jing, and Tu Rui, disappeared silently into the shadows of the villa, like drops of water falling into the ocean. Yuan Shiqi and Xiao Liping, who were already waiting at a concealed rendezvous point, immediately went to meet them and quickly guided them through layers of defenses into the villa. Only when the heavy special alloy door slowly closed behind him, isolating him from everything outside, did his extremely tense nerves relax slightly. The exhaustion after the fierce battle surged up like a tide, but everyone's eyes shone with an amazing light, a mixture of excitement and confidence after completing the mission and challenging a formidable foe. "How are you?" Monica, who had stayed behind, immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, her eyes quickly scanning the four people to confirm that they were not seriously injured. "The target node has been destroyed, and the backup energy depot and some ammunition have detonated. It is expected to paralyze that supply line for at least a week." Lu Yu's voice was a little hoarse, but still clear and organized. She quickly reported while unloading her heavy equipment. "We encountered a small group of guards who have been eliminated. As planned, they left misleading traces pointing to the Black Snake Gang's activity area." Wen Jing excitedly added, "Dongji is too fierce. That guard captain even tried to activate the self-destruct program, but Dongji blasted him and the control panel to pieces with one punch." She gestured, her face full of pride and excitement. Tu Rui looked somewhat tired, her face pale, but a satisfied smile played on her lips. The illusion was very successful. They died without ever figuring out how many enemies they had. Chao Dong didn't say anything, but walked to the sink and rinsed his face and arms with cold water, removing the traces of soot and congealed blood. The cold water stimulated his skin, cooling his rapidly working brain slightly. The 9 revolutions golden body technique was silently circulating within my body, rapidly restoring my depleted physical strength and vital energy. Although the operation went smoothly, the long-range raid, precision demolition, and instantaneous burst placed a considerable strain on both the mind and body. Xiao Liping had prepared warm food and clean clothes, and Tao Yuan was busy helping to hand out towels and pour hot water. She looked at Chao Dong's slightly tired but still upright back, and then at Lu Yu and the others who were tired but couldn't hide their excitement. Her crescent-shaped eyes were filled with admiration and a hint of barely perceptible heartache. "Eat something first and rest for a bit," Yuan Shiqi said softly. Her senses were most acutely aware of the still unsettled energy fluctuations and murderous aura emanating from the group. Everyone sat around in the living room and had a simple meal. The hot soup warmed me and dispelled the chill of the night and the coldness of the battle. Any new information from Suwon? Chow Dong put down his chopsticks and looked at Monica. Monica nodded and took out her tablet. During your operation, she sent an encrypted message. It confirmed that the abnormal energy gathering at the Purification Faction's East China Sea base is still ongoing, and a high-privilege reconnaissance unit has been activated. Its direction seems to be shifting towards the Black Serpent Gang's area. In addition, she reiterated her hope that we can make progress in the research on the primordial crystal as soon as possible. It seems our misdirection worked. A cold smile appeared on Lu Yu's beautiful face. Let the Suppressing Justice faction and the Black Snake Gang fight amongst themselves first to buy us some time. Suwon's obsession with the primordial crystal is extraordinary. Tu Rue rubbed her temples with her fingertips and said softly. When she was transmitting this message, her mental fluctuations showed obvious urgency. Chow Dong pondered for a moment. Suwon and the cooperative faction have provided tangible assistance so far, but their desire for the primordial crystal is indeed a variable that needs to be guarded against. At present, using them to restrain the Purification Faction is the primary task. Report back to Suwon, informing her of the operation success and thanking her for the information. Regarding the primordial crystal, tell her we are intensifying our investigation based on the existing clues and will communicate promptly as soon as there is progress, Chow Dong instructed. The strategy remained the same, delaying and ambiguity. Understood. Monica wrote it down. At this moment, Tao Yuan, who had been sitting quietly next to Chow Dong, sipping hot milk, suddenly let out a soft, attracting everyone's attention. She put down her cup, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. Her fingers unconsciously pressed against her chest, a look of confusion on her face. I don't know why, but since just now, I felt something warm and itchy here, like something is moving gently inside. Her description was abstract, but everyone present instantly tensed up, especially considering her possible connection to the primordial crystal. Chow Dong immediately reached out and gently grasped her wrist, a wisp of extremely gentle yuan energy probing into her body. In his perception, the originally peaceful and vibrant energy field within Tao Yuan's body did indeed show a very subtle yet unusually active ripple, as if a tiny pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. This energy was pure and ancient, unlike any energy he had ever encountered before. Are you feeling unwell? Chow Dong asked with concern, his tone unconsciously carrying a hint of nervousness. Tao Yuan shook her head, blinked her crescent-shaped eyes, and instead revealed a curious expression. I don't feel uncomfortable. It's just, it feels very strange, but not unpleasant. She even tried to feel the strange warm current in her body, her face showing a childlike look of inquiry. Monica and Tu Rue immediately stepped forward, took out various portable testing instruments, and carefully scanned Tao Yuan. Vitality signs are completely normal. Energy readings show extremely faint, unknown frequency peak fluctuations, which have never occurred before. Monica exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the fluctuating data on the instrument. Her mental field is very stable, even more solid and active than before. Tu Rue also sensed the abnormality, her amber eyes filled with disbelief. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. The changes within Tao Yuan's body are clearly related to the primordial crystal. Was it because their proactive move changed the tide of events? Or was it because the time had come and some hidden quality was naturally awakening? This matter is classified as top secret, Chow Dong said in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Until we understand the reasons and impact, we must also keep it strictly confidential from the cooperation faction. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their gazes towards Tao Yuan now filled with more solemnity and protectiveness. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Tao Yuan seemed to realize something. She put away her curiosity and nodded seriously. I will pay attention. This minor incident cast a new shadow over the successful operation. The joy of victory was replaced by a sense of vigilance against the unknown. Looking into Tao Yuan's eyes, which were still pure but seemed to hide a deeper secret, Chow Dong understood that the search for the truth about the primordial crystal was not only to deal with the cooperation faction and the purification faction, but also to protect Tao Yuan's own secrets and safety. He gently patted Tao Yuan's hand, reassuring him, "Don't worry, we're here." Tao Yuan felt the warmth of his palm and the strength in his words. His crescent-shaped eyes curved back, and he gave a forceful suppressing all his unease and confusion, leaving only complete trust. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 70/100. Outside the window, the sky was gradually brightening. A new day has begun, carrying the afterglow of victory, but also deeper mysteries and an impending, more violent storm. The lights inside the villa gradually dimmed in the morning light, but the belief in strength to protect this place became more and more resilient and dazzling with each test. Chapter 117, Su Wan's Visit and the Key. The sudden energy ripples within Tao Yuan's body, related to the primordial crystal, were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly tightening the already relaxed atmosphere in the villa, which had been somewhat eased by the success of Operation Break the Chain. Monica and Tu Rue conducted a more detailed examination of Tao Yuan, but found nothing else except for the occasional, extremely faint, unknown energy spikes. Tao Yuan himself couldn't explain the source of the feeling, only describing it as warm and itchy, like a little life breathing gently. Apart from that, there was no discomfort or abnormal abilities manifesting. This unknown change brought a deep sense of unease. Chao Dong ordered strengthened protection and monitoring of Tao Yuan, and at the same time asked Monica and Tu Rue to speed up their research on information related to primordial crystal in an attempt to find an explanation. In this delicately tense atmosphere, Su Wan arrived unexpectedly once again. This time, she didn't choose to meet in the wild, but instead appeared directly at the edge of the villa's outer defensive perimeter. She was still wearing that silver-gray uniform, alone, but her arrival itself carried an undeniable weight. Yuan Shiqi's senses detected that unique energy fluctuation almost the instant she appeared. How dare she come here directly? Wenjing muttered as she looked at the calm figure through the sniper scope. This is a gesture, Liu Yu analyzed calmly. She is demonstrating the intelligence capabilities of the cooperative faction. They know the location of our base. At the same time, the direct visit is also a form of frankness and pressure. Chao Dong hesitated for a moment before deciding to let her in. He felt more confident in controlling the situation on his own turf. Guided by Yuan Shiqi, Su Wan calmly passed through layers of visible and hidden sentry posts and entered the villa's living room. Her electronic prosthetic eye flashed red light slightly, quickly scanning the simple yet fully functional furnishings of the living room, as well as everyone present: Chao Dong, Liu Yu, Monica, Tu Rue, and Tao Yuan, who sat quietly in the corner, curiously observing her. When her gaze swept over Tao Yuan, the red light in his prosthetic eye seemed to pause for an extremely subtle moment, so quickly that it seemed like an illusion. It seems that Operation Break the Chain was a success. Suwon got straight to the point, her voice cold. The Purification Faction's forward command system experienced considerable chaos, buying us at least 3 to 5 extra days. Well done. Her praise was direct, but it lacked much emotion. This is part of our collaboration, Chao Dong said calmly. Miss Suwon's personal visit this time must have been more than just a congratulatory visit, right? Suwon nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to Chao Dong, her deep blue left eye particularly striking. 2 things. First, provide an updated assessment of the next possible wave of momentum for the Purification Faction. They have dispatched a special operations team, codenamed Judgment, from headquarters, expected to arrive at the front lines in 4 days. This team is quite different. They excel at handling high-priority and anomalous targets and possess certain unconventional privileges and equipment. Judgment, Liu Yu frowned, feeling that the name alone was more dangerous than sickle. Secondly, Su Wan changed the subject, her tone becoming more serious, her gaze casually sweeping over Tao Yuan's direction again. Regarding the primordial crystal, our research has made a new breakthrough. We've discovered that the primordial crystal is not an inanimate object. It's more like an active energy seed possessing a certain consciousness or frequency. It can resonate with and awaken a specific environment or carrier. Her words struck like a hammer blow to everyone's hearts. They were practically pointing directly to the abnormality within Tao Yuan's body. Chao Dong's eyes instantly sharpened like knives, and his aura froze slightly. Liu Yu, Monica, and the others instantly went on high alert, subtly protecting Tao Yuan behind them. The air in the living room seemed to freeze. Tao Yuan seemed to sense the sudden change in atmosphere. She nervously clutched the hem of her clothes, her crescent-shaped eyes filled with confusion and a hint of tension as she looked at Chao Dong. Suwon seemed unsurprised by the crowd's reaction. She raised her hand to indicate that she meant no harm. Please don't misunderstand. I brought this up not as a threat, but to seek deeper cooperation. She looked at Chao Dong, her tone unusually solemn. We believe that this Miss Tao Yuan is very likely the special vessel that resonates deeply with the primordial crystal, or rather, the key to understanding the mysteries of the crystal. She finally made it clear. So what? Chao Dong's voice was icy. You want to take her away? No. Suwon shook her head, her answer unusually decisive. Quite the opposite. We believe that forcibly separating or studying the key itself might destroy this precious resonance and even lead to unpredictable consequences. Our cooperation faction advocates understanding and coexistence. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently on Chao Dong. Our proposal is that we provide the most advanced, non-invasive observation equipment and theoretical support to assist you in studying the changes occurring in Ms. Tao Yuan and deciphering the secrets of the primordial crystal, while minimizing disruption to Ms. Tao Yuan's normal life. All data and analysis results will be shared between us. This suggestion came as a huge surprise to everyone. It's not about stealing, but about collaborative research and sharing the results. Would you really be this generous? Lu Yu couldn't help but question, as this didn't seem to be in line with a norm in the apocalypse. A rare, bitter smile appeared on Su Wan's face, because time may be running out. Behind the radical stance of the Purification faction, there is evidence that they seem to have also sensed some kind of imminent countdown. We must truly understand the power of the primordial crystal before they do, in order to possibly deal with that unknown great threat. In the face of this goal, the interests of factions can be temporarily set aside. Her tone carried an undeniable sense of urgency and conviction. Chao Dong fell in a deep thought. Suwon's proposal was extremely tempting and also in line with the rational style that the cooperation faction had always demonstrated. If we can truly leverage their technology and resources to safely uncover the secrets surrounding Tao Yuan, we will undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. But the risks are equally enormous. Allowing the cooperation faction to have such deep access to core secrets is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. We need time to consider, Chao Dong said, still not agreeing immediately. Okay. Suwon seemed to have anticipated this answer. I will leave a secure contact method and preliminary equipment parameters. You can evaluate them carefully. However, please do so as soon as possible. The judgment team will not give us much time to hesitate. After she finished speaking, she took out a silver metal piece the size of a fingernail from her bosom, placed it on the coffee table in front of her, and then nodded slightly to everyone, especially to Tao Yuan, before turning around and leaving decisively, just as calmly as when she came. Silence fell over the living room once again. All eyes were focused on the small silver metal piece, and then on Tao Yuan, who looked bewildered but seemed to realize that he had become the center of attention. How much of what she says can we believe? Wenjing couldn't help but ask. The part about the ruling and the urgency is most likely true, Monica analyzed. As for the proposal for collaborative research, it makes sense logically, but whether the motives are pure is hard to say. Tu Rui let out a soft sigh. Her mental fluctuations are very stable, and her sense of conviction is extremely strong. She doesn't seem to be lying, but the cooperative faction as a whole is hard to guarantee. Lu Yu looked at Chao Dong. The key is whether we are willing to take this risk and let them get so close to our core secrets. Chao Dong walked up to Tao Yuan, squatted down, looked her straight in the eye, and said in a gentle but firm tone, Yuan Chu, what do you think? Are you willing to let them help you figure out the changes in your body? There may be some tests, but we will protect you throughout the process. Tao Yuan looked at Chao Dong's face, which was close to his and full of concern and trust, and then at the worried but supportive eyes of his other companions around him. His unease gradually dissipated. She reached out and gently took Chao Dong's hand, her crescent-shaped eyes curving into a pure and courageous smile. Yes, if this can help everyone figure out what's going on, I'm willing to try, and I believe Chao Dong and the others will definitely protect me. Her trust was unwavering, like the most brilliant sunshine, instantly dispelling the gloom and hesitation in everyone's hearts. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 75 out of 100. Chao Dong gripped her slightly cool hand tightly, having made his decision. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. In response to Su Wan, we agree in principle to her proposal for collaborative research. However, all observations must be conducted within the villa, supervised by our personnel throughout, and all data must be reviewed by us before being shared. Specific details require further negotiation. This was a bold decision, a high-stakes gamble to seek opportunities amidst crisis. It's a gamble on the integrity of the cooperative faction, and even more so on their ability to control the situation and safeguard their key. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. A new chapter of cooperation is about to unfold, and the mystery of the origin hidden within Tao Yuan's body will slowly unveil a corner of its mysterious veil under the attention of all parties. At the same time, the shadow of the judgment, like the sword of Damocles, hangs high above them, reminding them that the real storm is far from over. Chapter 118 Observation. Su Wan's response to Chao Dong's team's agreement, in principle, to collaborate on the research was remarkably efficient. Just half a day later, a small convoy of 3 disguised, unmarked medium-sized transport vehicles arrived at the villa's perimeter under the cover of night. The team was led by Su Wan herself, accompanied only by 4 taciturn technicians dressed in the same silver-gray uniforms and several tightly sealed equipment boxes. Without any further pleasantries, under the watchful eyes of Chao Dong and the others, Su Wan directed her subordinates to transport the equipment to a separate guest room inside the villa, which had already been cleared out and undergone multiple security checks. The entire process was efficient and professional, with a military-like rigor. These are all non-invasive remote observation and energy field analysis devices, Su Wan explained to Monica and Tu Rue, who were in charge of the liaison. Her electronic prosthetic eye scanned the temporary anti-interference barriers set up in the room, flashing a faint red light. They will only passively receive the energy information naturally emitted by Miss Tao Yuan and will not actively stimulate or inject energy in any way. All data streams will be initially filtered and encrypted through the server you designate, and then analyzed jointly by our technical staff. Her explanation was clear and direct, minimizing the doubts of Chao Dong's team. Monica and Tu Rue carefully inspected each device, confirming that its functions matched Su Wan's description and that it had a built-in physical isolation switch to ensure that external connections could be cut off at any time. The collaborative research officially began under a delicate yet tense atmosphere of mutual oversight. Tao Yuan was arranged to stay in the next room. Her daily life was not greatly affected. She only needed to stay in the room regularly during designated time periods so that the equipment could scan and record the background energy field. At first, she was a little nervous, but with the company and reassurance of Chao Dong, Yuan Shiqi, and others, she quickly adapted and even found the instruments with their softly flashing indicator lights kind of cute. On the second day of the observation, the preliminary data analysis results shocked the technical staff of both sides. Looking at the complex and beautiful energy waveforms on the screen, Monica said to Chao Dong incredulously, Tao Yuan's energy field has an extremely complex and stable structure. Its core frequency is different from any energy system we know of, and it is full of an indescribable vitality and sense of order. What's even more peculiar is that this energy field seems to resonate with the surrounding environment, especially unpolluted natural elements, in an extremely subtle and harmonious way. Tu Rue added, when my spiritual power tried to approach the perception, I didn't feel rejection, but rather a kind of warm and inclusive guidance, as if her energy itself possessed a kind of gentle consciousness, actively soothing the external probing. The technical officer sent by Su Wan, Stardust, the young man from their previous meeting at Wang Bai Po, pushed up his glasses, his voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Unbelievable. This completely overturns our previous understanding of the energy properties of the primordial crystal. It's closer to some kind of cosmic origin life code, rather than simply energy, if we can decipher the information within. Preliminary studies from both sides point to the same conclusion. Tao Yuan's energy field contains secrets and potential far beyond imagination, and its value is immeasurable. However, beneath the harmonious surface of cooperation, undercurrents still surge. Wen Jing and Lu Yu intensified their covert surveillance of Su Wan and her subordinates. Lu Yu noticed that although the technicians Su Wan brought were professional, they all had an almost fanatical focus in their eyes, and their thirst for Tao Yuan's data was almost undisguised. Su Wan herself spent most of her time in the temporary command vehicle, maintaining contact with the outside world through an encrypted channel. Her expression remained as calm as ever, but occasionally when she gazed in the direction of the villa, a trace of extremely complex emotions would flash in her azure left eye. Concern, expectation, and a hint of unfathomable depth. Chao Dong, on the other hand, focused more on external threats. Within Yuan Shiqi's perception range, signs of Su Jing faction activity did not decrease due to Operation Break the Chain. On the contrary, unidentified flying objects were detected flying rapidly in more distant airspace, as if they were conducting higher precision reconnaissance. The information Su Wan provided about the judgment team weighed heavily on my heart. That evening, Chao Dong was cultivating alone in the courtyard, trying to calm his slightly agitated mind caused by the tension of the past few days. The qi and blood of the 9 Revolutions golden body technique surged within the body, subtly interacting with the thin yet pure primordial qi of heaven and earth in the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he sensed something, opened his eyes, and saw Su Wan standing quietly under the eaves not far away, watching him. The twilight cast a soft glow on her cold, beautiful profile, and the red light in her mechanical prosthetic eye temporarily went out, making her appear less cold and more serene and feminine. Mr. Chao Dong's cultivation method is very unique, Su Wan said, her voice sounding less cold in the twilight. It is full of masculine energy and the aura of birth and death, which is completely different from the peaceful and inclusive primordial energy, yet seems to achieve a certain balance at a higher level. Her words carried an inquisitive tone, as well as a touch of academic objectivity. Chao Dong finished his practice and stood up, his breathing steady. There is no difference in strength. The key lies in the mindset when using it. Su Wan nodded slightly in agreement. She paused for a moment, then looked toward the window in the villa where Tao Yuan and the others were. Miss Tao Yuan, she is very special. Her very existence is like a gentle rebuttal to this cruel apocalypse. There was a hint of longing in her tone that she herself was unaware of. What exactly do you cooperation faction want from her? Chao Dong asked directly, his gaze fixed intently on Su Wan. It's not just research data, is it? Su Wan turned around to face Chao Dong directly, her deep blue left eye appearing particularly profound in the twilight. What we want is hope. The possibility of dealing with that inevitable, all-encompassing Great Purge. She used another word, Great Purge. The collapse of the old world was not accidental, but the beginning of a periodic selection. The purification faction wanted to pass through the selection through absolute control and purification, but we believe that the path of harmony and evolution represented by Origin is the right direction. Her voice carried a heavy sense of mission. Miss Tao Yuan may be one of the key keys to that path. We don't want to possess her, we want to protect her and use her power to find a way to survive for more people. These words were more direct and more shocking than any of his previous statements. If what she said is true, then what they're facing is not just factional struggle, but a choice of path for the survival of civilization. I can't completely trust you, Ms. Su Wan, Chao Dong said frankly, but I will observe your actions based on our current cooperation. That's enough. Su Wan didn't seem surprised. She turned her gaze back to the villa. Time will tell. Also, the Advanced Reconnaissance Unit of Judgment has been confirmed to be active in the airspace 300 kilometers away. We may have less time than expected. She provided a new and more urgent intelligence, then gave Chao Dong a slight bow and turned to disappear into the deepening night. Chao Dong watched her departing figure, his brows furrowed. Su Wan's words were hard to verify, but the term Great Purge and the looming threat of a judgment increased the pressure in the air. He returned to the villa and saw Tao Yuan preparing dinner with Yuan Shiqi and Xiao liping in the kitchen. She was humming a light tune and skillfully helping to wash the vegetables. Her focused and happy profile seemed to indicate that all the storms and troubles outside were irrelevant to her. A strong protective instinct welled up in Chao Dong's heart. Whatever Su Wan's purpose may be, And no matter how many difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, he must protect this hard-won tranquility and this woman who is as beautiful as a paradise. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 78 out of 100. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Su Wan, the guide, has increased to 35 out of 100. The observations continue. The secrets are being revealed little by little, and the unseen undercurrents and the approaching powerful enemy all foreshadow an even greater storm brewing. Inside the villa, the lights shone steadfastly, like an ark carrying hope and the unknown, amidst the vast apocalypse. Chapter 119, Judgment. The collaborative research continued for 3 days in a tacitly cautious manner. The energy field within Tao Yuan's body, known as the primordial source, is like an inexhaustible treasure trove, and each observation brings new and astonishing discoveries. Monica and Su Wan's technical team collaborated to decipher fragments of extremely ancient, biologically instinctive information contained within some of the energy fluctuations. This information pointed to a natural inclination towards life, growth, and harmonious coexistence, which is diametrically opposed to the absolute order and purification concepts pursued by the Supreme Faction. Through gentle contact with Tao Yuan's spiritual power, Tu Wei vaguely sensed that deep within that energy field lay a vast and ancient fragment of consciousness, not an independent individual thought, but more like a mark left by the planet's life network itself. These discoveries made Su Wan's eyes shine brighter and brighter. When she communicated with Chao Dong's team, beneath the rationality and objectivity in her tone, she couldn't help but reveal an almost reverent awe. She became increasingly respectful of Tao Yuan, even showing a touch of careful protectiveness. However, this tranquil exploration was shattered by an unexpected discovery. That afternoon, Tao Yuan sat quietly in the observation room, as usual. Outside the window, in Xiao Liping's carefully tended vegetable garden, several mutated strawberry plants that had survived the post-apocalyptic radiation environment and miraculously blossomed and bore fruit were radiating a faint vitality that seemed out of place with their surroundings. At a certain moment, the peaceful energy field flowing within Tao Yuan's body seemed to resonate with the faint life fluctuations emanating from the mutated strawberries outside the window in an extremely subtle, yet clearly discernible way. The energy readings on the observation equipment showed a small, harmonious, synchronous fluctuation for a moment. Tao Yuan himself let out a soft, instinctively clutching his chest, a look of surprise in his crescent-shaped eyes. They seemed very happy. This phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention. Monica and Su Wan's technical team quickly adjusted the equipment and focused on analysis. The results were astonishing. Tao Yuan's primordial energy field was not completely introverted. It could generate a benign, mutually nourishing, subtle resonance with those natural creations that were not yet completely polluted and still maintained their vitality at extremely close range. This resonance can slightly enhance the activity of those plants, and the vitality that the plants give back seems to make Tao Yuan's energy field more stable and pleasant. The call in response of a life network, Su Wan murmured to herself as she looked at the data. The red light in the electronic prosthetic eye was flashing rapidly, clearly performing complex calculations. This is not just energy, this is an affinity at the level of rules. This discovery is of extraordinary significance. It not only confirms the characteristics of primordial energy, but also suggests that Tao Yuan may have the potential to influence or even guide life forms. But the joy was fleeting. Almost at the same time, Yuan Shiqi rushed into the observation room, her face pale, her voice filled with unprecedented urgency and gravity. Brother Dong, emergency. An ultra-high energy level reaction has been detected 150 kilometers to the northwest. It's moving extremely fast and is approaching us in a straight line. The energy signature highly matches the data provided by Su Wan regarding the judgment team. Estimated arrival time, less than 3 hours. The verdict, they've arrived, and faster than Su Wan predicted. The atmosphere in the living room instantly plummeted to freezing point. The initial excitement from the new discovery vanished, replaced by a mountain of pressure. Are you sure? Chao Dong's voice was frighteningly calm. Confirmed. The energy reaction is full of aggression and destructive intent, definitely the top combat force of the suppressing faction. Yuan Shichi affirmed. All eyes immediately focused on Su-Wan. Su-Wan's face was also extremely pale. She quickly operated a miniature terminal she carried with her, her electronic prosthetic eye flashing red light repeatedly. Impossible. Their assembly clearly still needs time, unless they use some kind of rapid delivery technology that we don't know about, or the previous Operation Disconnect the Chain angered them, prompting them to use their strategic reserve forces ahead of schedule. She looked up at Qiao Dong, her eyes sharp. The intelligence was wrong, and that's my responsibility. But now is not the time to pursue it. The Judgment Team is different from the Scythe. They have higher authority, more bizarre abilities, and the authority to carry out area purification. We must activate the highest level of defense immediately. Without her saying a word, Lu Yu, like a drawn sword, began issuing commands rapidly. Wenjing, take the high ground of the villa and activate all heavy sniper positions. Monika, Tui, activate all defense matrices and jamming devices at maximum power. Shichi, lock onto the target throughout and provide real-time alerts. Liping, take Tao Yuan into the underground core shelter. He is not to come out without orders. Everyone, check your equipment and prepare for battle. The villa instantly sprang into action like a precision machine. The piercing alarm sounded briefly before falling silent, replaced by the low hum of various energy devices starting up and the sound of people running quickly. Qiao Dong looked at Su-Wan. Miss Su-Wan, you and your team? Su-Wan replied without hesitation. We'll stay. Judgment is also an enemy of the Cooperation faction. Our equipment and combat power can be integrated into your defense system. I will open some data links to share known intelligence about Judgment. This is an important statement, meaning that in this sudden crisis, the cooperators will truly fight alongside them. Qiao Dong gave her a deep look and nodded. Okay, Lu Yu, you will be in charge of coordinating the defense. Understood, Lu Yu replied, her gaze briefly meeting Su-Wan's. The two equally outstanding women reached a tacit understanding at that moment. Qiao Dong strode towards the entrance of the underground shelter. He needed to ensure Tao Yuan's absolute safety. Inside the shelter, Xiao Liping was gently comforting Tao Yuan, who was somewhat nervous. Seeing Qiao Dong enter, Tao Yuan immediately ran over, grabbed his arm, and asked with worry in her crescent-shaped eyes, Qiao Dong outside. Are some really bad guys coming? Qiao Dong looked at his reflection in her clear eyes, and the softest part of his heart was touched. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, his tone unusually gentle yet firm. Yes, it's just some trash that needs cleaning up. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you. You stay here obediently with Liping, okay? His words possessed a convincing magic. Looking into his resolute eyes, Tao Yuan's fear miraculously vanished. She nodded vigorously, her crescent-shaped eyes curving into a smile full of trust and encouragement. Yes, I believe in you. Be careful, too. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 80 out of 100. Qiao Dong nodded, took one last look at the paradise he was determined to protect, resolutely turned around, and left the shelter. When he returned to the ground, the gentleness on his face had vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness like ancient ice and a fighting spirit like a volcano about to erupt. He walked to the center of the villa courtyard and looked up at the dark, cloud-covered sky to the northwest. The 9 Revolutions golden body technique surged and roared within his body at an unprecedented speed. The pale golden yuan power flowed out uncontrollably, forming a scorching and majestic aura around him, dispelling some of the oppressive atmosphere in the air. Lu Yu, Wenjing, Monica, Tu Rui, Yuan Shichi, and Su-Wan and her combat personnel were all in position. All eyes were on him. Gentlemen, Qiao Dong's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a resolute power. This battle has nothing to do with factions. It is only for survival, only to protect our homeland and the people we cherish. His gaze swept over every face, whether familiar or newly acquainted. Whether it's a judgment or something else, the only way to set foot here is... He paused, then suddenly clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking, and a burst of golden light shone from his body. Step over my dead body, Qiao Dong, An immense and unparalleled aura surged into the sky, as if issuing the strongest and most unyielding declaration of war against the impending storm of destruction. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 92 out of 100. Ding, the conquering level of the beautiful young woman Su Wan, the guide, has increased to 40 out of 100. Ding, the beauty and quiet young woman's level of being conquered has increased to 92 out of 100. Ding, beautiful young woman Yuan Shiqi's conquering level has increased to 95 out of 100. The system notifications sounded one after another, symbolizing that at this critical moment of life and death, the team's cohesion and bond had reached an unprecedented peak. Dark clouds rolled in, and thunder rumbled faintly. The shadow of the judgment, like the scythe of death, already hangs high. The hot spring villa, this isolated island in the apocalypse, has already bared its sharpest fangs, preparing to face the most brutal test to come. Chapter 120, The Golden Body Shakes the Judgment. In the northwest sky, dark clouds rolled and swirled like splashed ink, not due to natural weather, but rather stirred and drawn by a powerful, cold energy field filled with a destructive will. The deep rumble was not thunder, but the roar of some powerful engine tearing through the air, approaching from afar like a death knell, striking everyone's heart. "They're here." Yuan Shiqi's voice came through the encrypted channel, her composure barely maintained. "Target confirmed. Judgment Squad. High-speed assault vehicle Punisher. Energy level more than 3 times that of Shadow Shuttle. Expected to enter visual range in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Inside and outside the villa, you could hear a pin drop. The only sounds are the low hum of the energy shield generator running at full power and the beating of my own heart." Chao Dong stood in the center of the courtyard, the pale golden yuan energy around him no longer concealed, but rose and swayed like a real flame, making him look like a war god descended to earth. The 9 revolutions golden body technique within his body had reached its current peak. His blood and chi surged like the Yangtze River. His consciousness was exceptionally clear, and his perception was magnified to the limit, firmly locking onto the rapidly approaching, terrifying threat. Lu Yu lay prone on the roof of the villa's main building, his cold gun barrel pointed northwest, his breathing eerily steady. Wen Jing, like a shadow, lurked on the high ground of the flank. Monica and Tu Rue guarded the core control room, their fingers hovering over the ultimate activation button for the energy interference and illusion systems. Su Wan and her subordinates were scattered across several auxiliary defense nodes. Her electronic prosthetic eye glowed brightly red as it completed data docking with the villa's defense system. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time slipped away in a suffocating sense of oppression. Finally, a black dot appeared on the northwestern horizon and rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a shuttle-shaped vehicle that was much larger than the Shadow Shuttle, with a more ferocious appearance and covered in dark armor. A huge skull and scepter emblem radiating crimson energy was on the bow, proclaiming its identity as the Judgment. Without slowing down or scouting in the slightest, it headed straight for the villa and launched a swooping attack with an extremely aggressive attitude. The armor plate below the bow slid open, revealing an energy emission port that was constantly gathering a blinding white light. "It's the purification cannon. They're going to launch a direct area of effect attack." Su Wan's icy voice rang out in the channel, tinged with urgency. "All energy shields, concentrate on defending the front. Jamming systems, maximum power, target locked by fire control." Lu Yu ordered sharply. "Buzz!" Outside the villa, the multi-layered energy shields instantly lit up with a dazzling light, like an inverted giant bowl. Almost simultaneously, Monica and Tu Rue activated the strongest interference, with invisible energy turbulence and visual illusions attempting to distort the Punisher's lock. However, the technological level of the Judgment is clearly far superior to that of the Sickle. The white light of the purification cannon flickered slightly before quickly stabilizing again, and the destructive energy torrent had already taken shape. At this critical moment, Chao Dong made a move. Instead of staying behind the shield, he stomped his feet hard on the ground. Boom! The solid cement ground suddenly cracked and sank around him. He moved like a golden meteor shooting in reverse, advancing instead of retreating, actively facing the swooping Punisher and the impending destructive barrage. Gao Zhong! Lu Yu exclaimed in shock, his heart almost stopping. Everyone was stunned by Chao Dong's crazy act. The Judgment members within the Punisher were clearly unprepared for any creature to dare to directly confront the charging purification cannon, causing an extremely slight delay in their movements. And it is this delay of a fraction of a second that determines the balance of victory or defeat. Chao Dong pushed his speed to the limit, leaving a straight golden line in the air. His target was not the vehicle itself, but the cannon muzzle that was radiating destructive energy. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, pouring all his yuan energy into his arms without reservation. The brilliant golden light condensed into two illusory golden round shields that looked almost tangible and were engraved with mysterious patterns. The ultimate secret of the 9 Revolutions golden body technique, integrating offense and defense, is that the golden body is indestructible and impervious to all spells. Go back. He let out a roar that shook the surrounding area, and with his crossed arms carrying the golden circular shield phantom that had gathered all his power, he slammed into the pure white energy torrent that had just erupted and was enough to annihilate a small town. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next instant, rumble, rumble. The terrifying explosion, beyond words, swept across the land. The pure energy collided directly and savagely with the supremely masculine energy of the golden body. A massive sphere of energy, a mixture of gold and white, suddenly expanded in midair. The blinding light instantly blinded everyone, and a violent shockwave spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami. The energy shield surrounding the villa flickered and groaned violently, and even spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface. Dust and gravel from the ground were swept into the air, forming a huge, murky wave of dust. At the epicenter of the explosion, Chao Dong's figure was engulfed by the destructive light. Brother Dong! Gao Dong! Countless cries of alarm, choked with sobs, echoed through the channel. The light lasted for several seconds before gradually fading away. In midair, the Punisher vehicle shook violently and rose due to the recoil of the explosion. The muzzle of the purification cannon on the bow was charred black and emitting wisps of smoke, clearly damaged in the collision and unable to fire again for a short time. At the epicenter of the explosion, Chao Dong's figure reappeared. He hovered in midair, the golden flames around him noticeably dimmed. A trickle of golden blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the sleeves of his clothes were torn to shreds, revealing skin that gleamed with a metallic sheen but was covered with fine cracks, clearly indicating that he had suffered a serious injury. But he still stood tall, his eyes burning like stars, fixed on the Punisher above him. He did it. He single-handedly withstood the devastating first blow from the Judgment. At this moment, he stands like an immortal monument, deeply imprinted in the hearts of all who witnessed this scene. Attack. Full power attack. Gava Gaozhong. Lu Yu was the first to recover from the shock, his voice hoarse with excitement. His sniper rifle spat out angry flames as it accurately aimed at the Punisher's observation window and thrusters. Wenjing, Monica, Tu Rue, and even Su Wan and her people unleashed all their firepower without reservation at this moment. Bullets, energy rays, and mental shocks rained down on the temporarily thwarted Punisher like a storm. The Punisher's armor is extremely sturdy, but having lost the initiative and with its vehicle damaged, it began to struggle against saturation attacks from multiple directions on the ground, causing its energy shield to fluctuate violently. Just then, the Punisher's hatch burst open. 5 figures, each radiating powerful, cold, and distinct energy fluctuations, shot out like meteorites and landed with a vengeance. They were members of the Judgment team. They finally gave up on pure technological superiority and chose to personally intervene to carry out the final purification. The battle has entered its most brutal and bloody phase of close combat. Chao Dong wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, looked down at the 5 figures exuding a chilling aura, and his eyes burned with overwhelming fighting spirit. He slowly descended to the ground and joined up with Lu Yu, Wenjing, and the others who had quickly gathered there. The golden statue's challenge to Judgment is merely the beginning. The real battle to the death has only just begun. The fate of the villa and the fate of everyone involved rests on every single minute and second that follows. Chapter 121, The Light of Protection. The 5 members of the Judgment team landed like 5 cold stone pillars, instantly pushing the somber atmosphere in front of the villa courtyard to its peak. They wore uniform, dark-colored, heavy-powered armor, similar in style to the Scythe Squad, but with more menacing details and ominous dark red, flowing energy patterns. The helmet and visor were made of a single piece of black crystal, revealing no expression, only endless coldness and killing intent. Chao Dong wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, and the 9 Revolutions golden body technique within his body circulated wildly, repairing the damaged meridians and cracks on his body surface. The dim golden light became solid again. His gaze sharpened instantly, locking onto the one among the 5 whose aura was the most imposing and whose composure was as steady as a mountain. That must be the captain, the judge. Liu Yu, Wen Jing, Monica, Tu Rue, Su Wan, and their 2 combatants quickly formed a battle formation behind Chao Dong. Everyone knew that this would be a fierce battle far exceeding the Scythe. No nonsense, no probing. The judge raised an armored hand and waved it forward. To his left, a burly man with an unusually large build and massive ramming horns on his armored shoulders. The Crusher let out a deep, rumbling roar, like a raging bull, and launched the first charge. With each step he took, the ground trembled, his target aimed directly at Chao Dong in the center of the battle formation. On the right, a member with relatively slender armor and arms that were some kind of energy-condensed blades, the Executioner, slipped and became a dark red afterimage, circling around to the flank at an eerie angle. His targets seemed to be Tu Rue and Monica, who were responsible for interference. At the same time, a member wielding a strangely shaped staff resembling a cross. The prayer slammed the staff to the ground, and an invisible dark halo carrying mental suppression and energy attenuation instantly spread out, enveloping the entire battlefield. The last member, the Observer, remained slightly behind, a ghostly blue light emanating from the eye area of his helmet, seemingly constantly scanning and analyzing the energy composition and weaknesses of Chao Dong and the others. With clear division of labor and perfect teamwork, their first move was a decisive victory. Leave the Crusher to me. Wen Jing restrained the Executioner. Monica, Tu Rue, counter the prayer's aura. Liu Yu, Su Wan, find an opportunity to deal with the Observer and provide support. Chao Dong issued the orders at lightning speed, and at the same time, his figure shot out, fearlessly facing the Crusher. Boom! The 2 men collided head-on, like 2 heavy trucks traveling at high speed. A pure clash of flesh and strength. Chao Dong's fist clashed head-on with the armored ram of the Crusher, producing a deafening explosion. A shock wave rippled outwards, and the ground beneath their feet exploded simultaneously. Chao Dong swayed slightly, feeling an incomparably powerful force come from him, and his arm went numb. The Crusher was jolted back half a step, and even a tiny dent appeared on the ram of his armor. His eyes, hidden beneath his visor, were clearly filled with shock. On the other side, Wen Jing's figure appeared like a ghost in the path of the Executioner's charge, and she was even faster. The dagger and the energy blade clashed at high speed, exploding into a series of sparks. She didn't fight head-on, but instead used her agile movements to constantly maneuver and harass, keeping the dangerous assassin firmly entangled. Monica and Tu Rue felt immense pressure. The dark aura of the prayer not only greatly weakened the effectiveness of their energy attacks, but also acted like an invisible shackle, constantly eroding their spirit and will. Monica activated the energy disruptor with all her might, attempting to interfere with the stability of the halo. Tu Rue closed her eyes, concentrating her mental energy to build layers of mental barriers to resist the pervasive negative suppression. Liu Yu and Su Wan attempted to bypass the main battlefield and directly target the Observer in the rear. However, the presiding judge made a move. He didn't even use any weapons. He simply took a step forward and appeared in front of Liu Yu and Su Wan as if he had teleported. A terrifying pressure, as deep as an abyss, descended instantly, causing both of them to gasp for breath. The presiding judge raised his hand and pressed it from a distance. An invisible and intangible force, yet as heavy as a mountain, crushed down on Liu Yu and Su Wan. With a sharp cry, Lu Yu unleashed her fighting skills to the fullest, her figure drifting backward like a willow catkin. At the same time, she fired 2 guns in rapid succession, but the bullets twisted and deflected in front of that invisible force field. Su Wan's electronic prosthetic eye flashed red light, and a semi-transparent energy prism instantly unfolded in front of her, attempting to deflect the attack. However, the prism was covered with cracks the moment it came into contact with the invisible force field. With just 1 strike, the two were at a complete disadvantage. The judge's strength is unfathomable. The battlefield was instantly divided, and everyone was caught in a fierce battle, even facing a crisis. Chao Dong's battle with the Crusher was the most intense, with every punch landing hard and the ground shaking with each collision. Chao Dong's golden body energy is extremely strong and yang, which has a certain restraining effect on the pure power of the Crusher. However, the opponent's armor defense and strength are too terrifying, and it is difficult to defeat him in a short time. Wen Jing used her speed to outmaneuver the Executioner, narrowly escaping injury several times from the elusive energy blades. Under the oppressive aura of the prayer, Monica and Tu Rue grew paler and paler, their energy and spirit rapidly depleting. Under the terrifying, almost rule-like power of the judge, Lu Yu and Su Wan could barely hold on, and their defeat was only a matter of time. The entire battle situation was extremely unfavorable for Chao Dong's team. At this critical moment, no one noticed that inside the underground shelter, Tao Yuan, who had been nervously observing the battlefield through the internal monitoring system, had his hands tightly clenched in front of his chest, his face pale with worry. The peaceful, primordial energy field within her body seemed to be stimulated by the fierce battles and negative energy from the outside world, and began to flow uncontrollably at an accelerated pace, emitting an increasingly bright and gentle radiance full of life. She watched Chao Dong repeatedly clash with the terrifyingly strong man on the screen, watched Lu Yu and Su Wan struggle against the horrifying black-armored man, watched Wen Jing narrowly dodge deadly blades, and watched Monica and Tu Rue's pained expressions. An indescribable sense of anxiety, heartache, and a desire to do something surged within her. No more hurting everyone. She murmured unconsciously, tears glistening in her eyes. Buzz! The pendant on her chest suddenly lit up with an unprecedented emerald green light. It resonated strongly with the primordial energy boiling within her body. A pure, warm, and vibrant green beam of light, brimming with vitality and soothing power, pierced through the shelter's thick protective barrier without warning and shot into the sky. The beam of light was not dazzling, but it instantly dispelled the oppressive dark aura of the prayer, just as warm sunlight melts ice and snow. The light enveloped the entire battlefield. Chao Dong and the others, who were fighting hard, felt a warm current flow into their limbs and bones, and their physical strength and energy were rapidly restored. Their mental fatigue and sense of oppression were swept away. Even the tiny cracks on Chao Dong's arm are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The members of the judgment team were as if they had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. That warm light possessed a powerful force of repulsion and purification for them. The aura of the prayer shattered instantly, and he himself groaned and retreated repeatedly. The movements of the Crusher and the Executioner became noticeably sluggish, and even wisps of white smoke rose from the surface of their armor. The observer's scanning beam became extremely unstable. Even the judge, who had been as steady as a mountain, experienced a momentary disruption in his invisible force field. This sudden turn of events instantly reversed the battlefield situation. An opportunity! Chao Dong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He seized the opening caused by the Crusher's discomfort and threw a punch with all his might, like a golden meteor, which slammed hard into the armor core in the Crusher's chest. Boom! A piercing sound of metal shattering rang out. The Crusher's heavy breastplate shattered with a crash, and he was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled for a moment and then stopped moving. Lu Yu and Su Wan seized the moment when the judge's force field became disordered and launched their strongest attack together. Lu Yu's bullets seemed to have eyes, shooting towards the gaps in the joints of his armor, while Su Wan's electronic prosthetic eye fired a condensed crimson destructive ray, aiming straight for his faceplate. The judge suddenly raised his hand to block, and the destructive ray exploded into a ball of sparks on his arm armor. Although it did not cause serious injury, it made him take half a step back for the first time. With the pressure on Wen Jing greatly reduced, she instantly switched from defense to offense, her dagger coiling around the distorted executioner like a venomous snake. Monica and Tu Rue were greatly encouraged, and energy disturbances and mental illusions once again enveloped the remaining Judgment members. The emerald green beam of light slowly dissipated after lasting for about 10 seconds. But those crucial 10 seconds completely changed the course of the battle. Chao Dong's team was riding high, while the Judgment team was plunged into unprecedented chaos and passivity. For the first time, the judge's gaze beneath his mask fluctuated violently. He stared intently at the direction from which the pillar of light rose, then glanced at Chao Dong and the others whose aura had surged, as if he were weighing some kind of decision. Finally, he let out a low, cold snort, as if from the depths of hell, and raised his hand to make a gesture. The surviving executioners, prayer givers, and observers immediately broke free from their opponents and quickly retreated to rejoin the judge. The Judgment team has actually chosen to temporarily retreat. They quickly boarded the damaged Punisher vehicle, which was hovering in midair, and without any hesitation, they transformed into a streak of black and red light and sped off in the direction they had come from, soon disappearing into the horizon. It comes quickly and goes quickly. All that remained were a scene of utter devastation and a group of people still reeling from the shock. No one expected that this seemingly doomed battle would end in such a way. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the entrance of the underground shelter. That warm and powerful emerald green pillar of light, along with the boundless vitality and protective will it contained, is deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Tao Yuan, the power of the primordial chaos within her, is actually this strong. Chao Dong stood there, feeling the rapidly calming blood and qi within his body and the lingering warmth, his gaze towards the shelter filled with indescribable complex emotions. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tao Yuan has increased to 85/100. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Lu Yu has increased to 95 out of 100. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Su Wan, the guide, has increased to 50 out of 100. The beauty and quiet young woman's level of being conquered has increased to 95 out of 100. Beautiful young woman Yuan Shichi's conquest level has increased to 98 out of 100. Monica's conquering level has increased to 90/100. The conquering level of the beautiful young woman Tu Rue has increased to 85 out of 100. The system notifications came in like a tidal wave, signifying that after this bloody battle and miraculous comeback, the team's cohesion and sense of belonging to Chao Dong had reached a new level. The crisis has been temporarily averted, but the retreat of the ruling is by no means the end. The unimaginable power that Tao Yuan displays will inevitably attract more and more complex gazes and covetousness. After being baptized by blood and fire, the villa enjoyed a brief respite, but it also stood on the verge of an even greater storm.